What's up? Ghost Fictions is here, and we're back again. This is the third part of a story where Issei was betrayed, killed, and became a spirit god. But before we start, please consider subscribe to the channel and give this video a like. Don't forget to check the description for more informations. Now let's get into part 3. Wednesday, 9 a.m. Tengu City, Japan. Silence fills the room of the Itsuka household, as nobody expressed a single trace of emotion. Not a single word of happiness or excitement was said, not an action of enthusiasm or joy was done. To put it simply, the house became a hollow shell. That's because Rain Murasame, the mother of the household, had been presumably become missing in action ever since she sacrificed herself to let her family escape the raging battlefield of Kyoto. The whole battle, between the Alliance and Dem Industries, was known as the Great Kanzai Calamity. After Westcott had absorbed Yasaka's powers and all of Kyoto's spiritual energy, the entire Kanzai region of Japan entered into a state of chaos, resulting in countless disasters such as earthquakes, tsunamis, landslides, flash floods, wildfires, and tornadoes. These disasters were spread all across Japan, but they were mostly concentrated around the Kanzai region where cities such as Kyoto, Osaka, Himeji, Nara, and Wakayama were located. The Japanese were completely caught off guard for these sudden string of events that took place one after another in a continuous cycle. This resulted in the entire city of Kyoto being annihilated, along with major damage inflicted on the cities of Osaka and Nara. A massive expanse of charred and barren land, leaving behind only remnants of what people in the future could only use as evidence for speculation about what kind of lifestyles the people of Kyoto once lived. Nothing was spared. In total, the number of deaths that resulted from this disaster exceeded over 20 million deaths in total, with tens of millions more injured, missing, and displaced all over the country. The murderer and mastermind behind this whole catastrophe was Isaac Westcott, and he got away with it. As for what happened to the Fraxinus. Flashback. Tuesday, 6:10 p.m. Somewhere above the Pacific Ocean. Whoosh. The Fraxinus had narrowly escaped destruction. If it had stayed in Kyoto for a few seconds longer, then things would have turned out much more differently. Right now, it spent all of its fuel reserves to escape, and is currently floating above an empty expanse of the Pacific Ocean. There was no immediate plan for what was going to happen next, so the ship stayed in place for a while. In the meantime, the Fraxinus leadership was deciding on what to do. Elliot, well done, everybody. We escaped. But I'm sorry, everybody. We lost someone. Someone close to us. And someone who should have never gotten close to Ike. It's my fault. I'm sorry. Kanazuki, no, sir. It was my fault, I shouldn't have. Elliot, don't blame yourself, Captain Kanazuki. It's over now. There's nothing we can do about it. Silence persisted in the room. The entire Fraxinus crew, Issei's classmates, as well as Elliot and Karen. Nobody said a single word. The entire atmosphere was filled with heaviness and disappointment. Elliot then instructed his assistant, Karen Mathers, telling her about what he plans to do next. Listen, Karen. Remember those documents and the hard drives that Origami Tabichi gave us regarding Ike's list of crimes against the world? I think this is where they come in. Karen, I still have them, but what exactly are we going to do with them? Elliot, we still have the recordings of the Kyoto Calamity, right? Save them and meet me in the recording studio later. I have an idea, but I don't know if it's going to work. Karen, I see, then I shall see to it. Karen proceeded to leave for the recording studio, while picking up the documents and the hard drives along the way. As Elliot is turning back to his desk, he heard the cries of some people whom he was too shameful to face. Elliot, turn this goddamn ship around, I need to get Mom. I'm not gonna ask twice. Elliot, why did we leave Mom behind? She's our family, you know, you promised that you would protect her, let's go back now. Elliot, we need to head back to Kyoto. Rain, Mom is on her own, I can't leave her behind like that. Mr. Woodman, please go back. I don't want Mom to die. Please, Sniff, please go back. You're not leaving her behind like that, Sniff. Right, why did we leave without Mom? Elliot was constantly bombarded with cries and pleas from the Sapphire warriors as they begged and screamed at him to turn the Fraxinus around and head back to Kyoto to save their mother. He knew that it was impossible. Elliot couldn't simply go back to Kyoto, especially since Westcott released a wild swarm of deadly pollen which can instantly kill anything. The ship also has little fuel reserves left, so it is also physically impossible for the Fraxinus to afford a trip to Kyoto. All Elliot could do now was remain idle in the air. Kanazuki and the Fraxinus crew got off their seats and tried their best to console the members of the Sapphire Warriors, although it was futile since none of them were consolable. This turned into a screaming match, with both sides letting all their anger and frustration out. It began to escalate, and it would eventually boil over if the tension built up too much. Elliot didn't bother fighting back, simply replying, "I'm sorry, Shido. I can't go back. It's impossible." Shido grabbed onto Elliot's collar and yelled, "The fuck you mean it's impossible? Don't make me fucking hurt you, old man." Kaguya was being held back by Kanazuki and several members of the Fraxinus, but she still angrily shouted, "Get the fuck off me. Turn this ship around, I say. Turn this fucking ship around right now. Yuzuru, ultimatum. Let me go. I will not hesitate to kill you if we don't return to save her." The final straw probably happened when Miku and Shiori got behind Elliot and tried to strangle him as a threat if he didn't try turning back to Kyoto. "Shiori, I wanna save Mom. Why did we leave her like that? Elliot, you fucking coward. Miku, you filthy dirtbag. You're basically asking for it at this point." But suddenly, "All of you, that's enough." The person in question who raised his voice to the top of his lungs was Drake, the father of the Sapphire Warriors, and he was completely livid. The whole control room went silent as everyone froze in place, looking at Drake with eyes wide open and wondering what he was going to do next. A few moments passed as everyone took deep breaths. Eventually, Drake went up to Shido and slapped him across the face. Smack! Drake proceeded to slap the other girls across their faces as well, except for Natsumi, who was still unconscious in the hangar. Shido and the girls all felt an extremely painful and stinging sensation on their cheeks after Drake had slapped them with force. Shido, Dad, why? Drake, shut up, Shido, you don't get to speak. Listen up here, young man, and listen up here, young ladies. I'm very disappointed with all of you. Look, we just barely survived. You want to go back and save Mom? Well, go right ahead. I won't save you if Westcott fucks you up. And think about the Fraxinus crew. You really want to go back and put their lives in danger? Why the fuck are all of you being so selfish? You think I don't want to save your mother? Of course I fucking do. Huff. Huff. Listen kids, I failed as a father. I failed as a husband. I can't do shit now. There's nothing we can do. The least you could do now is shut the fuck up and say whatever crap you want to say later. You think Elliot and the rest are in the mood to handle your bullshit right now? Use your fucking brain for once in this situation. It was extremely evident that Drake had lost it, and that he was outright furious about what happened. He had just punished his kids for being too emotional and acting irrationally in a tense and complicated situation. As for Shido and the girls, some of them were breathing heavily and feeling defeated, while some were on the verge of crying while others actually cried. The kids huddled together and felt guilty about everything, failing to rescue their mother in time and making unreasonable demands of Elliot. They just lowered their heads in shame and didn't say a single word. Drake finally spoke in a normal tone, although he still sounded like he hadn't calmed down. Right now, some of you kids can get Natsumi to the infirmary. You all didn't even notice that you left her behind. After that, take a shower and go to bed early, but make sure you apologize to Elliot and the others first. That kind of behavior is completely unacceptable. Drake stormed off to another hallway while leaving behind everyone else in the control room. The Sapphire Warriors chilled out considerably. They let go of Elliot and the other members of the crew. Shido spoke first as he trembled in his voice. I am sorry. Mr. Woodman, sniff, we shouldn't have, sniff, treated you and the crew like that, sniff. Toka, we'll make sure, sniff, that we'll never do that again. Sniff. Elliot neatened up his clothes and took a deep breath, before looking at the Sapphire Warriors and said, what your father said was most certainly true. However, I also understand how you kids feel. Just, don't get too emotional the next time something like this happens, okay? All yes. Elliot, alright. I forgive you. You're lucky that I'm a kind person. If it were Karen or anybody else, they would have lost it on the spot. Go and shower. And then have an early rest. I'll see if I can get over this tomorrow morning. The Sapphire Warriors nodded in silence as they continued to weep. They all headed towards the main deck of the ship, where Shido and Miku split off from the group to get Natsumi to the infirmary. The rest all went ahead and had their showers. As Shido carried the still unconscious Natsumi in his arms, he quietly said to her, Sorry, Natsumi. I'm afraid that you haven't arrived in the best of times. Miku followed up, Next time, when we save Mom, we'll show you what a loving family is supposed to look like. they continued to the infirmary and left her in the care of the medics there. The medics said that Natsumi needed lots of rest, and once they had her minor injuries patched up, they would let her rest in the sick bay for the night. As for Shido and the others, they simply didn't say anything at all to anybody else, even themselves. As soon as the first person finished showering and had their meal, they automatically went to sleep. The Fraxinus would later return to Tengu City and drop them off back home, before Elliot told Drake that he needs his family to proceed with normal life until he figures out something. Drake agrees. Flashback end. Post-Kyoto extras. Natsumi's dilemma. Now we switch back to Tengu City, where the Sapphire warriors were sitting together at the dining table of their home, feeling depressed and guilty about the recent events of yesterday. Yasaka's death, Westcott's transformation into a god, their mother's disappearance, and the destruction of Kyoto, all happened in one day. Everyone silently ate their cereal or scrolled through their phones. The ones on their screens simply watched videos taken by witnesses of the Great Kenzai calamity, hearing the cries and screams of despair from fleeing citizens who were caught in the crossfire, while also seeing the very destruction of their own country from the onslaught brought upon them by Westcott. The most upbeat person in the room was Natsumi, who also seemed as down as the rest, but not as depressed since she was still struggling to find out what had happened yesterday. Natsumi looked around the room and felt the suffocating atmosphere. Her friends and family were all dead silent and preoccupied with their own things. She decided to look elsewhere, and her eyes ended up looking at the kitchen, where Drake was silently doing the dishes and making his own breakfast after he made his kids' meals first. Seeing as there was nothing else that could be achieved by talking to her teammates, who were definitely not going to listen to her, Natsumi decided to speak with Drake. Natsumi got off her seat, before she headed towards the kitchen and asked, "Mr. Murasame, can I ask you something?" Drake hastily put down the plates he was holding and switched off the running water. He slowly grabbed a cloth and wiped his hands dry, before pausing for a few seconds and then answering, "Yes. Natsumi, I'm sorry for what happened to your wife, I mean Mom. I don't want to make you feel worse, but I really need to know my way around this place. I'm kinda lost." Drake took a deep breath and then turned around with a tired and irritated look on his face. He replied, "I sincerely apologize, Natsumi. You've come at a bad time, I suppose. But not to worry, I've already arranged for you to attend Rahazen High School with Shido and the others. As for the situation regarding your mother's death, well, forget it. All I need to tell you now is that you're alright now. The law isn't chasing you. So, you are going to live here from now on, okay?" Natsumi felt uneasy when listening to her adoptive father. Although he did help her out, Natsumi still felt that he was still keeping some key information from her, but she later brushed it off as she personally believed she was too paranoid. So instead, Natsumi thanked him. "Thanks, Dad, I really am grateful for this." "Drake, don't mention it, Natsumi. I assume you've recently seen our house already when you woke up. In case you forgot, you're sharing a room with Kaguya and Yuzuru. Sigh, eventually I'll have to renovate this house to make it bigger for more people." Natsumi nodded and quickly left. She left for her room and opened her closet, amazed to find a whole collection of dresses and clothes available for her to wear. She eagerly put on the one she found the most pretty and wore her new shoes, leaving home to go out to town to spend the day away from the awkward environment which her family was creating. Scene break. Rose Thorns Cafe. 10:30 a.m. Somewhere in Tengu City shopping mall, Natsumi heard from her teammates that Drake owned a cafe in the middle of the city. So, she decided to snoop around and take a look to see what kind of food the cafe served. Natsumi was particularly eager to eat something since she received an allowance from Drake to spend her day. As she entered, she noticed 4 teenagers by the counter serving customers. They seemed around the same age and appeared to know each other pretty well based on how they communicated amongst themselves. From left to right. Ai Yamabuki, Mi Fujibakuma, and Mai Hazakura. Hiroto Tanamachi. Natsumi went up to the counter as soon as it became empty and ordered pancakes. "Please, Tanamachi, 1 plate of pancakes." "Sure, coming right up. Yamabuki, could I have?" "AI, No need to say it. I heard her too. Anyways, little girl, go take a seat. We'll serve you in a bit. Mai, don't forget to take your cutleries here." "Me, that is so lame." Natsumi, "Oh, okay. But one more thing, do you happen to know Mr. Murasame? Or should I say, Dra?" I immediately cut Natsumi off and said, Whoa, how do you know that, huh? Are you some kind of supernatural freak show that is trying to coerce information out of us?" Natsumi panicked and tried to create mutual understanding, and no, it's just that, I joined Shido's harem. That's how I came to know of this. The 4 teens widened their eyes in pure shock, before Tanamachi asked, so Shido has a new girl, wow. Well, congratulations to him. So, is it alright if you could tell us more about yourself? Natsumi, why don't we do it in a less conspicuous area? I don't want to let anybody else see my powers. AI, fine by me. Our break is gonna start anyway, so let's go somewhere quiet. The 4 teenagers and Natsumi all left the cafe and went towards the corner of the mall, where nobody was there. My, we already know about the types of powers your friends have. Since Drake told us so, why not tell us more about yourself first? Natsumi, my name is Natsumi. I'm 16 years old. My power is a sacred gear called Hanyo, which grants me the ability to shape-shift and transform anything into what I imagine. Wanna see? Then, Natsumi summoned her staff and used it on herself. A bright light enveloped her figure, and it started to change shape. Natsumi grew bigger, and the light covering her body faded, revealing her transformed appearance after using Hanyo to transform. The 4 teenagers were mind-blown by what they saw, and even wiped their eyes clean to make sure that this wasn't not an illusion. Tanamachi, whoa, goddamn, what the heck? Are you even the same person, or is this your true form? Natsumi began to speak, this time in a mature lady's voice, surprising the teens even more. Well, I based this appearance off of my mother. She was a model, and despite our past differences, Mom was smoking hot. There was this level of sass and elegance which made her stand out among other models that I knew of. For me, I was born ugly and still am, but Shido accepted me for who I was and even got his other girlfriends to help me out. Though, I still wanted to be pretty myself deep down. AI, Shido, did that, whoa. Never saw that coming. Anyways, is there anything else you can do with Hanyo? Natsumi, check this out, Hanyo. Kaleidoscope. She pointed her staff towards a potted plant and then used her ability on it, transforming the appearance of the entire potted plant into that of a surfboard, which was unbelievable for the 4 teenagers watching. My, but how, you just turned that potted plant into a surfboard. I shall use the name, Natsumi, to indicate that it's her adult form that's speaking, and use the name, Natsumi, to indicate that it's her teenage form that's speaking. Natsumi, surprised. Well, there's more that I can do. I can even copy the abilities of the other girls. There was this crazy fight the other day when I copied Toka's Sandofan. Me, that is so lame. Tanamachi, sheesh, you'd make the ultimate prankster with a power like that, Natsumi. But, I still have a question. How did Shido even meet you in the first place? Natsumi, placed her finger on her chin and gave Tanamachi a side eye, before replying, you mean you don't remember that time when you and Shido were at that park all those years ago? This isn't the first time we actually met, by the way. You don't remember that girl whom you gave a sandwich and then called her freaky and left? Tanamachi was shocked, before replying, hold on. You know me, but I don't even remember the day you are talking about. Even if it did happen, that was years ago, so how could you still remember a distant memory like that? Natsumi, how could I not? That day was the day when the first person I've met in my life didn't call me ugly. I was touched, you know. From that day onward, Shido had always been on my mind, even though I suffered from abuse from my mother every day. And as for you, you simply existed as a side character in my mind. Tanamachi was still confused at first, but then he suddenly remembered that day in the park when he and Shido tried to prank Natsumi with a sandwich filled with toy insects, though the prank was foiled after the latter removed the toy insects and simply fed Natsumi 2 plain pieces of bread. Tanamachi remained silent, not wanting to reveal the truth of why he was there at the park that day, and what he was planning to do. So Tanamachi just said, I still don't remember, but you mentioned just now that your mother abused you. How did you manage to escape that? Natsumi, immediately lost her cool and freaked out. She didn't know how to respond and lost focus. This resulted in her reverting back to her normal form, where she was skinnier and shorter. The 4 teens took a step back upon seeing the sudden transformation, but they didn't panic as they realized nothing serious happened. But Natsumi was no longer feeling jovial or happy, as her facial expressions clearly indicated that she wasn't happy. Tanamachi, sorry, I didn't mean to raise a sensitive question. I'm really sorry. Natsumi, no, it's okay. It's over. But I have a question though. Have you 4 heard of the model, Harumi Kino, the one who died recently? The girls and Tanamachi looked at each other with puzzled and confused expressions, wondering what the heck Natsumi was talking about. Then Ai replied, There was a small article about a woman with that name, Harumi Kuno, and she was reported to have attempted to take her own life before the police arrived time to save her. What, is that your mom? Natsumi was shocked. She didn't expect her mother to be alive this whole time. However, if she was alive, then why did the headline report that she tried to end her own life when in reality it was Natsumi who tried to kill her? Natsumi asked, She's alive, how, also yeah? Harumi Kuno is my mom. But how did she survive, and where is she now? If I remember correctly, Harumi is at an isolation unit in a mental institution. She's been there ever since, and the police have ceased investigations as they've handed over everything to social services. Natsumi, the article didn't even mention one thing about me. Tanamachi, no, not at all. Why? Natsumi, nothing. But is it possible for me to visit her? I want to speak with her. All my life, the only memories of her are just full of negative stuff. Just her insulting me and beating me. But I want to know Mom better. That's why I want to speak with her. Tanamachi, I don't know about that. The article reported that Harumi has estranged parents who are retirees who want nothing to do with her. They are her only living relatives and she has no friends, so Harumi doesn't have any visitors. I don't know if visits for a person like her are even allowed. Natsumi, which mental institution is it? I need to see her. It's the only way I can put my heart at ease. AI, the Tengu City Mental Asylum. Need us to accompany you? Natsumi, no, but thanks. I'll be going now. Is there anything else that you need? Tanamachi, well, when you get back home. Tell Shido that I'm sorry for everything that has happened. Sorry for being a massive prick. Tell him that I'll everything in my power to support him and his harem. Natsumi chuckled a bit and replied, Okay, hee. I'll remember that. Anyways, see you soon. She sped off and quickly left the mall, before proceeding to head towards the mental institution where her mother was currently staying at. Scene break. Tengu City Mental Asylum. 11:30 a.m. Natsumi ran across the whole city and eventually made it to her destination. She was panting as she had to cross many busy roads and do all that under the sun, so she was naturally feeling exhausted. But she entered the place and could relax a little since the building had some air conditioning. Natsumi went up to the receptionist and asked, Sorry sir, are you accepting visits now? The receptionist lowered his newspaper and adjusted his glasses, before responding, We are. Give me the name of the patient and state your relation to them. Natsumi, I'm here to visit Harumi Kuno. I'm Natsumi Kuno, her estranged daughter. The receptionist looked at Natsumi with a skeptical look and raised an eyebrow. Then, he said to himself, Huh? Harumi never mentioned a daughter. But you do look eerily similar to her. It's just that, never mind. I'll let you talk with her for 20 minutes. But as soon as time runs out, you have to leave. Got it? Natsumi, yes sir. I promise. The receptionist then left the counter and led Natsumi to the ward where her mother was in. For some reason, Natsumi just felt extremely tense and anxious as she approached the door. The name on the door was correct. It was indeed her mother's. The receptionist noticed Natsumi shivering in her legs and said, No need to worry, kid. Your mom has been quite stable since yesterday. Though, she's just been sitting completely still and silent for the entirety of this morning. In fact, she's barely touched her food. Natsumi was scared that her mother would lash out at her if she happened to make eye contact with her. But Natsumi was determined to finally have a face-to-face dialogue with her mother for the first time. So, she nodded at the receptionist to open the door, while she took a deep breath to prepare herself before speaking with her mother. Then, the receptionist opened the door with his keys, and then pushed it open. Creak! The metallic creaking of the door echoed through the empty hallway, sending a chilling sensation down Natsumi's spine. As soon as the sound began to fade, the interior of the room was shown. It was just a plain room with walls painted white on every single side. There were no windows at all, and the room only had a bed, a sink, a toilet, and a desk. Nothing else. On the bed sat a mature and messy woman who stared down at the floor, not even looking at the receptionist who was standing at the entrance. That was Harumi Kuno, Natsumi's biological mother. She didn't bat an eye at all. The receptionist sighed and crossed his arms, hinting that this probably wasn't the first time where she behaved like this. The receptionist then said to Natsumi, I shall leave the rest to you, little girl. If you happen to get into trouble, just press this red button over here and it'll call the security guards and let you out. I'll be going now. He promptly left and closed the door. Natsumi was left alone in the room with her mother, who still didn't seem to pay attention at all. Natsumi wanted to call out her mother's name, but the last she did that everything went wrong. She was worried that her mother would go ballistic again, and that experience wasn't something she wanted to recall. But seeing that she had come all this way for this, Natsumi didn't want to waste her efforts and end up feeling disappointed. After all, Natsumi had just experienced her first battle using her sacred gear, and she believed she was more than capable of defending herself, though she still felt lots of hesitation if she was forced to hurt her mother as a last resort. So, Mom. Harumi, who had been stuck in a daze for a while now, suddenly raises her head and turns towards Natsumi, and her eyes became wide open. A few raspy groans came out of her mouth as Harumi tried to speak. Then, Harumi raises her hand up and points at Natsumi, still with her eyes wide open. Harumi slowly gets off her bed and takes a few small steps towards her daughter with a slouched posture. Harumi, and Natsumi, is that you? Her lips were shaking and she was trembling in her breath. Natsumi simply stood still in her plane and tried to anticipate what her mother would do, though it was difficult since she barely knew how her mother would behave in this setting. So Natsumi called out again, "It's me, Mom. It's Natsumi. How have you been doing?" Harumi, and Natsumi, is that really you? Before Natsumi could even answer, her mother suddenly broke down in tears and fell on her knees, which really surprised her. At this point, Natsumi could tell that her mother was genuinely crying, but she didn't know if she could trust her, since the only experiences she had with her mother was filled with abuse every single day. But Natsumi still took a step forward and spoke, "Mom, please don't cry. I'm sorry that I hurt you that night, I didn't mean to." Harumi didn't even reply at all, and just continued crying. However, she did try saying something, though it was incomprehensible since she was crying a lot. Natsumi was getting pretty worried and wasn't sure how to approach her mother at this point, so she said, "If you really want me gone, then I'll leave now, okay?" She turned around to press the red button to leave the room, but suddenly, "Wait, no, don't go, Sob, I'm really sorry. Natsumi, I'm sorry that I abused you all those years. I'm sorry for not taking care of you properly. I'm sorry for not loving you as your mother. I'm so sorry." Natsumi stood halfway between her mother and the door, but she turned her head around in shock when she heard Harumi say words like that. Harumi calmed a little after exclaiming those words of despair, but she was still crying a whole river of tears that didn't seem to stop. Natsumi felt that she could lower her guard a little and walk slowly towards her mother. "Natsumi, Mom, please tell me, what happened? How did you survive?" "Harumi, I really thought that it was going to be the end of me, but during my final moments, I saw my whole life flash before my eyes. Lots of regrets, and a whole lot of pain. As I reminisce the past, I miss the person I used to be. A rising model in the modeling industry, and well respected by others. But although I desperately longed for that life again, I realized what kind of a monster I had become when I started abusing you ever since you were little. My old friends and my estranged parents would have never approved of my parenting skills. That's when I realized that you never deserved a mother like me. You deserved much better. My vision was getting extremely blurry and I was on my last few breaths of life. But by some miracle, some police officers who happened to be in the area found me in your room and they somehow managed to stop the bleeding in time. I lost consciousness after that and only woke up a few hours later in the morning. The police questioned me what happened. But I didn't tell them that you were involved. I simply told them that I tried to kill myself and that you were now living with your father, so they didn't suspect you of any wrongdoing. That's why I've been placed here, and that's why the police aren't after you." Natsumi still had questions, especially regarding why her mother didn't decide to report her. "But why? Why didn't you report me to the police? Didn't you hate me and wanted to see me gone?" "Harumi, no. I told you earlier that I had regretted everything that I did to you. By the time I had woken up, I realized that you had fled the scene since the police never brought you up in their questioning. So I saw this as a chance to let you run away and become free, so that you can one day find a happy ending for yourself." "Natsumi, I did. I found a new family. And they are very nice and wonderful folks. In fact, this dress was given to me by them. It's simply so pretty. I've never seen something this pretty before." Harumi took note of how her daughter dressed and replied softly, "It's a very cute dress, sweetie. I think it suits you." Natsumi had never heard a single compliment from her mother at all, and asked with shock in her eyes, "Really, you really think so?" "Harumi, Sweetie, I was a model. I know all sorts of things related to the fashion industry. Someday, I believe, you'll grow up to become a stunning beauty in the future. Any man who gets together with you would be very lucky. Natsumi, sniff, I see. Also, I actually did manage to find someone special. His name is Shido Itsuka, and he was the one who found me when I was all alone. He's someone very special, and even though I've met him just yesterday morning, I think I can turn my relationship with him into something special. Harumi, haha. I hope to meet this boy one day. Maybe when I'm discharged, I'll attend your wedding and give you my blessing. Please, if you've found a man who treats you right, love him forever and never give up on him. Spend the rest of your life with him and create the most beautiful life together. Don't be like me. I was an ignorant young girl back then when I had a one-night stand with your father. That kind of behavior does not end well. Natsumi felt really emotional during this verbal exchange with her mother, and it was one that both persons desperately needed to amend the past. Both mother and daughter continued talking with each other for the next few minutes. Natsumi asked her mother about her own past, and heard lots of stories from Harumi's high school life, and how she strived to become a rising star within the fashion industry. Harumi asked her daughter what she has been doing ever since Shido let her come along with him and his family and friends to Kyoto, and what kind of people they were. Natsumi obviously omitted the parts about the battle with Westcott and the fact that she was now involved with the supernatural. She only talked about the shopping trips and the makeovers she received. Eventually, it was time for visitation hours to end and the receptionist came back, surprised to see Harumi actively conversing with Natsumi. He gestured for Natsumi to leave and she complied. But before she left, Natsumi gave a hug to her mother one last time, promising to talk to her again one day. Scene break. Tengu City, Japan. 5 p.m. Natsumi strolled around the city for a few more hours since she was curious what the place looked like. But eventually, she decided to head home in the evening so that she'd make it back in time for dinner. As she opened the front door, Natsumi took off her shoes and placed them by the side of the doorway, before heading inside towards the living room. Natsumi, I'm back, anyone there? Then Drake, who was in the kitchen preparing dinner, replied, Oh, welcome back, Natsumi. Have a seat at the table first. Dinner is almost ready. Natsumi, oh okay. Thanks. Where have you been, Natsumi? Your big sis has been worried sick about you. Oh no. That dreaded voice. I remember it. That was what Natsumi was thinking as soon as she was cut off while thanking Drake for preparing dinner. Suddenly, Miki came flying out of nowhere and cuddled Natsumi tightly. Natsumi just sighed and didn't bother to fight back. Mika on the other hand was cuddling her and saying, Oh, thank goodness, you're alright. I've been thinking about whether you'd be alright on your own out in the city. At least text me where you are. Natsumi, ugh, you never changed you, Miku, but I do, to some extent, appreciate your company. Just, don't be like this next time, okay? Now please let me go. Miku was listening at all and kept cuddling Natsumi, before she eventually had enough and squeezed herself through her arm lock and dashed away from the dining room. Natsumi ran all the way up to her room which she shared with the Yamai twins, and found it empty, which was great, since Natsumi could have it all to herself. She quickly locked the door and hopped onto her bed, taking out her newly purchased phone and started browsing the internet, not paying any attention to Mika's whiny voice coming from outside her room. Natsumi thought about everything that had happened today, and was for the first time in her life looking forward to tomorrow. She still had lots of questions for the Sapphire Warriors, especially regarding the type of person that Rain was. I think this is nice. My new life is simply amazing. I don't think I could have it any other way. Natsumi spent a few more minutes browsing the web and eventually decided to take a short nap before heading down for dinner. She felt a sense of satisfaction and a sense of ease as she lay on her bed, feeling happy about the blessings that have come her way. Miku, Natsumi. There you are. Natsumi, wah, what the fuck, Miku, how did you get in my room, motherfuck? Tengu City, Japan. Thursday 8 a.m. 1, 2, 3, 4 and... In the living room of the Itsuka household, a young girl with long blue hair and an athletic figure was busy doing her workout early in the morning. While all her other friends were asleep, Shiori Itsuka was diligently doing all her workout sets to stay active and healthy. She is actually an artificial human created in a lab by her mother, Rain Murasame, and has been sentient and living for over a week now. But throughout the course of that week where she'd been living, Shiori had been exposed to lots of things that a regular human should never be allowed to make contact with at all. That is to say, Shiori by right deserved a normal life like a human, but due to circumstances, she was created partly because the Sapphire warriors needed extra manpower during a time of dire circumstances. But Shiori never complained because her teammates and her parents loved her. As long as she continued to feel positive emotions, Shiori would constantly keep her mind off bad things. But as her first misfortune in life occurred, that being when Shiori and her team failed to save their mother in Kyoto, Shiori really wondered if being alive served any purpose at all. Shiori knew that deep down that she was ultimately the reincarnation of a fallen angel named Rainer, who was the same one who killed Issei 17 years ago before he was turned into a devil by Rias Gremory. That's why Shiori has always been curious about why she was even created in the first place. Her one and only connection to the past relating to her life as Rainer has been severed completely, while the future remained unpredictable as the possibilities in a world such as the supernatural realm were endless. This left her stuck in between and unsure of what to do. Shiori was also coincidentally feeling these sorts of indecisive and uncertain feelings as she was doing her workouts, and these emotions became too strong to the point where she just decided to stop entirely and sort out her thoughts. Shiori took a towel and wiped off the sweat from her body, before sitting down on the couch and pondering about her life. Shiori, a lot has happened, huh? Why was I fine with all that? After everything we've been through as a team, why do I see this as normal? Shouldn't I have my own private life too? Dad doesn't let me work because he thinks I'm not ready yet. But haven't I already fought against armies of techno-wizards already? So why do I live this repetitive life? As Shiori was sitting down on the couch, her brother, Shido Itsuka, came from the hallway and found his sister sitting still on the couch, which prompted him to ask. Hey sis. You feeling alright? I know it's been hard since Mom has disappeared. Elliot can't track her down and Dad has no clue where she is. You hear that? Not even Dad can use his powers to find Mom. Westcott definitely has done something. Shiori snapped out of her thoughts and finally noticed her brother standing next to her. She replied, I'm coping just fine. But I have other concerns. Shido, huh? What's going on? Is something else on your mind? Shiori, brother. Ever since I've gained consciousness, all I've experienced so far is utilizing my powers and fighting entities that I've been taught to perceive as enemies. Is this really normal? I know I only spent less than a week in school, but I could tell that other normal people enjoyed their lives without a care in the world. Is it selfish of me to want to experience a little bit of that? This was completely out of the blue. Shido and everyone else had been way too occupied with the past few events which have been extremely rushing and sudden to them, so they had no time to think about wanting to relax for real and forget about supernatural stuff. However, Shido, being the caring brother he was, immediately figured out what Shiori wanted based on what she said just now. Shido, let me guess. You just want to spend some time having fun, am I right? Shiori, yes. Is that okay? Is it acceptable for me to skip training for today? Shido, oh please. Everyone including myself needs breaks. I just woke up feeling really groggy and tired, so naturally I wanted to have some leisure time. Say, why don't the both of us leave the house early and head somewhere else? Shiori, oh, it seems like the other girls are not enough for you, so you are now coming for your own sister. Shido, and no, what, we're literally twins, we can't be going on dates. It's just an outing between two siblings, that's it, nothing more. Shiori, if you say so, but we can't be seen in public looking like this. We gotta change our appearances. I mean, we don't want anybody from school to see us together and get the wrong idea. Shido, huh, that's true. But how do we do that? Clothes aren't enough. Both our faces literally have the same features that are just copied and pasted on two different bodies. Wait, I think I know, Haniel. Shido summoned Haniel, which he remembered gaining after Natsumi had kissed him yesterday evening as they were fleeing from Westcott's ultimate attack, which nearly killed them had it not been for Rain, who stayed back and allowed the Fraxinus to leave. Shido, I can use this to change both our appearances. And given the fact that we're both twins who are the reincarnations of people who happen to know each other. Let's try this out, Haniel. Kaleidoscope. Scene break. Tengu's City Shopping Mall. 9:30 a.m. Shiori, what do you think? I personally prefer this one. Shido, I dunno. I actually like the jacket I tried on just now. May we return this shirt? Using the powers of Haniel, Shido had transformed his and his sister's appearances into those of Issei, HYOUDOU, and Rainer respectively. He only chose those two because he felt his relation between him and Shiori was a bit ironic given the identities of both their past lives. So, both siblings agreed to use the appearances of Issei and Rainier for the day. As they made their way through the city and tried to enjoy themselves, they both felt some sense of irony knowing that one of them had successfully killed the other in their past lives. Currently, Shiori and her brother were at the shopping mall trying to spend some leisure time together. Shiori had always wanted to spend some time going on a shopping spree, so she suggested that she and Shido should go to the Tengu City shopping mall to do so. Shido, man, I know you are my sister and all, but I have to be that guy and say that you don't really have the best tastes in fashion, do you? Shiori, hey. I'm trying my best, Shido looked at his sister and noticed that she doesn't exactly follow fashion trends and picked up on the fact that she simply took several pieces of clothing of the rack and told him that those were her choices. This implied that Shiori struggled to live as a normal human, which was surprising to see since Shiori had always been excellent in communicating with others and cooperating with her teammates during combat situations. Perhaps there are some things that even she can't do. And it can't be helped since Shiori had gained consciousness less than 2 weeks ago, and hadn't had much exposure to what a normal human life should look like. I shall refer to Shido and Shiori from this point on as Issei and Rainier from now on. Issei saw that Rainier was still pouting after he made the slightly mean remark about her fashion choices. He realized that it was probably inconsiderate to say something like that since she was pretty exhausted from the recent events. So Issei tried to cheer her up, say, "Why don't we go have some ice cream, sis? Everyone loves ice cream, and I'm sure you'll too." Rainier, ice cream, just to let you know, I've actually never tasted ice cream in my life, but since there are many people who go crazy over it, I might as well try some. Issei, great, then let's go to Dad's cafe and have some. He's not working today, so we can still use these appearances to enter. Rainier, well? Then let's see what Dad has to offer at his cafe. Scene break. Rose Thorn's cafe. 9:45 a.m. As soon as both Issei and Rainier entered the cafe, they noticed that it was relatively busy, and there were several customers coming in and out. Issei pointed at an empty table and said, "That one? Let's sit over there." Rainier, okay. Go ahead and sit first. I'll take a look at the menu and see what they got. This is my first time being at Dad's cafe anyway, since I don't work here with you guys yet. Issei, oh right. I remember now. When you have decided, tell the cashier what you want, and tell them that I would like a cookies and cream ice cream. Rainier, got it. See you later. As soon as Issei went to sit down, Rainier went up to the cashier and asked her, "Good morning, I'd like to order 1 cookies and cream ice cream, and do you have any recommendations by any chance?" The cashier was Ai Yamabuki, one of Shiori's classmates at school. Recommendations, sure. You should try some vanilla ice cream with caramel. It's my favorite, and I'm sure you'd love it too. Rainier, okay. I guess it wouldn't hurt to try some. AI, you alright? You don't sound pretty excited to try it. Rainier, oh my bad. It's just that I don't eat foods with sugar very often, and this is actually my very first time eating ice cream, so I'm really unsure on what to choose. Hehe. Ai was flabbergasted and exclaimed, "Wait, you've never had a single scoop of ice cream in your life? That's wild." Rainier, well, I had a pretty strict upbringing, but now I'm all grown up now and am not exploring different things which I've always been curious about. AI, I see. Alright then, so I assume your order is the scoop of cookies and cream as well as the vanilla with caramel. Rainier, yup, my table is over there. I'm sitting with my brother, by the way. He's the one with the brown hair. I looked across the cafe and spotted Issei, who matched Rainier's description of him. She nodded and said, "Okay then, please take a seat and we'll be there in a short while." Rainier then proceeded to go over to where Issei was sitting and sat down. In the meantime, both of them decided to chat for a while. Rainier, so, just out of curiosity, what kind of person was I when I was still Rainier? Issei, well, let's just say that you had a few screws loose to say at the very least. I mean, you killed me, right, and then you try and hurt my old friends but then you got your ass kicked. Rainier just stared at him with a deadpan expression, although her eyes were still wide open due to the bluntness of that answer. Issei, on the other hand, nervously chuckled after replying and immediately tried to change the subject of the conversation. So, since you're a fallen angel, you can use the powers of a fallen angel. I thought the rook piece I gave you transformed you into a dragon. Rainier, oh, I only realized I was part fallen angel after I decided to play around with my own powers before accidentally conjuring lightning in my hands. Then I activated my fallen angel wings and learned that I shared the abilities of two different species, dragons and fallen angels. Issei, and when did this happen? Rainier, during last Saturday. It was just after the Tenor Festival did I decided to train for a bit, and discovered the fallen angel side of myself. Issei, oh okay. Well, I noticed that too during the battle in Kyoto. I saw your abilities as a fallen angel. Do you think, maybe we could train that ability more? Rainier, what? You want to make me conjure thunderstorms and manipulate lightning so good that Zeus would get jealous? Issei, why the fuck not? That would be epic, I tell you. Rainier laughed at what her brother said, but then she suddenly became sad, which confused Issei. Issei, is everything alright? Was it something I said? Rainier, no. It's just that this was supposed to be a break from the supernatural, and here we are still talking about it. Can I really get a break for once? Issei replied, sorry sis. I didn't mean to do that. But tell you what, why don't we head to the arcade later to have some fun? Rainier, the arcade, you mean the place with lots of machines and stuff? Issei, yeah, you can win lots of prizes and stuff. I'm sure it will be a great opportunity to experience what being a normal person is like. Rainier, okay, then it's decided. Let's go and have some fun at the arcade. I can't wait to see what kind of games they have there. Issei, heh. Now we're talking, and would you look at that, our ice cream has arrived, let's eat it quickly before it melts. Scene break. Arcade. 10 a.m. Issei and Rainier headed to the arcade and saw lots of different machines. Rainier was particularly excited as she began to rush into the arcade to see all the different games they had. Rainier's eyes were sparkling with joy as she admired each game that was available. Issei followed her in and said, what do you think? It's a very nice place, don't you think? Rainier agreed and exclaimed, yeah, I've never seen a place as flashy as this. Let's go, I want to play that one. She pointed to a game which appeared to be a machine with a punching pad attached to it. Based on its appearance and design, the player was most likely supposed to give their strongest punch to the pad and see their high score. Issei said, sure, let's see who does it better, but I don't need to find out since I already know I'm stronger than you. Rainier, oh yeah, I'm gonna beat your high score. I'm gonna punch the pad so fucking hard that it'll fly off the machine, then we'll see who's the strongest. Both of them now had a competitive sibling rivalry now as Issei and Rainier ran over towards the machine and began to try getting a higher score than the other. Issei went first, stretching his arm and cracking his knuckles, saying, I'm gonna show you the power of the Sapphire Warriors King. I've been in my fair share of fights, so watch what I can do. Hiya! Smash! Issei hit the punching pad with a right hook and the scoreboard began to calculate his score. As the numbers rapidly changed as his score grew bigger, it eventually stopped at a total of 8,257 points, which shocked many people who looked to see Issei giving his best punch. Rainier rolled her eyes and said, heh, I can do better. I specialize as physical combat, so leave it to the expert, Hiya. Smash! Suddenly, Rainier came flying in with a 360 roundhouse kick and caused a loud bang as she kicked the pad, which was supposed to be punched. The crowd went wild as they saw her pull of the kick, and as the numbers tabulated, the score ended with a 93-56, which beat Issei's score and became the high score of all time. Rainier flipped her hair around and proudly said, told you I'd win, watch a think of that. Issei exclaimed, hey, no fair, you're supposed to punch the pad. Not kick it, you cheated. Rainier chuckled and said, well, too bad, I won, hee hee hee. She began to run off in another direction, which prompted Issei to chase her around the arcade. As both siblings behaved childishly, bystanders were amused and began chatting among themselves. Bystander 1, heh? Those two get along pretty well, don't you think? Bystander 2, yeah? Totally. I heard they're siblings. If only I got along with my brother like that. Bystander 3, it's so rare to see people like that. It seems as if the years went on, people just stopped caring about each other and forgot about civility. Bystander 4, yeah, I mean, remember what happened in Kyoto. The world is becoming more dangerous. It's good to keep our heads up in these trying times. After that, Issei and Rainier stopped chasing around each other after the former finally caught up to the latter. Issei, see me. I'm gonna tickle you to death, ahaha. Rainer, oh no, please don't, ahahaha. Both of them fooled around for a bit as Issei started tickling Rainer, making her laugh uncontrollably, and kept going on until Issei decided to stop. Rainer was struggling to catch her breath, and she said, "You're so mean," gasp. "You didn't have to do that." Issei had a mischievous smile on his face and said, "Hee. That's what you get for being a bad girl. Now, ready for more tickling." Rainer backed off and was still laughing from the tingling sensation from being tickled and exclaimed, "And no. Please, haha, stop. I promise to let you win the next game, ha ha ha." Issei, "Then I'll choose the claw machine. If I can get a prize, then I get to decide what you're gonna do next." Ha! Then both Issei and Rainer went over to the claw machine, where the former put in a coin and began controlling the claw to get a stuffed plushie of a goat. Issei kept his full focus on the goat plushie and was locked in. Literally, he didn't even blink at all, and his facial expression was just him staring directly at the goat plushie while he didn't express a single emotion and didn't say a single word. Rainer watched on as the claw was barely clinging onto the goat plushie. A part of her was cheering her brother on, while another part of her was hoping that he would lose, since she was scared of what Issei was going to do next. As the claw slowly approached above the pit, both brother and sister were feeling suspenseful as Issei lowered the claw and opened it up. Then, the goat plushie fell through the pit, making Issei the winner of the claw machine. Issei cheered in celebration while taking out the goat plushie, exclaiming, "Hell yeah! It was a good thing that I locked in, ha ha ha." Rainer just rolled her eyes and watched as her brother jumped up and down like a kid while dreading about what he was going to do next. But then, Issei suddenly presented the goat plushie to her, which made Rainer surprised. She was confused and asked, "What's going on? Are you giving it to me?" Issei cheerfully replied, "To thanks for all your hard work, this goat plushie represents you, for being a goat sister, for being a goat member of the team. You're truly the goat, Shiori." Rainer wasn't expecting this at all and slowly received the goat plushie in her hands. She felt touched since she was acknowledged for all her hard work and efforts, so she felt at ease when Issei said all that. But then, "Alright then, time to decide your punishment. You agreed to that if I won, right?" Rainer's entire expression changed to negative as she frowned and lost her smile, suddenly remembering what Issei said just now. Then, she replied in an annoyed tone, "TSK. Okay, you won. What do you want to do?" Issei, "Take out your phone and enter the family's group chat. I want to make you say something on there." Rainer, "Sigh, yes, what is it?" Issei began whispering in her ear to tell her what he wanted her to say in the family's group chat. Scene change. Itsuka household. 10:30 a.m. Drake was watching TV when he receives a notification on his phone. It's from the family's group chat. He opens it up and reads the message sent from Shiori. He raises an eyebrow and exclaims in a voice full of pure confusion, "What the fuck does Shiori mean when she says that Albion is a certified dragon daddy? Huh, did she forget that I'm in the group chat too? I'm gonna end her when she gets back. She must know that I, Drake, the Red Dragon Emperor, and her own father, is the best dragon who'd ever lived. That young lady will soon face my wrath." 1. Back to main scene. Rainer let out a deep breath as she trembled in fear, saying, "Dad is so going to kill me. Why did you choose to make me say that out of all things?" Issei, "Don't worry about it. I'm sure Dad thinks you're joking. There's no way he believed that one of his own offspring would emotionally backstab him like that." Rainer didn't feel reassured at all, and simply dreaded about what her father was going to do when she got back home. But negativity aside, both siblings decided to spend the rest of the day hanging out around the city. They even bought some train tickets and went to visit Tokyo, which was just a short train ride away. The bustling metropolis of Tokyo was a nice change of scenery for the Itsuka siblings, and they spent the rest of the afternoon enjoying themselves there, which was beneficial since it served as a well-deserved break for them. Towards the end of the day, around 5 p.m. when the sun was beginning to set and the sky turned orange, Rainer proposed one final activity before heading home. "Why don't we head to the park for the last stop? It's pretty quiet now, so I'd like to spend the evening winding down for a bit before we go home." Issei, "A walk in the park?" "Why not? I'm also pretty tired of all the things we did, so let's go for a stroll before it gets late." Both of them headed towards a small park in a less crowded area where there were very little people. They walked side by side and looked around, taking in the sights of nature and enjoying the fresh air and the atmosphere. Eventually, both Issei and Rainier reached the fountain, where there was nobody around. In the distance, the sun was really starting to set. The sky was becoming more orange, and the shadows of the trees were becoming taller. 4. Both sat by the fountain and began to think back on everything that has happened. Rainier looked at her brother and asked, "Say, brother, do you think that I'll be able to live peacefully like a human? The future is really uncertain and things are looking bleak. Do you think I'll be able to enjoy my life like I did today?" Issei responded immediately, promising his sister, "Of course. Let's win the war and defeat Westcott once and for all. Let's get our revenge and destroy Rias Gremory. Then we are free to choose our own future." Rainier, "Okay, second question, will you promise to never leave me behind? Now that mom is gone, I only have the rest of you guys, but the person I share the strongest bond with is you. Will you leave me one day?" Issei, "No, because we're family, and nothing is stronger than family. If any bad guy tries to get you, then they'll face my wrath. This big brother won't let anyone mess with his sister." Rainier, "I see. Then last question. Would you die for me?" 1. Issei, "I will live for you instead, because I'll help you find the true meaning of your life once this whole war is over. We're family, so we'll be there for each other even if things are looking extremely hopeless. We'll live to make sure all of us can live." Rainier, "Alright. I think I am reassured now. Thanks so much, Shido. Now I don't have anything to be worried about. So long as I have you and the others to protect me, then I can live without a single trace of fear in my heart." As Issei and Rainier have fully sorted out their doubts and worries, the wind blew through the park as both siblings began to shift back to their original forms, where they were just good old Shido Itsuka and good old Shiori Itsuka. Then, they both got up and headed back to the train station to return home. Eventually, both of them reached home at around 6:30 p.m. As they entered the house, Shido called out, "Hey Dad. We're home." Shiori followed up, "Sorry we didn't tell you earlier, we went to Tokyo and..." Drake suddenly came rushing into the hallway and yelled, "Shiori Itsuka. Explain yourself this fucking instant." Shiori, "Oh shit, I forgot that I said that in the group chat, shit. Tengu City, Japan. Friday, 11:30 a.m. I can't believe you snuck out with Shiori yesterday and didn't tell me anything. You're gonna spend the whole day with me, alright, If you can spend an entire day hanging out with Shiori without us knowing at all, then who is to say that you won't do the same with the rest? I'll be watching you at all times." Shido, "Ugh, how did it come to this? I really wish I hadn't told the other girls what I did yesterday. Now I have to take these two out for a date." Somewhere in Tengu City, Shido Itsuka found himself in a tricky situation as he was taking out his girlfriends, Toka and Origami, on a date to Tokyo. This all happened because both girls happened to find out that he hung out with Shiori in Tokyo yesterday without even telling them anything, so they became jealous and wanted the same treatment. As of now, Shido was being clung onto by Toka and Origami on both of his arms. The first activity of this date was to go for lunch. Shido was very nervous about his savings, since it would cost a lot to feed all three of them, and it couldn't be helped that Toka out of all people was there, and she could eat a lot, like a lot. Shido looked around at the restaurants, specifically at their prices, and he became very worried. He knew that his own cash on hand would not be enough for the three of them, and still have some money left over. Toka and Origami just continued to give him jealous stares, which only made Shido more uncomfortable. He was getting more worked up and panicked as he looked left and right for cheap yet delicious food. Just then, Shido struck gold. Across the street, he spotted a free all-you-can-eat buffet hosted by a restaurant serving both Western and Eastern cuisine. His eyes sparkled with joy as he breathed a huge sigh of relief, before exclaiming to the girls, "Hey, look over there, an all-you-can-eat buffet. Why don't we head there for lunch so we can save some money?" Toka's mood instantly brightened up as she gasped in surprise and replied, "Huh, really, everything is free, let's go." She didn't hesitate to break off of her boyfriend's arm and dashed across the street towards the restaurant, which prompted Shido to chase after her with Origami following closely behind. Scene break. 11:35 a.m. Shido, Toka, and Origami took their respective seats at a table. Once they had settled down, Toka went on her merry way to pick the food she wanted. Shido watched her leave as he thought, "Good luck to the management of this restaurant, they're gonna need it. Especially since that girl always eats like a glutton." While waiting for Toka to return, Origami started a conversation out of the blue, and asked Shido, So, now that we're alone for now, I'd like to ask you, what are your most favorite things about me? Shido was taken aback by this question, so he answered, What? Where's this going? I don't understand what you're trying to get at here. Origami, it is as I said. What are your favorite things about me? Origami stated once more her question and clarified that it was direct and had no hidden meanings or implications. But as Shido tried to think of an answer, his mind was completely blank, and he remained silent and dumbfounded. Just as Shido looked back at Origami, she immediately spoke to him. I thought so too. You haven't been spending time with me at all, not even a single date ever since we got together. You don't love me a single bit. Shido, well, that's not true. I really do love you. Origami, then let's run through your record, shall we? You met Toka for the first time and immediately started going out with her. Then you took out Yoshino and Kotori to the cafe for lunch. Then you took out Kaguya and Yuzuru for a date at the arcade. Then you took out Miku and Natsumi for a shopping trip in Kyoto. And then you hung out with Shiori in Tokyo yesterday. Don't you see? I'm not in any one of these dates. Have you forgotten about me completely? Do I even matter to you at all? Origami stood up and slammed the table with her hands, which caused Shido to flinch back in fear. This commotion had also caused other surrounding customers to watch in confusion and gossip among themselves, wondering why Origami was so mad. Shido was completely speechless. But can he really be blamed? Origami only got close to him because she forcefully pushed herself into his social circle and has been tagging along with him ever since. Although she has done some affectionate gestures towards Shido, Origami still felt completely left out of the fun and had been silently sulking in the corner. On top of that, the whole Supernatural and Dem Corporation drama was making things pretty stressful and exhausting. Could Shido really have made time to go out with Origami alone on a day where he didn't need to fight for his life? Shido felt pretty guilty, and he partially believed that it was his fault that Origami was angry. He had absolutely no defense, and was in a very precarious position. Even as Origami barely showed emotions, a single mistake could possibly place lots of property damage fees on Shido's bill, so he was extremely cautious about what he wanted to say next. Shido looked down on the table, feeling scared knowing that Origami was practically glaring at him. But just as he tried to say something, Toka came bolting back to the table and cheerfully exclaimed, I've got my meal. Did something happen? Did I arrive at a bad time? Shido wanted to reassure Toka that nothing bad was going on, but Origami out of nowhere spoke first and told her, No. Everything's alright. You can sit down and eat. Toka, okay. She then proceeded to place her plates full of chicken cutlets and hash browns filled to the brim, and on top of that, Toka also brought the entire tray of sausages and the entire tray of toast from the food counter. She began munching down on her food as bystanders watched with eyes wide open due to shock and amusement. Although it was cute to watch her be this way, Shido still felt uncomfortable due to the stares and looks he was getting. Shido slouched back in his seat and sighed, feeling overwhelmed by this sudden streak of events happening all at once. As he gazed into the restaurant, Shido suddenly spotted a boy and a girl sitting by the window, and the girl in question happened to be munching down on her food while the boy watched in astonishment. 1. The boy was also in a similar situation with Shido. His girlfriend was munching down on lots of food, especially the rice and noodles which she took from the buffet. In fact, the girl took an entire pot of rice and had a massive bowl of noodles which were enough to feed 5 people altogether. Shido just looked at the boy and felt sorry for him, believing that he might have brought his girlfriend here because he needed to save money and not spend it all on her meals. The boy also happened to make eye contact with Shido, and also noticed that Toka, whom the boy assumed to be Shido's girlfriend, was also munching down on her food like there was no tomorrow. The boy tiredly smiled at Shido and shook his head, sending a message which meant something like, Don't worry, buddy. I completely understand how you feel. This ain't my first time seeing this. Shido also returned the tired smile and shook his head back, feeling completely relatable to the boy whose girlfriend was gobbling down on her food. He returned a message which meant something like, Heh. I guess I'm not the only one who has to worry about a girlfriend who eats a lot. We should hang out sometime, yeah. Then, the girl gulped down an entire bowl of soup and said, I'm still hungry. More food. The boy replied to her, Sigh, you and that boy's girlfriend are taking everything from the buffet, and it hasn't even been 20 minutes and there's very little food left. Tell you what, if you finish everything you have on this table, then I promise to make some burgers for you for dinner. The girl's eyes lightened up with contentment, and she exclaimed, Really? Okay then, You better keep your promise. I love burgers. Shido saw that exchange take place and chuckled, before he looked back at Toka still munching on her food and said to himself, "Sigh. This is why you're so cute, Toka." Toka didn't hear what he said and just proceeded to continue eating, but unfortunately, a white-haired girl who happened to sit next to Shido just lost it. Without saying anything, Origami just stood up and stormed out of the restaurant, not looking back once as she left somewhere else. That's when Shido realized that he had messed up big time, frustrated over the fact that he had unwittingly upset a loved one. Shido got up to follow Origami, hoping to quickly apologize and make up for what he said, but then Shido thought that it'd be best to leave her be alone to cool down for a while, otherwise his presence might just aggravate her even more. In the meantime, Shido just stayed with Toka and continued watching her eat. Feeling stressed out already, he decided to get his own food as well. Shido walked up to the buffet and grabbed a plate for himself, before heading over to the leftover trays of food which by some miracle still had lots of food left. Shido took a deep breath and took in the fragrant aroma of the freshly cooked food. He exhaled and let out a huge sigh, before picking up the food with the ladles and became eager to eat his stress away. When he got back, Shido saw that Toka was still in the middle of munching down on her lunch, and still had lots more to eat. "Sigh, I'm gonna be here for a while, am I? Might as well try to relax for a bit before I try to find Origami and calm her down," is what he thought as Shido was taking his first few bites out of his lunch. But fate can be pretty cruel sometimes, and it just so happened that another hindrance had to occur just when Shido thought that he could take a break. Suddenly, "Oh, is that Toka, Still the gluttonous little girl you've always been? Haven't you grown up at all?" A slightly deep voice of a girl suddenly spoke, and it caught the attention of both Shido and Toka, who both looked in the direction where the voice came from. My, look at all this food. How have you not gained weight at all? You're still the girl failure that I've always known my whole life, dearest sister." Suddenly, Toka had completely stopped eating. All she did was tremble in fear as she gripped onto her fork and spoon. Toka swallowed the bits of food she was chewing on, before speaking. "Tenka, what are you doing here? How did you find me?" "Tenka, oh, I just happened to be here, that's all. The real question here is, what are you doing here? I thought you would have died on the streets a long time ago." Toka didn't respond at all to this girl who looked extremely similar to her, almost as if it was a spitting image of herself. Shido just watched in confusion as he listened to both girls speak. Then, he decided to ask Toka, Toka, what's going on? You know this girl?" Toka nervously nodded her head, before replying to him, "That's my older sister, Tenka Yatagami." "Shido, sister, but you never mentioned you had a sister. What is happening? Why can't I just catch a break for once?" "Toka, I am sorry, Shido. I'm sorry I didn't tell you earlier. The reason I didn't mention Tenka to you at all is because she gives me lots of bad memories, and I don't want to ever recall them." Shido looked at Toka as she trembled in fear. Not even the delicious food in front of her could calm her down. If something like this happened, then it must be serious. Suddenly, Tenka shouted at both of them, "Excuse me, don't ignore me when I'm talking to you, Toka. Is this how you treat your family?" Toka became even more scared, and this was slowly becoming a big commotion. Lots of customers were taking notice of the situation, and were curious as to what was going on. Some of them were even intimidated by Tenka's condescending and domineering attitude. Shido had enough and yelled back at Tenka, "Listen, lady, I don't know who the fuck you are or what the fuck you want. But please leave Toka and I the fuck alone, we're on a date for fuck's sake." Tenka was stunned and lowered her guard. She looked at Shido for a while and then looked back at Toka. Then, she proceeded to laugh before replying. Ha, what, my little sister has a boyfriend now. Oh, don't make me laugh. Toka, the little girl failure that I've known since little has now found a date. You have to be joking. I can't believe that someone as worthless as her managed to attract a guy, and a guy who's as handsome as this. Shido let out a sharp exhale and got off his seat, before pointing towards the door and firmly stated, "Get out. Now. Or I'll make you leave." Tenka didn't take him seriously and scoffed. "Pfft. Really, you wouldn't lay a finger on me. Especially since you're a guy. You wouldn't hurt a lady, would you?" "Shido, I yearn for true gender equality. I'm a man who wouldn't hesitate to drop kick bitches like you in an instant." 1. Tenka, some speech you have there. If you really mean what you said, then why don't you? Smack. A loud smack was heard in the restaurant. Tenka fell onto the ground and she winced in pain as she pressed onto the side of her cheek. But it wasn't Shido who smacked her. He just stood in his position and watched Tenka fall onto the ground so suddenly. It was Toka who got out of her seat and delivered a right hook to her older sister's face. Shido just turned to the side and was shocked to see Toka doing something like this in public. But before he could say anything, Toka started yelling at the top of her lungs at her sister. "I've had enough of you, Tenka. You're no longer a part of my life. I no longer see those old geezers as my mom and dad. You guys kicked me out of the house. Why should I still entertain you with any kind of nonsense? From now on, the both of us are nothing. Happy, I sure hope you are, since you were always the favorite child." Tenka was also as equally shocked when she heard what Toka had to say. And based on her expression, Tenka probably didn't know that her estranged little sister was capable of getting this angry. Tenka didn't say anything else, and the whole restaurant went silent. To avoid any more embarrassment, Shido quickly grabbed Toka's arm and apologized to the customers and staff in the restaurant, before they quickly left. Scene break. Tenga City, Japan. 11:50 a.m. Shido dragged Toka into a quiet alley, and began to ask his own questions now that Tenka was no longer around to bother him. "Alright. What the fuck was that all about? First, I learned that you have a sister, and then all shit broke loose. Mind explaining to me from start to end what the hell was all that?" Toka was clearly feeling guilty and was embarrassed about what happened just now. She knew she owed her boyfriend an explanation, so Toka started telling her story. "I'm sorry for not telling you all this time, Shido. So let me explain. I wasn't actually an only child. I had an older sister named Tenka who is 2 years older than me. Ever since we were young, Tenka had been our parents' favorite child and she always received attention and praise from them. My family is descended from a line of famed kendo practitioners who were once samurai warriors who were retainers of the shogunate. Due to our rich heritage, Tenka and I had to meet high expectations from our parents so that we can preserve our family's honor. Tenka had always bested me in it. Until we entered high school did I manage to beat her after years of strenuous training. That was a high point in my life when my parents started favoring me more and started paying attention to me. I also started to compete locally and nationally, and became a champion kendo practitioner 5 times. That was until Zenobia and Irina ruined my reputation at my old high school's festival and made me lose everything. I didn't tell you about Tenka at all because she had been a headache for me. Always teasing and mocking me for not being good enough. I've always believed that we could have been good sisters, but I guess my chance at improving our relationship was lost ever since I beat her. Based on what happened in the restaurant, Tenka is definitely still sour about it. But what can I do now? She's no longer my family. At least, I don't see her as a sister anymore. Tenka is dead to me." Shido listened carefully and sighed, finally understand the context behind Toka's family situation. He wasn't mad, but was instead relieved that he finally knew the truth. "Shido, I see, so that's what happened. Do you still hate your family, if you don't mind me asking?" "Toka, of course I still do. How could I not? After all my efforts, I still got kicked out by them. They're dead to me, so I want nothing to do with them. But it's hard to let go of the past. I know my time with you has been the greatest, but remember that I've known Tenka and my former parents even longer than you. The memories of them keep haunting me even until now. It's just that I've been trying my hardest to cope." Although Shido was already well informed of his girlfriend's situation, this was still news to him, and it made him feel sorry for Toka. Now that he sees the full picture, Shido decided to comfort Toka by giving her a hug and some head pats which she always liked. Toka just buried her face into his shirt and hugged him tightly, still feeling down from that confrontation with her sister, and now wanted to be comforted and loved. Then, Tenka appeared out of nowhere and yelled, "There, she's over there with her boyfriend. I recognize him." Both Shido and Toka looked to the side of the alley and saw Tenka standing at the main street along with 2 other people by her side. Rina gasped, "It really is you, Toka." "Kazuki, explain what's going on, Toka. I've already heard what happened from Tenka." Toka panicked as she realized who was with her sister. Based on how they looked like and how they spoke towards her just now, Shido assumed that they were her parents, and Tenka had definitely told them what happened at the restaurant. Knowing that Toka hadn't resolved her past issues with her family yet, Shido decided to introduce himself first. "Okay, I assume you're my girlfriend's parents, right? Nice to meet you both. I'm Shido Itsuka, and I'm Toka's boyfriend. We go to the same school together, after you had kicked her out of the house." Kazuki Yatagami, Toka's father, was stunned as he learned that his estranged daughter had found a boyfriend. Rina Yatagami, Toka's mother, was also as equally shocked when she heard of this news. This prompted both parents to ask questions. Kazuki, boyfriend. Toka, just what have you been doing ever since you left? You're still too young for this kind of relationship, you know. Rina, don't forget about your arranged marriage as well. Although you no longer live with us, it is still your responsibility to uphold the family name. Don't date any random commoners on the street. 1. Toka got angry and she yelled back, just leave me alone. Didn't you kick me out of the house? Didn't you say that I have already ruined our family's name? Why are you still trying to act like my parents when you clearly disowned me? Did I ever have any value to you both? Or was I just born for a strategic marriage to support our family? Was I ever good enough for you? Kazuki, I kicked you out of the house because I wanted to reflect on why you lost to that blue-haired woman at your school festival, and what you can do to make up for it. It's not that difficult to figure out why you screwed up and then improve from there. Toka was flabbergasted by what her father said and replied with anger in her voice, You cannot be serious. Where did you think I was going to go when I had lost my only home? I was homeless for weeks until an orphanage took me in. Did you think I would have really been alright all on my own, on the streets? Kazuki and Rina remained quiet and didn't say anything. In fact, they appeared really dumbfounded after Toka had asked that question, which only added more fuel to the fire as Toka interpreted this as a sign that her parents didn't think about her well-being on her streets, and what would have happened. Toka exploded in anger, releasing all her built-up rage against her parents. No, you really left me on my own without thinking what would have happened to me. Even if I actually died, was there a point in time when you had believed something bad had happened to me, or did you not care at all? Kazuki and Rina still didn't respond. Toka finally realized that she never mattered to her parents at all. A single teardrop flowed down from her eyes as she fell onto her knees, feeling sick to her stomach. Shido instinctively went to check up on his girlfriend and said, Toka, are you alright? What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? He also bent down on his knees and tried his best to comfort Toka, who was slowly breaking down as she finally concluded that her family had never cared about her at all. In this intense situation, Kazuki and Rina didn't even bother to walk forward to reassure their estranged daughter that it was a misunderstanding. Tenka didn't seem to care at all and kept a nonchalant and unbothered look on her face, which Shido took notice of all of them and decided to unleash his anger onto them. Shido growled before speaking in an infuriated tone, You monsters, I can't believe that parents like you could sink this low, ha 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 ha, ha ha. If this is your way of showing love and care toward your children, then perhaps you never deserve to have any at all. Listen, Toka is not just my girlfriend. She's my future wife. Don't try and force her to do as you say anymore, especially since you've already kicked her out of your house, am I right? She will no longer abide by your rules and will no longer do as you ask of her. No arranged marriages. No more family honor or bullshit like that. And to Tenka, I'm glad that I met Toka. Meeting her had changed my life. I don't know what kind of redundant championships or tournaments you have won or what, but Toka has done more than you. Much more than you. She's not a failure, because she's the greatest blessing in my life. You're a horrible sister, and one that lacks lots of positive qualities for a person. To Toka's parents, I'll have you know she's doing alright. I don't know if you've read the news, but Toka along with my sister and 2 of her friends at school recently performed at the Tenno Festival and won first place. She was the singer, and the crowd was enchanted by her voice. Read the article if you haven't, though I doubt you'd even do that. Also, Toka is legally no longer your daughter. I've heard you disowned her and left her orphaned. A new family had adopted her not so long ago, and they love her dearly. So don't go around trying to tell Toka to obey you anymore. You hear me? The only thing that she'll ever receive from you is her last name. But soon it'll change once we get married. Now, get lost. Shido supported Toka up on her feet and placed his hand on her back, before the couple slowly made their way out through the opposite end of the alley. However, as they tried to leave, Kazuki and Rina still hadn't read the room and tried calling them back. Kazuki, wait, hold on, it's not what you think, boy. We never intended for all this to happen. Rina, it's all a misunderstanding, we truly. Toka, what, you think that this is some small matter which can be fixed with just words? Forget it then. I've already found a new family. I'd rather be a commoner than a noblewoman. Besides, what do you have to lose when I'm gone? After all, you still have your favorite child, Tenka. Goodbye, Rina. Goodbye, Kazuki. And more importantly, fuck you, Tenka. May we never meet again. Toka turned around and left with Shido, not looking back once as she finally cut ties with her former family which had disowned her. For Kazuki and Rina, they hadn't fully realized it yet, but both of them had just broken up the family and lost the daughter forever. They didn't even bother fighting back anymore. Kazuki started walking back to his family's home, not saying a single word to his wife or his last remaining daughter. He barely showed any emotions, which made it difficult to tell whether if he really regretted what he did or simply didn't care at all. Rina also started following her husband back slowly, but she had a stressed expression on her face, and she also took a final look at her daughter before they would eventually never see each other again. Tenka, as usual, didn't care at all in the slightest about what just happened. But for some reason, Tenka felt annoyed about something. She didn't know what it was, and she couldn't be bothered to find out why. However, just the mere thought of seeing Toka leave with Shido left a mark, and it wasn't a pleasant one. Tenka, TSK. That girl, always acting like a child ever since young. But why does she make me so pissed? That behavior was something I never expected to come from her. But it still makes me feel guilty for some reason. Scene break. Tengu City, Japan. Friday, 12:30 p.m. After some time walking, Shido and Toka ended up near a section of the downtown district where all the small businesses were. They bought ice cream and kanako bread respectively to cheer themselves up, and it was honestly refreshing to be away from all the nonsense which had happened just now. Shido asked, "Are you feeling better, Toka? I'm sorry if I didn't do much to help you back there. I should have done better." Toka took a bite out of her bun and said, "Maybe. I still feel quite mad at those folks. Now I finally know that my former family does not love me. But at least I have you right." Shido gave her a head pat and replied, "Hee hee. You're right about that one. Now who's my precious little princess?" Toka, "Hee hee, me. I am. Now pat my head more." Shido continued to show his girlfriend more affection by giving her head pats. They had always been her favorite form of affection, which Toka always wanted to receive from Shido. As Shido was patting Toka's head, he said, "Sigh? It has been quite the chaotic past few weeks, isn't it?" Toka, "Yeah, I really need a break. Even a tough girl like Origami needs one too." That's when Shido remembered. "Oh shit, I forgot all about Origami. Crap, we need to look for her. I need to say sorry and make it up to her." Toka looked around confused for a moment, but then she realized it too and exclaimed, "Wait. Ugh, no wonder why my date with you was so peaceful. Origami isn't here to compete with me. Do you know where she is?" Shido took out his phone and started scrolling through it, replying, "No. I don't have a damn clue. Let's try calling her first." Scene break. Tengu City Cemetery, 12:50 p.m. Alongside a peaceful mountain slope was the Tengu City Cemetery, the final resting place of many of the city's residents who have passed. The cemetery had expanded recently a few years ago, which included a new section made for the victims of the Great Tengu City Fire, which claimed many lives. Among the victims were Origami Tabichi's parents, who perished in the fire, although it was Akeno Himejima and Koneko Tojo from Ryasa's peerage who killed them first, before they were confirmed dead after the fire. Speaking of whom, Origami was standing in front of her parents' graves, and was just staring at their names which were engraved on the tombstones. The only memory left of her dear parents. Then Origami spoke to the tombstones. "Hello, Mom. Hello, Dad. It's Origami. Sigh, it has been so long since I last saw you both. And honestly speaking, it has been a chaotic life for me, and I never had a chance to have a break. In fact, sometimes we're so stressful and exhausting that I've nearly forgotten how you've looked like. I've stared death in the face multiple times and came out unharmed. But I really don't know if I can keep going anymore. All my happy memories with you are all a blur now, and I can't seem to recall the good times. Also, I've found someone I fancy. However, I don't know if he really loves me back. It all started when I eyed him for a while, though he was unaware of it. And I actually forced him into being my boyfriend because I was too sour since another girl came in and claimed him first. Due to circumstances which are probably inexplicable to both of you, especially as humans, I'd been living with my boyfriend and, well, his other girlfriends. Yeah, I'm part of a harem now. But I feel like I received the least amount of affection and attention from him. Just now, I stormed out of a restaurant because my jealousy got the better of me. Thinking back, I was definitely being unreasonable. Maybe I should have at least spoken with him and cleared things up. Maybe, if you were still alive, I'd ask you what I should have done. And if you were still alive, I would have really loved to receive your blessing and introduce my family to you. Sigh, I don't know if you can really hear me. but I just want you to know that I really need help. I still love my boyfriend, but I just want him to give me more attention and spend more time with me. That's all I have to tell you for now. Thanks Mom and Dad for listening. I miss you. I'll see you later." Origami walked away from her parents' graves and went off in another direction. She didn't have a destination in mind, she just wanted to breathe some fresh air and take her mind off some things. Just then, Origami heard a familiar and unexpected voice which made her genuinely shocked. "Surprise, didn't expect to find you in a place like this." Origami looked at the woman and was speechless. She asked, "Captain Kuzukabe, is that you?" "Ryoko, yup, 'tis I, Ryoko Kuzukabe, the one and only." "Hee, how have you been, Origami? It's been a while since I last saw you all those years ago. Look at you, you've grown so much." Origami couldn't believe that it was her old captain from the time she temporarily worked in Dem Industries in a wizard squadron before she and her teammates defected and went on the run. Origami demanded an explanation. "We went off in 4 different directions and we were not told the locations of where we were going. How did you manage to find me?" "Ryoko, whoa, don't get too worked up, Origami. It's a long story about how I found you, but I'm glad to see you again. In fact, Mildred and Mikey are here too. They came along with me." "Origami, wait, Mildred and Mikey are here. Where are they now?" "Left. Mikey Okamine, right. Mildred F. Fujimura. Mikey, hi Origami. Long time no see. Mildred, Origami, it really is you." This was all too unexpected and bizarre. Origami clearly remembers that the Spanish had carefully sent her and her friends away to undisclosed and secret locations where Dam Industries would not reach them. So how are they all together again? "Ryoko, now I know you have lots of questions, so let me fill you in on the details. Basically, Mildred, being the engineer she is, reconstructed Dem's technology and used it to find Mikey and I, but had a bit of trouble tracking you down before she successfully pinpointed your location just a week ago." Origami, hold on. This is all happening way too fast. I need to know, just where have you all been? I've missed you all. "Ryoko, Svalbard, Norway. I lived in a small and cozy chalet far up north in the Arctic. Every day was super cold, but I got to eat lots of grilled food." Mildred, Calgary, Canada. Far from the ocean and deep within the plains. Also close to the woods and the mountains, where I had a small cabin. Mikey, South Island, New Zealand. An isolated island far away from major cities but has nice weather and nice scenery. Origami, oh. Well, I came back home to Tengu City. I'd been living all alone since we separated. Until recently, when I got a boyfriend. The 3 girls were overjoyed and excited when they heard this sudden piece of news from their friend whom they hadn't seen for a long time. They each congratulated Origami and were curious to know who this boy was. Origami proceeded to tell them about her life with Shido, but she was careful to omit the details related to the supernatural, though she did bring up the part about being part of a harem. "Ryoko, seems like you're in quite the dilemma. Tell you what, why don't you try calling him first?" Origami looked at her phone which she had silenced. She turned her network connection back on and saw several missed calls from Shido and Toka. Origami knew that they must have been looking all over the city for her. Upon seeing those missed calls, Mikey said, "See, he does care about you, otherwise why would there be so many calls in a single minute? If he really didn't care about you, he would have went away with some other girl." Mikey also added, "You also mentioned that he has other girls in his harem, right? Think about this. You talked about all the things that he did for the other girls, but maybe he's just waiting for the perfect opportunity for you and him to spend some time alone. Maybe he has a surprise for you." Origami, really? But based on his character and behavior, he doesn't really seem to be the one who's good at concealing secrets, planning surprises. Mildred, but although he may seem indecisive and dense, boys like that are actually the most caring and kind for some reason. Perhaps it might not be a surprise, but he might be finding the best way to make it up to you. Ryoko, see, don't think about the worst, Origami. I know we've been trained to predict the worst in our training as Dem Wizards, but now that we're free from their control, it's time that you take it easy and relax for a bit. Origami still wasn't sure if her friend's ideas and thoughts were really going to help, but thinking back, she indeed believed that she could have communicated better with Shido, and this decided to call him to speak. She took her phone out and dialed his number, which he instantly picked up. "Hello, Origami, are you alright?" Origami, "Yes. I'm fine. Don't worry about me." Based on how Shido was speaking on the phone, it sounded like he was running around and frantically searching for Origami. She could even hear his panting on the phone. Shido, listen, I'm sorry I didn't show you enough love and attention. It's my fault. Tell me what can I do to make it up to you. I'll do anything. Origami, no, I'm sorry. I should have talked with you first. You are my leader as both of us are Sapphire warriors, and there are other girls whom you must also pay attention to. That is why, now that we have time, may we please have a fancy dinner date at a high-class restaurant so that we can finally spend some time together for real. Shido, deal. Where are you now? I want to let you know that I care about you, and I don't want you to get hurt while you're out there on your own. Origami, just outside the city's cemetery. I'm there with some old friends. Shido, the cemetery. Oh, well, I'm actually close by. I'm just right around the corner. He proceeded to hang up, which confused Origami, but then she suddenly heard Shido's voice calling out to her from the distance. Shido, hey, Origami. Over here. Origami saw Shido running from a bend up ahead and was rushing towards her along with Toka. Eventually, both of them reached Origami and they were struggling to catch their breath. After a short while, Shido relaxed for a while before he started talking with Origami. Shido, hey Origami, I'm really sorry. From now on, I shall be a better boyfriend and a better partner. I promise. I will not neglect you ever again. Origami went over and hugged Shido and replied, and I too promise to be a better girlfriend. I'll try not to act on jealousy and get too competitive with the other girls, and I will definitely communicate with you more instead of just hoping that everything will work out in the end. Shido, yeah, does this mean you forgive me? Origami, I would never hate you. Nothing ever would make me despise you at all. Shido then noticed Origami's former squad mates standing at the back watching him and Origami, so he asked, hey there. I assume you're the friends Origami was talking about. Ryoko, yup, that's us. My name is Ryoko Kuzukabe, and this is Mildred F. Fujimura and Mikey Okamine. Suddenly, Shido remembered those names and realized those girls were the same ones who worked with Origami in Dem Industries. He initially panicked since anything related to Dem Corporation at this point was just a trauma trigger for him. But then he remembered that they too were victims and were forced to go on the run. He didn't want to risk revealing his supernatural status to a bunch of regular humans, so he thought of an idea which would get them to help the Sapphire warriors fight Westcott. Shido decided to say, well, thanks for being friends with Origami and always looking out for her. Say, you look like pretty tough and strong fighters. Why don't you work for an associate of mine? Here's his business card. Ryoko received the business card and it read, Elliot Baldwin Woodman. Radatosker. CO. Ryoko asked, what is this? Is this a job opportunity? Shido, exactly as you said, I promise this'll help you a lot. You'll definitely thank me later. Ryoko and the other girls were still skeptical about the job offer, but Origami supported Shido and added on, I can assure you three that it's good money. On top of that, the mission of this organization aligns with your views. Ryoko looked at her friends and didn't say anything, but she replied, I'll think about it. I'll call this number and see what'll happen next. Shido, thanks, just tell Elliot that Shido recommended you for the war. Ryoko only became more puzzled, but she still agreed to call the number and see where it would lead her. Hopefully it wouldn't be too crazy, she thought. Then, Ryoko, Mildred, and Mikey said goodbye to Origami as the three of them walked away in the opposite direction. Toka decided to head home early and let Shido and Origami spend the rest of the day by themselves. She was already too stressed out by that encounter with her estranged family. When they were finally alone, Shido said to Origami, so, where do you want to go next? It can be anywhere, and wouldn't mind as long as I can afford it. Origami, let's keep it here, in Tengu City. There's this one restaurant I've always wanted to try. But let's save it for dinner. Let's have some fun at the beach. The sun is shining and it's great weather for a walk. Shido placed his arm around Origami's shoulder as they walked away into the distance, saying, okay then. It's a plan. Let's forget about the supernatural drama and think about this special day for the both of us. Saturday, 12 p.m. Plus. Texting. Kai de hello. Is this Shido Itsuka? It's Kai de HYOUDOU. I got your number from Kiba. Is it alright to talk? 20 minutes later. Shido, hello Kai de, sorry to keep you waiting. I was having lunch just now. Since I'm free, we can talk. What's up? Kai de, so, could you come over to Kuo for a while? I just want to speak with you privately. Master Rias and the rest are in the underworld now dealing with some important stuff. Shido, are you sure you just want to talk? Because I sense that there's something you want to tell me. Kaide, perceptive as always. You see, Kunu from the Yokai faction came over and was looking for Rias, but I told her that she's not here, but Kunu insisted on seeing her. So, I proposed an alternative and asked if she could meet with you instead. Kunu agreed and told me that what she wants to say is highly confidential, and only someone she trusts can know about it. Shido, give me some time. It'll take a while to sneak out of the house. Kaide, I understand. And you can bring along a few of your teammates if you'd like. Just for extra protection. Texting end. Scene break. Kuo Town, Japan. Saturday, 1:30 p.m. Between Tengu City and Kuo Town was highway built on the mountain slopes. There were lots of trees providing shade for the road, so barely any sunlight was present on the highway. However, the road becomes gentler and has more light the closer you approach Kuo. And emerging out of the end of the highway were 3 members of the Sapphire Warriors. Shido Itsuka, Kotori Itsuka, and Yoshino Himkawa. They had snuck out of their home in Tengu City and trekked along the highway until they reached Kuo Town, where they intended to meet up with Kaide HYOUDOU, who had requested to meet them. Shido followed the address given to him by Kaide and eventually found himself in front of a grand house. It looked like a mansion, and there were many rooms and windows which could be seen from outside. Kotori was shocked and exclaimed out loud, "Whoa, so this was where Issei lived. Why is the house so grand?" Yoshino was also as equally stunned and added, "How did this house even get approved by the developers of this neighborhood, let alone be afforded by the people who live here?" Shido told them the truth and said, the devils were the ones who renovated this place. The house looked just like any other house in the vicinity. Some designers just used supernatural powers to renovate and furnish the house. Kotori, well then in that case, a devil king must have definitely been the one responsible for this house's transformation. Any normal person would just add a few rooms or change a few windows. Shido, it was a devil king who did this. Ajuka Beelzebub. He was the one who designed this place. Well, he kinda paid a designer to do it, but same thing. Yoshino, should we go in now? I'm kinda curious to see what kind of interior design this house has. Yashinan, yeah, the suspense is killing me. Let's go inside already. The trio proceeded towards the front door and knocked on it. They waited for a while before a young girl with brown hair opened it and appeared before them. Kaide, hello, oh hi there, Itsuka, and this is Kotori and Yoshino, if my memory serves me right. Shido, nice to see you again, HYOUDOU. Yes, that's right. Can't believe you actually remembered my teammates' names. But anyway, can we come in? I'd like to know what you would like to talk about. Kaide, of course. Please come in. But just to let you all know, I have some guests over right now. So, please mind your behavior. But other than that, make yourselves at home. Guests, at the HYOUDOU residence. Who could they be? Right now, the only thing to do was to enter and see what's going to happen next. Shido, Kotori, and Yoshino walked in and followed Kaide into her house. As they entered, the Sapphire Warriors were greeted with a fancy sight. A large staircase leading up to the second floor with exquisite interior designs with a minimalistic yet elegant charm. Yoshino, whoa, this is amazing. I would have never expected this kind of room to be here. It feels like I'm in another world. Kaide, oh, don't mind it. It's nothing really. It may look grand for the first time, but when you live here your whole life, it gets kinda boring. Anyway, please follow me to the living room. We'll talk there. Scene break. Living room, HYOUDOU residence. 1:40 p.m. The trio and Kaide gathered at the couch and sat down. Then, Kaide turned on her phone and called Kunu to come down to the living room to talk. While they waited, one of Kaide's previously mentioned guests entered the living room so that she could reach the fridge in the kitchen. Lefei, Kaide-chan, who are these people? Are they your friends? Kaide was surprised to see Lefei suddenly enter the living room and replied, Oh, sorry, MS. Lefei, these are my friends from the Sapphire Warriors. I'm sure you must have heard of them, right? Lefei, Sapphire Warriors, yes, I remember now. Rias and the rest had been telling me stories of what happened in Kyoto. Sigh, that whole ordeal in that city left lots of destruction, didn't it? Now the underworld is calling for powerful warriors from all across the land. Kaide, yeah? I've gotta train harder now. If humanity and the supernatural world are to stand a chance at preserving itself, then we have to work together to beat Dem Industries and kill their boss, Isaac Westcott, for good. Lefei, oh definitely. Also, Don't forget about your magic training with me later at 4 p.m, okay? I've prepared quite the strenuous training plan for you. Kaede. Not surprised. But anyway, why are you here? Luffy, oh, just getting some snacks for Office. She's been. Kaede and everyone else jumped out of their seats and exclaimed in shock together, Office. Suddenly, a tall woman with black hair and a voluptuous figure appeared as she entered through another door. Office, someone call me. Oh, it's just you, Kaede-chan. Also, who is this cutie? Let me guess, is it your boyfriend? 1. Office suddenly entered the room unannounced and spotted Kaede talking with the Sapphire Warriors. She immediately took notice of Shido, whom she was interested by since she could sense his powerful aura. Shido got nervous as he looked at Office, whom he definitely didn't want to be around as she was bad news, even though she had joined the 3 factions as their ally. Shido's anxiety grew even more as Office licked her lips and approached him from the front. Once she finally got right in front of him, Office bent down to his level and seductively said, "You seem pretty strong, young man. I sense the power of a dragon and something much more. How would you feel if I asked you to become my partner?" Shido was shivering in place and was muttering incoherent sounds. He looked left and right, and tried to find an escape from this cougar who was totally into him. Then, Kotori and Yoshino got up from their seats and yelled at Office to stop. The former said, "Hey, back off, Shido-senpai is mine. He doesn't like busted women like you, so go away." The latter followed up with, "I'll leave now. You're making Shido-senpai feel uncomfortable. You should respect other people's personal space." Office didn't seem to care and just pouted, replying, Don't be such a party pooper. I just want to get to know this little cutie." "So, your name's Shido. Nice to meet you. My name is Office. But you can call me tonight." Shido freaked out and yelled, "Help, please. I need an adult right now." But then Office replied, "I am an adult." 1. Shido screamed and leaped out of the couch, running away from Office as fast as possible. Office in turn chased him around for a good while before Shido came running back into the living room and shut the door tight and locked it, preventing Office from coming in again. From behind the door, Office's voice was muffled and she said, "You're so lame, Shido-kun, you should spend more time with me. Not those munchkins who were sitting next to you. I'm so much better than them, don't you think?" Kotori got offended by that remark and shouted, "Shut up, nobody asked, go fuck off right now, or I'm gonna incinerate you." "Just who do you think you are, woman?" Shido also yelled, "Yeah, stay the fuck away from me. I'm gonna file a restraining order if you lay a finger on me." "Don't touch me, sigh. Now I know how Natsumi feels whenever Miki chases her around." Then, Kaede came to the door and said, "Sigh, go somewhere else, Office. I'm meeting with Shido right now because I have something important to discuss with him. Please don't disturb us. And please tell me that you're visiting my home when you come over." She walked away and then the Sapphire Warriors followed her to the couch and sat down. Then, Kunu arrived from another door and she walked in holding crutches. Shido was shocked like everyone else when he saw Kunu struggling to walk as she slowly took step by step before she finally reached the couch and dropped herself down like a rag doll. Kaede asked Kunu out of concern, "Are you feeling better, Kunu?" Kunu replied with a weak voice, "I've seen better days. That Westcott guy left permanent damage around my abdominal area. I've become crippled for life. Kaede, I'm so sorry for your loss. Your mother didn't deserve that fate." 2. Kunu, it's okay. I will manage these tough times, but there's still so much to be done now that I am the head of the Yukai faction. Kaede, you, the leader of the Yukai faction, can you really lead your people in a state like this? Kunu, I have a regent in place who will temporarily take care of faction affairs until I get better. It's Kuroka, if you're wondering. She decided to help maintain order in my faction. As Kaede was speaking with Kunu, Shido was fuming with rage as he recalled the events of the destruction of Kyoto. Westcott had called over his forces and annihilated everything. He also claimed millions of lives and caused irreversible damage. Shido swore that he would get stronger and kill that demon in human skin once and for all. He muttered to himself, "I'll show that bastard that he fucked around with the wrong crowd. I will be the one who will kill him." He clenched his fist and exhaled sharply, hoping that he will soon be able to have a rematch with Westcott and defeat him once and for all. Then, Kunu turned her attention to the Sapphire Warriors and said, "Nice to see you again, Shido Itsuka and company. The reason why I want to see you is because I want to entrust you with a special mission. One that can only be done by people that I trust." Shido was confused and asked, "Really, why me then? I only met you like a few days ago. Kotori agreed and said, yeah? Why us? Shouldn't you have contacted Rias or someone else within the three factions? Kunu replied, that was my original intention. I wanted to search for Rias and ask her for help. But since she isn't around at the moment, Kaide proposed that I meet you instead. So here I am. Shido, what is it that you want us to do? Kunu handed a piece of paper to the Sapphire warriors, which they proceeded to read, only to end up confused once they finished. Yoshino asked, isn't this a set of documents from an orphanage? Kunu, yes. It is as you said. Those were the documents that my mother got when she put my illegitimate sister up for adoption after she had a one-night stand with a random guy she randomly dated to cope with her grief after Issei died. Kotori read the document a bit more and said the girl was born just a year after Issei died, and then she was put up for adoption. Why didn't your mother take care of her? Kunu, my illegitimate little sister is a half-human and half-kitsune. However, let's just say that all of my mother's genes were recessive. My illegitimate little sister inherited none of her traits except for hair color. Other than that, she was just a normal human. So, seeing as there was no point in keeping a regular girl in the Yokai faction, my mother sent her to an orphanage. Never to be seen again. Shido read the document and said, Let's see, Makuro, is that her name? Kunu nodded and said, yes. My illegitimate sister was at least given a name. Her name is Makuro. Just Makuro. I forgot her name all these years, but I finally remembered after finding these documents. After searching for a bit, I learned that she was adopted by a human family called the Hashimiya family. So, her name right now should be Makuro Hashimiya, if she's even still alive. Shido, and the reason you're telling us this is because Kunu, she's my only living relative left. My only family left. Please, look for her and introduce her to me. She deserves to know who her true family is. After that, what happens next doesn't concern her. Makuro will be free to live her own life. Keep her away from the supernatural. That's all I ask of you. Shido, so, you basically want us to be her caretakers, did I get that right? Kunu nodded her head and didn't say anything else. However, the Sapphire warriors were wondering whether or not this request was worth fulfilling. Kotori, that's it, we don't even know if this Makuro girl is even alive, she may be dead or had moved somewhere far away. I mean, do we even get to at least be friends with her? Yoshino, yeah, I mean, will meeting Makuro even affect our lives at all? She's just a stranger whose appearance we don't even know. It's been 16 years since you last saw her, so it's definitely impossible to track her down so easily. Kunu, I know, but mother is dead. I have nobody else left. I don't even want you to continuously check up on her. I said I just wanted you to introduce me to her. That's all I ask? Requesting you all to be her personal bodyguards is too much to ask, and I'm aware of that. Shido, Kotori, Yoshino, I think Kunu's request is quite reasonable. There's no hard work involved and all we need to do is track down Makuro. Surely you feel that this request is much fairer, don't you think? The two girls were still a little hesitant to accept this request, but they nodded their heads simply because it was an easy one to accomplish. Then, Kunu was gratified and gave her thanks to the Sapphire warriors for doing this for her. Kaide was also touched that Shido was going to fulfill Kunu's request. Kaide, wow. Didn't expect that from you, Itsuka. Say, I heard that your third year is about to start in 2 days. What do you intend on doing now? Shido, I haven't figured that one out yet. My mom stayed back in Kyoto to hold Westcott back so that the rest of us could escape, and now I don't know how to find her. As for Sunday, I guess I could spend the day taking the day off. Kaide, I see. Well, have a good one, Itsuka. Maybe we'll get to work together in the future sometime. Sai, I've only known you for a few days, but I feel much happier with you than with Master Rias. Something about you makes me feel at ease, but I can't tell what it is. Shido blushed and blurted out in panic. Oh, don't say things like that, especially since I'm sitting in between two girls who easily get jealous. Kotori was staring daggers at Shido while holding onto his arm, while Yoshino looked concerned and was also grabbing onto his other arm. Kaide was just surprised looking at the three of them behaving like this. Suddenly, two voices of an older man and an older woman spoke, commenting on the sight they were seeing. Goru, oh my, haha, you youngsters really remind me of my son. Ha, he's just like you, Issei. I wonder if you came back to me in the form of that playboy over there. 1. Mickey, it's just like Issei getting all the attention from the other girls back when he was still alive. Sigh, it was so long ago yet it felt like yesterday. Everyone turned to see Goro and Miki, the parents of Kaide and the late Issei HYOUDOU. They had visibly aged. They had grown much more frail and there were much more obvious and visible wrinkles on their faces. But despite that, the HYOUDOUs were still quite healthy as they appeared to be able to move well and speak normally. Kaide didn't show any emotion when she saw her parents. Instead, she just ignored them outright and looked in a different direction. It seems she still feels a weak bond with her parents despite all the time that passed. Shido replied to the HYOUDOUs, "Oh, it's nothing, really, just another day with my harem and the drama. This isn't my first time." Goro laughed and jokingly said, "Gahaha. Harem, you say, sounds just like my son. You two would definitely get along. Well, if you happen to like busta women, that is, ha ha ha. Miki, oh, don't be like that, darling." Clearly this boy looks uncomfortable while being surrounded by just two girls. If it was Issei, he would have passed out due to excessive nose bleeding. Shido sighed and said, "It's okay, I'm used to it already. It's just that it still makes me a bit nervous from time to time. Anyway, am I right to say that you're Kaide's parents?" Goro, yes. The one and only. Nice to meet you, youngster. My name is Goro HYOUDOU. And this is my wife, Miki HYOUDOU. I presume you've already met my daughter. Shido nervously replied, trying to cover up the truth behind the supernatural. Why yeah. Kaide and I live in different cities but we became friends because our schools had an exchange program. Miki asked, "Is Kaide a good kid when we're not around? I mean, ever since she was a child, she's been bullied nonstop by her peers, so I'm worried that she may have developed bad habits as she grew up." Just then, Kaide turned to her parents for the first time since they entered the living room, waiting to see what Shido would say. Shido didn't know what to say about Kaide, other than the fact that she has some past issues with her childhood and resents her brother. But he still wanted to keep things positive, and so he thought back about everything he knew about Kaide and switched up some stuff to make her look good. Kaide is a nice girl. Although she may seem a little bratty, Kaide still cares about her friends. She's reliable, and I can count on her to help me when I need backup in a fight. I mean, assistance. Kaide is also a tenacious and strong-willed person. Even when there's people with authority such as jackass teachers, Kaide still does whatever she wants and does it, despite the former nagging nonstop like a child. Overall, I think she's a pretty wonderful girl, to be honest. I don't know what you've heard from the people in Kyoto, but I can tell you for a fact that the folks from Tengu City respect her a whole lot. Did you know, Kaide even once jokingly asked me to be her brother? Goro and Miki laughed at that last part, but they also felt reassured by Shido's words. Kaide, on the other hand, was surprised and was caught off guard by Shido's comments. She knew he wasn't entirely telling the truth because he was trying to hide the supernatural details from her parents. But still she was surprised that Shido would say nice things. Goro continued laughing for a bit before he caught his breath and said, "Haha, is that so? Well, thanks for making me feel at ease, boy. What's your name? Maybe you can be Kaide's future partner. You've been the most supportive person in her life whom I've met so far." Miki added on, "Hey Kaide, why don't you date this boy? He's quite a nice and respectful young man. Not to mention he's also cute. Don't you have a thing for?" Kaide burst out in embarrassment and yelled, "Mom. Dad, stop, Shido. Itsuka is just a friend. We just talked for a single day and spent the rest of our time texting each other. There's nothing special between us." Shido also followed up with what Kaide said, "Yeah, I also, by the way, have 6 other girlfriends back at home who are already way too much for me." Goro gasped in absolute shock, replying, "Say what? Ohoho, you really are like Issei, aren't you, little youngster? Say, are you actually my son with a different appearance? Are you his reincarnation?" 2. Shido, cough, "No, I don't even know who Issei is. But is Issei your son, by any chance? Sorry to ask if it wasn't already obvious, but I just had to confirm." Miki, "Yes. Issei is our son. He died 17 years ago after his body was found in the forest nearby. The murderer still hasn't been found. The police have no leads and even the best detectives can't uncover the truth." Goro, "It's sad, honestly. One of my biggest regrets is to depart from this world without ever knowing the truth. I'm already in my late 50s, and I'm worried that Miki and I will die at any point of time without discovering what happened to our son. Issei would have been a good brother to Kaide." Kaide just sighed and looked the other direction when this conversation about Issei was taking place. Shido noticed this, and since he knew she was sensitive to this sort of topics, he decided to console her and improve the tense atmosphere. He got off from the couch and pulled her aside to a corridor. Miki and Goris saw this and suddenly jumped to the conclusion that Shido might have wanted to tell her something that he didn't want them to hear, so they secretly followed them and peeked into the hall to see what was happening. Then, Shido spoke to Kaide in private. "Hey, don't be like that. I know you feel left out when your parents and I were speaking about your brother. However, I want you to know that I would kill to be in your place right now." Kaide widened her eyes in surprise and instantly replied, "What? But didn't you acknowledge that what I was going through was bad already? Why would you?" Shido cut her off mid-sentence and said, "That's not what I meant. You misunderstand what I'm trying to say. You see, the thing is, although your team may have made it out alive from Kyoto, only one person in my team didn't, and that was my mom." Now Kaide was even more shocked. She was already made aware that millions of deaths had occurred ever since Westcott had destroyed Kyoto, but she didn't know that one of the victims was Shido's mother. Kaide didn't know how to reply to this, so she instead decided to continue listening. Shido continued, "My mom stayed back to prevent Westcott from killing all of us. The last thing I saw was her looking forward at Westcott holding her blade before the doors of our airship closed and took off. Ever since then, life has been miserable for everyone in my family, especially my dad. He may not show it, but he's greatly grief-stricken by it." Kaide softly replied, "Sorry for your loss. I didn't know that your mother died in the fight. I'm sorry that I didn't stay back with the rest of you. I'm such a coward." "Shido, don't blame yourself. Rias was the one who made the call to retreat, didn't she? So you could say that she's the coward. But anyways, that's not the point. What I want to tell you is that you should be thankful for what you have. Kaide, you still have both your parents and lots of other friends. I mean, it's also pretty lively here, especially with those guests who came over to your home, right? I would have loved that in my own home. So, please don't go thinking that life sucks, because what you're going through may be literal heaven compared to what others are going through right now." Shido also added, "You saw Kotori just now, right? She lost her older brother and her parents abandoned her. Yoshino too. Her father had died long ago and her mother died while she was hospitalized due to a life-threatening illness before she recovered. The same goes for the rest of the girls. They all come from broken families who have all suffered. Think about what I just said, and then think about your own situation and status." Kaide understood the message that Shido was conveying, but she was still at a loss at what to do from this point on, so she asked, "Well, what now?" "I know what you want to say, but I just don't know what to do now." "Shido, have a serious conversation with your parents. They said just now that they were in their late 50s. It may seem a long way till their time comes, but you should still speak with them. Maybe you can be the one who can fill the empty void in their hearts. Maybe what they need is some love from their only child." Kaide, me, talking with them, I don't know, it's been who knows how long since I actually spoke with them. "Shido, then there's always a first for everything. Go, I believe in you. Only you can control your life. Nobody else will do it for you. Speak with your parents and I'll guarantee that things will get better." Kaide was speechless, but also relieved at the same time. Perhaps her talk with Shido had made her decide on a direction which didn't make her feel so anxious. Then, Kaide thanked Shido for his advice and conveyed her heartfelt gratitude. "Okay. I will do as you advised me. Thanks so much for everything you've done so far. We've only known each other for a week or so yet you've done much for me already. You know what, let's date instead, you're gonna be my boyfriend." Shido got nervous and backed off, awkwardly replying, Thanks. But no thanks, I'd rather remain friends with you, hehe. Sorry, but I just realized I have something important regarding my family. Sorry, but I gotta go." Kaide crossed her arms and pouted. She glared at Shido for a while before saying, Don't just avoid the subject like that. I'll continue asking this until you give me an answer." Shido ran off towards the living room and grabbed both Kotori and Yoshino to leave. But as Kaide began to chase after him, she spotted her parents standing by the wall and stopped in her tracks, realizing that they'd been eavesdropping on her the whole time. Kaide just stared at them with a blank expression and asked, "You heard what we said, didn't you?" Gora and Miki then hugged their daughter, which genuinely surprised her. Gora said, "Don't worry, sweetie. I think it's reasonable that we owe you a serious conversation. After all, it was our fault for ignoring you for far too long. Miki, we promise that from now on, there shall be no more excuses from us to not spend time with you. Let's go out for dinner later this evening, shall we? Just the three of us." Kaide was now on the verge of tears and couldn't believe what she was hearing. She had longed for parental care and affection for so long, and she finally got it. Not being able to hold back her emotions anymore, Kaide responded while breaking down, "Yes, that sounds nice." Scene break. Kuo Town, Japan. 2:20 p.m. At this point, Shido, Kotori, and Yoshino left the HYOUDOU residence and rushed off back home, hoping to not get themselves in an awkward situation. But as they headed away from the street, Kaide rushed to a window and opened it up, shouting at the Sapphire warriors who were making their way back home, "Hey! Shido Itsuka, thanks so much for helping my family. Remember, you can always be my boyfriend." Shido looked back to see Kaide waving at him while smiling, which surprised him since she rarely shows emotions, but this sight was also reassuring for him as it was proof that Kaide was developing as a person. Kaide was also wiping her tears off her face as she was still crying from just now. When the Sapphire warriors got quite a distance away from her home, Kaide shut the window and sat on her bed, thinking about Shido the whole time she sat there. Unfortunately, Ophis abruptly invited herself into Kaide's room and interrupted her fantasies. Ophis asked with a smug expression, "Where is Shido? Is he still here?" Kaide just facepalmed and replied, "Ugh, you really had to enter my room like that, Ophis." "No, Shido left already. That was a long time ago. Now go away." Ophis crossed her arms and kept the smug smile on her face, replying, "Oh, don't be like that. Based on your tone of voice and facial expression just now, I seem to have interrupted something important just now, didn't I?" Kaide widened her eyes in fear and her blush only got brighter, which made Ophis confirm her suspicions about Kaide's feelings. Ophis jokingly said, "Ah? Someone has a crush, but don't worry, I promise to keep it a secret." Kaide yelled back at Ophis, "You better. I am gonna destroy you if my secret is leaked." Ophis, okay. I get it. I'll definitely keep it a secret since I'm so trustworthy. Am I right, Lu Fei and Kunu? Suddenly, Lu Fei and Kunu emerged from the sides and looked at Kaide, who only got more embarrassed. Lu Fei teased Kaide about her feelings and said, "Ahahaha, I never expected to see this childish side of you, Kaide-chan. Don't worry, we support you 100%. I'll even get my brother to show his support for you." Kunu giggled and said, "I think he's a good match for you. Just tell him you like him. I don't think he's gonna say no. Since he has a harem, you might just be added in immediately." Kaide lost it there and then and screamed at them, "No, get the fuck out, leave me alone." She proceeded to slam the door and lock it, making sure nobody could enter her room. Kaide took a deep breath and sighed, feeling exhausted about everything that has happened. But on the other hand, Kaide felt happy. She was grateful to Shido for everything he had done for her. Then, Kaide took out her phone and opened up Shido's contact details, changing his name from Shido, and saving it into a new name, which she typed as Pookie. 7. Scene break. Meanwhile, Shido and the two girls who accompanied him stopped by a road junction to catch their breaths. They had ran far from the HYOUDOU residence, and were close to the highway back home. Kotori leaned back against the lamppost, and said, "Phew, that was quite the ordeal back there. Well, at least we accomplished a few things." Yoshino was still catching her breath and was crouching on her knees, holding onto her chest as she panted, "Such as what?" "There was only drama back there." Kotori responded to her, "Not quite. We at least gained the trust of some members of the three factions. You know, Kunu, Kaide, and Yashinan. See, that's just two people. Who else? What, Kaide's parents? All got was a task from that golden fox to find her long-lost sister who looks like who knows what, and now Shido has a new girl trying to get his attention. Looks like we have a new rival, girls." Shido was lying on the floor and took deep breaths. He heard what Yashinan said and replied to that last part, "Please don't remind me. Miku is already enough, she's too expensive, don't add another girl to the roster." Yashinan laughed and said, "Gahaha, it's too late, Shido. This is your destiny, you're destined to be the harem king." Shido sighed as he gave up, saying, "I never chose to have a harem chose to have me." But suddenly, all this nonsensical bickering came to an end when another familiar figure appeared, and one that the Sapphire warriors hoped to see. This person had gray hair and was relatively tall. This person had a slender figure and was walking slowly with a calm demeanor. Kotori and Yoshino first noticed this person, before Shido eventually did too. All three of them widened their eyes with hope, believing this person to be who they thought she was, Mom. The person was standing in the sun, so the three of them couldn't see who it was properly until they came closer. Shido got off from the floor and his eyes lit up with joy and relief. Then, the three Sapphire warriors rushed over to Rain, and then they were eager to give her a big hug and tell her that they had missed her dearly, hoping that she had somehow survived the battle at Kyoto. And then, Vali, hello Shido Itsuka, Issei me, Vali Lucifer. Shido, Kotori, and Yoshino. All three of them froze in their places and stared directly at Vali, whom they mistook for Rain. 1. Vali simply looked at them with a smug expression on his face. Based on his intimidating aura, Vali was probably there to challenge Shido to a fight, mostly likely because he wanted a rematch for what happened at the Tender Festival. A brief moment of silence continued for a few seconds, and it stretched a bit too long till the point where it became seriously awkward. But finally, Shido said something. Sorry. Who are you? 1. Vali, what, you don't remember? I'm Vali Lucifer, that guy you fought at the park. Don't you recall at least some details? N. Shido vs. Vali happened in chapter 26. Shido, Vali who, yeah, cut the crap, man. I asked for my mom, not your lanky ass? Who the fuck are you anyway? Vali, huh, don't you know who I am? I'm the White Dragon Emperor, the hacker Yoku. I'm famed all around the underworld for being one of the strongest beings in existence. You, on the other hand, are just some ordinary student who was lucky enough to receive the power of the angels. Just who do you think you are when you speak to me like that? Then, the Sapphire warriors laughed out loud and continued laughing uncontrollably. This made Vali mad, and he marched up to Shido and grabbed him by his collar, exclaiming, "What is this nonsense? Are you mocking me? Didn't I say just now that I'm one of the strongest beings in existence?" Shido, gahahaha, you strongest. If that's what you call the strongest, then I guess I can pretty much solo the entire underworld if I felt like it. The underworld must be full of weaklings if you're considered strong. Vali, how dare you? Wait, then that means you knew who I am. What's with you not taking me seriously, huh? Is there something more important than facing me? Shido, yeah? Finding my mom. I don't consider someone dead until I find the body. As for you, Vali, go fuck off somewhere else. Did you by any chance come here to tell me that you're supposed to be my rival? Vali, well, yes, ever since I lost that fight in the park, I've been dying to meet you again for a rematch. The last time I've had my ass kicked was when I fought Issei HYOUDOU, the Red Dragon Emperor. Now, you'll fill in that spot as my new rival. Shido, yeah? Keeping yapping. You may be the Silver Dragon Emperor or some shit like that, but Vali, I don't know any other way to tell you this, but you're so last decade. You may think you're strong, but I've met stronger opponents than you, ones that actually defeated me. So, in other words, you're irrelevant in this modern day and age. 1. Without saying anything else, Shido and the girls walked past Vali, not even turning around to look at him at all. Vali, on the other hand, humiliated for being treated like a joke and not being taken seriously. In his anger and frustration, he turned back to the Sapphire warriors and ran towards them, shouting angrily, "Hey, get back here! I am gonna smash." Shido turns around and forms some ice using Tsatkil around his foot, before kicking Vali in the nuts. Vali fell to his knees and yelled in pain, before Kotori and Yoshino took their turns in eliminating Vali's descendants too. Vali passed out due to pain and didn't even use any magic to protect himself because he underestimated and misjudged his opponents. However, instead of giving up, Vali swore vengeance on Shido as he set his eyes on him as his new official rival whom he will fight until one of them dies. Vali, grr, have I really fallen off? Am I no longer as relevant as people think I am? How dare that blue-haired twink? I'm gonna fucking gouge his eyes out the next time I see him. But until then, I'm gonna train like hell to beat him, until he finally takes me seriously. Vali looked at Shido walking away from him with rage flaring up in his eyes. He then said to Albion, Albion, why don't we train like hell to beat that son of a bitch? Albion, after we defeat Dem Industries. However, I promise you that I'll create a training plan for you so that you'll beat him. How's that sound? Vali, yeah? Sounds good. I wonder, what kind of parents raised that boy to be such a rascal? It seems like he was raised just to hold a grudge against me. Why don't we go for, why don't we attack his father, since I heard that Shido Itsuka's mother was killed in action in Kyoto? Albion, I mean. How bad could it be? It's just his father, right? He's probably some random-ass man who we can easily beat. Vali, haha, then it's settled. We shall go for his dad and then kill him. That'll make Itsuka want to kill me even more. That'll make him take me seriously. Albion, sigh, even though you're my host and all, some of your ideas can get pretty rowdy, don't you think? Volley, but I am normal. My conscience is clear. Albion, that's what scares me. But remember, that boy, Shido Itsuka, has several branches of Sephiroth. Nobody in the history of the world has ever done that ever since the Great War was over. He may be greater than what we think. Volley, nah, I'd win. Warsaw, Poland. Sunday, 7 a.m. It has been 5 days since the destruction of Kyoto by DEM Industries. It has also been 5 days since Isaac Westcott had announced the start of an all-out global war which he dubbed the Westcott War. However, strangely enough, there has been absolutely no hostilities taking place between the company and other armed factions. In fact, if you think about it, there has been no activity detected from DEM Industries at all during this whole week. Isn't that strange? That's what one particular figure thought as she was hiding after she retreated from Kyoto. Her name is Kurumi Tokisaki, and she has been DEM Industries' biggest threat for more than 40 years until the Sapphire Warriors came around. The only difference is that the Sapphire Warriors had achieved more in a single day than Kurumi had done in her 40 years of fighting the company. Even if Kurumi managed to cause massive damage by some miracle, Westcott would easily recover from it, and her efforts would end up in vain. Right now, Kurumi was inside an abandoned building in the industrial sector of Warsaw, the capital city of Poland, going through a dilemma as she was thinking about everything that she had done, all resulting in nothing but futile efforts. She was attended to by her clones, who were guarding her while looking out the barricaded windows, making sure that nothing suspicious was approaching her position. The main body, on the other hand, was sitting upright on a makeshift bed using an old and rusty metal bed frame as well as a second-hand mattress that she stole from a storage facility in Warsaw as well. Kurumi was feeling very troubled, thinking, this isn't good at all. Have all my efforts and struggles been for nothing? TSK. This is absolutely catastrophic. Even after all these decades, I still let that cursed company destroy an entire city. I couldn't even get revenge on Westcott. Just what in the world is holding me back? In her frustration, Kurumi grabbed her glass of water on her nightstand and chucked it across the room, smashing into pieces as it collided with the wall. That's when all her clones were caught off guard and turned to the main body, feeling concerned about how she's feeling. Clone 1, and myself, is everything alright? Clone 2, you don't look so good, myself. Perhaps you should take a rest while we stand guard. Kurumi buried her face in her hands and took a deep breath, before replying, what good would that do? I've been unable to have a peaceful rest ever since I lost my ability to age. I'm stuck in this youthful form, it's so miserable. The clones were speechless, and were also at a loss. They didn't know how should help, and it also didn't make things better since they being clones can only last for an ephemeral period of time before they fade into dust. Kurumi was all alone, and she can't deny it anymore even with all those clones with her. She started to doubt her own abilities and wondered if it was worth trying to get revenge anymore. So, Kurumi asked her clones again, so, I can't deny it anymore, I'm weak, and I don't have what it takes to bring down my worst enemy. Any suggestions if you think it might be useful? The clones simply stared at each other and appeared dumbfounded and confused. This period of silence continued for minutes, and it was making Kurumi anxious and paranoid, as it only exacerbated her current volatile mental state. But then Clone 3 answered, well, we could always join that boy's team, you know. What was his name again? Clone 4, Shido Itsuka. Clone 3, right. We can always count on. Bang. Kurumi fired her gun at the wall, and the bullet flew past Clone 3, narrowly missing her face by mere millimeters. Clone 4 was also shocked, worried that she had offended the main body. Clone 3 looked at the wall and saw a distinct outline of a bullet carved into the wall. Then, the main body spoke, say that again. I dare you. I am not going to be part of a team regardless of who is the leader or who is in it. That is non-negotiable. Clone 3 immediately got on her knees and started apologizing. I am sorry. I didn't mean to offend you, myself. Please, please don't kill me. I promise never to hurt your feelings again, I swear. But then, the main body got off from the bed and reloaded her pistol. This scared all the clones as they knew that they didn't stand a chance against the main body even if they tried resisting. Kurumi just looked at the clone with an angry expression and continued getting closer to her. Eventually, Kurumi stopped just a meter before the clone and pointed her gun at her. Kurumi, hurt my feelings. Are you being serious right now? Do you think I'm a joke or something? Clone 3, hold on, that's not what I meant. Bang. Kurumi, then what is it? Just so you know, I'm way past the point of having my feelings hurt. Those scoundrels from Dem Corporation ruined me. Clone 3, I'm sorry, please forgive me. I take back my words and promise to shut up. Clone 4, listen to her please, myself. She is truly apologetic for what she said, so please consider. Bang bang. Kurumi fired her gun twice and killed both her clones. The other clones simply shivered in place as they freaked out, hoping that Kurumi doesn't kill all of them. Then, Kurumi summoned a pool of darkness and shadows to surround the clones' dead bodies and sunk them into the abyssal depths of the shadow. Once the bodies were fully submerged, the whole room went silent. The clones stood still in anticipation as some of them braced themselves for Kurumi's wrath, while others prepared to flee. But then, Kurumi started laughing like a maniac. It started out soft and a little creepy, but Kurumi's laughter eventually escalated into a laugh that was much louder and sounded closer to screaming, and finally Kurumi just started screeching and crying whilst also laughing at the same time. Kurumi had clearly lost her mind for some reason. Although she wasn't attacking any of the clones anymore, it was still as scary when she killed those 2 clones who talked back to her. Then, Kurumi started screaming incoherent sounds as she fell onto her knees and began smashing her head against the wall continuously. Even as blood spilt from her head, Kurumi continued behaving erratically as her insane screams echoed through the room and the sound of the wall cracking started to become louder. Some of her clones hesitantly moved from their positions and went forward to stop Kurumi from hurting herself even more. But as they approached from behind, Kurumi suddenly turned around and lunged at one of the clones. Kurumi violently mutilated the clone, resulting in blood splattering and spilling all over the place. Screams of agony and despair echoed through the room as the clone was literally being torn to shreds. Despite how much she begged to be spared, Kurumi still ignored her pleas for clemency and continued to dismantle her clone piece by piece. The other clones watched in horror as they watched the gruesome scene unfold. This continued for a few minutes until Kurumi stopped. What was left of the clone was a disgusting sight to behold. You wouldn't even know that it was a person at all, especially with the blood-soaked corpse with several rib bones protruding out like spikes. The scent of iron propagated through the air as the surviving clones felt sick to their stomachs. Kurumi was still kneeling upon the bloody mess which she had created, before she stood up and absorbed the mangled corpse into her pool of shadows. Then, Kurumi spoke to the empty floor, where there were now bloodstains and bits and pieces of flesh slowly disintegrating into dust. Just what do you take me for? I don't need anyone. I don't trust anyone. So don't go ordering me around like I need help. It doesn't matter how long it'll take. I swore that I would bring down Westcott and destroy his company. Ha 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 ha. The clones instantly got the message and they gave up any more hopes of changing the main body's mind. However, there was one clone who still held out some hope of implementing actual change. She stood at the very back of the room and watched the whole dramatic ordeal from start to end. We shall refer to this clone as Kurumi Clone, or Kurumi-C, to indicate it's the clone and to emphasize her importance. Kurumi Clone looked around the room and analyzed everything which just happened. She simply thought, Ara, how feisty I have become though, in all seriousness. I can't deny the fact that I can no longer handle Dem Industries by myself anymore. Sigh, let me think, if I needed some help pretty desperately, then I have no choice but to team up with that Itsuka boy. I still remember seeing him make that grand speech at Kyoto about saving me and accepting me regardless of my past. I don't know if he's ready for that, but he sounded pretty serious. So serious to the point where I was so moved. The Kurumi clone thought long and hard about the main Kurumi's recent failures in her seemingly endless struggle against a formidable opponent, and finally decided that she, the clone, was going to bring some real change for once. Kurumi-C looked at the main Kurumi still behaving erratically and on verge of going insane again, and this made her strengthen the clone's resolve to turn the tides against the enemy. Kurumi-C secretly submerged herself into a pool of shadow, teleporting away from Poland as she made her way back to Japan. Scene break. Tengu City, Japan. Sunday, 12 p.m. Kurumi-C successfully made it to Tengu City without the main body noticing. She walked around for a bit and made sure nobody was following her around. Kurumi-C thought, it's time to end this vicious cycle. I shall be the one who will bring change. Now, prepare yourself, Shido-san. Let's see who will fall in love first. She then proceeded to change her clothes into that of the Rahazan High School uniform, with the intention of attending the same school as Shido and the other girls. End of Part 1. Part 2. The Gremory Dynasty. Underworld. Sunday, 12 p.m. Ever since the destruction of Kyoto, the underworld has been in a massive frenzy. Confusion and fear spread throughout all factions of the supernatural world, as they were all panicking over the sudden attack against the yokai faction, as well as wondering who this Isaac Westcott was, and what he aims to do after he literally destroyed most of the yokai faction. One particular faction which faced lots of internal crises and conflicts was the Devils. They were short on manpower and strength, as most of their stronger forces were all sealed with the Trihexa to bring the beast down. The only prominent figurehead which had some form of influence over the faction was Ajuka Beelzebub, the one and only remaining Devil King left in the underworld. Several Devil clans had immediately voiced their intention to go to war right after they heard word that Kyoto was destroyed. But Ajuka knew that something wasn't right and did his best to prevent further hostilities to stop any more skirmishes from taking place to reduce casualties. To make his job easier, Ajuka worked with Shemhazai, the Governor-General of the Fallen Angels, and Gabriel, the current leader of Heaven, in order to collectively work together to maintain order in their respective factions. As of now, Ajuka had a plan, and it required the help of Team Rias and several other Devil peerages to help voice out the authority of the Devil King to quell any more unrest forming within the faction. Ajuka was sitting in his office, doing loads of paperwork stacked on his desk. There were a ton of reports regarding the underworld's current situation, so he was naturally stressed from all of it. However, he didn't have time to rest as he was expecting someone for a meeting. Knock, knock. Ajuka, come in. The people who entered were Team Rias, which included everyone except for Kai Day, who was still in the human world at home. Rias greeted the Devil King and bowed respectfully, and so did her other peerage members. Then she spoke, "Greetings, Lord Beelzebub. I deeply apologize if I have disturbed you in the middle of your work." Ajuka, it's fine. I needed to speak with you because I have an important task for you. Actually, no. I wouldn't call it a task, but I would call it an offer. Rias, what is it? Please tell me more. Ajuka remained silent for a while, before he replied, "How would you like to be the new Mao Lucifer?" Now this was unexpected. Rias was directly offered the position of the Mao Lucifer, one of the Devil King positions. The entire peerage went bats-hit crazy as soon as they heard this offer from Ajuka. Rias exclaimed, "What, the Mao Lucifer? But isn't that my brother? Shouldn't he be the Mao Lucifer regardless of what happens? Only if he dies or abdicated then would the position be passed down." Ajuka, I know you're confused and shocked about all this. But it's the only way. Just to let you know, I've offered the position of Mao Leviathan to your best friend, Sona Citri, and she accepted. This only caused more confusion and shock among the members of Team Rias, who were still demanding answers as to what is happening. Rias asked once again, "What is going on, my lord? Why are you passing down powerful positions to the younger generations?" Ajuka decided to give her the full picture, and started explaining, "Okay then, allow me to clarify a few things. The reason why I'm giving the positions of Lucifer and Leviathan to new devils is because our faction has gone through a steep decline ever since the Trihexa was sealed and we lost 3 of our most powerful and experienced leaders. Which is why I am aiming to restore the faction's honor and prestige by once again reinstating people to powerful positions to help enforce authority in the underworld." Akeno, but why Rias? Couldn't you find someone else to do it? Ajuka, that's the catch. There isn't someone else. And besides, you are the only one I know of who can handle this great responsibility, Lady Gremory. We don't have any idea when your older brother is going to return, but that doesn't mean we can wait as long as we like. The underworld needs strong and capable leaders, and I believe you fit the description. Rias was still shocked, but now she was also nervous as she felt she wasn't ready to take on this role. She replied, "I really don't know. Am I capable of doing what my brother has done over the years? What would I even do as the new Lucifer?" Ajuka, I am very sorry, Lady Gremory. But we have no option here. Several devil clans have been defiant to support the central government because many view me as young and inexperienced. So, we need more powerful and influential figures who have connections with those clans so that we can move forward together as one united faction. He stood up from his seat and finished off his sentence, "Please. I beg for you to accept this offer. The underworld needs you." Rias was now presented with a choice that could possibly send the entire supernatural world to either a prosperous future or a horrifying demise depending on whether she accepts or rejects the offer to become the new Mao Lucifer. Asya said to Rias, "I think we should accept. Ever since Issei died, the underworld seems to have become a scarier place than it was when he was alive. I feel a strong suffocating feeling whenever I arrive here. Zenobia, not gonna lie, I think Asuya has a point. There seems to be more lawlessness and more danger in this current era. We need somebody to put a stop to all this. Koneko, I'll support you 100%, Rias-senpai. I've followed you around all the way and I'll continue to do so even when you're the Mao Lucifer. Revel, you have my family's support. You don't have to worry about getting support from the rest of the faction because we'll be actively rallying support for you. Gasper, I also support you, Rias-senpai. You've all helped me so much, so I believe it is right of me to continue serving you when you are king. Rosweiss, sigh, I don't know, it really doesn't matter to me what you do as long as you don't do something stupid, Rias. Akeno, of course I'll be there. Besides, our team has been in a decline ever since Issei died, so why not take back what we lost as establish ourselves as the greatest peerage to have ever existed. Although not everybody voiced their support for Rias, she had realized that she had loads of support from her friends. Seeing as there was only one option to move forward, Rias decided to take the big step and accept the position of Mao Lucifer. Rias, I accept. I will be the next Mao Lucifer. Ajuka breathed a sigh of relief, and said, okay then, that's good. I feel at ease knowing that you're in charge. Rias, you've been so strong ever since Issei suddenly died. The amount of pain and suffering you went through to cope with his passing must have been tremendous, and it is a shame that we don't know what happens to him even until now. Rias felt a little nervous and anxious when Ajuka brought up Issei, but then she told herself that nothing is wrong since she erased all the evidence of her affair years ago. Ajuka continued, your coronation will coincide with Sona's on that day itself. As for now, I'll have to ask, does anybody object to Rias' ascension too? Kiba, I do. Many pairs of eyes filled with shock simultaneously turned towards Kiba, though he didn't care about it. He just firmly stated his position and didn't change his stance. Ajuka was equally as shocked and confused when Kiba voiced out his dissent. Everybody just stared at Kiba, not knowing how to respond to his words as it was completely unexpected. Then, Rias asked him with great confusion in her voice, "Why? Do you have something against me becoming the new Lucifer, Kiba?" Kiba replied, "Actually, I don't. I actually don't mind if you became the new Lucifer. But I will object to it unless you fulfill a condition of mine." Rias, and that being? Kiba took a deep breath and replied, sigh. "Listen, it has been an honor to have been your knight all these years. There was never a time where I regretted being with you. However, I don't think the lifestyle of being the Devil King's servant is going to be suitable for me. If this coronation ceremony proceeds, then I shall resign, whether anyone likes it or not." Another moment of silence continues and Kiba's response leaves everyone confused. Based on Kiba's serious expression, it seems like he wasn't joking when he said all those words. But Ajuka Beelzebub wasn't convinced. "Ajuka, there's something more to that, right? I can tell that you're hiding something from me, Kiba." Kiba, yes. There is. I shall tell the real reason why I don't want to serve Rias anymore when she ascends the throne, and the reason may also sound a bit selfish. Ajuka, there is no shame in hiding it. Please tell me about the real reason. Kiba, you may have heard it or not, but I'm engaged to Tsubaki. Since she's going to be the servant of Sona who is going to become the new Leviathan, both of us are bound to spend much less time with each other. I've always looked in Tsubaki's direction and never looked at other women. That is why I shall object to Rias' ascension to the throne, and I respectfully request that I be transferred to Sona's peerage instead." Everyone was just stunned and speechless at this point. However, Ajuka understood where Kiba was coming from and gave his request some thought and consideration before coming to a final decision. "Ajuka, if that's what you want, then I have no objections. However, I think we have to ask what Rias thinks about this and see what she has to say." "Rias, do you really want to leave me, Kiba, after everything we've been through together?" "Kiba, I wouldn't mind staying with you if you weren't the new Lucifer. Don't get me wrong though, I support that. But I've been through so much as waited till the last moment to propose to Tsubaki. Don't I deserve to be with her at least?" Rias didn't say anything at all. Although she thought that Kiba was being selfish, at the same time she also couldn't help but pity him. Although Rias cheated on her own lover, she felt guilty about it and decided to grant Kiba's request, as some sort of way to remedy the past in her own manner. "Rias, okay, I'll let you leave my peerage and let you join Sona's. But promise me this, that you'll always come back to visit us. Is that okay?" Kiba: "Yeah. Of course. I'll come back to visit. Thanks for everything, Rias. I'll never forget it." "Ajuka, then, I assume that the coronation ceremony will proceed as planned." "Good. Then it shall be held next week on Sunday. In the meantime, please mentally prepare yourselves for the upcoming chaos. That Isaac Westcott guy has become a crisis in the underworld, and many of us are gathering strong fighters to counter him. Rias will do. If there's nothing else, then we'll take our leave now. Thanks, Lord Beelzebub. Ajuka, no problem. You are all dismissed. Team Rias proceeded to walk out of Ajuka's office and left the main government building, before proceeding back home. Rias walked in front of the group, chatting with Akeno and Asia about the future she is going to have when she becomes the new Lucifer. Meanwhile, the other girls were just chatting among themselves about the most recent events that have occurred and shared their feelings and experiences about what they've been through. But Kiba and Gasper were walking at the back. This was because Kiba intentionally pulled Gasper behind to tell him something important. Kiba quietly passed his message to Gasper, making sure that Rias didn't hear it. Listen, I didn't leave Rias because I wanted to be with Tsubaki. It's only half the reason. Gasper was confused, so he asked, then, what's really going on? You've been acting strange ever since we left Kyoto, Kiba-senpai. Kiba, I don't trust her to be the Devil King. She's way too naive and childish. I've always looked up to her as someone reliable and mature, but my opinion of her has soured. Gasper, why is that? Kiba, haven't you noticed? Rias has become more unstable and childish after she met Shido Itsuka. Remember, she tried to hit on him many times even after getting turned down by him. And then she broke down and cried after she wrongly assumed that Kai-Day had successfully hit on him. Can I really trust someone like that to be a leader? Gasper, well, I mean, you have a point, but isn't that being a little too harsh? Kiba, maybe. But I've made my choice to leave. I fear that I might get involved in bad situations if I stay with her. And the reason I'm telling you all this is because I need your help. Gasper, what do you need me to do? Kiba, watch Rias. See if her behavior gets better or worse. I'll come back every once in a while to visit you guys. I simply don't trust her enough to be a good leader anymore. Gasper, okay, but please don't do anything foolish. I don't want to see you get hurt, Kiba-senpai. Kiba, don't worry. I can assure you I won't. And besides, I'll be with my best buddy, Saji. I can count on that guy to be a good friend. Meanwhile, Rias was chatting with the girls about her future as Devil King in a week. One particular topic of conversation that the girls were eager to talk about was finding a romantic partner for Rias, so that she could appear professional and improve her prospects. Rias, how does Queen Rias sound to all of you girls? Does it sound powerful and intimidating to others? Akeno, oh, that sounds like a fitting title for you, Queen. Everyone is going to admire and respect you. Asia, we just need to find some amazing outfits for you. Then you'll truly fit the role of Devil Queen. Rias, yeah, but what I need the most right now is a consort, a partner, and I know just who I'm gonna choose. Rias winked her eye as she said that to her friends, and they immediately knew who she was talking about. Akeno guessed out loud and said, it's that Itsuka cutie of the Sapphire Warriors, right? You must really crazy for him, aren't you? Rias had a lustful smile on her face and licked her lips, replying, That boy will be my husband, and I won't let anybody get in the way of that, even if I have to kill off his current harem just to be with him. Rias imagined about Shido and thought about what her future with him was going to be like. I'll see you soon, cutie. Our hearts are already connected and our fates are already intertwined with each other's. Prepare yourself, darling, I have a special surprise for you. Tenga City, Japan. Monday, 7:30 a.m. Ring, ring, ring. Tap. Yawn, oh right. It's time for school. A boy woke up feeling groggy and tired, but he couldn't afford to go back to sleep and get more rest, as he had school to attend. He had been woken up by his phone alarm, which he had switched off shortly after waking up. This boy was none other than Shido Itsuka, who had experienced a chaotic week of supernatural shenanigans. Shido brought his phone to his face and switched it on. As the light from the screen shone on his face, his focus increased as Shido opened up the messaging app. He typed in his family's group chat, reminding everyone else to get ready for school. Shido, time for school, everyone. We can't afford to be late for the new school semester. His message was shortly read by everyone except for Rain Murasame, who was still marked as unread. This reminded Shido that his mom was no longer around at home, as her fate was left unknown after she sacrificed herself to stay back in Kyoto to help her family escape. But he also couldn't afford to feel down or upset. Not when his biggest enemies are still out there. So, with all his strength, Shido pushed himself out of bed and got on his feet. He walked over to the bathroom and took a quick rinse, before changing out of his pajamas and into his school uniform. Shido walked over to the mirror and looked at his reflection, thinking, "It's been a while since I've worn this. Now, let's see what awaits me." Shido walked out of his room and entered the hallway. As he was making his way down towards the dining room, he could smell the scent of butter and toast coming from the first floor. Then, when he made it to the first floor, Shido met the rest of the Sapphire warriors already at the dining table eating their breakfast. The girls all turned to him and greeted him with a smile. Shido also saw his father, Drake, sitting at the table too, and he also greeted him. Shido then sat down and started eating his toast. The atmosphere during breakfast was relatively quiet, mainly because everyone was feeling anxious due to the unknown dangers which await them ahead. So, to keep themselves calm, everyone preferred to not say anything and simply decided to put on a tough facade. However, they would eventually need to communicate and talk with one another, such as expected of a team after all. When the Sapphire warriors finished their breakfast, they grabbed their bags and left their home to make their way towards school. Drake still worked there as a teacher, but he was required to report later since his classes were in the afternoon. Scene break. On the way to school. 8 a.m. The sky was relatively cloudy but still had an abundance of sunlight. As winter was coming to an end, the surroundings felt warmer as spring was approaching. Along the way towards Rahazan High School, the Sapphire warriors walked side by side in a straight horizontal line. The 10 of them didn't show any emotions at all, just a serious expression on their faces. Since there was still lots of time before school started, the Sapphire warriors walked slowly and made their way towards school, not batting an eye to anything in their surroundings. The two walking in the middle of the line were Shido Itsuka and Toka Yatagami, and next to them respectively were Origami Tabichi and Miku Zeoi, followed by Kagoya and Yuzuru Yamai, followed by Kotori Itsuka and Yoshino Himkawa, before the line ended off with Shiori Itsuka and Natsumi Kuno. As the group approached Rahazan High School, more of their schoolmates were present as they were seen traveling together in groups. Those all for honor mentioned students took notice of the Sapphire warriors and immediately started gossiping among each other. Student 1, hold on a sec, isn't that Shido Itsuka? I thought he would have been expelled along with his girlfriends after that incident at school, but it seems like he wasn't. Student 2, perhaps it had something to do with his group winning the first place for our school at the Tenno Festival. It greatly improved the school's reputation. Student 3, I mean, that is a possibility. Or maybe he found some dirt on the principal and is blackmailing him. Student 4, ugh, that's just ridiculous. Also, why do I also see 2 other girls in the group? I've never seen them before. You know, the one with the messy green hair and the one with the long violet hair. Student 5, wait. I recognize the one with the violet hair. That's Miku Zeoi, the girl who won second place for the Tenno Festival. I heard she was from some private academy or something like that. But why is she transferring here? Could she have fallen for Itsuka as well? More chatter and gossip continued to spread and propagate as more students watched the Sapphire warriors walking towards school. Finally, they entered the school gates and made their way to their classrooms. The group dropped Kotori, Yoshino, and Natsumi off at their own class since they were second-year students while the rest were in their third year. Then, the rest of the third years headed to their own class. Scene break. Class 3 to 4. 8:40 a.m. Shido opened the sliding door of the classroom and right after the slamming noise of the door hit the wall, every student in the class turned their eyes towards the Sapphire warriors, who all unanimously changed their expressions to ones of surprise. Among the crowd of students was Hiroto Tanamachi, Shido's childhood friend with whom he had a small conflict with in the past before they eventually reconciled. Tanamachi went up to Shido and greeted him. Mornin', Shido. How are you? Sorry for everything that I had done to you and your companions during the festival. I'm really sorry for all that. Shido responded, it's fine now. I've had bigger things to worry about. Just promise to not be a jerk, alright? Tanamachi, okay then. I'll keep to my word, but anyway, was Kyoto alright? I saw the news and everything and well, how have you been faring? I've been worried. Memories of the traumatic incident at Kyoto flashed through the minds of the Sapphire warriors as they recounted the horrific experiences they all shared. There was nothing positive about it, so Shido only gave a vague response. I'm coping well. I'd rather not talk about it. Tanamachi sighed and knew that something bad must have happened at Kyoto and didn't ask any further out of consideration for his best friend. So, he said, I see. Well, I'm glad you're back in school. Since this is our last year before we graduate, let's do our best, shall we? Shido, yeah? I look forward to getting out of this place. Tanamachi, ha ha ha, anyway, let's get to our desks. Class is about to start. All the students proceeded to head back to their seats as Ms. Okamine, their homeroom teacher, entered the classroom. Ms. Okamine, good morning, class 3 to 4, nice to see most of you here. I see that many of you managed to end up getting posted to this class so. She stopped halfway in her words and gasped in shock when she spotted Shido and his harem at the back of the classroom. Shido also noticed this and immediately knew why she reacted that way. Ms. Okamine was definitely still mad at him and the girls for disrespecting her during that time in the principal's office where they all insulted and made fun of her for being single and unable to find a husband. He sighed and rolled his eyes, awaiting for his teacher's crazy outburst. A few moments of silence passed, but Ms. Okamine took a deep breath and managed to control her emotions from going out of control. Instead, she kept her cool and continued speaking, but not before looking back at her student and gave him an irritated look. Ms. Okamine, so start off the new school year. I'd like the new students to introduce themselves. Please come on up and say hello to your classmates. Miki got out of her seat and walked towards the front of the class. She introduced herself. Good morning, everyone. My name is Miku Issei. I transferred here from the Rendiji Private Academy. I hope we can get along. The boys were shouting in celebration as a new hot chick was joining their class, while the girls were deeply enamored by her beauty and voice. But their joy was soon cut short as Miku continued. Also, I am pleased to inform all of you that I'm part of Shido Itsuka's harem, teehee. Like always, the boys turned their smiles into frowns the instant they heard that statement. But their jealousy wasn't as much as the previous time since they had a hunch that this outcome was coming their way. The boys just rolled their eyes and sighed in defeat before turning back to the front. The girls just scoffed and also went back to minding their own business. Ms. Okamine, thanks for introducing yourself. Miku, Greya, just how many do you have? Itsuka, did you steal all my luck away from me? Miku returned back to her seat, while Ms. Okamine was watching her with eyes filled with envy whilst covered up with a calm and joyful facade. Then Ms. Okamine said, also, we have another transfer student today. She's from the other side of the country, so please make her feel at home. Please come in. The student entered and it was another beautiful girl. The boys once again erupted in cheers and applause, while the girls judged her appearance and wondered what kind of girl she was. But this girl was no ordinary student. To the Sapphire Warriors, this girl was bad news and full of red flags. It was none other than 1. Kurumi Tokisaki. They instantly recognized her from her dark black hair and her red-colored eyes. She even had the same aura and demeanor which she had when they last saw her. Kurumi introduced herself. Hello class 3 to 4, my name is Kurumi Tokisaki. I come from the far north in Hokkaido. I hope we can get along nicely. Shido's face was filled with shock and anxiety, not sure why Kurumi was even here in the first place. He looked to the side and saw that his teammates were also feeling the same way, pure confusion and pure anxiety. Ms. Okamine, nice to have you with us, Tokisaki. Now you can have that seat back there. Kurumi bowed respectfully and headed over to her seat and sat down. Shido looked at her from this seat and saw that Kurumi was looking back at him with nothing but a smile. Although she was smiling, that didn't automatically mean that she had good intentions. Behind that smile could be some of the most insane, crazed, and deranged thoughts running wild without any control. Shido thought to himself, I must ask her what's going on. Why is she even here? Kurumi made it clear that she doesn't want to get close to me, yet she even went the extra mile to transfer to my school. Something weird is going on, something definitely is up. Then Ms. Okamine started her lessons. The third year has officially begun, and the countdown towards graduation has begun. Scene break. School rooftop. 12 p.m. Shido, okay. It's about time you explain yourself, Kurumi. I didn't invite you up here for nothing. When lunch had arrived, Shido invited Kurumi to the rooftop to talk, while being accompanied by the other girls. Toka, speak, tell us why you're here. Kurumi was facing the other direction and remained silent for a while, before she turned around and started speaking to the Sapphire Warriors. Let's see, there are a few misunderstandings that I have to clear first. Firstly, I am not Kurumi. Well, not exactly. I am but a mere clone. Now this shocked everyone, since nobody had expected that one of Kurumi's clones had managed to infiltrate their school like this. But this made them wonder how the clone managed to sneak under the radar and come to Rahazen High School. Kurumi then continued, "Secondly, I came here because I want to join your harem, Shido-san." What? The girls were shocked and couldn't believe what the clone was saying. But suddenly, the clone skipped over from her spot over to Shido and embraced him, arms wrapped around his body. Shido got flustered and said, "Wait, what in the world is going on, Kurumi? Clearly you didn't come here for fun, didn't you? State your reasons now." Kurumi was leaning the side of her face against Shido's chest, before she looked back up to him and said, "I am in a bit of a pickle right now and I believe you are my solution. In other words, I need you." Shido still didn't understand her words and said, "You're not making any sense. Please explain in a language that I can understand." Kurumi unwrapped her arms around Shido and took a step back, before replying, "Allow me to explain. I'm not just a regular clone, Shido-san. You see, I am the very first clone that the real Kurumi Tokisaki created. I was first materialized in 1995, when the real Kurumi used her abilities to create me. This means that I had the same memories, same experiences, as well as the same feelings I shared with her during that time. Origami, then could you explain your past to us? Maybe we can help you and perhaps the real Kurumi to overcome her burdens and change her ways." Kurumi giggled for a bit before suddenly embracing Shido again, before happily responding, so demanding. "Maybe spoil me first before I give in to your requests." "Girls, hey, get off him." "Shido, what?" Kurumi once again got off Shido and walked back to class, but she gave the Sapphire Warriors one last message. "Depending on how I perceive you all, I might, just might, be able to join your team, and a little advice, I may have a few screws loose so you might need to keep your guard up." Kurumi then walked off and left the scene. The Sapphire Warriors then proceeded to have their own discussion about what they should do next now that this Kurumi clone was doing all this. "Kotori, this is certainly not what I was expecting on my first day of school. But now that we have this goth girl who's decided to join Shido-senpai's harem, do you think we should get her to hang out with us after school?" "Shiori, bro, I think Kurumi might have an ulterior motive around here. I mean, can we really tell if that clone was telling the truth? Or if that Kurumi was even a clone at all? She's clearly planning something if she's interacted with us." Yuzuru, counterpoint. "If Kurumi really wanted to get close with us, then what is she after? Since she has previously stated that she doesn't need our help, could this mean that she actually does need our help?" Kaguya, nah. That's just wishful thinking at this point. Right now, we have a 10 goth girl who's bad news and trying to seduce our Shido. We mustn't let her be alone with him. Who knows what kind of freaky shit she's planning to do with him. Shido, okay, we have an issue at hand, that I can confirm. But let's head back to my class first to chill out for a bit since we need to save our energy for the rest of the day. Come on, let's go. The Sapphire Warriors went back to Shido's class, including the second years who were curious to see what their senpai's classroom looked like. Natsumi was new to Rahazen High School, and thus wasn't aware of the wild and ridiculous rumors about Shido going around the school, so when she entered alongside her friends, the entire class got a shock when they saw her. Classmate 1, oh, if it isn't Itsuka and his, wait a minute, is that another one? You had another girl this whole time. Classmate 2, no way. But sigh, I should have seen this coming from a mile away, why am I still surprised? Classmate 3, as much of a shock this is, Itsuka, are you really in love with this girl? She looks very skinny and barely has a rack. Did you perhaps date her out of pity? Natsumi got mad at that last remark and snapped back. Shut up, you don't understand anything about me. I'm dating Shido-senpai because because I confessed to him, that's why. Shido's classmates looked at each other with unconvinced faces and shook their heads, meaning that they had a hard time believing Natsumi. This only made her embarrassed and flustered, wanting to run into a room and lock herself inside. But Shido said, no, it's true. Natsumi confessed to me and I went out with her for a while and learned that she has more than her appearance, so I allowed her to stay. Besides, don't insult her looks, I think she looks kinda cute. Mika then hugged Natsumi from behind and happily agreed with Shido. Yup, Natsumi-chan is just the cutest. Natsumi was struggling to break free as Mika was strengthening her grip on her, but Natsumi managed to pull Mika's hands off her and ran off to the corner, glaring back at Miku and assumed a fighting stance with her hands imitating that of tiger palms. Natsumi, grr, you're not getting away with this, Miku, ugh, why do I let you touch me every time? Miku didn't seem guilty about what she did and happily replied, ah. Don't be such a little brat, I just wanna cuddle you." While this exchange was going on, the students of the class were surprised to see that the girls within their classmates' harem had such a complex and strange relationship with one another. They could only speculate the kind of shenanigans that Shido needed to tolerate from them. All the unnecessary noise aside, Shido brought his team together around his table and they began to discuss their plans to approach Kurumi, who luckily wasn't in the classroom at this time so she couldn't overhear their conversation. Shido: "Okay fellas, I'm open to suggestions right now. Can anybody tell me how we should handle Kurumi's sudden and unexpected arrival in our school?" A moment of silence passes, and nobody says a word. The girls appear dumbfounded and unsure of what they should do. This only makes Shido more worried, as he too is not sure how he should speak to Kurumi. In fact, some of them were wondering if they should even trust Kurumi's words in the first place. But since Kurumi claims to be a clone, Shido decided to test if she was telling the truth. He takes out the tracking device out of his blazer and activated the black gem. The gem began to glow weakly, showing no signs of brightening up, while a vague but distinct trail of magic sprouted out of the gem and continued to lead out of the window. Just then, they saw Kurumi come back into the classroom, happily skipping into the room like nobody else's business. This confirmed that this Kurumi in Rahazen High School was indeed a clone, and that her words she said back on the rooftop were credible. The only issue now was to prove them true. Then, Shido recounted what the Kurumi clone said to his team on the school roof. "Alright, everyone, so this clone has said that she was the very first clone created in 1995, and has somehow managed to survive until now. She also says that she's here to join us, though I'm not sure why she's doing this. Either she's after something which we have or she simply is acting as a decoy for the real Kurumi so that we will lower our guards and get taken out by her unexpectedly. Yoshino, so confusing, why did the school year have to start like this?" Toka groaned in frustration. "Isn't there a magic book around here which can only show us the truth and only the truth?" Although this Kurumi clone revealed why she was here, this only left more questions than answers for the Sapphire Warriors. But then, or maybe you need my help. The Sapphire Warriors turned to where the voice was coming from and spotted a student sitting next to the window looking at them. The student was a girl who had short gray hair and light blue eyes, and also wore a pair of red glasses. She was leaning back in her chair and glanced over to the Sapphire Warriors. Shido and the girls looked at one another, asking each other things like, "Who's this girl?" and "Does anybody happen to know her?" Then, Shido got up from his seat and approached the girl, greeting her. "Nice to meet you, I'm girl, Shido Itsuka." "Nice to meet you. My name is Nia Hanju, your dear classmate." The girl named Nia Hanju interrupted him halfway and shook his hand, much to Shido's surprise because she somehow knew him without ever meeting. Shido was stunned and asked, "Oh, nice to meet you too. How do you?" Nia once again cut him off and said, "No you, don't worry about that. I know everything there is to know about you. After all, you're someone noteworthy and special, isn't that right, Shido Itsuka, leader of the Sapphire Warriors?" That sudden mention of the name, Sapphire Warriors, made everybody's heart jump. It was completely out of the blue and nobody knew how to respond except gasp in fear and shock that Nia could be someone concerning. Shido was about to ask her how she knew his team's name, but Nia cut him short yet again and said, "Why don't you try using that tracking device you have in your blazer? It'll all make sense once you've seen who I am." He widened his eyes with absolute horror, as Nia seemed to be reading his mind every time he wants to say something. But since Shido had some questions regarding Nia, he took out the tracking device and pressed the remaining gems on it. The yellow and black gems glowed weakly once again, but the gray gem was glowing extremely brightly, and it was pulsing with energy as a magical trail sprouted out of its shiny core and led towards Nia. The Sapphire Warriors collectively gasped in shock as they had found yet another person who possesses a branch of Sephiroth. Since it was the gray gem that positively identified Nia as one of them, this meant that Nia had the sacred gear, Ratziel, which takes on the form of a grimoire, which was previously known as the Grimoire of Chokma when the original Sapphire Warriors were still alive. Shido then put on a serious expression and said to Nia, "Let's find a less crowded place to discuss some things." Nia responded with a hint of sass in her voice, "But of course. You can't let anybody know about anything personal, right, like your cringy past in middle school, or like your daddy's true identity, or like your 8-inch. 1. Shido, shush, you speak too much, let us go already." Shido was bright red and stormed out of the room, leaving the rest of the girls confused and Nia giggling away, before she followed him out of the classroom. Scene break. Rahazen High School Library. Monday, 12:45 p.m. The Sapphire warriors arrived in the school's library and sat together with Nia at a quiet corner to discuss. Nia leaned back in her chair and placed her hands behind her head, before asking them, "So, what would you like to ask me? Depending on how specific you are, I might be able to answer it." "Origami, show us your sacred gear if you really claim to be one of us." Nia stretched out one of her hands and snapped her fingers, before a magical grimoire appeared out of thin air. "Shido, now explain, what does this book exactly do? And how long have you been using it?" "Nia, this is Ratziel. I only discovered I had this sacred gear recently when I was in the middle of my 3rd year, which was somewhere around the middle of last year." "Shido, wait a minute, last year, then shouldn't you have graduated already?" Nia awkwardly smiled and said, "Well, I kinda skipped my exams on purpose cause I had a little existential crisis during that time. So, I'm technically a 19-year-old who's been held back a year." Nia then cleared her throat and continued, "Ahem. By the way, I was actually part of the student council last year. So anyways, allow me to explain the abilities of Ratziel. Basically, it's a grimoire that contains the truth and only the truth. I can search up any information I want in it, and I'll get it in an instant. What your favorite food is, what the brand of your shampoo is, whatever I want to know, I will get it from this book." This amazed many of the Sapphire warriors, and they were curious and eager to know more about Nia's abilities. Kaguya excitedly asked, "Whoa, can it know the future as well?" Nia, haha, no, unfortunately it can't. However, check this out. Nia opened up Ratziel and started scribbling something on it. Everyone was wondering what Nia was doing and didn't know what to expect. Occasionally, while Nia was scribbling her drawing inside the book, she looked at the Sapphire warriors with a mischievous smile from time to time, trying to hold back her laughter. When she was done with the sketch, Nia said, "He, now let it do its magic." Her eyes were sparkling with eagerness and earnestness, waiting for her sacred gear to work. Suddenly, Shido felt as if his body was stiff and he was unable to move. Even just a single movement was impossible, as he felt an invisible force pushing him back into his current position. "Miku, darling, are you okay? What's happening to you?" Shido struggled to regain control over his body and said, "I cannot move." But suddenly, Shido suddenly got out of his chair and stood up, though this action was unintended and felt like he had been controlled like a puppet to do so. Nia giggled in a childish manner and said, He, now check this out. This is gonna blow your minds." Presenting the power of Ratziel, the ability to change the near future. Then, Shido jumped high into the air and flipped onto the table. He gasped in horror as he said, How did I? I didn't do that, I swear. Why did I flip onto the table?" Nia showed everyone what she scribbled in her book. It was a doodle of Shido doing a flip onto the table. Nia proceeded to explain what happened. "This is called future entry. Remember, I said just now that everything that is inside Ratziel is nothing but truth and fact, and I can add on truths and facts as long as it is humanly possible and doesn't defy the laws of reality. For example, I drew scene of Shido performing a flip onto the table. That is a truth and a fact because it happened just now. Think of Ratziel as a tool that can to some extent control the future. And I say, to some extent, since I cannot create an alternate future to my liking." This display of Nia's powers was shocking to the Sapphire warriors, since none of them had expected something as overpowered like this have ever existed. Then, Toka got curious and asked, "So, you basically know everything, even our own thoughts?" Nia, no. Although Ratziel knows every truth and fact in the universe, it can't read minds, inner feelings, or read the future. However, you may think that this power is amazing, but great power often comes with drawbacks. Shido, I figured that was the case. This power sounds too good to be convenient like this. I suspected that there would be some negative effects from using your powers. Nia, yup, let's say if I want to know, for example, what 12 by 12 was, I would know the answer is 144 straight away using Ratziel. However, if I want to know what is the answer to 146728308x, 6486289, 127644738, then chances are that I'll be less likely to get the answer, since the information is much more detailed. Using Ratziel each time saps my mental strength, and the amount of energy spent scales on how detailed and specific the I receive information is. This means that if I were to overuse my powers, I may suffer from severe mental fatigue and even suffer from brain aneurysms which can possibly kill me. The Sapphire warriors were shocked even more. Not only did Nia possess an extraordinary power, she was cursed to suffer from life-threatening consequences if she abused her powers. This made them quite concerned for Nia as they felt like this situation was unfair for her. Nia noticed their somber expressions and chuckled, saying, "Ha ha ha. Don't be so worried about me. I don't have that much mental strength or high intelligence. In fact, check this out. This is a track record of all my grades throughout high school." Nia used Ratziel and presented to the Sapphire Warriors a list of her grades which she attained. Upon closer inspection, they were all horrified and astonished when they realized that Nia had basically, throughout her 3 years of high school, failed all subjects except literature. Like literally, Nia only got a S for literature and a D, or below for every other subject. It's a miracle that she even got to 3rd year to begin with, let alone become a member of the student council. Everybody's eyes were wide open and they were speechless. Nobody even knew what to say about Nia's horrible grades, except think of what kind of bizarre and ridiculous thoughts ran through her head. Then, Shido decided to ask Nia why she was showing him and his team her true identity and powers. "So what exactly do you want by telling us all this, Nia? If you know me and my team with such great detail to the least significant point, then what do you want to gain out of this?" Nia, well, to be perfectly honest, I had no intention of speaking to you at all. I'm just curious about what kind of truths and facts lie behind that innocent and oblivious facade of yours, Shido Itsuka. Shido, so you basically want to know more about me, is that right? Sorry, but I don't tell anybody about my secret life. Maybe, if you join my team, I just might oblige to that. Nia shook her head and replied, TSK. 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 I guess it can't be helped then. And here I was hoping for an easy grab at information. Oh well, catch y'all later. Shido was surprised at Nia's response, so he asked with confusion, wait. Hold on, Nia, what's wrong? Is there something you do not like about us? Please, tell me so I can help you. Nia got out of her seat and said, The answer to that is pretty straightforward. Ever since I decided to peek into the truth being the world using my powers, I've been exposed to a whole myriad of eldritch horrors. The amount of information that I received became so overwhelming that I fell into a coma for months. Want to know why I skipped school? I didn't. I was hospitalized because of the supernatural bullshit that overloaded my brain. Guess what? I saw your entire secret life as the leader of the Sapphire Warriors and all the supernatural abominations that came along with it. Now, I can't trust anybody anymore. Even a plain boy like you can have his dark secrets. I can never shake off the feelings of pure terror and despair I felt when I learned the truth of the supernatural. I was originally planning to help you get closer to Kurumi, but I guess it was a foolish idea to begin with. Oh well, I guess you're on your own then. I can't trust anyone anymore, now that I know the truth of the supernatural. I don't know who's a monster and who's not. Nia didn't seem happy at all when saying those words, and the Sapphire Warriors felt shocked to the core as they listened to her. Then, Nia walked off and crossed her arms, pushing her glasses up while not facing the Sapphire Warriors at all. Shido got up from his seat and wanted to say something, but someone unexpected showed up first and caused the entire atmosphere to change. Drake, if my kids are monsters, what does that make you? Nia stopped in her tracks and noticed a tall man with long red hair tied into a high ponytail standing next to her, crossing his arms and staring down on her. Nia replied, I presume you're Drake, the father of this boy. Drake, he isn't just some boy. My son is a hero, and you'll never understand the amount of pain and suffering that lies behind that innocent and oblivious face of his. Since you think you know so much with that crappy book of yours, why don't you tell me why you're better than them? Nia sighed and looked at Drake, replying in an irritated and fed-up voice, Listen, old man, I'm not interested in getting involved with your shenanigans. To put it very simply, I don't trust anyone, let alone your kids. I'll have you know that I desire to live a life far away from the shit that your faction involves itself with. Now, if you'd excuse me. Nia walked past Drake and left the library. Even Drake was shocked that she was acting with a lot of nerve despite the fact that she knows that she's talking back to a literal dragon. Drake sighed and turned to his kids, before saying to Shido, Son, Origami called me on the phone and explained to me everything. I know about Kurumi's clone and Nia's powers. Right now, let's try and change Nia's mindset about things. I don't entirely blame her for her trust issues. Shido, but how? Nia could be using Ratziel to predict our every move. It'll be almost impossible to gain her trust. Drake, don't worry about that. All we need to do is show her that we are the good guys, and that we have the best of intentions for her. Kotori, But where do we even start? We just met Nia and we don't even know anything personal about her. Drake, haha, that's where I come in. Since I still work here as a teacher, I asked around Nia's old teachers from the past and managed to gain some valuable information about her. Yoshino, really? What did you learn? Drake, Nia is a lazy freeloader in class. Every time, her teachers would complain about her sleeping during lessons and she would let her group members do all the project work while she'd step in the very last minute to attain a good grade. However, it's not that Nia is lazy or uninterested in class. You see, she is actually a very talented artist and a struggling story writer. She's just in the wrong environment. Maybe after class, you could ask her out on a bookshop date. Shido, so she's more on the artistic side of things, huh? Okay then, I think I've got it figured out. Toka, really, what did you come up with? Shido, hee, can't tell you, it's a secret, but I need to be alone with Nia for this date. Otherwise, it wouldn't work. Scene break. After school. 3 p.m. After the school bell had rang, it was time for the students of Rahazen High School to either go home or head towards their club activities. Shido, I'll be meeting Nia later. See you girls back at home in the evening. Toka, the rest of us will head home now. Good luck with your date with Nia. Shido, thanks. Also here. Take this book. You'll understand later why you'll need it. Toka received book from Shido and looked at it. There's nothing strange about it, just a light novel for teenagers. It had a title and author printed on the cover page. The book also looked pretty new, but had an ink smudge on the publication date. It was titled, A Beginner's Guide to Social Awareness. Toka was extremely confused and asked, what is this? Are you trying to tell me something you're afraid to say out loud? Shido, let's see. Reading this book may help you discover the message that the author is trying to convey. All it takes is an inkling of brain juice to figure it out. 1. Shido winked at Toka before he turned away and left the classroom. Toka and the other girls were left dumbfounded at the final message that he left for them. They tried their best to figure out what was the big deal about just now. Kaguya, does anybody know what the fuck just happened? 'Cause I have no idea. Yuzuru, ambiguity. He is speaking in riddles. I too have no idea what he means by that. Scene break. Rahazen High School gate. 3:05 p.m. Shido called out Nia walking out of the school gate in the distance after spotting her. Hey! Nia, wait up for me. Nia turned around only to find Shido rushing towards her while carrying his bag. She stood there and waited for him to get close, before asking, I expected you to come back, but not so soon. You got something you want to tell me? Shido, you bet, if you're free, why don't we hang out? I'm sure you're focused on your studies so you can graduate, but since it's the beginning of the school year, why don't we relax for a bit? Nia remained silent for a while, before she scoffed, and said, PFTT. Haha, are you asking me out on a date? Let me guess, you want to gain my trust, am I right? And you're also after my power, am I right? Shido, you are right in that last part. However, I value the first part more. You're human after all. Nia, what? You're pretty funny, I'll give you that. Besides, what makes you think you'll succeed? I know that you know everything about me. So what kind of tricks do you have this time? Shido, that's the neat part. You think that knowing everything makes you better than others, but the truth is, well, never mind. It wouldn't matter anyway. Nia, ha, the truth is what exactly? You couldn't come up with a proper string of lies. Shido, come and find out. Since you're so bent on finding truths and facts, why don't you spend the rest of the day with me and come find out for yourself? You can't read my inner thoughts with Ratziel, so why don't you try using the longer method to figure out the truth? Nia was shocked. Even with her doing her best to push Shido away, he still manages to find an appropriate response to her words. This relentlessness from Shido even impressed Nia to an extent, where she admired him for not giving up. In the end, Nia felt like it would be some use of her time to spend the rest of the day with Shido, curious to see what kind of tricks he can come up with. Nia, okay, you're making this much more fun than it should be. It's settled. Let's go to my favorite bookstore then. My favorite manga series has released a new volume. Nia sauntered away while Shido followed closely behind. They then proceeded to head towards Tengu City Station, where both of them boarded the train bound for Tokyo, just a train ride away. 1 hour later. Akihabara, Tokyo, Japan. 4 p.m. Nia and Shido arrived at Tokyo's Akihabara district, where there was an abundance of commercial shops selling items related to manga, anime, and everything that an otaku could ever dream of. Nia had a favorite manga series which only sells in Akihabara itself, and if she wants to go out and buy it, then Nia must take the train to Tokyo and purchase it there directly. No delivery or external vendors sell it. Both of them made it towards the shop where Nia was talking about earlier and took Shido to the section she was talking about. They searched through bookshelf after bookshelf, before Nia finally spotted it. Nia's eyes were glowing with happiness as she exclaimed, "Oh my gosh. They actually have it, this is the best day ever." Shido was just watching Nia acting all energetic and excited, as if she had found the most precious and most beautiful treasure that has ever existed. Out of curiosity, he took the book with his hands and went to see what it was all about. The title read, "The Chronicles of the Order of..." How do I even pronounce this word? Nia jokingly replied, "Hee hee. Too cool for you to handle, haha. I would expect nothing less from an unenlightened simpleton like you. This is the story of a hero who was betrayed by the people he once fought to protect, so he makes a pact with the evil lords of the underworld where he would gain power to enact his revenge." Sounds pretty cool, innit? Shido. So basically every revenge fanfiction story ever written. Nia got offended by that comment and exclaimed, "Hey, don't compare this masterpiece to the unhinged cringe that other mediocre writers have created. My favorite series is a certified hood classic." Shido rolled his eyes and said, "Okay, let me read it then, since you've said so many good things about it." He proceeded to read the book, and then skimmed through a few pages to see what was the storyline like. Shido asked Nia a few questions as he was looking through, say, "Does this story get straight to the point or is there a plot twist somewhere in late stages of it?" Nia, "Nope, it gets right into it straight away." Shido continued reading it and learned a few things about the main character. He was a hero who was part of a team who all served under the king of a fictional kingdom. After defeating an evil dragon and annihilating an entire battalion of evil monsters, the people who rallied under a bitchy princess and the king viewed the hero and his teammates as abominations to the natural order, resulting in their executions. However, upon the arrival of their souls in the underworld ruled by the god of death, they made a pact with him and gained powers from beyond their world, making them nearly invincible. They then set out to destroy all life in the land of the living. Shido, "Hey, this kinda sounds familiar." Nia, "Does it? Maybe you had already read the story in the past but forgot about it." Shido, "No, I mean, this hero in the story reminds me of Issei. The way he was betrayed really makes me feel sorry for him. I wonder if Nia knows about my past life." While he was deep in his thoughts, Nia suddenly snapped him out of it when she asked, Hey, you there. You look pretty invested in this story. Could it be that you found it to your liking?" Shido, no. It's just that, I feel a little bad for this main character." Nia, "Of course you would. Any sane person in the world with a heart would always sympathize with the betrayed hero." I wonder if this world had betrayed a heroic figure somewhere in the past. Nah. If that happened, the world would have gone to shit a long time ago. Shido looked at her giggling away and thought, It seems Nia truly doesn't know anything about my past life. Besides, a great ordeal of her power would have been sapped away if she learns the story of Issei HYOUDOU and all the important details. Then Nia said, "Anyway, let's buy the newest volumes. I heard that this story arc is when the hero and his team enter the final battle with the kingdom's strongest forces." "Don't worry, I'll obviously use my own savings to buy it. I do art commissions." Nia happily grabbed her books and ran off towards the cash register, while Shido chased after her. She paid for her books and left the bookstore with Shido. Now, both students found themselves in the streets of Tokyo, and they decided to head towards Nia's favorite cafe to have a quick bite. Shido, "So, what's this cafe like? Is there anything of note there?" Nia, "They serve amazing pancakes there. I love pancakes. You know, I used to live in Tokyo as a child and had been going to that cafe every day after elementary school, but then I had to move to Tengus City because of my parents' work, so I rarely had the chance to come swing by and have a bite. Anyways, it should be, what's this?" Nia and Shido stopped in front of an abandoned and barricaded building. By the looks of it, there wasn't any rust or dilapidated walls, which meant that the place had closed down recently. The wood barricading the door and the windows were also relatively new, which only made both students feel that something must have happened recently to the place. The old sign which displayed the cafe's name was gone, and left behind an empty concrete slot meant for a sign. Nia slowly walked up to the building and saw a piece of paper taped to the old door. It read, "Dear customers, we, the staff of this cafe, are saddened to announce that we are permanently closing down for good. For the past 30 years, our manager and boss, Kuda Matsumoto, has been serving delicious and tasty pastries and drinks to the citizens of Tokyo ever since he graduated from culinary school. But Mr. Matsumoto had tragically died in the Great Kanzai calamity, as he perished in the fires engulfing the city of Kyoto. He was a good man, and Nia stopped reading there and slammed herself against the door. She pushed her forehead with force on the surface of the door, feeling distraught by the sudden news. Then, she angrily slammed both her fists against the door, lamenting, "TSK, shit, how could this be? How did I not know about this till today?" Shido could see that Nia was deeply upset, and he went over to comfort her. He placed his hand on her shoulder and said, "Some things don't last forever, you know. I can understand how you are feeling right now." "Nia, how do you really?" "Shido, you already know that, don't you? I'm talking about my mother, and perhaps it can apply to my entire life in general. I always believed I was going to be a normal boy and grow up to live a simple life away from the bustling cities. I never liked interacting with people, so I dreamed of just earning enough money to realize my dream. But all that changed when I learned of the circumstances surrounding my birth. I was destined to be involved with the supernatural, and I soon met many people which were noted for their strength and power throughout the supernatural world. I struggled against enemies thinking that I knew everything, but the fact that I struggled meant that I barely knew anything at all. I soon realized that despite learning more and more, you can't know everything. Nia, you may think that you are the center of this world because of your all-knowing sacred gear, but the truth is, you, me, and everything in existence are side characters in a major story. Even you couldn't have predicted that your favorite cafe had already shut down. And just to let you know, Isaac Westcott, the CEO of Dem Industries, is responsible for the closure of this cafe since its manager had died during the Kyoto disaster. Wanna join me and get revenge?" Nia sighed and turned around before leaning back against the door, saying, "I am not in the mood to do anything right now. I just want to eat and go to bed early. Though, I greatly appreciate your efforts to make me fall for you." Shido took her hand and said, "Hey, let's go home. I know a place where we can wind down for today. You should come, it'll really help." Nia, whatever. I'm feeling down right now, so anything will help. Both Shido and Nia went back to the station and took a train back to Tengu City, around the time when the sun was beginning to set and the sky was turning orange. Scene break. Tengu City, Japan. 5 p.m. Shido and Nia returned back to Tengu City and left the station. Instead of heading back home, Shido opened up his map app and brought Nia all the way to the mountainous countryside near the legal boundaries of Tengu City. Nia was confused why he brought her here, but she was too lazy and upset to use Ratio to find out more. Besides, her mental state was weak right now, so any usage of her sacred gear could potentially harm her mind. Eventually, Shido brought Nia to a mountain chalet located within a holiday resort on the peak of a surrounding mountain of Tengu City. It was a small shack with only 3 levels, a small pool and a barbecue grill outside in the patio. Nia looked towards the chalet and noticed several people already standing and walking around the chalet she was approaching. Then, one of them spotted Shido and Nia and said, "Hey. You're finally here." Shido, "Heh. Nice to see you, Toka. Looks like you got my message after all." Toka, "Yeah, Origami figured it out first, and then the trail of clues you left behind led us here. Now, is this part of your plan to befriend Nia?" Nia was shocked by all this and said, "What, you mean, you meant to bring me here this whole time? How did I not know?" Shido, "You see, I gave Toka and the other girls a book which looks a normal book which was recently purchased, but I left a subtle clue behind." Toka passed Shido the book and he started explaining the true purpose behind it. "Take a look at this. This book at the corner has an ink smudge on the publication date. The number, 28, was smudged with ink and I kinda left a subtle message for the girls too before I left to meet you." Flashback. Shido, let's see. Reading this book may help you discover the message that the author is trying to convey. All it takes is an inkling of brain juice to figure it out. At that point, I would have suspected that one of the girls would have gotten the hint that I was hiding something, and I'd guessed that Origami would have been the one to figure it out, knowing how smart she is. Anyway, the page number 28 leads you to a page containing a guide on how to treat people at a party setting. There was a picture of a chalet like this one printed on that page. Then I wrote down a piece of text containing different words from languages such as Swedish, Thai, Tagalog, Bulgarian, Icelandic, and Korean. Despite the words being from different languages, they ultimately share the same meaning regardless of language. So, the girls translated the words into our own language and cracked the code. I wrote down an address, and it was here. There was also a date and time, and it was also written down there. And that address was for this holiday resort in the mountains and all these chalets. The girls realized that they needed to book a chalet for ourselves and proceeded to do so. I don't know how long they've been here, but all I know is that they understood my message. Nia found it very confusing and asked, "But why go through all that trouble to bring me to this? Don't you think all that was necessary?" Shido, not quite. I wasn't actually finished. The last message I left on the text, constructed of words from multiple languages, instructed the girls to set up a celebration atmosphere at the chalet before we arrived. As for why I made the message so cryptic, it's because it was to prevent you from foreseeing this outcome. You already said yourself that you can't handle vast amounts of information at once, so I made sophisticated tricks and data which are so meticulous that trying to break it down into simpler terms would be exhausting even for a regular human mind. Nia finally understood all of Shido's tricks, but she had one final question. Okay, but what's the whole point of bringing me here, anyway? Shido smiled and said, "There isn't. Now why don't you relax for a bit? We've got barbecue lined up over there. By the smell of it, I believe it was recently made just now." Shido took Nia's hand and brought her over to the chalet, where she initially played along with the rest since she was still feeling down from that disappointing discovery back in Tokyo. But as Nia stayed longer, she observed that the girls and Shido barely argued with each other, and even tried including her in their conversations. Then, she remembered something Shido said earlier this evening at Tokyo. "Nia, you may think that you are the center of this world because of your all-knowing sacred gear, but the truth is, you, me, and everything in existence are side characters in a major story." That's when Nia finally understood that she is part of something bigger, and although the realization of not being able to freely control her destiny had become clear, Nia still learned that she is still free to do whatever she pleases, though it will change nothing in the shifting sands of time and mysterious laws of space in the universe. So, Nia decided to throw aside all her fears and anxiety for today, and joined in the party. She quickly found herself to blend in quite well with her new friends. In fact, the more she got to know them, the less scared of them she became. They shared personal life events with each other, and joked around about common topics that they shared interests with. Nia got along well with Natsumi in particular, as both girls shared a common interest towards art. The fun and enjoyment continued deep into the night until everyone was tired and decided to rest for the night. Nia and Shido were the only ones awake, while the other girls were either showering or fast asleep. Both Shido and Nia stood side by side at the balcony, looking up towards the starry night sky. Nia turned to Shido and said, "You know, I had never expected to feel this calm and at ease after I learned of the truth behind the supernatural. Maybe it is how we perceive things which affects our feelings towards everything we see." Shido, I mean, you were very distrustful of us, but look at you now. You stayed with us for the whole night, and now you're here chatting with me on the same day when you said that you wouldn't approach my family anymore. Nia chuckled and said, "Haha, I guess life is full of surprises, huh? I guess the future is what makes life exciting, since we can never know what's coming next. Even Ratio can't predict the future. And you know what? You're full of surprises, Shido. I think I'll stick around for a while and see what awaits me." Nia, and by a while, I mean for as long as I stay in your group. Shido and Nia leaned in towards each other and kissed passionately under the moonlight. That's another team member for the Sapphire Warriors, and another step towards ultimate power and victory over evil. Tuesday, 9:30 a.m. Plus. Tengu's City Mountain Holiday Resort. As the bright rays of sunlight shone into the windows of the chalet, the eyes of two students sleeping in the bed opened up, greeted by the morning daylight. Nia, yawn. Oh gosh, what the heck happened last night? I remember coming here with Shido and then we spent a crazy night together with the other girls and... Nia stopped thinking as she was suddenly caught off guard by a male voice yawning right beside her on the bed. She flinched and slowly turned to the side, revealing the boy to be Shido. Shido, ugh, it's morning already. Where am I? This isn't my room. At that point of time, both Shido's and Nia's gazes met, and they realized what just happened based on the fact that both of them were sleeping in the same bed. Shido and Nia, what are you doing here? Nia, no, I'm the one who should be asking that. Why are you in my bed? Shido, I dunno. I can't remember a damn thing about yesterday night. I was already very tired and the last thing I remember doing was kissing you on the balcony. Nia, that I remember. But how did we end up in the same bed? Wait. Oh no, did we actually? This cannot be happening, Ratio. Nia summoned her book and opened it up, replaying the events that happened last night to find out whether or not she and Shido got carried away last night. Luckily, however, Nia was relieved to find out that nothing major happened last night. They just kissed and that was it. Both Shido and Nia were already tired by that point, and both of them actually fell asleep in the middle of making out. They then ended up sleeping through the night, and that's how they ended up here. Besides, both of them were fully dressed in their clothes, so it reassured them that nothing extreme happened. But then, Nia checked the time and saw it was 9:30 a.m., which meant that they were late for school by almost an hour. She initially panicked, but Shido said, let's just skip school. Besides, let's go and enjoy ourselves with the rest for the morning. Nia, oh okay. But does your dad know about it? Shido, nope. He does not. I just told him beforehand that I'd be with the girls including you, spending time after school hanging out. Look, my phone has over 720 plus missed calls from him. That means he made one call every 1 minute for the past 12 hours. 2. Nia got worried and asked, aren't you afraid he's gonna punish you? I know he's a dragon and all and I know about his temper, so shouldn't you be at least worried? Shido, whatever. Ever since the Kyoto incident and all the shit that has happened thus far, I really don't feel anything towards my dad now. My mom is gone and I don't know what to do. Nia, oh right. I forgot you lost your mother during that incident. I'm sorry for your loss. Shido, it's fine. I truly believe that she's somewhere out there alive and looking for us. Mom can't die so easily. No, never in a million years. Nia was impressed by Shido's trust in the possibility of his mother still being alive. She was so moved that she wonders where Shido gets his motivation and strength from, which is why she asked. Tell me, Shido. I already know about everything you've done in this life. But what I want to know the most is, why are you fighting? Is there an end goal that you and your team wants to reach? Shido sat upright on the bed and looked at Nia, before responding, let me tell you a story. A tragic story about a young man named Issei HYOUDOU. 20 minutes later. Nia. Shido, still don't believe me? Then let me show you. Ratziel, tell us the tale of Issei HYOUDOU. Shido summoned Ratziel and it opened itself up to Nia. Then, the pages began showing animated drawings and even played audio voices of the people involved in Issei's life to illustrate to Nia the entire life story of Issei from start to finish. It took another half an hour for the whole thing to finish, but Nia finally believed Shido, and she was extremely moved, saddened, and angered by what she saw. Nia, So the bitch queen with red hair is named Rias, and she is your team's worst enemy. Shido, yep. We're gonna fucking kill her. Nia, count me in. A reincarnation story of a boy who was betrayed and has become a hero in his next life. Sounds like my favorite manga series. Oh, this is too good. I'll obey your every order, Captain. Shido, well that was easy. Anyway, let's get out of bed, shall we? It's already 10 a.m. Why don't we go get brunch somewhere out of town? It'll be better to avoid my dad. Nia, so we're delinquents skipping school now. Nice, let me get dressed first. Wait. I didn't bring any clothes. Shido, it's okay. The girls and I brought over some extra set of clothes over here. You can borrow from them. Meet me downstairs at the first floor. We'll clear out our trash from our barbecue last night before checking out, and then we'll go somewhere fun. Nia, got it. See you then. Scene break. 10:15 a.m. Nia borrowed some clothes from Yuzuru and changed out of her school uniform. In fact, everyone was wearing casual clothing because they didn't want anybody recognizing them from Rahazan High School. When everyone had arrived back on the first floor, they cleared out all the trash from last night and tidied up the chalet. Once that was all done, they all checked out of the Holiday Resort and went to the train station. Tengu City Station. 10:40 a.m. Toka was happy to be going somewhere fun instead of going to school. She wore her best clothes and happily skipped around the front of the group and excitedly exclaimed, "Yippee! It's time for a fun excursion. Let's go to the beach. The tickets to there are currently on a discount." Kotori followed up with what Toka said, hey. That's because everyone is afraid to go to Japan for vacation ever since the Kyoto incident happened. Our regular tourist destinations have all been empty ever since. Kaguya, then that's a good opportunity to have the whole place to ourselves. Just imagine having an entire beach to ourselves. That would be amazing. Yuzuru, agreement. Indeed, let's put aside our worries for now and relax for a bit. Then we can go back to training. Miku, I've already bought the tickets for our little secret getaway trip. All paid for and subsidized by yours truly, Teehee. When we get there, you are all free to spend as much money as you wish using my credit cards. The Sapphire warriors hopped on the train towards the beach and tried their best to take the stressful things off their minds for a while. As each of them sat by their seat next to the window, they couldn't help but feel a sense of guilt and shame as their train began making its way towards the beach. Mom is missing, and Westcott is out there plotting his next move. Is it really right for me to be relaxing at the beach? This was a common and similar sentiment that all members of the Sapphire warriors shared. To them, Rain was still alive out there, but the fact that all of them were choosing to go on a getaway trip instead of training made them feel guilty. However, many of the girls especially had just become part of the supernatural world, weren't used to the hectic and chaotic nature of their new lifestyles, and desperately needed a cooldown as they were approaching their breaking points. These kinds of thoughts continued to flow through their minds for the entire train ride. Before they knew it, they arrived at Tokyo Narita International Airport. Scene break. Tokyo Narita International Airport. 11 a.m. The Sapphire warriors arrived at the airport and had their bags packed for a day trip to Okinawa, an island south of Japan's home islands and home to a number of pristine beaches. When they arrived at the airport, the place was absolutely deserted. No tourists, no visitors, just the airport staff. Baggage attendants could be seen sitting down and slouching on the counters, cleaners were leaning against the walls and slacking off, security guards were just standing idle, and most shops at the airport were simply closed. The flight was at 12 p.m., so the Sapphire warriors had some time to get lunch before they departed for Okinawa. There was a small eatery at the corner of the airport, and it was surprisingly still open. Shido and his gang walked to the eatery and greeted the man who was running the place despite the fact that there are no customers. Shido, hello sir, are you still open? Chef, customers, well that's a sight I haven't seen in a while. What brings you here? Haven't you heard the news? Shido, I have. But we came here to go to Okinawa. Our flight is at 12 p.m., and since we have some time, we decided to get some lunch. Chef, I don't know about you kids, but y'all seem crazy to be choosing to go on vacation in a time like this. Sure, you might be taking advantage of the cheap ticket prices, but not a single sane person would be willing to risk their life to do anything ever since 20 million of our own countrymen have perished in the Great Kanzai disaster. Shido. Chef, I'm just messing around with you, based on the events that have been happening recently in this country, starting from that incident in Tengu City, to the Kyoto catastrophe. I'd understand if people believe if we are living in the end times. Life's pretty short, so you gotta enjoy it while it lasts, right? Shido, yeah? I guess you're right. Anyway, may I have 11 bowls of ramen for all of us? I'll pay for the bill. Chef, sure. Coming right up. Take a seat first. I'll deliver your food to you. The Sapphire warriors sat down at a table and didn't move an inch. There was too many things on their mind to the point where they didn't even bother to think about it. They really wanted a break from this. As they pondered in silence, the TV playing on the wall caught their attention, so they decided to occupy themselves by watching some news. TV. Reporter. In other news and reports from around the world, suspicion grows as the world's largest company, DEM Corporation, has recently witnessed a massive decline in activity within its branches all across the world. Offices and buildings owned by the company have ceased operations and have become deserted. The company's board of directors have announced that DEM Corporation will enter a period of internal review of its operations due to a recent rise in incidents happening in their offices. Ever since the wake of the incident in Kyoto, the international community has raised the readiness level of their armies across the world, preparing for the worst possible scenario, which is similar to the Kyoto disaster. The number of flights has also witnessed a drastic drop since last week as many tourists choose to stay at home due to fears of being caught in a calamity such as the one in Kyoto. The death toll still continues to rise as more than 20 million people across Japan have been confirmed dead. The Japanese Prime Minister has vowed to find out the cause of this tragic catastrophe and bring justice to the victims and their families. In other news, the Sapphire warriors turned their eyes away from the TV as they lost interest in the news. They've heard this story way too many times since last week and were sick of it. Toka, sigh, crazy world, am I right? This must definitely be someone's fever dream. Kotori, what kind of things did we do to deserve this kind of fate? I just, forget it. I'm way too stressed to be thinking about this kind of shit right now. Nia noticed the demeanors of her new friends, and she awkwardly tried to brighten up the mood. See, what has happened to you guys ever since the Kyoto incident? Have you all been coping well? Shido, I guess. More or less for some of us. Barely for some of us. And there's some of us who are just too sick and tired of this already. Since you're new to this, Nia, why don't I tell you about my dealings with the underworld? Nia, oh, tell me, I'm dying to find out. Shido explained everything that happened since the day he found he wasn't a normal human. He talked about fighting stray devils in the mountains near Tengu City. He talked about meeting the woman who killed him in his past life not so long ago, and he talked about his interactions with the Yukai faction. Nia was extremely intrigued by this and was eager to know more. She then asked, "So, this Kitsune girl named Kunu, you said you spoke with her last week on Sunday." Shido, oh right. I did. What was it about? Oh, that's right, she gave me this. Kunu wanted me to find out about the present whereabouts regarding her long-lost half-sister. These are the adoption details. I haven't started on it yet, but at least I know that I should look for the Hashimiya family. They live in this address across the nation in Shimonoseki. Though I don't know if they still live there. Nia, well, not to worry, for I am the person you need. Check this out, Ratziel, show us the truth. She summoned her sacred gear and looked through it. Nia spent a minute or two flipping through the pages before she put the book down and returned to her friends. You're not gonna believe this, but... Origami, what's wrong? Did something happen to the Hashimiya family? Nia, no, the Hashimiya family is doing great. The thing is, there isn't a family member named Makuro Hashimiya there. The family also acts as if she doesn't exist. Pretty strange if you asked me. Natsumi, wait. So you're saying that Makuro has never been part of the family? Nia, I can't read further into the family's background. I already told you guys before. My mental capacity isn't strong. I'm using almost all my strength just to read into the family's present situation. Natsumi, really, just to search a simple fact like that and you're using most of your strength. How weak are you? Nia, hey, this sacred gear is no joke. It has one of the most convenient powers, but always remember. Some things are too good to be real. I can search up any type of information I want, but it always comes at a high cost, even for the most simplest piece of info. I simply don't have the mental capacity to unlock my full potential. Shido, then why don't I try? I kissed Nia last night and got her powers, so let's see how I do. The girls instantly turned toward Shido and were shocked. They never once saw both of them kiss, and suddenly this revelation was brought up. Shido realized what he just said and froze. He awkwardly looked around and saw that his girlfriends were staring daggers at him, and Nia. He panicked and said, hold on, calm down, it was just a kiss. Nothing more, alright, Nia. Nia smirked and said, yeah, it was just a kiss. Too bad they don't know about the part where we slept in the same bed. Shido, Toka, okay, that's it, spill the beans. What happened last night? Did you have a good time with Nia, Shido? Shido, well. Nia, don't need to worry, we had a smashing time in there. Shido, oh, could you just shut up? You're not making the situation any better, ahem. Forget about what Nia said, it's not that important. Anyway, let's find out more about Makuro. Shido summoned Ratziel and began looking through information related to Makuro Hashimiya. He was able to access more information due to him having higher mental resilience. But Shido was shocked to learn that every second he spent using Ratziel, he began to feel more tired as he flipped through each individual page. When he got to a point where he nearly dozed off, Shido closed the book and rubbed his eyes. He turned to the girls and groaned, relaying his findings to them. Makuro Hashimiya is still alive. She is in outer space. She has sacred gear. Michael, ugh. Shido fell asleep and his head plopped onto the table. The girls were worried and they hurriedly tried to wake him up. Shiori, his sister, rushed over and shouted, bro, wake up, don't fall asleep now. Yoshino, I have something that might wake him up. She walked over to Shido and took something out of her bag, revealing the item to be an air horn. Yoshino slowly placed it next to Shido's ear, and pressed the button loudly. Blay Award. Shido, oh my god, are we under attack? Is Westcott? Shiori, calm down, brother, you just fell asleep. You were using Nia's powers to find out more about Makuro Hashimiya until you lost consciousness. Shido, yawn, did I now? Well, I guess Nia isn't joking when she says that her powers come at a high cost. Get me some coffee. I really need it right now. Miku, I'll order some now. Stay here while we wait for our food to arrive. In the meantime, Shido said, okay, so I wanted to know about Makuro's current whereabouts. So I looked through Ratziel and learned that she is in outer space right now. On top of that, she possesses the sacred gear, Michael. The last sacred gear user which we need to locate to form our team. She's actually visible at night, best if we go to somewhere isolated such as Okinawa to see her. Nia, you learned all that information, teach me. You've become so much better than me when you use Ratziel. I gotta study your mental resilience and mental strength. Bonk. Kotori, hey, stay away. You've been getting way too touchy, Nia-senpai. You should learn to back off. Nia, rubs own head, ow, okay, got it. I won't mess with you anymore, you little gremlin. Then, the chef of the eatery came over and brought the ramen and coffee which the Sapphire warriors ordered. He said, hee hee, you kids must be really excited for your trip. I could hear shouting and screaming from my kitchen. Anyway, your ramen and your coffee. Shido looked at his phone and saw that there was still some time before the flight, so he recommended that everyone quickly eat up before they board the plane. The girls nodded, and within a matter of 15 minutes, the Sapphire warriors finished their ramen. They quickly grabbed their bags and made sure they left nothing behind. They passed through customs and passed the security checks before they entered the plane and sat down. Shido had a window seat, and he looked out to see rows of planes grounded on the runway. Very little planes were at the terminals ready for takeoff. Seems nobody dares to go out anymore. The disaster really seemed to have shaken the public. But he was still pretty tired after using Ratziel, even though he drank a cup of coffee after that. Shido chose to sleep for the whole flight, planning to recuperate his energy before he and his gang arrived on Okinawa. Scene break. Okinawa, Japan. Tuesday, 2:45 p.m. After arriving in Okinawa, the Sapphire warriors left the airport and took a bus to a secluded beach on the island's northern coast, separated by a ridge and a national park from the city. They booked a villa there using Niku's credit card, and settled inside the villa. From there, since the plan now was to find Mukuro in the sky at night, Shido suggested that everyone relax for the rest of the afternoon before they would try their luck at finding their last member. Shido, alright, the afternoon is yours, ladies. If there's anything you need, then contact me immediately. I'll be in the bedroom resting. Toka, okay. The girls and I will be on the beach. I think it's a good time for us to get to know Nia a bit better. After all, she just joined us last night. Shiori, you can count on me to watch the girls for you, brother. I brought a volleyball along, so I guess we could play a little bit. Who's in? Shido was glad that his own teammates knew who to organize themselves and take the initiative to maintain order within the group. He said goodbye to them before he went to his room in the villa. Shido thought that he could finally rest, so he changed into just his boxers and turned on the air conditioning. He threw himself onto the bed and pulled the blanket over his body. As he shut his eyes closed, Shido thought, such chaotic times we are in, huh? I'm so fucking done already. Just let me rest this once, okay? I'll be back to fighting evil once I've fully rested. Suddenly, not more than 5 seconds later, a seductive female voice spoke, Ara, you look quite comfortable in there, don't you? Shido instinctively responded, yeah, it's about time I get a. Wait a minute, whose voice is that? Shido opened his eyes and turned to the right, and gasped in absolute horror when he realized that Kurumi was in his room. Shido screamed at the top of his lungs, covering himself with the blanket, and yelled, Kaya, what the, Kurumi? How the heck did you get in here? Then, Kurumi said, first things first, I'm the clone you met yesterday. And second, I was worried sick about you when you didn't show up at school today. But don't worry, while you were at lunch yesterday, I secretly placed a tracker on your phone so I know your live location. Isn't that romantic? Shido got flustered and yelled back in anger and embarrassment, no. That's just stalking at this point. Don't make me say that you're worse than Rias. Bad Kurumi, bad. 1. Kurumi, you just don't understand how I feel towards you, Shido-san. To tell you the truth, I really need your help. Shido, help with what? All you've told me so far ever since you've suddenly shown up at my school is that you want to become a part of my harem. What's even in it for you? Kurumi, don't you want to know the details of my past? Aren't you at all curious about what I've been through before this all happened? Shido, can I even trust those words to be credible in the first place? Kurumi, I'm the first ever clone created by the real Kurumi when she used Safgil's ability for the first time. Being her oldest clone, I shared not only the memories, but also the feelings she had at the time when she created me. Please, I beg of you to listen to me at least. All I ask is for a listening ear. Shido, go ahead. But remember, I have a whole team out there who can easily detect any funny tricks you have up your sleeves. Kurumi, okay. Here it goes. Flashback. University of Kyoto. Late September, 1993. In the midst of fall, students were rushing up and down the campus of Kyoto University, making sure that they made it to their classes in time or meeting up with friends or teachers to study. Inside the student dormitories, there sat a young 21-year-old Kurumi Tokisaki in her room. She drank her coffee while flipping through her notes. Kurumi was a history major, and she was looking through the notes she had written related to the Napoleonic Wars during the early 1800s. Kurumi, Battle of Austerlitz, that one I can remember. The one I need some revision is related to the Siege of Toulon. Sigh, why did I take this course? Then again, I didn't have a choice. This was my only interest. Kurumi was so engrossed with her work, too engrossed to the point where she didn't even realize that her dorm room was open. Suddenly, someone hugged Kurumi from behind and gave her a shock. Mickey, Kurumi, there you are, having fun studying your history. Kurumi, gosh, Hashimoto. Please don't scare me like that. I was in the middle of focusing. Mickey, hey now, don't call me by my last name, we're best friends aren't we? You, me, as well as Sawa. Kurumi, Mickey, you're only friends with me because Sawa is our mutual friend. Besides, I've known Sawa much more longer than you. We went to the same high school for heaven's sake. Then, another lady showed up and joined the conversation. Sawa, hey, don't talk to Mickey like that. She's been our childhood friend ever since elementary school. Don't say things like that. Kurumi rolled her eyes and sarcastically responded, Yeah. Sure. I just don't want to be interrupted in the middle of my studies. Heck, I even have a deadline for a project in 3 days. I just spent the whole of last night making props. Sawa, props? What kind of props? Did you make a French military uniform? Kurumi, not quite. But say hello to my little friend. Kurumi suddenly swiped a flintlock pistol along with a musket rifle and pointed them at Sawa and Mickey respectively, giving the two girls a good shock. Mickey, aw, what the fuck? Where did you get those from, Kurumi? Kurumi laughed and said, Ha ha ha, this is just a fake. This is the prop. I looked for wood and special metal to create this copy of the muskets and pistols which Napoleon's army used. Not bad, right? I made sure to copy every last detail. Sawa managed to catch her breath and say, Whoa, don't do that, Kurumi. You nearly gave me a heart attack. How long did you spend making those? Kurumi, about 15 hours yesterday. I made sure that every detail was accurate. By the way, my other group mates for this project are all. Well, I dunno, gone. I can't find them anywhere. I did all the work, you know. Sawa, sigh, whatever. But Kurumi, we haven't seen you for a while. We've been worried. You should hang out sometime with us. Kurumi, if I have the time. Just then, a male voice called out to the three ladies inside the room. Hey ladies. Fancy seeing you all here. The three ladies turned around and they all blushed at the same time. The guy walked up to them and waved at them, before speaking again. What you doin'? Talking about me behind my back, Mickey replied while stuttering, feeling nervous. Oh, Goro, it's great to see you too, so, what brings you here? 1. Goro, nothing much. Just checking in on my friends. Kurumi, Sawa, you two doing alright? Kurumi, yeah? I'm doing fine, HYOUDOU. I didn't expect to see you here too. Kurumi was fiddling with her fingers as she tried to look at Goro with a straight face, though it was difficult since she couldn't mask her blush. Sawa was continuously shifting her eyes back and forth between Goro and the cafe exit. She just said, HYOUDOU, I thought you were talking with your other buddies at the karaoke bar. Goro, nah. Fuck those guys. I prefer talking with you three. After all, we all grew up together, right? We lived in the same neighborhood, went to the same elementary, middle, and high school, right? We've been by each other's sides since the beginning. This only made the three girls blush even more, and they were pretty flustered at this point. Goro just talked so casually without even realizing that his three childhood friends had a crush on him. 1. Then, Goro said, Haha, anyway, let's go and have dinner together at this ramen place I found yesterday near the Grand Fushimi Inari Shrine. And by the way, Kurumi, take care of yourself please. You look like you need a break. Kurumi blushed upon hearing those words from Goro and replied, Oh, well, I have a deadline to meet in. Goro brushed off her worries and simply responded, don't worry about it. I prefer to see you looking all pretty like a queen. Kurumi blushed even more and couldn't take the embarrassment anymore, which made her cover her face with her hands, thinking, Ugh. This idiot, always saying the right things to make me end up like this. I swear, he's gonna end up saying something he's gonna regret. Then, Sawa and Miki got jealous and respectively said, "Hey, talk about being a smooth talker. Don't forget that there's 2 other girls here who are sensitive to what you say, Goru. Yeah, don't just throw random compliments at other girls like that while I'm here, you're such a dummy." Goru got confused and thought, was it something I said? Why are they so mad all of a sudden? Meh, they must be really tired. Can't blame them for being so stressed right before our exams. Maybe some dinner will help. Goru then laughed it off and said, "Ahaha, maybe we should really go out for dinner together. Just the 4 of us, what do you girls say, hee." Sawa pouted and turned her head to the side and said, "As long as you don't bore me to death, I guess I won't mind." Miki eagerly replied in excitement and said, "Dinner? Together? Oh yes please, and may I please sit next to you?" Goru, sure, not sure why you're so bent on sitting next to me, but sure, why not? Kurumi, you coming or not? Kurumi looked back up at Goru and freaked out when she saw Sawa and Miki getting real close to him, so she said, "Oh, see coming. But wait first, let me pack these props first. I spent so hard on them I can't afford to let them be taken away unsupervised." Goru, you know you can lock your dorm and… Kurumi, shush, I'm super paranoid right now. I don't want all my effort to go to waste. Kurumi hastily packed her props into a luggage bag and immediately joined her friends to go out for dinner. Soon, the 4 friends made their way out of campus and took a train to Inari Station, where the ramen place was. Scene break. Ramen place, somewhere near the Grand Fushimi Inari Shrine, Kyoto. Nighttime. The 4 friends sat at a table indoors, eating their ramen while talking about their recent life events. Goru was busy bragging about a project he is currently tanking on his own without the support of his teammates, who are simply idling around like a bunch of passive idiots. Miki was looking at Goru the whole time, though not because she was paying attention to him, but because she can't help but feel attracted towards his looks. Sawa was also not paying attention at all and was simply getting jealous that Miki was sitting right next to Goru while slyly inching closer to him. However, Kurumi couldn't even care at all. Something was on her mind, and it made her feel anxious. She was doing a project all alone like Goru, but unlike him, her teammates were nowhere to be seen, like, missing in action. Kurumi had last seen them several weeks ago when the assignment was first published. Despite her 3 friends having told her to chill out and relax for a bit, Kurumi couldn't help but feel that something terrible was happening, and it wasn't over yet. Suddenly, Kurumi felt a loud snapping sound next to her and snapped out of her thoughts. She turned to see that her luggage bag containing her props had been snatched away while she wasn't looking, prompting her to stand up and shout, "Hey! What are you doing? Those are mine! Get back here!" Kurumi sped out of her ramen place and chased after the thief who took her luggage bag. He was surprisingly quick on his feet while carrying a large luggage bag, but it only made Kurumi more determined to get her stuff back. Goru and Miki were still struggling to process what happened just now, but Sawa had already gotten out of her seat and chased after Kurumi, feeling concerned about her friend's safety. Meanwhile, Kurumi had chased the thief deep into the Grand Fushimi Inari Shrine. It was dark and had little to no lighting. Kurumi could only follow the thief through the sound of his footsteps. As she made it further up the mountain and climbed more steps, Kurumi eventually realized that the thief's footsteps were silent now. Kurumi looked behind and in front, not being able to see anything because of the darkness. At this point, Kurumi didn't care at all whether or not she was in danger. She yelled, "Hey, to the one that stole my stuff, give it back right now or I'm gonna call the cops on you." A brief moment of silence passed, before an ominous and chilling breeze blew towards Kurumi from in front, forcing her to cover her face from the chills she got. But as she put down her arms, Kurumi saw a shadow up ahead, which quickly sped up ahead as soon as she made eye contact with it. Kurumi then pursued the mysterious thief further deep into the mountain. After a few minutes of running and chasing, Kurumi found herself nearing the peak of the mountain. She no longer heard any footsteps and didn't see anything leading up to the shrine at the top of the mountain. Kurumi stretched her hands forward and tried to feel for objects in front of her, but as she took several steps up, her feet hit something hard and she nearly tripped. Kurumi bent down and felt the object, realizing it was her luggage bag with her props inside. She zipped it open and was relieved to know that her stuff was still intact and in perfect condition. Kurumi zipped her bag up again and decided to head back down the mountain, but not before. No, stop, have mercy, no. No. Error. Splat. Kurumi stumbled down the steps and injured her shoulder. She was gasping for air after being nearly scared to death from 2 consecutive screams of despair and terror. Kurumi wanted to run, but she was still concerned for the poor soul who had been calling for help just now. For all she knew, this could be a gruesome murder taking place, and she needed to report it as soon as possible. If she was going to be an eyewitness, then she needed to see what was happening at the scene, or the potential murderer could easily wipe away all the evidence and get away. Being a girl who always had a strong sense of justice, Kurumi took out both her pistol and musket props in an attempt to scare the assailant into giving up. She knew it was a stupid idea, but Kurumi still wanted to see what was going on at the top of the mountain. Kurumi left her luggage bag on the steps and slowly took each step up the mountain, before eventually reaching the shrine on the peak. She looked left and right cautiously, and slowly moved towards the main shrine in front of her. Just as she got within 10 meters from the shrine, Kurumi nearly vomited and gave away her presence as she smelled a pungent scent of blood. It was fresh, and she knew that someone was seriously hurt. With all her courage and strength, Kurumi marched forward and slowly pushed open the door without making too much sound. She peeked inside and was met with, nothing. Kurumi looked around the shrine hall and saw absolutely no trace of blood or any kind of human activity in the place. She stepped inside and held up her prop guns, checking her surroundings for the smallest details in the hall. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Kurumi lowered her guard after seeing that there was nothing inside the prayer hall. As she turned to leave, a drop of liquid fell upon her nose, which gave her a shock. She used her finger to wipe it off, and upon closer inspection, Kurumi realized that it was blood. She freaked out at the sudden appearance of the mysterious blood droplet, and looked up towards the ceiling to see an entire collection of mutilated corpses of humans cut from limb to limb, with each severed body parts such as their arms and legs and even the torsos and heads hanging from the ceiling. There was a head that was detached from its body while still partially attached, as the spine was still connecting the 2 severed parts. Despite countless of orifices and lacerations present in the corpses, there was strangely barely any blood dripping from them. Kurumi was frozen in place and trembled with fear. She could only look in despair as she wondered what kind of abomination could have committed this kind of heinous and inhumane act. Then, suddenly, a hand gripped onto Kurumi's shoulder as a male voice spoke. "Hello there, young lady. It seems like you've stumbled into one of my secret hiding places. And it also seems you saw something you shouldn't have seen. Hee. What a bad girl you are. Never go wandering off to places like these. Haven't your parents taught you that?" Kurumi turned around and saw a man taller than her with lifeless blue eyes and dull white hair, glaring down on her with an evil smile as she looked with horror. Kurumi instinctively backed away from the man and backed herself against the wall, pointing both her pistol and musket towards him. She yelled, "Who are you? What did you do to those people?" The man laughed and said, "Gahahaha, you think those guns fool me? I already knew those were fakes the moment I picked up the bag containing them." "Kurumi, wait, you're the thief that took my stuff. But why? Why take it away? Why even leave it on the path leading up to the shrine here?" The man continued, "Why? Well, I needed some test subjects for my experiments, so I thought I could lure someone foolish into this place. And that's when I picked you." "Kurumi, who are you? Why are you doing this?" The man finally introduced himself and said, "Seems like you're not gonna live to see another day, so I might as well just introduce myself. Pleasure to meet you, young lady. My name is Kent Westcott, and I'm the solution to this world's suffering." "Kurumi, Kent Westcott, never heard of you. But tell me, if I'm dying here tonight, I demand you tell me what's the big deal with those human corpses on the ceiling, and what kind of shady crap are you up to?" "Kent, it's pretty simple. I am the CEO of a company which I am taking advantage of to make myself into a god, and you are going to be part of a trial and error experiment." "Kurumi, what experiment? Spill the beans now. I demand you to." "Kent, ha. Why don't you come closer and find out? It'll be an exhilarating experience for you." "I mean, it certainly was for your friends up there." Kurumi was confused by what Kent Westcott said just now, but when she looked back up towards the ceiling and inspected the bodies again, she was horrified upon learning that the victims were her group mates for her project who had been missing for a while. Kurumi tried to back off from the gruesome scene, but a wall stood in her path as she desperately searched for an exit out of this place. Kent was blocking the one and only exit out of here, and no matter how much Kurumi told herself to run, she couldn't move a muscle as Kent had an overwhelming aura surrounding him. Then, Kurumi started praying under her breath. She begged for some divine intervention from the heavens to come and rescue her. She pleaded for justice for her murdered friends from her group. She called upon harsh judgment to fall upon Kent Westcott. Suddenly, Kent dashed towards Kurumi with a knife in his hand. He swung his arm towards Kurumi's face and tried to stab her, but Kurumi's instincts made her hold up her pistol and pull the fake trigger on it. Kurumi didn't know why she did it, but perhaps it was a last-ditch attempt by her survival instincts to protect herself despite the futility of it all. Then, bang! As Kent was just in front of her, Kurumi pointed the barrel of the pistol directly at him and fired it, unexpectedly shooting an actual bullet out of it. Kent was blasted back several meters against the wall, and he grunted with pain. The knife fell out of his hand and he placed on hand on his abdomen to stop the bleeding. Kurumi was flabbergasted as she saw smoke rising out of the pistol's barrel. She was even more shocked that she caused a lethal injury on a person using a gun she definitely knew was a prop. She thought, but I clearly remember making this a non-lethal prop. How did it even manage to fire a bullet? Suddenly, Kurumi felt a powerful aura behind her. She turned around and she saw the entity behind her, which was radiating with great power. Kurumi was in awe as a massive Victorian clock stood behind her. Kurumi then heard several whispers from the clock and then, within a matter of seconds, she understood what she needed to do. Kurumi, Zafkiel, 7th bullet. Kent miraculously got up from his resting position and dashed right back at Kurumi with pure rage, not realizing the girl in front of him had unlocked a secret power he didn't expect to see. Kurumi Zayin. Bang! Kurumi once again fired another shot at Kent, and it froze him in time. Kurumi then grabbed her musket and fired several rounds of bullets at Kent, causing grave injuries on Kent. When Kent finally unfreezed, blood poured out of his body like a fountain and he struggled to stand. As Kent struggled to get his bearings, he finally noticed the clock behind Kurumi and was shocked. Kent, no way is that. Kurumi then said, "It's time you pay for your crimes, asshole. Now, any last words?" Kent stood back up, while blood was still spilling out of the holes formed from the bullets lodged inside his body. He didn't seem to be in severe pain, which was abnormal. Kent took a few steps forward and gave Kurumi a maniacal grin, accompanied by an unstable pattern of crazed and unstable breathing. He exclaimed, "So, you think with that weapon, you can stop me?" Kurumi still kept pointing her pistol at Kent and responded, "Look at you, you're unarmed. I think the winner has been decided already." Kent, he, ha ha ha, "Oh, that is certainly true, but just one thing, did you think that I came here alone?" Suddenly, a whole barrage of bullets came blasting from the wall behind Kurumi, and many of them shot through her back and caused her to collapse forward onto the floor. Kurumi lost grip of her guns and she could no longer stand. Kent simply stood in front of her and didn't show any emotion whatsoever. Then, several armed soldiers wielding rifles came in from the prayer hall's front door, greeting Kent upon seeing him. Soldier 1, "Greetings, Sir Westcott. Are you alright? Do you need any medical assistance?" Kent, "No. It's fine. These bullet wounds will heal on their own." Soldier 2, "Really? But that'll take such a long time. Are you sure you don't need the medic's help?" Kent, "Yes, I'm sure. Now, if you may be so kind and take this girl to a quiet and isolated place in this mountain and bury her somewhere so that nobody will find her, I'd greatly appreciate that." Soldiers, "Sir, yes sir." As the soldiers approached Kurumi's seemingly motionless body, they suddenly stopped in their tracks just right in front of her for no apparent reason, which confused Kent. Kent asked with great confusion, "What are you doing, you fools? Didn't I make myself clear just now?" Soldier 3, "No, we understand what you need us to do, sir. But do you hear that? It sounds like..." Hiya. Smash. From out of nowhere, Sawa, whom had followed Kurumi up the whole mountain, barged into the prayer hall and tossed Kurumi's luggage bag, which she had filled up with pebbles she collected outside the prayer hall, and tossed it at the soldiers, causing one of them to fall by surprise. Sawa then rushed in and grabbed the soldier's rifle and shot the other soldiers dead. Then, she looked around for other threats, which was when Sawa spotted Kurumi's lying on the floor with a pool of blood surrounding her. Sawa cried out, "Kurumi, what happened here? Are you..." Stab. Sawa had failed to notice Kent approaching her from behind and had stabbed a knife through the back of her neck. Kent then pulled the knife out and stabbed Sawa again and again in quick succession in the back and in her shoulders. Sawa eventually fell on the floor facing the ground just right in front of Kurumi, while Kent panted heavily trying to catch his breath. At this point, I thought I had died, but my consciousness hadn't faded away yet. From the corner of my eye, I could see Sawa's lifeless body right in front of me, and also Kent Westcott walking around the room. "Shido, Kent Westcott, So the person you met was the father of Isaac Westcott, the current CEO of Dem Corporation. Tell me what happened next. I need to know what happened on that night. Kurumi, Kent, suddenly started speaking with other people from I don't know where, but I don't think what I heard from the conversation was even real or not. Shido, it doesn't matter. Tell me what you heard. Kurumi, well. Flashback continues. Kent, sigh, this has been quite the evening. I wonder if I'll be met with any more surprises. My lord, we have arrived. Is everything alright? Kent, yes, well, not exactly. You see this girl in front of me, the one with the black hair? Yes. What about her? Kent, she has a special power which we all call a sacred gear. And this one is special. Remember those, Sapphira warriors from the Great War which perished in the fight against Drake? That's the one. This girl possesses one of them. And how do you know this, Lord Resivim? Resivim, sure, not so loud. There might be yokai in the area, and I cannot let them know of my true identity. Be more aware, Euclid. Euclid, my apologies, so, what now? Resivim, take this girl back to the secret base deep beneath the catacombs of Paris. She will be a test subject for our power replacement project for Eve. Euclid, my lord, Eve is gone. There's no way we can replicate her power from this girl's just because her sacred gear is related to her. Resivim, oh shut up, I'm already aware that Eve is gone. There's nothing I can do to find her. Euclid, then what do you suggest we do? We have been working on this God Ascension plan for you for several decades now. Surely you must have some confidence in any kind of backup plan you have. Resivim, sigh, you know, I don't. I don't have a backup plan to begin with. Let alone any confidence in what I'm doing. Sigh, I want to ask you something, Mr. Euclid Lucifuge. Right now, do you have a backup plan? Yosoldai. Do. But we'll have to abandon your plan of becoming a godlike being if we want to succeed. Resivim, go ahead. I'm all ears. Just give me something which is entertaining for my own pleasure. Yosold, okay, this is gonna take a while. But have you heard of the Trahixa, or Ophis, or the Holy Grail, or the existence of another world beyond ours? Resivim, that sounds pretty intriguing. Tell me more, but first, let's settle these two girls first. Send the black-haired girl to Paris, then send the brown-haired girl to the underworld to rot for eternity. Let me tell you what's gonna happen next. Euclid, go on. Resivim, my illegitimate son, Isaac, is the current reincarnation of Adam. He is an indispensable asset to us. But he is absolutely useless if we don't have Eve in our hands. So, for the next few years until 1997, we will proceed with the God transformation plan. This girl will be a test subject for our experiments. If by 1997, no progress has been made, we dump everything behind and we go with your plan. Sounds good. Euclid, sounds like a decent plan. Okay then, I shall heed to your wishes, Lord Resivim. Kurumi, that's all I remembered from that conversation. I know it sounds crazy but... Shido, no? I believe you. It's just that I am horrified to learn that Kent Westcott was an alias used by the son of Lucifer himself. If you want more information regarding that, you can ask my father. He is more knowledgeable when it comes to Resivim. Kurumi, I see. Alright then, I'll ask if I ever get the chance. But moving on from that point, I was moved to a secret facility in Paris deep underground where I was tortured using unimaginable methods and inhumane treatment. I don't want to talk about that part, for it remains a painful memory. But after 4 years of agony, I dragged out of the facility one day and my body was dumped in the river Seine. I assumed that Kent Westcott wanted me gone, but I didn't die. I awoke with a rage so great that I felt like destroying all life in existence. I rose out of the Seine, wielding my flintlock pistol and musket, swearing revenge on the ones who hurt me. I gave up on everything related to my life before I was abducted. Nobody, not even my family or friends, meant anything to me anymore. But that was what the real me wanted. When she created me using the cloning bullet, I thought differently from her. I felt small before the massive abomination which Westcott leads. I really felt desperate and wanted help, but the main body wouldn't accept help from anyone and threatened to kill the other clones including myself if we dared disobey her. Shido, is that why you came to me for help? Kurumi, yes. I really need you right now, Shido. I can't do this alone. Shido then got up from his bed and put on his clothes. He wore a plain white shirt with a black jacket, along with a pair of blue jeans and a pair of boots. He turned to Kurumi and said, "You don't need to worry anymore, Kurumi. It doesn't matter to me at all if you're a clone. You came to me for help, and saving you is what I'm gonna do. Kurumi was touched. Despite the twisted backstory which she had, Shido didn't hesitate at all to accept her cry for help. This made her regain trust in others again, despite only being a clone of the real Kurumi. The Kurumi clone shed a tear and hugged Shido, thanking him for his support and determination to save her. Then, both of them left the room and went to the kitchen to quickly drink some coffee, before resuming their talk in the villa's living room. Shido, there's something I need your help with first before I can help you though. Is it alright? Kurumi, anything. I'll do anything for you. As long as you hold up your end of the bargain, then I'll fulfill any request you have for me. Shido, then, could you help me later tonight with tracing the last Sapphire warrior somewhere in the sky tonight? We need her to form the team, and we need all the help we can get. Kurumi, okay, I'll be there. Just tell me what I need to do and I shall accomplish it. Shido, great. In the meantime, let's chill out for the rest of the afternoon. The girls are at the beach right now playing, so why don't we go join them? Kurumi, weren't you about to nap just now? Shido, nah. You reminded me what's at stake. Can't have our beloved planet Earth get destroyed by some evil crazy guy who wants to be a god. Tuesday, 3:30 p.m. Okinawa, Japan. Shido, hey girls. Care if we joined in? Out on the beach, the girls from the Sapphire Warriors were busy playing volleyball with each other on the sand. One team consisted of Toka, Kaguya, Yuzuru, and Origami. The other team consisted of Nia, Kotori, Miku, and Shiori. By the side of the court, Yoshino and Natsumi sat on their chairs watching the match while eating ice cream. While Shido and Kurumi were approaching the court, Kaguya had hit the ball hard with a smack, and smashed it into her opponent team's court. Miku and Shiori were literally right next to the point of impact of where the ball hit the sand. Shiori was surprised and said, "Whoa, even I can't believe that just happened." Mika pouted and said, aren't you supposed to be the sporty and athletic one out of all of us, Shiori?" Shiori nervously giggled and replied, "Hee, yeah, I'm the one who works out and focuses on a strict cardio workout. But even I can get beaten at times." Nia then jokingly added on, "Haha, then looks like you need to grind more, Shiori. Or maybe it's the fact that you chose to wear a shirt and a pair of pants to this game. Isn't it sweating intensely for you in there?" Kotori, "Yeah, just wear your gym clothes, Oni-chan. You wore them when we were in Kyoto. What's the problem for not wearing them now for this suitable occasion?" Shiori, I didn't bring them along to Okinawa. Hee. Sorry, but this outfit was the most suitable I had. The other sets of clothes I brought along were blouses, jeans, and sweaters. Not suitable at all. Then the girls heard Shido's call them from the distance. "Hey girls, mind if we join?" They all turned and were initially surprised as they didn't expect to see Shido on the beach when he went to take a nap earlier, but then they all gasped in horror when they spotted Kurumi walking next to him. Toka was especially horrified as she cared about Shido more than any of the girls since she shared a deeper connection and stronger bond with him. She summoned Sandofan and leaped towards Kurumi, demanding answers from her. "Toka, speak. What are you doing here, Kurumi? Did you come here to abduct Shido while we weren't looking?" Shido then desperately tried to explain the situation, persuading the girls not to act rashly. "Hold up. Wait, you got it all wrong. This is a clone. The real Kurumi would never come to see us in person for any reason at all, and as for how she got here, well, she put a tracker on my phone." Toka only got more mad, and even got the other girls such as Origami and the Yamai sisters involved. But Shido tried his best to convince them that the Kurumi clone didn't mean any harm, so he started off by revealing Kurumi's backstory to the girls. From her life as a young woman in university, to being abducted and forced into being a human experiment for Dem Corporation, to becoming a lone vigilante aiming to single-handedly take down the company, to present day. Many of the girls found it hard to believe, but Nia did a quick search of Kurumi's backstory and confirmed the facts to be true, though Kotori had to consistently use her healing flames to resupply Nia's mental energy to allow her to keep using Ratziel. Soon, the girls were shocked at the truth behind Kurumi's life. They felt sorry for her and decided to trust this clone for the time being. Shido suggested that before sunset, they play some games with this Kurumi clone to give her a glimpse of what it's like to have fun in life. Kotori, why don't you play some volleyball with us, Kurumi? Is that what we should call you? Kurumi, I don't mind. I may be just a clone, but I'm still Kurumi Tokisaki. It's been my name ever since I came into existence as the first clone ever. Kurumi accepted the invitation to play volleyball from the other girls and joined in. Shido went over to Yoshino and Natsumi, who were sitting by the side watching the others play. Shido, sorry both of you, I have a little favor to ask of you. Yoshino, what is it? Is it related to Kurumi? Natsumi, yeah, need me to shrink her into a domino chip and squish her to death if she misbehaves. Shido, no, this has nothing to do with Kurumi at all. In fact, I came here because I need both of you to head back to the main city on Okinawa Island to buy some meat for the barbecue later tonight for dinner. Yoshino's eyes lit up with eagerness and replied, we're having barbecue tonight, again. Natsumi hopped out of her chair and yelled, woohoo. Alright, I'm down for some barbecue again, just asking, is it gonna be as great as the one we had last night at the mountain resort? Shido, Miki gave me one of her credit cards. She says that it is meant for our trip expenses, so buy as much as you like. If you need help with carrying the stuff back to the villa, then give me a call. Yoshino and Natsumi agreed and changed into urban clothing. They both took a small path back towards Naha, the biggest settlement on Okinawa. They aimed to buy as much meat as possible from the local stores before sunset. In the meantime, Shido sat on a chair and watched the waves crash onto the shores while the girls played in the background. Even as he tried his best to relax, the worries he had about Isaac Westcott and Dem Industries as a whole kept him anxious. But besides, Shido suddenly had a new problem to worry about, and he was particularly nervous about it. The person he was now thinking about was Rias Gremory. She hasn't been active ever since school started again. Shido could only wonder what she was doing in the underworld, probably finding new ways to hit on him, which he dreaded imagining about since the methods Rias would use will definitely be gross. But the thought of Rias also made Shido remember about Kaide, the younger sister of the late Issei HYOUDOU. Since he heard Kurumi's backstory and learned that Kurumi was an old childhood friend of Kaide's parents, he decided to ask her some questions regarding them. He took out his phone and started texting. Scene break. Kuo Town, Japan. Tuesday, 3:40 p.m. Kaide, Mom, Dad, I'm home. Kaide HYOUDOU had just returned home from school, greeted her parents as she entered the doorway and placed her shoes nicely by the side of the door. Miki, hello, sweetie. How was school? Surely it must be much more tougher since you're already in your third year. Kaide, nah, it's fine. I'm still getting used to the things they teach at school, but I'll manage. Anyway, is Rias and her friends here by any chance? Goro, no, in fact they haven't been here since last week. I don't know where they are now. Kaide, oh. Well, okay. I got some homework to do, so I'll have dinner once I'm done. Miki, of course. I'll start cooking the rice now. Kaide walked in and took out several books from her bag. She opened up one and started doing her assignments from school. But as she was in the middle of writing, Kaide received a text from someone. Puki, hey Kaide. It's Shido Itsuka. Are you free right now? I need to ask you about something. Kaide's heart skipped a beat and she blushed. A text from Shido was the last thing she expected, and she eagerly opened up her phone and started texting back. Kaide, yeah, is something bothering you, Shido? Shido, is it possible for me to talk with your parents right now? I have some important questions for them. Shido, hello, are you there? This is pretty important, you know. Kaide, you texted me just so you could talk with my parents. Idiot. Why don't you just call them directly? Shido, 'cause I don't have their numbers. Hey, you okay? Did I say something which offended you earlier? Kaide, don't know. But here's my mom and dad's contact. Attachment 1 cent. Attachment 2 cent. Shido, thanks Kaide. You've been a great help. Good luck for your studies in the future, let's do our best. Kaide Yeah. Same here. Texting end. Kaide rested her head on her hands, pouting with an irritated look on her face as she personally felt like she wasn't important enough for Shido. Kaide, grr, he didn't even ask me how I was doing, such a stupid idiot. Then, in the kitchen, Miki HYOUDOU got a call while she was preparing the rice halfway. She picked it up and answered, hello, who is this? Shido, hello Mrs. HYOUDOU. How are you doing? This is Shido Itsuka. I'm Kaide's friend. The boy who visited you on Saturday. Are you or your husband free to talk right now? Miki, oh hello Shido-kun, I'm fine, thanks for asking, is there anything I can help with? Shido, yes. It's about a friend of yours. Do you know a girl named Kurumi Tokisaki? There was a moment of silence which continued for a period of time which felt like forever, but Mickey eventually responded to Shido's question. How did you learn of that name? Shido, you see, how do I explain this? I was going through the archives of Japanese newspapers from the 90s because I was curious. And then, I learned of a girl named Kurumi Tokisaki, who was reported to be. You know, and then I found your name, and your husband's name in the article, stating that you two were friends with her. Mickey, I see. Well, yes. I was Kurumi's childhood friend, along with my husband, and another girl named Sawa Yamauchi. We grew up together all the way until we went to the University of Kyoto. One day, Kurumi chased, and Sawa followed her. Both Goru and I wanted to chase after them, but we had a gut feeling that something was wrong. So instead, we informed the police, and they conducted a citywide search all across Kyoto. The principal focus of the search was on Mount Inari, where the Grand Fushimi Inari Shrine was. However, the police found absolutely nothing. Kurumi and Sawa were declared missing persons for 10 years, until they were both legally declared dead after a long and fruitless search. By that time, Goru and I were already married and planned on having kids, but the guilt of not knowing what happened to our two friends, Kurumi and Sawa, persisted on even until now. Shido, I'm sure this must be hard for you, Mrs. HYOUDOU. I'm so sorry for your loss. I knew that it was already tough for you to have lost a son, but now that I learned that you feel the same way about two legally deceased friends, I can't imagine what life has been like for you and your husband. Mickey, you're such a kind little soul, Shido-kun, don't worry about us. Goru and I are a tough pair, we'll keep pushing forward no matter what. Is there anything else you'd like to ask? Shido, what sort of person was Kurumi like? You know, what was her favorite animal, her favorite food, all that sort of stuff. Mickey, I know for a fact that she loves cats. She will without fail every day after school visit the stray kittens in the park just so she could play with them. Kurumi was also a very big history nerd, always fascinated with European and American history. She even studied it when she made it to college. Kurumi was so invested in it that she even made a mock-up duplicate of I think it was a flintlock pistol and a musket. As for her interests, she was a big fan of detective novels and mystery books. As for food, well, Kurumi eats anything which smells nice. It doesn't matter to her if it tastes bad, she'll try the food if it smells nice. Shido, I see, she must have been a very nice person to hang out with. Mickey, yes, she was. Sigh, it's been almost 47 years since I last saw Kurumi and Sawa. I hope that wherever they are now, whether dead or alive, they can find some measure of peace. Shido, I agree. Thanks, Mrs. HYOUDOU. Thanks for taking the time to tell me the story about your friends. I am truly grateful. I have no more questions, so I guess this is goodbye. Mickey, goodbye, youngster. Take care. Call end. Mickey placed her phone down on the kitchen counter and sighed. She remembered her younger days when she hung out with her friends and didn't feel so miserable like the present. Then, Gora came over and asked, Hey, dear. Is everything alright? Who was that you were talking to? Mickey, our daughter's little crush, he asked about, Kurumi. Goro, I see. That's a name I haven't heard in a long time. So, what did you say to him? Mickey, I just told him the story of Kurumi and us, when we were all young. He learned about her through a newspaper article in the 90s. Goro, oh, a youngster going through the archives of our nation's history from the 90s. That's quite rare for this year and age. He's quite the inquisitive and knowledgeable boy, isn't he? Mickey, all the more reason to set Kaide up with him. Goro, haha, you're right in that regard. All we need to do now is prepare that girl to approach him when the right time comes. Scene break. Shido had actually secretly recorded the entire call between him and Mickey HYOUDOU, and sent an audio file to Origami, believing that she could come up with a way to befriend Kurumi. Origami listened to the entire audio file and understood the assignment. She called for a break in the middle of the volleyball game and sat down by the sea with the other girls so that they could converse causally with Kurumi. Kurumi, so, you all want to talk with me? Kagoya yeah, so, let's start with. Origami, what is your opinion of cats? The girls were shocked to see Origami getting straight to the point and asking Kurumi about her favorite animal, which happens to be cats. Kurumi was surprised by Origami's sudden question, but it was one that she was eager to answer, so she replied happily. They're so cute and adorable. Did you know, a cat truly trusts you if it lets you play with one of its kittens? I've experienced it firsthand when a mother cat that I've played with in the past carried her baby to me and let me play with it. Isn't it adorable? The girls were impressed that Origami managed to strike up a conversation with Kurumi, and even made a good first impression on her. Yuzuru, who felt like it was a good time to get more in depth about the topic of cats, was about to speak when Origami suddenly spoke again, giving Kurumi a response which nobody saw coming. Origami, objection. Dogs are better. Especially since puppies are much more energetic and playful than kittens. Your opinion is invalid. Shiori quickly interrupted Origami and exclaimed, Hey. That's not the way to make friends, Origami. That's how you pick fights with others. I mean, who the fuck says that to start a conversation? Origami casually responded. But I disagree with her, and the way to get rid of disagreements is by telling the other person that their opinion doesn't count. Shiori, I mean, what? Don't do that when you just met a stranger for the first time. You aren't even supposed to do that at all. Toka, aren't you all overreacting over a difference in preferences over cats or dogs? Why can't we just be civil about this? Yuzuru, agreement. Let's keep all the arguments out of this conversation. Let's make this a comfortable space for Kurumi. Kurumi nervously chuckled and replied, Calm down, it's fine, let's not get worked up over something like this. I mean, both dogs and cats have their own pros and cons, am I right? Miku, yeah, dogs are more friendly and more loyal to their owners, while cats tend to be more hostile towards humans in general, wild or domesticated regardless. Kurumi, and where did you get this information from? Miku, Kaguya, you definitely got that information from the official, trust me bro, account on social media, am I right? Yuzuru, speculation. Perhaps you just made it up on the spot, did you now, Miku? Miku, it's just from personal experience. Okay, I had a kitten and a puppy once when I was little, and that kitty was always such a nuisance to take care of. The puppy was way more adorable. Origami, womp womp. Miku, shut it. Ugh, this was supposed to be a casual conversation between us girls. How did it escalate to an intense debate between whether dogs or cats are better? Kotori, ugh, let's stop trying to annoy each other, okay, TSK. Here we are, arguing away while meanwhile in the literal underworld, Rias is probably planning her next step to steal Shido-senpai away from us. Kurumi, who's Rias, if I may ask? Silence filled the atmosphere as the girls were too awkward or uncomfortable to answer. But Kurumi's question was one that needed a response, since Rias played an important role in shaping the way how the girls of the Sapphire Warriors lived. Eventually, Shido came by and decided to finally say something to get the conversation going. Rias Gremory is our worst enemy. If you Isaac Westcott was the bad guy in this story, I'll let you know now that he is just a hindrance in our plan to take down our real enemy hiding in the underworld. Shido then went on to explain his backstory and Issei's life story to Kurumi, making sure he touched every single important detail in the whole Sapphire Warriors lore and Issei Hyodo's life. The girls also added their own personal experiences to the conversation as it also was as important to know. Kurumi listened attentively, not missing out a single detail which was said. In the end, Kurumi decided to give her opinion. That's quite the ordeal, isn't it, to be forced to face such a difficult situation and left with nobody but yourselves to seek help from. I can see the parallels between my own life and yours. No wonder, you've tried several to recruit the real me into your team. Shido, so what do you say? Regardless of whether or not you are the main body, are you with us? Kurumi, yes. I'm definitely with you after hearing your stories. Thanks for telling me the truth. I shall side with those who fight for the truth, and for justice. Kurumi stood up from the sand and faced the horizon in the distance. It was already 4:30 p.m., and it would only be a few hours before the sun will descend and turn night. The rest of the team also stood up and stood by Kurumi, feeling a strong sense of courage and confidence. They are destined to defeat the tyrant who controls the world like a megalomaniac, and they are destined to take their revenge against the devil who ruined their lives. And only then can they finally rest and live a peaceful life far from the chaos they so desperately desire to escape from. Then, Shido received a notification from his phone. It was from Natsumi. She said that she and Yoshino had bought lots of meat for the barbecue dinner tonight and needed help bringing it back. Natsumi also sent an image attachment, and it was basically a picture of Yoshino and Natsumi standing in front of a massive mountain of meat which they purchased from Naha City on Okinawa. Shido, oh boy, we're gonna have a feast with this one. Nia, good lord, that's a huge pile of meat right there. Let's go get it quickly or it's gonna rot. Nia quickly dashed back onto the path leading back to Naha City, while the rest of the Sapphire warriors followed after her and eagerly headed to help out Yoshino and Natsumi. Time skip. Tuesday, 6 p.m. Okinawa, Japan. Nia, ugh, so tired. Why did we have to carry this much meat? No, I should be asking Yashi and Natsun what made them think it was a good idea to buy so much stuff. Natsumi, who? Nia, huh, oh, I'm referring to you and Yoshino. I have everyone cute nicknames, do you like it? Natsumi, excuse me, do I look like a little kid to you? Nia, gahaha, take a look in the mirror, you little gremlin, then you'll see. Natsumi, grr, you're not getting away with this, you mediocre artist. As the Sapphire warriors helped carry a big pile of meat purchased by Natsumi and Yoshino, they spent nearly 1.5 hours traveling from their villa to the city and back. The sun was already setting and it was time to prepare dinner. Everyone was ravenous and craved for delicious barbecue meat. Each step they took carrying a large chunk of meat made them feel more tired. But they finally made it back, and they could finally rest. All the meat was dumped in the fridge, left to cook for a while to be preserved. In the meantime, Kotori and Shiori started up the grill and waited for it to heat up. Origami had brought a telescope along to Okinawa, which was initially meant for the sole purpose of stargazing. But she believed that she and her team could use it to search for Mukuro Hashimiya in the sky. Origami looked through the lens to check if the condition of her telescope was alright, and it was indeed perfectly clear, as she could see millions of stars far away in space. Origami then later joined the team downstairs by the grill. Later, Shido took piece by piece of meat out of the fridge and placed it on the grill. The girls distributed all the paper plates and plastic cutlery among themselves so that they could enjoy a delectable dinner. Kotori, oh boy, time to finally enjoy the long-awaited dinner. This is gonna be just as amazing as yesterday. Kurumi, yesterday? You mean you all had a barbecue feast yesterday as well? Nia, yeah? Shido took me to a mountain resort chalet where he and the other girls were having a barbecue. It was meant as a welcome party for me joining the team. Kurumi, so, this is a welcome party for me. Shido, you could think of it that way. We chose barbecue again since it was the easiest to cook. Maybe, during dinner itself, we can invite Mukuro down from the sky to join us. Then, Kaguya and Yuzuru came out with a bunch of fireworks sticks and sparklers, with the former exclaiming, "Then let's make this a super-duper awesome party to remember. We've got some lights in the house, so take one and light some fireworks in the sky." The latter then spoke, excitement. "Hooray! Let's party till we all drop on the floor." Mika then showed up with a massive speaker, linking it to a microphone as well as her phone which would play backing tracks. Mika said, "Behold, I will sing to my heart's content. This will be an occasion to remember. Now, let the festivities begin." Miku started singing her first song while the others listened in and ate their food. The sun eventually set, and it turned night somewhere close to 7 p.m. However, there was still lots of meat in the fridge waiting to be cooked. In this time where the stars were now visible, some of girls like Kotori, Yoshino, and Natsumi grabbed their firework sticks and played with them on the beach. Some of the girls, like Origami, Kurumi, and Shiori were standing on the balcony eating their barbecued meat while stargazing. Some of the girls, like Kaguya, Yuzuru, and Toka, were cheering on Mika as she sang song by song without getting tired. Shido was just standing by his own eating his barbecued sausages while watching the lively atmosphere unfold, feeling satisfied like the night before as he enjoyed barbecue parties. And then there was Nia, busy looking at her phone, giggling away while looking at unhinged memes online. Nia was in a world of her own, and she didn't bother to touch some grass. Nia, hee, there might be some hope for this generation's sense of humor, hee. Scene break. Tuesday, 9 p.m. At this time of the night, many of the Sapphire warriors were still hyped up even after partying for hours now. But Shido decided that this would be a good time to find Mukuro in the sky using Origami's telescope. Before Shido looked into the telescope, he used the tracking device to pinpoint Mukuro's location in the sky. He pressed the yellow gem and a magic trail sprouted upwards towards a specific point in the night sky. Shido shifted the telescope such that it was aligned with the magic trail's direction of travel. From there, he looked through the scope to see if Mukuro was present. He looked left and right, only seeing stars and distant nebulas and galaxies in the distance as zero sign of life was visible. Then, Shido focused the lens and zoomed in on a spot which he found strange. There was a cosmic cloud of dust radiating a golden light from within. Upon closer inspection, there was the magic trail entering directly into the cosmic cloud. Eureka! That's when Shido realized that he had found Mukuro. He alerted the other girls to come quickly so that he could inform them of his discovery. Toka was excited and couldn't believe that they managed to find Mukuro. Although she couldn't be seen as she was inside the cosmic cloud, the magic trail leading inside it pretty much confirmed their speculations. Toka, whoa, no way, we actually found her. Quick, we need to get to her fast, time is ticking. The girls were also in agreement with what Toka said, but Shiori asked, how are we even supposed to get up there? Let alone communicate with her, it's in space for goodness sake. Kotori smirked and exclaimed in response to Shiori, hee, don't worry, I gained special access to the Fraxinus. This here is a special remote control I can use to call the Fraxinus to wherever I ask it to go. Shido himself was shocked that Kotori was in possession of something as valuable as that, so he asked with curiosity and surprise, whoa. That's crazy, how did you even get it? Kotori looked away and suddenly became nervous, but she eventually answered as she spoke with guilt, Let's just say I kinda swiped it away from Kanazuki when he wasn't looking. He brought it with him to the cafe and accidentally left it unattended on the counter. Couldn't have left it alone in public, right? Shido, I mean, you wanted to keep it for safekeeping, but you never returned it. Kotori, I never had the time to, sorry. Shido, okay then, let me tell you this. Make sure you keep this a secret. Who knows, maybe we can secretly take the Fraxinus out for a joyride. Wouldn't that be fun? The other girls such as Kaguya and Nia got cheeky and excited at hearing that type of audacious suggestion, while some of the girls such as Yuzuru and Yoshino got nervous wondering if they'd eventually get caught. In the end though, Kotori agreed to keep it a secret and not say anything. She pressed a button on the remote control and said, the Fraxinus should be flying on autopilot mode right now towards our location. Meanwhile, Tengu City, Japan, 9:15 p.m. Elliot, like I said, I only know that the kids are somewhere in Okinawa right now, but I don't know the exact location. Drake, well, you better find them fast. I have tried calling all of them for the past several hours and nobody has responded. Once I finally see them though, there will be severe punishments for all of them, TSK. Skipping school and going on a vacation to Okinawa, those kids are finished. Suddenly, Kanazuki came rushing in to inform Elliot and Drake about something strange. Sir, the Fraxinus is taking off on its own. It was switched off and docked in the hangar, but for some unexplained reasons the ship has taken off and is departing for some unknown destination. Elliot was shocked and replied, what? Switch on the monitors. We can track the live location of the Fraxinus wherever it goes. Everyone watched the monitor as a marker moved across the screen from Tengu City all the way to Okinawa. That's when Elliot decided to say, do you think that might be Shido? Kanazuki, I mean, it's the only other possibility, sir. We've traced Shido Itsuka and his team through the day and pinpointed his location to Okinawa. But, judging by the area where the Fraxinus has stopped, I bet he's over there, on the northern shores of the island. Drake, found you stupid kids. It's gonna be a harsh punishment for wannabe delinquents like you. Scene break. Okinawa, Japan. 9:20 p.m. Nia, what's that over there? Nia squinted into the distance as she saw a bright light coming her team's way. The light was in the sky and it was getting closer and closer. But as it was approaching rapidly, the light diverged into smaller beacons of light still heading towards the Sapphire Warriors. Eventually, the light stopped right above the group, revealing the mysterious object as the Fraxinus which came to pick them up. Kaguya, whoa, look! Did the Fraxinus really just come to our location through the press of a single button? Yuzuru, amusement. Technology has come this far. Such a small remote control, capable of commanding an entire futuristic battleship. Kotori, well, now that the Fraxinus is here, we might as well just board it. Let me activate the teleportation device. Blip. The Sapphire Warriors were now on board the ship, and they made their way to the control room. As soon as they got there, the group was met with an empty control room with nobody sitting in the captain's seat, and nobody sitting in the bridge where the regular crew members would sit. Shido, it seems that maybe we called the Fraxinus while nobody was inside. Could it be that it was idle in the hangar until we called it over? Natsumi, I mean, does it matter if the regular crew isn't here? We called the ship over anyway, so it makes sense for us to use its controls. Shido, good point. Alright, let me check if there's any manuals. Shido went to the captain's seat and turned on the console to see how the ship operates. As soon as he turned it on, the guide opened up as a hologram resembling a computer screen, which Shido used to navigate the guide. Then, He spotted a symbol of a question mark, indicated with the word, help. Shido assumed that the button meant that it was a full detailed manual on how to operate the Fraxinus, so he pressed it. Suddenly, contrary to his expectations, a female disembodied voice spoke, "Welcome crew members on board the Fraxinus. My name is Maria, and I will be your guide for learning how to operate the ship." Everyone freaked out as they thought that the ship was hacked and somebody third-party was accessing the sound system. Mikyu, who's that? Where are you coming from? What do you want? Maria, calm down, I am Maria, the Fraxinus is I. Now then, initiating identification protocol. 12 life forms identified. 10 registered visitors. 2 unidentified persons. Please identify yourselves and state your purpose or else termination protocol will be initiated. Shido, whoa, calm down, these 2 persons are Nia Hanjo and Kurumi Tokisaki. They are new members of the Sapphire Warriors, please let them stay on board. Don't do anything extreme, Maria. Maria, analyzing dialogue. Truth. Nia Hanjo and Kurumi Tokisaki are unofficially registered as trusted temporary visitors. For official registration into the Fraxinus visitor database, please enter your personal information through the captain's console. Shido, phew. Okay, let me register the both of you under my address since you'll be living with us soon. Also, it says here that it needs a retinal scan as well as a handprint scan. Nia, oh, how exciting, it's like one of those spy movies. Kurumi, indeed. Let us register ourselves on board the ship. After Nia and Kurumi had entered the personal information into the database, Maria officially registered both girls as visitors of the ship. But just as everyone thought that all was well, Maria stunned them by saying something unexpected. Maria, none of the Fraxinus crew members are currently present on the bridge. Do note that visitors are not authorized to use the controls of the ship as they do not have sufficient clearance for it. Kaguya, what? We don't have enough clearance for using the ship by ourselves. Ugh, what now? We can't just let the ship stay idle here, we need it. Shido, I know, let me try asking Maria this. What if we were to become trainees for the Fraxinus itself? You can take this as a trial run for practice. Maria, analyzing. Decision made. If you are keen on becoming the crew members in training for the Fraxinus, then I have no objections, please choose people on board to occupy the seats available. 1 for the vice captain. 1 for the analysis officer. 4 for the weapons specialists. 5 for the bridge crew. Shido, anyone wanna handle super duper massive cannons of mass destruction on the lower deck? Toka, oh me. Kaguya, over here. If there are any aliens out there, I'm gonna show them what planet Earth has in store for them. Kurumi, I guess I won't mind. If a position is available, I'll go take it. Natsumi, meh? Anything to get away from Miku. I'll take the last spot. Maria, weapons specialist confirmed. Please head down to the lower deck to begin training immediately. The 4 girls who chose to handle and manage the cannons and laser machine guns of the ship headed down to the lower deck of the ship, which left the rest of the girls to decide it among themselves who is going to take what position. Origami, I'll be a bridge crew member. Who else is in? Yuzuru, me. Shiori, me. Yoshino, me. Miku, and me. The 5 girls headed to their seats on the bridge and waited for Nia and Kotori to decide who is going to take the last 2 positions. Nia, I think I shall be the vice captain, because I am smart, and this ship needs an intelligent second in command. Kotori, do I need to remind you that you basically failed all your grades in school? And you want to be the vice captain? You'll probably end us all. Nia, and what about you? You're just a tiny gremlin. How would Shido ever count on you to carry out your job? Kotori, okay then, let's ask Maria what she thinks. Hey Maria, who in your opinion makes a better vice captain, me or this dumbass over here? Nia, hey. Maria, analyzing. Kotori Itsuka is in possession of a special item capable of calling the Fraxinus to her location. Since this item requires someone with a high level of clearance, Kotori will be automatically appointed as vice captain, as having this device in one's possession is seen as a sign of trust from the higher-ups. Nia got annoyed and yelled, hey, what? She didn't even receive the remote control by herself, she stole it. Maria, Nia Hanjo is but a mere visitor of this ship. According to initial scans, Nia doesn't have enough clearance for any position save for the position of analysis officer. A role which requires little to no work except for constant surveillance of the surroundings. Nia, what? I'm not good enough for any position except for the one made for lazy idiots. TSK. I'm not having any of that shit. Maria, not to worry, Nia. You can still play the role of vice captain. Please touch the console to begin. Nia was shocked that yelling at Maria actually worked, so she smirked at Kotori, who was as equally shocked, before sitting down on the vice captain's seat and touching the console. Zap. Nia, what the fuck? What the actual fuck was that? Did I just get electrocuted? Maria, don't try challenging me, Nia Hanjo. It's not that I don't trust you. It's just a matter of difference of professionalism between you and Kotori Itsuka. You don't exactly have the best track record, while Kotori has an excellent record with us. Nia, but I just joined the crew. How could I have a bad track record? Maria, I judge everyone and everything. Even your behavior. Your behavior just now towards my analysis skills was counted as a bad mark on your record. If you want more prestigious positions, then please work hard and improve on yourself, MS. Hanjo. Nia, fine. I'll be the analysis officer, but I swear that one day I'll be the vice captain. Mark my words. Now that the crew positions have been decided, Maria began her training program for the Sapphire Warriors, who were now trainees for the Fraxinus. Maria went through how to activate the ship's boosters, followed by how to steer the ship left and right, front and back, up and down. She didn't leave a single detail untouched. Shido, in the middle of his training, successfully managed to activate the ship's boosters and steered the ship upwards towards the sky. As the ship was increasing in acceleration and velocity, seatbelts were automatically activated to prevent the others from falling off their seats. Meanwhile, in Tenga's city, Kanazuki, sir, the Fraxinus is taking off and heading high up into the sky. It has even gone past the highest altitude it had ever reached in its whole time while in service. Based on its speed and direction of travel, the Fraxinus is heading straight into space. It is currently leaving the stratosphere and entering the mesosphere as we speak. Elliot, you got to be joking. Are those kids insane? Are they seriously taking the Fraxinus out for a joyride? Kanazuki, I'm not sure, sir. The motive for the Sapphire Warriors taking control of the Fraxinus is still unclear. Suddenly, one of Kanazuki's subordinates came to him and informed him of an update. Nakatsugawa, sir, we have accessed the ship's surveillance systems and microphones. We can now see what's happening in the Fraxinus live. Kanazuki, let me see. The monitors were switched on and a video recording of the ship was displayed to the actual members of the Fraxinus, as well as Drake. They were shocked when they saw Shido sitting in the captain's seat while the girls were taking the other positions. None of them had seen them using the ship's controls at all, so all of them were extremely nervous on how this would play out. Elliot, why is Shido in my spot? Doesn't he know how important the role of captain is? Then, the microphone picked up something which scared everyone. Shiori, through microphone, bro. Are you sure you know what you're doing? Shido, through microphone, nope, not at all, but all I know is that we're gonna go to space no matter what. At this point, Drake, who was listening in to the recording, lost his temper right there, and flared his aura with great anger. Drake roared with rage and annoyance, Grah. It's over for you, kids heading into space, nah? Nowhere is gonna be safe for you when I catch you, Grah. Drake summoned his wings and flew out of the building he was in, slowly transforming the rest of his body into that of a massive dragon heading into space as well. Elliot and the rest of the crew watched with astonishment as he said, okay, I'll get Karen to start up the battleship Ulmus, which we will use to follow Shido and his team. And in the meantime, let's hope Drake doesn't reach the kids first before we do, since he's clearly not going to show them any mercy. Kanazuki sheepishly nodded along with the rest of his crew and replied, why yes, sir. Understood. They all worried for him and the girls, hoping that Drake, their father, doesn't go batshit crazy on them. Back to main scene, in the skies. The Fraxinus had surpassed the mesosphere and already is approaching the edge of the thermosphere, the last sphere of the atmosphere before they entered the exosphere, which is already considered outer space. Eventually, they did in fact enter space itself, no longer located inside the atmosphere of Earth. However, the group was faced with a new problem as Shido calculated the distance between the ship's current location and Mukuro's position. Shido, girls, we may have a problem. Right now, Mukuro is approximately 3 light years away from us. For those that are confused, 1 light year is approximately 6 trillion miles or roughly 10 trillion kilometers. A light year is named as such because that's the total distance it takes for light to travel in 1 entire year. In this case, Mukuro is 3 light years away, which means that she is nearly 18 trillion miles away or 30 trillion kilometers away. And that will take 3 entire years to travel. And remember, It will take another 3 whole years to travel back to Earth, meaning the entire trip, if successful, will take 6 years to complete. Yoshino, what? Does this mean it'll take 3 whole years to reach Mukuro? How are we gonna do that? Yuzura inquiry. The Fraxinus doesn't happen to have a hyperdrive in place, does it? Maria, the Fraxinus does in fact have such a system in place. We call it the ludicrous speed device. Miku, ludicrous speed, what's that? Maria, you'll figure it out soon enough. In the meantime, prepare ship for ludicrous speed, fasten all seatbelts, seal all entrances and exits, close all shops in the mall. Cancel the 3-ring circus, secure all animals in the zoo. Shido, just start the engines already. We need to reach Mukuro right now. Maria. Understood. Initiating ludicrous speed. WRRR, BRRRRRR, boom. The Fraxinus shifted its parts into a streamlined form, and started up their engines to the literal maximum. Once it was finished, the ship, in a blink of an eye, zoomed forward with insane velocity. Even the takeoff caused lots of pressure to press against the bodies of the Sapphire warriors who were trying their best not to puke. Then, the ship slowly shifted from light speed, to ridiculous speed, to ludicrous speed. Pressure kept building up as everyone was bracing for impact. Maria, time to destination, 3 minutes. Meanwhile, the ship was full of hysterical screaming and fanatic yelling as the Sapphire warriors were scared shitless. Nia even shit herself in the middle of the ride. Meanwhile, Elliot and the actual Fraxinus crew were watching this entire clusterfuck unfold with eyes wide opened and jaws dropped onto the ground. They never knew that the Fraxinus was capable of such speed. Elliot, let's pray for those kids, shall we? Kanazuki, they're gonna need it. Drade was meanwhile flying as a dragon and already was in space, increasing his acceleration without limit as he yelled. Boost, 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 boost. Boost. It was only 3 minutes, but they felt unreal since nobody's minds were working once the Fraxinus stopped right in front of the golden cosmic cloud in space. The Sapphire warriors were released from their seatbelts and dropped flat on the floor. Everyone was on the verge of puking and nobody was in the mood for moving at all. Shido, wait, pukes all over the floor, wheeze, oh my fucking gosh, what did we just experience just now? Kotori, pukes all over floor, Let's not do that again. I don't want to go through ludicrous speed ever again. Shiori, help, I can't feel any part of myself at all, Maria suddenly played the honk of an air horn which startled everyone so much to the point that they stood up straight. Maria, don't you all have an important mission to complete here? Stand up. The dizziness and nausea will go away in a minute. The Sapphire warriors all stood up, including the ones in the lower deck, and headed to their seats. They took a minute or two to catch their breath, before they finally regained their focus and began their task. Shido sat back on his seat and announced to the whole ship, all right. As captain of the Fraxinus, I command everyone to return to their posts and be on standby. We are entering the cosmic cloud now. He steered the ship forward into the cosmic cloud, slowly and cautiously as he didn't know what to expect inside. However, Shido's end goal was to find Mukuro no matter what. So, as the ship moved deeper and deeper inside the massive cosmic cloud, the girls acting as the bridge crew watched through the cameras outside the Fraxinus which miraculously survived the ludicrous speed travel. Through the cameras, there was only dust as far as the eye could see. The dust was swirling around in a frenzy, almost like a tornado spinning rapidly with dust caught inside. Shiori, not gonna lie, this is kinda eerie. I mean, don't you think that waltzing straight into dust storm without thinking of a plan is a bit stupid? Origami, what else are we supposed to do? The cosmic cloud is our destination, and we need to go inside no matter what. What we do know is that whatever is causing the storm phenomenon to happen, it's pretty powerful. The Fraxinus was moving further inside and the dust was becoming thicker and thicker, making it almost impossible to see. So, Maria automatically switched on the ship's lights to see through the dense cloud. Shido, this is concerning. Nia, can you analyze the surroundings of the ship? I need to know if there's anything nearby. Nia, let's see. Maria is scanning the area and... Whoa, do you know that this dust storm flying all around us is actually diamond? It's all diamond and it is all around us. Like, a 100% composition. The golden glow is coming from an unknown light source. Shido, that's pretty neat. I'm gonna activate the tracking device now and see if I get a stronger signal now. Then, in the direction where the magic trail leads to, scan the area there. Nia got it. I shall await for my cue. The yellow gem activated and a magic trail spouted out. This time, the gem was glowing much more intensely, which indicated that the ship was approaching its destination. Nia started scanning the area where the magic trail was leading to, and she made a shocking discovery. No. It can't be, that's impossible. Shido, what, did you find anything? Nia, full speed ahead, there is an unidentified entity right there. It also happens that the area over there is actually the center of the cosmic cloud. Shido, we have no other choice. Attention all weapons specialists, prepare the cannons. If a fight breaks out, we need to be ready to battle. We're moving in and engaging with the unknown entity. The Fraxinus sped up and moved towards the position of the cosmic cloud. From there, as the ship got close, the front cameras revealed the unknown entity as a supermassive black hole with a density so great that it even bends light around. A gravitational pull so strong that light cannot even escape. The proper name for this kind of black hole is called a quasar. As for the light beam sprouting out of it, there's actually an explanation behind that, but I'm not gonna get into the scientific details. Yoshino, no way, a black hole, that's what's been causing this cosmic cloud this whole time. Yashinan, oh say, wouldn't it be a great idea if we waltz right into that massive portal-looking thing right there? Origami, no. That's basically death with extra steps. We should get away from that black hole as soon as possible. If we get caught in it, I can't guarantee that we can escape from it. Origami was actually planning on turning the ship around, but Nia alerted the group about another discovery she made. Stop. That's not an ordinary black hole. If it was, then we'd be sucked in almost instantly. In fact, we would have been already sucked in even before we sighted it. This thing only has the appearance of a black hole. It just doesn't have the properties of one. And the magic trail from the tracking device leads directly into it. I think this might be a portal. Shido became anxious since he had no idea what was beyond the mysterious portal. He wanted to use Ratziel to check for information regarding the portal, but he was too scared to even think about summoning it. Instead, he gave one chilling announcement to his team. Ladies, if we don't make it out of the portal intact, I just want to let y'all know that I love you all. Nothing is more important to me in life than all of you. So, as we head into that portal, let this be my official confession of my love for you. Thanks for everything ever since the beginning. Without further ado, let us head into that portal. The girls were speechless. They had no clue on how to respond, but they knew for a fact that Shido was being serious about his words. Unfortunately, the fact that Shido said something like this meant that he wasn't sure that everyone was going to make it out in one piece out of that portal. So, the girls took a deep breath, braced themselves for the unknown, and awaited for the Fraxinus to pass through the portal entirely. Scene break. Somewhere in the HD1 galaxy, 33 billion light-years away from Earth, the Fraxinus exited the portal and entered a new space somewhere in the universe. Everyone was unharmed and unscathed, which gave them a huge sigh of relief. However, Nia began scanning the area and gave everyone a shock when she announced the ship's current location. Guys, I think we might be somewhere near the edge of the universe, cause the radar doesn't show any more stars nearby. The galaxy we are in is almost 33 billion light-years away from Earth. Meaning that the journey back home is gonna take 33 billion years. Shiori, say what? Sheesh, that means we need that portal to stay open if we're gonna go home, right? Shido, yep. Anyways, the tracking device is telling me that, wait, straight ahead, there's a life form a few miles ahead. Nia, can you get any visuals on it? Nia, yes, got it. Turning on the monitor now. Let's see what this life form is. A collective response of gasps and disbelief echoed through the ship. The girls from the weapons area even came up to the upper deck to see what the monitor was showing. Upon this discovery, Shido proudly announced to everyone, ladies, we did it. We found Mukuro Hashimiya. Now then, all we have to do is make contact with her and convince her to come back to Earth. Toka, true. But how? There are no space suits in this ship at all. We're gonna die instantly if we leave this ship without any protection. Maria, that won't be necessary. We don't need to be present physically to interact with the unidentified life form ahead. Here, take this. From the captain's desk, a drawer opened from below which revealed a headset, similar to those used for virtual reality. Maria explained that this headset was used to project your body as a hologram and interact with things whilst not being physically there, though you can't be touched nor can you touch anything. Maria, wear this headset and I'll activate a projector on the ship's bow, where hologram of you will interact with Mukuro. The headset simply allows you to see from the perspective of your hologram. Are you ready? Shido, yeah? I'll put it on now. Girls, if anything happens to me, please stay around me and try to resuscitate me if I pass out. Miku, of course. I'll make sure to perform CPR on you if you pass out. Other girls, ugh, gross. Without further ado, he put on the headset and Maria activated the projector on the ship's bow. From there, Shido entered a virtual simulation where he was seeing from his hologram's perspective. The girls were also given a monitor showing the exact same perspective, so that they could see what Shido was seeing. Shido saw that Mukuro was just a short walk ahead, so he moved across space and slowly approached her. When he got close enough, Shido called out to Mukuro, "Hey. Hello, can you hear me?" The yellow-haired girl who was crouching in a fetal position floating in space slowly opened her eyes, and had an emotionless expression on her face. She asked, "Greetings?" Muku wasn't expecting any visitors. "Explain thyself, how were you able to reach mine isolated abode?" "Somewhere in the HD1 galaxy. 33 billion light-years away from Earth." N. Kurumi is mentioned in this chapter, remember that she's just a clone. Mukuro, once again, explain thyself, spontaneous trespasser. Why have you come to have a dialogue with Muku? Shido, what do I say, ahem. Hello, nice to meet you, my name is Shido Itsuka, and I've come to recruit you into my team. We're the Sapphire Warriors and we need your help, MS. Hashimiya. Mukuro stared blankly at Shido for a long period of time, not saying a single word as the atmosphere became more awkward. Shido was sweating profusely and was stunned. He had no clue how to follow up with his words, but then Mukuro finally responded when she tilted her head to the side to indicate her confusion. Mukuro, Muku does not understand. What are you even trying to tell me, Shido? And also, how did you learn of my last name? Shido, forget about what I said. Anyway, I just need you to know what we mean you no harm. I am friendly and I don't want any trouble with you. In fact, I'm here to be your friend. Mukuro, Friend, don't be foolish. Muku doesn't need any friends. All she needs is the empty feeling of aloneness in space. I don't need you. Shido, but don't you feel sad or angry when you're all alone out here? When you're literally just next to the boundaries of the observable universe. Mukuro, Sadness, anger, these are but mere emotions which Muku has forgotten to experience long ago. Muku prefers to be isolated from everyone. So, begone and leave me be. Shido, wait. I can't just go, I came all the way from. Mukuro didn't even bother to listen to what Shido had to say and suddenly summoned a staff which had the appearance of a key. She pointed the key-looking staff at Shido and fired a massive laser beam at him, intending to silence him and not hear any more words which Mukuro was annoyed by. In the Fraxinus, Shido's heart jumped and he screamed at the top of his lungs. Ah, my eyes. He dropped to the floor and squirmed in shock. The girls who stood around him were terrified to see such a hysterical reaction from Shido. They crowded around him and tried to get him to calm down. Yoshino, hey, calm down, senpai, you're still alive and unharmed. Kaguya, whoa, chill out, it's not like you lost an eye or something, we're here to help you up, calm down. Shido eventually calmed down after catching his breath and said, Ugh, I'm fine, I think my body just took a screenshot, let's do this. We need Mukuro for trust us. He put on the headset again and saw through the perspective of his hologram. Shido saw Mukuro right in front of him, pointing her staff towards him and didn't seem one single bit surprised that he managed to survive. Mukuro, You're weird, do you possess any special power which hinders mine own? Shido, yeah, but I didn't do anything to withstand that attack you just did. Anyway, why don't you want to join us, Mukuro? Do you really want to spend eternity in a place like this? Mukuro, You don't seem to comprehend my intentions, so I'll repeat. Muku desires spend the rest of time in this place. She doesn't need anybody to accompany her because she is not a crybaby. Muku is incapable of feeling emotions, because Muku doesn't see the need for them. Muku also has sealed her memories away because she doesn't want to remember them. Farewell, Shido. May we never meet again. Then, Mukuro summoned a small portal, which she stuck her key inside, before Shido's view through his headset started to glitch and turn off. Scene break. Shido took off headset and said, Sigh, okay, we have a situation here. Mukuro has used some unknown power to disable her ability to feel emotions. I don't know how, maybe it's her sacred gear. She also claims that she has no intention of joining us regardless of the things we give her. Shiori crossed her arms and leaned against the wall, commenting on the situation. Huh. Well, that's a shame. What made her do this in the first place? You know, forcing herself into the most isolated corner of the universe and staying there. Miku then came up with a theory. Could it be that she had a horrible breakup which resulted in a heartbreak? If so, then... Natsumi rolled her eyes with annoyance and snapped at Miku. It's always something which has to do with relationships when it comes to you. Can't you think rationally for at least once? However, Natsumi unknowingly gave Shido a clue on what might have happened to Mikuro back on Earth. He snapped out of his frustration and said, wait, that's it. What if Mikuro did in fact experience some form of heartbreak, and resulted in her locking herself away into this place? Toka, that could explain it. Nia, try using your powers to read into it. We need to know what happened to Mikuro. But suddenly Nia spoke in a panicked voice. I don't think I can. Look at the radar. There are several unidentified flying vessels headed our way, from the southwest coming in fast. Everyone stood up and got a shock. Nobody expected to hear something like that in the middle of fucking nowhere. Toka, Kaguya, Kurumi, and Natsumi all headed to the cannons, while everyone else went back to their respective seats. The monitor then displayed a whole group of lights approaching the Fraxinus, coming in fast and getting brighter and brighter. And eventually, the lights revealed themselves to be Damn Industries. They brought their own fleet to the HD-1 galaxy, and somehow knew that the Sapphira warriors were here. Imagine the background above to be in space. Everyone was mortified that Dem managed to trace their location to here and didn't know how. But the main issue was that a whole fleet of battleships were on their way to destroy them in the middle of space, where nobody was going to help them. Shiori, what the fuck? How did they know that we were here? Miku, that's impossible. How did they manage to travel all that distance from Earth? Then, an unknown party was trying to access the Fraxinus intercom system. Shido accepted the request from that unknown party, and he as well as the girls were given a good shock when they saw who popped up on the monitor. Westcott, greetings, Sapphira warriors. It has certainly been a while since we last met. Have any of you missed me? Isaac Westcott. A collective group of shocked and angry voices exclaimed as they saw the man who was calling them on video. It was Isaac Westcott, the CEO of Dem Corporation, and the man responsible for destroying Kyoto. Shido angrily smashed his fists on the desk and yelled, Westcott. You dare show your face again? Tell me now, where is my mother? What did you do to her? Westcott laughed and replied, Gahahaha, how amusing. Seems like you still are as energetic as ever even after that crushing defeat at Kyoto. Perhaps it was the death of Yasaka which kept your hatred for me alive. Shido growled and yelled back at Westcott, No, not just that. What happened to my mother? Answer me, you sick and twisted demon. Westcott sighed and smirked, before replying again, You really want to know? She is dead. Your mother is no more. I killed her, ha 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 ha. Shido, lies, you need her alive for your sick plan of becoming a god. Tell me where is she right now or I am gonna kill you here. Westcott, pfft. Boring. Well, this conversation is going nowhere. So, let me state my purpose for being here. I will give you an ultimatum. Surrender now and we will take you as prisoners. Your lives will be spared and I will show you mercy. Resist and you shall be obliterated here. How does that sound? Shido, bring it on, do your worst, we'll see who will be laughing after this. Westcott, sigh, it seems you have made your choice. Therefore, prepare to die. The battleships charged forward and fired their cannons. Waves of destructive laser beams sped towards the Fraxinus at extreme speeds. But Shido didn't give up and ordered the ship's force field to be activated. The girls worked quickly and managed to get the shield up in time just as the first few lasers impacted the ship. Kaboom! The Fraxinus shook violently as the rest of the lasers hit the shield, resulting in turbulent tremors all around the entire vessel. The Sapphira warriors nearly fell out of their seats, but managed to stay on board. Then, Shido ordered the weapons specialists to prepare the cannons and counterattack. The four girls, Toka, Kurumi, Kaguya, and Natsumi, loaded a massive cannon located at the ship's bow and opened fire. A barrage of laser projectiles came charging towards the fleet of Dem ships, but only caused minor damage. Only a few engines and hull compartments were damaged, which didn't hinder the might of the enemy fleet coming through. Things were beginning to seem hopeless. Right now, the most sensible thing to do was to head through that portal again and head back to Earth and get help. But the Sapphira warriors didn't want to leave Mikuro all alone over there. They feared that Dem Industries may capture her and use her for their own malicious purposes. So, Shido was conflicted on what to do and how he was going to pull through this situation. Suddenly, Maria spoke through speakers and said to the team, "I have a solution. And this might be our best chance at surviving." "Shido, what is it, Maria?" "I would accept anything right now." "Maria, Mukuro is currently still a human, though with a bit of yokai DNA, she still somehow manages to survive in space. My hypothesis is that people with sacred gears are able to survive in space as the energy from it is capable of keeping a person alive in such an environment." "Shido, so that means we need to go out there, like, go into space and destroy the ships themselves." "Maria, yes. That's correct. If my hypothesis is correct, then all of you will be able to survive out there for as long as those weapons on the enemy fleet don't kill you." "Kotori, then what about the Fraxinus? Someone has to stay back here and make sure it doesn't get destroyed." "Maria, that's where I shall come in. Leave the Fraxinus to me. After all, I am the Fraxinus." That last statement by Maria left everyone confused. Maria was just the ship's AI, right? Why did she suddenly reveal that she was the Fraxinus itself? "Shido, what does that mean?" "Maria, Sklinir, Ryotaimaru, these were all names given to me by my previous owners, including the Ivaldi tribe and Issei HYOUDOU. And then I was given in my miniature form to Elliot Woodman from Drake. I presented myself as the ship's AI, Maria, to the Fraxinus crew and they began calling me that. I, Maria, I of the Fraxinus, am the consciousness of the ship." For a refresher, Issei had a boat familiar named Ryotaimaru, which was basically a shape-shifting battleship. In this fanfic, after Issei dies, Drake manages to recover Ryotaimaru in its miniature boat form and handed it to Elliot Woodman to create the Fraxinus itself. Suddenly, a bright light shone through the ship and instantly died down, revealing a group of girls with youthful appearances standing inside the Fraxinus. "Maria, go. I will handle the ship. Don't worry, I can freely multiply in numbers and take care of the Fraxinus operations." Maria suddenly multiplied herself into roughly 100 clones, and they spread all across the ship. One of Maria's clones led the Sapphira warriors to the gate leading out to space, wishing them good luck and hoping that they'll win. In the meantime, Maria started operating the ship and began engaging the enemy fleet, confusing many of the officers inside Westcott's army of battleships. "Officer 1, sir, the Fraxinus is engaging us in battle and charging towards us at full speed. What shall we do?" "Westcott, Lumph, are they asking for a quick death?" "Haha, then that'll be something I'll gladly fulfill. Attack." 3 of the Dem ships charged forward and fired their cannons at the Fraxinus. But much to Westcott's surprise, the Fraxinus swiftly dodged the laser blasts in an almost instantaneous moment, as if the ship was able to move faster than lightning. Then, the Fraxinus fired all of its cannons facing the Dem ships and blasted major holes in the hulls, resulting in severe damage for those ships which tried to destroy the Fraxinus. "Officer 2, impossible. They were struggling to defend against our attacks. Where did they gain all this recklessness and skill from?" "Officer 3, never mind that. What matters is that we outnumber them 60 to 1, they are practically surrounded." Westcott laughed and said, "Haha, you're certainly right. Anyway, I need to get back to Earth now. Activate the teleportation device for me. I need to meet with someone special. Right now, I'll leave the rest to you, Fleet Admiral James A. Paddington." "Paddington, yes sir, I shall not disappoint you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's destroy that annoying ship over there. Activate all cannons and destroy it." The enemy ships once again started charging their cannons, and opened fire on the Fraxinus again. However, Maria was the ship itself, and it made an unrealistic action for such massive ship by suddenly making a sharp vertical ascent. Fleet Admiral Paddington was shocked that a massive battleship was capable of something deemed impossible. "Paddington, gah, that's not possible. How did that joke of a ship accomplish an ascent like that? It's way too big for that." Suddenly, the Fraxinus came flying towards Paddington's ship, and fired its main cannon, Mistletoe, directly at the front of the main enemy ship. The shield wasn't up completely in time and Paddington's ship suffered a massive blow, causing significant damage and panic among the enemy fleet. The control room of the ship shook violently as Paddington was thrown out of his seat. His officers urged him to evacuate to another ship and leave this one behind, to which he reluctantly agreed to. Maria then followed up her attack with another barrage of laser projectiles, this time hitting several ships in the Fraxinus's line of sight. Major explosions and wrecks occurred all over the enemy fleet as they struggled to get their bearings and accurately locate the Fraxinus, which was causing havoc all over. In a fit of rage and anger, Paddington ordered every ship in his disposal to charge full speed ahead and attack the Fraxinus in an outer space-style dogfight, similar to how fighter pilots fight each other in the sky. Maria, analyzing, 57 hostiles identified. Activating Fraxinus offensive mode. The Fraxinus then started shape-shifting in the middle of battle. Being the consciousness of the ship itself, Maria, who was originally a Sklinir, used her ability to change the Fraxinus into something else. Paddington noticed the Fraxinus being enveloped in a bright light, which obstructed his view of the view ahead, but pushed on recklessly regardless. When the light finally dimmed and revealed the ship's new form, it was completely unrecognizable as it had grown bigger and gained several new features and designs. Maria, now behold, the Fraxinus X, this is my final form. Now prepare yourself, Fleet Admiral Paddington, for you will face your demise here. The new and improved Fraxinus, now known as the Fraxinus X, charged at the speed of light towards the enemy fleet and impaled one of the enemy ships like an arrow piercing through the wind. This caused a catastrophic explosion across the enemy lines. The shockwave caused even resulted in many of the ships near the explosion to get blown off. Officers were urging Paddington to retreat to a defensive line and defend against the Fraxinus X's attacks. But being the stubborn and headstrong person he was, Paddington still called for another attack on the evasive ship. Paddington smashed his fist on his desk, angrily yelling out as he coughed out blood, "Get that ship! Right now, we still outnumber it!" But then, kaboom, bang, hush. Officer 1, Fleet Admiral, 7 ships on the port side of our fleet has been obliterated. Paddington, how? The Fraxinus X is literally right there. How could it have done something like that? Officer 2, we have visuals on new threats engaging our ships on the port side of the fleet. The officers turned on the monitors and revealed the new entities to be the Sapphire Warriors, fighting out in space itself without any protective gear, shocking many, even Paddington himself. Scene change. Shido, we've finally arrived. It may have taken us a while to fly all the way here, but let's start destroying some stuff. Sandalphon. Halvin Helef. Shido sent a destructive blast of energy directly at 3 enemy ships, instantly slicing them in half. The girls followed closely behind him, performing follow-up attacks on other enemy ships to cause chaos and ultimately defeat the enemy fleet. Natsumi, Kotori, stick with me, I have an idea, Haniel. Kaleidoscope. Natsumi transformed a weak section of an enemy ship into wood, and then Kotori came flying in and slashed the wooden area in half with her flaming halberd. The ship was immediately destroyed and Kotori caused even more damage by lighting their remnants of the ship on fire. Paddington practically lost his mind at this point. Unable to counterattack against his enemies and always suffering defeat after defeat, he roared with great anger and hatred, rushing to the control room of his ship and pushed the pilot aside, assuming control of the ship. Paddington, fine, I'll kill them myself. Attention, all units in the vanguard and port sides, we'll deal with those troublesome high schoolers. All units in the starboard and sweeper sides, deal with the Fraxinus X. The Dem fleet split itself into 2 and went to fight their respective targets. Paddington was leading the charge against the Sapphire Warriors as he sped his own ship to the front and charged his cannons. Paddington fired nearly 100 laser beams at once towards the Sapphire Warriors. It appeared like a shower of meteorites about to crash, but Yoshino, Natsumi, and Shido worked together to use Satgil's abilities to create an impenetrable ice wall, barely sustaining any damage. Paddington was slowly losing bit by bit of his sanity, and called for a massive barrage of his ships to break through the ice wall. But no matter how strong their projectiles were or how many projectiles came flying at the ice wall, it didn't budge a single bit. Suddenly, Metatron. Sagitta. A ray of bright light came speeding in from nowhere and pierced through several ships like a bullet, and caused more than 15 ships to explode, leaving the rearguard of Paddington's force destroyed. The powerful ray of light eventually stopped right in front of Paddington's ship, and revealed itself to be Origami Tabichi, who had transformed herself into light to obliterate more than half of Paddington's ships. Paddington, what the grr, you kids are gonna face my wrath once I am done with you. But suddenly, the rest of the Sapphire Warriors came charging in as they activated all their sacred gears at once. Miku, Gabriel. Solo. A massive organ appeared out of thin air and started blasting orchestral music in space. Paddington ordered another attack, but he looked around and noticed all his officers were in a trance-like state. They didn't move a single muscle nor did they say a single word. Paddington took this as a sign of fear and a sign of defiance against his authority, and punched one of the officers onto the ground, yelling, "What are you idiots doing? Go and get them." But the officers didn't respond at all. In fact, it appeared as if their minds had been taken over by some unknown force. And then, the brainwashed officers took out their handguns and started shooting each other, causing major manpower losses among Paddington's fleet. Seeing that the situation was getting hopeless, Paddington made a run for it. It didn't matter that Westcott was going to punish him after this. All he cared about now was getting back to the teleportation device which sends him back Earth and not dying a miserable death in the middle of the universe. While he was trying to escape, the Sapphira warriors made their move and proceeded to wipe out the remaining ships. Kaguya and Yuzuru, Raphael. El Kanaf. Toka, Sandofan. Halvan Hilef. Kotori, Camel. Megiddo. A series of explosions occurred all across the galaxy as debris of enemy ships flew all across space in different directions. The Sapphira warriors quickly retreated to a safe spot so that they wouldn't get caught in the explosion. Scene break. The Sapphira warriors were exhausted as they spent a lot of energy fighting the remaining ships. They watched as the mini fireworks show they created using the explosions of their enemies' ships. Shiori wiped the sweat off her forehead and exclaimed, "Who? That's how you fight, Huff. That's gotta be the biggest battle since the Battle of Kyoto." Nia, yeah, flying around is exhausting enough, but fighting is already another story. Kotori, what? You didn't even do anything, Nia. You just followed us from behind. What did you contribute? Nia, acted as emotional support. Hehe. Shido, hey, that's enough. We won, okay. Everyone played a part in destroying that fleet of ships. But anyway, I gotta give you something, Nia. Shido took out a bishop piece from his pocket and gave it to Nia. He explained that since her powers relied heavily on magic and mental energy, the bishop piece would be perfect in providing her with the appropriate and sufficient level of power needed to use Ratio frequently. Nia absorbed the bishop piece into her body and she officially became a member of the Sapphira Warriors. She thanked Shido for this opportunity to join the team and looked forward to future opportunities to fight alongside each other. Nia excitedly said, "Hooray, now let me try using my powers. Ratio, show me a live map of our forces. That includes us, the Sapphira Warriors, and Maria, the one operating the Fraxinus X." Ratio opened up and showed Nia a map of the section of the galaxy they were in, and displayed several points on the map which represented the Sapphira Warriors, and then a point on the map which was actually moving, representing the Fraxinus X flying around. Yoshino, amazing, this is so detailed. Yashinan, yeah, that's gnarly. Imagine using this to track the live locations of every single one of Westcott's units. That'll be cool, wouldn't it? Nia, haha, that'll take a lot of energy if I were to trace an entire army of wizards, bandersnatches, and airships all across the world. Kotori, not bad, Nia. Maybe you're much better than I thought. Maybe you might be a good vice captain with those skills of yours. Nia, what? I'll take that as a compliment, thanks, ha ha ha. But wait, why is the point representing Maria zooming all across the map? The Sapphira Warriors looked around and were shocked to find the Fraxinus X in the distance being chased around by 3 enemy ships. Everyone was even more shocked when they saw that the Fraxinus X had sustained quite a bit of damage from battle. Shido, quick, we need to help Maria. We can't let her get killed by those stragglers there. As the Sapphira Warriors sped across the stars towards Maria's location, they suddenly spotted a mysterious portal opening up from the right, and out came the one person which they least expected to see in the fight. Mikuro, Michael. Shifuru. The person who showed up unexpectedly was Mikuro Hashimiya. Her arrival had caught the attention of the Dem ships trying to pursue the Fraxinus X, and they immediately identified her as a threat. However, Mikuro had a different form now, and she was exuding some of the most powerful aura that the Sapphira Warriors have ever felt. Perhaps that it was that key-shaped staff which allowed her to become like this. Then, Mikuro performed her next attack, Michael. Latibe. Several portals appeared behind Mikuro, and out came thousands of comets and meteorites flying rapidly towards the enemy ships. The stragglers weren't prepared for this attack as their shields had been damaged by Maria earlier, so they faced their destruction as volleys of meteors absolutely destroyed the remaining ships in space. When the last explosion had subsided, Mikuro put away her staff and reverted her clothes back to her purple-colored clothing, and then turned her attention to the Sapphira Warriors. Mikuro, Muku is confused. You all possess a level of power which is similar to mine. May he explain why is that? Shido, we're a group of fighters who utilize superpowers closely related to yours to fight evil forces such as those ships you destroyed earlier. But why did you help? I thought you wanted to be left alone, Mukuro. Muku simply didn't want to be disturbed, so I headed out to eliminate the trespassers who were bothering me. Besides, Muku watched your battle with them from my abode, and I must say, that was truly impressive. As a way of saying thanks, Muku will fulfill any request which he may have. Everyone was happy. They had finally made a breakthrough and were eager to have more conversations with Mukuro. So, since she promised to fulfill any request, Shido asked on behalf of his team, "Open up your heart, so that we may share the burden which you have tried so hard to seal away." Mukuro tilted her head to the side and asked, Muku doesn't get what you want to say, but if you want me to open up my heart, then you'll just have to try and make me. Michael. Latide. Mukuro summoned her staff again and opened up several portals once more, sending meteorites towards the Sapphire warriors. However, none of them seemed bothered by that attack and proceeded to engage her in battle. Natsumi. Haniel. Kaleidoscope. Natsumi transformed her own staff into Mukuro's staff, now gaining the ability to seal and unseal the abilities and functions of objects and weapons. Natsumi. Mukuro. With this we shall unlock your heart and restore your faith in humanity. Mukuro. Nice try, but I saw this coming. Mukuro opened up a portal right in front of Natsumi and jabbed her own staff into Natsumi's staff, sealing away the functions and abilities which Natsumi was going to use. However, Natsumi said, "But I didn't say it was me, now, Shido." Suddenly, from the side, Shido appeared through a portal and jabbed his key-shaped staff, which he gained also using Haniel's shape-shifting powers, into Mukuro's heart. From there, he twisted it, and a bright light came bursting forth, blinding everyone's vision. But once it subsided, Mukuro had lost consciousness, and she was floating lifelessly in space. Shido carried Mukuro in his arms, calling Maria back as they intended to send her to the sick bay to rest. Scene break. On board the Fraxinus X. 3 hours after the battle of the HD-1 galaxy. Toka, is she going to be okay? Nia, it says that she has a pulse and regular breathing. Perhaps it could be due to stress and exhaustion. Kotori, I dunno. I've already used my healing flames on her, and she's not waking up. Maybe it's a coma after Shido-senpai unlocked her memories. In the sick bay, Mukuro was lying on the bed connected to some medical equipment to keep her alive. The Sapphire warriors have been beside her to check up on Mukuro's condition, hoping that she's well. After 3 hours of a constant state of sleep, Mukuro miraculously started to open her eyes. This caught the immediate attention of the group, and they gathered closely to watch her wake up. Miku excitedly cheered, "Look, she's awake, everyone, no sudden moves, we don't want to startle her." Mukuro eventually opened up both her eyes and regained consciousness. She looked left and right, and saw several people standing next to her bed. She suddenly regained her senses too and sprang right up. Mukuro was a bit shocked, but she eventually calmed down after catching her breath. She asked, "What happened? Why is Muku here? What even is this strange place?" Shido, hello Mukuro. Welcome to the Fraxinus X, this is our ship, and you are currently recovering in the sick bay. You've been unconscious for 3 hours now, but you're finally awake, isn't that great? Mukuro, Shido. Muku is truly grateful for what you've done. Suddenly, Mukuro leaned forward and embraced Shido with a tight hug. This unexpected gesture caught Shido completely off guard and he didn't know what to say or do. Mukuro then continued, "My emotions, I feel such a warm feeling whenever I think of you. Perhaps, feeling emotions might be a good thing for Muku after all." Shido, "Oh, well, it's really nothing. I just wanted to help. Anyway, why don't we head back to Earth now and treat you to a nice barbecue dinner? We still got lots of meat left in the fridge." Mukuro, a barbecue dinner? I don't know what that is, but it sounds nice. But let me ask you one question. Did you really come here to be Muku's friend? Shido, of course. We all came here to be your friends. I'll start by introducing myself again. My name is Shido Itsuka, the captain of the Sapphire Warriors. We are just like you, people gifted with powers known as sacred gears. With me, I have Toka Yatagami, wielder of Sandophon. Origami Tabichi, wielder of Metatron. Yoshino Himkawa, wielder of Tsadkiel. Kotori Itsuka, wielder of Camel. Kaguya and Yuzuri Yamai, co-wielders of Raphael. Shiori Itsuka, my twin sister and master in physical combat and lightning combat. Miku Izeoi, the wielder of Gabriel. Natsumi Kuno, the wielder of Haniel. Nia Hanjo, the wielder of Ratziel. And finally we have Kurumi Tokisaki, the wielder of Zafkiel, although she's just a clone. Well, it's complicated to explain. Mukuro looked around and greeted everyone. She seemed happy and eager to get to know the people around her since she believed she owed a great deal of gratitude towards them. Mukuro, nice to meet you all. My name is Mukuro Hashimiya, wielder of Michael. Since all of you have been so kind to me, I will spend some time with you all to see what kind of people you are. The one thing I cherish the most is family, and the one thing I hate the most is lies. So, don't ever lie to Muku, or she will get very angry with you. Yoshino and Natsumi slowly carried Mukuro off the sickbay bed, and then brought her to the control room of the Fraxinus X to show her how their ship looked like. Mukuro looked around and was amazed by the high-tech equipment all around her. She slowly stepped across the whole control room, taking in the sights of the ship. Mukuro, this is pretty. Muku wonders, how did you create such a magnificent ship? There must have been lots of effort put into this vessel based on its intricate and unique aesthetics and design. Then, Maria revealed herself to Mukuro and introduced herself as the Fraxinus X's AI, explaining how the ship came to be and how it works. Mukuro stared at Maria with curiosity, and tried her best to understand many of the technical terms Maria used. In the end though, Mukuro understood that she was in a special ship with a mind of its own, and that it was capable of mass destruction using its cannons and machine guns on the lower deck. Shido, so yeah? That's how our ship functions. Right now, we need to get back to Earth, so, gulp, everyone please wear your seatbelts. We're gonna have to experience ludicrous speed again for probably a few hours. The girls' faces turned pale the moment Shido said that. Mukuro was confused and asked why was the group so scared, to which they explained to her the whole unpleasant process of traveling millions of times faster than the speed of light just to get back home. But then, Mukuro said, Muku can just summon a portal back home, you know. Look, Michael. Latide. Mukuro summoned a massive portal which could allow the Fraxinus to pass through. She then explained that the portal led back to Earth, which gave everyone a sigh of relief. As the Fraxinus X passed through the portal, everyone celebrated their victory over the Dem fleet which came to destroy them. However, they were oblivious that someone else familiar to them had just arrived to see them leave just when they had arrived. Blip. Drake, did those kids just disappear on me? I traveled all this way just in time to see them teleport out of here, growling. You kids are fucking dead to me. I'm gonna punish all of you when I get back to Earth. 1. At the same time, the Ratatoska ship Almas had also arrived and met up with Drake, who was rambling about his children leaving right at the perfect moment. Elliot, oh dear, those kids are going to be in major trouble. I hope Drake doesn't go too harsh on them. Sigh, what has caused them to become so rebellious? Could it be that they just want to escape from their responsibilities? Kanazuki, ugh. We came all this way to the other side of the universe, only to see those kids leave right when we arrived. Are they deliberately avoiding us? Karen, they could have confided with us if they had any issues. What's up with them? Scene break. Okinawa, Japan. Tuesday, 9:41 p.m. The Fraxinus X arrived back on Earth, and the Sapphira warriors looked around to see how much time had passed since they left for the HD-1 galaxy to recruit Mukuro. They looked around and saw their villa still perfectly intact, and the smell of barbecue and burning charcoal was in the air too, meaning not too much time had passed. Some of them went inside the villa and saw that the clock read 9:41 p.m., which surprised some of them. Kurumi, amazing, only 1 minute had passed on Earth when we had spent more than an hour fighting in that distant galaxy. Shido, time and space works in weird ways, doesn't it? Anyway, if only 1 minute had passed, then the meat in the fridge must still be fresh. Let's take the rest out and enjoy the rest of the night. The girls happily agreed and ignited the grill again. Mukuro was given a chicken skewer roasted over the grill with barbecue gravy, and she ate it to see how it tasted. Mukuro's eyes lit up with happiness as she took each bite of the chicken. For the first time, Mukuro had expressed some form of happiness, and this made the team relieved that they managed to make a good first impression. As Mukuro ate, she spoke to her new friends. This is wonderful. Muku is truly happy to have met you all, and I have decided to tell you all about my story. But first, let me unlock my memories. Michael. Tafit. Flashback. Kyoto, Japan. 16 years ago. Forgive me, my daughter, but I can't afford to let you stay with me. It breaks my heart to tell you this, Mukuro, but mommy can't be with you and can't love you. but you will grow up with a new family who loves you. You will see the world through the lens of a normal person. It'd be better for you if you stay oblivious to the supernatural. After all, you were never supposed to be born. I'm sorry, and I wish you the best in your future. Farewell, Mukuro." The nine-tailed fox handed a newborn girl to her subordinates, who brought her to an orphanage and placed her body in a small basket, placing right in front of the orphanage's entrance. I was only 4 months old when I was abandoned by my biological mother. I never knew who she was, but after unlocking my childhood memories which I had forgotten, I could only remember her face. Anyway, I was abandoned in front of an orphanage in Kyoto, and I grew up there for 12 years of my life, being a shy and timid child for the most part. One day, I was adopted by a family called the Hashimiyas, and I became their adopted daughter. I had a new father and a new mother. I also had a big sister named Asahi, who always doted on me. At home, both of us would always gaze into the night sky to admire the stars. The one thing I liked about Asahi was that she always complimented my long, golden hair. It didn't matter to me what else happened in life, as long as I had Asahi and my adoptive parents. Everything was perfect. They were much better than my biological mom who dumped me. I've always tried to find her, but was never able to. Guess she tried her best to escape her responsibilities. But I began to forget about finding my biological mother after my new family showered me with love and affection. As long as I was happy, I didn't care about my past. My parents sent me to middle school and I genuinely enjoyed my time there. Asahi, my older sister, took me out to fun places on the weekends, and taught me more about the world which I had limited knowledge of. We went to amusement parks, we went to restaurants, other cities in Japan, we even went to South Korea for a short vacation. However, that happiness all came to an abrupt end when a terrible incident occurred. And it's all my fault. It was 1 week before the year 2040. 1 year ago, December 2039. Tokyo, Japan. The Hashimiya family went for a vacation in Tokyo for Christmas to celebrate the end of the year. Though the sun was shining brightly, it was still very cold out in the open, so the Hashimiya family quickly went inside a restaurant to warm themselves up. "Mr. Hashimiya, we can finally relax here. Come, let's order some hot and spicy food to warm ourselves up." "Mrs. Hashimiya, hee, you sure you can handle all that spicy curry rice again, dear? The last time you splurged on all that, you nearly passed out." "Mr. Hashimiya, nah, I'll be alright. After all, I'm craving for some delicious food now." "Everyone take a seat, let's see the menu and order." "Asahi, Dad, please don't overspend on curry rice. You said you were saving up money to purchase some materials for work, right?" "Mr. Hashimiya, it'll be fine, don't worry about your old man, Asahi. Anyway, just order what you want, I'll pay for it." All this while, when the Hashimiya family was speaking among themselves, Mukuro felt left out of the conversation and wanted to say something to feel included. But every time she was about to open her mouth, one of her family members would say something which prevented her from saying what she wanted to say. For the entirety of lunch, Mukuro watched and ate in silence as her family excluded her from the chat, feeling disappointed as she felt like she wasn't seen, not heard. She proceeded to feel unhappy for the rest of the afternoon. After lunch, Mukuro and Asahi were allowed to hang out while their parents went to buy their own things at the mall. Mukuro finally felt happy again since she was with the most favorite person in her life. And it was a joyous time since Asahi finally started talking to Mukuro again. Both sisters went to Tokyo Tower to chill, and they were having the time of their lives looking out to admire Tokyo's skyline. Taken by me during my trip to Tokyo. 1. "Mukuro, this looks pretty. When I grow up I'm gonna live in a big apartment overlooking Tokyo." "Asahi, hee, that does sound lovely. Why don't we be neighbors once you've achieved that dream?" "Mukuro, really? It's a deal then. You better not break your promise, big sister. Muku looks forward to that." "Asahi, of course. Let me save up my money first before I can afford a place in Tokyo though." "Hey, wait a minute, is that who I think it is?" Asahi was suddenly distracted when she spotted someone she knew in the observatory deck. It was one of her coworkers who coincidentally happened to be in Tokyo while she was on vacation. "Asahi, Yuki, is that really you?" "Yuki, OMG, Asahi, it's you. What are you doing in Tokyo? I really didn't expect to see you here." "Asahi, I'm on vacation with my family. It's Christmas, so we thought we'd spend the year-end enjoying ourselves." "Yuki, haha, it's always great to spend time with your family, am I right?" "Asahi, that's right. Oh, speaking of which, meet my little sister Mukuro." Mukuro came and greeted Yuki politely, and introduced herself as Asahi's little sister. Yuki proceeded to comment that Mukuro was very cute, though she had something to say to Asahi. Yuki, Muku-chan is very cute, but there's something I gotta say though. Asahi, what's wrong? Is something the matter with Mukuro? Yuki, her hair is a little too long, don't you think? I believe she'll look much better if her hair was cut shorter. Asahi, now that I think about it, I guess you do have a point. Mukuro should really for once cut her hair. It's practically dragging along the floor. Both friends had a good laugh while catching up with one another, not realizing the emotional impact their words had on Mukuro. Mukuro, who had always enjoyed her sister's compliments about her long hair, felt heartbroken and betrayed that she sided with her friend who remarked that it should have been shorter. But when Mukuro wanted to rebut, Asahi was already engrossed with her conversation with Yuki, and this left an emotional scar on Mukuro which would last for days. A few days later, on the 31st of December, when the Hashimiya family finally arrived back home in Tenga City, Mukuro was devastated by the negative experience from her vacation and locked herself in the balcony, watching the stars all alone while covering herself with a blanket to keep out the cold. Mukuro sat silently and wept, wishing that her family had paid more attention to her and showed a bit more care and concern for her. If only Mom, Dad, and Asahi would pay attention to me. And only me, that would be nice, being the only person that they love without being stolen by other people. I wish. Maybe that would come true. As Mukuro was fervently wishing for her desires to come true, a mysterious aura materialized in front of her and appeared as a key-shaped staff, which gave Mukuro a shock. Mukuro didn't know what this key-shaped staff was, but she somehow didn't feel any danger from being near it. In fact, Mukuro felt a great sense of safety and security around the strange-looking staff. Suddenly, Mukuro heard whispers from the staff, and she listened closely to what it was saying. She later found out that it was a sacred gear named Michael, and that it had the ability to seal the functions and abilities of objects and people, both animate and inanimate. She suddenly gained an idea. What if I were to make all those thieving pests who want to steal my family away forget about them? My family would only know me, and I would be the only one who knows them, so why not try? Mukuro genuinely believed that she was doing something good and sprang into action. She secretly researched the lives of her family members, taking down the names and identities of people whom her family members knew personally. Mukuro then opened up portals to each of their addresses and sealed their memories away, making every single of her family's acquaintances forget who they were, and leaving nobody untouched. Eventually, nobody knew the Hashimiyas as everyone's memories of them had been sealed away. Mukuro was under the false impression that she had done good, though she was still unaware of the irreversible damage which she had caused. When her parents and older sister went to their respective workplaces on the beginning of the new year, Mukuro hoped that by having their acquaintances forget them, her family would have no choice but to love her only. However, Mukuro was met with a massive reality check, as things will certainly not go her way. When her family members got home, they unleashed their anger on Mukuro as they angrily questioned her why their friends and co-workers had suddenly forgotten about them. Mr. Hashimiya, Mukuro, what is the meaning of this? Why doesn't anybody from my workplace recognize me? My boss even claimed that I was never working there at all. And my co-workers all claimed to have never met me. But guess what? All these people whom I once knew, they specifically suggested that I go back home and go take care of my daughter Mukuro. Care to explain that? Mrs. Hashimiya, Mukuro, what have you done? None of the neighbors recognize me anymore. They think that I'm some random person who just moved in. What exactly did you do to them? Is this some sort of sick prank? Asahi, spill the beans. Mukuro, none of my friends even knew me and called me weird. What in the world did you do? They even said the same things to me about going back home to see you. What did you do, you monster? Mukuro couldn't believe it. Her perfect image of a loving family was crumbling, and there she was, being heavily chastised by her family and didn't know how to respond. Instead, Mukuro could only step back and cower in fear and guilt, realizing the damage she had brought upon. In a last-ditch attempt to save herself, Mukuro sealed away the memories of herself from her family members, before she sealed her own memories of her entire life. That way, nobody would know she ever existed, and she would be left all alone. Being such a fond lover of the stars, Mukuro flew to outer space and opened up a portal to the deepest and darkest depths of the universe, choosing to remain dormant in the most distant galaxy furthest away from Earth. Finally, Mukuro was all alone and nothing mattered to her. She sealed away all her feelings and emotions so that she would never have to feel so sad ever again. She made the decision to remain in space for eternity, never choosing to return back to Earth. At last, Muku can finally be all alone. Perhaps, having a family of my own was never the thing I needed. Maybe it will be just me and the stars, forever and ever. Mukuro remained in this state for who knows how long. But 4 months passed on Earth, as Mukuro spent a long time in space, until the Sapphire warriors encountered her in their ship. The rest you all know? Flashback end. Everyone was mortified by Mukuro's story. They did feel bad for her, but they couldn't believe that Mukuro had done something as extreme as that, leading to some, including Shido, to question whether if it was really a good idea to let Mukuro stay in the team. Out of fear she would do the same thing to them as she did to her family. Kotori, no way, you did all that, Mukuro. Mukuro nodded while having this expression of deep guilt on her face. She knew that this was the kind of reaction she was going to get, but it still hurt her. Natsumi, but you know what you did was wrong, right? What did you think was going to happen? Mukuro, I know, Muku is sorry, I'm sorry. Tears were forming around Mukuro's eyes as she began to feel the regret from the actions she had done, feeling this was what she deserved. Some of the girls were just speechless, not sure of what they should say to Mukuro. Shido, Mukuro. Look at me. And I need you to listen. I'm not joking around. Mukuro slowly looked up at Shido and shivered in place, fearing the words he was going to say. She didn't want to lose her new friends right after they just helped her, so she braced for the consequences, and prepared to seal their memories of her away if she needed to. Shido, look. I know, your life wasn't the best, and wasn't the most fortunate. But you need to understand that your family did nothing wrong. At times, we crave attention and love either because we feel lonely or we fear abandonment. However, deep down, nobody ever wishes for someone else to be cast away or cut off from their families or communities. That's why, I don't need you to do it now, but I want you to someday return to your adoptive family and apologize to them. How you want to do it, that is none of my concern and only you can do it. I'm not trying to say I don't support you, no, all of us here are with you. We're a team and we don't backstab each other that easily. So, first question, did you regret all the things you did to your family? Mukuro, yes. Muku understands that I was being selfish and inconsiderate. Shido, okay. Second question. If you were to find yourself in a similar situation with us which was identical to that of your family, what would you do? Mukuro, I don't know. Muku is unsure of what to do. But I guess I would start by talking to you first. Shido, I see. Well then, last question. Imagine yourself right before you wipe the memories of those people. What would you have done differently to prevent this? Mukuro. There was silence. Mukuro's hands were shaking and she was about to cry. Obviously she was under lots of pressure and wanted to escape this situation as soon as possible. Kaguya, Shido, isn't this a little too far? Yuzuru, agreement. Mukuro just experienced a negative memory. Shouldn't you show some restraint? Shido, no. Mukuro needs to know that what she did was wrong, and that she also needs to learn that there could have been better solutions. After all, I was in the same position as her once. Mukuro, what do you mean? Shido, before I even became the captain of the Sapphire Warriors, I always believed that I lived a simple and normal life. That was until I was thrown into the world of supernatural chaos. My self-esteem and motivation had plummeted as I didn't know how to face this sudden change in circumstances. I did exactly what you did, locked myself in my room and cried that everything would go back to normal. However, the one thing I didn't do was be selfish. My first girlfriend, Toka, talked to me and comforted me, and even if she didn't approach me, I would have approached her instead, or even go to my parents and ask for help. From there, things got much better, and I've made it until here. Mukuro, I'm not telling you to fix your mistakes, I just want to let you know that there is still hope. Hope that your life will return to the positive vibes which you once enjoyed, and hope that you can get through the same adversities which I experienced. Right now, I see a girl who is confused and scared, because she feels like nobody ever cares about her. Well, that's the one thing you got wrong, because all of us, for a fact, do care about you. I'd even go as far as to say, Mukuro Hashimiya, I love you, and nothing will change that. So long as you promise to keep your head high and never back down. Remember, life isn't easy, so don't ever tell me that you'll be selfish and give up. The other girls were touched and moved by Shido's speech. They didn't realize that Shido thought so deeply in detail about this situation, and they tipped their hats off to him as a sign of respect and appreciation for the work he has done. Mukuro, on the other hand, finally opened her eyes and saw what reality truly was. She now knew that all she was doing was escaping from her problems and creating issues for everyone, referencing to the time she chose to go on her own selfish path of erasing memories and hoping everyone would just cater to her. Finally, Mukuro gained the courage to stand up, and she replied, "Thanks, Shido, you finally made me realize, I'll never forget what you said to me." Smooch. Mukuro pulled Shido close and they kissed. With this, Shido gained the power of Michael, the sacred gear with the abilities to seal and unseal the functions of animate and inanimate objects, as well as opening portals to wherever he wanted. 1. However, the kiss was special to Mukuro in the sense that she truly understood what was important, that good times are there for you to enjoy, but there will always be struggles and challenges standing in her way. However, she will never be alone and can always rely on others such as her teammates to help her. Muku will join the Sapphire Warriors, and you can count on me to be useful. Just give me the order and I'll get right to it. Shido smiled and said, "That's more like it. Now, welcome to the team, Mukuro." He took out 2 pawn pieces from his pocket and said, "These are for you. Absorb them into your body and you will officially become a member of the Sapphire Warriors." Mukuro listened to him and followed Shido's instructions, absorbing the 2 pawn pieces and gaining a huge boost in power. From there, she formally joined the Sapphire Warriors as one of the team's pawns. Meanwhile, Shido was feeling a great surge in energy and strength, exclaiming with all his might, "I have the power." He roared and released his powerful aura, sending shockwaves across Okinawa and feeling proud about how far he has come. "Toka, woohoo, way to go! Now you have 9 of out the 10 sacred gears we need to form the Sapphire Warriors in this current day and age." Shido, yeah. Now let's see, which pieces do I still have on me? He reached into his pocket and felt around, and eventually touched a chess piece which was the only one left. Shido took it out of his pocket and revealed it to be the queen piece. Shido realized that the last person to be part of the team was going to be the second most powerful person in the team, and he had to be careful around this last person. Shido, so it's down to just the queen piece, huh? Well, who's the last person to join our— Wait, it's Kurumi. She has to join our team no matter what, and she'll be the one holding on to the queen piece. The girls now dreaded the worst as their biggest challenge as of late was now approaching imminently. The Kurumi clone which had accompanied them all this time felt uneasy knowing that her main body will have to come face to face with her friends, and didn't know how to handle it. "Kurumi, so it's just me left, ha ha ha, ha, I don't know if I will be receptive to your words. The main body has been stubborn and selfish after all these years. Nothing is going to get through to her." The Kurumi clone sat on the ground and felt hopeless, not knowing how to return back to her main body who has acted as her boss for all her existence, and convince her to join the Sapphire Warriors. Shido came over to give her some support, and said, "Don't give up. Right now, although you may be a clone, you are our best chance at getting the real Kurumi to join the team. I'm not trying to say you're just a person who's going to simply come and go. I really am grateful for your service to our team. Thanks." Kurumi grabbed Shido's hand and he helped her stand back up. He proceeded to encourage her to relax for tonight and party until they get tired. So, the Kurumi clone played along and had the time of her life with her friends. The Sapphire Warriors spent until 11 p.m. partying the night away, before finishing up their barbecue dinner and heading to bed. That night, everyone was satisfied and went to sleep well. As for Maria, she concealed herself above the clouds and waited for the team to wake up the next morning, ready to send them to school directly after they check out of the villa. Meanwhile, in the underworld. This does look good on me, doesn't it? Do you think he'll love it? My, you certainly look gorgeous in that wedding gown, Rias. Shido-kun will definitely fall for you after seeing you in this. I can't begin to imagine the kind of reaction he'll have. In the Gremry estate, Rias was trying on different wedding gowns which was presented to her by her servants. Being irrationally obsessive over Shido Itsuka, she tried on each one and looked herself in the mirror, and wondered if she'd be able to seduce him. Akeno was also present, and was giving her input on her best friend's appearance. Helping her put on each gown and commented on how bright Rias's future was going to be, as she was going to ascend the throne and become the new Mao Lucifer this weekend. Akeno, and there we go. See how you look on the mirror. I bet you look stunning in that wonderful wedding dress. Rias stepped in front of the mirror and admired her looks whilst fantasizing about her delusional dream where she had Shido all to herself, and lived a romantic life with him. Rias, too bland. It needs a little more spice to it. It needs to be a little more alluring. Something that'll keep his eyes on me. Akeno, haha. Ara, you and I certainly have the same tastes, don't we? I think I know the perfect one for you. As Akeno went to get the other wedding dress for her, Rias decided to use her magic and spy on Shido, wondering what he was doing. From there, she learned that he had befriended 3 new girls: Nia, Mukuro, and Kurumi. This new piece of information sparked a flame of jealousy and anger. Under her breath, Rias swore to get rid of those irritating pests and become the perfect wife for her dream husband. You belong with me, my beloved husband. And if I can't have you, no one else can, haha, ha 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 ha. Tengus City, Japan. Wednesday, 8:30 a.m. A.N. As usual, a reminder that Kurumi in this chapter is just a clone, not the real one. After checking out of their Okinawa villa very early in the morning, the Sapphire warriors boarded the Fraxinus X and had Maria drop them off in Tengus City, so that they would be able to reach school in time. While they were walking along the street just outside Rahazan High School, the one thing that everyone feared was seeing their father, Drake, appear before them with a furious expression. They did all sorts of unacceptable things, such as staying overnight at a mountain resort without informing him, skipping school to go on a vacation to Okinawa, as well as stealing a spaceship to travel to outer space. Drake would definitely be extremely livid after everything that the Sapphire warriors had done behind his back, and they were all completely aware of it. Mukuro was also coming to school for the first time as well. Maria allowed her to borrow some of the Fraxinus' supplies such as a sling bag and some stationery. Mukuro's teammates also gave her some items which would be of use. For example, Miki gave Mukuro a generous sum of money for any food she would like to purchase for lunch, and Origami gave her some textbooks and notes that will be useful. Mukuro would also be joining Kotori's class, which also included Yoshino and Natsumi. This meant that these 4 girls in their second year will be classmates, and it will be more convenient for Mukuro to have some help around. Shido, Nia, could you check if Dad is here? I really don't want to see him today. Nia opened up Ratziel and checked for Drake's current location. Fortunately, he was still in outer space flying back to Earth with a great distance left to cover. He will return back to the surface once school is over, and that's when the Sapphire warriors would need to quickly leave if they don't want to face his wrath. Natsumi, that's good to know. But wait. Why are we even trying to avoid him? Isn't he our father? What's with this whole scheme of us pretending as if he was our enemy? Good question. Why were the Sapphire warriors even trying to avoid Drake? Isn't that their father? Does it even make any sense for them to be doing something like this? After all, they're all family now, so what's up with this behavior and attitude? Toka, honestly, I don't know, but one thing that I do know is that we did all those fun things yesterday without telling him was because we wanted to be happy, and we were for a fact enjoying ourselves. Origami, yeah? I agree with that 100%. But what made us think it was a good idea? Sigh, life has been difficult ever since Mom, you know. Yoshino, Dad has certainly changed into a different person after we lost Mom. He genuinely believes that she is dead. Kotori, but the body was never found. Maybe she actually survived and is being held prisoner somewhere. Even Westcott needs her alive for his plan. We can't give up, but I can't handle all the pressure. I just want to rest. Shido, me too, Kotori. Me too. All of us do. But hey, Dad isn't going to be back until school's over, so why don't we go out to somewhere fun after school for one last time before we all get punished by Dad? I mean, Mukuro can get to know the city very well. Kurumi can experience the joys of being a normal person. Yoshino, I mean, there's nothing wrong with it, so I guess it wouldn't hurt. Self-care isn't that bad and it's not wrong, right? Shiori, yeah, life's been pretty stressful. Honestly, just fuck all the nonsense that's been happening to us. The other girls seemed to be in agreement with the suggestion of hanging out together as a team after school before they would face their dad's wrath for being irresponsible and defiant children. So, they put behind all their problems and issues and focused on getting through the school day. The second years all headed to their class, while the third years all went to their own class together. Scene break. Class 3 to 4. 8:40 a.m. The door swung open and in came Shido and the girls. The rest of the students in the classroom all turned their eyes towards the group, and then began the chatters and whispers of gossip which spread among the students quickly like bacteria. Tanamachi, Shido's childhood friend, came walking up to him and greeted his friend good morning, before asking him out of concern, "Hey bro, you okay? You and the girls didn't come to school yesterday and nobody could reach you. Was everything alright?" Shido, oh totally. You know, I even gained one more. Tanamachi was initially confused by this reply, but then immediately understood that implication and said, huh? Haha, as expected of my childhood friend. You know dude, the whole school has been talking about you. I mean, you're officially the most popular kid in Rahazen High School. Shido was amused and asked, really? What do you mean? What kind of things have been spreading around? Tanamachi was going to respond, but then he tried to hold in his laughter, which made the Sapphire warriors dread the kind of rumors which have been going around. Then, Tanamachi continued, Phahaha, you know, they've been coming up with all sorts of nicknames for you, man. Check this out. Tanamachi showed Shido his phone and displayed a screenshot from social media. Shido read the screenshot and saw that it was talking about him, and he was wide-eyed and absolutely flabbergasted by the sort of nicknames he's been getting. Shido, what? The Rahazen High Rizzler, Playboy, the Tengus City Twink, Transfer Student Collector, the Chosen One, what are all these names? This is the wildest shit I have ever seen. 2. Tanamachi, ha ha ha, that's not all. There's been an anonymous account set up by the girls of this school who gossip about you daily. There have been over 50 anonymous confessions from girls all across the freshmen, sophomores, and seniors. You've got the entire school feeling down bad for you. Ha! Shido, no, ugh, why didn't I see this coming? Perhaps just plain rumors were alright. I didn't ask to be a topic of discussion to be talked about openly in public and online. How could this get any worse? Tanamachi, haha, sigh, don't worry so much about it, man. I mean, you got us, that is to say, me and, well, I guess the popular girls trio including AI, and me can be people you can always count on. Then, the popular girls trio came up to him, and each voiced out their support for Shido if he needed any help. AI, not to worry, we will always have your back. Yeah, we'll use our popularity to help you in any way we can. Me, that is so lame. Shido, heh. Thanks everyone. I guess maybe it won't be so bad after all. Anyway, it's almost time for class to start, so let's sit down. By the way, what's the first subject of today? Tanamachi flipped through the school's timetable and looked at the schedule for Wednesday. He then said, it's physics, and our teacher is, Mrs. Rain Murasame. Shido and the girls felt tense when their mother's name was mentioned, but they were also confused as to why their mother's name was stated as their teacher for physics, since she hadn't been seen ever since the Kyoto disaster. Shido, So mom was supposed to be our teacher, but mom is, Tanamachi, yeah, I am already aware. Perhaps there'll be a replacement. Coincidentally, a teacher walked into the classroom, to which the entire class stood up and greeted her. Miss Okamine, good morning, class. Today, the first period will be physics. And your teacher will be Mrs. Murasame. However, due to some urgent matters which I've been informed of by her husband last week, Mrs. Murasame won't be coming to teach anymore. The students were in an uproar and many were confused. Rumors began to fly around, with people discussing what might have happened to Rain. Eventually, some classmates even personally asked Shido what had happened to his mom, to which he refused answer. Shido, shut up, just shut up. I don't want to take this shit anymore. Just leave me the fuck alone, guys. Anger boiled in Shido as he was feeling pressured by his classmates. Although they were innocent in the matter, the fact that Shido didn't know how to explain it made him stressed out, so he began to feel irritated and annoyed. Luckily, Ms. Okamine managed to stop the chaos from spilling over as she quieted down the class. Hey, that's enough, alright. It's not good to ask your friend about sensitive questions like that. Ahem. So anyway, I also have a piece of good news I would like to share. You all will be getting a new full-time teacher. Now this got all the students interested. They were looking forward to meeting their new teacher for physics who'll be teaching their class for the rest of their school year until graduation. Ms. Okamine, now, coming all the way from the USA, say hello to Ms. Rachel Gibson. Ms. Gibson, greetings class 3 to 4. My name is Rachel Gibson, but please call me Ms. Gibson. I come from Nashville, Tennessee, and I will be teaching you all physics. I hope that we can get along swimmingly. A female teacher walked into the classroom and introduced herself to the class. Now Ms. Gibson was absolutely beautiful and attractive, which made all the boys and girls alike impressed by her appearance, and wondered what kind of person she was. 1. Ms. Rachel Gibson. Ms. Gibson had long red hair and light blue eyes. She also had fair skin like ivory and wore a pair of glasses with a ton of makeup. She wore a white shirt inside a black blazer with a black miniskirt as well as a pair of sheer tights. When she spoke in English, Ms. Gibson had a strong southern accent which made sense since she came from Tennessee. But when she spoke in Japanese, her accent was completely gone, almost as if she had been practicing for years to adjust her voice. Everyone was indeed eager to have Ms. Gibson teach them, but the Sapphire Warriors thought otherwise. Ms. Gibson resembled someone familiar, perhaps a little too much. Shido and the other girls were freaking out since their new physics teacher resembled Rias Gremery a lot. In fact, Ms. Gibson looked as if she was actually Rias who just decided to put on a suit and a pair of glasses before giving herself a fake name. Kaguya was shivering in place, before she turned to her sister and said, "Hey, are you thinking what I'm thinking?" Yuzuru nervously nodded, which meant that she knew exactly what her sister was thinking. Yuzuru also turned to the other girls and saw that they were also freaking out, especially Miku, whose life had been ruined by Rias. Shido couldn't believe his eyes. He thought, did that bitch seriously stalk me all the way to my school? Is she for real right now? That motherfucker ain't no Rachel Gibson. That bitch is a literal succubus who has come to get me. Toka suddenly tapped Shido on the shoulder and asked him, "Is that who I think it is?" Shido tried sensing Ms. Gibson's aura, but strangely it didn't have any signs of a devil's aura. Perhaps she might be Rias concealing her true identity. All Shido felt from Ms. Gibson was a normal human's aura, and that was it. Only further investigation could prove whether or not this new teacher was indeed Rachel Gibson, or Rias Gremery. The Sapphire Warriors took note of her behavior and were on the lookout for any suspicious behavioral signs which would sound off the alarm. Then Ms. Gibson announced to the whole class that she is going to have a self-introduction game so that she could get to know her students. She said, "Alrighty, class, it's my first day on the job here, so why don't y'all introduce yourselves so that I know who's who. So how this is gonna work is this. I'll start by choosing a random student, and then they'll have to introduce themselves with their name along with a fun fact about themselves. After that, the student who introduced themselves will randomly select another student, and then the whole process will repeat. That'll be fun, wouldn't it?" The class was eager to start, so Ms. Gibson chose Hiroto Tanamachi to start the self-introduction game. "Hi, my name is Hiroto Tanamachi, and one fun fact about myself is, well, I love playing video games." Ms. Gibson was intrigued and asked, "Oh, what kind of video games?" Tanamachi got nervous and stuttered since he could not reveal the fact that he plays romance visual novels, so he lied on the spot and replied, "Fantasy games, why yeah." Shido just stared at Tanamachi with an unimpressed look and thought, "Yeah, right. You definitely don't play fantasy video games." Ms. Gibson was happy with Tanamachi's introduction and said, Okay, this is off to a good start. Tanamachi, choose the next student to introduce themselves." As Tanamachi was looking around for a classmate he could choose, Shido was praying that he wouldn't be chosen since he didn't want to be noticed too early by Ms. Gibson. However, things just had to get worse as Tanamachi, turning around with a smug smile on his face, pointing his finger at him and cheekily saying, "You go, buddy. Tell the new teacher about how much of a legend you are in this school." Shido facepalmed and sighed in despair. Tanamachi was just being playful, but Shido wished that he could leave this class right now and run somewhere far away. But nonetheless, Shido still stood up and introduced himself to Ms. Gibson. "Hello, my name is Shido Itsuka, and one fun fact about me is that my mother lived in the United States for several years. That's how she taught me English." Shido looked at Ms. Gibson and saw that she had this intrigued and curious smile on her face. Her gaze even made him nervous, and he began sweating heavily down his back. Ms. Gibson began speaking in English and asked Shido, "Is that right, dear? Your mother lived in America, which state?" Shido replied back to Ms. Gibson in English, "Ohio. In a rural community somewhere north of Columbus. She was an army medic and lived there for many years before meeting my dad in Japan. She was transferred to a military base here and met him while he was on a business trip. Things happened, and I was born." Ms. Gibson seemed interested in Shido's story and commented, "How lucky I am to have someone else who can speak my language. I mean, it's always nice to know someone who understands you. You can sit down now, Itsuka. Oh, but choose the next person before that." Then, Shido chose another one of his classmates, and the self-introduction continued all the way till the last person. Then Ms. Gibson began her class. She started off with some basic topics and made the class write down notes. Meanwhile, the team was secretly observing Ms. Gibson's behavior and tried their best to catch Rias in the act if it was really her. The similarities in terms of appearance between Ms. Gibson and Rias was almost too identical to be a coincidence. Origami had secretly sent a text to Kotori and the other second-year teammates that their new physics teacher might be Rias, and this put everyone on high alert. This surveillance continued on for a while. Then Ms. Gibson handed out worksheets for the whole class to do. Still, although Ms. Gibson acted like any other teacher, the Sapphire Warriors didn't let their guard down for a second. 1. When the whole class was focused on doing their worksheets, Ms. Gibson was walking around the class making sure everyone was focused and working hard. The Sapphire Warriors eyed her movements as she went around. However, something happened which only raised their suspicions. Ms. Gibson seemed completely aware that she was being watched by the team. Every time when one of them looked at her from the side or the front, Ms. Gibson would coincidentally look in their direction, which would force the person watching to look away. Nia was busy scribbling down her answers as she thought, damn, this bitch is sharp, but no matter, we can't get intimidated by her. Origami was thinking the same thing. She even compared her perceptiveness to that of a security guard watching the premises. She thought, Ms. Gibson is definitely much more than we think. She's trapped in with us, or that we're trapped in with her. Shido was in the middle of writing down his answer in an open-ended question while Ms. Gibson was behind him looking around. The tension was building up fast and stressed him out a lot. His hands even had sweat forming inside his palms. The scribbling sounds of pens echoed through Shido's head as his mind raced. He was also breathing heavily, and the sweat on his back had even soaked a bit of his uniform. And as he heard Ms. Gibson's footsteps coming towards him from behind, Shido lost grip of his pen and it dropped onto the floor. He snapped out of his panic attack and bent down to pick it up, only for his hand to come into contact with Ms. Gibson's as she bent down to also pick it up for him. Shido's eyes widened in panic as his gaze met Ms. Gibson's. In the middle of his predicament, all Ms. Gibson did was return the pen back to him while smiling in a friendly manner. Before she continued walking forward, Ms. Gibson said one more thing to Shido in English. Ms. Gibson, be careful next time, my favorite student, don't be so careless. The surge of adrenaline along with the acceleration of Shido's pulse rate caused him to freeze in place. Something was definitely wrong. He thought, why do I feel so intimidated around Ms. Gibson? Is it simply because she looks like Rias? Is it just me? Ugh, why am I acting this way? She doesn't even have any trace of a devil's aura on her. Is it just me being paranoid? Shido felt extremely stressed out and took deep breaths, before continuing his paper and keeping an eye on Ms. Gibson, whom he didn't trust at all. Eventually, it was the end of physics class and the whole class managed to complete their assignments. Ms. Gibson went around collecting their papers one by one. When it was Shido's turn to hand in his paper, nothing much was out of the ordinary, except for a seemingly friendly smile which Ms. Gibson gave Shido before moving on to the other students. When it was time for the girls like Toka and Origami or any other girl part of the Sapphire Warriors, Ms. Gibson didn't even bother to look at them and simply took their papers away in a hasty manner. Once all that was done, Ms. Gibson thanked the class for their participation and attentiveness. Thanks, class 3 to 4, for all your hard work. I look forward to teaching you all tomorrow for the next physics period. The whole class stood up and bowed to her, before sitting back down and waiting for their next teacher to come in. As Ms. Gibson was leaving, she made one last glance at Shido before she left through the door. Sigh, thank goodness it is over. Shido and the girls slouched on their seats and breathed a huge sigh of relief, while unanimously saying the phrase above. During this small period of free time in between the change of classes, the Sapphire Warriors convened at the back of the class to discuss everything that just happened during physics. Kaguya, OMG, that was so fucking intense. You're sure that's Rias? I'm too scared to try and find out. Yuzuru, panic. I need a cold drink. I'm too stressed out right now. Origami, same here. I've never felt this intense before. That woman, Rachel Gibson, is hiding something. Shido, I mean, she is quite perceptive of her surroundings, but she gives me this strange feeling whenever she looks at me. Origami, Go on. Do tell us. What did you feel? Shido, I only feel this way whenever I look at Ms. Gibson. And when I do, all I hear is a little voice in my head telling me to submit. As in submit to her. I don't know why. The girls looked at each other with suspicious looks, before suggesting that maybe it was the overwhelming and dominating aura which she was radiating around her. Then, Shido had an idea to confirm Ms. Gibson's identity. Wait, Nia, you have Ratziel, don't you? Use it and find out who that woman really is. Nia, oh. Right, haha, can't believe I forgot about that. Anyway, Ratziel, show me the truth. Nia looked through the grimoire and studied the information she received, before getting this look of horror on her face and exclaimed, Yup. Mess. Rachel Gibson is exactly who we think she is. Somehow, although the red flags were already evident, the Sapphira warriors still wished that they didn't have to learn that. The whole problem with Rias actually being their teacher was that she was so obsessed to the point where she took the effort of creating an alias for herself and coming to Rahazan High School just to be close with Shido. On top of that, Rias being near the Sapphira warriors also meant that she violated terms A and conditions which Drake specifically mentioned to the three factions if the alliance between them and the Sapphira warriors were to remain. That one term was that Team Rias was not to approach the Sapphira warriors at all. Drake specifically demanded that nobody from Team Rias was to approach the Sapphira warriors. Toka was frustrated at this point, and she exclaimed, Can't we just complain to the higher-ups of the underworld that Rias is violating the conditions for our alliance? She has gone too far this time. Shido, I don't even know how to contact Tajuka at all. But maybe I can indirectly send a message to someone who could get in touch. Shiori, who's that? Shido, let me just give her a quick text. Texting. Shido, hey Kaide. How are you doing? I certainly hope school isn't too stressful for you, because I got a big announcement. Relay this message to Ajuka Beelzebub as well. Basically, my team is cutting all ties with the three factions. Rias is currently pretending to be a teacher to get close to me in my school. The terms and conditions of the alliance was that nobody from Team Rias is supposed to approach us. That being said, I'll give you 24 hours to tell Ajuka about this or we'll chase Rias out of town ourselves. Consider this a warning. Kaide. Missed call. Kaide. Missed call 2. Kaide. Missed call 3. Kaide. Wait, Shido, what's the meaning of this? I didn't even learn that Rias was in your school until you told me just now. Kaide. Missed call 4. Texting end. Shido finished typing his texts and muted Kaide indefinitely, before saying to his teammates, Kaide has been informed of our situation, and she'll be rushing to inform Ajuka about my announcement. Origami was a little puzzled on why he chose to text Kaide, which made her ask, What makes you think she'll succeed in doing so? Shido, Kaide is obviously in love with me. She'll do what it takes to make sure both parties stay together so she can keep seeing me. Since I didn't elaborate any further, Kaide has no choice but to inform Ajuka within 24 hours, no more and no less. Nia, whoa, that's kinda smart, but also kinda manipulative. I mean, that girl has a crush on you and you're using it to your advantage. Shido, I have no intention of dating Kaide. Besides, she's the little sister of my past life, and dating her would be pretty weird. Girls, fair enough. Scene break. Wednesday, 12 p.m. It was now time for lunch. The Sapphira warriors gathered on the school roof to have their lunch together and check in on everyone's personal situations. Shido, so, is everyone feeling alright? Mukuro, is school going so far so good for you? Mukuro, well, Muku finds the things they teach a little confusing, but Muku thinks she can learn it somehow. But anyway, I have a question. Shido, what's up? Mukuro, this morning, Origami sent us a text about a demon named Rias Gremry infiltrating our school and trying to get close to Shido-senpai. What's up with all that? Shido, I can explain the whole story to you, Mukuro. Girls, make sure to add bits of information that I'm missing. This is gonna take a while. The whole concept of the supernatural was new to Mukuro, so the gang took some time to explain everything from start to beginning. When that was done, they moved on to explaining Issei HYOUDOU's backstory and why it is relevant in their lives. This took an entire half an hour to explain. Mukuro still seemed extremely confused by everything that was told to her, but she did manage to understand that the situation was urgent, and that she needed to give her best. Mukuro, this is quite the predicament, isn't it? So we have a devil who is in love with Shido-senpai and she's trying to get him. Muku won't allow that. If she dares lays a hand on him, then Muku will teleport her to Mars. 1. The Sapphira warriors seemed amused at Makuro's straightforward and blunt reaction to the whole situation surrounding Rias and her obsession over Shido. Natsumi, well, Makuro's definitely on the same page on us, so that's good, right? Shiori, I guess, but that doesn't change anything. We need to do something about Rias. This is our territory, for goodness sake. Are we really just going to let her stay? Shido, of course not. There's no way I'm letting my worst enemy be near us. Who does this bitch think she is? For some unknown reason, Rias has become very bold recently. Where did she get all this confidence from? Then, Nia, who had been reading through Ratziel this whole time, announced to the team about a discovery she made. I think I might have an explanation for her behavior, and it's not good at all. Kotori, what is it? Surely it can't be that bad. Nia was mortified at the news she learnt, and announced it to the team with a heavy heart. Rias is going to become the next Mal Lucifer this Sunday. Her coronation ceremony has already been planned, and we can't do anything to stop it. This news caused panic among the Sapphira warriors, who had never expected that Rias, out of all people, was going to become the next Devil King. This finally explained why she has been acting this bold and audacious so lately. This sudden ascension to the throne must have given her a boost in her confidence and self-esteem to the point where she feels like she is the ultimate ruler of everything, and that nobody else has the authority to tell her off. Now everyone was really stressed out. Shido even said, "TSK, damn it, I really wish Dad was here right now, he'd know what to do." Yoshino, what about Ratatosker? Surely they might be able to help in some way. Nia, nope. Ratziel says that Elliot, Kanozuki, and the other members of the Fraxinus crew are still in space on their way back to Earth. And the worst part is they'll be back tomorrow. Basically, we're stuck here on our own. Out of frustration, Natsumi lost her temper and yelled, "Gah! Fuck all of this shit. Can't we just go up to Rias and tell her to fuck off? We're just standing around here complaining while our enemies are making their moves." Ugh, I thought we were the Sapphira warriors. Origami, Ajuka will be informed about this soon. We just need to be patient. If we play our cards right, we can get through this situation without throwing any punches. Natsumi, but we don't even know how long he'll take to respond. All we know is that we're trapped her in this school with that demon, and we're forced to see her again tomorrow, and the next day. And repeat, TSK. You know what? Who's coming with me? We're gonna go straight up to that tomato and tell her to get the fuck out of our town or we'll destroy her. Majority of the girls, including Toka, Kaguya, Yuzuru, Miku, Kotori, Natsumi, and Makuro, headed back into school flaring their auras and preparing for a fight. Their bloodlust skyrocketed through the roof and an ominous atmosphere spread like wildfire all across the school. Only Origami, Nia, Kurumi, Yoshino, and Shiori remained with Shido, who all panicked as they realized that things were gonna go absolutely wrong. Those who didn't choose to go and confront Rias must have already predicted that she was expecting something like this to happen and had countermeasures in place. The remaining members of the team quickly rushed into school to follow their other teammates who had gone off on their own to face Rias by themselves, intending to give her an ultimatum. They feared a disastrous result, so they urgently looked around for their teammates who were possibly putting themselves in danger. Luckily, Shido used his tracking device to follow the traces leading to his teammates, and it brought him all the way to the staff office door. The magic traces led beyond the door, and that meant one thing. Natsumi and her group were already speaking with Rias. Shido made the decision to go inside too and see what was going on. Scene break. Rahazen High School staff room. Wednesday, 12:45 p.m. Natsumi, listen here, you devil. This will be our last warning. Get the fuck out of our town. I'm not asking. Shido opened the staff room door and was met with a standoff. There were no other teachers inside except for Ms. Gibson, who was confirmed by Nia to be Rias in disguise. Natsumi and her group were standing together with their weapons in hand and confronting Rias, who was sitting casually at her desk. While Natsumi was sending Rias a warning, Rias didn't seem to care at all. She just took a sip of her tea and placed her cup down on her desk, before replying, Dunno. What makes you think I'll listen? Natsumi was further provoked like the rest of the girls who followed her here, and she replied, Listen. We will personally remove you from this school if we have to. Are you asking to be killed right here? Rias slowly stood up from her chair and said, How rude. Is this how you kids want to treat your teacher? Just what kind of barbarians were you raised by? The girls whose families were killed by Rias and her peerage, such as Kotori, Kaguya, and Yuzuru, stepped forward and pointed their weapons at Rias, ready to strike her. Knowing that he had to de-escalate the situation, Shido yelled at the girls who were showing hostility. "Hey, girls, don't be tricked into attacking her. She wants you to do it. If we lay a finger on her, she can get the whole underworld to come after us." However, the girls were reluctant to listen and refuted Shido's wishes for a cease in all hostilities. Toka drew her sword at Rias and said, "We know what we're doing, and it's about time we finally did something. This bitch is not allowed in this city. Let alone this school." Natsumi also pointed her staff at Rias, before responding to Shido. "It'd be best if you join us here. Since Rias is your worst enemy, then draw your weapon and fight with us." This was going nowhere. The girls were technically doing nothing wrong and their actions were justified, but this wasn't the time for conflict. If a fight broke out, then the underworld and possibly other supernatural factions would come and declare war on the Sapphire Warriors. Origami was also pleading for her friends to stop, stating her reasons for why they shouldn't act rashly. "It's not worth it. We don't have connections to any powerful allies." "She does, she's deliberately provoking you." Mia also voiced out her opposition to their rash decision, which would bring deadly consequences. Hey. We're totally on board with obliterating that tomato, but we need to understand that there's a time and place for everything. However, the girls were still adamant about their plan, and it seemed like things were about to boil over. Just when things couldn't get any worse, the straw that broke the camel's back came when Rias decided to taunt the Sapphire Warriors one more time. "Rias, how cute. You children think you really stand a chance at killing me. You must be delusional if you think that you can easily pull that off. Just think about how your parents in the afterlife would be thinking about this." Crack. Now, things got much worse. The girls who initially stood by Shido and encouraged their teammates to stand down were now out for blood, and they too drew their weapons at Rias. "Origami, say that shit again. I fucking dare you. Yoshino, you've gone too far. You will die here." The tension in the room was exceedingly intense, and the storm approaching was in sight. Shido now was forced to make a decision here. Either he could command his team to stand down immediately, or he would have to join in the confrontation. Unfortunately, he couldn't make the decision in time as the violence broke out. Toka and Kotori lunged towards Rias, swinging their broadsword and halberd respectively towards her neck. But then, Rias infused her hands with demonic energy and perfectly caught the blades of the two girls' weapons with precision, preventing herself from getting wounded. This move had stunned everybody in the room. Toka tried yanking her sword back towards her, but it shockingly didn't budge, as Rias looked at Toka with a calm and unbothered look on her face, holding the blade of her sword with just her bare fingers. The same went for Kotori, as she too couldn't pull her weapon back towards her. Rias had somehow managed to catch the incoming strikes so accurately, and she didn't seem to break a sweat. Toka was terrified as she desperately tried to pull her sword back to her. "And no, what is this sorcery? How can a weakling like you?" Kotori also yelled in desperation, "How are you doing this, you demon? Let go of my weapon." Rias remained silent for a few more seconds as she smirked with confidence, before replying, "I told you, already, you are all delusional if you think you can get rid of me that easily. Now, behold the true power of the Devil Queen." Shido realized what was going to happen in a split second, and he rushed to pull his two teammates out of there. But Kaguya and Yuzuru were quicker, and they charged towards Rias at full speed with their lance and pendulum respectively. Kaguya screamed at Rias, pushing her lance forward, "Take this, you bitch. It's about time you pay for your sins." Yuzuru spun her chains around and swung the tip of the pendulum towards Rias's legs, yelling, "Demise. This shall be your end, foul demon." But before their blades could reach her, kaboom! Rias released a shockwave full of demonic energy which pushed everyone back against the walls. Shido now realized that a peaceful resolution was no longer possible, and he would have to go on the offensive. He looked around and saw that Toka and Kotori were blasted to opposite ends of the staff room, while Kaguya and Yuzuru were blasted back towards the wall which he was leaning against. Rias was standing the middle of the whole room and had also blasted tables and chairs all across the place, leaving the entire staff room in a mess. Shido slowly stood up and summoned Sandalphon, pointing it at Rias, and assumed a battle stance. Rias put her hand on her chin and tilted her head to the side, saying, "You dare raise your sword against your beloved wife? That's not how a man should treat a lady, especially one who is destined to marry him. You are in dire need of correction, my dear." Shido angrily yelled back at Rias, "This isn't some game, bitch. Stand down now or we will take you out. It doesn't matter to me if you're the lord of the underworld or not. I'm not letting this slide." Rias chuckled in amusement and summoned orbs of destructive demonic energy in her hands, replying back with a confident grin, ha ha ha. Then come and amuse me, I look forward to seeing what you and your team of social rejects have to show me. Then, Rias snapped her fingers and changed the entire environment. The colors of the world were inverted and everything around them seemed abnormal. It was still the staff room, but everyone had entered another dimension which resembled the area which they were in just now. However, nothing was going to stand in the way of our heroes, as their worst enemy was right there ready to attack. Shido stepped forward, announcing to his team who are still struggling to regain their bearings, "Step forth, my fellow Sapphira warriors. Today is the day where our most hated enemy, Rias Gremory, shall die by our own hands. Cast away all your fear, for we will take this embodiment of sin's life. Let us stand proud and fight for our vengeance." Shido loudly announced his own declaration of war against Rias, and even used Gabriel's rejuvenating sound energy to raise his team's spirits. The girls all finally regained their focus and leaped back into action. Shiori stood next to her brother and cracked her knuckles, before summoning lightning in her fists as she said, "TSK. Not bad, bro. We were wondering where your lust for revenge was. But now, let's go smash a rotten tomato." The other girls also took out their weapons and surrounded Rias. The Sapphira warriors slowly took step by step as they approached her, making sure that they could wipe her out in one quick encirclement attack. As for Rias, she just glanced around left and right while increasing the amount of demonic energy around her. She didn't even panic even when she was surrounded by an entire team of fighters armed with weapons which could easily kill her. Finally, the attack came when Shido and Toka struck together at the same time, swinging both of their sandalphons directly at Rias. Whoosh! Shido and Toka were about to drive their swords through Rias from in front and behind, but the devil didn't flinch as she summoned another shockwave to knock both of them back. However, each time when Rias releases a shockwave like that, she temporarily lets down her guard, which allows for a quick 5-second opportunity to strike back. Then, just as Shido and Toka managed to catch themselves from falling, Kurumi leaped forward and aimed her pistol at Rias's forehead like a cowboy, before she pulled the trigger and bang! Kurumi repetitively fired bullets at Rias's vulnerable spots, hoping to paralyze her and possibly take her out early. Kurumi, haha, yeehaw, eat lead, you bloody piece of shit. This room isn't big enough for two psychos, and I'll have you know that I'm much more of a lunatic than you are, die. Bang, bang, bang. Kurumi continued firing for 15 seconds while shooting Rias's body with over 24 direct hits. Bullet holes were visible on Rias's body as blood spilt out of them. Rias's head hung low as she was facing the ground while standing motionless. Kurumi then blew the smoke coming out of the barrel, confidently saying, I guess this is it then. All things in existence can't handle the power of raw firepower. Everyone was literally shocked. Did that actually work? Rias was no longer moving as she stood there motionless. Yoshino, how? Kurumi-senpai, you only have 6 rounds in that revolver. How did you shoot over 24 bullets? Kurumi, oh, this is not a normal pistol. Technically I have infinite bullets, but each shot saps a bit of my energy, and that energy is actually what sustains my existence as a clone, so I got to be careful with how many times I use this. Suddenly, Rias's body was twitching as her limbs began rumbling violently while causing a fleshy and cracking sound of her body to echo. The Sapphira warriors stood prepared for another round, but before they knew it, Rias leaped directly at Kurumi, swiping her neck with a demon claw, leaving deep lacerations on her stomach which caused blood to spill out like a fountain. Kurumi, yelled Shido as he quickly threw Camel's flames of regeneration towards Kurumi to save her from dying. In the meantime, the other girls got to work as they all lunged together at Rias to wipe her out in a single attack. Whoosh! But Rias zoomed out of the way as if she was teleporting, and appeared behind Yoshino, sending her flying across the staff room after performing a formidable kick directed at her back. Then, Natsumi pointed her staff and yelled, Haniel! Kaleidoscope! A bright light came bursting forth as Natsumi attempted to turn to Rias into stone. But Rias suddenly counterattacked by pulling out a reflective shield and deflected the petrifying beam back at Natsumi. Luckily, Mukuro summoned a portal and redirected the beam to an isolated wall, which turned that section of the room into stone. Shiori screamed, jumped towards Rias, preparing to perform a flying side kick on her head. But Rias turned around with extreme reflexes and grabbed Shiori's leg, ripping it off with her arm and knocking her body against the window. Crash. Arg, my leg wince fuck. Shiori's back smashed against the window and shatters the glass, which caused glass shards to pierce through her back and leave her severely injured. Her leg was also ripped out, which meant she could no longer stand up. Kotori rushed to Shiori and immediately cast her flames of regeneration on the severed limb. But Kotori caught Rias lunging towards her in the corner of her eye and was left defenseless. But Mika roared a sonic boom towards Rias, and that powerful force sent Rias flying towards the walls. Mika then sped towards Rias and yelled, "Gabriel! Rondo!" Several organ pipes sprouted out of the floor and blasted sound waves which restrained Rias's movements, as she was now pinned against the wall. Then Origami shouted, "Metatron! Shemesh!" Many cannons charged up light at their tips, ready to send a full offensive salvo of light beams towards Rias, meant to pierce through her body and kill her once and for all. However, Rias barely managed to snap her finger before the light projectiles hit her, and she caused a series of explosions across the room. Origami lost control of her cannons, and she was blown back onto the ground. The light cannons instead shot across the room in all directions, causing further confusion in the battlefield. Mika even lost control of her powers, and the sound waves restraining Rias disappeared. Rias got off the wall and leaped straight towards Origami, ready to strike her face with a razor-sharp claw, but Nia narrowly managed to sketch a scene of Rias being held down by intense gravitational forces which prevented Rias from reaching Origami in time and was forced onto the ground. No matter how hard she tried to push herself up, Rias couldn't resist the formidable forces pushing her down onto the floor, as Nia's power of rewriting the future managed to forcefully keep Rias pinned on the floor. "Rias, grr, so much force, you'll pay for this." "Nia, to know about that, but what I know is that you're going down, everyone. It's time to strike her while she's disarmed." Shido and Toka sprang back into action and raised their swords high up in the air, and swung them down with brute force to cut Rias's body into 3 pieces. But suddenly, Durandal. Kaboom, kablum. 2 formidable slices of energy flew across the room and completely destroyed the staff room. Shido and Toka were both mortally wounded as the 2 powerful slashes had cut into their bodies and caused significant damage. Then, the person who showed up out of a sudden was Zenobia Corda, the Knight of Rias's peerage. She held Durandal in her hands and was standing in the middle of the battlefield menacingly. "Zenobia, TSK. You sure you could handle all these troublemakers on your own, Rias?" "Rias, ugh, I miscalculated. Get me out of this gravitational press. It's the gray-haired girl who's doing it." Zenobia spotted Nia standing near the door holding a grimoire which was responsible for pinning Rias down with gravity, so she raised Durandal in the air and sent another powerful slash towards Nia. Nia didn't have any form of defense which could block Durandal's slash, which made her panic. Luckily, Yoshino rushed in time and formed a thick ice wall to counter the slash. Nia was narrowly saved, but the impact of the slash on the ice wall had caused the room to rumble and shake violently. Zenobia, ugh, that was quite the tremor. "No matter. I'll cut the ice wall this time, Haya." Michael. Segva. Mukuro opened up a portal leading to Durandal's blade and stuck her key in it, locking away the magical abilities of the holy sword. Zenobia noticed that her sword was no longer charging up energy and was flabbergasted. She tried activating it again, but Durandal didn't respond to her commands. "Zenobia, what the, how did you?" "Mukuro, your sword has ceased to function, aggressor. It is no better than a mere toy. Now prepare to die, Michael. Loose." Bam! Mukuro fired a massive laser beam at Zenobia and knocked her back out the building. But just then, a sudden thunderbolt from nowhere struck Yoshino, Mukuro, and Nia, which forced them out of the staff room and into the hallway. "Akeno, Ara, that'll be a lesson for vulgar creatures such as yourselves. Don't try and challenge the greatest peerage in the history in the underworld." "Kaguya, oh yeah, take this, Yuzuru, with me." Kaguya and Yuzuru, Raphael. Elkanah. Boom, bang, kaboom. A series of thunderbolts struck throughout the whole battlefield, which scattered the Saphira warriors across the area while they were battered and wounded. Akeno had summoned those thunderbolts to spread further confusion and mess up the Saphira warriors' communication, and that attack had prevented the Yamai twins from performing their ultimate attack. Instead, the twins were struck by lightning and left paralyzed and motionless on the floor. Natsumi looked around and realized that she was the only one remaining, so she took her staff and yelled, "Hanyo." Kaleidoscope. Natsumi transformed her staff into an automatic turret which fired volleys of bullets all across the battlefield, forcing Akeno to back away from the building to avoid getting hit. Natsumi angrily yelled at Akeno, "Just die, you nasty fucker, Reiya." However, as Natsumi was caught in her own confusion, Rias had been freed after Nia was blasted back by Akeno, so she activated her power of destruction and created a massive explosion which destroyed Natsumi's turret and even sent Natsumi flying back several feet back into the hallway. Ria slowly stood up from the ground and panted heavily. Akeno soon joined in with her, along with Zenovia, who was still recovering from that massive laser beam that Makuro fired at her. Then, from the outside and jumping onto the second floor where the staff room was, Asuya, Irina, Revel, and Koneko joined in the scene. Rias, phew. That was a close one. If you all didn't jump in during that moment, I would have been killed. Akeno, oomph. That's why I've been telling you we should have fought together from the very beginning. How could you have possibly defeated them on your own? Zenovia, ugh, my head hurts. I feel like my brain power just went down after I hit my head. Anyway, what now? We've taken care of all of them, right? Team Rias listened closely and heard groans of pain and heavy breathing scattered across the battlefield. Then, Rias said, Koneko, break their legs so that they can't get up. Koneko, I shall get to it. Crack, snap, click, break. Koneko broke everyone's kneecaps and shin bones, which prevented the Sapphira warriors from standing up properly. Although she made quick work of it, there were naturally painful screams of agony which echoed through the room and continued on for several minutes. Then, Team Rias brought the bodies of all the Sapphira warriors to one spot and simply piled them over there. Shido was laying flat on the ground as he pressed against the deep cut made on his abdomen after Zenovia sliced it. He breathed heavily and winced in pain as he looked up and saw the members of Team Rias stepping right in front of him. Shido, so, you got us. What do you intend to do? Now. Rias, Fufu, look at you, right now. I intend to do nothing, because I have much more important things to do, such as focusing on my coronation ceremony this weekend. Also, since I'm going to be the queen, I naturally have to choose a consort. However, I don't intend to marry some random noble from a royal family. Because I have already set my eyes on you. Shido got angry and yelled, Are you kidding me? You'll never have a chance with me. My feelings are for the girls here. Toka, Origami, Yoshino, Kotori, Kagoya, Yuzuru, Mikyu, Natsumi, Nia, Mukuro, and Kurumi. I've given my heart to them. I'll never be with you no matter how much you force me. Rias giggled with amusement and calmly replied, Oh, is that what you believe? Well, I'm afraid that's no longer possible, dear. I have already marked you with my spell. Check your hand and you'll understand. Shido looked at his hand and freaked out upon seeing a strange sigil on the back of his left hand. It looked like a demonic symbol which had suddenly materialized out of nowhere. Shido, how did this thing get on my hand? I don't remember. Wait, gasp. Suddenly, Shido gasped in realization when he recalled that Rias had touched his hand when he was trying to pick up his pen when Rias happened to touch it at the same time. Shido, so, you marked me with this strange sigil when you touched my hand. What is the meaning of this? Rias didn't respond and simply tilted her head to the side while smiling sadistically at Shido, which prompted him to shout, Answer me. Rias, Fufu, glad you asked. Allow me to explain. This mark which is on your hand right now is the mark of a devil's partner. Basically, when I chose you to be my partner, I have essentially established my own mark on you. You won't be able to procreate with any other woman, and you'll slowly but surely fall for my charms. In other words, you're mine, and you can't escape me. 1. Shido had this horrified look on his face which seemed as if he had witnessed an entire planet explode before his very eyes. He dreaded a future where he was going to be betrothed to Rias and forced to be in an unhappy marriage for all eternity. Shido was at a loss for words and couldn't speak. His breath was trembling with fear as he looked at the group of devils who were laughing and mocking him. But suddenly, Toka yelled back at her enemies, Just try that. I dare you. Shido is my boyfriend, and he has explicitly said to me that he will marry me. Team Rias stopped all of their laughing and just stared blankly at Toka, who was giving them a bloodthirsty glare. Then, Koneko walked up to Toka and kicked her in the face, causing Toka to get knocked back onto ground while suffering a nosebleed. Rias frowned at the girls of the Sapphira warriors and said, You know, I was planning to let you girls off easily. My original plan after getting married to Shido was to lock you girls up in my dungeon to rot for eternity. However, it seems like it's not a punishment good enough for bitches like you. I think I will transform you girls into statues for my palace garden, where you'll be forced to remain as decorations for the rest of time. But don't worry, that'll only happen after my wedding ceremony. I've already picked out a lovely dress for myself, and I will get married to Shido once the whole war with Dem Industries is over. Until then, I will be forced to work alongside you until we defeat Isaac Westcott together. Now, behave yourselves and focus on the rest of the school day. Snap. 1. Scene break. Raha's in high school. Wednesday, 12:50 p.m. Ria snapped her fingers and instantly teleported the Sapphire Warriors back to Raha's in high school in the real world. They all ended up in the storage room where they lay all beaten and defeated. Shido slowly got up and cast his flames of regeneration on everybody including himself. It took a while, but all the girls managed to recover from their injuries and stood back up. After this, Shido feared that he was going to get angrily yelled at by the girls for failing to win against Rias. But instead, one by one, each of the girls came crying to him and huddled closely, wanting nothing else but to be comforted after that traumatic event. Shido himself too was overwhelmed with emotion and shed tears of despair and sadness. Eventually, the team calmed down and they wiped their eyes. Instead of continuing with the school day, the Sapphire Warriors went back to their classes and grabbed their bags, wanting to go home and forget about this whole thing. After 30 minutes, the team got home and dumped their bags by the wall. They showered and changed back into their home clothes, before they all went to the couch in the living room and turned on the TV. Everyone huddled together and watched a movie together. Shido stared at the mark Rias left on his hand, wondering what he'll do now, after he and his team were brutally defeated in the most humiliating way. Shido, if there is anybody who can tell me what to do, I'll be more than happy to listen. I only have one goal in life, and that is to live a simple life with the girls after all this bullshit is over. A small teardrop flowed down from his eye as Shido hated himself for everything that happened today. He brought Toka and Kotori, who were hugging onto him close, and swore to protect his loved ones from the evil which was now out to get him. In the meantime, the Sapphire Warriors took some time to recover from the stinging defeat, hoping that one day they'll eventually beat Rias and her cronies once and for all. One day, the devil will fall, and when that day comes, we will all rejoice and cheer in celebration as we can finally live our lives in peace. Itsuka household. Wednesday, 4:30 p.m. N. Regular reminder that Kurumi here is a clone, not the real one. Smash. Drake. Okay kids. This game of tag has come to an end. It is time for me to punish you. Breaking news. Local man is angry and is out to punish his children for allegedly being disobedient. He is out for blood and he is not going to go easy on them. Just kidding. Let's get serious now. Drake, who was absolutely livid after chasing his children for more than a day without sleeping, kicked open his door and marched into his house while radiating a deadly aura. He felt for his children's presences, and his bloodlust spiked as soon as Drake detected them in the living room, all in one spot. Drake clenched his fists and took out his belt, giving it a loud whip before he entered the living room. When he did finally catch sight of his kids, Drake growled in anger, "Here's Daddy," while grinning like an angry psychopath. However, Drake could not see his children's faces as they were facing the TV and not him. But nonetheless, Drake still walked forward with his belt in his hand. But then, he noticed that something was off with each step he took. Even though his footsteps were audible, none of them even turned around to look at him. Drake thought that it was indeed a little strange, but his anger was too much that he simply shrugged it off. It was only when he got right behind his kids sitting on the couch did Drake finally start questioning things. "Drake, the fuck? Hello, kids, are you there or not? Don't you know that you're being rude by not greeting your father?" Silence once again. None of the Sapphire Warriors bothered to look at Drake as all of them were engrossed with watching their TV show that was playing in the background. Drake finally had enough and grabbed the TV remote, switched it off and walked in front of his kids, angrily yelling, "Boy, are you all deaf? I am speaking here." But Drake didn't get a response this time either. However, Drake was puzzled too as he noticed that all of his children had dejected and hopeless looks on their faces. All of them leaned back on the couch, their eyes devoid of any emotion as their pupils were dull and empty. They also sat completely still as they stared in front, gazing into nothing even though the TV show was turned off and Drake was standing in front. This time, instead of being angry, Drake was now concerned. Drake asked with anxiety, "Hey now, what's going on? Are you kids alright? You look like as if you've disappointed me greatly. What the heck happened while you all were in Okinawa?" No response too. Drake was now extremely concerned at this point, and was determined to get to the bottom of this. He slowly walked forward and upon closer inspection, Drake was shocked to see dry tear marks trailing down from their eyes, which meant that something seriously bad happened to them. Drake asked again, but this time in a soft and concerned tone, "Look, it doesn't matter what you did back then. Right now, as your father, I really need to know what happened, so I can help you." Silence still persists. Nobody is saying a single word and nobody is batting an eye. Drake took a deep breath and sat down on the floor, facing his children. Drake, okay, by the looks of things, you kids must have really screwed up something this time. Fine. I'm not mad. Just tell me what's wrong and I'll see what I can do about it. It's over. Drake, what? Did you say something, son? Shido, it's over. Drake shifted himself closer to Shido and asked, what do you mean? Did something happen? We lost, muttered Shido in a dejected and depressed voice. Lost, to whom? Asked Drake in a concerned manner. Shido. Rias. Drake was now seriously concerned as his eyes widened in shock. The mentioning of the name, Rias, along with his children's strange behavior led him to hypothesize wild things in his mind. Eventually, Drake made a lucky guess and pieced the puzzle together. He now asked again, but this time in a hysterical manner, no way, you all challenged Rias to a fight. What the fuck were you all thinking? Son, what kind of shit were you on when you led your team to fight Rias? Shido didn't respond at all. But then, Natsumi, who was sitting on the far side of the couch, muttered, it's my fault. I was being reckless and got ourselves into this mess. Drake, I see. Then again, why did you challenge her? Don't you realize that this is going to jeopardize the fragile alliance we already have with the three factions? Finally, one of the Sapphire warriors, Toka, spoke with some emotion in her words. It was her fault. She transferred to our school as a teacher so that she could get close to Shido. Drake was now stunned even further. However, this piece of news was the trigger which set off his anger. Rias violated the conditions which Drake had imposed, so he was naturally looking for a fight with her. Drake, what the? Rias is a teacher at your school now. How fucking audacious. Who the fuck does she think she is, huh? Shido, Rias is going to be crowned as the new Mao Lucifer. She is feeling very confident and believes that nobody can stand in her way. Drake, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Why is there so many fucking things going on? Did I miss that much while I was gone? Toka, And just to remind you, Rias only came here so that she could get close to Shido. She is obsessed with him, and has marked him as her future husband. Shido raised his hand and showed it to his father, confirming Toka's words. Yup. Look at this. This is Rias's sigil which she used on me so that I am betrothed to her. With this mark, I am unable to have any children with any other women, and according to Rias, she claims that I will gradually fall for her charms. Drake had never been so shocked in his life. Using the word, flabbergasted, wouldn't even be enough to describe the amount of disbelief and denial he was having right now. Shido then asked, Dad? You know all about the three factions. Is there any way that this sigil from a Devil King can be removed? Drake cleared his throat and replied, Ahem. Yes. There's a way to get rid of the sigil. However, it's the only way to do so. Remember the saying till death do us part. That sigil can only be removed if Rias dies or if you die. That's the only way to get rid of it. The girls were showing signs of fear and dread. Shido was feeling very heavy after learning of this. He simply said, Heh? So either we kill the bitch, or I'll have to die. Honestly, after we got our asses handed to us this afternoon, I don't know which option to choose. Suddenly, Toka and Origami hugged onto his left arm and right arm respectively. They clung onto him as if they were stopping him from going anywhere. Toka leaned against Shido and said in a sad voice, Don't go. Who's going to give me head pats when I'm feeling down, oomph. Origami also spoke, I can't imagine living without you. Please, let's choose the option of exterminating that pest. Shido, I see. So that's how it is. To be fair, I also don't want to die. So, I guess we gotta train if we're gonna beat this bitch. Drake, yeah? That's literally our only option. So, let me see, hey, hold on, wait a minute, who are these two? Drake was about to start thinking of training, when suddenly he spotted Makuro and Kurumi, who were sitting on the couch. Shido, oh, let me fill you in on what's happened. Basically, we've successfully recruited Nia Hanjo, user of Ratziel, into the team. After that, let me introduce to you to these two girls. The blonde one is Makuro Hashimiya, user of Michael, and this is Kurumi Tokisaki, user of Zafkiel. Well, not exactly true about that one. Drake, I see. Then, welcome to the team, Nia. Welcome to the team, Makuro. My name is Drake and I am Shido's father. From now on, both of you will be living here since you'll be our family. Nia, nice to meet ya, Mr. Drake. Your son has been taking good care of me. I look forward to becoming a part of this family. Makuro, greetings, father. Muku is also excited to be part of the family. Drake, it's my pleasure. Also, son, what do you mean that this girl is not exactly the user of Zafkiel? Oh, and also, nice to meet you, Kurumi. Shido then explained everything that happened from the mountain resort barbecue party, to the vacation in Okinawa, to learning about Kurumi's backstory, to stealing the Fraxinus, to battling Dem Industries' space fleet in a distant galaxy, to having another barbecue party in Okinawa, and finally to the events that happened at school. Drake was a little surprised that all this happened in such a short period of time. However, he took some time to process everything he learned and eventually came to a verdict. Drake, I see, so this is not the actual Kurumi Tokisaki, but just a clone of the real one. This must be the power of the 8th bullet. Head. So, the first ever clone ever created by this generation's user of Zafkiel. Pretty nice. So, if I remember correctly, that means you only have 9 out of the 10 sacred gears we need, right? Shido, yes. We don't know where the real Kurumi is. This clone came here because she needed help. She has different beliefs from the real Kurumi, and the only reason why she's worth placing our trust in is because she's the only person who's known her for all the 40 years Kurumi has spent fighting Dem Industries. Drake, yes, I remember that. Also, speaking of them, you said that Kent Westcott, the father of the current CEO, Isaac Westcott, is actually Resivim Lucifer. As in, the one which was killed by the 3 factions. Shido, That's right. Drake, so, we're basically fighting against Vali's uncle. Shido, yeah? You could say that. Drake, I did not see that coming. What a twist. But that doesn't matter now. Resivim is dead. Right now, let's find the real Kurumi and recruit her into the team, and I have a plan. The Sapphira warriors were equally shocked and interested as soon as their father announced that he had a plan in mind. Thus, they were eager to hear him out. However, Drake said, well, this plan has only about a 10% chance of succeeding. That being said, I'd like to talk with the Kurumi clone in private. But before that, any questions? Kotori, shouldn't we be training first? Killing Rias should be our top priority, right? Drake, I agree. However, based on my observations, I'd say we definitely need to get Kurumi on the team. Without her, we'd lose. So, the main priority now is befriending Kurumi. Drake seemed very straightforward in his goal, but the Sapphira warriors weren't convinced. Shido then replied, Dad, I don't think you've seen what Kurumi is actually like. You know, she's an actual psycho, and one that can't be reasoned with. Drake thought about that for a while, before responding, Well, that's going to be a hassle. I'd say that my plan will have a 1% chance of succeeding then. Oh, what? Drake, don't get me wrong. Although I have knowledge about the Sapphira warriors' weapons, all my knowledge is purely based on theories and hypotheses, so I'm not sure if it'll work in practice. Shido, what? So how would we know if your plan is going to work at all? Drake, because you gotta believe. Anyway, if you really want to know if it'll work, I need to speak with this Kurumi clone in private. I need to confirm a few things about her powers. Kurumi looked at Drake and nervously nodded, wondering what he had planned in order to get her real self to join the Sapphira warriors. She followed him into the kitchen and the both of them started chatting. This left the Sapphira warriors curious, and wondered what exactly was going on, and whether if it was going to be good or not. Natsumi crouched in a fetal position and leaned against the corner of the wall, commenting, Ugh, why does this have to be so difficult? If only I hadn't been so easily provoked. I'm truly the worst. Shido, hey now. There's nothing we can do about it. Honestly, I understand why you did it since you were feeling pissed at that time. But I must admit, it was pretty rash of you to just go ahead and attack Rias like that. Natsumi just sulked and felt bad for what she did, and just hugged her legs as she sat down against the wall. She really wanted a hug right now. Which is why, Miku rushed over and gave Natsumi a cuddle. She happily waltzed over and acted like nothing was wrong and exclaimed while cuddling Natsumi, Don't worry. I can never get mad at you, Natsumi, your big sister Miku is here for you, hee. Natsumi, although I hate being touched by you, I really need a hug. Everyone just went on and pondered about their own things, thinking about the things that were going to happen next. Then, Shido said, Okay then. Let's get some things over with. Nia, Makuro, choose a code name for yourselves. The rest of us have code names when we are on missions. What would you like to be called? Nia, I think I prefer sister, you know, like those sisters you see at churches, that kind of sister. Makuro, Muka thinks Zodiac would be a good code name. Named after the Zodiac, with the 12-star constellations in the night sky. Shido, okay, got it. You know, back then, we could have actually defeated Rias. There was one thing we were missing. Coordination. Let's say if we came up with a foolproof plan to defeat her, instead of just randomly attacking her, I think we might just bring her down. Kaguya. I mean, that sounds kinda great, but let's not forget the fact that we underestimated her. Don't tell me you forgot that we saw Rias grab Toka's sword and Kotoria's halberd. That was some bats hit insane stuff that I'd never thought I'd ever see. Yuzuru, counterpoint. If we are to create some form of plan to defeat Rias, then it has to be detailed and realistic. We can't just expect ourselves to run in there and just start throwing hands. Shido, those are some good points. The thing is, I don't even know where to start. Maybe we could ask Dad. He knows about Rias and her peerage's powers. He could just tell us their weaknesses. Origami, an excellent idea. But remember that your father hadn't seen Team Rias in more than 17 years after he left with Mom to raise you in Japan. Who knows, maybe we lost to Rias because she and her teammates trained even better than before. Then, while everyone was talking, Drake finally came back with Kurumi. They both had serious expressions on her face, though Kurumi had more of a doubtful and anxious expression. Shido, hey Dad. Hey Kurumi. So, what's the plan? Drake, how do I put this? Ahem. All of you kids, take Kurumi out to the city and have fun for the day. And a word of advice. Make Kurumi feel that she matters and that she's loved. That's the key to helping this plan succeed. The Sapphire warriors all looked at each other with stunned and confused looks, as if they felt that their dad was speaking gibberish. However, they desperately needed Kurumi in the team, so none of them questioned it. The Sapphire warriors proceeded to hang out with Kurumi in downtown Tengus City, following their father's instructions to make Kurumi feel welcomed and loved. Scene break. Wednesday, 5:15 p.m. Drake sat down by the dining table to think over everything that he secretly discussed with the Kurumi clone. He quietly said to himself, 3 hours remain until she arrives. Let's hope that Shido and the girls can get the job done. Suddenly, Drake heard the doorbell. He initially assumed that it was one of his children who came back because they needed something, but his casual and calm demeanor changed when he opened the door. Ajuka. Hello, Mr. David Griffith. I apologize if I am disturbing you at this hour. Drake flinched in surprise and replied, Oh, it's alright. Is there anything I may help you with? The person who appeared at the door was none other than Ajuka Beelzebub, the current highest-ranking official in the underworld. He had shown up unexpectedly at the Itsuka household, and by the tone of his voice, he sounded serious. Ajuka continued, Actually, there is. I have received word from Kaide HYOUDOU that Rias Gremory is in your city, and that she has 24 hours to get out before your children are obligated to forcefully remove her. And I've come to tell you about updates from our end. Oh wait, I remember. Shido told me something about texting Kaide to relay that All for Honor mentioned message to you. So what's your response? Ajuka ahem. Rias will be allowed to stay, and we'll do nothing. Drake blinked and stared blankly at Ajuka, processing what he said and even doing a double take to remember. Then, the shock finally came when Drake exclaimed, What? This is madness. We had a deal. Rias and her teammates are not to be near my children. I even told you that condition was non-negotiable. Ajuka didn't seem to care and replied, No. This is an official refusal of your terms. I'll even give you the paper format of it. But besides that, Mr. Griffith, the game has changed. Ever since the Kyoto incident, the dynamics of this battle have drastically shifted. Mr. Griffith, respectfully, I don't think that separating our subordinates from both of our respective factions are beneficial if we want to have a chance at winning this war against Isaac Westcott. I think it's better if Rias stayed in your city. In fact, you should let the others such as Akeno and Asia to stay too. In exchange, you and your family can stay in Kuo. Drake was absolutely flabbergasted by what Ajuka said, but the worst part was that Ajuka had lots of justification for the things he brought up. Drake had no counterpoints, so he was left speechless and panicked. However, the possibility of the other girls of Team Rias staying in his city made him extra worried. He was scared that those girls would eventually find out the truth behind Shido's identity, and lead to a whole new storm of violence which would be catastrophic. Each time Drake wanted to say something to rebut against Ajuka, he couldn't get the words out for he feared that Ajuka may have countermeasures in place to keep his faction on favorable circumstances. While Drake was still at a loss for words, Ajuka spoke first. Excuse me, Mr. Griffith, are you there? Do we have a new compromise? I could have just demanded for anything I wanted, but I think this is already reasonable. Drake, why yes, I will adhere to the new terms. Itsuka, excellent. Then the new terms will take effect immediately. Team Rias and the Sapphire Warriors will be allowed to enter Tengus City and Kuo Town respectively. Now, is there anything else you'd like to bring up? Drake, actually yes, is it true that Rias Gremory is going to be the next Mao Lucifer? Itsuka, yes, how did you know about that? That wasn't supposed to become public information until tomorrow, let alone spread into the human world. Who told you that? Drake, it was my son. You see, he showed me a demonic sigil on his hand which was placed by Rias Gremory. He then proceeded to tell me that she had chosen him to be her consort. And only high-ranking royalty are allowed to have consorts and concubines, right? That's how I came to that conclusion. Itsuka, I see, so Rias chose your son to be her consort. Well, isn't that wonderful? Looks like she finally found someone she truly loves. Drake rolled his eyes and said, yeah, it would have been wonderful if it wasn't for the fact that my son never consented to being her consort. You know, I, as his father, should have at least some say in the matter, right? Don't you think this is unfair? Itsuka didn't seem bothered and replied, I know. I completely agree with you with the fact that it is unfair. However, don't forget that Rias lost her old lover Issei. I think she at least deserves someone to love. Drake, but my son doesn't even love her back. Itsuka, oh don't worry about that. Rias is a lovely lady, so I'm sure your son will warm up to her in no time. Besides, think about the future, you'll get to have powerful grandchildren. A child capable of using both demonic power and holy power. Wouldn't that be something you'd like to see? Drake at this point was getting pissed off at Itsuka. He really wanted to shape-shift his fist into a dragon claw and smash him in the face. However, Drake couldn't risk endangering the alliance between his team and the three factions, for he and his children will be left to fend for themselves against the might of the entire supernatural world. Instead, Drake reluctantly said, fine, Rias can choose whoever she wants, but I will not let any engagements or weddings happen unless I approve of it. Itsuka, very well. I will contact Rias and get her to choose a date suitable for you and her to be acquainted with one another. Now I have nothing else left to say to you, I must return. Itsuka turned around and left. Drake closed the door and sighed in despair. He had just essentially started the pathway to Shido inevitably becoming Rias's partner for life, and it will all start with Rias meeting Drake for a dinner meant for both of them to be acquainted. Drake leaned against the wall and said softly, forgive me, Shido. I promise to never let that awful woman hurt you. I'll stop the engagement from ever happening. Even if it's the last thing I do. With a new resolve to save his son from an unhappy marriage, Drake decided to make use of the advantages he had currently, and put them to good use. Texting. Drake, son, I have bad news. Itsuka actually showed up to our house a few minutes after you and the girls left. He refused to get Rias to leave the city and forced me to agree to terms unfavorable to us. Basically, Rias and her gang of bitches are allowed to enter Tengus City and do whatever they want there, but Itsuka has allowed us to enter Kuo Town whenever we want. Shido, are you fucking kidding me now? Great, so what now? Do I let myself get harassed? Drake, no. Change of plans now. Go to Kuo Town with the girls. Remember you told me all about Kurumi's story when she was a normal girl. Go meet Mickey and Gora HYOUDOU for a chat. Bringing back Kurumi's childhood memories will be useful. Shido, sigh, Dad. I've placed my trust in you for many years now. However, if this plan fails to go through, then I'll hate you for the rest of my life. Texting end. Drake walked back to the dining room and sat down, feeling ashamed that he couldn't protect his son from his worst enemies. He grabbed a bottle of wine and started chugging it down. Drake thought, I really suck as a father, don't I? Hick. Scene break. Kuo Town, Japan. 6 p.m. After traversing a mountain road, a bus arrived in the downtown district of Kuo Town. And when the doors opened, out came the Sapphire Warriors who were on their way to a restaurant by the street. Shido, okay. I've invited Mrs. and Mr. HYOUDOU over for dinner with Kurumi and I. For the rest of you girls, just sit at the nearby tables to keep watch. Toka, got it, though I have a question. Just now during our bus ride, you said that Dad met with Itsuka, and that the terms of the agreement had changed. What happened? Shido, about that. Sorry for not telling you all, but I'll save the explanation for later. All you need to know is this. Rias is staying in Tengus City for good. And the other piece of bad news is that her friends might also show up. Girls, what? The girls were all extremely shocked at that sudden revelation. In fact, this might have been the worst news that they've ever heard. Their own families were killed by those women, and the fact that they were going to be in the same city as them didn't sit well with the girls. Shiori, you kidding me? Did Itsuka change the terms so that it would be favorable to him? Is that what happened? Shido, Dad didn't tell me the full details. We will ask him more about it when we get back. Nia, ugh, just our luck, but anyways, since we're in Kuo now, we might as well just hang around with Kurumi. Shido, yeah? We're approaching the restaurant now. I already see the HYOUDOU couple sitting by the window table. Once we head in, the rest of you will act like you don't know Kurumi and I, so that the HYOUDOU couple only thinks the two of us are here. The Sapphire warriors got to the entrance of the restaurant and let Shido and Kurumi enter first, before the other girls all entered at different times. Upon entering, Shido waved to the HYOUDOU couple and said, "Hello, Mrs. HYOUDOU." "Hello, Mr. HYOUDOU. It's me, thanks for showing up." The HYOUDOUs noticed Shido approaching and they greeted him back. Just when he got to the table, Shido introduced Kurumi to them. "So glad that both of you managed to make it, but I've got a surprise. Do you two recognize her?" Kurumi stepped next to Shido and looked at the HYOUDOUs. However, she was confused since she could no longer recognize her childhood friends due to aging. On the other hand, Miki and Gora HYOUDOU were both in shock as they laid their eyes on Kurumi. Miki, and no way, darling, is this who I think it is? Gora, impossible. It's been over 40 years. There's no way that. Then, Kurumi finally recognized her friends after hearing them speak. Although Miki and Gora didn't speak so clearly due to them aging, Kurumi still memorized their manner of speech and nearly broke down in tears after realizing. "Miki, Gora, I can't believe it. It really is you," exclaimed Kurumi as she began to cry. The three friends then hopped out of their seats and hugged each other tightly. Rivers of tears flowed down as they embraced each other, finally ending years of pain as they finally reunited. Miki wiped tears from her eyes and said, "I never thought that this day would come. Finally, I am happy that my friend has been alright all these decades." Gora, how have you been doing? Kurumi, Miki and I have missed you. Kurumi, I'm so sorry. I was kidnapped by evil people and they did unspeakable and horrible things to me and Sawa. I managed to escape, but Sawa didn't make it. Gora, is that so? Then may Sawa rest in peace. We have a lot of catching up to do. Why don't you take a seat? Miki and I have lots of questions. The three friends finally sat down along with Shido, who was feeling satisfied as he reunited three old friends who had been separated for years. Shido, so, would you all like to order first then talk? Or do you want to talk first then order? Miki, Gora and I have already decided on our food. I think we would like to place our orders first. So, everyone placed their orders and the waiter went back to the kitchen. This left some time for the three friends to chat while they waited for their food. Gora asked first, wanting to get the obvious questions out of the way. "So? Kurumi, you seem to have the same appearance as you were when you disappeared in 1993. How did that happen?" Kurumi, you see, I was kidnapped by some evil organization and they performed experiments on me. I don't know the details of those experiments, but my aging process has been permanently halted. I will remain 21 for the rest of my life. Miki and Gora were both shocked. They never expected that their friend was in fact kidnapped and was never murdered. The whole time they believed that Kurumi was murdered in the middle of the night and her body secretly disposed of. But now they know the truth and they felt relieved that their friend was still in one piece. Kurumi strongly believed that her friends needed answers, but she wanted to make up a story of how she had lived her life for the past 40 years before she came back, so she created a story which she felt was believable. Kurumi, Sawa was also kidnapped that night, and we were taken to some unknown location in France. I only knew that after 5 years of torture when I had become undesirable for my kidnappers and my body was disposed in the river Seine. But I couldn't have made it out were it not for Sawa's sacrifice. Miki, did you ever find out who were your kidnappers? Kurumi, no. I never found out. And I don't think I want to. Who knows who those people were? Gora, I understand. So, how did you live your life after you escaped? And how did you meet Shido? Kurumi, I narrowly avoided being drowned and I proceeded to live in abandoned buildings all over Europe for over 30 years. France, Belgium, the Netherlands, Germany, Poland, Sweden, Finland, Russia. It was only when I snuck aboard the Trans-Siberian Railway from Moscow all the way to Vladivostok did I then stow away on a cargo ship to Japan. Then, for the next 10 years, I hid in abandoned buildings in Japan until I met Shido in Tengu City. Goro, goodness gracious, you've really been through a lot, haven't you? I can't begin to imagine the suffering you had to endure, having every day of the past 40 years as a fight for survival. Kurumi, yeah? When I finally met Shido after 40 years of constantly being on the run, he mistook me for a homeless girl and he took me into his home, feeding me proper food and providing me with clothes and supplies. Shortly after, I told him about my situation and Shido surprisingly was patient and chill about it. His family later allowed me to stay. Shido, yeah? I initially thought that Kurumi might have been a psycho who escaped a mental asylum, but the way she spoke made me feel like something was really going on. I pitied her anyway and then I searched her name up in the Japanese newspapers. Turns out, she was indeed telling the truth and I found both your names in the article, Miki Hashimoto and Goro HYOUDOU. Miki, oh, is that why you called us the other day? No wonder, now all of it is starting to make sense. Goro, ha, I'm glad this story has come to a good ending. Shido, I have one request of you as Kurumi's childhood friend. Shido, yes sir, what would you like me to do? Goro, based on everything I've heard, Kurumi has had a hard life and needs all the care and support she needs. What I ask of you is to protect her with your life. I can see that she really trusts you if she felt like staying overnight at your home. Never let her get hurt again. Do what Miki and I couldn't do. I don't want a repeat of what happened with my son Issei. Shido, of course. I love Kurumi after all. Mrs. and Mr. HYOUDOU, I shall protect that precious smile and laughter of hers. This I promise to the both of you. Miki, I greatly appreciate that. For too long I've felt guilty about the people I couldn't protect. Please, don't ever let Kurumi fall back into despair. Goro, same here. I am proud of you, Shido. And I truly hope we will get to meet like this more in the future. Until then, let's enjoy this wonderful reunion between old friends and… Kurumi, it's great to have you back. Kurumi felt emotional that she managed to close the wounds of her older friends who had been silently grieving her for many years, so she replied, "It's nice to see both of you too. Maybe when we have the time, we can hang out just like old times." Miki, we'd be delighted to. Oh, the food is here, let's all eat and enjoy the rest of this evening. Goro, cheers to a better future. The HYOUDOU couple, Shido and Kurumi enjoyed the rest of the evening chatting with one another. Kurumi felt extremely nostalgic as she conversed with her friends and grew closer towards Shido, since she became grateful for all the effort he put in to make her life better. Meanwhile, the rest of the Sapphire warriors were sitting at neighboring tables eating their own food while they watched on. They couldn't help but feel touched as their view on Kurumi began to shift towards a more positive side. But at the corner of the restaurant, there was a lone girl sitting by herself watching Shido intently with jealousy and anger. She took a big sip of her drink and placed her glass down, before she continued eavesdropping on him. Kaide, that little rascal, he cut me off from his life and now he's hanging out with my parents, and he has another girl with him. That jerk, why won't he notice me? I made all that effort to tell Izuka and he chooses to go on a date with this girl. 1. Scene break. Kuo Town, Japan. 8 p.m. The dinner ended on a positive note, and everyone enjoyed themselves. Kurumi had never felt so happy in her life after fighting her enemies on her own for many years, so she was never going to forget this moment. Miki, goodbye youngsters, take care, maybe if our Kaide isn't keen on marrying you, you could marry Kurumi instead, ha ha ha. Goro, ha ha. Now that would be a sight to see, wouldn't it? Remember Shido, if you don't want to marry my daughter, you can always have Kurumi, ha ha ha. Shido facepalmed and rolled his eyes, feeling embarrassed by what Miki and Goro were saying. Kurumi was blushing madly and hiding her face behind her hands, not wanting to hear more of her friend's ridiculous comments. And secretly, by the corner of the wall, Kaide was peeking to see what her parents were saying and freaked out. They basically just admitted to approving of Shido having Kurumi as his wife if he didn't want her. Kaide panicked and said, "Shit, that Kurumi girl. She looks so much more beautiful than me, ugh, I'm so jealous. But no, I am not letting my crush be taken away by that goth girl." Kaide then decided to follow Shido and Kurumi around, wondering what kind of relationship he exactly had with her. In the meantime, Shido and Kurumi met up with the other girls to announce that the dinner was a success and that they could all now move on to the next stage of the night, where the whole gang was going to have their own hangout by themselves. Kaguya happily cheered. Let's go bowling. I found a bowling alley nearby on the map. Let's go there and see who has the best bowling skills ever. Yuzuru, agreement. We shall now head over to the bowling alley to play. I hope the rest of you would agree. Shido, it's settled then, let's go bowling. I'm gonna show all of you that I'm the bowling champion of the Sapphire Warriors, just you wait. Later. Ugh, it drifted off again, groaned Shido for the 13th time in the row as his bowling ball had drifted off the lane and into the side all the way into the end of the lane, unable to hit a single pin. Then, in a loud voice, Hiya. Kaguya used her full strength to violently throw the bowling ball across the lane, impacting all 10 pins at once with rapid velocity and scoring a strike. Girls, whoa, another strike. Kaguya flipped her hair around in a dramatic way and exclaimed proudly, ha ha ha, nobody can be the child of the hurricane. With my skills, nobody can beat me. Suddenly, a large wind gust blew through the bowling alley, which was unusual since the air conditioning and surrounding fans weren't that strong. That's when Shido began to suspect, and finally realized, hey, you used your powers to cheat, didn't you? Ugh, come here. I need to teach you a lesson, you rascal. Kaguya, eek, sorry, I'll do it properly this time. Shido, hee, it's too late for you. Now it's time for a damn brat like you to get corrected. Rhea. Kaguya, Shido proceeded to chase Kaguya all across the bowling alley, which only made others stare in confusion and amusement as both of them dashed back forth from wall to wall of the whole building. The other girls were also just staring at them, and wondered if Kaguya was going to survive her so-called correction. Squeals of fear echoed through the halls while Shido was yelling incoherent words, but it was clear that he was pretty mad. But little squabbles like this were already considered normal among the Sapphire Warriors, so they simply proceeded with their bowling time. Kurumi grabbed her bowling ball and prepared to throw it. She got into position and carefully stepped towards the middle of the lane, which she felt was good enough to get a strike. Then, with a bit of calculation, Kurumi carefully threw her ball forward and it accelerated greatly as it traveled across the lane. The rest of the girls were keeping their hopes up because they wanted Kurumi to get a strike. For some reason, during the seconds leading up to the ball's impact with the pins, Kurumi felt a strange series of emotions which left her a bit confused. Kurumi thought to herself, what is this feeling? I feel so happy for some reason, it's just a game, but why is my excitement at such high levels? Is this what they call the inner child of a person? Just then, Kurumi snapped out of her thoughts as a massive smashing noise echoed. Her bowling ball had hit the pins and 8 out of 10 of them had hit the ground. However, 2 pins were wobbling around like they were either going to fall or remain standing. But this sudden sight made Kurumi's feelings of hope and excitement skyrocket as she subconsciously wished for a strike. And it was just the perfect moment, as a fallen pin had rolled over and knocked down one of the pins, while the last pin had tilted at the correct angle to cause itself to topple over. Nice throw. A digital voice played as the word, strike, appeared on the screen hanging from the ceiling. While Kurumi was still processing what she saw, the rest of the Sapphire Warriors rushed over to her and congratulated Kurumi for scoring a strike. Toka, OMG, you are amazing, Kurumi, you actually scored a strike. Yoshino, amazing, you're so skilled at this, Kurumi-senpai. Nia, whoa. Look at this, Kurumi is straight up ballin' right now, she has infinite aura right now. All the girls were swarming around Kurumi and some of them were hugging her while congratulating her and celebrating her strike. In this joyous moment, Kurumi had never felt so happy again in her life. I did it, I did it, I can't believe I managed to get a strike. Ah man, I've never felt so happy before, but why, it's only bowling. But for some reason, I find this moment to be so satisfying right now, and being surrounded by friends who truly care about me. How nostalgic this feeling is. Kurumi opened her mouth and said, yeah, I won, I got a strike, woohoo. Kurumi, Kurumi, Kurumi. The girls cheered as they celebrated their friend's strike. And at the same time, another voice also exclaimed out loud, alright, time for your correction, Miss Kaguya. I'm gonna use you as a bowling ball for my next throw. Shido angrily grabbed Kaguya by her shirt and prepared to toss her across the bowling lane. Kaguya was crying and called out to her boyfriend, sorry. I promise I won't cheat again, please, I'm sorry. However, Shido had already made up his mind and said, too late. You should have apologized before. Now, prepare for my ultimate revenge. Kaguya bowling ball, I choose you, Haya. Ahurarif. Screams of despair and pure terror reverberated through the bowling alley as Kaguya screamed at the top of her lungs, after being thrown across the lane by Shido, who used all his strength to use Kaguya as a bowling ball as revenge for her cheating on her previous throw. Suddenly, kaboom! The sound of Kaguya hitting the bowling pin sent vibrations throughout the whole building, and caused every bowling pin in every lane to fall down simultaneously, causing Shido to score a series of strikes in every single lane. Let's fucking go! Shido jumped on top of a table and cheered out loud, while other people at the bowling alley were just staring at him with confusion and laughter. The girls of the Sapphire Warriors also laughed out loud at Shido's reaction to scoring the series of strikes. Kurumi also giggled a bit and found the whole scene hilarious. Meanwhile, Kaguya groaned in pain as the sweeper swept her and the bowling pins away into the mechanical area. She had apparently passed out due to fear before she even impacted the pins. Nonetheless, this bowling experience was fun for everyone, save for an orange-haired girl who was used as a bowling ball. Kurumi in particular was having fun again for the first time in a long time. She was grateful to have met the Sapphire Warriors and had grown attached to them. She was smiling more frequently and became closer to Shido as her feelings for him grew stronger. Scene break. Karaoke lounge. 9:30 p.m. This is the last time slot available before we close. It's only an hour long, so is it okay? A man standing behind the counter asked politely as the Sapphire Warriors wanted to go for a karaoke session before the place closed. Shido, we'll take it, thanks very much. Receptionist, then proceed to room 12. If you'd like any refreshments, please help yourselves to any food or drinks at the bar in the back. Enjoy. The Sapphire Warriors headed towards their room and turned on the speakers. There, they could choose their songs they wanted to sing. Miku, being a professional singer, took the mic and selected a song. She happily said, "Now, I will perform my first song, sing with me and make this occasion a wonderful one." This song was particularly popular among the Sapphire Warriors as it was pretty catchy and the lyrics were relatable. Everyone sang along with Miku as she poured her heart and soul into the song. Miku, I think we're alone now, there doesn't seem to be everyone around. I think we're alone now, the beating of our hearts is the only sound. The whole team sang along with Miku as they enjoyed their karaoke session. Then, when Miku was finished, Origami suddenly stood up from her seat and said, "Not bad, but let me show you my singing skills. Pass me the mic." When Origami started singing, she stunned everyone by being able to sing in French and even had a charming voice as she sang. All the time while the song was playing, everyone was listening closely to understand what Origami was singing while vibing along. Kurumi, I can somewhat understand what Origami is singing. I spent some time in France after all. I picked up a bit of the language while I was there. Shido, cool, what's she saying? Kurumi, there is nothing we can do. The song continued playing until Origami finished singing. She said, "How's that? Wasn't it impressive?" Her friends clapped and cheered for Origami's performance. Mika even was impressed by her friend's ability to sing well. This time, several girls wanted to sing at the same time, to make things more interesting. Kotori, alright, sit back and watch this one, we're gonna show you all how it's done. The singers were Shiori, Kotori, Yoshino, Natsumi, Mikuro, Kaguya, Yuzuru, Nia, and Toka. They chose a popular song which had lots of singers and selected it. Shido, Kurumi, Origami, and Miku all listened in as they enjoyed the harmony that the singers created as the song progressed. Things got pretty exciting as the chorus came along and got everyone hyped up. At the end, everyone was in high spirits as they cheered in excitement and joy. Now, it was time for Shido himself to sing the second last song of the session before Kurumi will end it off. However, Shido didn't choose a song from the selection and instead connected his phone to the speakers. He then said, "Okay, this is my backing track, and I'm gonna rock this house." This was an original song written by Shido himself, and he sang with such great passion and enthusiasm which stunned basically everyone in the room. The girls, especially Toka and Miku, were going crazy for him as they enjoyed listening to Shido's song. The other girls were also on their feet cheering on. Kurumi understood the lyrics and felt touched by them. When Shido finished singing, all the girls jumped in excitement as they gave him a roaring round of applause. Kaguya and Toka even rushed towards Shido and cuddled him for a while as they fell in love with his singing. Finally, it was time for Kurumi to sing the last song. She wasn't sure what to sing, but she picked a song from the selection and tried her best to sound good in front of her friends. Kurumi, every day, I imagine a future where I can be with you. The girls and Shido listened attentively, finding Kurumi's ability to sing so far so good. However, Nia was left shocked and speechless. Nia, being an otaku addicted to video games, knew where the song was from and was still traumatized from playing it. Nia, nah, does Kurumi know what the context behind this song is? Kurumi still sang regardless. The whole time she sang, Kurumi looked at Shido as if she was trying to convey a message to him. Shido looked back at her and felt touched by Kurumi's soothing voice. At that moment, Kurumi felt a special connection with Shido, and she couldn't deny the feeling that she was in love with him. Despite being just a mere clone, this Kurumi clone had emotions and feeling nonetheless. As Kurumi sang, she thought, let's hope that Drake's plan works. I have a slim chance of making this work, so please, make me feel happy when I'm with you, Shido. In the end, everyone gave Kurumi a round of applause, save for Nia, who was still remembering the flashbacks of playing the game where the song was from. The karaoke session was nearly over and everyone went to get drinks and refreshments. They spent the last 15 minutes of their time slot winding down for the day and chilling out. Once the receptionist came to remind them of their time slot coming to an end, the Sapphire Warriors left the karaoke lounge feeling all happy and satisfied. Kurumi was walking arm in arm with Shido, and she was madly in love with him now. Meanwhile, HYOUDOU had seen the whole thing and was offended and flabbergasted at the same time. She felt that Shido was taken away by Kurumi, and she was now out for blood. Kaide, gra, you're gonna pay for this, Kurumi Tokisaki, you stupid goth bitch. Kaide followed the Sapphire Warriors closely behind as they went to find a hotel to rest for the night. The team found one in the middle of the downtown district and booked several rooms for all of them to crash for the night. Scene break. Kuo Hotel. 11 p.m. Shido and Kurumi were all alone in their own room. They enjoyed the time they spent together and were feeling much more closer to one another. Kurumi in particular was extremely grateful towards Shido, and he made her reunite with her old childhood friends, gave her the opportunity to feel happiness and joy during their bowling session, and finally gave her the chance to express her love to him during the karaoke session. Kurumi changed into her pajamas and slipped into bed. There was only one bed in the room, so Shido was going to have to sleep together with Kurumi for the night. However, before Shido even got into bed with her, he was sitting up straight and looking outside into the city, which concerned Kurumi. Kurumi, Shido. Are you alright? It's getting very late, and I don't want you to lose sleep. Is everything okay? Shido, I don't know. I have this demonic mark on my hand from Rias, and I can't get it off unless she dies or I die. You know I love you, Kurumi. I want to spend the rest of my life with you along with the other girls, but I don't know if that dream can come true. Kurumi, hey, it's okay, I'm here for you. There's nothing for you to worry about. Whatever it is, I will share that burden with you. It's the least I can do for paying back your kindness. Shido, really, thanks, Kurumi. I recently lost my mother, and I don't know if she really is dead. Things have been rough for me these past few days. I only want a temporary moment of peace and happiness, even for one day. Kurumi, then let's make this night memorable. I won't leave your side for a single second. Shido felt emotional after hearing Kurumi console him, so he slipped under the blanket and cuddled Kurumi as he began to fall asleep. Kurumi got closer and gave him a kiss on the lips. Although she was just a clone, Shido still felt a faint sensation of power flow through his body. Finally, the couple fell asleep as their bond grew stronger. Shido only wished that he could give the same level of comfort to the real Kurumi, while this Kurumi clone wished that her real self could experience these feelings of love and happiness. I'll save you, Kurumi. I'll make you learn to love again. Kuo Hotel. Thursday, 12 a.m. A.N. Kurumi is a clone in this chapter too. Also, I like cookies. Ugh, so tired. How am I gonna get through school tomorrow when Rias is my physics teacher? The thoughts of Shido Itsuka ran wild in his imagination as he lay in bed, feeling completely tired and exhausted from an entire day's worth of events. He held Kurumi, who was also fast asleep, closely to him. Even though it felt like an eternity after Shido switched off the lights to sleep, he couldn't help but stay awake. Some unknown feeling was keeping him up which wasn't beneficial for him, since he has school tomorrow. He took a deep breath, and tried to relax his mind. Perhaps Shido needed to simply close his eyes, and all would be good. So, Shido closed his eyes and tried to avoid thinking about everything that happened today and focus on resting. As a screen of pure darkness filled his vision when his eyes closed, Shido subconsciously counted to 100 as a method to fall asleep. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Shido kept counting until he became drowsier and sleepier. Eventually, when he reached the 70s, That's when he started to really lose awareness of his surroundings and completely fell asleep. Hey, did you miss me, darling? Shido suddenly felt anxious as his body suddenly felt chills and got goosebumps even when he was already sleeping. The creepiest part was that he heard a mature woman's voice calling out to him, and it sounded a bit familiar. Don't think. Just follow my voice, and I'll lead you to true love. The woman's voice spoke again in a seductive manner, this time louder and causing Shido to snap out of his slumber and put his mind at attention. Shido slowly opened his eyes and looked around. There he was, surrounded by a deep, dark void with nothing in sight. Shido was merely floating in the middle of the void while in a flat, lateral position, as if he was lying down. There was moderate breeze blowing against his back from below, giving him the sensation that he was falling, but never seemed to have any end in sight to the strange and mysterious feeling. Shido was confused, and looked left and right to figure out where he was. What in the world is going on? I clearly remember I was with Kurumi in our hotel room. Where am I? Suddenly, a bright red crimson light flashed from above. Shido finally raised his alertness to the max and prepared for whatever mysterious entity was coming from above to meet him. The light began approaching and got brighter as it got close to Shido. Eventually, when the light got to a point where a bright flash of crimson red was engulfing Shido's eyesight, it got so bright to the point where Shido shut his eyes close and braced for what was going to happen next. Gasp! Shido awoke on his bed, but something wasn't right. He was alone on the bed and Kurumi was nowhere to be seen. Shido slowly got up from the bed and looked around the mysterious dimly lit room he was in. It appeared to be a room resembling a medieval castle, one where royalty would sleep. There was intricate furniture and magnificent designs on the walls and ceiling. There were also professionally decorated patterns on the carpets, and there were beautiful paintings on the wall. Shido looked around and wondered, where the fuck am I? Is this a dream? But if it is, then why does it feel so real? He continued to look around the room for clues as to where he was. Then, Shido tried summoning Ratziel to seek information on where this place was. Unfortunately, he was terrified beyond words when he couldn't summon the grimoire. He tried again and again, but the sacred gear wouldn't appear. In fact, Shido suddenly realized that he felt powerless. He tried summoning the rest of his sacred gears but to no avail. Something was affecting his abilities and powers, and that was a massive concern. Shido, shit. Well, at least I can still do hand-to-hand combat, just that I can't increase the output of my power. Welp, let's look around. Maybe I can find out where I am. The only thing which caught his attention was the candle on the nightstand, which was the source of the dim light in the room. He picked it up and walked around the bedroom. After 5 minutes of looking around, Shido found nothing of value, and decided to exit the room to see the rest of this mysterious and eerie castle. Kriya! He turned the doorknob and opened the door slowly. A loud creaking noise from the door's hinges echoed like a violin throughout the halls as Shido took step by step outside of the bedroom. He held the candle up and observed his new surroundings. Shido was in a massive, grand, and spacious hallway lined with carpet and paintings on the wall. He decided to walk around a bit to determine which country he was in based on the interior design of the castle. 10 minutes passed, and Shido came to a terrifying discovery. This wasn't any typical country which had medieval castles or fortresses. The designs of the castle were clearly European, yet there was one thing missing. There were 0 holy or religious artifacts around. Shido could have determined which European country he was in based on the type of ornaments that were hanging around on the walls. One thing was clear: if this sudden teleportation was the work of a supernatural entity, then it clearly doesn't like being around holy symbols or artifacts. And only one suspect came to mind, and it scared Shido. Shido, no, this place. This is the underworld, based on the stories that Dad told me. I might be in a devil's castle. Breath trembles. I need to get the fuck out of here. Kriya. Another loud creaking noise echoed through the castle. This time even louder, and the sound sent chills down Shido's spine. It came from behind him, and he slowly turned around to see what was going on. Then, the echoes of footsteps sounded, accompanied by the eerie melody of a woman humming. Shido slowly took steps back while watching the direction where the scary noises were coming from. Then, the humming stopped as the woman's voice began to sing. Oh, wherever you go, you know I will follow you, you know I will run to you. Then, Shido recognized the voice. He panicked and shivered in fear. It was Rias. Shido was in her castle, and he realized now that if he was going to live to see another day, then he'd have to run now. So, without any hesitation, Shido started running rapidly. He didn't know where the exit was, But he understood one important thing which was crucial to his survival. It's not a matter of getting out of here, it's a matter of being faster than the person behind him. As soon as Shido began running, he also heard the footsteps behind him pick up the pace. The singing still continued as Rias and Shido continued running around the castle. Shido kept looking behind to see if Rias was still following him, while he looked in front to see if there was an exit anywhere. After several minutes of running, Shido spotted a series of windows along the corridor. He quickly dashed to one and looked out. It was here that Shido gasped in terror, when he realized that he was high up in the air. This must have been a massive castle and there was no way that he was going to survive this without his powers. Then, as Shido was trying to recalculate his chances of escaping, he suddenly heard Rias's singing get louder. He realized he didn't have time to think and just continued running. As Shido looked around the castle, he felt as if he was running through an endless maze since all the hallways looked the same. Eventually, Shido came to a stop when he found himself back at the bedroom he first woke up in. Without much choice, Shido went back inside and shut the door tight. He quickly dragged a shelf to the door and barricaded it, so that Rias couldn't enter. He then hid behind the curtain by the window and hoped that he wouldn't be found. As Shido tried his best to conceal the noise of his breathing, he noticed that Rias had stopped singing, and that her footsteps had slowed down. Even though there was massive shelf blocking the door, Rias's footsteps were still audible. Suddenly, Rias spoke in a seemingly calm and polite manner. "Where are you, Shido? Your wife is feeling very lonely, you know, come find her and shower her with love." Shido was freaking out in his mind and didn't know what to do. He just kept track of the footsteps echoing through the castle. He prayed that this was all just a horrible nightmare. He begged to wake up and find himself back in the human world again, alongside his loved ones. Toka, Origami, Yoshino, Kotori, Kagoya, Yuzuru, Miku, Shiori, Natsumi, Nia, Mukuro, Kurumi. Mom, Dad, if I don't make it out of this one, then I'm sorry. I'm sorry for being such a disappointment. Suddenly, the footsteps stopped right in front of the bedroom door. This scared Shido as he understood now that Rias knew where he was hiding, but he still hoped that she wouldn't get through the shelf blocking the door. Slam! The shelf suddenly came flying forward as Rias flicked her finger to force the door open. Shido looked into the reflection of the window glass, and saw Rias's figure standing ominously at the door. Fuck, this is it, it's over, gosh, what the fuck can I do right now? Fortunately, in Shido's small hiding space surrounded by the curtains, he saw a small vase by the edge of the window, and that gave him an idea, though his hope of making it work was slim. Meanwhile, Rias took step by step towards the curtain, being able to sense Shido's presence using her senses. I see you, there's no more use in running or hiding anymore. Now come to me, your wife, and show her the love she's always wanted. Rias yanked the curtains to the side, only to be crushed in the head by Shido swinging a vase into her face. The sounds of ceramic shards breaking echoed through the room, and Rias fell onto the floor with blood running down her face. Ah, my face. What have you done to my face? Rias was still reeling back from that attack and she saw blood dripping down onto her clothes. She looked back up to Shido with a crazed expression on her face. In a split second, Shido dashed out of the room as fast as possible, not wanting his efforts to go to waste. That's when shit started to get intense. You, I am going to punish you, come back you abusive husband. The voice of Rias shifted from an angry woman to a more distorted and deeper bellow, resembling that of a giant monster. Large echoes of stomping reverberated and caused tremors throughout the whole castle. Shido didn't dare look behind and just kept running. He didn't want to deal with whatever abomination that Rias had turned into. Instead, he desperately tried to think of solutions, and he was fortunate enough to have thought of one. However, this solution was basically death at this point, but it was still better than dying at the hands of Rias. So, Shido dashed towards the corridor where the windows were and managed to get there in time without encountering Rias. He grabbed a painting hanging on the wall and threw it outside, creating an opening through the cracked glass. Upon doing this, the tremors got even bigger, and Rias was around the corner. Shido sprinted forward and charged through the window, falling out into the open and began descending rapidly into the depths below. Shido looked around and saw that the ground below was very far down. Upon scanning the terrain below, Shido spotted a small pond in the corner of his eyes, and shifted his body in a way such that the trajectory of his fall would be that lake. Seconds passed as Shido's fall was increasing in velocity. Despite his best efforts, Shido couldn't easily move his trajectory towards the pond and he was becoming increasingly hopeless. He closed his eyes for one final time, thinking back about all that had happened in his short life. In his mind, Shido thanked all his loved ones and friends, hoping that they could move on after his death. At least, Rias won't be able to marry me anymore, that's one benefit. Hee. Crash. Gasp. Like a springboard, Shido sprang out of bed and was now sitting upright. Panting and wheezing, he tried to regain his bearings as he hysterically looked around the room. Upon closer inspection, it appeared that he was back in his hotel room. Shido turned to the side and found Kurumi soundly asleep next to him. He sighed in relief as it was all just a nightmare, but something didn't feel right, which was the way he felt during the whole ordeal. For some reason, the emotions that he felt throughout the entire experience was genuine. And on top of that, usually people instantly forget majority of their dreams after waking up, but Shido somehow was able to recount his entire dream. He looked at his hand and thought, could this be the work of the sigil which Rias marked me with? If so, then this must mean. Suddenly, Shido remembered something important regarding the demonic mark on his hand, thinking back to the time when Rias and her goons defeated his team at school. 2. Slowly but surely you'll fall for my charms. It was a vague memory, but Shido guessed that that nightmare was caused by Rias's mark. It was clear that she was on the move to make him fall for her, but Shido couldn't help feel fed up with Rias. Really, if this is the way she plans on doing in order to make me like her, then she seriously needs a reality check. Just then, Kurumi woke up in the middle of the night, asking, "Hey, why'd you stop hugging me?" Shido noticed Kurumi next to him and said, "Oh, you're awake. Sorry Kurumi, I had a nightmare just now. I'll go back to sleep soon, and don't worry, I want to cuddle too." Kurumi grabbed Shido's waist and brought him down onto the bed, snuggling closer before she rested her head against his chest. Shido reciprocated the hug and tried his best to fall asleep again, wanting to forget about the encounter he had with Rias in his dreams. Before he closed his eyes, Shido was worried that he would meet Rias in his dreams again if he fell asleep, but he needed rest anyway since it was important for him in general. So, Shido held Kurumi close to him and shut his eyes, keeping his mind subconsciously active while trying to get some rest. He prayed that he wouldn't experience the same nightmare again, and then fell asleep. Scene break. Kyoto Town, Japan. Thursday, 7:30 a.m. Come on, we can't miss the bus. It's the only way to school and we can't afford to wait for the next one. Kotori, the user of Camel, and a member of the Sapphire Warriors, cheerfully called out to her teammates as they rushed towards the bus stop, which was the only way to reach their school on time. The other girls as well as Shido were trying to make it to the bus stop on time as it was going to arrive in 1 minute, and if they missed this bus, the Sapphire Warriors were going to be late for school. Fortunately, the whole team made it on time to the bus stop, and their bus had also just stopped just as they all managed to catch their breaths. Miku, okay. Let's go to school now. I hope Dad has been doing well while we were out of town. Toka, well, it's Dad. There's quite literally nothing in existence which could bring him down. I'm sure he's fine. Everyone boarded the bus and then got to their seats. Many of the Sapphire Warriors chose to sleep on the bus so that they could get their extra rest. In particular, Shido was extremely tired since he didn't rest properly last night. He leaned against the window and positioned his head under the air conditioner. Then, he closed his eyes and took a nap while the bus ride continued. In the meantime, Kurumi also leaned her head on Shido's shoulder for comfort, while she also rested. She felt affectionate towards him, and wanted to be closer to him more often. Meanwhile, a certain Kaide HYOUDOU was standing at the bus stop while watching the bus drive off. Sob, you're such a jerk, Shido. I can't believe you slept with another girl. I'm never going to forgive you. Also, I'm not giving up so easily. You will be mine. Kaide growled jealously as she adjusted her Rahizen high school uniform, intending to transfer to Shido's school. She had also changed her appearance, so that she could blend in with the students. Kaide HYOUDOU's new appearance. Scene break. Rahizen High School, Tengu City, Japan. Thursday, 8:40 a.m. After getting off the bus, the Sapphire Warriors felt a little bit less drowsy, and proceeded to go to their classes. After Kotori, Yoshino, Natsumi, and Mikuro went to their own class, the rest proceeded to head to their own respective lesson. Shido took out his phone and looked at his schedule for today. Physics was the one subject he wanted to avoid since Rias was his teacher. It appeared that it was just after lunch, so he planned on skipping that period before he would return to class. So, he braved himself for the day and entered his classroom along with the girls who were his classmates. Upon entering, Shido's classmates looked at them as usual, but they eventually turned back to whatever they were doing. The Sapphire warriors sat down at their seats and waited for class to begin. It didn't take long as their homeroom teacher Ms. Okamine went in the classroom to start her lessons. Ms. Okamine had a somewhat frustrated and worried look on her face. She first started off the lesson with a few words. Good morning, class. Today, we'll be going through history, where we'll cover the events which happened in the world from the 2020s to the 2030s. However, although I am your history teacher on paper, Mr. Okabe will take over as your relief teacher. The reason being is, I'd like to take a few students out of class and speak with them personally. They are Shido Itsuka, Toka Yatagami, Origami Tabichi, Kagoe Yamai, Yuzuri Yamai, Mika Izeoi, Shiori Itsuka, Nia Hanjo, and Kurumi Tokisaki. For the students that I've called out by name, please follow me to the staff room. We have a lot to talk about. Now this was something that started the chatter in the classroom. All sorts of rumors were being spread around, but at this point, nobody really cared. The Sapphire warriors were still curious on what their teacher wanted to tell them, so they stood up without hesitation and followed her to the staff room. Scene break. Staff room. 8:50 a.m. The Sapphire warriors stepped into the staff room and a whole myriad of unpleasant memories came back to haunt them. The bitter taste of defeat left them humiliated and saddened as they failed to get Rias out of Tengus City. The explosions and the loud banging rang loudly in their ears, and they couldn't stand to be in that room for a second longer. At this point, none of them wanted to be near the staff room at all. However, their curiosity still got the better of them, and they all wanted to know why Ms. Okamine had specially called them out here. Everyone arrived at Ms. Okamine's desk, only to find that Kotori, Yoshino, Natsumi, and Makuro were all already here. Before anybody could say anything, Ms. Okamine spoke first, and she got right to her main question. Okay, I see that you kids have been skipping school and skipping lessons for the past week. It isn't even the middle of your third year. It's just the first week of school. Sigh, I apologize. Now, the reason I brought all of you here is because I've learned through your student information that you all live together in the same home. So, I'd like to ask, is everything alright at home? Now this was a question that nobody saw coming. Even Shido was shocked that Ms. Okamine was speaking in a way that made him felt like she genuinely was worried about this well-being. Shido, what do you mean? I don't think I heard you right. Ms. Okamine, what I'm trying to ask is, I want to know if your life at home has been facing issues. You know, Shido, you've never been a delinquent in my eyes. In the past 2 years in which I've taught you, you have always been such a good boy. There were rarely any complaints about you from anybody. But then, seemed like something happened in your life which caused these types of rebellious and strange behavior to happen. Now, I originally suspected it was negative influence from your girlfriends, but then I sat down and thought about my opinion of you. The girls whom you have grown close to have all experienced hard lives based on existing student records. Of course, I don't know everyone's full story. But I've always heard the saying that like-minded people always attract each other. Could it be that all of you shared a similar negative experience which caused all of you to seek comfort from no one else but yourselves? The Sapphire warriors stayed quiet. Nobody dared say anything, not because they were shocked that their teacher guessed their situation correctly, but it was because they were guilty that what their teacher said was true. Ms. Okamine, Based on your facial expressions, I suppose that what I said was the truth. Well, I may just be your teacher, but I'll try to help in the best way I can. What is it that you want most? Shido, honestly, all of us just want to return to the life we used to have, but things happened, and now Mom is gone. I personally just want to sleep for as long as I want. I pray that things would go back to the way they were, but I know that's impossible. Ms. Okamine. Tell you what, why don't all of you take the day off from today and tomorrow? Take some time to rest and adjust yourselves to the current situation you're in. Come back next week for school. Is that okay? 1. Shido, yeah? I appreciate that. And I'm sure the girls agree too. The girls nodded in agreement, happy that they received permission to enjoy a long weekend from their teacher. But before they left, Ms. Okamine had one more thing to say to Shido. Ms. Okamine, also, when your mother was still around, she always loved talking about you when you were little. All of us teachers loved listening to her. Shido didn't say anything, but that only made him miss his mother even more. He promptly left the staff room with his team and they all went out of school to chill and relax. Scene break. Bukit Timah, Singapore. Thursday, 8 a.m., Japan is 1 hour ahead. Mukuro opened up a portal to a random location on Earth, and all the Sapphire warriors decided to go through it to see where they would end up. As soon as everyone stepped out, they were in a whole new environment as nobody had a clue where they were. However, the scenery was nice as they all loved the appearance of the terrain. Kotori was excited and exclaimed, "Whoa, so cool, where are we anyway?" She looked around and noticed that they were standing on a wooden boardwalk, and in front of them were a bunch of railings which were supposed to prevent people from illegally entering the lake. Kotori and the others came to the conclusion that they were in a park. Just then, Nia was going through Ratziel, and she confirmed their location. Yep. We're in a nature park. Dairy Farm Nature Park to be precise. As for the nation we are in, it's the Republic of Singapore. A nation in Southeast Asia. Mika then swatted off several mosquitoes and bugs flying next to her and wiped off the sweat on her forehead, commenting, "So that explains the annoying pests that around here. And that also explains the extremely hot weather." Shido agreed with her and said, "Yeah, my clothes are all sticky right now, let's just take off our blazers and just wear our shirts for now." To counter the hot and humid weather of the area, the Sapphire warriors took off their school blazers and kept their white school shirts on. It certainly made it better for them since they no longer sweated as much, though it was still hot. Then, Shido suggested that they admire the scenery around the park, starting with the lake which was in front of them, along with the beautiful cliffs and rock formations. As they were admiring the scenery, Shiori spotted a plaque on the railing with a bunch of information on it, and she called out to Kaguya and Yuzuru, who were standing next to her. "Hey, this lake is actually man-made. You see, this whole rock formation in front of us used to be a quarry, and those cliffs were all dug out using dynamite and drilling. When the quarry became obsolete, rainwater eventually came in and created this lake." Yuzuru, question. "Why did the quarry become obsolete? Surely there must have been some reason." Shiori, dunno. The plaque doesn't say anything else. This is just a brief description behind the quarry. Kaguya, haha, I challenge one of you to dive into that lake and see what's at the bottom. Who knows, maybe we might find some precious minerals lying at the bottom. Yuzuru, refusal. It's probably dangerous down there. Why don't you go? Kaguya, hey now, I was just joking. On the other side of the viewing platform, the second years were busy chatting with each other, in awe with the scenery as most of them hadn't had the opportunity to see something like this. Natsumi, for some reason, I feel like I'm at peace. Seeing something so breathtaking is simply, I don't know how to describe it. Yoshino, I agree. I understand what you're feeling right now. Maybe when we finally finish the fight with Rias and save the world from Westcott, we should all move to the forest to hide from society. Kotori, maybe if there's no mosquitoes here. I already got a few bites on my arms. Mukuro, same here. Muku dislikes mosquitoes. Muku doesn't wish to have to put on insect repellent every day just to live in the wild. Meanwhile, Shido and Kurumi were chatting with each other about the things that have happened recently. Shido, so Kurumi, you said that Dad discussed a plan with you to try and get the real Kurumi to join our team. Could you tell me more? Kurumi seemed a little hesitant to tell him about what Drake had told her, but she felt like it was right to tell him since she wanted to mentally prepare him for what was going to happen. However, she didn't want to tell the whole truth and simply give Shido hints for him to piece together. Kurumi, did you know, since we clones are fragments of Zafkil's power split apart from the main body, we are sometimes absorbed into the real body so that she can become stronger. Not only is our strength absorbed into the main body, but our memories too. Shido was confused and didn't understand and asked, What are you trying to tell me by saying this? Kurumi didn't say anything, and simply stayed silent for a few seconds before replying, You know, I'm very happy to be with you, Shido-san. I've enjoyed every moment I've spent with you, and I wish I could stay longer with you. Kurumi then walked off and left Shido confused and unsure of what she was trying to say. He just stood there dumbfounded, questioning what Kurumi just said to him. What does she mean by all that? I don't understand, but I need more information to form a hypothesis. He walked off to a corner and began thinking to himself, while all the other girls were just leaning against the railing and admiring the scenery. After several minutes at the park, the Sapphire warriors decided to go to another place in Singapore which they would find interesting and enjoyable, so Mukuro opened up another portal leading to another random location in Singapore. Scene break. Marina Bay, Singapore. Thursday, 8:35 a.m., 9:35 a.m. in Japan. Everyone exited the portal and ended up in a much more urban area of the island nation. Upon seeing the sight which was in front of them, the Sapphira warriors couldn't help but stare in awe. Nia, cool, so this is the city, this looks amazing. I want to check that building out, and that one too. Mika's eyes were glowing with excitement as she stared at the towers of glass in the distance, saying, "Oh my gosh. Imagine all the luxury brands there. I'm going to have one heck of a shopping spree." The other girls just looked at Mika uncomfortably and felt awkward. But Natsumi just rolled her eyes as she was used to Mika's eccentric behavior. Then, Shido came up with an idea. He announced to his team, "Okay, how about this? We will split into groups and go explore the area. We have until 5 p.m. for a whole day of exploration. I'll tell Dad we're here so he doesn't have to worry. As for dinner, I'll choose the place. Remember, stay in groups and enjoy yourselves." The girls were more than eager to do as Shido said. So, they broke into groups and headed on their own ways through Singapore. While the girls were doing that, Shido and Kurumi went on their own date in the city center. Scene break. Tenga City, Japan. In the Itsuka household, Drake was busy watching TV when he got a notification from his son. He picked up his phone and read the message he received. Mess. Okamine gave us a day off for today and tomorrow. Exploring Singapore right now. We will be back by 8 p.m., Japan time. Drake, I see. Well, at least they told me this time. Sigh, they really grow up so fast, don't they? It will only be a matter of time before my kids are as tall as me. As Drake was busy chilling, he noticed another notification from an anonymous number. He was confused at the sudden mysterious message from some random person, but Drake was curious to see what it was all about. He opened up the anonymous chat and noticed that the number only sent him a video file. This only made Drake more suspicious as he had no clue what kind of strange person would have to send a lone video file. Perhaps it was sent to me by mistake. Ugh, whatever. Let's just see what it is. What else is there for me to lose? I've lost so much already. Drake thought to himself as he clicked on the video file. Unbeknownst to him, opening this unknown video file would trigger a chain reaction of major events to come. 1. Scene break. Marina Bay, Singapore. 9 a.m. Ugh, why did I come with you? Natsumi growled in irritation as Miku was clinging onto her from behind. Miku, on the other hand, was fawning over Natsumi and said, "Ah, you're so cute. I can never get enough of you. Your big sister, Miku, loves you very much." Natsumi just rolled her eyes and continued walking on while dragging Miku from behind. But it was not just the both of them who came to Marina Bay for shopping. Shiori, you think you could give her some space? Natsumi doesn't seem to like you snuggling up to her so closely. Miku was still unapologetic and had no shame. She still remained happy and bubbly and said, "But we're already family. I want to let little Natsumi know that her big sister cares about her." Just then, Natsumi had enough and yelled, "Grr, enough, Haniel." Kaleidoscope. Natsumi began changing her form and caused Miku to back off, wondering what Natsumi was trying to transform into. A bright light covered Natsumi's body from head to toe, and her figure grew larger in height. Natsumi, so here I am, the new and improved Natsumi. I'll be using this form for the rest of the day. Miku, don't need an ugly pest like you to ruin my day. Miku's eyes were wide open and her jaw dropped. Natsumi initially assumed that Miku was too stunned from that sudden change in circumstances, but then she was confused when she realized that Miku's eyes were glowing with joy. "Oh my gosh, Natsumi, is that you? OMG, you're so beautiful it's not fair. Tell me your secret. I want to look as gorgeous as you." "No, wait. Use your staff on me and turn me into an attractive model like you." Miku dashed towards Natsumi while having an unhinged expression, stretching out her arms to grab her. Natsumi in return screamed in horror and dashed off, leading the two to go on a wild chase around Marina Reservoir. Meanwhile, Shiori was left alone, and she was at a loss for words. But this was also fortunate, since she could do whatever she wanted. So, Shiori looked around the area and saw that there was a huge path surrounding the reservoir like a perimeter. Shiori happily said, "Time for a jog. Exercising has always helped me calm down." And thus, Shiori took off and began jogging around Marina Reservoir, hoping to improve her cardio and her overall fitness and health. Along the way, she saw many beautiful sights in the area, which Shiori really admired. Meanwhile, Natsumi, in her adult form, was racing across Marina Bay, running for her life as Miku was just right behind her. Natsumi, "Aw, help, stay away from me, Miku." "Miku, hee, come here, Natsumi, you're not getting away." Scene break. Clark Quay, Singapore. 10:30 a.m. Kotori, look, that place serves waffles and pancakes. Let's go. I want to try and see how they taste like. Yoshino, and me too, maybe there's ice cream there. Kotori and Yoshino scurried along the banks of the Singapore River as they went towards a cafe which sold waffles and pancakes. Meanwhile, Nia, who was supervising the both of them, tried her best to catch up to them while getting through a big crowd. Pant, ugh, I should really improve on my fitness. I guess this is what I get for staying indoors all day, not to mention it's so fucking hot out here. Why did I agree on staying here? Nia frustratedly chased after Kotori and Yoshino, as she regretted her choice of staying outdoors when the sun was shining brightly in the sky. Nia was already sweating through her shirt just by running. It also didn't help that she was starving. But Nia managed to get to the cafe and saw Kotori and Yoshino excitedly discussing their orders while queuing up. Nia let out a frustrated sigh and marched up to them, interrupting the two girls. Okay, you two little munchkins need to remember, we're in a foreign country. Although we can relax, this isn't the time to forget to be responsible for your own safety. That being said, please stick close to me. Then, Kotori responded like it wasn't a big deal. Oh, don't worry about it, Nia-senpai. The city center is pretty small, so it's pretty hard to get lost. I mean, you could stand anywhere and start walking in any direction, and you'll end up at the beach regardless. Yoshino, why don't you have some ice cream with us? I'm sure you must be starving. Yashinan, yeah, don't be such a downer about it, don't worry and be happy. Nia didn't respond and wiped the sweat off her forehead. Then she said, fine, I'll get a table for us, just order a waffle for me. Nia tiredly walked over to an empty table and sat down. While she was cooling down from the hot weather outdoors, Nia wondered how the rest of her friends were doing, and then she grabbed her phone to check the news about her favorite manga. Scene break. Teluk Blangah, Singapore. 11:30 a.m. Makuro was all alone as she took a casual stroll around Singapore's southern ridges near the coast. The area she was in was a nature park, and she came here because her favorite spots were places high up in the air where she could see cityscapes over long distances in the day, and starry skies in the night. Makuro stood by the railing and looked over the bridge, and she spotted the sea across the green ridges. She took a while to admire the scenery while enjoying the cool breeze blowing against her. If only the others were here to see this. Oh well, I guess maybe next time. Makuro continued walking along the bridge until she reached the other side. Then, she saw a sign which indicated that there was a trail leading up to the highest point of the southern ridges, Mount Faber. Makuro was excited to see what kind of things she would find at the peak of Mount Faber. So she walked along a long and winding road up the hill, and eventually made it to the peak of Mount Faber. Faber Peak. Makuro climbed up the steps and saw the view which the peak was overlooking. She was in awe of such a beautiful sight which nature had to offer, and she wondered what kind of wildlife was hiding among the roots, playing among the canopy of the trees. Just then, someone grabbed Makuro by her arm, which gave her a shock and nearly summoned her weapon. OMG, Makuro, I am so glad that I found you. Please help me. Makuro saw a woman taller than her desperately asking her for help. She had long green hair with green eyes, as well as fair skin. Upon closer inspection, Makuro asked, "Are you, Natsumi?" Natsumi, yes I am. I don't have time to explain why I'm in this form, but you need to hide me. Miku has been chasing me all around Singapore since 9 a.m. in the morning. It's almost noon. Makuro, but why are you so afraid of Miku? The way I see it, Miku just wants to give you a hug, that's all. Natsumi, no, you have no idea what I have to endure by being near her, what she does to me. I might as well call the police for all I care. I just can't handle her anymore. Makuro, if it really bothers you that much, then let's take a break and hide in that restaurant. We could also have lunch there. Natsumi agreed and she reverted back to her original form. Then she followed Makuro into the restaurant on the peak of Mount Faber to have lunch and to hide from Miku. They sat by the window which was facing south and overlooking the coast. Both of them looked in that direction and sensed familiar energy coming from there. That's Toka and Origami. They're down there on that small island with all those fancy buildings there. Natsumi said as she was looking through the menu. Makuro tried sensing the energy signatures there, and realized that Natsumi was right. They wondered what their friends were doing there on the island down south. Meanwhile, Mika had just arrived at Faber Peak and looked around for Natsumi. But she spent quite a while searching and didn't find her, which made her a little upset. Looks like Natsumi got away. And I was looking forward to buying things for her at Marina Bay. Anyway, where am I? Mika looked around and realized that she had traveled quite a long distance from Marina Bay and was now outside of the city center. However, she was delighted to see that there was a cable car service leading to a holiday resort island down south with lots of fun things to see. So, she bought a ticket and boarded the cable car, bound for Sentosa Island, a place which was built as a tourist destination and a holiday resort for both tourists and locals alike. Scene break. Sentosa Island, Singapore. 1 p.m. Origami, congratulations, idiot. You got us kicked out of the aquarium. Toka, oh come on, the fish looked too delicious. I couldn't help myself. Besides, at least nobody got hurt. It's not such a big deal. Origami, you literally trespassed into one of the exhibits and literally started scaring off all the fish. What do you mean it wasn't a big deal? Toka, but what about that time when you grabbed a stingray out of a pool and tried dissecting it in public? You said that it could have made a good snack. That sounds pretty unhinged and borderline insane if you asked me. Origami, I was just experimenting. That was all. I didn't even hurt the stingray to begin with. Somewhere on the southern shores of Sentosa Island, Toka and Origami were in the middle of an argument because of an incident which happened earlier in the day. Both girls visited the aquarium on Sentosa because they were interested to see what kind of fish were there. However, in the middle of the trip, Toka couldn't resist her urges to eat and hopped into one of them exhibits to start hunting the fish. Origami in the middle of the trip also picked out a stingray from a small pool full of small stingrays and tried dissecting it to obtain certain parts of it to cook later. As a result, both of these incidents gave the staff no choice but to kick the girls out. Which is why we're here now. Both girls have walked quite a far distance from the aquarium, yet they've still been arguing over who got them both kicked out. Even now, it seemed that the argument was going nowhere. Coincidentally, someone known to the girls had spotted them arguing, which made her pretty concerned and glad that she had found them. Miku, hey girls, glad to see you two here. Just now, I was walking down Siloso Beach to enjoy the sea breeze, but then I heard the two of you arguing up here. Could you tell me what's going on? Toka and Origami began telling their sides of the story to Miku, though both of them frequently interrupted each other while both of them spoke. As a result, either of them managed to clearly inform Miku of the situation. However, Miku decided to not listen to them since she knew that this was going nowhere. As a result, she instead proposed something which could calm everyone down. Miku, okay, I see that both of you aren't getting along with each other. So, since it's lunchtime now, why don't we three have a nice meal at a seal for Oniad restaurant I saw on the way here? Suddenly, as if pretending that nothing happened, Toka became all excited and exclaimed, really? Then let's go. I want to have some delicious salmon. Origami rolled her eyes and looked at Toka, thinking, TSK. Wow, now she's acting like we weren't just about to beat each other to death just now. In the end though, Origami decided to come along since she believed that arguing was going to get her nowhere. So, the three girls went over to the Seal for Oniad restaurant that Miku mentioned and had their lunch there. As they ate, it seemed like all the anger and bickering just suddenly faded away like it never happened. The three girls then spent the rest of the afternoon relaxing on Siloso Beach, enjoying the calming atmosphere and cooling sea breeze. Scene break. Changi Airport, Singapore. 3 p.m. Whoosh. Kagoya. Haha, we have finally arrived. The Yamai twins have circumnavigated the skies above Singapore and have landed at this fancy-looking structure here. Yuzuru, accomplishment. We have successfully achieved our goal. Navigating the skies above Singapore, complete. Now we will relax and hope that nobody saw us while we were up there. The Yamai sisters spent the whole morning and afternoon flying all around Singapore and admiring the sight below. They couldn't believe that this island had so much urbanized areas full of residential and commercial buildings alike. So, they spent a few hours flying in circles to see what Singapore had in store. Though, they nearly got spotted by the authorities when the sisters got a little too close to some military bases. Nonetheless, this Yamai sisters explored every part of the nation from above and had decided on landing here to relax and have lunch before enjoying themselves again. Kagoya and Yuzuru looked around and realized that they were in Singapore Changi International Airport, an extremely busy transportation hub with thousands of flights going in and out each year. However, after the Kyoto incident, many people across the world were scared to travel abroad, which left Changi Airport much emptier and quieter than usual. So, the Yamai sisters took advantage of the smaller crowds to enjoy the airport's luxuries for themselves. There was a donut store which still had a full stock of donuts left, since nobody bought them. The Yamai sisters proceeded to buy the entire stock, including the ones still in the kitchen, and ate them all. There was a cafeteria which served a huge variety of local Singaporean food. The Yamai sisters ordered dishes from every store and gobbled their meals up. The stall vendors were shocked that these two girls could eat so much. Because it was so empty, the Yamai sisters played a massive game of tag throughout the entire airport. They ran across empty hallways and corridors, even inside the parking lot which had 0 cars parked in it. After an hour or so of fooling around, the Yamai sisters got tired and decided to relax. They sat by an observation deck where they could see the planes taking off. But due to the drastic decline of international travel after the Kyoto incident, there was only one plane taking off every 2 hours. Of course, the sisters got bored, but they were still tired, so they could only sit down and rest. While they gazed out onto the empty runway, the sisters had a chat with each other. Kaguya, in all seriousness, this is kinda tragic to see. The world used to be so alive, and now people have cowered in fear of Westcott and his empire. Yuzuru, lament. It is a pity. The shopkeepers around the airport all appear friendly, but you can't deny that there is a hint of fear and terror in their voices, as well as anxiety hidden behind those facades of hospitality. Kaguya still had some cookies and cream donuts after buying the entire donut stock from a shop, and she passed one to her sister to share. The sisters then chewed down on their donuts as they contemplated their current life situation. But just then, a familiar face showed up. Shiori, hey there, Kaguya, hey there, Yuzuru, didn't expect to see y'all here. What have you been doing since morning? The Yamai sisters turned behind to see their friend, Shiori Itsuka, coincidentally showing up at the airport. Kaguya, oh hey there, kinswoman, fancy meeting you here. Wait, why are you dressed like that, and why are you sweating so much? Shiori had somehow changed into her sports bra and her yoga pants even though she arrived in Singapore wearing her school uniform. She was also sweating a lot, and her face was extremely red. Shiori, oh I went for a run. I originally jogged around Marina Bay, but then I decided to jog across East Coast Park all the way to the airport. That's why I'm sweating like crazy. Yuzuru, amusement. That's our Shiori, always going for extremely grueling physical activities. Aren't you thirsty or hungry? Shiori, oh yeah. I'm starving and I'm craving for some delicious food right now. You know any places in this airport where I could eat? Kaguya, there's a cafeteria which sells all kinds of food. It's in Terminal 2 and on the top floor. Though not gonna lie, there are some good places to eat at Terminal 3 and Terminal 4. Shiori happily replied, I see. Then I'll make my way there as soon as possible. In the meantime though, I think I'll sit here and relax. It's been quite the workout. The sun was very bright and the weather was extremely hot. I'm sweating like mad. Yuzuru, suggestion. Then sit with us. The air conditioner is pretty nice. Shiori sat down with the Yamai twins and enjoyed the view of the runway while cooling down from her run across East Coast Park. Shiori didn't forget to have her lunch, of course, and when there was a rare case of a plane taking off, the Yamai sisters rushed down to the runway to race with it. Scene break. Fort Canning, Singapore. 5:30 p.m. Shido, so, this is pretty nice, don't you think? Kurumi, I totally agree, this house looks beautiful. While everyone else was exploring Singapore, Shido and Kurumi had a date in Fort Canning Park, which was located within the city center. Both of them had grown closer, and their love for each other grew stronger. Shido put his arm around Kurumi's shoulder, while Kurumi wrapped her arm around Shido's waist as both of them walked together at a slow and steady pace. A signboard caught Kurumi's attention and she read it. It was about the history of Fort Canning Park, and its significance in Singapore's history. Kurumi, According to this sign, this house was once the residence of Sir Stamford Raffles, the founder of Singapore in 1819. Interesting, to think that this house has been here for over 200 years. Shido, is that so? Then this is a piece of history we are looking at right now. But did you also know something else? Kurumi, what is it? Shido, that couples in Singapore come here to take wedding photos because the marriage registry is right down this path. Kurumi stared at Shido with a speechless expression, before she took his hand and led him down the hill, saying, Come with me. I have an idea. Shido was now confused and wondered what Kurumi could possibly be planning. He didn't say anything else or question anything on the way down the path towards the Singapore marriage registry, and just followed Kurumi. After a few minutes or so of walking, both of them arrived at the registry's building and entered. Kurumi walked towards the receptionist and asked from her a favor. Hello, my fiancé and I are getting married soon. Is it possible to get a photo of the both of us in wedding clothes? The receptionist didn't question Kurumi's request at all and said, of course, though, if you want to rent the wedding clothes, it's gonna cost you $50 an hour. Kurumi, no problem at all, we will pay for it. Now, where do we get dressed? The receptionist came out from behind the desk and replied, follow me, ma'am. Follow me, sir. Shido was surprised that this was what Kurumi had intended to do, but he was still happy since it was much better than imagining a nightmare wedding with Rias. So, he followed the receptionist into a changing room where he dressed as the groom. Kurumi also had her measurements taken, and she was given a bride's dress. Then, the receptionist made some checks on their outfits, and when she was pleased with how they turned out, she happily exclaimed, this is good, now, face here for a photograph. Shido, I wish this would really happen, you know. Kurumi, I too wish for this to become a reality. So, let's do a practice photo shoot for the real thing in the future. He agreed and he stood next to Kurumi, feeling nervous for the photo shoot. The receptionist took out her photo equipment and instructed them on how to position themselves. Then, she snapped a few photos and even gave the couple a commemorative photograph inside a fancy frame. The receptionist seemed happy with the photos and gave them to the couple for $5 per piece. When Shido and Kurumi dressed out of the wedding clothes, they went back into their school uniforms and spent the rest of the evening walking around Fort Canning Park. Both Shido and Kurumi were extremely blissful and happy with their time spent at Fort Canning, and they sat down on a bench to relax and discuss dinner for the day. When Shido opened up his phone, he realized he had several unread messages and missed calls from someone. Upon inspecting the number, he realized that it was Rias, who was now a teacher at his school and calling him to know where he was. Just then, Shido had a mischievous idea. He snapped several photos of his wedding set with Kurumi and sent them to Rias, hoping that she'll get angry at seeing them. Hee, we will see how the almighty Queen Rias will react to this magnificent photos, ha ha ha. Shido chuckled with mischief and all sorts of funny scenarios popped up in his head, hoping for something hilarious to happen. Just then, Kurumi asked, so, where will we be eating our dinner? Shido, why don't we have dinner at a Korean barbecue restaurant? We can all share a large table and eat as much meat as we want. There's literally one close by, next to the Singapore River. Kurumi, that does sounds nice. I'm looking forward to a delicious feast. Shall we go now? Shido, of course, milady. Take my hand and let's make our way out of the park, shall we? Kurumi giggled and grabbed Shido's hand, before both of them went down the hill and headed towards the restaurant, which was nearby. The sky was also getting darker as the sun was close to the horizon, so it was an appropriate time for dinner. Scene break. Robertson Quay, Singapore. 6 p.m. Hello all. Dinner location has been decided. Come to this address right now. Arrive by latest 7 p.m. A message was sent out to the Sapphire Warriors group chat to let the girls know where their dinner location was. The girls managed to see the message in time and began making their way towards Robertson Quay. Nia, Kotori, and Yoshino arrived first, since they came from the nearby Clark Quay. Mukuro and Natsumi arrived next, after spending the entire day in the southern ridges. Miku, Toka, and Origami arrived next, after spending the entire day on Sentosa. And finally, the Yamai twins and Shiori arrived at last, after spending their day at Changi Airport. The team ordered a large order of meat which caused the servers to widen their eyes and gasp in shock. But they still served them their food anyways since it was a large profit which they could make. They spent roughly an hour at the restaurant, and had a hearty meal. Each member of the team shared their experience in Singapore, and all of them ultimately enjoyed their day even though there were some minor arguments and differences which were resolved in the end. The team took a commemorative photo of their dinner at Robertson Quay, and they paid their bill to the restaurant, before setting off to see the night sky as the last item of their one-day vacation to Singapore before they opened up a portal back home. Scene break. Marina Bay, Singapore. 7:25 p.m. The Sapphire Warriors walked as a group along the reservoir, and admiring the skyline at night. Since there were low numbers of tourists in the nation, Marina Bay was quiet and had no people around, therefore they could enjoy the whole place for themselves. Yoshino, it's so peaceful here. Maybe we could stay for a little longer. Shido, we're supposed to be back home 25 minutes ago, but I'm sure Dad doesn't mind. Anyway, okay, we'll stay here for a bit longer. The girls were happy that they could stay for a longer while before they had to go home. So, everyone sat down by the reservoir and gazed into the skies above. Mukuro was particularly fond of stars. So, she lay down on the steps and looked straight up. She could spot several stars in the sky as well as the bright moon. Mukuro was fascinated and wanted to share it with her friends. Mukuro, you know, Muku loves the stars. To us, we may be just humans who'll only stay on this world for nearly a century. But those stars have always and will continue to stay up there for millions of years to come. Toka, right? Hey, look, a shooting star. Let's all make a wish. What do all of us want in the future? Everyone got excited and they all took turns making their wishes as the shooting star stayed in the sky. Origami, to avenge my family. Nia, to create the best story ever. Yoshino, to live a happy life with the ones I love. Kotori, to protect the ones I am grateful for. Shiori, to discover the meaning of my life. Mukuro, to always be loved by my family. Natsumi, to never be left alone and be appreciated for who I am. Kaguya, to be the strongest and most proudest fighter that the whole supernatural world has ever seen, 'cause you know that I'm totally badass. But more importantly, to ensure my sister's safety. Yuzuru, wish. To enjoy my life to the fullest alongside my sister. Miku, to make sure that my teammates know that I love and care for them. Toka, to have the opportunity to eat as much food as I want in my life. Shido, to I just wish to live a quiet life. Majority of the team had decided on their wishes, and now there was only one person left to do so. Kurumi. Everyone looked at Kurumi as she stood up while watching the shooting star in the sky. She seemed a little hesitant about what she wanted to say, so her friends all decided to give her some encouragement. Don't worry about being shy, it's just us and nobody else. It's okay, Kurumi, we won't laugh, we just hope that it's a good thing to wish for. There's nothing to be ashamed of, Kurumi. I am here. After hearing what her friends had to say, Kurumi mustered up the courage to say what she wanted to wish for. You know, I am just a mere clone of the real Kurumi Tokisaki. Us clones have a fleeting and short lifespan, but for nearly 50 years, I as the first ever clone has somehow lived all this time. But just because I am a clone, doesn't mean that my life is worth any less. Shido-san, thanks so much for your kind and caring support, you girls too. I am truly grateful for all the things you've done for me. Sniff, reuniting with Mickey and Goru, scoring my first bowling strike, singing my heart out at karaoke, being able to cuddle with the man I love, going on a date with him and experiencing a wedding photo shoot. I really have no words, except thanks. Kurumi was starting to cry and she wiped off tears streaming down from her face. Her friends were touched and they felt happy that they managed to make Kurumi enjoy her life for once. Then, Kurumi started speaking again, this time about what she wished for. I want to be with everyone longer. I want to go to all kinds of places with everyone. I want to see all kinds of things and do more. Kurumi put all her emotion in those words as she declared her wish out loud. Tears of intense emotion flowed down from her eyes like rivers as Kurumi was overwhelmed. Then, Shido stepped forward and extended his hand out to Kurumi, calmly saying, "Let's go home, Kurumi-chan." Kurumi wiped off a tear from her face and nodded. She knew that it was now or never, and that she could finally turn her life around for the better. Without any doubt or fear, Kurumi reached her hand out too, and bang! Splatter. 2. A loud gunshot echoes through the air as blood splatters onto the floor. At this very moment, it felt as if time had stopped, and that everything happening seemed unreal. But before anyone knew it, the thumping sound of a body hitting the floor occurred. Shido was speechless. Everyone was speechless. Kurumi-chan. Then, a voice from the side spoke, which snapped everyone out of this trance-like state of disbelief. Okay, job's done. You're free to go now. From the side stood Kurumi. But that's not possible unless the Kurumi who shot the Kurumi clone was none other than the real Kurumi herself. She held her pistol which still had smoke rising out of the barrel. Shido then turned his head to the real Kurumi with an expression filled with disbelief and appeared to be on the verge of breaking down, asking her with a low and hateful voice, "Why are you here?" The real Kurumi then played around with her pistol and casually replied, "Oh, nothing much. Just putting a disobedient and insubordinate clone in her place. I did order all my clones to not interact with you meddling bunch after all." Shido didn't respond. He was way too stunned to speak at all. He turned his eyes back to the Kurumi clone who was lying motionless on the floor while blood spilt onto the path. The girls were also horrified and were at a loss of words. Origami and Mikuro braced themselves for a fight, while the other girls were terrified beyond words. Then, when the silence finally broke, the real Kurumi spoke, starting off calm and polite before she progressed into a more deranged and insane tone. Heh. He. Ara, too much, I suppose. Well, that'll be the least of your worries, because I am going to get rid of you idiots once and for all. Ha 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 ha. Earlier. Ugh, where am I? Faint rays of light entered the eyes of a person isolated in a mysterious room. Initially, the sight in front was all blurry and hazy, but everything came clear when consciousness returned. What is this place? No. This must mean that, shit, I need to get out of here. The person trapped inside the room was a woman who had been presumed dead or missing for quite a while now. She had lost all track of time ever since she first awoke in this mysterious room with no doors or windows. Rain, this place looks like a mental asylum. But what am I doing here? The last thing I remember was, crap, Westcott, this must be his doing. The woman was Rain Murasame, the mother of Shido Itsuka, and the one and only Eve from the Bible. She frantically searched for a way out of the room, but to no avail. Ugh, where's the exit? Wait, why don't I just use my powers? That way, I can change the laws of reality here and remove the room entirely. Rain thought of an idea which involved the usage of her power, so she harnessed her strength and prepared to make her way out. Einsof. Absolutely nothing happened when Rain tried to manifest her powers. The tree of laws didn't sprout, and Rain was left confused and scared. What the? Why isn't my powers working? Shouldn't I be able to? No, this can't be happening. Rain was speechless, and couldn't think of another solution. She tried beating down the walls which surrounded her from all sides, but the surface was hard and tough to puncture through. After a few minutes of failed attempts to break out of the room, Rain went back to the bed she first awoke on, and tried brainstorming for ideas. But she didn't have the chance to do so when a male voice suddenly spoke through a hidden intercom in the room. Ah. You finally awake. Sorry I kept you waiting. I was busy with some other things before my staff informed me of your sudden awakening. Please forgive me for keeping you here, but I have a good reason to do so. Rain recognized the voice which spoke to her. She got angry and raised her voice in response. Westcott, what have you done to me? Why are my powers gone? Haven't you taken enough from humanity already? Why must you make life difficult for everyone on this planet? You are nothing but a selfish jackass who wants nothing but to cause suffering. Suddenly, a section of the wall opened up and in came the man himself, Isaac Westcott, the CEO of Dem Industries. He seemed pretty relaxed upon entering the room with Rain, but his entrance had also caused her to growl with anger. Westcott, so, I presume you have some questions for me, don't you? Rain, where am I? Why are you doing all this? Westcott, you are currently in one of my top secret containment facilities. As for the answer to the second question, I simply intend to become Earth's new god, and you play a vital role in helping me, my dear Eve. Rain. That name means nothing to me no more. I am Rain Murasame, and I am proud to have the life I'm living. I don't need you, you mean nothing to me. Westcott, TSK. Still in denial, aren't you? Well, don't worry, because I will restore things to what they used to be. You and I, Adam and Eve, husband and wife. Suddenly, Westcott dashed towards Rain and kicked her to the floor, before pressing a remote control which he swiftly took out of his pocket. Beep. In that instant, Rain felt a strong surge of agonizing pain spread through her head like a storm. She then started screaming in pain as Rain, who once lived as Eve, began to relive all her memories which she had lost from the plane crash in 1993. From the beginning of time itself when she was created from Adam's rib, to the time when she and him were expelled from the Garden of Eden, and all the events in human history which she witnessed as she was cursed to roam the world for eternity. The memories hit her like a torrential flood, and it was only getting worse. Westcott just stood in front of her, watching with amusement. He didn't bother to do anything but simply let her scream in pain. A few minutes passed and Rain began to calm down as the last of her lost memories came back. She was still struggling on the floor as the immense pain and emotions she felt throughout the whole ordeal left her immobile. Then, Westcott said, "Now you know who you were meant to be, who you were supposed to be. Let me tell you this now, Eve. You can never return to what your life you created with that fake husband of yours alongside those pesky children who've been causing trouble for me. When I'm through with them, the both of us can rule this planet side by side." Rain lost consciousness as she couldn't endure the pain and agony no longer. Westcott then walked over to her and picked her up and held her body in his arms, before turning to a hidden camera in the room and arrogantly exclaimed, "You see this? Your wife no longer loves you. She belongs to me now, ha 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 ha, So, prepare yourself, Mr. David Griffith. Death will come straight for you and your children. Don't be afraid, it'll take less than a second for you to die. I am coming for you. Westcott then walked out of the room carrying Rain, and then placed her inside a literal cargo box, before instructing his subordinates to move her out to a secret location. He then turned to the engineers inside the surveillance room watching the whole incident unfold, and instructed them. Turn that into a video file and send it to her husband. I'm sure it'll make a nice present for that miserable piece of shit. Just what can that man do? He's a nobody and the only thing which stands out is his red hair. He'll be too emotionally distraught to do anything about it. 1. Westcott then walked off and entered his office, before taking out his phone and contacting his right hand, Ellen Mathers. Assemble the battalions. The time for humanity to face its long-awaited purge has arrived. I will join you shortly, Ellen. And in response, Ellen, who had been obedient to Westcott this whole time, simply replied, Of course. It's about time where we bring the world to its knees and have humanity learn their lesson. Scene break. Marina Bay, Singapore. 7:30 p.m. Blood spreads across the floor as Kurumi's clone was shot with a pistol. Silence fills the atmosphere as everyone was too stunned to speak. The real Kurumi casually acted like nothing happened, before breaking the silence and said, Heh. He. Ara, too much, I suppose. Well, that'll be the least of your worries, because I am going to get rid of you idiots once and for all. Ha 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 ha. As everyone snapped out of their thoughts, they were too late to react when bang, 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 bang. Hundreds of Kurumi clones came out of hiding and began shooting their pistols at the Sapphire warriors, surrounding them from all sides. But luckily, Yoshino acted in time by using Tsadkiel to form a circular ice wall surrounding her team for protection. The bullets then couldn't penetrate the newly created defenses, which bought the warriors some time. Shido still refused to believe that the Kurumi clone he had loved ever since she came along with his team had been shot dead. There were tears streaming down his face and he didn't say anything. But Shido rushed towards the clone's motionless body and cradled her in his arms. There was a gunshot wound on her neck which caused lots of blood to spill out. Camel, heal her. Flames of regeneration were cast onto the wound which instantly sealed it up. But the clone was still unconscious and she didn't move. Only her weak pulse and weak breathing were the only things left as signs of life. Shido, Kurumi, I'm so sorry, now the plan has failed. If only I had taken the bullet instead. He brought her closer and lamented this tragic outcome. Shido's emotions were so strong that he couldn't be bothered to care about the literal army of Kurumi clones firing their guns at his team. The girls were begging him to snap out of it and start fighting, but no amount of shouting was getting through to him. Shido was so overwhelmed that the only thing he wished for was to have this Kurumi clone back alive. Shido, snap out of it. We're under attack. How should we handle this? Shido, the gunfire is getting louder and louder. We don't have much time to think. Seeing as Shido was unresponsive, the girls realized that they would have to take matters into their own hands and find a solution. Origami took charge of the team and said, Listen up. We're gonna work together to get rid of all those clones. You see that opening above? We will all charge through there on my command and then split ourselves into 2 groups to wipe out that army of clones. Toka, but what about Shido? Isn't he going to do something as well? Origami, look at him. He doesn't even respond to us. Until he returns to his senses, Shido will stay here. Some of the girls seemed a little hesitant to do that, and still hoped for him to snap out of his thoughts. But the situation became even more dire as pools of shadows started appearing on the ground, inside the circular ice wall. Out of the shadows came Kurumi clones, wielding pistols aimed at the Sapphire warriors. But Origami and Kotori quickly responded by blasting projectiles of light to obliterate the infiltrators and decapitating them with her flaming halberd respectively. Origami, there's no time to waste, girls, let's go. The rest of the Sapphire warriors rushed out of the ice wall and faced every direction to see the clones' positions. Some were on the pathway, some were on the trees, some were on the walls, and some were even standing on the water. Kaguya and Yuzuru began the first strike by bolting towards a section of the clone army at the speed of wind, impaling and dicing up their bodies into small pieces, before ending off their attacks with a coordinated double strike on 5 clones at once. Toka, Sandalphon, Halvan-Helef. Using pieces of stone and gold to increase the size and strength of her blade, Toka swung a powerful slash of destructive energy towards a group of clones standing on the water, instantly wiping them out as a massive shockwave traveled through the water, causing large waves. Miku, Gabriel, Rondo. Several metallic pipes popped out of the ground and restrained a large swarm of clones with sound waves. They lost grip of their pistols and became vulnerable to attacks, which Mika took advantage of using. Gabriel. Lacrimosa. The sound waves restraining the clones like ropes squeezed together and caused blood to spill all over the place. As the sound waves drew closer together, the clones were severed in half. But despite the relentless counterattacks by the Sapphira warriors, the army of Kurumi clones as well as the real Kurumi herself remained undeterred. She then summoned another wave of clones to arise from puddles of shadows to come and attack the Sapphira warriors. Real Kurumi, arise, show those meddlesome fools just who they are messing with, ha 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 ha. Origami, who had taken charge of the team, quickly ordered her teammates, hurry. Reorganize and kill as many clones as you can. While the team was busy fighting, Shido was still inside the circular ice barrier and cradling the Kurumi clone's body in his arms. Why, how could I have let this happen? Forgive me, I couldn't save you in the end. Shido wept as he hated himself for not intercepting the shot by the real Kurumi in time. But in the midst of his despair, a sudden and unexpected miracle occurred. Instead of fading away into the shadows, the Kurumi clone miraculously regained consciousness and slowly woke up, although it was clear that she wasn't in the state to fight. Don't cry, I'm still here, Shido-san, it's not your fault. Shido widened his eyes in shock but also wept tears of relief as he embraced the clone closely to him, crying out in joy as he repetitively apologized to her. Clone Kurumi, this was meant to happen. In the first place, I was never supposed to live from tomorrow onwards, let alone forever. Shido, but I thought I lost you just now. We did so many things together, and I didn't want you to die so soon. Clone Kurumi, haha, but I am still a clone after all. You know what, come, I can still put up some resistance. The plan to recruit my main body is not over yet, and to accomplish it, I need to get close to her. Shido remained silent, not sure if he wanted to risk experiencing something as devastating as what he felt just now. But the Kurumi clone urged him to do as she said. Please, I beg of you, this is my way of helping you. This is my last chance to pay you back for all you've done for me. This is the least you could do to fulfill my final wish. The Kurumi clone didn't seem scared that she was going to die, which made Shido seriously consider her request. In the end, he relented and he said, So be it, just stick close to me till we get through to your main body. The Kurumi clone smiled in relief and she got off from his arms, barely managing to stand up on her own and holding her pistol properly. Shido took out his tracking device and tried to locate the real Kurumi's location. Since going out in the open would highly result in getting shot, he stayed in the ice barrier and summoned Ratziel, using empty pages as a live map of each Kurumi clone's location. Then, he asked for the real Kurumi's position, and Ratziel immediately gave it to him. The pages displayed a detailed sketch of the real Kurumi firing her pistol at the Sapphira warriors, standing on top of a wall. So that's where you are, huh? Time to go. Michael. Latide. Shido opened up a portal and went through it alongside the Kurumi clone. As soon as he exited, he found himself right behind the real Kurumi who was busy shooting bullets at her targets, unaware that Shido and her clone were sneaking up on her. Then, Shido said, She's distracted. Quick, what do you intend you do, now that you're close to her? The Kurumi clone suddenly fired 2 bullets into the real Kurumi's back, which didn't do that much damage, but it caused the real body to turn around and learn of their positions. Shido was stunned by this move, as she believed that it had screwed up the plan. He then turned to the clone and frantically asked, What are you doing? You just blew our cover. Clone Kurumi, relax. That's what's going to happen. Suddenly, the real Kurumi summoned a musket in her other hand, and pointed both her guns at the both of her would-be attackers, and spoke in an unhinged tone, Haha. This is your plan. I would have at least expected something more from you. Clone Kurumi didn't seem scared and simply responded, Oh, nothing. I just wanted to show you that your authority means nothing to me. So, any last words before I kill you? The real Kurumi could only laugh like a psycho as she couldn't believe that one of her own clones had the audacity to challenge her like that, and she said, Bwahahaha. How cute, you don't stand a chance, now die. Bang bang bang. Blood once again spilled onto the ground and caused the Kurumi clone to collapse. Bullet wounds were present on her chest and stomach area. Shido gasped in disbelief as he once again witnessed a loved one died before him. Kurumi. No. Thump. Upon impacting the floor and becoming motionless, the real Kurumi extended her own shadow towards the fallen clone, and absorbed her into the pool of shadows which absorbed the whole body into her main body. Real Kurumi, haha, now you will return to me. All of your memories, feelings, and experiences shall once again be a part of me. The body of the Kurumi clone fully submerged into the shadows, and the shadow then retracted back towards the main body's shadow. The main Kurumi then laughed like a maniac, feeling extremely gratified and elated after killing one of her own clones. At that moment, Shido felt like he had truly lost his will to live. He felt sick to his stomach and collapsed onto his knees, shedding tears of grief as he mourned the loss of his beloved Kurumi. Even if she was just a clone and not the real one, his feelings for her were still genuine. Fuck, why am I such a piece of shit right now? Why couldn't I protect her? I'm so fucking useless. Suddenly, in the midst of his anguish and despair, the real Kurumi slowly approached Shido step by step, putting on a neutral facade hiding all her insanity. Shido caught her coming towards him in the corner of his eyes, and he was now filled with anger and rage. He clenched his fists with so much force that his nails were practically piercing into his skin. Then, he flared his aura with all his might and exclaimed, "You, I tried reasoning with before, but I now realize that you are nothing but a monster. Seems like you want to do this the hard way." Shido got back up and didn't bother to summon any of his sacred gears. Instead, he cracked his knuckles and assumed a fighting stance. That's how angry he was. Shido just wanted to beat the shit out of the main Kurumi as much as he could. Tap tap tap. "Kurumi, oh, you're approaching me. Instead of running away, you're coming right to me, even after your beloved clone girlfriend was just shot dead by my own guns, like poking holes in paper. Shido, I can't beat the shit out of you if I don't get closer. Kurumi, ho, then come as close as you like." 2. Both Shido and Kurumi slowly approached each other while their auras went haywire and clashed with each other, causing a large outburst of energy to blast through the area. Just when both of them were just mere meters apart from each other, Kurumi raised her pistol and Shido's head and attempted to pull the trigger, but Shido reacted like lightning and performed a crescent kick and kicked the pistol out of her hand, before following up with a pow. A low sweep to her heels and knocked Kurumi off her balance. As Kurumi fell, she had a delayed reaction since she didn't expect to be countered like that. So Shido took advantage of this state, and performed a powerful slamming kick to her belly which knocked the air right out of Kurumi. Cough. "Arg, you bastard. You will pay for that." Kurumi was now getting serious and wanted to get back at Shido, so she sprang right back up and slammed the stock of her musket into his face, causing a large bruise which temporarily stunned Shido. Bang! Kurumi then opened fire a single shot at Shido's face, directly hitting his eye which caused him to shout in pain. He covered his affected eye with his hand to stop the blood from spilling out, while staggering backwards as he suffered from the bullet's impact. Then Kurumi summoned 2 clones behind her, and they held Shido's arms, holding him down to prevent him from moving any further. Kurumi then rushed forward and prepared to shoot Shido dead with her musket, but he wasn't going to give up so easily. Camel. Corpus Ignatius. In a split second, Shido created his own original move with Camel and lit his own body on fire. His body engulfed with burning flames and his hair lit up like fire. This caused the Kurumi clones grabbing onto him to catch fire and burn alive. Shido, still lighting himself ablaze, broke free of the clone's grip, and breathed fire out of his mouth and sent a powerful scorching flamethrower at the main Kurumi. "Rhea, take this." Kurumi shot herself with Zafkiel. First bullet. Aleph, to quickly dodge the flamethrower and dashed out of the way, appearing behind Shido and shot 6 bullets into his back, but the regenerating properties of the flames prevented any significant injuries. Shido, while still on fire, slowly turned around in a menacing way, growled at Kurumi, "You'll regret that." He swiftly turned and lunged at Kurumi, landing a burning punch into her face which sent her flying back against the wall, creating a large crater in the wall as well as a loud crash. Kurumi was left injured and a large burn left on her face. But even as she lay wounded against the wall, Kurumi let out a maniacal scream for help. "My clones. Come and save your master, destroy Shido Itsuka." Suddenly, hordes of clones had appeared of nowhere. Those were the same army of clones who were fighting the rest of the Sapphira warriors, and they were now focused on Shido, with the intention to kill him. But Shido didn't flinch or shiver at the sight of such a monstrous crowd of clones filled with bloodlust and killing intent. Instead, he flared the flames on his body even more, letting out a bloodthirsty scream as a show of force. "Shido, Greyaha, come at me, I am gonna kill all of you." As he said that, some of the Kurumi clones laughed, Some of them pointed their pistols at Shido, while some were surprised that he was behaving like this despite being outnumbered. Clone 1, ha ha ha, then come and get us. Clone 2, let's see how long you'll last against our strength. Just wait till your body is filled with bullet holes. Shido, then let's get this over with, shall we? Gabriel. Cantus. Using Gabriel to play some background music, Shido bolted towards the crowd of clowns like lightning and began shredding many clones to ashes, leaving nothing but blood and dust behind. Camel. Caesar Incendium. A large ball of fire created by Shido flew into the air and exploded, sending burning fireballs down onto the clones and resulted in severe damage as flames spread across the battlefield like wildfire. Many clones were caught in the fire and were being incinerated alive, much faster than usual since it was Camel's fire. Screams of pain and agony echoed through the chaotic fight, making the whole scene appear it was the souls of the damned burning in purgatory. Shido, who wants some of this? Sandalphon, come forth and help me finish off these horrific hordes of abominations. In his hand, Sandalphon was summoned and Shido proceeded to kill off all the clones who were struggling among the flames like ants desperately trying to flee from danger. Slash, swing, bang. Blood spilt everywhere and more screams of terror and fear roared through the area, as death made its way across the battlefield. Before a clone was cut down, all she saw was a figure engulfed with flames wielding a massive sword, who would go on and decapitate her. There was no escape. All that was left was a whole mess of corpses of clones that were fading away into dust as well as blood which stained the ground and caused a pungent and horrific stench to propagate through the air. After a whole minute of carnage and violence, the last scream died down when Shido killed the last clone hiding in a corner. Then, he put out the flames except for the flames in his body with just a snap of the finger. The entire walkway next to Marina Bay was left with large burn marks with ashes, dust, and bloodstains littered all over the place. Shido was left all alone standing by himself in the middle of the ruins he left behind. As silence filled the air, only his heavy breathing could be heard as well as the flames flickering on his body. Shido realized that there was a single presence behind him, to which he learned that it was the main Kurumi who had gotten up but was struggling to stand still, pointing her gun at him. Kurumi, you never give up, do you? When will you just leave me be? Shido didn't say anything, raising Sandalphon in the air and performing his finishing attack. Reiwa. Kurumi prepared to shoot, but then she suddenly felt a weird sensation in her head which caused a sharp pain to surge through her body. Kurumi lost grip of her pistol and she stumbled backwards while feeling an extremely strong headache. Shido spotted this in time and stopped midway while trying to see what happened to Kurumi, feeling confused at this sudden reaction. He still kept his guard up though, as Shido didn't want to fall for another one of Kurumi's deceptions. Meanwhile, Kurumi felt the pain get even stronger and stronger, so intense to the point where she couldn't even think straight. The only thing that was on her mind was desperation to escape this sudden agony which struck her out of nowhere. Grr, arg, what the hell? Why am I in so much pain? Whatever it is, stop it, ah. Then, Kurumi had a voice in her head, to which she was shocked to learn that it was her own voice telling her something out loud in her head. You might have killed me and assimilated me into your body, but you will no longer be in charge, you psycho. I will. Now see my memories and experiences for yourself. I will show you just how great that boy and those girls are. Whoosh. Kurumi started having visions of memories which her renegade clone, the one who ran off to spend time with the Sapphira warriors, gained from her time while away from the main body. You don't need to worry about anything, because I'm here for you, Kurumi. It's so great to finally meet you again after all these years. Goru and I have missed you so much. Miki and I have never stopped caring about you and we are so happy that you're back. Nice, Kurumi, you scored such an amazing strike. You're definitely the bowling champion for sure. Every day, I imagine a future where I can be with you. I promise I'll save you. You don't need to feel any more pain or sadness. This wedding photoshoot will be practice for our real wedding in the future. I look forward to marrying you, Shido-san. Kurumi, I love you. When all this shit is over, you can finally live happily like you've always wanted. The memories were overwhelming. Compared to her psychotic actions which she had committed over more than 4 decades, the feelings of joy and knowing that she was loved had clashed with her fixated ideas of revenge and solitude. The clash was so great that it started influencing Kurumi's own thought process and even hijacked her consciousness. No matter how much Kurumi tried to deny the feelings of happiness her clone had experienced, it was too late to ignore them as it was already etched into her own memory. And despite the happy memories only lasting for a few days compared to decades of anger and frustration, those pleasant feelings had become nostalgic to Kurumi as she once experienced them herself while she was just a regular girl completely ignorant of the supernatural. Kurumi held her head with both her hands, as both her eyes had tears of pent-up anger and frustration flowing down like rivers. But she still refused to give up her selfish and harmful ideas, and this made Kurumi act like a psychopath who lost their mind. Kurumi began laughing uncontrollably while tears of rage flooded down her cheeks. This whole scene resembled her two conflicting personalities battling each other in her mind to see who would come out victorious. Ha ha, ah ha ha ha, make it stop, get out of my head, please. I don't want to become a weakling. I can still fight by myself. Smash, smash, smash. Kurumi began smashing her own head against the ground as she tried to force her clone's positive memories and experiences out of her head. But Kurumi's efforts were all in vain as her own sense of morality came back due to the clone's consciousness taking over her mind. Meanwhile, Shido was growing more concerned and less angry, as he now felt sorry for what Kurumi was doing to herself. But then, he remembered something that the Kurumi clone told him when they were in Dairy Farm Nature Park, in Bukit Timah when they first arrived in Singapore by portal. Did you know that if a clone is absorbed back into the main body, its memories and feelings become part of the main body? That's when it hit him. Shido realized that the clone he had spent time with was trying to become the main consciousness of the actual Kurumi herself, despite the original consciousness trying to force her out. Shido then removed all his weapons and rushed towards Kurumi to prevent her from hurting herself even more. He quickly stopped her from smashing her head against the floor and hugged her closely. Shido exclaimed in desperation, telling Kurumi to stop. Kurumi, it's over. You don't need to go through this vicious cycle anymore. I am here for you. But Kurumi still refused to give in, and screamed into his ears, shut up. I don't need a brat like you, Grara. Crack. Kurumi then bit into Shido's neck, trying to force him out of her way. But his unwavering determination to save Kurumi didn't make him run away, but instead encouraged him to stay and save the girl he swore to save. Shido, ow. TSK, that's enough. No matter how much you try to push me away, it will only make me want to save you, even more. Give up. Kurumi pulled her teeth out of his neck and screamed, no. I'm beyond saving, just leave me, please. Kurumi struggled as she wriggled her arms around to try and break free of Shido's embrace. But instead of tightening his grip around Kurumi, Shido instead loosened his embrace around her, and responded to her in a calming and soft voice. There's no need to be angry anymore. You know, it's always better to have the feeling of peace, right? So stop it already. You already know that your end goal of your vigilante style of revenge against Westcott was to enjoy some peace and quiet, right? Kurumi became fatigued as she kept struggling, before eventually giving up trying to break free and run away. Instead, she thought about everything that has happened in her life, as well as thinking about all the memories which her clone experienced with the Sapphire Warriors. Finally, Kurumi was being honest with herself and realized that this endless cycle of repeated violence wasn't going to work out, and that she really needed help if she wanted things to get better. At last, the main consciousness of Kurumi stopped all resistance, and she gave way for her clone's consciousness to take over as the new mindset for Kurumi's body. But before her original personality faded away, she asked one last thing. But I'm such a damaged and broken person, is there still hope for me? Of course. Don't worry anymore. Whatever happens, I promise, I can fix you, said Shido as he gave Kurumi an affectionate hug. This response was good enough for her, so Kurumi, while still in the last moments of her original personality, gave Shido a kiss on the lips before she fainted and lost consciousness. Her eyes slowly closed as she accepted the new shift in her personality and values, and her head resting comfortably against Shido's body. While watching Kurumi sleep, Shido said to himself, so this was your plan all along, Dad? I must say, you truly used all of your brain power in this one. But then, he felt several pairs of eyes looking at him, so he turned to find this whole team staring at him with eyes so wide that their eyeballs were about to pop out. Their jaws were also hanging out due to the amount of shock they felt after witnessing the entire scene, from when Shido set his body ablaze using camel, to the part when he and Kurumi kissed. What, I just saved you all. Why are you staring at me as if I just said the most offensive, most ridiculous, most disgusting, and most diabolical thing in history? A few seconds of silence passed before Kaguya broke the silence and said, that was the most amazing thing I have ever seen, do it again. Then, the rest of the girls joined in, with Nia commenting, You burnt this whole place to the ground and caused this much damage to the area, which can potentially result in millions of dollars in losses. Do it again. Kotori. Hehe. This proves that I am Shido-senpai's favorite. He wouldn't have used any other power. Toka, hey, didn't you see him use my power too? Shido-senpai's favorite, my ass. The girls proceeded to have a lively bicker among themselves, having a full-blown conversation about what they just saw. However, Shido only cared about Kurumi in that moment, and hoped that she would get better. He took out his phone to check the time, but before he switched it on, Shido spotted something in his eye which shocked him. There was now a clock-like pattern in his left eye, and this meant only one thing. That Shido had finally obtained Zafkiel, the last sacred gear he needed to completely reunite the Sapphire warriors in this day and age. Shido, heh. Look at me, I've made it this far now. Okay, no time to waste. It's almost 8 o'clock and we need to get home. He put down his phone and went to inform the girls, who had stopped bickering as soon as Shido rushed over while carrying Kurumi in his arms. Origami, glad to see that you came to your senses. What happened? Shido, oh, nothing. Dad's plan to recruit Kurumi in the team worked, and I finally have the power of Zafkiel. Right now, we should head home. Dad is worried. Origami, yeah? I agree. I can hear sirens approaching. The Singapore police force must have received reports of this whole incident. Just then, several police choppers were seen flying overhead while flashing their lights at the scene, while a large group of armed SWAT police officers were approaching the area. Shido, quick, we need to go now, but first, we need to cover up this whole incident. The public can't find out about the supernatural, Zafkiel. Fourth bullet. Dalit. Bang, bang, bang. Several bullets hit the affected areas from the battle, and the whole place next to Marina Bay, which had been burnt and destroyed beyond recognition, and they all turned back to normal, as if nothing ever happened. There was no more ash, no more blood, and no more debris. Marina Bay appeared as if nothing had taken place there, and its peaceful and tranquil atmosphere had returned. Makuro, Michael. Latai. Everyone hopped through the portal which Makuro made, and the Sapphire warriors fled the scene right before the Singapore police had arrived to investigate. Scene break. Tengus City, Japan. 9 p.m. It was 8 p.m. in Singapore. Japan is 1 hour ahead. Out of the portal came the Sapphire warriors who had landed safely in the middle of their house, except something was wrong. When they looked around their house, the Sapphire warriors were shocked to find it destroyed. Drake was nowhere to be found. There was no longer a roof over their heads. The floor was covered with debris including concrete and wood. The walls were torn down as glass shards were scattered across the house. What's worse was that there was fire. The team was horrified to have found their house in this state. Yoshino, Kagoya, and Yuzuru quickly used water and wind to put out the fire, and quickly saved whatever was left of the house. Toka, what the fuck happened here? Why is our house like this? Who did this? Natsumi, I think the more important question is where is Dad? Shouldn't he be here at home? Where was he when? Oh shit. Did he? Suddenly, in the middle of their confusion, everyone's phones reconnected to the Japanese internet service, and all their phones received emergency alerts from the Japanese government, with a text which made their hearts sink. Emergency alert. Citizens of Nagano Prefecture, Yamanashi Prefecture, Shizuoka Prefecture. This is not a drill. I repeat, this is not a drill. A strange and dangerous entity resembling a man with red hair has been spotted around Tengus City, in the northwest corner of Yamanashi Prefecture. All citizens are to evacuate these areas immediately and seek shelter in underground bunkers. The Japanese self-defense forces are handling the situation as we speak. Run now. Staying in the affected areas will only endanger the safety of you and your loved ones. This is not a drill. Shido was the most shocked of them all. The words, man with red hair, especially made him fear for the worst since he knew that something made his father gone mad. He could only imagine the horrifying scenarios which would have caused this situation. The girls were also panicking as they searched around the house for things left behind which could have helped them figure out this crisis in their city. But just then, a large flying battleship flew overhead and stopped right above them, before activating its tractor beam and bringing the Sapphire warriors into the ship. Scene break. Fraxinus X, high above the skies of Tengus City. The Sapphire warriors arrived on board the ship they recognized as the Fraxinus X, and they were wondering who would have been flying the ship which brought them on board. Then, they got their answer when the captain of the ship's crew came running towards them with a serious and grim expression on his face. Kanazuki, there you are. We've been looking all over for you. Shido, Mr. Kanazuki, what's going on? Is my father? Kanazuki cut him off and simply exclaimed, there's no time to explain. Elliot is waiting for you in the bridge. He will tell you, hurry and come with me. Kanazuki rushed off back to the control room, while the Sapphire warriors were closely following him from behind. It didn't take long for all of them to arrive at the control room, where Elliot was sitting at the command desk with a stern expression. Elliot, so you've all finally arrived. Shido, sorry about the whole stealing the Fraxinus thing, Mr. Woodman, but we. Elliot, now. That is a whole separate matter. In fact, it's best we forget about it. Right now, we have much more pressing and urgent matters to take care of. So, let me explain what's happening. We arrived back on Earth using the battleship, Olmus, at around 3 p.m., to find all of Tengus City on fire and destroyed. All of us panicked and tried to figure out the cause. But during the middle of our investigation, we learned that a man with red hair who allegedly had the ability to shape-shift into a dragon partially and completely was wreaking havoc across the city since 9 a.m. We came to the conclusion that it was Drake, your father. As for why he went mad, well, it has to do with this video file that he received from an unknown number whose origin is unknown. But the contents of this video file is not something you'd be pleased to see. The Sapphire warriors were frantic about this situation and they immediately demanded answers from Elliot. So Shido asked, no, I want to see what's in that video. What about it was so bad that he had gone mad? Elliot sighed and replied, so be it. I'll show you the video, but brace yourself because it's not something pleasing to watch. Elliot turned on his computer and showed the video file to the Sapphire warriors. At first, it was just static, but then the actual video played, and what was shown next left a sick and gut-wrenching feeling in the team's stomachs. In the video, Rain Murasame, who had been missed by everyone living in the Itsuka household, was first seen waking up in a bed, before trying to escape from the room she was in but to no avail. Then, the team's enemy, Isaac Westcott, entered the room and started conversing with Rain, before he unlocked her lost memories as Eve, which caused her to feel immense pain and lose consciousness. Westcott proceeded to pick her up and say to the camera with these exact words. You see this, your wife no longer loves you. She belongs to me now. Ha ha ha, so, prepare yourself, Mr. David Griffith. Death will come straight for you and your children. Don't be afraid, it'll take less than a second for you to die. I am coming for you. Westcott finished off with his last few sentences before walking out of the room while still carrying Rain in his arms. Then, the video returned to displaying static. A whole wave of shock and confusion spread throughout the team, which were left devastated and heartbroken by what they saw. Many new questions popped up, and this only created more stress and frustration for the team. Tears of sadness and shock streamed down Shido's face as his expression was left aghast at the sight of his mother being alive yet also being in Westcott's captivity, while also receiving a horrifying threat before Westcott left. The same went for the girls, except for Kurumi, who was still unconscious and being carried on the back by Shido. They finally understood why Drake was feeling like this, and now the situation was make sense to them. Before anyone commented on the video, Elliot announced what was coming next. So, you see what's the situation now. The self-defense forces of Japan have been trying to exterminate him, but fail each time. Time is ticking, kids. The death toll is getting higher. We don't have much time. We need your help to calm your father down. Shido wiped the tears of his face, overcome with anger and hatred directed at Westcott, before saying, yeah? Let's do this. Leave this to my team and I. We'll be back in a flash. Elliot, good. Then let me share with you my plan. The Fraxinus X is going to get close to Drake from above, and then we will drop you all off in a concealed position near him. Then, you will all work together to restrain him in position, before Miku will use her mind control powers to calm him down. Is that okay? Shido, sounds good. But in the event that anything goes wrong, we will be doing things my way. But don't worry, I won't cause any significant damage. I swear. Also, let this girl rest here. She's the newest member of the team and she needs to recover. Elliot, of course, and I hope your backup plan will work in case mine doesn't. But anyway, let us move now. We cannot waste any more time. The Fraxinus X took off and headed towards Tengus City, where Drake was presumably causing destruction in his anger. The Sapphire warriors were particularly concerned about how this mission would turn out, since the target in question was their father. Nobody wanted to hurt him, but everybody wanted him to stop. But since Drake is a formidable dragon with overwhelming power, The outcome was uncertain and things could go horribly wrong. After spending a while scanning, Elliot pinpointed Drake's location in a mall somewhere in downtown Tengu City, which has been covered in rubble and debris, making the terrain hard to navigate. But the team wasn't bothered at all. Everyone went ahead to the teleportation chamber where Elliot sent them down to the surface. Upon arrival, the surroundings were completely unrecognizable. The streets that the team used to walk along in times of peace had been completely destroyed. Everyone was practically shivering in place, scared that their father was capable of doing something like this. The scent of smoke and ash were in the air, while air sirens wailed in the distance. There were even a small squadron of fighter jets flying overhead before passing over Tengu City. But time was ticking, and they needed to move fast. Shido ordered the team to move forward and reach Drake's location in the abandoned mall. Nia used Ratziel as a GPS to pinpoint Drake's live location accurately in case he moves. 5 minutes of climbing over piles of rubble and concrete passed, and the team only saw the remnants of several building frames in the streets. But after exploring the devastated city for a bit longer, the team was shocked to have found a structure which was still fully intact, save for a few holes in the wall and some parts of it crumbling down. Nia, we're here. This is the mall where Dad is hiding in. For the past few minutes, I have been tracking his live location and he hasn't moved at all. Like, his location marker has stayed still for all this time. Miku, and maybe the mall holds some special memories for him. I don't really know anything about Dad's private life. Kotori, well, there's only one way to find out, and that's to enter the mall and talk to him, if he's still capable of reasoning with. The team slowly approached the mall and eventually reached its partially wrecked entrance. Part of the arch above the entrance has been destroyed, but nothing was obstructing the way. Shido, alright, let's go in. Nia, what's his exact location in the mall? Nia, an Italian restaurant on the 3rd floor. Let me get a better view of what's inside. Dad is just facing the window and staring outside. Though, he's emitting a powerful energy which we should be careful with. He might be dangerous. Shido, we have no choice. Let's move now and save Dad. I'll tell you all what's gonna happen next once we arrive at the restaurant. Be careful, we don't know what we might find. The team sneakily climbed up flights of motionless escalators, slowly reaching the 3rd floor where the Italian restaurant was. The team moved in a single file and tiptoed towards Drake's location before stopping right at the entrance of the restaurant. The girls awaited for Shido's instructions, but he never said anything and simply kept the girls waiting. Eventually, Shiori, who was behind him, tapped on his shoulder and asked what was with the hold-up. Hey, what's going on? Why did we stop? Silence continued on for a few more seconds before Shido responded, I've been to this place before, but I don't know when. Earlier while walking up the mall, Shido had a strange feeling of nostalgia the more he walked through the place. Then, he remembered Miku suggesting that the place had some sort of special connection to Drake, and decided to test something out. Shido, Zafkiel. 10th bullet. Yud. Bang. A bullet containing temporal energy hit the door of the Italian restaurant, which allowed Shido to peek into the events of the past which happened in the Italian restaurant. He hoped that by doing this, he could figure out why his father came here. Flashbacks occurred from over 17 years ago. What Shido saw in those flashbacks had answered his questions. Basically, this restaurant was the very first place where Drake and Rain had a date shortly after Shido was born. In the visions, he saw himself as a newborn child in his mother's arms, while having a casual conversation with his father. So that's me a few days after I was born. This feels so weird to see, but now I know why Dad has come here. Perhaps he's just feeling angry and also wishes to return to the way our lives used to be. After finishing watching through all the flashbacks, Shido awoke and knew what he had to do. He instructed the girls to wait outside and let him handle the situation on his own, much to their surprise and confusion. We will put Elliot's plan on hold first. Let me talk to Dad. If things go south then, well, come and save me. But the girls trusted his judgment, since they saw him manage to befriend someone as complex and as broken as Kurumi. So, they waited outside and watched him enter the restaurant. Scene break. Tengu City, Japan. 9:45 p.m. The Italian restaurant still had its lights on, which made it pretty eerie since the windows showed an apocalyptic landscape outside. What made it even scarier was an old Italian song playing on the restaurant's speakers. As soon as Shido entered the restaurant, his guard was up upon seeing his father standing still facing away, outwards to the landscape outside. Shido wanted to call out to his father, but he was worried about doing something wrong, so he decided to take things slowly. Shido took 5 steps forward and stopped. He was only 3 meters away from Drake, yet he hadn't turned around despite being so close. That could mean that Drake knows that Shido is already here but deliberately doesn't want to speak with him, or he genuinely doesn't know his son is behind him. Feeling that he had no other choice, Shido finally decided to open his mouth and speak. He didn't know how to start a conversation, but anything would have worked, so he said the thing which came off the top of his head. "Dad, it's me. Your son. What's going on?" A deep breath from Drake followed after Shido had asked his question. Then, Drake finally spoke, though he kept facing outside. "Son, be honest with me. Was I ever a good father to you?" Now this question was weird. This had nothing to do with why Drake had destroyed and leveled an entire city, even though it was the video file from Westcott which most likely caused this outcome. Shido was extremely puzzled, and asked, But Dad, what does that have to do with?" "My question was I ever a good father to you?" Drake suddenly cut his son off before he could even ask about this strange line of questioning. Now Shido was scared about his next reply, as it could trigger his father, and make him even angrier. So to play it safe, he decided to give his honest response. "Dad, I don't know what's gotten into you. I don't know how you're feeling, but if this is how things are, then I'll answer your question. Ever since I was young, the only noteworthy things I remembered was you always having this irritated look whenever I came to you for any reason, to be honest. Whether if it's asking you for help with my homework, or asking you for advice, or asking you for money, or asking you to show me some love, you seem to be tired of me doing this every day. When I was 4 to 5 years old, when Mom was out working and you and I were alone at home, you'd always try to avoid interacting with me as much as possible whenever I asked you to play with me. It was only when I started crying did you finally give in and showed me attention. When I was in elementary school, Tanamachi and I always got into trouble and the school called you and Mom over. When we got home, you'd always punish me severely. But you never stayed mad at me and continued to love me. When I was in middle school, I became a rebellious teenager, and I often disobeyed your instructions, which resulted in a few years of us feeling awkward and uncomfortable around each other. But all that ended when I graduated and you told me how proud you were of me, and then you and Mom threw a dinner celebration for me. And when I finally entered high school, we finally had a stable relationship as father and son, and I honestly thought things would be this way for our whole lives. But then, the supernatural world came as a shocking revelation to me, and I learned of your identity as Drake, the Red Dragon Emperor. My life was turned upside down, and I learned that the circumstances regarding the death of Issei HYOUDOU, my past life, were fucked up. But you still continued to be a father to me through and through, and trained me to be the captain of the Sapphire Warriors. And now, Mom is alive and she's in danger. Westcott has her, and he's planning to initiate his Godhood Ascension plan very soon. You may think you have failed her, failed me, or have failed everyone you knew. But let me tell you this. Red Dragon Emperor Drake, you're the best dad in the whole world. Despite having to raise a child so suddenly, you stayed with me and raised me to the person who I am today. Personally, I wouldn't have it any other way. Thanks, Dad. I love you. Another deep breath followed after this entire monologue. Drake took a step back and slowly turned around, a stoic and cold expression on his face like always. He took a few steps to Shido and said, "You really think I've been that type of father to you?" "Yeah. How could I ever hate you? If I wanted to run away so badly, I would have done that a long time ago." A small teardrop flows down from Drake's eye, before he comes in and hugs his son, feeling happy with the answer he got. Shido in turn reciprocated the gesture and hugged his father back. After a few seconds they separated, and then Drake started to talk. "Forgive me, son. Things haven't been going great for me lately. I know it sounds a little selfish to say this, but I've been worried about you and the girls since your mother was abducted. When you ran away for your vacation to Okinawa, I thought that you all were trying to get away from me. At that moment, I felt like I lost everything. I was ready to give you kids the scolding of your lives, but when I learned that Rias has marked you with a marital sigil and had beaten all of you up, that's when my instincts reminded me that I needed to be strong. For a short while, my mind was getting better, but then I received the video file from Westcott where he had stolen my wife away from me, and that he was threatening you and I. I lost it, and caused all this chaos and destruction. I'm sorry. I know this has changed your view of me, but I hope that there is some form of redemption for me." Shido then let out a deep breath, before crossing his arms and showing his father a determined and confident smile, suggesting what they were gonna do next. "How about helping us save Mom, We could even kill that son of a bitch Westcott along the way. How's that sound to you? Drake didn't respond in the first few seconds, but then a similar smirk to the one his son had and replied, "Heh? I'd be delighted to join." Shido became excited and he did a bro handshake with his dad before walking out of the restaurant. Drake turned down his aura to a low since he had calmed down, and his sudden appearance alongside Shido to the girls left them flabbergasted. "Yoshino, W.A. Dad. Natsumi, no fucking way." Drake smiled confidently and said, "So, who's gonna come with me to save Mom? We don't have time to be standing there looking like an idiot." As soon as they heard this reply, the girls were now feeling invigorated, and they became determined to save their mom and kill Westcott once and for all. Kaguya, "Oh, no need to ask me, Yuzuru and I already signed up for this a long time ago." Nia, "Hell yeah, time to kick some ass." The team along with Drake rushed out of the mall and quickly went back to where the Fraxinus X was waiting, before going back up to meet with Elliot. As soon as they ran back to the control room, Elliot, his assistant Karen, Captain Kanazuki, along with the whole crew, were stunned to see the team back in one piece and completely fine, with Drake also looking perfectly normal. Elliot shifted his glasses up to see if what he saw was really real, before asking, "No way, you actually did it, how?" "Shido, let's save that for another time." "Elliot, we need your help to save our mom. We need something to rally the world against him and his evil empire." Elliot wanted to ask another question, but his assistant Karen said, "Of course. In fact, we've already done it. Come, I'll show you." The team followed Karen to the recording studio of the ship, where she opened up a computer and connected it to every single broadcasting system in the world. "Karen, after we fled Kyoto, Elliot handed me the hard drive which Origami got from her last mission as a Dem Corporation wizard in Spain. This recording is a video of me talking about the various corrupt business practices and crimes against humanity which Westcott and his lackeys have committed. And press, it's now being broadcasted live across the whole world." The Sapphira warriors were shocked, but in a happy way, and they were excited that Westcott's grip on the world was loosening as people were sure to rise up against him and cause his empire to crumble. But they knew that Westcott was sure to retaliate and cause an all-out global war. The team braced themselves for the upcoming chaos as they feared for the worst. "Drake, alright kids, let's go on a hunt. Today's target is Westcott himself. Make sure you show that jackass no mercy. We're gonna go medieval on that bitch." "All yeah?" And thus began the most devastating conflict in all of human history, the Westcott War. The world isn't ready for a massive war between techno-wizards led by a wannabe god, versus a group of ragtag students who have nothing but the desire to eliminate their enemies. Get ready, for we are about to cross the point of no return. Westcott War. Date: April 4th, 2040, ongoing. Location: Planet Earth, Earth's orbit moon. Belligerents: Ratatosk versus Dem Corporation. Summary: On the 4th of April, 2040, a broadcast by an organization known as Ratatosk, represented by their secretary, Karen Nora Mathers, made an announcement to the whole world stating that Dem Corporation is an evil and malicious company who is seeking to take over the world, adding on the list crimes against humanity which they have committed, including the Kyoto incident, which claimed more than 20 million lives in Japan. Mathers went on to name an entire list of individuals in world governments, militaries, and national agencies across the world who are being bribed by Dem Corporation, resulting in tons of backlash for the people mentioned on the list. The message was broadcasted worldwide, using unknown methods. The reaction towards the announcement was mixed. People across the world in every nation expressed anger and outrage over Dem Corporation's influence in the world. Media outlets and politicians on Dem Corporation's payroll dismissed the accusations as a hoax. Mathers in the final part of the broadcast also announced that Ratatosk was beginning its counterattack against Dem Corporation after an alleged 20-year-long stalemate. She issued orders to the people of the world to brace for the worst, and prepare for a long and bloody war which will claim the lives of many. In the same day, a man named Isaac Westcott, who claims to be the true leader of Dem Corporation, announced that he will retaliate against Ratatosk as both sides will fight till the very end. Later, millions of airborne battleships and foot soldiers were deployed across the globe, with the first few skirmishes occurring around North America and Europe. Present day. 2 weeks after broadcast. New York City, USA. 2 p.m. Part 1. Battle of New York. Elliot, okay, this is a map of every single Dem Corporation base which we have destroyed over the past 2 weeks. Right now, one of their most important bases are here in New York. A powerful wizard who is part of the company's higher-ups is wreaking havoc across the northeastern region, and we need to stop him. Shido, I think I'll let Kotori, Yoshino, Makuro, and Natsumi handle it. I think 4 of them can defeat whoever this wizard is. Elliot, so be it. I'll send the 4 of them down now. It has been 2 weeks since the Westcott War began, and things have been very chaotic. Ratatoskr and Dem Corporation have been throwing their forces at one another, resulting in many areas of the world being destroyed. There even have been battleships from both sides fighting in outer space, and even reports of skirmishes happening on the moon's surface have been reported. But no side wanted to give up so easily, and thus continued the war across the globe. Scene break. New York City, USA. 2:10 p.m. Kotori, Yoshino, Makuro, and Natsumi were dropped off in New York as they began a search for a wizard who was in charge of an entire battalion of wizards causing destruction in the northeastern United States. As soon as they landed on the ground, the girls immediately encountered a squad of enemy wizards who instantly spotted them, before heading over to eliminate them. Kotori, Camel. Megiddo. Kaboom. A large flare of scorching flames blasts through the streets, incinerating most of the enemy squad's vanguard and leaving only a few wizards behind. Natsumi. Haniel. Kaleidoscope. The remaining stragglers were transformed into stone, as Natsumi used her powers of shape-shifting to prevent any more threats from attacking them. Yoshino. Phew, that was only one group of them though. I bet there's an entire army of them hiding here. Yashinan. Yeah, it's gonna take forever to find this wizard in charge. How the fuck are we gonna find him? What? He's just gonna show up in front of us. Makuro, Muka thinks you might be right. Look, up there. Suddenly, an unknown figure was seen standing on top of the Empire State Building accompanied by an entire company of wizards. Yoshino, who's that? Wait. Look out, incoming artillery. Boom, boom, boom. The figure standing on the top of the Empire State Building had called for an artillery barrage on the 4 girls who had spotted them. But the girls managed to successfully dodge the incoming projectiles. When the smoke cleared, Kotori took a closer look at the figure standing on top of the building, and she got a shock when she recognized the woman who was in charge of the enemy army. Jessica, Gur, after finally coming back to life, the first people I see are you brats. This is just my luck. Suddenly, the woman who had been previously confirmed as killed, Jessica Bailey, jumped down the building and landed on the road, whipping out her blade as she approached the girls she had been killed by. Yoshino was frightened and she couldn't believe her eyes. Is that Jessica Bailey? Kotori was also as equally horrified at seeing a dead person come back to life, commenting, "No. That can't be, shouldn't you be dead?" Jessica then responded, "Oh, I died alright. It was because of you brats that I had been killed, now, you will pay." Natsumi, Kotori, who's that? Kotori, some psycho working for Westcott who we fought before you joined the team. Her name is Jessica Bailey, and she was killed by Kaguya and Yuzuru. But I don't know how she's alive. How did you come back to life, Bailey? Jessica, it was thanks to the almighty powers of Isaac Westcott did I manage to gain a chance at living again. You know, he can revive people from the dead now, and with this new body, I can do this, hi-ya. Kaboom. Jessica had been resurrected by Westcott, and was granted with demonic powers. Her attack was similar to the power of destruction, and launched a massive orb of power at the girls, destroying an entire section of the street. Makuro coughed and tried to regain her bearings, exclaiming, "We need to take down that bitch, now. Let's move or we'll get killed." The other 3 girls agreed, and they drew their weapons and charged forward to meet Jessica in battle. In response, Jessica had a maniacal grin on her face, as she announced her intention for revenge. Haha. That's more like it. Now, you will face my wrath, Gra. A deadly clash of power ensued, and a struggle for dominance over the battlefield began. It was 4 versus 1, but that one resurrected fighter wasn't going to give up so easily. Meanwhile, other parts of the world had their own scuffles going on. Part 2. Battle of Manila. Scene break. Manila, the Philippines. 2 a.m. Whoosh. After crossing the Pacific Ocean, the Fraxinus had pinpointed the energy core which was powering all of Dem Corporation's airships. It was a massive nuclear reactor powering a large energy transmitter hidden beneath the city of Manila, the capital city of the Philippines. Therefore, Shiori, Kaguya, Yuzuru, Miku, and Nia were deployed to Manila to deactivate the reactor, which would in turn deactivate all of Westcott's airships in the sky. The 4 girls landed in Rizal Park, where the nuclear reactor was allegedly located under the park. The city was deserted as millions of civilians were evacuated to underground shelters far from the chaos. Kaguya, man, this place is empty. It almost seems as if humanity just disappeared from here. Yuzuru, priority. Let's focus on our mission. There is a nuclear reactor somewhere underneath the park itself. But if there was really a large facility like that to power thousands of ships in the skies as well as outer space, then there must be an entrance to it, right? Nia summoned Ratziel and checked for information regarding the nuclear reactor. She flipped through a bunch of pages and announced her findings. Well, it is without a doubt that there is indeed a nuclear reactor beneath Risal Park. As for entrances, well, my map shows me only one entrance, which is located over there. Nia pointed to a statue standing in the middle of a huge circular plaza. That was the Sentinel of Freedom, or the Lapu Lapu Monument. The girls headed over to the statue and checked for clues on how to access the hidden underground facility. Miku walked up to the podium supporting the statue and gently knocked on the surface to listen to sound echoes which may indicate a hollow chamber. Knock knock. Knock knock. Thump. Miku, oh, over here. I think I may have found the opening. Everyone rushed over to Miku's position and they started analyzing the surface of the podium if there were any mechanisms there. Nia took out her sacred gear to check the information regarding the statue. Nia, tell me Ratziel, show me the layout of the statue's base. Only a blueprint of the statue appears, and there is no major clue which indicated any mechanism which could open up a secret passageway. Nia, tell me Ratziel, show me how to open up the secret door of the statue's base. Nothing appears on the pages, meaning that the information that Nia was looking for didn't exist, or she was simply asking the wrong questions. Then, Kaguya had enough and said, okay, you know what, I'm just going to blow a hole in the ground, then we can. But Shiori held her back and said, hang on. We're close to finding the entrance, just wait a little longer. Kaguya, but time is ticking, we're supposed to be finding Mom, but we're stuck here trying to find a secret entrance of some alleged top-secret hideout. Yuzuru, solution. Maybe if you just wait a little longer, Nia might find the entrance. Then, Nia decided to ask a more complex question which would definitely answer her at the cost of draining a large portion of her mental energy. Tell me Ratziel, how do we access the top-secret facility containing a nuclear reactor powering a large energy transmitter which is hidden beneath Risal Park in Manila, and how do we safely deactivate it? Then, many pages displayed a detailed explanation on how to fulfill Nia's request for answers. Basically, there is a hidden button on the statue's base, and they must search it and press it, which opens up a trap door on the ground. Then the girls need to safely turn off the nuclear reactor by finding the control room and initiate a power-down sequence. Kaguya just stared at Nia with a blank expression, while Nia just nervously chuckled and said, hee, guess I just asked the wrong questions, huh, hee. Shiori, Nia, where is this hidden button's position on the statue's base? Did your sacred gear tell you? Nia, yep. Let me see, it should be somewhere around. Aha, right here. Nia pressed up part of the base of the statue, which then revealed itself to be a small button the size of her fingertip, and caused a cracking sound in the ground. Then, 2 trapdoors opened up and an entrance was revealed to the girls. Yuzuru looked at Kaguya and said, suggestion. Sometimes, maybe having a little patience may be worth it compared to causing unnecessary damage. She ended that off without saying anything else and proceeded to head towards the entrance. Kaguya was feeling a little annoyed and wanted to retort, but then she realized that she was being a little idiot and admitted that her sister was right. But before Yuzuru could head inside the facility, the warning sirens of the city started blaring out of the blue. Loud wailing noises echoed through Manila as the girls grew confused. Suddenly, a voice started speaking through the city's sound system. Attention all citizens of the Philippines. This is an official warning from the government. Any civilians still remaining in Metro Manila, please seek shelter immediately. There have been reports of a massive fleet of hostile aircraft detected over the island of Luzon. For the sake of your safety, please rush towards an underground shelters to avoid getting hurt. This is not a drill. I repeat, this is not a drill. The girls were about to enter the facility to complete their mission, but this sudden alert kept them curious to see what was going on. Suddenly, a tremendous engine blast could be heard in the distance. Before whoosh, a whole fleet of DEM Corporation airships arrived in Manila, numbering more than 100 ships. The girls were horrified as massive vessels of steel and iron covered the skies, turning it dark and casting large shadows on the ground. Then, a loud yet familiar voice played through the flagship's speakers. Paddington, alright, you kids nearly killed me in that wretched galaxy. This time, I am gonna destroy you. The person in charge of the enemy fleet was Fleet Admiral James A. Paddington. He had almost been killed by the Sapphira warriors during the Battle of the HD-1 Galaxy, before he used the teleportation device back to Earth just before the ship exploded. 1. Shiori, you gotta be kidding me. Out of all the people that had to survive, it had to be that jackass. Miku, you could say that again, this time. He seems like he really wants to kill us. Then, Nia became hysterical and said, guys, we need to stop those ships from striking the ground. If a single explosion happens, it may trigger the nuclear reactor. Miku, what? But we need to destroy that reactor. How are we supposed to hold off a fleet this massive before we can even get inside that facility? Nia, I'll deactivate the reactor. You girls, you handle the fleet. I have all the information I need to shut down the reactor, so keep those ships busy. Without saying anything else, Nia rushed into the facility, not looking back as she left her friends to what she instructed them to do, to prevent a single strike on the ground by the enemy ships. Shiori, welp. I guess this is how things are. Girls, let's bring that fleet down. And we need to do everything in our power to win. Kaguya, well said. Then let's show those airships just who controls the skies, right Yuzuru? Yuzuru, agreement. They shall meet their end here. Now let's fly. Miku, huh? This is my life now, I guess there's no turning back, let's go. Whoosh. The 4 girls leaped into the air, preparing to launch their first set of attacks for repelling the enemy fleet. Kaguya, Raphael. El Riem. Yuzuru, Raphael. El Naish. At the speeds of blinding light, the Yamai sisters soared high into the air and summoned their respective weapons. Kaguya summoned her lance, and she assumed a streamlined position to move faster. She then extended her lance out, aiming for a large battleship in front of her. Brrr, kaboom! Like an arrow piercing through its target, Kaguya used her lance and penetrated deep into the ship before emerging from the other side, causing the ship she hit to explode and cause damage to neighboring ships. Yuzuru, on the other hand, extended her chains to more than over a kilometer and wrapped it around the hull of an entire battleship, before pulling the chains back and cutting the ship into pieces, causing significant damage as well as a large explosion in the sky which spread smoke all around. Paddington, shit, listen here, airships Honorius and Armandel. Prepare for coordinated attack on the 2 hostiles over there, charge your cannons. The enemy flagship, Lemegeton, along with the ships, Honorius and Armandel, simultaneously loaded their cannons and were about to fire at Shiori and Miku. But the 2 girls had a plan on how to combat the enemy ships. Miku, get behind me Shiori. I'm going to deflect all 3 cannons at once. When the attack stops, then we will infiltrate the main ship. Shiori, got it. Just then, 3 loud explosions occurred as 3 massive laser beams charged towards Miku and Shiori. The latter hid behind the former, who cleared her voice and prepared to strike. Miku, Gabriel. Altissimo. Gra. A demeaning roar echoed across the sky. The sound waves had so much force that it even overpowered the laser beams, deflecting them in different directions which destroyed dozens of ships who were in the way. Paddington was flabbergasted, and he was losing his mind. His 3-pronged attack was deflected by a girl's voice alone. But before he could respond, both Mika and Shiori disappeared in a flash, dashing towards the Lemegeton at the speed of sound. Bang! A small tremor was felt in the Lemegeton's hull as Shiori punched a hole into the wall, allowing her and Miku to infiltrate the ship. The Lemegeton's crew remained silent as they were still horrified at the sight of their attack being blocked. But Paddington didn't want to waste any more time and commanded the next move, get the wizards to kill those little pests, send Bandersnatches too. Then, a whole crowd of wizards were seen rushing into a different section of the ship, as Bandersnatches followed closely behind, aiming to get Miku and Shiori out of the ship. Meanwhile, Nia was deep inside the hidden underground facility, and was using Ratziel as a GPS to navigate the place. She learned that the control room was located 30 stories beneath the surface. But that didn't stop her from fearing that a strike on the ground would trigger a deadly explosion. Nia, come on, I need to get there quickly. Part 3. Battle of London. Scene break. London, United Kingdom. 7 p.m. Westcott, mwahaha, fear me, humanity. I am your one and only ruler. Chaos and destruction spread across the land as Isaac Westcott viciously attacked infrastructure and settlements with deadly attacks. However, there was a small force of resistance that was there to stop him from moving further. Rias, your time ends here, Isaac Westcott. I, the Queen of the Devil faction, Rias Lucifer, shall defeat you and bring you to justice. 1. It was the three factions. They had seen the broadcast too and had mobilized a large army to counter Westcott's army. However, they had been unable to advance north of the River Thames as Dem Corporation had a formidable defense line. Sona, don't forget about me, Rias. I also became a Mao myself. Sona Leviathan is here to stop this madness once and for all. Then, Sona summoned a magic circle which attracted a large mass of water from the River Thames, before she shaped into a massive water serpent which roared fiercely in the air. Westcott, pfft, you call yourselves devils, gahahaha, I'll show you what true evil looks like. With the power stolen from the Tengu, give me the strength to control the wind. Hush. As Sona's water serpent lunged towards Westcott, it was suddenly met with heavy resistance as a powerful gale was pushing it back slowly. Whenever the serpent tried to charge forward, the wind would only disfigure its head and cause water to spill out and make it smaller. Then, Westcott created a massive typhoon above London which was stronger than any storm in human history, sucking up the entire Thames into the sky as well as the serpent which could not resist the powerful forces of the wind dragging it in. Westcott, nice try, but that will not be enough, gra. Boom. The water sucked up into the typhoon converted into a powerful water cannon and crashed onto the site where the three-faction army were. Sona had not expected this, but she still tried to defend herself with a magic shield, though she still partially hit by the blast. Sona, that surely didn't go as planned. Every time we attack, he seems to have a counterattack for it. Then, Tsubaki, who was Sona's right hand as well as the queen on her peerage, rushed over with her pawn, Saji Genshiro, and her knight, Tomo Megiri, to make sure she was alright. Tsubaki, Sona, are you alright? Sona, yeah, I'm fine, though I certainly wasn't expecting that move. How's the situation in the rearguard? Tsubaki, a sizable portion of the army was hit, but it's no big deal. We'll recover in no time. Saji, also, if I may add, now that the Thames is empty, there is now a huge trench separating us and Westcott. Sona, a trench, huh? Well, maybe we could. Zoom. Without any warning, Westcott had crossed the drained Thames and appeared before Sona and her peerage members. He had charged up an orb of demonic power to strike at them and was about to do so. Sona was shocked that Westcott would have made the river crossing, let alone come by himself. But before she could react, her knight, Tomo Megiri, saved Sona by pushing her and her friends out of harm's way. Tomo, President, be careful. Bam! A bright crimson light flashed through the area, catching many of the soldiers of the underworld off guard, which caused panic and confusion. After Sona had been pushed away by Tomo, all she could see in front of her was a bright red light which emanated lots of deadly power. Saji and Tsubaki were equally as shocked and were still trying to process what happened. But a new dilemma occurred when the laser beam finished. When the light cleared, all that remained was a single pair of legs. The entire upper half of the body was gone, and all that was left of Tomo was her legs, which wasn't hit by Westcott's attack. Tomo, Saji muttered as he widened his eyes in disbelief, similar to how Sona and Tsubaki were reacting to the sudden death of their friend. 1. Westcott assumed a neutral position and simply had an indifferent smile on his face. He turned to Team Sona and said, Didn't bet that I'd cross the river, huh? Don't worry about your friend, she wasn't worth saving anyways. Ha! At that moment, Saji lost it and was filled with burning rage. He glared at the man who killed his friend and summoned his sacred gear. Alright, Vritra. Let's dispose of this douchebag. Absorption line. A series of shining blue lines emerged from Saji's forearm and flew towards Westcott, constricting around his body to drain all his power in an instant. Saji roared at Westcott with all his anger. You will pay for killing Tomo, now die, Rhea. Bulk by bulk, loads of energy was being drained from Westcott, but he didn't seem bothered even when he was losing his power. That was when Saji fell for his trap, and then it hit him like a sack of bricks. Westcott saw 4. Holy energy was emitted from Westcott, which was then absorbed into Saji's sacred gear, which caused a negative and harmful reaction in his body. Arf, it burns. Saji suffered from the negative effects of holy energy upon making contact with it as a devil, and fell to his knees as he struggled to suppress the pain. Tsubaki and Sona rushed over to pull him out of the way before Westcott takes advantage of his weakened state and kills him, but Westcott launches another orb of demonic energy at the girls, which is promptly deflected by Tsubaki using her sacred gear, Mirror Alice. Crack. Kaboom. Ha, now that's a handy power. Having the ability to block any attack and then deflecting it at double the strength is quite convenient, exclaimed Westcott as he used a magic circle to block Tsubaki's attack. But when he cleared the smoke, the two girls carrying Saji away were already far in the distance, running back to the main army. "Haha, cowards, I'll finish you." Like a bolt of lightning, Westcott sprinted across the street and caught up to Tsubaki, whom Westcott wanted to absorb power from and gain control of Mirror Alice. Clang kablum. "Kiba, stay the fuck away from my wife, Westcott. You'll need to get through me if you want to fight her." Coming with a powerful slash, wielding the sword of betrayer, was Yudo Kiba, Tsubaki's husband whom she recently got married to. He knocked back Westcott from touching his wife and was about to send a few more powerful blows of destruction to kill him. "Kiba, we haven't forgot about what you did to Yasaka during the Kyoto incident. All those lives you claimed, don't they mean anything to you?" Westcott shrugged his shoulders and replied, "Like I care. Bad things happen in life, you know. So don't take it too hard." Feeling annoyed at Westcott's constant lack of remorse for his actions, Kiba engaged him in battle, swinging his sword down on Westcott while Westcott countered it with a light spear using the powers of fallen angels which he stole from. Clank. Kiba looked back and said to Tsubaki and her friends, "Go. I will handle this fucker. Save yourselves." The three people behind Kiba realized that it was better to retreat and stay alive for another day, so they listened and promptly escaped. Then Kiba increased the pressure on Westcott's light spear, trying to cut it down and slash him violently. But Westcott said, "Haha, this is exhilarating. But let me ask you this, boy, did you think I told the truth when I said I came alone?" "Huh. Slash. Ellen nymph. So gullible. And to think he's supposed to serve the Mao herself." Blood dripped down towards the ground, as a laser blade impaled through Kiba's body from the side, triggering an extremely agonizing sting in his body. Kiba hadn't realized it yet, but his hands had already dropped his sword, and was on the verge of collapsing but only stood up straight because Ellen's blade was stuck in his body. But then Ellen finally withdrew it, and Kiba fell to the ground like a ragdoll. Blood was now profusely pouring out like a water hose, and silence filled the air. "Westcott, thanks Ellen. I would have never done it without you." "Ellen, don't worry about it, Ike. We still got a job to do. So what do you want to do with this boy?" "Westcott, we will just leave him out here to bleed. Now call for all of our forces on our side of the Thames to charge forward and eliminate the three factions' army." Ellen, "Yes, sir. It shall be done." She turned on her radio and said, "Attention all units, prepare to cross the Thames. Under orders from Isaac Westcott, prepare for a full-on assault." Ellen then turned to Westcott and asked, "So, do we advance forward first or do we?" "Ellen, watch out." Boom! A loud explosion occurred, and smoke filled the air which prevented anyone from seeing the surroundings clearly. Westcott spotted an attack from the air aiming straight for Ellen, and he blocked it in time with a magic circle. "Ugh, what the, come out, you sneaky little bastard." "Who are you?" yelled Westcott as he cleared the smoke. Then, a figure was spotted in the air with bat-like wings and long red hair. It was Rias. She was emitting a powerful aura and she was materializing two orbs of destruction in her hands. You hurt Kiba, didn't you? Well, now you'll have to suffer the consequences now, don't you? Take this." Brrrr. Westcott jumped in the air and countered the orbs of destruction with his own demonic energy, before engaging Rias with close combat. Ellen was about to join in, but then she felt a presence rushing towards her from behind, to which she countered a sword which was about to strike her behind on the head. Clang. Zenobia, So close. "No matter, you'll pay for what you've done, Durandal." Smash, kaboom. Using Durandal, Zenobia leaped back to create space before launching a destructive blast of energy which forced Ellen to retreat into the trench which once held the water of the Thames. Looking back up, she saw the blue-haired girl wielding a massive sword staring down on her. In the background, she saw a blonde girl frantically tending to an injured Kiba, while an orange-haired girl also wielding a sword as well as a white-haired girl with cat ears joined Zenobia. "Irina, ha, hope we're not too late, that bitch is gonna pay. Koneko, let's give this bitch a violent beatdown. I'm calling the first shots. TSK. How annoying, no matter, all units, charge forward." Suddenly, a massive swarm of bandersnatches and an entire army of wizards emerged from hiding and rapidly crossed the Thames, led by a certain Artemisia Bell Ashcroft. "Artemisia, well, looks like we already have some targets. All units, engage the enemy and leave nothing behind, attack." Like a swarm of locusts, the bandersnatches and wizards flew across the Thames with their weapons ready to cause destruction. The first wave of attacks came when the bandersnatches launched a massive volley of laser bullets on the opposite bank of the river, forcing Team Rias to retreat into areas with more buildings which they could hide behind. Irina, crap. If those things fire at us again, then we're toast. We need some sort of distraction to get rid of them. The Bandersnatches had landed on the grounded and were spreading across South London to search for enemies to eliminate. But then, a lone figure, confident in his abilities to annihilate them, stood in the middle of the street ready to attack. Serorg. Gahaha, over here you mechanical pieces of shit. Looking for a target, there's one right here in the open. Donning a set of formidable golden armor created from the Longinus, Regulus Nemia, the one and only Serorg Bale showed up, calling the Bandersnatches to come and attack him. HYOUDOU, over here, come and face me. In response, hundreds of Bandersnatches opened fire at Serorg, since they were programmed to kill anything on sight. But Serorg took absolutely no damage, as he used his arms to block incoming projectiles. The golden armor absorbed all the impact and rendered the Bandersnatches harmless. Then, when Serorg got close enough, he lowered his guard and activated his Tuki. Serorg, now, witnessed the almighty power of Serorg Bale, Hiya. Pulling back his fist and charging it with power, Serorg then thrust his fist forward, causing a massive shockwave which shattered the mechanical bodies of every Bandersnatch in sight. Kaboom! Debris and rubble fell onto the ground as Serorg assumed a neutral stance. There were some Bandersnatches at the back who survived rushing towards him, but then Irina and Koneko came in and destroyed them. Serorg, haha, don't charge ahead of us. After all, we are a team. Let's stick closely together this time. Alright, my cousin can be and is still quite bratty and overconfident, so make sure you look out for her. Koneko, noted. Also, you see that swarm of nuts and bolts in the sky coming toward us. Let's take them down. Serorg, well said, now let's cause some mayhem. A fight ensued. As Bandersnatches landed on the ground, Serorg and Koneko used both their masteries over physical combat to easily destroy and disable every hostile enemy which came their way. In the distance, a squadron of wizards were crossing the river and were about to land on a building to use it as a vantage point. But then, several magic circles appeared in front of them as hundreds of magic projectiles came blasting out of them, and wiping out the platoon that was approaching the opposite bank of the Thames. Rosweiss, you shall not pass. You have caused enough damage already. Kuroka, my, didn't know that you could be this fierce, Rosweiss. But anyway, you have a point. Let's show these little rascals who they're messing with. The Nikomata, Kuroka, was standing next to Rosweiss while cloaking herself with Tuki and preparing herself for her own attack. Kuroka aimed at the sky, where a group of Bandersnatches were coming in fast. Looky over here, take this. Harnessing the aura around her using Senjutsu, Kuroka formed 3 circular rings of powerful energy shaped like buzzsaws and sent them flying towards the Bandersnatches, cutting up most of the enemies coming her way. Kuroka, heh? Too easy. This is the threat that could potentially end the world. Give me a break. I bet if. Bang, bang, kaboom. Arg, what the? From out of nowhere, Kuroka and Rosweiss were suddenly blown off the roof of the building they were standing on, but they didn't fall since they could fly. Then, Artemisia, who was wielding a laser gun, appeared before them, leading a massive battalion of newly arrived troops on the battlefield. Artemisia, don't get too cocky. I still have tons of reserves left. And if you think these human-sized units are the only things I have in my arsenal, then think again. Snap. Crash. Roe error. 1. WRRR Reowa. 1. Artemisia, presenting, Ray, and MG Excelsis, the pride and joy of Dem Corporation. I had these bad boys shipped out from America to come fight here. And not just that, watch this. BRRRRR. Artemisia, don't forget I have an entire fleet of battleships with me too. After all, what kind of commander would I be if I didn't? Anyway, prepare to die. In a split second, Artemisia appeared before Rosweiss and kicked her across the air and made her crash into a building, before whipping out her blade, Arondite. But this blade had been given modifications before the Westcott War started, and Artemisia was more than eager to try it out. She held her sword in a horizontal position, before pressing a button which revealed another blade coming out from the other end of Arondite. Now, she had a double-sided sword, and to top it off, each blade has the ability to shoot lasers out of them. Artemisia rushed towards Kuroka to finish her off with one clean strike. Whoosh clank. Volley, careful. If you got hit, you would have actually died. Let me handle this. Go and save the Valkyrie. Before Artemisia landed a fatal slash to Kuroka's neck, Volley came in time and blocked the blade from touching her. He used his armored arms to hold Artemisia off, which gave Kuroka enough time to fly away and search for Rosweiss. Meanwhile, Artemisia was shocked by the sudden arrival of another opponent. She was having a hard time believing that the underworld had people like this fighting against her army. Artemisia exclaimed with amusement, "Holy shit. Is that a fucking Gundam? Where did you come from?" "Albion, don't take us lightly, little girl. Your mortal brain doesn't have the capacity to comprehend the horrors of the supernatural world. Now, Vali, let's make some noise." "Vali, fuck yeah, now let's go, grah." Artemisia and Vali proceeded to have a massive all-out battle in the air, as both fighters clashed with one another. Artemisia sent slash after slash onto Vali's armor, but barely did any damage. Vali tried getting close to Artemisia to land several punches on her, but she managed to narrowly dodge each blow, only suffering from mild grazing wounds on her face. "Artemisia, ugh, just die already. Pew pew pew. Divide, divide, divide. Vali, haha, nice try, but now it's time for me to get serious. Divine dividing. Half dimension." All of a sudden, Artemisia's swords halved in size, which left her confused and worried. But she didn't have time to worry about anything since Vali came flying towards her and tried to punch her head off. "Shit, I need to activate my territory." As Vali came into close range with Artemisia, he was suddenly blocked by a green orb with hexagonal patterns which obstructed his way. He then tried using divine dividing to lessen the barrier's durability, which initially worked but then failed since Artemisia's territory was recovering quickly at the cost of her mental strength. "Vali, grr, you can't hide in there forever. In the end, you'll be..." Kaboom boom. A series of deadly explosions came from the sky, as Artemisia's fleet of airships had begun dropping destructive bombs onto the ground. Vali was unfortunately hit by two of them as he was too focused on Artemisia to have noticed the enemy airships flying over him. When the smoke cleared, Artemisia was gone and Vali felt irritated. He quickly got up and halved the pain he felt from the explosion, and continued to fight. He propped up a massive defensive magic circle which stopped most of the enemy's strikes from hitting the ground. As Vali kept the enormous magic circle up, he grunted, "Damn, these attacks just never stop, huh? When I'm through with those airships, I'm gonna give that bitch a piece of my mind." "Albion, Vali, you can't keep the magic circle up for long. Not because you are incapable of doing so, but because you are most vulnerable to attacks right now." "Vali, is it? Then I guess I have two choices. One, I keep the magic circle up and prevent any of those bombs from touching the ground. Or two, I deactivate it, and I continue fighting, at the risk of being hit. Well, luckily there's a miracle for me, since our backup just arrived." From the distant horizon, two massive entities came flying over the skies of London and roared with all his might, revealing himself to be the backup forces for the underworld army. "Tannen, what's up, motherfuckers? Sorry I'm late. Had some trouble trying to recruit the sleepyhead into our ranks." "Tiamat, sleepyhead, excuse you. I'll let you know that the only reason I didn't want to come in the first place was because I couldn't get a chance to get Drake to pay his debt." 1. Tannen, I told you many times, he's already dead. Nobody has seen him in over 17 years. Ugh, just get rid of those ships in the air, would ya? The two reinforcements that arrived were the Blaze Meteor Dragon, Tannen, and the Chaos Karma Dragon, Tiamat. Tannen was supposed to arrive a few hours earlier, but he was holed up trying to get Tiamat to join the army, since he believed that she could be of much help. But now, he had successfully made it with Tiamat on his side now, and both dragons flew up to the skies to deal with the airships that were dropping hundreds of bombs onto the ground. In sync, the two dragons used their fiery breath to obliterate entire columns of ships in the air, limiting the number of bombs being dropped from the sky, which eased Vali's job of protecting the army on the ground. "Tannen, puny humans, you think your technology can compete with us? Think again, you will never get on my level." But despite the fierce resistance the underworld army was showing Dem Corporation, the main fight was happening right above the banks of the Thames. Kaboom. "Westcott, ha, not bad. No wonder they call you the Queen. You've been the toughest opponent I've fought so far." "Rias, ugh, don't underestimate me. I'm more than capable of tearing your body apart." The main clash was happening between Rias and Westcott, who had been fighting fiercely with each other, and not wavering in their efforts to kill each other. No matter how many attacks they launch on each other, it seemed that neither Rias or Westcott were going to win. "Westcott, seems like you're getting tired, Queen Lucifer. In times like this, you'd better watch out, ha." Using his hand to summon lightning out of it to hit Rias, Westcott tried to make a quick attack to gain the upper hand, but it seemed that he was too focused on his fight with Rias to notice the other lightning bolt which hit him directly in the back. Za, boom. "Akeno, don't try your luck. You'll pay dearly for the crimes you've committed, jackass. Now keep your hands off my best friend. Westcott, ha. Another bimbo here to fight me, eh, if I had a nickel for every time. Rias and Akeno, shut up, die already. Like two flashes of lightning, both Rias and Akeno converged on Westcott and aimed to kill him in one simultaneous strike, which caught him off guard. However, as both girls were within an arm's reach of their target, his temporary expression of surprise quickly turned to one of pure elation. Realizing too late that he had a trap in place, both girls couldn't escape it as Westcott decided to go all out in his attacks. Kaboom! Westcott used the power of fire he stole from the yokai and created a massive explosion which repelled both Rias and Akeno. Both girls were blown back all the way to their side of the Thames as Westcott was beginning to feel bored of the fight. Westcott, sigh, this has been quite the fun fight. But I'm afraid that this is how it's going to end. Say your last goodbyes to your friends, as I'm going to end this world right here and right now. Snap. Several loud explosions were heard from very far away. Everyone on both sides looked around as the earth began to tremble. However, it wasn't an explosion that occurred on the planet's surface, as it was a series of nuclear explosions which happened on the moon. There, the moon began to crumble apart, as large fragments of it began falling off from the moon's surface. Westcott then announced to the underworld army what he had just done. You all have 24 hours before Earth faces its inevitable destruction. Once that happens, humanity will cease to exist. A mass extinction event will happen, and there will be nothing left to save. In the meantime, though, I will be undergoing a metamorphosis to become the god I was always meant to be. But I have one last surprise for all of you before that. Einsafor. Out of thin air, a shining blue flower appeared and bloomed. Then, small particles of pollen started flying in all directions like dust floating around in the air. Westcott, I've used this once in Kyoto. But now, I modified it such that my own units don't get affected. Enjoy yourselves, losers, Ellen, Artemisia, the two of you with me. I need you two to stand guard while the final ritual is ongoing. In a matter of seconds, Ellen and Artemisia fled across the Thames with Westcott as the underworld army is left confused and disorganized. Luckily, Team Rias recognized the pollen that was coming their way, and quickly warned everyone to run. Rias, all units, get out of here. That pollen kills you the moment it touches you. Run. However, some soldiers were too late to respond to the situation, as some of them got curious and tried to see what this pollen was, only to get instantly killed by touching it. As hundreds of more underworld soldiers were being slaughtered by the second, everyone began to realize how bad the situation was and desperately tried to get out of London, which was being overrun by deadly pollen. And despite being surrounded by the pollen too, Dem Corporation wizards, bandersnatches, airships, as well as Ray and Excelsis were not affected at all, since Westcott modified the pollen to have no effect on his units. In one corner of the city, Seror tried blowing away the pollen with air pressure, but more pollen kept coming despite all his efforts, so he eventually decided to retreat with his friends. Serorg, it's no use, Koneko, Irina, let's get out of here. If what Rias says is correct, then we need to get out of here now. Irina, yeah, I saw this happen in Kyoto too. There's no time to waste, every man for himself now. Koneko, I just hope Big Sister is alright. I won't leave without her. Serorg, are you insane? You want to die here. That pollen is going to kill you as soon as it touches you. There was no time left, as the pollen was now extremely close, forcing Serorg to pick up Koneko and run for it with Irina. Luckily though, Kuroko was alright as she was walking back to the front lines with Rossweiss holding on to her arm, only to be met with a huge swarm of pollen. Kuroko, what the pollen is back, I need to get out of here now. Rossweiss, we will fight another day. Let's focus on surviving right now. Without saying anything else, Kuroko flew into the air while holding on to Rossweiss. But she wasn't fast enough as the pollen was floating towards her even faster, which meant that it would only be a matter of time until she gets hit. Kuroko, shit, there's no time, I need to. Suddenly, the pollen froze in mid-air as Kuroko was given additional seconds to escape. She looked down on the roof of a building and noticed a familiar face. Gasper, go, I'll hold the pollen off. This is my time to save the ones I cherish. Get out of here and find your little sister. 1. Using his sacred gear to pause the movements of the entire pollen swarm, Gasper was using all his power to make sure that at least one more person was able to escape. Kuroko was shocked, and Rossweiss was even more surprised as they saw Gasper single-handedly holding back the sandstorm of death which was approaching. They wanted to pick up and save him, but then they realized that it would hinder his efforts and increase the chances of the underworld army being wiped out. Rossweiss, thanks, Gasper, we won't forget you. Gasper, go, there's no time. The two women flew away quickly while Gasper desperately tried to hold on for a few more minutes. Ugh, is this where I'm gonna die? If so, then I hope to see Issei-senpai in the afterlife and be reunited with him, maybe when we all breathe our last in the distant future. The orc, we'll be back together again. Boom. From the skies, a bomb from an airship dropped onto the same roof Gasper was standing on, which interrupted his focus and blew him off the building, crashing onto the ground, which injured his leg. The pollen started moving again, and Gasper realized that this was the end for him. He closed his eyes as blood flowed from his eyes due to overusing his sacred gear. Goodbye, friends, this is my last sacrifice. To save you all, don't worry about me, I'll be fine in the afterlife. After all, I'll get to see the person I miss most. Feeling like his life was fulfilled, Gasper accepted his fate as the pollen swarm flew over the area he was in, swallowing him whole like quicksand and killing him. But because of his efforts to hold off the pollen, his teammates were able to escape with a few more seconds to spare. Kiba had narrowly survived being stabbed by Ellen, and was being supported by Asya and Zenobia on their shoulders. He looked back only to see a small view of the pollen storm which was far in the distance, gradually getting closer. Kiba, ugh, the pollen stopped for a few seconds, didn't it? I saw it freeze in place before it started moving again, that must mean, heh? Thanks, Gasper. I'll miss you, old friend. As he said that, Asya and Zenobia could only realize that Kiba was right, and they felt dejected as their friend had lost his life trying to help them escape. Soon, the three of them joined up with Rossweiss and Kuroka, who had managed to get away from the pollen. Kuroka flew lower to meet with her teammates, and she noticed the looks on their faces, which she then proceeded to ask, so you know already. Asya, I'll definitely miss him. After the war, let's organize a funeral for him. We can't let him be forgotten like this. Zenobia, agreed. Let's focus on getting out of here. The longer we stay, the more likely we're gonna die. The group proceeded to leave quickly as they focused on being faster than the pollen. Meanwhile, in the skies, Tannen and Tiamat were unfortunately hit by a few particles of pollen, which didn't kill them instantly but caused immense damage which knocked them out of the sky. Crash. Two loud explosions occurred as Tannen and Tiamat hit the floor. Though they were still alive, it would only be a matter of time before they died too. Luckily, Vali spotted them from afar while he was still holding up the massive defensive magic circle. Vali, shit, Albion, we need to move fast, we can't let them die here. Albion, I agree. They are too much of an asset to be lost. Deactivate your defensive magic circle. Teleport them away. Vali did as Albion instructed and removed the magic circle, which allowed bombs from the damn airships reach the ground and explode. Vali quickly switched to teleportation magic, and managed to get Tannen out of here. Unfortunately, he was struck by a bomb while in the middle of teleporting Tiamat out of London. This nearly caused him to fall off the building and crash onto the ground. Vali, ugh, I can't lose my focus now, there's not much time. He once again opened up another teleportation circle, and this time successfully managed to get Tiamat to safety. But he had exhausted most of his power and collapsed onto the floor, just mere meters away from the pollen storm. But then, by a stroke of luck, someone came to rescue him as a portal opened up in thin air. Using Caliban as a shortcut to reach Vali, his teammate, Arthur Pendragon, found him in time, accompanied by fellow Team Vali members, Biko and LeFay. Arthur, Vali, what happened to you? Shit, get him into the portal and let's get out of here. There's no time to waste. Biko, you've done well, Vali. Let's get you out of here. LeFay, the whole underworld is counting on you, Vali. There's no more Red Dragon Emperor, so we need you. Biko and LeFay carried Vali's unconscious body into the portal, and then Arthur closed it in time just before the pollen reached them. The remnants of the underworld army planned to use the town of Crawley as an evacuation point. The pollen had already reached as far south as Croydon, and was on its way to claim more lives. Rias, sigh, this is a disaster, we can't afford more losses. Quick, all units currently stationed in Crawley, open up a portal back to the underworld so we can escape there. If the pollen reaches Crawley before everyone can evacuate, then close it, don't let the pollen enter the underworld. Rias had communicated with her forces in Crawley to quickly set up means of escape, while also giving a controversial order to close the evacuation portal if the pollen reaches the town even before everyone could escape. Sona heard this and thought, what? But that would mean devastating losses for us, we'd have to turn to other factions for help. Ugh, We should have just sent our powerful units to deal with Westcott. Not send the whole army who didn't have a chance to fight. Just what is that girl thinking? I should have been the one in charge of strategizing. Suddenly, the ray had arrived out of nowhere and started shooting laser beams which cut through the buildings like butter and obstructed the path towards escape for the underworld army. Akeno, crap, it's the ray, ugh, just how could this get any worse? At the same time, MG Excelsis also arrived and was smashing its massive twin blades onto the surrounding infrastructure. Then, a voice spoke from the MG Excelsis. So you like playing hide and seek, you little bitch? Well then, I'll crush you like a bug. The MG Excelsis began moving forward while creating tremors with each step it took. Laser beams even came rushing out of the mechanical nightmare, as if obliterated an entire column of retreating troops. Sona, we're trapped, grr. Focus on keeping their attacks at bay. Our priority now is to escape with as many lives as possible. Without trying to engage both machines in battle, the underworld army continued its retreat south as Ray and MG Excelsis continued to wreak havoc among their ranks and claim more lives. The situation was looking desperate, and the retreat was drastically slowed down, giving time for the pollen to reach the retreating army within just 1 kilometer. The units at the rearguard were horrified and tried moving forward quickly, which caused a chain reaction of soldiers pushing each other in a panic, eventually resulting in a stampede which would kill the entire army. At the front, the units there, which included Rias and Sona, along with their respective teams, desperately holding back attacks from the Ray and MG Excelsis. Escape became less and less of a possibility, and the walls were closing in on them. Rias, shit, to think that this is how my reign as the Mao Lucifer would end. And I didn't even get a chance to marry my beloved Shido, ugh, I feel so fucking pissed right now. Feeling like this was going to be an embarrassing end for her, Rias was considering the option of deserting and running for her own life, while leaving her entire army behind. She was this close to doing it, and guess what? She did do it. Only feeling bad because she would have a negative legacy, Rias sneakily left on her own, opening up her own teleportation circle while leaving Sona to fend for herself. Unfortunately, Sona didn't notice Rias deserting the army, as she was too focused in coordinating her troops to block each attack that the enemy was making on her forces. Sona, that way, set up a shield to defend us from that laser beam. WRRR, kaboom. The ground shook as a whole company of troops set up a magic circle to block a massive laser beam from the ray. Then, Sona received an alert from one of her troops from the back. Lady Leviathan, the troops in the back have been caught in a stampede. The pollen is closing in on us. What shall we do? Sona was horrified and exclaimed, what, shit, Rias, I need your help right now. Huh, wait, where is Rias? Where did you go? While just realizing that Rias was nowhere to be seen, Sona didn't have time to think as the MG Excelsis began another attack, this time with its massive blades. MG Excelsis, feel the wrath of the USA. 2 gargantuan blades came falling down from the sky as they aimed for Sona and her team, who was directly under it. Sona braced for impact, preparing for the worst. Defensive shield up now, block those blades from hitting us. Clang, brrr. Sparks flew everywhere as the MG Excelsis tried to obliterate its targets, while Sona and her team were desperately using all their power to defend the army. Lady Leviathan, the pollen is here, the rearguard has been wiped out. Huh. This was the end. Pollen with the ability capable of killing anything it touched was going to wipe out the underworld army. The MG Excelsis and Ray were only speeding up the process. Sona was hopeless, and she had no clue how to survive such a deadly onslaught. Sorry, Seraphal, but this is the end. 1. Sandalphon. Halvanheleth. Metatron. Ardalith. Raphael. Fortis Ventus. Boom, kaboom, WRR. Shido, quickly, I've managed to blow away the pollen. Toka, handle the ray, Origami and I will handle the MG Excelsis. Toka and Origami, got it. An unexpected series of explosions hit the ray and the MG Excelsis. From the distance, 3 young warriors came towards the epicenter of chaos with their weapons in their hands. It was Shido Itsuka. He was accompanied by his right hand and left hand, Toka Yatagami and Origami Tabichi. The 3 of them had arrived in London and had been dispatched from the Fraxinus X, which was also in the area. Toka's attack had hit the MG Excelsis, which pushed it back several meters to the left, and saved Sona from being killed. Origami's attack hit the ray, which forced it to retreat back further. Meanwhile, Shido had used Raphael to blow away the pollen all the way back across the Thames into North London. Then, he summoned Sandalphon in his hands, preparing to launch a counterattack against Dem Corporation. Shido, now then, let us stand up and fight. The path to victory is here. Dashing forward, he charged towards the MG Excelsis with Origami while Toka charged towards the Ray, initiating another round of fighting. MG Excelsis, ashes to ashes, motherfucker. Meanwhile, Sona has been given some breathing room to reorganize and counterattack. With unexpected reinforcements arriving, she was given hope and she quickly issued new orders. All who are still able and ready to fight, join the Sapphire Warriors. Those who are injured, continue the evacuation all the way till Crawley. Let's finish the fight here and now. BRRRR. 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 Beep. This is an emergency alert from the United States Department of Defense. It has been 2 weeks since the start of the Westcott War, between two major global companies, Ratatoskr and Dem Corporation. Recently, a series of extremely powerful nuclear explosions have been detected over many areas across the surface of the moon, triggering a total collapse of the entire celestial body's structure and has shattered into several fragments of lunar rock, all capable of devastating effects on the planet. Currently, a total of 4 lunar rocks are falling towards Earth at a rapid pace. Upon impact, powerful earthquakes of magnitude the Earth has never seen before, along with supervolcanic eruptions, as well as supermassive tsunamis will strike every corner of the planet. Therefore, we regret to inform all citizens that the end of the world is imminent. This broadcast will explain to all citizens about what they should expect within the planet's last remaining hours. In exactly 24 hours, the first meteor will strike Eurasia, burning away most of the forests and natural ecosystems in the world in less than an hour. Every type of tree and plant will be extinct as fires will ravage across the globe. 5 hours after the first meteor strike, the second and much bigger meteor will strike the Pacific Ocean, causing supermassive tsunamis and flash floods to destroy coastal cities and low-lying areas which are vulnerable to rising sea levels. If you wish to live a little longer, then seek shelter in inland areas immediately. 2 hours after the second strike, the third meteor will hit, causing supervolcanic eruptions from the massive impact. Volcanoes such as Mount Pinatubo and Yellowstone will erupt and release an unprecedented amount of ash and molten rock into the air, causing the air within the atmosphere to be hazardous and pollute all freshwater sources on the surface. 1 hour after the third strike, a fourth and final meteor will strike the Earth, causing a tremendous amount of debris and dust to fly into the air and block out the sun, causing eternal darkness for the foreseeable future. Dear citizens, we are truly sorry that it has turned out like this. We are truly sorry that the world has to come to an end. We are truly sorry that we are unable to protect everyone from this cataclysm. Please brace for impact. This is our final broadcast. Farewell. Disaster alert. Extinction event imminent. The end is nigh. First strike in. Midnight. 23 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. 23 hours 59 minutes and 58 seconds. 23 hours 59 minutes and 57 seconds. Signal lost. Part 4. The Apocalypse. New York, USA. 2:35 p.m. Jessica, come here, you brats. Come and meet your end. Like a ferocious beast, Jessica Bailey, who had been brought back to life by Westcott, was causing chaos all around the city of New York, trying to fight the 4 Sapphire warriors who had been sent to kill her. Kotori was clashing with her using Camel, her halberd which was infused with powerful flames capable of regeneration as well as instant incineration. But Jessica had been given a much more resilient and powerful body ever since she came back to life, as Westcott had given her demonic powers as well as fallen angel powers. Zap! Jessica summoned lighting out of her fingertips and sent it towards Kotori, who blocked the strike with her halberd, but the flames and lighting caused an explosion which forced both of them to back off. Kotori, damn it, why is this bitch so fucking hard to kill? Can't you just die again? Jessica, not a chance. I'm going to enjoy getting my revenge on you, little munchkins. Suddenly, from behind her, a portal opened up and out came a key-shaped spear with a razor-sharp edge and came rushing forward to impale Jessica in her lower back. But the staff couldn't get through her battle gear and Jessica was left unharmed. She turned around and grabbed a hold of the spear, and used all her strength to pull Mukuro through the portal and threw her across the street, sending her crashing onto the road. Mukuro, ow, can't believe I missed that, ugh. As she winced in pain, Mukuro's attempt to doing a sneak attack on Jessica from behind failed as her key-shaped spear wasn't enough to injure Jessica's mutated body. Jessica, foolish bitches, I'll show you how to use a blade, Reiwa. Clang. Yoshino came forward and blocked Jessica's laser sword from reaching her friends, using ice formed on her arms as a protective shield to prevent any damage on her body. Jessica, grr, it's you, huh? Part of the original team that killed me. Say, where's those orange-haired twins that killed me with their bow and arrow? Yoshino, you won't lay a finger on them. They have no business with you. And you don't have any business here as well. After all, you're supposed to be dead. Hiya. Using her strength as a rook, Yoshino successfully pushed back Jessica, which forced her to assume a much more defensive stance. Jessica, grr. Just die already. Once again, Jessica lunged forward like a bloodthirsty beast and tried to rip Yoshino apart with her new and improved arms capable of ripping the most durable materials in existence. In that intense moment of trying to overpower one another, Jessica did a kick to Yoshino's belly which was undefended, causing her to fall onto the ground and wince in pain, despite her endurance as a rook. Then, Jessica was grinning like a psycho as she said, "Heh? Time to show you what I am capable of doing, presenting my claws of destruction." With newfound demonic power, Jessica transformed her arms into mutant claws which razor-sharp edges and swung on of her claws at Yoshino's upper body, which gravely injured her and caused lots of blood to be lost. Jessica was about to send another strike onto Yoshino, but suddenly, from the skies above, Natsumi, who was riding her broom-shaped staff like a witch, came to Yoshino's rescue. "Not today, bitch, Hanil." Kaleidoscope. A series of metallic chains sprawled out of the ground and latched onto Jessica's other claw, which stopped her from dealing a fatal blow to Yoshino. No matter how much strength Jessica used to try and escape the chains, Natsumi kept up the pressure to hold her in place. Then, Kotori came in and healed Yoshino with her flames. Though it healed her injuries, Yoshino was unconscious due to the blood loss, and didn't show any sign of waking up. Kotori, shit, hey Natsumi, right now, it's just you and me. Mukuro and Yoshino are knocked out, don't die on me, okay? Natsumi, Roger, strike this bitch while I still have her in place. Seeing that Jessica was getting more aggressive in her efforts to break free from Natsumi's grasp, Kotori took this opportunity to charge forward and decapitate Jessica with her halberd. Hiya. Slash. Jessica, ha, not bad, but I bet you didn't expect this, didn't you? Out of nowhere, several pairs of arms had grown out from Jessica's back and caught Kotori's halberd, injuring those extra hands instead of Jessica's neck, which was what Kotori was aiming for. Kotori tried pulling her halberd back, grunting as she said in disbelief, "No way, just what are you capable of?" Jessica laughed as she lifted the halberd up in the air, which also brought Kotori up in the air, boasting about the powers she had gained. "Mwahaha, you brats truly have underestimated me. But don't worry, I'll make your deaths quick and painless." Smash. Jessica's other pairs of arms swung Kotori down on the floor and tossed her halberd away, since it was infused with holy energy and Jessica couldn't come into contact with it for long periods of time. Then, she looked back at Natsumi, who was still using chains to hold one of her claws down. "Jessica, it's just you now, huh? Well, don't think these chains can stop me. Watch this." Like a rope, one of Jessica's extra arms extended towards a lamppost on the sidewalk, before ripping it out of the ground and then violently swinging it at Natsumi like a baseball bat, knocking her out of the air and causing the special chains to fade into dust. Natsumi crashed into a window of a building as Jessica broke free, looking around her as she proclaimed victory. "Ha ha ha, look at you, now you have no chance of winning. But first I'm gonna kill of you so you don't come back and ruin my boss's plans." Walking towards Kotori with her two massive claws as well as a dozen pairs of arms grown out of her back, which made her an intimidating and dangerous foe. "Jessica, I'll start with you. After all, you were part of the original crew that killed me. Perhaps I should use these claws to rip you apart. That'll be satisfying to watch, hee. But then, Sadkiel. Balance breaker. Shurian armor. A large explosion occurred, sending snow and frost flying across the area. Segments of the road were freezing over as ice was miraculously forming over every surface near the epicenter of the unexpected explosion. Jessica stopped in her tracks as she noticed something standing in the middle of the smoke. She also noticed that the temperature around her was dropping rapidly, and was shocked that even a mutated creature such as herself was shivering. "What the? Why are my arms shivering? Shouldn't I be tougher than this? What the fuck is going on?" While Jessica's entire body, including her additional pairs of arms, was shivering in the sudden cold, another voice spoke from the mist. "Yashinan, well, looks like you fucked up big time. Yoshino has unlocked her balance breaker, and it's something you shouldn't take lightly. Mwahaha. Jessica was confused, and she prepared for another confrontation. What in the world is, ugh, are you serious right now? She squinted to see who it was, but suddenly, whoosh. Like a gust of wind, a massive ice shard came flying at her and knocked her back several feet, causing Jessica to fall onto the ground. Finally, the mist cleared as the figure revealed itself to be Yoshino, donning a brand new set of armor which was created from unlocking her balance breaker. 2. Yoshino, I will be the one who'll defeat you. Any last words, Bailey? Jessica hastily got off the ground and prepared for another confrontation, preparing all 24 of her arms to engage Yoshino in a battle. Jessica didn't say anything, but she let out a monstrous roar before charging towards Yoshino at full speed. Jessica swung her massive claw at Yoshino with all her might, expecting to finish her off in one clean strike. But suddenly, upon impact with the armor, Jessica's formidable and razor-sharp claws shattered upon impact, failing to do any damage to Yoshino. What the? How did you? Yoshino grabbed Jessica midair by one of her arms and swung her around like a ragdoll, before throwing her into the distance like a javelin, sending Jessica crashing onto the other side of the street. Crash. Then, Yoshino snapped her fingers while saying, Sadkiel. Nivis vehemens. To which a massive blizzard started snowing. The surroundings had hail as well as snow flying all across the place, causing temperatures to drop significantly, and it was only a few degrees above freezing point. Yoshino then started to walk forward, summoning a sword made of ice in her hands, while also summoning a shield made of ice as well. While she walked towards the place where she threw Jessica at, Yoshino began to speak. You know, I'm actually thankful you hurt me with your dirty claws back there. I nearly died because of that. But guess what? I nearly died in the past too, because of an illness. I felt the same despair as I did on the verge of death, because I wanted to live and experience life. That was until Shido Itsuka came and saved me. I have been extremely grateful to him, and I swore that I will pay him back. Now that my friends are in need of help, I will be the one who shall save them. At the speed of light, which is unlike what a rook is capable of, Yoshino dashed towards Jessica. Wind grabbed her once more, this time throwing her up in the air way above the roofs of the buildings, before falling back down just to get kicked by Yoshino using her foot. Yoshino punted Jessica's body like a football and sent her crashing into a building. Lots of debris came falling from the site of the crash as Jessica was slowly losing her mind. Grr, to lose to this little brat. I will never accept that, Reaha. Jessica sprang out of the building and was now out for blood. She extended several of her arms towards Yoshino, but they were quickly cut off by Yoshino's eyes soared like butter. Then, Jessica swung both of her claws at Yoshino, but it was also quickly countered when Yoshino formed an ice dome around her, shattering both claws like twigs. Jessica was getting more and more irritated, screaming her lungs out, Grah, don't fuck with me, bitch, hiding won't save you. Yoshino, very well then I shall go on the offensive. Sadkiel. Shurian blast. Pow. Putting both her hands together, Yoshino summoned a powerful ice blast which knocked Jessica back by a long shot, crashing into several buildings and causing serious injuries. Yoshino whipped out her sword and prepared to enter the building to finish off Jessica, but as she climbed over piles of debris and rubble, she heard Jessica's voice calling out to her from the shadows. Ugh, fine, you leave me no choice. If you want to play like that then so be it, I will no longer hold back. Reawewa. A powerful rumbling began to take place, as an unrecognizable monster emerged from the shadows and launched extremely long bone-like tendrils towards Yoshino. This unexpected comeback forced Yoshino to retreat backwards while also fending off each tendril which had the appearance of a skeleton's bone and had sharp edges at each end, making it an extremely lethal weapon. Eventually, Yoshino was forced out of the building and she fled back to the street where she prepared for a showdown between herself and the monster which Jessica had transformed into. The beast came out, and it didn't have a single human feature. Not a single patch of skin was visible on the creature's body which was covered with rotting flesh and protruding bones. The teeth were replaced with sharp fangs while the eyes were glowing with a crimson red light. Yashinan, whoa, looks like we really pissed her off, didn't we? Better use our final form, am I right? Yoshino, yes. It's the only way. Sadkiel. Congelatio. Suddenly, Yashinan began growing rapidly in size as it grew taller than the surrounding buildings. When the giant rabbit-like creature reached its maximum size, a loud roar was let out to assert its dominance. Yoshino mounted on top of it and prepared to fight. This ends here. The monster that Jessica had transformed into roared back at Yoshino in response, before running straight towards her. Yoshino then shot a powerful ice beam to slow the monster in its path, forming thick and indestructible ice around the monster's torso. Yoshino then slowly moved forward, keeping up the ice beam to freeze the monster completely. A thick mist even formed as small ice particles flew all around the surrounding area. But suddenly, the monster's bone tendrils came flying out of the mist as a desperate counterattack, skyrocketing over the buildings and going around the rabbit's head to strike Yoshino, who was hiding behind. Seeing that her flank behind her was undefended, Yoshino had to temporarily pause the ice beam before turning back and cutting each tendril using her ice sword. But this was merely a distraction. From the ground, the partially frozen monster summoned dozens of tendrils from its back, sent them towards the rabbit's belly, causing Yoshino to nearly lose her balance and fall over. Now, Yoshino was surrounded as she was busy dealing with tough and quick tendrils aiming at her from behind, while also trying to maintain her balance as the rabbit was struggling to stand up as more sets of tendrils were continuously striking its belly, which resulted in tremors. Ugh, this is bad. Maybe I shouldn't have done this. But I need to fight. I can't let up right now, not when I'm the only one left who can fight. Still swinging her sword to ward off the tendrils, Yoshino nearly had a close call when she ducked to avoid a tendril nearly decapitating her. No big deal, Yoshino prepared herself for another round, but then things got worse. The monster down below switched its strategy when it started using its tendrils to wrap around the entire rabbit, despite its gargantuan size. Yoshino knew that this rabbit was Yashinan, her friend whom she knew the longest, and couldn't bear to abandon her. This can't be the end. I won't run away. If this is where my last stand is, then I shall go out with honor. Believing that this was her last stand, Yoshino prepared to fight till her last breath by herself, raising her sword to do whatever she could to make the battle last longer. Fortunately for her, someone had arrived to save her from impending doom. Michael. Balance Breaker. Selim Imperium. Makuro. So it appears that this is called a balance breaker. Can't believe that all I needed to do was use Michael on myself to unlock it. Anyway, let me save you, Yoshino. 1. Flying from the distance, Makuro, who had recovered from being beaten earlier by Jessica, came back in the fight, with a new and deadlier staff. At blinding speeds, Makuro aimed straight for the beast and pierced her staff into its back. Michael. Segva. Suddenly, in a single second, every tendril extending from the beast's back had stopped moving and lost all their individual grip on Yoshino's rabbit. Makuro had disabled all the tendrils in a single blow, showing that she no longer needs to individually disable one thing at a time. Then, Makuro shouted to Yoshino, quickly. Muku has stopped the monster's attacks. Cut all the tendrils now. Yoshino quickly traversed across the rabbit's body and freed it from the beast's grasp, before going back up and reactivating it to move again. Yashinan, haha, I'm back, thanks, Yoshino. I wouldn't have survived that if not for you and your little friend down there. Yoshino, I'd never abandon you. We've been together for as long as I can remember. Let's kill this monster once and for all. Sadkiel. Glacis Supplier. Then, another ice beam came crashing down on the monster, causing it to freeze in place and have all its limbs solidify into ice. Yoshino kept the ice beam going until the monster's screams of desperation faded off. Makuro, let's finish this. Michael. Latide. A portal opened directly beneath the frozen monster, which began to sink into the portal. But when it was around halfway submerged into it, Makuro shut the portal halfway and cut the frozen monster in half, killing it once and for all. Yoshino shrunk the size of the rabbit back into the size of the puppet which she always carried around in her hand. Then, she met up with Makuro to discuss what happened. Makuro, Muku believes that you have questions for me, don't you? Yoshino, yes. It's about your balance breaker. How did you unlock it? Makuro, oh, that, when I was struggling around on the ground, Muku begged for some power to defeat that monster. But then I thought, why not just unlock the limits of my sacred gear, and then I can use it freely without restraint. So I used Michael on myself, and then I felt a strong power being unlocked from inside my body. That's how I unlocked my balance breaker. Yoshino, but then. How about that other form you had back in the HD1 galaxy? You wore the same outfit and could do the same things. What's the difference? Makuro, you mean Michael. Shifuru. That only makes me a bit stronger by removing some of the limits placed on my sacred gear. Michael. Selim Imperium is the ultimate form of my sacred gear, which I unlocked by removing all the seals, though at the cost of my magic reserves. Muku can only stay in this form for a minute or two, before returning back to my base form. Yoshino, oh, so complicated, but at least we won in the end, right? Time to look for Kotori and Natsumi. They must be somewhere around here. Then, from a distance, a familiar voice called out to the two girls who had recently unlocked their balance breakers. Kotori, hey, we're over here, don't worry, we're alright. I already healed Natsumi and everything. Whoa, the battle is over already. Fortunately, Kotori and Natsumi had made it out alive and unharmed. They also just arrived in time to see Yoshino and Mukuro deal the finishing blow to the monster. Yoshino, yeah, it was the toughest fight I've ever been in. First time ever going on the attack, it could have been worse. Natsumi, huh? Are you kidding? That was some of the coolest shit you pulled off there. Never thought you had that courage in you, great job, bestie. While the four of them were chatting, a rumbling sound was heard from the sky. Feeling that a new threat was approaching, the girls turned to the sky, only to be met with a terrifying sight. A meteor was approaching and several fragments were seen breaking off from it. The girls had no clue what caused it, but they probably had some guesses in their mind already. Natsumi, what the did the moon break apart or what? Why is there a meteor coming straight for us? Just then, air sirens started sounding off at the same time across New York, which made the girls grow in anxiety and fear about what might have happened. Judging by the scale of destruction this event was about to bring, only one suspect was responsible for this. Westcott. A unanimous voice spoke as their minds realized the truth. However, the girls were still feeling helpless as they were all alone in the empty city, with no sign of any people at all. Yoshino, what do we do now? The only people we know who could deal with this are elsewhere. Kotori, I suspect Shido-senpai and the others might be in London, where Westcott's main headquarters are located. Right now, between here and New York and London, we'll take a total of 7 hours to get there. Mukuro, can you open a portal? Mukuro, no. Muku exhausted most of her energy while in balance breaker mode. We're going to have to wait at least a day for it to return back to normal. Right now, we'll have to fly. Natsumi, okay then. Well, where do we start? We need to get moving now. Kotori, follow me. Once we get to the sea, then we'll take off and start flying. Sprinting off like the wind, Kotori ran through the streets with her friends and desperately tried to make it to the shore quickly. The meteor seemed to be getting bigger in the sky every minute, meaning that it was getting closer. They had no time to waste, as the fate of the world was in their hands. Battle of New York. Kotori Itsuka. Yoshino Himkawa. Natsumi Kuno. Mukuro Hashimiya. Versus Jessica Bailey. Winner, Sapphire Warriors. Part 5. Doomsday. Manila, the Philippines. 3:15 a.m. Air sirens blared through the empty city of Manila as massive explosions occurred high up in the sky, as a result of a fierce aerial battle taking place between the DEM airship fleet and the Sapphire Warriors. Kagoya, Hiya. Boom! Like an arrow piercing through many sheets of paper, Kagoya used her lance to destroy several airships that were dropping bombs onto the ground. These bombs, however, never reached the ground since Yuzuru was using her chains and spun them violently in the air to whip up a strong hurricane to suck in all the bombs before throwing them back at the airships. It has been 45 minutes since the start of the battle over the skies of Manila, and things have been going pretty slow. However, progress was made elsewhere as Shiori and Miku infiltrated the Lemegeton, the flagship of the DEM fleet. Unfortunately, the ship's captain and also the fleet admiral of the entire DEM airship fleet, James A. Paddington, noticed this sudden incursion into his ship and was absolutely livid. Paddington, that's it, get me my suit, I am gonna rip those bitches into shreds. He stormed off and entered a changing room, where he changed from his commander's uniform into a mechanical battle suit which was specially designed for him. Paddington also gained an additional 6 metallic arms attached to his back which held powerful plates of metal which acted as shields. The 6 shields moved and converged in front of Paddington, acting as one massive shield to defend any force coming towards him. On top of that, he was given 2 large metallic blades which could chop through things with ease. Paddington, ha ha, now you will get to feel my wrath. Gripping onto his blades with anger and hatred, Paddington ran off and proceeded to head towards Miku and Shiori's position in the Lemegeton. Meanwhile, somewhere in the cafeteria of the airship where the staff would eat, the last of the wizard squadron which was sent to eliminate the 2 girls had been killed as Shiori did a pushing kick to knock out the wizard. He immediately fell unconscious and hit the floor and soon as his head hit the wall, marking a victory for the 2 girls. Shiori, phew. That's the last one. Now, we just need to find the commander and kill him. Miku, yeah? He's probably hiding somewhere like a coward. There's no way he'd come and face us in person. But then, the wall exploded as a massive figure came walking out of the smoke, revealing himself to be Paddington, armed with 2 massive blades, 6 robotic arms holding shields, and a desire to kill his enemies. Paddington, haha, your time ends now, come and fight me. 1. Shiori and Miku were shocked to see Paddington like this, as they never thought of him as someone who was willing to fight. But then again, he was practically just insane, so they should have seen this coming. Shiori readied herself for another round and said, "Alright, time to beat this asshole up." She bounced on the floor while holding her fists up, but Shiori's life flashed before her eyes when Paddington's robotic arms converged in front of him and formed a big shield, before rushing towards her at blinding speeds to ram her into the wall. As Paddington's large shield collided with Shiori using her forearms to desperately defend herself, he yelled out loud, "I'm fucking invincible." Shiori was trying to push back against Paddington's immense strength, which was due to the battle suit he was wearing, and she was shocked that she was struggling to even overpower him. But then, Shiori had an idea, and she decided to pry open 2 of the shields with her hands, which actually worked and made a small opening for Shiori to throw a lightning punch at Paddington's body, knocking the air out of him. For a moment, 2 of the mechanical arms malfunctioned and stretched back, exposing the weak links holding the arm together. Seeing an opportunity to strike back, Shiori threw 2 separate knife hand strikes at them, shattering the arm and destroying 2 of the shields. Paddington stumbled backwards while trying to regain his bearings. Shiori stood firm to get ready for another attack, but then Miku called Paddington out to distract him. "Hey jackass, over here, don't you want to get rid of us so badly, then come get me." Paddington set his sights on Miku and dashed towards her at rapid speeds, trying to ram her against the wall. But sound waves were blocking Paddington from pushing forward as Miku used her powers to hold him back. Paddington grunted as he struggled forward, growling in his voice, "Don't fuck with me, bitch. Hiding isn't gonna save you this time." With a strong push, Paddington stepped forward and cornered Miku against the wall, but this was merely a distraction as Shiori struck from behind and eliminated 2 more mechanical arms and disabled the shields, leaving only 1 pair of shields left. Paddington had to turn around and focused on Shiori, whom he labeled as the biggest threat to his victory. So, he lunged forward and swung both his blades down at her like an X shape, but Shiori was quick enough to backflip out of the way, leaving the blades stuck in the floor. Paddington tried to pull the blades out, but they wouldn't budge as they were stuck deep inside the floor. Then, Shiori charged forward for a fatal attack, but Paddington got really serious and was determined to win at any cost. So, as Shiori came within an arm's reach of his head, Paddington's mechanical arms came forward and detonated the shields, which was revealed to be rigged with explosives the whole time. The blast knocked Shiori back and several pieces of burning shrapnel were stuck in her body. Miku was horrified at her friend's sudden setback and she rushed over to check in on her. Her stomach churned as she saw blood spilling out of the wounds as large pieces of shrapnel were cutting deep into Shiori's body. There was also heavy breathing from Shiori as she struggled to stay awake. Miku begged her to remain conscious and not fall asleep, for she feared that Shiori wouldn't make it. Unfortunately, Shiori's severe condition was the least of Miku's concerns, as Paddington was making his move again. He emerged from the smoke, revealing a massive hole leading out towards the sky created from the explosion. Paddington then clipped his 2 blades together like a pair of scissors, before saying, "I'll split you in 2. Miku, no, this can't be the end. I can't die like this. I can't let my family down. I have to fight, Gabriel." Balance breaker. Regina Symphonia. A glowing keyboard with shining pieces appeared before Miku, and she was given a new look. She had never felt this much power flowing through her body before, and she was ready to battle. But before Miku could think about why this had happened, her eyes turned to the front to see Paddington charging forward. "Miku, Gabriel. Allegro." She struck several keys with her fingers, and a whole group of musical notes came flying out of the keyboard and hit Paddington, stopping him in his tracks and stunning him for a while. Miku then knew what to do. There was a hole behind Paddington, and she was going to kick him out of the ship. So, she prepared her next attack. Gabriel. Marcato. She pressed several chords on the keyboard which launched several musical notes, shaped like spears, and drove them into Paddington's body despite his tough armor. He coughed out blood as he grew frustrated and angry. "Paddington, you're making me lose my patience, girl. You're not gonna make it out of this one alive." Gra. Once again, Paddington jumped forward and opened up his massive pair of metallic blade scissors to chop Miku in half, but she countered it by projecting her voice to produce sound waves to physically hold back the blades. Paddington, ha, that's not gonna work this time. I'm fucking invincible. The blades started to close up as Miku began straining her voice. She was caught in between the blades and couldn't move out of the way. All she could do was hold on a bit longer and try and push back Paddington's swords. Miku, come on, think of something. I can definitely fight this. How about this? She stopped screaming and instead let the blades close together. However, before letting them chop her body in half, Miku crouched down to catch them with her hands, carefully avoiding contact with the sharp edges and gripped onto the smooth surface of the blades. Miku was using all her strength to keep the blades in position and stop Paddington from chopping her head off. This unexpected change of strategy baffled her opponent, who only mocked her for this. Gahaha, that's it, don't try to act cool, you just sealed your fate. But then, a low humming sound came from Miku as she started humming, producing small sound waves which propagated through the room. Paddington had enough of this and decided to finish her off, only to be left confused as the blades couldn't close together. Paddington, what the? Why can't they close? What did you do? Miku continued humming, and the blades she caught were starting to vibrate, gently and slowly, which gradually escalated into violent shivers. Paddington was getting worried as this was completely unexpected, which prompted him to let go of his scissor blades. But then another shocking discovery was made as Paddington couldn't let go, and was instead starting to have his hands shake violently, which eventually led to his whole body shaking all over. It felt as if there was a magnetic force sticking his hands to the blades. Then Miku spoke. I am the user of Gabriel. I have mastery over the power of sound, and I also can mind control others by using my voice. What I did just now was this. I sent vibrations through the blades and into your body since your hands are gripping onto them. I control each particle at the molecular level, which means I am making the particles on your hands stick to the handles, no matter how hard you try to let go. And now, I shall finish you off. Miku took a deep breath, and she then said, May your eardrums never recover after this. Greahe. Like a soprano, Miku raised her voice and sent deadly sound waves into the metallic blades and into Paddington's body, shattering them in an instant, and causing most of his battle armor to crack and fall apart. Paddington then had his eardrums burst and his eyes also leaking blood out, as several internal organs had been blown up by the sound waves. He screamed in pain as he felt his whole body being torn apart by Miku's voice. In the end, she finished her attack by launching a destructive sonic boom at Paddington's face, disfiguring it severely and causing blood to spill all over the place. Thump! A lifeless body fell onto the floor and the sound of metal clanging echoed. The battle has been won. Fleet Admiral Paddington is no more and the Lemegeton was falling apart. Miku rushed Issei to Shiori and checked up on her condition, fortunately having survived the battle. Shiori groaned softly and said, Hey, you did it. I can't believe you actually did it, you go, girl. Miku picked up Shiori and carried her on her back, before walking towards the hole in the ship and jumped out into the sky. Miku carried Shiori carefully and landed safely on the ground, before putting her friend sitting upright against a building to rest. Miku, when Nia gets back, I'll get her to fix you up in no time. How does that sound? Shiori, struggling to speak, ripped out a piece of shrapnel sticking out of her leg and then threw it aside, before replying. Hee. Yeah, I'm much stronger than I look, Miku. I can only stay like this for a few more hours though. It fucking hurts like hell, ugh. Miku, hey now, don't force yourself. Let's just wait here. I took out the commander and his fleet is going to break apart in no time. Just sit here and relax. Shiori, you think, look, up there, the remaining airships are dropping many bombs onto the ground, and the Yamai sisters are struggling to keep up. We shouldn't be relaxing like this. Shiori struggled to stand up as she clenched her fists to fight, only to fall back against the wall as the shrapnel had injured many parts of her body. Miku had no choice but to keep watch on Shiori so she doesn't hurt herself more. Miku, sigh, still so stubborn like the rest of your friends. You guys wouldn't stop trying to be my friend when we first met. Scene break. WRRRR. And kaboom, boom, bang. Yuzuru sent many bombs hurling back at the airships which dropped them, blowing them up in the sky. Kaguya on the other hand was still piercing through other airships. But even though their progress was consistent and efficient, the Yamai sisters were getting tired and couldn't keep on going like this, not when there were literally thousands of deadly bombs being dropped onto the ground every 3 seconds. Some of the bombs slipped past the sisters and ended up hitting the ground, causing damage onto the city infrastructure down below. But the tremors caused by the explosions were fortunately not strong enough to cause any catastrophic damage to the nuclear reactor down below, which Nia was trying to disable. Speaking of her, down below the ground, more than 30 levels, Nia had secretly infiltrated the hidden facility where the nuclear reactor powering all the airships of DEM Corporation was located. There were a few guards, but Nia took them out with the 2 handguns she had been given by Ratatosker. Right now, she had managed to enter the control rooms and was using Ratziel to give her the complete manual on how to operate the nuclear reactor. Nia, oh, that's a lot of shit to remember. But I have no choice. Let's see, push this button and pull this lever, then we. She kept looking back and forth at the manual and the controls, carefully following each step to make sure she safely deactivates the reactor. Nia spent about a minute or so meticulously pressing buttons and pulling levers and flicking switches to initiate the shutdown sequence. Finally, Nia began shutting down the reactor, but there was a 3-minute countdown before the reactor completely switched off. However, as the amount of energy being sent to the transmitter was dropping at a rapid rate, the airships still up in the sky were beginning to malfunction. Meanwhile, 3 DEM ships began turning off as their power supply had been cut off, rendering the ships unable to fight and slowly falling down towards the ground. If they crashed and hit the ground below, then the consequences will be catastrophic. Kaguya and Yuzuru used the power of the winds to push the falling ships back up in the air, slowly pushing them towards the ocean so that they would fall there instead. Kaguya, grr, why is this ship so fucking heavy? Ugh, Nia should have at least waited for a bit. Yuzuru, predicament. This doesn't look good. We need to keep these ships from crashing onto the ground. Despite the powerful winds that blew the ships away from Manila, more airships were also losing their power and slowly descending towards the ground, which only added more pressure to the Yamai sisters. Eventually, every single ship in the air lost their power and began a deadly descent towards the ground. The Yamai sisters flew lower to get a full view of all the ships, before sending another powerful gale to blow the ships away from the city. But it could only do so much, as the ships were barely drifting at all towards the sea. Since the sisters only had half of Raphael each, they couldn't exert more force onto the ships. All they could do was hope that the ships would reach the sea in time. Unfortunately, although the Yamai sisters were using all their power to push back the airships, Yuzuru turned around and realized that she and her sister had missed one ship which was almost about to crash towards the urban areas of the city. The ship in question was the Lemegeton, the flagship of the DEM fleet, and the same one where Miku and Shiori defeated Paddington on board. The sisters must have realized that the Lemegeton had escaped their sights and was now inevitably going to cause destruction in its crash. However, Kaguya wasn't willing to let that happen, and neither was Yuzuru. Both sisters then decided that they were going to push past their limits to save everyone. But that would mean that they needed a complete Raphael to do that. Kaguya, since we have both halves of a sacred gear, let's combine our powers to save the city. Yuzuru, agreement. Let's unleash the true potential of the winds. Kaguya and Yuzuru, Raphael. Balance breaker. El Ruachabir. The 2 sisters linked their hands together, which sparked a powerful energy reaction, fusing both their powers together, before both their bodies melted into light and fused into one single body, with a new appearance and a new weapon. Yamai, whoa, it feels amazing. Heck yeah, now I feel motivated. Let's get the trash out of this place. Raphael. El Pigas. 1. At blinding speeds, the new entity known as Yamai, born from Kaguya and Yuzuru fusing into one body, bolted towards the falling Lemegeton before it could crash into a highly urbanized area of Manila. Then, Yamai summoned a giant pair of wings behind her back, and then summoned her chains to wrap around them, coiling repeatedly until each wing was wrapped with a thick metal coat. Yamai then folded her wings inward such that her body was surrounded by the strong wings of steel, creating a shield in the process. Then, Yamai released strong wind pressure through the cracks between the chains, instantly eroding away massive fragments of the Lemegeton like sand disappearing into the air. Yamai kept this up until every particle of the Lemegeton was gone. Not a single trace of the ship had remained. After that, she set her sights on the remaining airships, flying back towards them to push them back to the sea. Yamai, Raphael. El Tsufuel. Integrating the chains onto the handle of the lance, Yamai picked it up and swung it around in the air like a lasso, before launching it towards an airship like a harpoon, piercing through it instantly. But Yamai wasn't finished yet. She then guided the lance to fly around and pierce through every single ship, skewering through each one and connecting all airships with her chains. Once the last airship was pierced through, Yamai pulled her chains back violently, straightening all the airships like a skewer piercing through pieces of meat. Once all the airships were aligned in a straight line, Yamai performed her finishing attack. Raphael. Yevern. Yamai quickly removed her chains from the airships and fused it together with her lance and wings itself, forming a massive artillery cannon with a large barrel, charging up powerful wind energy. Yamai, get blown away. Your days of flying are over. I am the true master of the sky. Boom! Highly concentrated wind pressure blew out of the cannon and was sent speeding across the sky, pushing each airship arranged in a straight line away easily like paper. The wind pressure didn't slow down at all, continuously blowing everything in its path towards the sea. Eventually, every dim airship was above the ocean's surface and the wind pressure stopped, causing each ship to drop into the sea one by one, drowning any survivors which may have been hiding inside the ships. Yamai wiped the sweat off her forehead and admired the sight before her. She had single-handedly saved Manila by blowing away every enemy airship out of the city, and caused all of them to sink beneath the sea. Ha, now that's another long day of work done. Wait, what's that? Yamai's excitement was short-lived, however, as she had spotted 4 large asteroids approaching the Earth at a rapid speed. Their massive sizes were so overwhelming that it felt like nobody could do anything to stop them. Yamai quickly split back into Kaguya and Yuzuru, before flying back down towards the ground, where Shiori, Miku, and Nia were waiting. Nia had arrived back on the surface, and used her sacred gear to heal Shiori by sketching a perfectly healthy version of her into one of the pages, forcing each injury to disappear and each piece of shrapnel to fade away like nothing was ever there. Nia, there we go, now you should be all set to fight again, though. I've been drained of most of my energy. Gonna take a while to recover it. Shiori moved her arms and legs, realizing that Nia had indeed healed her completely. She then stood back up, cheering in excitement as she was now combat ready again. Miku, oh thank goodness, I'm glad all of us made it out of that fight alive. Now, where to next? Then, the Yamai sisters arrived back on the ground and informed the girls of the impending doomsday event. They were needless to say horrified about it, and it became a priority to quickly join the rest of their friends. Nia opened up her sacred gear, and learned that the main battle was happening at London, which prompted everyone else to quickly get going before it's too late. Battle of Manila. Nia Hanjo. Shiori Itsuka. Kaguya Yamai. Yuzuru Yamai. Mika Zeoi. Versus James A. Paddington and Company. Winner, Sapphira Warriors. Part 6. Armageddon. London, United Kingdom. 8:45 p.m. The sun has set, and darkness has fallen across the land. Toka, Origami, and Shido have been battling the MG Ray and MG Excelsis for more than an hour now, trying to breach through their enemy's defense lines. Somewhere in South London, the gargantuan MG Ray was still wreaking havoc on the city despite Toka's best efforts to subdue it. The battle between her and the automated machine was basically a war of attrition where both of them tried exhausting each other out. But that ended when Toka realized that the MG Ray couldn't be tired out since it was a machine, and machines do not get tired. As such, she decided to go all out on her attacks and finish off the machine once and for all. From the Fraxinus X, Elliot was speaking with Toka through a wireless earpiece and instructed her on what to do. Toka charged forward at the MG Ray, which moved back as it began preparing another attack, while Elliot yelled, "Now bring it down, Toka." Rapid footsteps trailed through the street as Toka began dodging missiles launched from the MG Ray, masterfully avoiding each one as she made it closer to the MG Ray. BRRRRR. Then, the machine sent a powerful laser beam charging towards Toka, which she narrowly escaped by moving out of the attack's path. When Toka got close to the MG Ray, its last-ditch attempt at counterattacking was swinging its massive blade wing down on her. "Elliot, stop that blade." Clang. 1. Toka parried the strike with her sword, blocking the MG Ray from striking her, using all her power and might to hold the attack in position. Then, in a surprise move, she channeled all her strength in her arms, catching the blade wing and lifting the entire MG Ray with her own hands, before tossing it into the air. Slice, slash, slayanash. Toka took advantage of the machine's vulnerable state, and jumped onto its body while midair, slicing it up its body while traveling towards its mechanical center, finishing the fight by performing a clean-cut strike directly through the MG Ray and cutting it in half. Elliot, yes, split it wide open. Bang. Toka landed back on the floor and held her sword up high proudly, walking away from the battlefield as fragments of the MG Ray were dropping onto the ground. Silence filled the air, save for some electrical cackling and mechanical whirring. But from a distance, the underworld army, which had been nearly destroyed, witnessed Toka's skills and were impressed. Among one of them was Zenobia Quarta, who had previously ruined Toka's life when she was a student in her old high school. Zenobia felt a little nervous when she had seen how Toka had easily cut the massive killing machine. Zenobia, what the fuck just happened? Did that girl cut the machine in half? No way, that brat, she did that. Many different thoughts went through her head as she processed the battle between Toka and the MG Ray. Why am I trembling? No, I'm the almighty user of Durandal. I would never fear an amateur such as that girl. 2. In the midst of her shock, Zenobia hadn't realized that Toka had walked all the way towards her and was just within a few meters of where she was standing. Zenobia flinched, and she couldn't move. The sheer power which Toka was exerting across the area was for some reason too much for her to handle. As Zenobia was frozen stiff in place, Toka began walking in her direction. To top it off, Toka looked pretty mad. She had a really serious expression on her face as she carried Sandalphon and rested it on her shoulder. Expecting an outburst to come from Toka, Zenobia braced for a fight. But unexpectedly, Toka simply walked past her and didn't even bat an eye. Though, there was a small whisper which came from Toka. "Get on my level, bitch." Before proceeding to walk away to meet with a much more important figure within the underworld army. "Toka, you must be Sona Leviathan, right?" "Sona, why yes, thanks for helping us defeat that mechanical beast. It really tore through our defenses." "Toka, listen here, leave the rest to us, the Sapphira warriors will deal with this crisis. Right now, Isaac Westcott is on his way to start a ritual which will grant him godlike powers. And I mean it when I say it that none of you stand a chance. Retreat back to the underworld and stay there." "Sona, what? But we have a responsibility too. We can't just take the back seat while you kids handle such a monstrous thing." "Just what is going on in your minds?" "Toka, oh, it's nothing. My team and I simply have a destiny. Call it a coincidence or whatnot. But this predicament is something which you should leave to us." Without even elaborating any further, Toka walked off and dashed into the distance, wielding her sword up high to face her enemies in battle. Sona, on the other hand, was simply dumbfounded. She had no idea how to respond to Toka's words, since this was the first time where she had been doubted to be capable of eliminating an enemy. Some soldiers who were Toka's words were offended that some random human girl was telling them to retreat simply because they were not up to the task. But Sona felt some hint of seriousness and graveness about the current situation, and she for some reason felt inclined to fulfill that request. "Sona, stay here in the human world. However, don't try engaging in battle with the enemy yet, just watch the girl and her friends do their work." Series of gasps came from across the army, as they had never expected someone like Sona to have someone else do the work for them. But since it was an order from the very top, the army decided to play along and see where this ended up. As such, Sona, along with whatever remnants were left of her army, continued retreating towards Crawley, where they would open up a portal back to the underworld and reorganize themselves there. Meanwhile, the main action was going on when the MG Excelsis was launching a fury of attacks against Shido and Origami, attempting to crush them under its massive mechanical legs. But no amount of strength was able to deter the both of them, as Shido and Origami have grown so much since they discovered their own powers. Instead, Shido was using brute force to hold the mechanical leg up, while Origami was using a force field made of light to keep the MG Excelsis from stomping down. Gra-ah! Crack! Like a crumbling wall, Shido sent powerful energy from his hands and delivered it into the mechanical legs like a shockwave. The MG Excelsis began falling apart, as it couldn't stand up straight due to poor stability. Origami also blasted several powerful projectiles onto the underside of the machine and created several punctures into it, causing the MG Excelsis to enter a state of operational failure. Sparks of electricity and smoke appeared all across the entire mechanical body of the machine, before shutting down and crashing onto the floor. Not long after, a small moment of silence continued, marking the end of the MG Excelsis's path of wrath and destruction. Shido wiped off the sweat from his forehead and said, "Heh? Too easy. If this is what Westcott had planned to use to stop us, then he's already lost. Come on, we have a maniac to obliterate. The world is at stake." He jumped on top of the massive mechanical pile of scrap left over from the MG Excelsis, joined by Origami and Toka, who had just arrived. The moon in the sky was seen completely destroyed. Several pieces of lunar rock was going to crash and destroy Earth. But despite our heroes' predicament, they wouldn't let an apocalypse stop them. They were just like regular people who wanted to enjoy life. However, they had work to do if they wanted that. Ratziel, show me Westcott's location. Shido summoned Ratziel and requested for Westcott's exact location. As soon as the pages started displaying a live view of Westcott's whereabouts, Shido only became angrier by what he saw. Turns out, Westcott was already setting up the ritual needed for him to ascend to godhood. And the worst part was that his own mother was there, and the main focus of the whole ritual. Her role, to be a sacrifice. As for what this ritual entailed, it required Westcott to absorb whatever power and life force which Rain had left in her body. Then, when Westcott would steal her powers from her, Rain would shrivel up like a withering leaf and make Westcott into an invincible being. Shido, shit. Looks like things have just gotten worse. Toka, Origami, let's get going. Westcott is in the Scottish Highlands much further up north. We'll use the Fraxinus X to get there. Origami, got it. Come on, Toka. The final battle is approaching. We need to move now. Toka, yeah? No need to tell me twice. The three of them called Elliot, who immediately came to pick them up and learned of Westcott's location. Elliot was pretty eager to settle things with his old friend and save the world from destruction too, so he ordered the Fraxinus X to speed ahead towards the north in Scotland, where Westcott was. Scene break. Northern Scotland. 9 p.m. Hush. At supersonic speeds, the Fraxinus X flew across Great Britain and reached the northern highlands of Scotland, where Westcott was located. Shido was using Ratziel as a GPS to see where Westcott's location was. Upon viewing the site down below, there were rolling hills and rocky terrains all across as far as the eye could see. However, there was a glowing red light in the horizon which was fluctuating in brightness. Elliot, that must be Ike. It looks like he is about to begin his god transformation. We must make haste now. The Fraxinus X increased its rocket speed and accelerated towards the ominous-looking area up ahead. Soon, the ship was above Loch Ness, a massive lake next to the area where the ominous red light was. The source of the light was a castle which was relatively big, but not so grand or magnificent. Westcott probably used it to not gather any unwanted attention but also needed the space inside of it. Elliot, okay, we have arrived. I can sense Ike's presence from here. Shido, are you ready to face him? Shido, yes. I lost to him once, but I won't lose to him again. The fate of the world rests on our shoulders now. I can't afford to back off now. Drake, don't forget about me, son. I'm here to destroy that bitch and save my wife. Westcott isn't going to live to see the next day once we're done with him. Elliot, very well. I shall also join you in battle, but it'll take me some time to get my weapons. Shido, huh? Weapons? Don't you already have the Fraxinus? What more do you need? Elliot, ho, wait till you see it. Ike isn't going to see this coming. Shido, huh? So you're gonna fight in person. Now that's gonna be a sight to see. Anyways, Dad and the rest of us are gonna go ahead and fight. We'll see you later, Elliot. Elliot, stay safe, kid. Now, Karen, bring me my super suit. 1. The Fraxinus opened up its hatch door and allowed the Sapphira warriors as well as Drake to descend towards the ground, where they prepared to defeat Westcott once and for all. Scene break. Westcott stood in front of a massive magic circle with an altar in the middle, upon which lay an unconscious Rain Murasame, who was going to be the sacrifice to let Westcott gain his ultimate power to destroy the world and reshape it in his own image. Westcott, haha, it's almost done. Just need to let the energy reach maximum output and, wait a minute. From the corner of his eye, Westcott spotted several figures descending from the sky. He then realized who they were almost immediately after sensing their aura signatures. Westcott, TSK. Always getting in my way at the worst possible times. Ellen Artemisia, you know what to do. Ellen whipped out her sword and said, of course. No need for the insignificant to interfere with our plans. Your will shall be fulfilled, Ike. Artemisia also took out her double-bladed sword and said, we have made it this far. We can't let anything go wrong now. The two ladies then rushed away while holding their swords, preparing to hold off the Sapphira warriors from stopping Westcott in his grand plans to achieve ultimate power. In the meantime, Westcott said to himself while watching the magic circle glow, it's almost here. My time to rise to divinity is here. Try all you want, Shido Itsuka. It's too late now, wahahaha. Somewhere around the banks of Loch Ness, near Kirkton, Scotland. 9:10 p.m. Crash. Alright. Time to kick some ass. Watch out, Westcott. We're coming for you, said Shido as he landed on the ground along with his teammates and his father, summoning Sandalphon in his hands. Before the team was a big castle with swarms of bandersnatches and wizards emerging from every opening and crevice of the fortress, all with the intention of stopping the team and eliminating them right here and right now. The first bandersnatches lunged towards the team, but Drake stepped forward and stretched himself, preparing to fight seriously in a long time. Drake, oh boy. It's been a while since I've done this. Welsh Dragon Flare, Reiwewa. Harnessing the energy from his body, Drake breathed a little flamethrower out of his mouth and sent flares of scorching fire flying towards the bandersnatches, causing every incoming one to catch fire and malfunction almost instantly. Despite the bandersnatch's durable and formidable exoskeleton, Drake's flames were more than enough to cause them to instantly incinerate into dust and ashes. Drake flipped his hair over as he watched the dying machines twitch around as their last bit of power went off. He said, "I'm just getting started. I'll show these assholes the power of the Red Dragon Emperor. I might be in a human form now, but when my power charges up, I can return back to my original dragon form." He then spread his dragon wings from his back and flew into the distance, calling back to his children, "Hey kids. Let's go, we have no time to waste." Shido, "Yeah, we're coming, Dad." As Shido followed his father behind alongside Toka and Origami, they saw a large battalion of wizards in front ready to stop them in their tracks. But nothing was going to stand in their way, not when the whole world was in peril. Origami, Metatron. Shemesh. Pew pew pew, kaboom, kaboom, kaboom. Volleys of light beams came hurling towards the wizards who were instantly wiped out by the sheer power of Origami's attacks. She kept firing more projectiles to keep grinding down the enemies coming her team's way, and was determined to make sure not a single hostile force survives. Some of the light beams even crashed into the castle and caused it to shake, which made Westcott a little concerned, but he was confident that Ellen and Artemisia would stop his adversaries from reaching him. That's when Artemisia finally appeared. Using her double-sided blade, which also functioned like a laser gun, she opened fire towards Origami using her weapon like a machine gun and temporarily caused Origami to stop and focus on defending herself. Drake, what? Artemisia Bell Ashcroft. Crap, Origami, you know this bitch best. Can you hold her off while the rest of us advance? Origami, of course. She and I have personal business to settle. Origami then charged towards Artemisia and met up with her on a hill slope, while the rest of her team continued flying forward to stop Westcott. Origami, huh? Seems like we meet again, Artemisia. This time, we'll see who wins and lives, or loses and dies. I'll not hold back. Artemisia, same can be said for me. I'll destroy you. Origami summoned many cannons by her side, while Artemisia pointed her laser sword, ready for a final showdown between the both of them. But just then, Origami announced something unexpected. "You know, my hatred towards you is because of one thing. It's that you tried to have me and my friends killed. That's why I brought some help along." Artemisia, Crash, crash, crash. 3 more people showed up to the battlefield, and they were also pretty pissed to see Artemisia. They took out their laser swords and laser guns, and announced their arrival to the battlefield. Ryoko, damn. So this is it, huh? I finally get to kill the bitch who tried to put my entire squad underground. Good. I'll get my vengeance. Mildred, so you're Artemisia. Well, you certainly look like a die-hard follower of a man. Time to die. Mikey, what they said, I'm gonna beat the shit out of you. The 3 girls who showed up were Ryoko Kuzukabe, Mildred F. Fujimura, and Mikey Okamine. All were former teammates of Origami during her time in Dem Corporation before all of them defected. They spent several years on the run until the 3 encountered Origami in Tengus City several weeks ago. Shido also happened to be there, and he was the one who recommended them to Ratatosker, which the 3 girls decided to work for. Now, they were deployed alongside the Sapphira warriors to eliminate the long-standing threat from Dem Corporation, as well as taking their revenge on Artemisia, the same person who ordered their assassinations. Artemisia at this had seen enough surprises. She smirked and said, ha 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 ha, now isn't this exciting? Finally, I get to kill the entire renegade squad once and for all. Clang. Like the speed of light, Artemisia dashed towards Origami, but her sword was blocked by Ryoko and Mikey, who both combined their strengths to hold Artemisia back. Then, Mildred opened fire her laser gun, aiming directly at Artemisia's head. But the Dem wizard skipped backwards to dodge all the attacks coming her way, before saying, "Oh, looks like you really want to kill me, huh? Then try this on for size, a round-eyed cannon." Artemisia charged a massive concentration of energy at the tip of her blade, before releasing it in the form of a barrage of lasers falling onto Origami and her friends. Origami, Metatron. Got her. Several of the cannons flipped to a vertical position and aligned with each other in a straight line, before a barrier was erected to stop each incoming projectiles from Artemisia. Origami kept holding the barrier, while her friends hid behind her. Ryuko was shocked that DEM Corporation was capable of such destructive weapons. She said, "Damn, if I knew that DEM Corporation was this advanced in their technology, I would have actually thought that the world was entering the next stage of evolution." Artemisia kept firing more light beams and bullets to smash through Origami's shield, but nothing seemed to be penetrating through it. But then, Artemisia ran out of energy to continue the attack, which gave Origami the chance to counterattack. Origami, girls, strike now, I'll distract her, Metatron. Ardalith. Ryuko and the others dashed up the hill slope and took out their laser swords, which made Artemisia ready to attack. But then, Origami released a powerful light beam, so fast that Artemisia didn't see it coming and ended up getting hit without the proper defenses. It was only due to the tough battle armor she wore that Artemisia didn't die instantly, though her jetpack and realizer was damaged severely and rendered unusable. But she still didn't give up. Ryuko and the others had arrived on the top of the hill, where they clashed with Artemisia in melee combat. Despite suffering a devastating hit, Artemisia still exerted herself to make sure she wouldn't die so easily. Ryuko, Mildred, and Mikey were simply stunned that someone like Artemisia could be this resilient. No matter how much she was outnumbered, it seemed like Artemisia was able to equalize the fight with her own skills. Ryuko, give up, Artemisia, you're not in the condition to fight no longer. Then Artemisia growled and yelled, "No, never, I shall never surrender. You'll have to kill me if you want to win, /" Artemisia managed to strike Ryuko by the side of her body, which caused a relatively medium-sized wound, before rapidly turning around and kicking Mildred back with brute force. Mikey, what the, aren't you injured or something? Artemisia, it's gonna take much more than that to defeat me, I'm Westcott's third in command. I live up to my name. Not willing to give up so easily, Artemisia lunged at Mikey and punched her in the face. She then looked around for Origami, wanting to kill her once and for all. But mysteriously, Origami was nowhere to be seen. The position she was in down the slope of the hill was empty, and there was no sign of her anywhere. Artemisia, hey, Origami Tabichi, come out wherever you are, oomph. So she ran away, huh, pathetic. Oh well, I guess 3 is enough. And I mean, 3 targets to kill. Turning around with malice, Artemisia raised her sword to kill Ryuko, Mildred, and Mikey. She was still reeling back from Origami's light beam and feeling exhausted from overexerting her body to fend off against Ryuko and the rest. Artemisia, any last words before I kill you 3? Ryuko lay on the floor while pressing on her wound, looking at Artemisia before replying. Nothing. I have nothing to say to you, except fuck you. Artemisia stopped in front of Ryuko and said, thought so. Well then, say your final prayers. Once I'm done with you I'm... Kaboom. Ryuko, what the, where did that come from? It was like nothing Ryuko or her friends had seen before. An unexpected attack had arrived from nowhere, and it struck Artemisia from the side. Origami, looking for me, Artemisia, I'm afraid your time has come. After all, nobody is going to take away the people I treasure. I lost Captain Kuzukabe, Mildred, and Mikey once, and it won't happen again, Metatron. Balance breaker. Brunhild. Origami's old form was gone. Instead, she had gained a new form through her balance breaker and a new weapon too. A massive spear made of light. She had thrown the spear through the air and it hit Artemisia. Upon impact, a massive explosion happened and smoke was everywhere. Ryuko narrowly survived the explosion by activating her realizer's shield in time. A few seconds passed and the smoke cleared. Ryuko, as well as the other girls, were as equally shocked to see Artemisia, whom they thought was practically invincible, standing motionless as a massive spear was seen driven through her body from the side as blood spilled down onto the ground. But before anyone could react, Origami told her friends something important. Quickly, run away. I'm going to kill Artemisia with this attack. Make sure you don't get hit. Ryuko finally came back to her senses and picked herself up, before staggering away to get Mildred and Mikey away. Artemisia's mind was blank. The explosion had shocked her entire body, and she didn't have a single trace of emotion on her face. Not even a single thought was present on her mind. But she was still conscious enough to turn towards the direction where the attack came from, and look directly at Origami. Artemisia, It appears this is the end for you. I've been on the run for all my life, and you've been hunting me down. However, I have one question for you. How does it feel to be the one being hunted now? Metatron. Einherjar. Without touching her spear, Origami from a distance manipulated the light particles around it, and infused them into her weapon, before charging it up to maximum power and detonating it like a grenade. Boom! A bright light accompanied by a large mushroom-shaped cloud burst across the battlefield. A deafening roar was heard by everyone within a 3-mile radius, and the explosion was visible to all who were nearby. Ryoko and the others, whom had safely evacuated to another hill slope, watched as smoke and ash rose into the air as the bright outburst of flames brightened up the night sky. As for Origami, she remained stationary in the air while watching her main nemesis from Dem Corporation vaporize into dust. The first main obstacle of the battle against Isaac Westcott had been torn down. Battle of Loch Ness. Origami Tabichi vs. Artemisia Bell Ashcroft. Winner, Origami Tabichi. Part 8. Domain of the Beast. Westcott Castle, 9:20 p.m. Footsteps echoed through the dark halls of the castle as the Sapphira warriors steadily made it through the corridors leading towards the roof. But in the middle of their journey, a bright flash of light suddenly caught their attention from outside. Everyone stopped in their tracks and looked to see what had happened near the hills of Loch Ness. Drake instantly knew what it was and said, "Origami? Don't worry about it. She probably finished the fight like she was always destined to. Keep moving. We're almost there." And so, Drake alongside with Shido and Toka kept moving through the halls of the castle and kept looking for a way up to the roof where Rain was being held captive. But suddenly, slash, clang. Ellen Nymph. Still perceptive as ever, think you can keep up with me, Toka Yatagami. Two large blades clashed with each other as a loud metallic clang reverberated through the room. It was meant to be a sneak attack from behind, but Toka managed to block a fatal strike from Ellen, who had planned to take out the infiltrators by surprise. Grr, still same as ever, MS. Mathers, don't you ever get tired of being told to kill people? Toka growled as she pushed Ellen back with her own strength. She then turned around and said to Shido and Drake, "Go, I'll handle her, make sure Westcott doesn't succeed." The two men then promptly sped off deeper into the castle as Toka prepared to face off against the strongest wizard within Dem Corporation's ranks. Ellen simply remained calm and held her sword in her hand, observing Toka's movements carefully. And then the moment came, both Toka and Ellen dashed towards each other and tested their own individual strength by a simple clash of their own swords. Sandalphon was clashing with Kaeldfalch as both women attempted to best each other. Toka had a serious and determined expression on her face, while Ellen didn't seem bothered in the slightest and kept holding her ground. Then, the resultant energy forming at the epicenter of the clash overflowed and caused a violent outburst of energy. Both Toka and Ellen hopped back to their own positions and prepared for another round of fighting. Toka then tried a different approach, by long-range strikes. She swung Sandalphon rapidly in many directions, which sent volleys of energy slashed towards Ellen, though the latter managed to deflect every single slice, sending them back to Toka. But Toka still wasn't going to give up, as she then deflected back the slashes towards Ellen, resulting in a tennis-like match where both of them were trying to see who could hit the other first. Slash, slash, slash. Clang, clang, clang. Their strikes gradually increased in speed, as the entire room became a massive frenzy of energy sliced flying across the battlefield. It seemed like this would go on forever, but then, Ellen suddenly extended her sword to increase its length, before swinging back around to deflect every single slash in all directions. Slashes of energy ricocheted everywhere, and caused damage to all corners of the room, one of them unfortunately hitting Toka right in the torso and sending her flying back and crashing into the wall. Ellen held her extended blade and spun it around, before commenting on the clash which just happened. TSK. Is that it? To think this was the same girl who had survived every single attack I made on you and your family. And now, I'm gonna finish this madness. Once this is over, you're not seeing your boyfriend ever again. Gasp. What? I'm not going to see Shido again. No. Not when I still have the will to fight. Suddenly, Toka got up from against the wall and raised her sword up high. Ellen was unchanged in her feelings, and simply replied, still willing to go for another round. So be it. I'll make this one quick and painless. Hush. The sight of Ellen with her blade flashed before Toka's eyes as she saw a sharp edge of a sword right by her neck. It looked like she was about to get decapitated there and then, but Toka's instincts made her lean towards the side in a low position, narrowly avoiding Ellen's devastating strike. Then, as Toka was just mere inches away from being decapitated, she turned her eyes towards Ellen and took this slim opportunity to land a powerful kick to Ellen's torso, knocking the air out of her and sending Ellen crashing against the wall. Bang! Ellen hit the wall hard, and she knocked her head against the formidable stone bricks which caused a concussion. Toka was in the middle of catching her breath when she caught Ellen in her moment of weakness. And that's when she decided to strike. Toka charged towards Ellen at full speed and sent an energy slash towards her body, knocking Ellen out of the castle at full force and sending her tumbling down towards the base of the hill. Boom! A loud crash was heard from down below. Toka waited for a few seconds before deciding that she had won. She walked back into the castle and was breathing heavily. Toka was still processing everything just now, especially the part where she nearly died. Heh. I guess I'm not as bad as I think. Well, there's always time for thinking after saving the world. Gotta go now. Putting Sandalphon away and turning towards the direction where Shido and Drake continued in, Toka was prepared to head off to continue the fight. She was eager not to miss out on it. Oh hell no, we're not done yet, you bitch. I am still standing. Huh. Kaboom. An unexpected explosion from below caused a huge mess in the room Toka fought Ellen in, as smoke and dust flew everywhere. At first, Toka couldn't see anything because the small dust particles obscured her vision as they got into her eyes. But in the midst of the chaos, as Toka was reaching her hands everywhere for her surroundings, a strong and vengeful presence was coming in fast from the side, to which Toka instinctively summoned Sandalphon again and fortunately blocked the incoming force. Clang. Ellen, this isn't over. I am gonna rip you to shreds if it's the last thing I do. Toka struggled to open her eyes as she slowly let the sights before her settle in her vision, replying back, Don't you ever give up. You got sent flying out of that window by me, so just accept your defeat and go home. This infuriated Ellen, who began relentlessly swinging her sword around in all directions. Toka was still struggling to see her surroundings, but still had to deal with a continuous series of deadly strikes coming from Ellen, who now was acting like a bloodthirsty maniac, which was unlike her usual calm and collected self. Eventually, when Toka could open her eyes wide enough to see what was in front of her, all she saw was Ellen with a pair of bloodshot eyes and several scars and bruises on her face, gritting her teeth while grunting with every strike she made on Toka. Toka, gosh, you have totally lost it. In that case, I will just have to play Psycho too. In an instant, to switch things up, Toka leaped backwards and stomped on the floor, summoning a golden throne from the ground. Then, she struck the throne with Sandalphon, causing the fragments of the throne to be attracted to the broadsword and fused together into Sandalphon's final form, Halvan-Helef. Toka, this should take out the trash. Now, Sandalphon. Halvan-Helef. WRRRR bang. Ellen, ugh heh? Not bad. But I'm not called the strongest wizard for no reason. After the massive strike of energy hit Ellen's sword, what was revealed next turned out to be Toka's attack managing to cut Ellen's blade in half, though it had somehow successfully prevented most of the energy slash from seriously injuring her. Ellen, I spent most of my remaining energy into turning my blade into a shield, and now, I don't suppose you have any other tricks up your sleeve, do you? After all, you can only perform that massive slash once, right? Toka's sword shrunk back to its original size after Halvan-Helef was used. However, it appeared that Toka wasn't finished yet, because she had one more card in her possession. Toka, Sandalphon. Balance Breaker. Shekinah. Then, in a flash of bright light, Toka underwent a transformation. Her entire outfit had changed, and she had even gained a few more features such as a pair of wings. But the most striking part was the fact that Toka now had, guess what, another sword. This other sword was called Shekinah. Along with Sandalphon, the pair of blades was part of Toka's complete balance breaker form. Now, she had an increase in speed and strength. Toka, I've never felt this powerful before. It's as if a newfound power had found its way into my body and is now circulating everywhere. Anyway, let's get this over and done with. Then, she turned and faced Ellen, who was still very bloodthirsty and began rushing towards her, and prepared to strike back. Toka, Sandalphon. Imperatrix Interitus. Like spinning buzzsaws, Toka rapidly sent volleys of energy slashes, almost 100 slashes per second, towards Ellen, who was too slow and fatigued to react to Toka's attacks, and was thus brutally annihilated in the process. Each limb, including arms, legs, were instantly sliced off and blown away, before the rest of Ellen's body was cut into smaller pieces, eventually leaving nothing but red mist behind. Silence filled the room as Toka took deep breaths to calm down. Finally, she walked off from the battlefield and continued down the path where Shido and Drake went. Ellen has been slain, and there's only one person left. Battle of Westcott Castle, lower floor. Toka Yatagami versus Ellen Mira Mathers. Winner, Toka Yatagami. Part 9. The Final Battle. Westcott Castle Rooftop. 9:30 p.m. Atop the gargantuan castle over Loch Ness was a spacious rooftop, where Isaac Westcott was soon going to start a ritual to grant himself godlike powers. The energy needed for it was almost there, and Westcott was feeling exhilarated. Westcott grinned as he laughed. Mwahaha, it's time to say goodbye to this pathetic human body and give myself a new beginning. I will be the one who decides how the world operates. Once I'm done with the world, who knows, I may even take over the galaxy, or even the universe. Ha! 1. Coincidentally, as Westcott was in the middle of his villainous laughter, an angry voice coming from behind yelled at him. Not today, motherfucker. Take this, hyena. Boom. Coming straight from the shadows, Shido Itsuka, the boy who had been relentlessly hunting down for Westcott, came flying into the battlefield with a formidable and deadly punch infused with draconic energy and holy energy. Upon impact, a powerful explosion echoed through the air as deadly shockwaves traveled across the Scottish Highlands, causing mountains to literally collapse and trees to fly away into the wind like paper. However, that one single punch managed to knock Isaac Westcott across the roof of his castle and made him crash into a wall, causing bricks of stone to scatter all across the ritual site. Ugh, cough, what the huh? Westcott groaned as he struggled to get back up, still reeling from the sucker punch he received to the face. That was until he spotted his worst enemy, standing before him with power and aura so strong that a normal human wouldn't be able to stand close to him for a few minutes. Shido, your plan ends here, Westcott. Give it up here or die. Westcott stood back up and said, ha, oh, I'm sorry, but I've already come this far. How could I ever possibly listen to an order to stand down, an order from a weakling like you nonetheless, ha. Then Drake, who was also standing with his son, replied to Westcott, yeah. Well, you were sent flying across the rooftop by a single punch from this so-called weakling. But that's now important right now. Give me back my wife. Westcott, your wife, haha, didn't I tell you in that audio file that she no longer belongs to you, face it. She's mine. After all, she's the one and only Eve and I am the one and only Adam from. But before Westcott could complete his sentence, Shido interrupted him and said, wrong. That's not the truth. You may have been the reincarnation of Adam. But let me tell you this, that doesn't necessarily mean that you are Adam. On the other hand, let me tell you something which is the truth. A truth which I don't think you're aware of. Westcott was intrigued by this and wanted to hear more, so he asked, and what is it that I don't know? Go on, tell me. Shido, you're no Adam, that's for sure. You're Isaac Westcott, the grandson of Lucifer himself. You know how I know this? Well, let's just say my past life fought your own father, Resurface Lucifer in the past, and he happened to have you, as an illegitimate child back in the 90s. Westcott was now puzzled, so he asked once more, what is the meaning of this? Are you trying to tell me that I'm a descendant of the devil himself? The one and only Lucifer. Shido, yeah? Glad that you got the memo. You, Isaac Westcott, so-called God of this world, you're unworthy of inheriting Adam's legacy, since you are nothing but demon scum. Westcott remained silent for a while, feeling a sense of disbelief at the words he heard. However, after pondering for a bit, Westcott started laughing again and said, ha, so that's how it is, then. I'm actually the devil in disguise. But then again, if I'm the devil, then what does that make you? Shido, me. I'm sure you know that. I'm Shido Itsuka. My father is Drake, the Red Dragon Emperor. And my mother, like you said earlier, Eve, from the book of Genesis. That means I am the grandson of the God of the Bible. Pretty ironic, isn't it? The grandson of God is facing the grandson of the devil. Drake added on to his son's words, yeah? Don't take us lightly. When we're done talking, I'm gonna fucking destroy you. I will incinerate you into ashes. Westcott was now smiling like a maniac. With the additional knowledge of the situation, he believed that this was going to be a fight of epic proportions, and if he won, Westcott would rewrite history and become an immortal legend for generations of his new world order to come. Today has certainly been full of surprises. But I guess the fun is over. Time for you to face your doom, Deus Novis. Inferno. Westcott began his first attack, by sending a massive wave of demonic fire towards Shido and Drake, who managed to fly out of the way and were ready to retaliate. Drake, Welsh Dragon Flamethrower. A large beam of emerald fire came raining down on Westcott. Drake put all his strength and power into that flamethrower to make sure Westcott would be burned alive. However, it wouldn't be that easy. Westcott, Deus Novus. Rex Terrae. In response to the Welsh Dragon Flamethrower, Westcott summoned literal rocks from his hands, and propped up a formidable shield to protect himself. Boom! Large chunks of stone flew across the sky and Drake continued crushing through the rock shield with his flames. Westcott, on the other hand, was simply using the rock shield as a distraction. Westcott, Deus Novus. Liquefacta Massa. Suddenly, the rocks began changing their state from solid rock to liquid magma. Then, Westcott sent volleys of molten lava towards Drake in the sky, which forced him to stop the flamethrower and fly to safety. Then, Westcott turned the rest of the rock shield into lava, and sent all of it flying high into the air. In a few seconds, the lava will come raining down upon the ground and burn anything it touches. But the fight was far from over. From behind, Westcott was attacked by Shido, who had been waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Metatron. Shemesh. Volleys of light beams came flying towards Westcott, who jumped out of their way and continued to dodge every single attack which was aiming for his body. In the middle of dodging, Westcott did another attack to counter Shido. Deus Novus. Nox Pandemonium. From Westcott's fingertips, rays of shadows and darkness came pouring out, before speeding towards each individual light beam and collided with each other. The impact between each light beam and each shadow ray was so powerful that major explosions occurred at the epicenter of the clash. Smoke was accumulating and was spreading across the battlefield rapidly. When the clashes stopped, Shido decided to immediately blow the smoke away to avoid getting lost in the smoke. Raphael, blow this smoke away, and send the man on the other side of it flying away. Hush! It dissipated in an instant, but as soon as the smoke cleared, there was no sign of Westcott. Shido looked around, wondering where his enemy had went. But he didn't have to search any longer as he heard a voice from above. Look above, boy, I'm right here, and with a special gift for you, take this. He looked up and saw Westcott infusing himself with demonic fire, and all around him were massive spheres of molten lava falling towards the ground. The sight was horrifying. It was as if Westcott had summoned comets from outer space just so that he could destroy Shido. But something like that wasn't going to make Shido quiver in fear. Instead, he used Sadkiel to form an ice shield around himself. The last thing Shido saw before closing the area above him off with ice was Westcott himself rapidly descending towards him with hundreds of molten lava streaks. Crash! The ground shook as Westcott crashed into the ice shield. But the tremors continued as smaller pieces of molten rock continued hitting the ice shield. Then, Westcott's voice spoke as he started smashing his fists against the ice shield. You can't hide there forever, boy. I'll smash through this ice shield as if it was just a plank of wood. Then, a series of loud smashes started hitting the roof of the ice shield, as Westcott was repetitively ramming his fiery fists into it. With each hit, Shido stood firm even as the ground beneath him was shaking. A few seconds later, Shido shouted through the ice wall, "Oh yeah, keep trying to break my shield. Having you stuck up there is exactly what I needed." Sadkiel. Nivis Lancea. Splat. In a calculated move, Shido forced through ice stalagmites from the roof of the ice shield and impaled Westcott through several parts of his body. The tremors and the ramming of fists had stopped, but the sound of lava and magma falling onto the ground still continued, although it was much softer now. However, the sounds of blood splattering and coughing were now apparent. Westcott had 5 icicles pierced through his body and was losing blood. Then, Drake came back from hiding and pulled Westcott's body out of the icicles, before flying over Loch Ness and tossing him into the lake. Splash! Drake looked down onto the water surface and saw Westcott's body sinking into the lake. A few seconds later, a large plume of steam rose into the air, accompanied by a strong burning scent. Drake, it couldn't have been that easy. Oh well, let's just save Rain first. She must still be lying on that altar. For some reason, despite witnessing Westcott dissolving into the lake with his own eyes, Drake had some doubts and reservations about what he saw. However, to him, it didn't feel that important since he had his wife to save, so he flew back towards Westcott Castle. Upon reaching there, Drake met up with his son who emerged from hiding under the ice shield. Then, they walked together towards the altar where Rain was still lying unconscious on, and decided to save her. Shido, okay, let's just untie these ropes and whoa! What the fuck? Upon making contact with his mother's body, Shido and Drake were horrified to find that she had instantly dissolved into a million grains of sand. Like, a simple tap on her arm had caused Rain to vanish into thin air. Drake, what in the... No, how can this be? Rain, where did you go? Shido, Mom. Mom, what happened to you? Hey, answer me. At that same moment, Toka and Origami had arrived, and both of them began asking questions about what happened earlier as they looked around the damaged roof of the castle. Toka, Shido, there you are, what happened? By the looks of things here, it seems like you boys caused quite a bit of damage here. Origami, mind telling us what happened while we were busy with Artemisia and Ellen? Oh, right. I want to tell you that both of them have been wiped out. Then, Shido turned around and appeared horrified. His face looked like he had seen the end of the world, and he spoke with dread in his voice, Mom. Mom disappeared into dust. Toka, huh, what do you mean? She couldn't have just vanished like that. Explain what is going on. Shido, Mom was right here, but when we tried getting the ropes tying her to the altar off, she just turned to dust. Origami, how's that possible? Can a person really just turn into dust like that? Was that really Rain Murasane which you saw? Suddenly, another tremor began, and this time was much stronger than the previous sets of tremors. The whole earth began shaking, and everyone on the rooftop was struggling to remain on their feet. Toka, what's going on now? Is it an earthquake? Drake, kids, brace yourselves. I sense an enormous amount of evil energy coming from below. The earthquake got even stronger and stronger as each second passed. When it seemed like it couldn't get any worse, guess what? It totally got worse. The castle began crumbling and its foundations started to collapse. Suddenly, a deep voice from beneath the earth spoke to the people on the rooftop, revealing itself to be the one responsible for the sudden earthquake. Westcott, haha, mwahaha, you thought it would be that simple to kill me. Think again. I am the world's new god and ruler. You shall never defeat me. Gahahaha. Shido was terrified, just like the rest of his teammates. He looked down towards the ground and shouted towards the source of Westcott's voice with all his might. What's going on? What did you do to my mom? I thought we killed you. Then, Westcott responded, like I said, it's not simple to kill a god. I have mastery over illusions. Everything which happened just now was all but an illusion. That wasn't the real me. And as for your mother, haha, gahahaha, the ritual was already complete. It was done in the castle's basement. You think I am stupid enough to do it on a place such as the roof? I am already a god, and you shall not stop me. Gra-ah. Kaboom. A huge hole opened up in the middle of the rooftop, and caused everyone on it to get blasted off and fell onto the hill slopes surrounding the castle. Shido hit the ground hard, and his head was getting dizzy due to the tremendous tremors which shook the castle which he was standing on earlier. But then, his focus returned when he spotted something terrifying emerge from the hole which ripped open in the castle. Westcott, I, Isaac Westcott, am the beast of Armageddon, the primordial overlord. From this day forth I shall rule the world and create a new world order obedient to only me. Rea. A seven-headed dragon emerged from the castle itself, causing the entire structure to collapse and debris to fly all over the place. The dragon was no ordinary dragon, as it was the god form of Isaac Westcott. He, now a god, was known as the Beast of Armageddon. He let out several roars from his 7 heads, causing powerful winds to whip up and cause mountains themselves to crumble apart and fly away as the geography of the area was reshaped. Shido slowly stood up and trembled in fear. He was too late. He couldn't stop Westcott from achieving his goal after all. Now, all he could do now was watch in horror as the world was soon going to end. No matter how much he convinced himself that the fight wasn't over, for some reason, Shido felt a powerful sense of despair and hopelessness strike his heart. He didn't have the willpower to summon any of his sacred gears. But most importantly, he felt like he had failed to save his mother, someone who had loved him for his whole life. Rain was now gone, as the ritual required her to be a sacrifice. With Westcott now attained godlike powers and authority, it seemed like the world was going to end. 1. Scene break. Meanwhile, in the underworld. Keep moving, we need to set up more defenses. The underworld is the last line of defense against whatever apocalypse is coming. No time to waste, let's go. Around the same time in the underworld, the last remaining regiments of the army had successfully evacuated from the human world via portals from the English town of Crawley. Upon arriving in the underworld, the person in charge of protecting the whole realm was Sona Leviathan, along with Itsuka Beelzebub. They were both consistently managing different tasks and areas of focus which they couldn't afford to ignore, such as casualties, logistics, and defenses. Itsuka, okay. We should set up a defensive magic shield here. This section of this city is of utmost importance to us. Sona, I agree. But the question is whether or not we still have enough manpower to hold that position. Itsuka, sigh, you're right. Ever since that massive loss of soldiers from the attack from the MG Ray and MG Excelsis, we are running low on manpower. You know what? Start drafting people. We need soldiers no matter what. Sona, I have reservations about it, but we don't have much of a choice, do we? Anyway, why does it feel like something is missing here? Itsuka, what do you mean? Sona, ugh? Where the fuck is Rias? Isn't she one of the Devil Kings too? Why isn't she here with us? Itsuka, hey, now that you mention it, I just noticed that I haven't seen Rias at all, ever since the first batch of troops came back. Don't worry, I'll give her a call to see where she is. Itsuka stepped aside and opened up a communication circle. He tried linking it with Rias, to ask her where she is. After a few seconds, someone had picked up the call. Hello, who is this? Itsuka, Rias, is that you? This is Itsuka, we have been. Hey, you have been missing ever since the MG Ray and MG Excelsis attacked the army in South England. Where were you when I needed you most? Don't tell me you chickened out when it really mattered. Before Itsuka could continue, Sona came in from nowhere and started yelling at the magic circle, demanding answers from Rias as to where she had been since the near destruction of the underworld army at the hands of Dem Corporation. Rias, Sona, I didn't desert the army. I was there. I was, Sona, yeah, tell me what the fuck you have been doing. The whole underworld is in a massive crisis right now and you are missing in action. Why don't you? Itsuka, Sona, stop, you're being unreasonable here. Sigh, Rias, whatever it is, we can talk about it later. Right now, Sona and I are at my office handling a lot of things. Please, just come and help us out. We need as much help as possible. Actually, now that we're talking, could you tell me where you are right now? Rias, I'm actually near your location right now. I'm coming over. Itsuka, good. I'll see you then. The call ended there. Itsuka was feeling pretty stressed out, while Sona was furious. She wondered why on earth would Rias be missing even though the fate of everything in existence was at stake. Sona decided that after the whole war was over, she would ask Rias about it. Scene break. Meanwhile, in the Gremory estate, Rias Lucifer was hiding in her bedroom. She had lied to Itsuka that she was nearby his office and was on her way. However, the truth was that she had been hiding in her bedroom ever since she deserted the underworld army. She was never with the army nor with Sona when the MG Ray and MG Excelsis attacked them. Rias chose to escape on her own and desert the army like a coward, despite the fact that she was now a Devil King. Rias was panicking in her head and lots of thoughts were running through her mind. She thought, shit, this is bad. Ugh, why did that Isaac Westcott guy have to strike at the worst possible moment? Now my reign as a Devil King will be ruined. 1. TSK. And I never got to marry my cute little Shido. This is the worst, but I can't just hide here. If I stay here, what if someone finds out? My reputation would be actually ruined. I'll lose everything. No, I need to go. Just pretend that you're helping and I'm sure all will be good. Truly a pathetic display for someone who is supposed to be looked up to as a role model and a leader. But alas, some people such as Rias should never obtain power and authority. Life just isn't fair. So, Rias mustered up whatever courage she had left, and activated a teleportation circle to Itsuka's office. Upon reaching there, both Itsuka and Sona were rather annoyed to see her since they had no clue where she had been for more than an hour. Itsuka, sigh. Okay, let me tell you what's happened. Sona ordered a full retreat back into the underworld under the recommendation of one of the Sapphira warriors. So now, we are trying to reorganize ourselves and make sure the underworld is well prepared for an invasion should it ever happen. Rias, that doesn't sound so bad. At that point, Sona just lost it. She lashed out at her best friend for acting this way. Are you kidding me right now? That's your reaction to that. Don't you know that people have died? My knight, Tomo died. Your bishop, Gasper died. Why are you acting like nothing bad happened? Rias, wait, Gasper died. Since when? How did I not know this? Sona, don't you dare joke around with me. Everyone saw him holding back the pollen. Even your own peerage saw it. How could you, as his king, not notice the sacrifice he made? Rias, well, Sona, I seriously can't take you anymore. You've really gotten worse as the years went by. And now look, the fate of the world is now in the hands of a group of high schoolers from Tengus City who've just recently discovered their powers not even half a year ago. Don't ever tell me that you're gonna be the rating game champion if you couldn't even save your pawn and bishop. All I need right now is for you to pull your shit together and start working. The atmosphere was heavy and nobody dared say anything. Even Itsuka was shocked that Sona, who was always calm and collected, could have an outburst like this. He simply walked off and continued with his work. Sona was also too furious and frustrated to look at Rias. So, she too walked off and continued her own share of work. She slammed the door behind her and left Rias alone in the room. Rias trembled in place as she tried processing the overload of information she just received. Lots of things had happened after she secretly deserted the army back in England. Now, she looked for something to do in order to take her mind off the stress which was accumulating. Rias tried to think of something, anything, to forget about all this. But just then, a subordinate of Itsuka stormed into the room looking for him, wanting to report some important information. Subordinate. Lord Itsuka, I have some serious reports about. Oh, it's you. Lord Rias, have you seen Lord Itsuka? I need to tell him something urgent. Rias, no, but I could pass a message to him. What's happened? Subordinate, well, after the retreat from the human world, our reports state that there's been a powerful surge of intense energy somewhere in northern Scotland. The origin of this energy is unknown, which is why we sent scouts to investigate. Rias, and then what happened? Did the scouts find anything? Subordinate, yes. We have live video recordings playing right now as we speak. Take a look. The subordinate took out a tablet screen and showed it to Rias. The live video displayed a horrifying sight. A seven-headed dragon was seen roaring into the distance as the surrounding environment was blown away. The scout recording the whole footage was even heard in the background commenting his anxiety and fear. At that point, Rias realized that she could make use of this new discovery and take charge of it. Rias, why don't you hand this case over to me? Itsuka is currently busy with other things, so I'll take charge of this situation. Besides, I have nothing else to do at the moment. Subordinate, really, that's great. My team and I have been scrambling for help, and to have a Devil King be our supervisor. That's just splendid. Come, let's go to our office next door. We need eyes on that seven-headed dragon. As both Rias and Itsuka's subordinate rushed out off the building, Rias gave an order to the subordinate. Actually, is it possible for you to broadcast this live video all across the underworld and other factions? It would be good for the people to know what's happening up there. Subordinate, I can do that. Let me just share it with broadcasters, and there. Done. In just a simple click, the subordinate shared the live video with broadcasting stations all across the underworld. The people manning the stations were more than eager to stream it, and so they did. Buildings all across the underworld displayed the live video on massive digital billboards for the public to see. In a matter of minutes, the whole supernatural world became aware of the situation in the human world, and all eyes were focused on the seven-headed dragon, and the things that it was going to do. Scene 1. Underworld Hospital. Volley, ugh, that explosion got me good, and to think it was made by humans, TSK. I need to get moving now, I can't just stay here. Arthur, hey. Don't force yourself, Volley. You've been severely injured. It would be unwise to start moving so suddenly. Albion, he's right. We need to rest first if you want to quickly recover. Once you've gotten well enough, then we can move. But I'll be the decision maker of that. Volley, fine, I guess I should rest here for a bit. Biko, hey guys. Look, that TV is showing some pretty nasty shit. Arthur, huh, what do you mean? What's that thing supposed to be? Are you sure this isn't a movie or something? Lefay, no, judging by the looks of it, this is a broadcast from an official station in the underworld. It's a live video of the human world. What? Arthur, so, that seven-headed dragon is real. That thing looks very dangerous. I don't think Team Volley could beat it so easily. Volley, yeah, not gonna lie. If I got easily beat by a simple man-made explosion, who's to say that I can fight that thing? It has 7 freaking heads. Maybe only my Juggernaut drive could beat it. 1. Albion, I wouldn't be so sure of that. I can sense that being's power from even here. And that thing gives me the chills. It would be better to think of a plan to beat it. Scene 2. Heaven. Gabriel, how's things going? Have there been any updates from the human world? Dulio, about that, you need to take a look at this. A magic circle opened up and displayed the live video shared from the underworld. Gabriel was shocked that a monstrous beast with 7 heads was walking the earth, and was definitely out for destruction. Gabriel, oh my, is that the Trihexa, the beast of the apocalypse? How is it in the human world? Dulio, that's not the Trihexa. It's still sealed. That beast, however, is actually a person who had transformed into it. This live video was shared by the devils, and based on observations so far, the beast is Isaac Westcott with godlike powers. Gabriel, so, we were too late. Westcott achieved his goal and he's now a god. Dulio, I'm afraid so. Right now, we have no clue where the Sapphira warriors are. All we know is that Westcott is going to start his destruction of the world. We need to start defending heaven, before we think of a solution to defeat that beast. Gabriel, I see. In that case, withdraw all forces stationed in the human world and bring them back to heaven. We can't afford to lose any soldiers down there. Every angel counts. Dulio, understood. I will send a message immediately. Back to main scene. Northern Scotland. 10 p.m. Another loud roar echoed through the air as mountaintops were blown off. Trees were sent flying across the sky like arrows, and water was spilling out of water bodies. Then, the beast of Armageddon took its first steps, walking out of the place it emerged from and began breathing fire all across the area. Westcott, mwahaha, beware, humanity, for my kingdom has been established. Every person shall kneel, every head will bow, everything in existence will be mine. Meanwhile, on the ground, Shido stood still as he watched the beginning of the end. Even if his whole team was here, they wouldn't be able to stop Westcott. All he could do now was watch. He felt like he had failed everyone, and that there was nothing he could do to prevent the inevitable. But then, Shido's head began to hurt when he heard a familiar voice speak to him in his mind. Shin. Are you there? Shido, huh, who's that? Are you talking to me? Rain, it's me, your mom. Shido, Mom, but how, aren't you dead? Didn't Westcott sacrifice you to become a god? Rain, no, not exactly. I was killed. But my consciousness still lives, my body, absorbed to form. Beast of Armageddon. Shido, wait. So in other words, you're technically still alive, you can still be saved, Mom. Which part of the monster are you in right now? I need to get you out. Rain, I don't know, very dark, hard to see, but please save me, remove me, Beast of Armageddon will cease to exist. I am a crucial part of body. Shido, I get it now, thanks Mom. I'll do everything in my power now to save you. Rain's consciousness had formed a telepathic connection to Shido's mind, and had instructed him on how to defeat the Beast of Armageddon and how to save her. Right now, he was filled with determination to do everything it took to bring Westcott down and save the world. Grr, it's not over yet, Westcott. I'm still standing, Sandalphon. Halvin Helef. Summoning a broadsword in his hand, Shido jumped up and transformed Sandalphon into its maximum size, swinging it with all his force and sent a powerful slash of energy towards the beast's necks. Clash. Reawaha. The slash created a sizable cut on 3 of the necks, causing the beast to scream. Unfortunately, the cut didn't do much since the beast managed to regenerate very quickly. Now, it turned all its heads towards Shido and Midair, and they roared at him. Westcott, there you are, you little insect. Prepare to die. Reaha. Kaboom. All 7 heads sent powerful fire breaths towards Shido, intending to incinerate him alive. But then, he responded with an ice shield to protect himself. Tsatkyo, block these plumes of fire and stop them. Bang. A loud explosion occurred in the air as the fires clashed with the formidable ice. Then, in a subsequent attack, Shido sped through the sky and circled behind the beast, before shouting, "Let me show you what real fire looks like, camel." Caesar Incendium. Brrrr boom. A large sphere of fire expanded in the sky, before exploding into a million meteors raining down onto the beast. Many parts of its body were hit, including 2 of its heads. In response, the beast roared back at him, and its roar even vaporizing the meteors flying towards it. Again, it roared loudly in the sky, summoning numerous thunderbolts which struck many parts of the ground, though its real target was Shido. Shido had several close calls with thunderbolts almost striking him directly from above. He maneuvered around them and made his way towards the beast, before harnessing his power and performing his next attack. Raphael. El Kanaf. Summoning both a lance and a pendulum, Shido merged them both into a ballista which charged a powerful arrow at its cannon. Then, kaboom, The arrow flew through the air and pierced into one of the beast's heads, causing it to flail around in pain. Westcott, arg, that hurt. And it was just a simple arrow, no matter, I still can counterattack like this. Shido, huh? Suddenly, from the wound on the beast's neck, a leak of powerful energy in the form of light started leaking out, and it grew brighter and bigger. Eventually, when the head which was pierced roared, the energy leaking out exploded and released a massive shockwave, and caused a deadly explosion. W.O. Shit. Boom. The explosion died down as a large blanket of smoke covered the affected area. The beast was revealed to have remained unharmed as it flapped its wings to blow away the smoke. Westcott, how does primordial energy feel? Doesn't it sting? Too bad you won't know since it certainly killed you. Haha, wait, what? How did you? Just when Westcott thought he had killed Shido, he spotted someone standing down below on the ground as the smoke was blown away. Ugh, huh, how did I? Shido found himself alive as he somehow found himself back on the ground totally unharmed and unscathed. Then, someone spoke to him. Mukuro, glad to see that you're still alive, senpai. Muku made sure that you wouldn't die so easily like that. Shido, what, Mukuro, you saved me, but how did you get here so quickly, I thought. Mukuro, You seem to forget that I have the power to summon portals to anywhere I want. After the fight in New York, I waited for my power to regenerate, before I had enough to summon portals to bring us here. Shido, wait, us? Upon closer inspection, it wasn't just Mukuro. She had brought the entire Sapphira warriors to the battlefield using her portals. Shido stood in the middle of a horizontal arrangement. Next to him on both sides were his teammates, all ready for battle. Shiori, hey, great to see you alive and kicking, bro. Ready to bring this jackass down. Natsumi, so that's Westcott, time for a beatdown of a lifetime. Kotori, my fellow Sapphira warriors, the time has come. Let's fight to the end. Kaguya, good thing we're all here, huh? I'm gonna do what's called an epic gamer move. Yuzuru, agreement. It's great that we're all still alive. Now let's fight our last battle. Yoshino, I've gotten stronger, senpai. I'll show you just what I've learned in this upcoming showdown. Yashinan, yeah. Wanna watch this girl kick some apocalyptic monster ass? It's gonna be a sight to see. Miku, darling, I'm sorry I couldn't come earlier, had some things to attend to while in Manila. But now, it's about time we end this conflict, right? Nia, hehe, this is like one of those final battle scenes in anime and mangas. Glad to be on the protagonist's side. Origami, you've done well, Shido. Now let us help you. It's our destiny to defeat this monster. Kurumi, Ara, forgive me if I was asleep, Shido-san. But I'm all better now, just woke up a few minutes ago myself. I rushed all the way to Toka, time to die, Westcott, you tried to kill Shido. Anybody who does that is officially on my hit list. There they were, a full team assembled and ready to fight. Shido was shocked, but in a good way. He was relieved that everyone, including Kurumi, had came to his aid. Shido, no way, you all came to help me, hehe, well that's just what I needed. Anyway, before we begin, Kurumi, take this, it'll certainly help. Shido took something out of his pocket and tossed to Kurumi, who caught it and inspected the object that she received. It was the Queen Piece, and it was bound to give her outstanding boosts in her abilities. Kurumi, a Queen Piece, splendid, I'll make good use of this. Anything else before the fight begins? Mukuro, actually yes. I brought some backup with us as well. He's coming now. Then, a portal opened up and out came a man dressed in battle armor from head to toe, with a large spear in his hands. Elliot. Yo, you kids are starting the party without me. Pfft. Could've at least waited a little longer, couldn't you? I was busy getting this armor on. Everyone was shocked. A strange man in full golden armor was seen casually strolling into the battlefield with a massive spear. At first, nobody recognized him, until Origami did. Origami, wait, Elliot, is that you? Now everyone was seriously shocked. Elliot had a much younger appearance now and was wearing combat armor which had extremely intricate and futuristic designs. Nia, oh my god, is that Dio Brando? No wait, is that Gilgamesh? 2. Elliot, haha, I have no clue who those people are, but I'll take it as a compliment. Anyway, it's about time we take out Ike, right Karen? Suddenly, from the skies above, a massive fleet of warships appeared. At the forefront of the fleet was the Ratatosk airships, Fraxinus and Ulmus, captained by Kanazuki and Karen respectively. Via radio speaker, Kanazuki said, "What's up, bitches? Are you ready to start killing some no-good whippersnappers? I know I am." Karen also spoke through her ship's speakers and said, "The time has come, Ike. Your reign ends here." An entire army was now on the Sapphire Warriors' side. On the mountaintops where the scouts from the underworld were broadcasting this event, the live videos being streamed down below were gaining lots of attention, including prominent and influential figures of several factions. But right now, the final battle has begun. There was no turning back. Time to claim victory. Shido, warriors, assemble. It has been weeks since the start of the Westcott War, and a few hours since the moon shattered apart, and has several of its own fragments raining down onto the earth, which will eventually cause the end of the world. But somewhere in the world, specifically in the Scottish Highlands, a pivotal battle will take place. A battle between good and evil. Who will win, and what will happen next? The battle has already begun, and only the strongest shall survive and prevail. Westcott, mwahaha, this world is mine. You are all mere imbeciles who dare to go against the natural order of my utopia. Shido, if this is your world, then it's a world full of shit, bring it on. Like two major forces about to collide, both Westcott, in his seven-headed beast form, as well as the Sapphire Warriors and Ratatoskr, were charging towards each other with full power. Everyone was giving it their 100% effort to make sure the battle would be theirs to win. Westcott, Armageddon flare. Boom, boom, boom. From the mouths of each head of the beast, several spheres of fire were sent flying out towards the Sapphire Warriors. In the middle of rushing towards Westcott, the warriors had their own short chat about what was going to happen next. Kurumi, okay, I've already absorbed the queen piece you've given. So, what's next? How do we defeat this thing? Shido, listen closely everyone, I have an idea, but it needs all of us to make it work. You see, Mom is somewhere trapped inside the monster's body, and we just need to find out where. Then, we drag her out of there, and the whole beast comes crumbling apart. Toka, what, you mean, Rain is in there, but how? Shido, it's a long story, but I'll tell you all about it once we clear these flares. And in a single movement, the whole team jumped high in the air to get ready to parry each flare coming their way. Natsumi, Haniel, Kaleidoscope. Pointing her staff at the flares, Natsumi released a bright flash of light which encapsulated every single flare coming towards herself and her teammates. Once that was done, Natsumi transformed each of the fiery flares into thousands of tiny dandelions floating in the air. Natsumi, how's that for a counterattack? Didn't need to waste any offensive attacks on it. Kaguya, oh yeah, those dandelions can still be of use, you know, come on sis, let's show them what we can do. Kaguya and Yuzuru, Raphael, with the command of the wind currents, blow these dandelions towards the beast. Whoosh! Millions of tiny dandelions were blown back towards the beast, and rapidly accumulated in each of the head's eye sockets, blinding many spots of the beast. In response, the beast tried breathing fire to get rid of them, but each head couldn't see where they were breathing their fire, and ended up scorching each other instead. Kotori, heh, nice. Getting your enemy to hit itself is simply ingenious. Now, my turn. Camel. Megiddo. Brrrr kaboom. A massive beam of fire came charging straight towards the middle head of the beast, and hit it hard by the side of its head. This impact had even caused the monster to slightly stumble back, though it was just a small step behind. Westcott, oh, now you've made me take this seriously. Take this, Lithos Abyssus. In a single stomp, the beast caused massive rock spears to rise rapidly from the ground and began aiming for the Sapphire Warriors. Luckily, they didn't have to do anything as they had backup on their side. Karen, all ships, open fire, destroy those stalagmites. Like a coordinated attack, every Ratatoskr ship charged their cannons and performed a salvo towards the rising rock spears, eventually destroying each one before they could reach the Sapphire Warriors. Meanwhile, the beast was now getting irritated that the Sapphire Warriors were still alive, and it began going on full offensive mode. It flapped its wings and flew into the sky, soaring high above the clouds and summoning several bolts of lightning onto the team. Makuro, Michael. Latide. As each lighting bolt was crashing down onto the team like arrows, Makuro opened up portals for each lighting bolt and redirected all of them to hit Westcott instead, causing the beast to be distracted by its own attacks. Shido, now everyone, perform your strongest attacks on it. It's now being distracted by its own lighting, Metatron. Shemesh. The entire team charged up their strongest attacks and opened fire at the same time. The result was a deadly series of explosions which detonated all over the beast's body, causing to flail around in the air. Westcott, grr, it's not over yet. I still have many attacks left in my arsenal, Reiwa. Each head opened its mouth and blasted a large sonic wave towards the Sapphire warriors. Knowing that sound wasn't a physical thing to avoid, many of the warriors simply dodged each attack, though some of them had their own ways of counterattacking. Miku, I'm the master of sound, watch this. As different sound waves were traveling through the air, Miku manipulated each one and converged them into one concentrated sphere of sound waves, before shooting it towards the beast. Bang! The concentrated sound beam struck the middle head, and caused the beast to flail again once more in the air. Toka and Shido, Sandofan. Halvin Hilef. / To take advantage of its weakened state, both Toka and Shido sent two massive pillars of energy directly at the beast's wings, aiming to stop its airborne abilities once and for all. However, Westcott wasn't going to be beaten like that easily. He flapped both his gargantuan wings and sent a powerful gust of wind to equalize the force of the slashes. In the end, the formidable gusts of wind clashed with the slashes, and Westcott kept flapping his wings to add more force to it, which eventually caused the wind to literally deflect the slashes back at the Sapphire warriors. Shido, shit, everyone, move out of the way now. Like insects flying from a swatter, the team split into two as they flew apart to dodge the two large slashes. Boom, boom. The two slashes hit mountains in the distance as shockwaves were released through the air. They were so powerful that some of the Ratatosk's ships sustained some damage which nearly got them knocked out of the air. Karen, ugh, our fleet has 5 of its ships hit. Major damage sustained to our left engine. All personnel on board, initiate damage control protocols. The Olmus had nearly lost its left engine. Karen had ordered the crew to stabilize the ship's condition to ensure it would stay in the air. But suddenly, she got a radio transmission from the Fraxinus, by Kanazuki. Kanazuki, Karen, watch out, the beast is doing something with its wings. Karen, huh? While the fleet was in disarray, Westcott had begun forming tornadoes with his wings. Many vortexes started sprouting from the sky and touched the ground, before rushing towards the fleet's position. Karen, all ships, tornadoes inbound. Brace for impact. Kanazuki, hold on, this is going to get rocky. As waves of tornadoes made their way towards the Ratatoska fleet, the Sapphire warriors who were up ahead took notice of the situation and realized that their allies were about to experience lots of violent and turbulent conditions which would kill many. Kaguya, shit, Yuzuru and I don't have the speed and power to quell all those tornadoes, even with our balance breaker. Kurumi, then allow me, Zafkiel. 7th bullet. Zayin. Bang. A time-stopping bullet made its way towards Westcott, who was causing the tornadoes to pick up in speed and power by flapping his wings to generate wind. However, the bullet didn't even make it close to him as it was deflected back by the strong winds. Kurumi was shocked. She had never once seen her own attacks fail before. But it wasn't over yet. Westcott began another attack, this time firing several flamethrowers using 5 of his heads, and sent large columns of blazing flames towards the Sapphire warriors. Yoshino, Satkiel, block those blazing flames. An enormous ice wall was summoned to obstruct Westcott's flames from striking the team, but just as they collided with the ice wall, kaboom! In an unprecedented move, Westcott had melted through the ice wall and hit every Sapphire warrior with a combined flamethrower attack. The Sapphire warriors began falling towards the ground as many of them had burn marks and live flames on their bodies. Westcott, ha ha ha, fear my abyssal flames. Those flames of mine can burn through anything. Not even your so-called indestructible ice walls can stop me. Ha 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 ha. From the distance, the Ratatoska fleet, which was caught in the middle of their tornado crisis, spotted the Sapphire warriors falling, and for a moment it felt like everything was about to be lost. Karen and Kanazuki were shocked and knew they couldn't do anything to save them as long as they were trapped in the wave of tornadoes hitting their ships. Meanwhile, Westcott was laughing maniacally in the air as he continued whipping up more tornadoes to annihilate the Ratatoska fleet. It appeared that he was on his way towards victory, and nothing could stop him. Drake, not so fast motherfucker, guess who's back? Welsh Dragon Emperor Blast. 1. Boom. A new challenger has entered the fight. Drake, whom had been overwhelmed by anger and frustration accumulated from the past few weeks of fighting a deadly war and grieving over the loss of his wife, suddenly came into the battle and dealt a massive blow to Westcott from the side. He sent a powerful blast beam towards the beast and struck one of its wings, creating a massive hole through it as the blast beam continued through the broken wing. Drake decided that he wasn't going to be weak anymore, and harnessed his powers to regain his original dragon form, which was almost as big as Westcott's beast form. Drake, I'm not just some random man, I'm Drake, the Red Dragon Emperor, back in the flesh. You fucked with the wrong person, Westcott. Westcott began falling to the ground as his flight ability had been nullified. Meanwhile, the tornadoes lost all their power and they all eventually subsided, making the Ratatoskr fleet narrowly survive that ordeal. What the? Since when did you get here? How did you get here? Screamed Westcott furiously as he struggled to get back into the air. Drake, I almost lost my will to live when you said that you had successfully sacrificed my wife to become this abomination that you've become. However, my strength had been restored when this kind gentleman told me the truth. Elliot, and that's me, motherfucker, that's right. I'm back, baby. Elliot Baldwin Woodman, Prime version, is officially back. I secretly snuck off to awaken the almighty Red Dragon Emperor to fight you. Anything you want to say to that, Ike? A young blonde man in golden armor and a spear in his hand was mounted on top of Drake on his head, and was the one responsible for awakening Drake's true power. Westcott, Elliot, is that you? Hey, you really want to push my buttons, do you? So be it, I will go all out now. Before the beast hit the ground, it began entering a state of metamorphosis midair. Each of its 7 heads were wriggling, before they suddenly and unexpectedly split off from the main body, which resulted in 7 different evil dragons being created as a result. Dre, damn. You really want to play this game? Sure. I've done this countless of times before. Elliot, you ready to rock this house? Elliot raised his spear in the air and yelled, for humanity. Kill the beast. Drake and Elliot roared as they descended towards the ground while the 7 dragons started flying back up to face them in battle. Drake, Welsh Dragon Gatling Blast. BRRRR. A whole barrage of fireballs came flying out of Drake's mouth as he unleashed a powerful series of blasts to rain hellfire upon the incoming evil dragons. The 7 dragons remained undeterred and continued soaring higher and higher towards Drake. In response, the 7 dragons retaliated with their own attack, and that was shooting lightning rays towards Drake. However, each strike did absolutely nothing as Drake's scale armor was too formidable and impenetrable. Then, Drake decided to give his enemies a taste of their own medicine. Drake, you tried to kill my friends in the Ratatoskr fleet, so I'm gonna show you how they felt during that time when you sent tornadoes to kill them. Draconic Gale Storm. He flapped his wings continuously and kept pushing back the 7 dragons from reaching him. Eventually, Drake formed a massive tornado which sucked up all of the 7 dragons into it, preventing any of them from escaping due to the powerful wind currents which restrained their movements. Drake, how about a little spice? I'm sure you love burning my children to a crisp when you unleash that abyssal fire onto them, Welsh Dragon Flare. Breathing his own fires into the tornado, the result was a flaming tornado which added burning effects. The 7 dragons screamed in agony as powerful draconic flames scorched through them as they desperately tried to fly out of the tornado. Westcott, ugh, you wretched little pest, you dare humiliate me like this. Drake, gahaha, me, a pest, says the one who split himself into smaller little brattier versions of himself. You are a disgrace of a dragon and you don't deserve to be one. Scene break. Underworld. A few minutes earlier. Boom, bam, kaboom. Thousands of screens broadcasting the final battle live across the supernatural world were gaining lots of attention from viewers who wanted to know what was happening on the surface. In this moment, it was the scene where Shido and the rest of his team were seen assembling on one side of the battlefield, accompanied by the entire Ratatoskr fleet behind them. Millions of hearts were feeling tense as they were about to witness the beginning of one of history's greatest battles of all time. In one particular hospital room, a team of fighters were watching the fight intently. Biko, hey, isn't that the boy who kicked your ass, Vali? Vali rolled his eyes and said, No, it didn't count back then. I underestimated him and I simply slipped up. He got lucky I didn't use my full power. But then Arthur said, but you still lost nonetheless. And after that, you fixed your mind on making that boy your rival. He's not some lucky weakling. I think he's pretty strong. Vali, yeah, when I get out off this hospital bed, I'm gonna charge into the battlefield and kill that 7-headed beast myself. That'll show the boy who's the real champion here. Lu Fei, hee, why don't you focus on beating him first, then you can actually say you're better than him. Suddenly, in the middle of their commotion, Team Vali turned back to the TV as Shido's voice was heard yelling something. Warriors assemble. In that same scene, Shido and the Sapphire warriors were seen charging towards Westcott with their weapons, while yelling the battle cries into the distance as they were about to clash with a massive beast. From the camera's point of view, it showed a massive field with a 7-headed beast on one side, roaring into the distance. Meanwhile, on the other side, the camera showed tiny little people, which were the Sapphire warriors running towards the beast. Vali widened his eyes in amusement, and casually commented, "Huh, oh, so the battle has started already. Nice. This is gonna be entertaining to watch. Now show me just what you're made of, Shido Itsuka. I'm gonna beat you the next time we meet." Arthur was also pretty interested to watch the fight, and so was his little sister, Lefei. Both siblings watched the fight with great intent and wanted to see how the Sapphire warriors fought with their own eyes. Armageddon flare. Boom. Boom boom. Arthur, that attack from the beast looks pretty vicious. So many fireballs at once, how are they gonna deflect that? Biko, heh. Let's just watch and see. Who knows, maybe those little gremlins are able to hold their own, haha. Then, in the next scene, they saw a bright flash of light turn all the fireballs into tiny little dandelions, before they were subsequently blown back towards the beast to obstruct its vision. To Team Vali, that counterattack was pretty unexpected, since a whole barrage of deadly fireballs were turned into dandelions in a single move, before being rapidly sent back towards the beast. Arthur, huh? Did you all see what I just saw? Lefei, the dandelions and all that wind manipulation stuff, yeah? I totally did. It appears that these kids have pretty basic powers. It's just that many of them happen to be pretty convenient for a combat situation. Arthur, I agree. Their abilities seem more suited for miscellaneous situations than for fighting. Vali, perhaps we might be able to beat them despite the fact that they outnumber us. Vali laughed and replied, ha ha ha, yeah, now we're on the same page. See, I told you, we can win. All we need is for those little runts to win, then we challenge them as a team. Biko, yeah, I'm down for that. Gotta invite Kuroka though. I'm sure she'd be more than happy to join. Oh yeah, speaking of whom, where is Kuroka? Vali, I think she's with Rosweiss. She was pretty exhausted from the battle in England. Biko, I see. Well, we better show this video footage to her, unless she's already watching it. But anyway, wait. Look, massive rocky spears are rising out of the ground and the beast is summoning lightning bolts. Team Vali was shocked when they realized that so much had happened in the middle of their conversation. They turned back to the TV to keep watching the Sapphire warriors fight Westcott. Meanwhile, other factions were watching the Sapphire warriors battle the beast for the fate of the human world. One particular group was also in another hospital, and they were more interested in the Sapphire warriors. Scene break. Seraphal Memorial Hospital. After the retreat from the human world, a large bulk of the underworld army had been injured and were sent to the Seraphal Memorial Hospital for treatment. It has been chaotic for all the staff there as everyone was putting in their best efforts to make sure the casualties were in stable condition. One particular medic has been rushing up and down trying to make sure the wounded recover safely. Ravel, there. You should recover in a few hours before you're deemed combat ready again. In the meantime, please rest. It was Ravel Phoenix. As a member of the Phoenix clan, Ravel's entire family has been working hard to provide medical supplies and healing substances to the army since the outbreak of the war, and many members of the clan have been actively working in field hospitals to ensure that the injured and wounded will receive their immediate treatments. Ravel has been pretty tired since the large influx of patients came in, and she couldn't catch a break. Just as she was leaning against the wall to take some deep breaths, someone came to check in on her since she seemed exhausted. Riser, hey Ravel. You doing okay? I know you're tired. All of us are. I'm just checking if you're holding up. Ravel saw her brother have a pretty concerned expression on his face as he went to check in on her. To which she responded, yeah? I'm fine. It's just, there's been something bothering me. The injuries on the soldiers. They don't heal easily. Not even our Phoenix tears can heal them in an instant. Riser, yeah? That thing, who refers to himself as Isaac Westcott, has been using pretty powerful magic. His attacks have been capable of hindering our healing and regenerating abilities. How is that even possible? Ravel, beats me. But right now, we still got a lot to do. I'll get back to work in a bit. Just need some time to regain my focus. Just then, both Ravel and Riser spotted someone familiar yet unexpected show up at the hospital. Her presence was certainly something nobody in the underworld would expect. Gondel, hello there, youngsters, sorry if I'm interrupting something, but I need your help. It was Gondel, Rosweiss' grandmother from Asgard, and she was for some reason visiting the hospital. Riser was particularly curious about her sudden arrival and asked, "Wait, aren't you Rosweiss grandma? What are you doing here? I thought you'd be back in Asgard setting up your defenses." Gondel replied, "The Norse gods, Thor and Baldur, are handling that. I've come to this hospital to visit Rosweiss. Heard that she got pretty beat up during the fight. May I know where she is?" Ravel, all the way down the hallway. Last room on the left. She's with Kuroka, a member of Team Volley. Gondel, I see. Thanks very much. Also, have both of you seen the news? It's about a supermassive battle in northern Scotland between a group of adolescent fighters and a large seven-headed beast. Both Riser and Ravel didn't have time to watch the live stream, so naturally they had no clue what was happening on the human world. But the topic of what the video was about made them confused. Riser was puzzled and asked, "What, are you being serious right now? A group of what fighting a what?" Gondel, "It's better if you come with me to see it. I saw some TVs in each patient's room showing the live video of the fight. We can watch it together in Rosweiss' room." So, the three of them quickly made it to Rosweiss' room, and they were met with another group of familiar people in there. As Rosweiss was lying down on her bed, her teammates were surrounding her while watching her condition. Kuroka was also in the room lying on a separate bed. Then, as Gondel and the Phoenix siblings entered the room, everyone became pretty shocked to see him unexpectedly showing up in the underworld. "Akeno, Gondel-san. Now this is unexpected. Asya, what brings you here? Did you come to see Rosweiss?" "Zenobia, she's doing fine so far. She got seriously messed up during a fight in the human world." "Irina, don't worry, we're here to make sure that she's okay. Koneko, so rest assured, things are under control." Gondel and the Phoenix siblings looked around the room and noticed something was wrong. So, they asked some questions first. "Revel, where's Kiba?" "Zenobia, in another hospital recovering alongside Saji. He'll make it, though he hasn't woken up just yet." "Riser, and Gasper, how about him?" Suddenly, the whole mood of the room changed as soon as Riser asked his question. The members of Team Rias became solemn and sad as they remembered Gasper's sacrifice on the battlefield. "Asya, he didn't make it." 1. This came as a shocking revelation to the Phoenix siblings given that they knew Gasper for a long time, and the thought of him dying was impossible. Thus, Ravel, Riser and Gondel gave their condolences as they too grieved his death. "Gondel, I'm truly sorry, youngsters, he was a good man. We will definitely miss him. Though, something still doesn't seem right. Where's Rias?" Now the mood of the room changed once more. The members of Team Rias noticed that something was truly amiss. They were shocked that it took them this long to realize that their leader, Rias Lucifer, has not been seen since the retreat from the human world. "Akeno, huh? Now that you mention it, Rias is missing, but when did she leave? Did she not have enough time to even visit us here?" "Asya, maybe she had other affairs to settle in the capital. Ajuka and Sona are probably working with her on something more important." "Koneko, could be. But now is not the time for speculation. We can ask her about it later. Right now, we need to make sure the rest of us make it. I'll check on my sister now, since she is pretty beat from the events in the human world." Then, Gondel approached Rosweiss and asked her with concern, "Hello, my granddaughter. How have you been feeling? I've been worried sick about you since the war began." Rosweiss looked relieved and happy that her own grandmother came to visit her, and she responded, "I'm feeling okay. Thanks for coming all this way to visit me, grandmother." "Gondel, it's nothing. It's only natural for someone such as myself to watch over my own family. Anyway, have you all seen what happened in the human world? The whole battle between a group of adolescent fighters and a seven-headed beast?" Rosweiss, no. "Are you being for real here? Just what kind of description is that?" Gondel pointed to the TV hanging on the wall, and showed everyone the fight happening live. All of Team Rias stopped whatever they were doing and were watching the fight with full attention, wanting to know what was going on. "Sandofan. Halvin Hilef. Sandofan. Halvin Hilef. Bang bang. Gondel, those are some pretty powerful slashes. Say, any of you know who those youngsters are in the TV? Because I would really like to commend them for their bravery." Many of the girls went silent. They knew who those people were, and their memories of them weren't exactly all sunshine and rainbows. Team Rias's encounters with the Sapphira warriors have been less than pleasant. However, some of them had no trouble with them at all, including Rosweiss, who answered her grandmother, "They are the Sapphira warriors." They are a group of high schoolers with special powers originating from heaven, and they have been busy fighting against our common enemy in the human world. Gondola. So that's how it is. I must say, that purple-haired girl in the video with the massive sword, she's very impressive. Perhaps she may even be better than Zenobia herself. Although this was a sarcastic comment, Zenobia took it pretty seriously and was worried about how her future encounters with Toka may end up. She certainly didn't want to see her again, especially after seeing her destroy the MG Ray back on Earth. Irina was also pretty scared of Toka as she saw her use her strongest attack against the beast. Deep down, she knew that her own powers were no longer a match for Toka's tremendous power. Gondel noticed both Zenobia and Irina appear slightly disturbed and frightened, so she asked, was it something I said? I was just being sarcastic. You were supposed to laugh. It's not like you ruined that girl's life or anything. Zenobia, no. It's just that the last time I saw that girl, she wasn't as strong as she is shown on TV right now. Gondel, really? Then I expect her to become one of the most powerful swordswomen in all of history. Rossweiss, you think? I've heard that these kids have only learned of their own powers not more than a year ago. If what you say is true, then these kids are naturals at fighting. Just what is motivating them to keep moving? Did someone do something bad to them? Now the room was seriously silent. Rossweiss looked around and noticed all her friends except for Kuroka seemed awkward and scared to say anything. But then, Koneko replied. And no. We didn't do anything wrong. It's just that we and those kids aren't on such good terms. Rossweiss, it's because of what Rias tried to do, right? Didn't she try hitting on him in Kyoto? Ugh, no wonder. It always has something to do with Rias. 1. It wasn't the only reason though. The girls of Team Rias killed off the family members and friends of the girls of the Sapphire Warriors, just so they could recruit them into the peerage by giving them nowhere else to go. Even after all that, they still failed and only managed to turn those girls against them. But nobody was in the mood to talk right now as the next major thing happened on the battlefield, which was the part when Westcott started creating tornadoes to destroy the Ratatoskr fleet. All eyes were now on the TV. Scene break. Ajuka's office. Ajuka. Those kids, they appear so small before that enormous beast, yet they still persist forward and fight. Just where do they get their courage from? Serorg. I dunno, but I can tell that they could make good opponents for me. Maybe I should challenge them to a raiding game once in a while. Haha. Sona, please, Serorg. We're in the middle of a crisis right now. Can't you please take things a bit more seriously? Serorg, come on. Look at them. Those little munchkins are pretty strong. You can't deny that you want to see how strong you'd be against them. Sona, TSK. Why do I even bother? In Ajuka's office, he was in the middle of a meeting between Sona and Serorg when suddenly the live stream of the final battle came on. The three of them proceeded to stop whatever they were doing and watch the fight. Ajuka, oh, by the way, do you know that the blue-haired boy leading the team is actually the man whom Rias wants to marry? She's already marked him as her consort. Sona was shocked, and she exclaimed, What, is this true? Why did Rias choose someone such as him? Serorg laughed at the revelation and he said, Gahaha. Take a look, Sona, that boy is fighting a seven-headed beast. He fits the description of a hero protagonist. Of course he'd be admired by many, including my cousin. Sona, but Rias never told me anything. Maybe I should ask her peerage members about it. Ajuka, oh, so this is news to you, huh? Well then, maybe I should introduce you to him sometime. Serorg, hey, Ajuka, this is just a random question, but do you think Surzex and Serafal could beat that seven-headed beast? Ha, I bet they could annihilate that thing in an instant. Ajuka, I dunno. They're currently fighting the Trihixa and have been at it for almost 2 decades now. I can only make a suitable judgment once I've seen Surzex or Serafal fight it. Just then, a figure entered the office while looking very concerned. Ajuka, Serorg, and Sona seemed surprised to see her here. Tiamat, so this is where you've all been this whole time. I've been looking for all of you all over the place. Ajuka, Tiamat, what are you doing here? Tiamat, to demand you to let me back into the battle. I have every reason to be involved in that fight with the seven-headed beast. Sona, with all due respect, we need you alive, Tiamat. You need to be safe first, before we can all decide on a plan where we can fight that monster as one united supernatural army. Tiamat, are you underestimating me? I don't need to be given any concern whatsoever. You Devil Kings may be the commanders, but I have every right to do what I believe is right. Besides, what about Rias? Shouldn't she at least have some say in it too? The three of them looked around the room and suddenly noticed that Rias was missing. Again. Then, after a moment of awkward silence, Serorg responded to Tiamat. Good question. Tiamat, grr, I can't stand being here while the world is being torn to shreds. Fine, if you want me to stay here then I'll stay for as long as you want me to, but if I have one reason to be out there, then you'll know that I, Tiamat, will be heading out for battle. 1. Meanwhile, in a nearby building, Rias Lucifer was also watching the live video of Shido fighting Westcott. Rias, Shido-kun, you're so amazing right now. It wasn't a mistake to choose you as my consort. Go, beat that awful, awful monster. She had been watching it from the start, and fell head over heels for the man she marked as her future partner. However, the only thing Rias didn't like was seeing the other girls of the Sapphira warriors next to him, and she became enraged with each scene that showed them. Rias, if I can't have you, then nobody can. Suddenly, in the middle of her thoughts, Westcott performed the abyssal flare attack which knocked the Sapphira warriors out of the air and were now falling down towards the ground. Kaboom! At that same moment, people around the entire supernatural world were in shock. Their one and only hope which had the chance to beat the beast had been knocked out of the sky and were now plunging to their demise. Rias was wide-eyed and didn't know what to do. She felt the same despair and hopelessness when she discovered Issei's body on a mountain almost 20 years ago. She felt like she was about to lose another partner she had planned her future with, though Shido had no intention of being with her. And it wasn't just Rias who was feeling heartbroken. The other members of Team Rias were also feeling shocked as they saw humanity's last hope fall towards the ground. At that moment, there didn't seem to be anything which could combat the beast. Vali was also shocked. He never thought that someone he thought had the potential to be his rival fall so easily. The rest of his team were also shocked and disappointed that the Sapphira warriors had been beaten. Ajuka, Sona, and Serorg were in the middle of talking with Tiamat when they noticed the Sapphira warriors get beaten by one of Westcott's attacks. They immediately shifted their focus back to the screen and continued watching the live stream. Ajuka, no, how did the beast just knock them out of the sky? Sona, there's nothing that can stop the beast now, the human world is doomed. But just when things seemed hopeless, unexpected help arrived. That's right. Entering the battlefield was, the one, the only, Drake, the Red Dragon Emperor. Boom! In a split second, everybody's mood shifted from despair to utter shock. The appearance of a mighty crimson dragon on the screen was something nobody had predicted. Many people started gossiping among themselves about who this dragon was. Some say that it was an allied dragon who came to the rescue. Some say that it was Drake, the Red Dragon Emperor. Some even say that it was Great Red, though I don't know where they got their sources from. Civilian 1, Great Red, you say. How would you know? Why don't you back it up with a source? Civilian 2, source. My source is that I made it the fuck up. 1. Soon, people started betting on the identity on the mysterious Crimson Dragon. Everyone was now relieved and excited as they watched him blast back Westcott towards the ground as one of his wings were torn apart. Arthur, what the, is that another dragon? Where did he come from? And, is that a man riding on his head? Lufei, no way, an unexpected challenger enters the fray. What is he going to do? Biko, this has to be one of the wildest shit I've ever seen since the Evil Dragon War. Vali, what are your thoughts? Meanwhile, Vali was in utter shock. He and Albion were thinking it, but they had no evidence to back up their hypothesis of that Crimson Dragon being Drake, since both of them believed that Drake was long dead. Vali, Albion, do you see this shit right now? Albion, I do. But are you thinking what I am thinking? Vali, that dragon is Drake. There's no way, he's dead, right? No, unless I hear from that dragon himself that he's Drake, then I'll only believe he's back. 1. And that's when it happened. I'm not just some random man, I'm Drake, the Red Dragon Emperor, back in the flesh. You fucked with the wrong person, Westcott. 1. Vali and Albion. Arthur, what the foo? Lefay faints. Biko, oh hell nah, what in the actual fuck is this? Akeno, Asia, Zenobia, Irina, Koneko, Ravel. Riser. Say wawawayut. Rosweiss and Kuroka. Drake, is this as a joke right now? Gondel, the Red Dragon Emperor. But how? Ajuka, that's impossible. How is Drake free from the boosted gear, unless... Sona, Drake, but how? I thought he was dead when we couldn't find any trace of the boosted gear. Serorg, ha ha ha, now this is an unexpected turn of events. the Red Dragon Emperor lives. How's that for a plot twist? There were mixed reactions all over the supernatural world, and lots of people were having different opinions on Drake's sudden return. Many were still in denial about the fact that Drake was back. Many were actually happy that Drake was here to beat the beast. For the higher-ups of each faction, Drake's return was totally unexpected and seemingly impossible. However, for Rias, Drake's sudden arrival left her with mixed emotions. Rias, the Red Dragon Emperor. I don't believe it, isn't he supposed to be dead? No, it's impossible. There's no way that a soul trapped in a sacred gear which disappeared for almost 20 years comes back in its true form. But what about Issei? Is he alive as well? Lots of different scenarios popped in her head as she wondered what kind of things would have happened in between the time of Issei's death, as well as the present time. For now, all Rias could do was watch the battle continue as Drake was now battling Westcott. But there was one scenario in her head that kept her fearful of the future, and that was that Issei somehow survived. If he saw that she had chosen a new marriage partner, things were going to look extremely bad for her. Rias deep down still wanted Issei to come back despite all the betraying and deceiving she had done. But now her heart was feeling unsure and anxious as she had already picked a consort. Meanwhile, back in Ijuka's office, the Devil Kings were contacting the other factions about Drake's sudden appearance, and what they thought of it. Ijuka, Governor Shimhazai, I see you've also seen the Red Dragon Emperor's unexpected arrival on the battlefield. This is truly confusing. Sona, thanks, Gabriel. It appears that the events of this war have taken an unexpected turn. Keep monitoring the situation and make sure we are updated. The Red Dragon Emperor is our last hope now. Serorg watched his two colleagues call the other faction leaders and said, hey, calm down with the calls. Let's just focus on the live stream and see what our old friend, Drake, has to show. Ijuka, I know, Serorg, but hey, why do I hear boss music? And why has the room suddenly gotten very heavy? 1. That's when the three of them noticed something was wrong. A great sense of anger was felt by them, and they turned around to see a horrifying sight. Tiamat, Drawawayeg, you fucking piece of shit. You dare pretend to be dead for almost 20 years just so you could avoid me. Greawa, you're so fucking dead. Vengeance will be mine. Sona, Ijuka, and Serorg all had expressions of pure horror on their faces. They knew about Tiamat's history with Drake, and now they were extremely concerned for him. Then, Tiamat let out a scream of pure anger and rage as she clenched her fists and directed her cries to the ceiling. After that, she stormed out of the room using the old-fashioned way, by creating a massive hole in the wall by blowing it up and then flying out of it. Serorg, I have a pretty bad feeling about where this is going. Sona, I wish to have a conversation with Drake after this war is over. Just hope that Tiamat doesn't kill him before that. Ijuka, same here. I want Drake to tell us all what happened to Issei in his final moments. Scene break. Northern Scotland. 10:15 p.m. Shin, wake up, wake up. Deep below the surface of a lake, the body of a young man by the name of Shido Itsuka was floating motionlessly. As he had lost, he became unconscious. Surrounded by him were his teammates, the girls of the Sapphire Warriors. The abyssal flames from Westcott had done a great deal of damage to them, and they were left beaten and unconscious. Son, you can't lose here. The world is counting on you, please. A faint voice was calling to Shido as he remained silent and motionless. It was his mother who was using whatever was left of her strength to establish telepathic communication with him. But no matter how much Rain tried to call out to her son, he wouldn't wake up no matter what she said. Before long, the last of Rain's power reserves drained, and the telepathic connection was severed. The Sapphire Warriors were like leftover residue suspended in a glass of liquid, floating aimlessly without any control of where they traveled throughout the entire liquid body. Eventually, their bodies all sunk to the bottom of the lake. As all of them lay unconscious on the bottom of the lake, their bodies lined up in a circular formation. In the heads of the young warriors who were at the edge of death, all they could see in their last moments of life was a bright light shining above, as they all extended their hands towards it. This is it, huh? Well, guess we couldn't save the world. Time to move on to the next life. This one thought was shared among all of them, and they now found themselves standing on an imaginary staircase leading up to the light which they were enticed to reach. Step, 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 step. The Sapphire Warriors had nothing on their minds at the moment. Only the bright light ahead of them was all they wanted to reach. Shido led the team in front, with his eyes and their minds trapped in a trance-like state. No, this isn't the end for you. Wake up, young children. Remember what you need to do: save your mother, help your father, they are in grave danger. A loud voice was now calling the Sapphire warriors from some unknown direction, but it could be heard throughout this limbo as the team walked up the staircase, ever closer to the bright light at the end. Wake up, your time hasn't come, or should I say, your time will never come. Open your eyes and see the truth. You have a duty to carry out. Remember who you are, almighty Sapphire warriors. Where am I? Like a powerful torrent, a strong surge of energy flowed through the bodies of each of the Sapphire warriors, before reaching their heads and snapping them out of the trance-like state. Everyone stopped in their tracks as they looked around, wondering where this place was. Shido and the girls looked around in all directions as all they saw was a place resembling outer space. Below them was a translucent staircase leading up to a bright light at the end. Now, they were asking questions about where they were. Shiori, what is this place? How did we get here? Mokuro, there was a tremendous sense of authority just now. Could it be the work of that voice? Nia, are we dead? I mean, we totally got knocked out of the sky just now, right? Shido, everyone stay calm, we need to figure out where this place is. Confusion and panic were spreading rapidly among the group, as they had no clues to help them learn where this place was. But then, the voice spoke once more. Be not afraid, children. You are in safe hands now. But I cannot allow you to stay here indefinitely as you all have a mission to accomplish. Shido, there it is again. Who are you and what do you want? Relax, young man. Rest assured that I am on your side. I've come to inform you that the war is still going on, that you need to get moving. Shido, but how? We combined all our strengths together and we still lost. How can we beat something as powerful as that monster? That's when I come in. You see, I can see the future, and you children have a wonderful life ahead of you. Your current forms are incomplete. I am going to initiate a ritual which will allow every single one of you to ascend to greater heights. Shido, really? How is that going to work? There's nothing here except for this staircase towards the afterlife or something. Haha. Well, we already have the items needed. I just need to give you this. Then, a bright blue crystal descended from above and landed in Shido's hands. He looked at the crystal and wondered what it was, before asking the voice what just happened. Shido, what's this? How is this going to help us? I must confess. I created the sacred gear system since the beginning of time. Adam and Eve were the first ones to receive a sacred gear from me, and I had already planned to give every person one, but I saw as humans committed acts of horror and violence against each other, before coming to the conclusion that humans weren't ready to receive sacred gears. But the time eventually came when I allowed for humans to be blessed with sacred gears. This was also the case for other species who have the chance to receive one for themselves. One day, I met my end in a great war when I sealed the Imperial Beast of Apocalypse away. But only a small fraction of my power remained as I kept watch over the world. Now, my time is coming to an end. I've finally found the ones who will take back what humanity has lost, and it's time for me to pass the torch to the next generation. That crystal I gave you is named Ein Sof. It has 3 different abilities, 2 of which you have already seen. This was the very first sacred gear in existence. However, gifting you this power came at a cost. It is only half of its original power, and you need to seize the other half from the false god who is trying to change the world. I've already used all of my remaining power to weaken the beast. He doesn't know it yet, so you must strike before he finds out. Lastly, Shido Itsuka, you have made me proud. Not just you, the rest of you children as well. I am truly happy to have the opportunity to meet all of you before I truly meet my end. The Sapphire warriors still had lots of questions left unanswered, but for some reason, a calm feeling of assurance and tranquility was felt throughout the strange space. Shido, thanks. Now, what do I need to do now? Hold the crystal in your hands and focus on its power. Then, let me handle the rest. The rest of you girls, channel your power to him. He needs it to beat the beast. Then, the Sapphire warriors began levitating in the air as a mysterious force brought all of them up. Then, Shido was brought forward and he held the crystal tightly in his hands. The girls proceeded to stretch their arms out towards him and started channeling each of their powers into his body. Then, the voice began the ritual to grant the warriors the strength and power they need. O spirits of the bygone generations, heed my call as I make my final stand against the embodiment of evil itself. Allow me to give these children the strength and power they need to fight. Then, bright lights of different colors began shining brilliantly from each of their bodies. Bright shades of white, gray, black, blue, red, yellow, green, orange, violet, and purple filled the empty space with colors. A strong power began flowing through each of their bodies as the Sapphire warriors began entering a state of metamorphosis. Some of them felt afraid, uncertain, and anxious, but they knew that this was the only way to defeat Westcott. The time will come when evil and malevolent forces will meet their end, so now, let us come together to harness the power originating from the beginning of creation itself. Let these children transcend their limited mortal bodies, and give them new ones which allow them to soar to new heights and surpass worldly limits. A massive flash of light spread across the space as the Sapphire warriors began to receive a massive increase in their power reserves. A new type of energy and power was being sent through their bodies as their old and original auras were being overwritten and replaced. Kotori, what's happening? Miku, I feel like I'm ascending to a level I've never thought was possible. Kurumi, hang out tight, this is gonna get a little rocky. So I call upon heaven and earth to bestow upon the chosen ones with the gift of quintessential and divine wisdom and strength. Almighty Sapphire warriors, grab your weapons and claim victory for all goodness in the universe. Ascend to greatness. BRRRRR. Scene break. The final stages of the ritual had each of the shining lights in each of the Sapphire warriors' bodies shine so brightly that the light blinded their vision, and it became the only thing that they could see. Then, the light died down as their vision returned back to total darkness. But as their senses began to relax, a strong surge of power began building up gradually before it caused a sensory overload for everyone, which in turn caused the team to awaken. Ga! The Sapphire warriors opened their eyes at once, regaining their ability to move their limbs again as they found themselves at the bottom of a lake. Then, knowing that the fate of the world was in their hands, Shido led the team up towards the surface. Everyone swam upwards as they gathered their newfound power, ever reaching the surface of the water. Just mere seconds before they emerged from the lake, everyone summoned their respective weapons and prepared themselves for the fight of a lifetime. And then, splash! 11 different shades of light came bursting out of the water as they rose higher and higher towards the sky. This unexpected return of the Sapphire warriors made everyone on the battlefield turn their focus to them. At first, nobody could recognize them since the team was shrouded in their own respective shade of light, but when the light faded and revealed who they were, that's when things went bat-hit crazy. Karen, no way, they survived, oh thank goodness. Kanazuki. Elliot, haha, I knew they would make it, never ever doubted them for a second. Drake, ha ha ha, I raised those kids, this is what you get for messing with my family. Westcott, still trapped in fire tornado. Meanwhile, the reactions all over the supernatural world were similar. Everyone was happy that the Sapphire warriors were back, and they put their full support and their faith in them, hoping that the team will win. But what mattered now was the fate of the human world. Shido and his team were floating in the air as they stood ready for action. They looked at the fire tornado restraining Westcott inside. Shido, yo, Isaac Westcott. I see you've been caught in a bit of a pickle. Having trouble getting out. Then, Westcott had enough. Although he was still split into 7 smaller dragons being swirled around in a massive fiery tornado, he suddenly had a change in emotion as he spotted the Sapphire warriors in the distance. Westcott, ha, you think this can stop me? I may have underestimated you, boy. But now, I shall unleash my final form. Suddenly, the 7 smaller dragons started merging again into one big 7-headed beast. Although they were far apart from each other inside the tornado, a great gravitational force pulled each dragon together before eventually causing an explosion spread over a wide area. Drake and Elliot were forced to move back as they saw that the explosion created by Westcott's transformation contained abyssal fire, and that was harmful to the both of them. Eventually, the explosion subsided. Westcott revealed himself. Instead of his 7-headed beast form, Westcott chose to use his human form to combat the Sapphire warriors. He was shrouded with evil energy as he stood menacingly above the clouds. Westcott, let's settle this using the good old-fashioned way, man to man. When I'm done with you, I'll make sure you and your team will never be reborn. Shido, well, we'll see about that. You may not realize it, but you've already lost. Now, come and get me, Westcott. Like a gunshot bang, both sides came charging towards each other at full speed. Westcott harnessed his power while Shido did the same. Then, at the same time, both of them unleashed it upon the battlefield. Shido, Ein Sof. Westcott, Belial. Behind Shido appeared a massive tree with lots of branches extending towards the sky, shining a bright light as it stood firm. Behind Westcott appeared another massive tree with lots of twisted branches extending everywhere, while emitting a deadly and shadowy aura. Then, the two trees sent forth their own respective energies of good and evil towards each other, resulting in a clash of great magnitude. 1. Shido, we'll see whose power is stronger. You or mine, time to fight, my fellow warriors, show the demon no mercy, charge. Battle cries echoed through the chaotic space as the entire Sapphire warriors charged towards Westcott with all their power. Meanwhile, Westcott grinned with malice as he planned his next move. Westcott, haha, such foolish idiots, you'll never be able to reach me, go, attack them tree of death. He gestured his hands forward, which caused his tree of darkness to send its branches and roots towards the Sapphire warriors like harpoons and spears, aiming to cut them down before they reached him. Toka, Sandalphon. Balance breaker. Shekinah. Dual blades appeared in Toka's hands as she began sawing and ripping down each branch and root coming her team's way. She was at the forefront of the charge and helped her team maneuver through the barrage of attacks. Slice, 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 slice. Kotori, Camel. Inferno Maxima. Swinging her halberd around to harness powerful flames of destruction and incineration, Kotori whipped up a flaming hurricane which sent volleys of flames which burned through the branches and roots with ease. Westcott wasn't going to let himself be deterred like that. He sent hundreds of thousands of more branches speeding towards the Sapphire warriors in an attempt to bring them down. Two different barrages came from the sides to pierce through the team's defensive formation, but then, it was met back with resistance as the Sapphire warriors worked together to stop Westcott from killing them. Shiori initiated a super rapid series of deadly punches to destroy each branch and stop them from hurting her teammates. Despite only being able to perform physical attacks, she still managed to keep up with the pace of the attacks due to the drastic increase of power she received. Shiori, useless, 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 useless. You can't beat my punching speed, I'm too fast. On the other side, Yoshino was performing a different approach to destroy the branches. Sadkiel. Balance breaker. Shurian armor, Nivis vehemence. Yoshino blasted ice out of her hands and began freezing the branches approaching her side. Then, the ice began traveling up each attacking branch before cracking and breaking apart. She kept this strategy up to make sure that Westcott's attacks would end up futile. Kurumi, we can't stay here for long, we need to keep moving, Zafkiel. 7th bullet. Zayin. Bang. A bullet infused with time-stopping power flew through the air as it traveled through narrow crevices and spaces separated by the branches, before striking Westcott directly in the chest and stopping him from performing more attacks. Shido, now's our chance, attack. Origami, Metatron. Shemesh. Bang, 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 bang. A whole volley of light projectiles came flying out as Origami summoned over 100 cannons to destroy the branches frozen in place. What followed was a complete destruction of every branch and root in their path and allowed the team to continue onward. Nia, Ratziel, strike the enemy while he is down. Nia opened her book and released several pages out of it, each page with a lightning bolt symbol hastily scribbled on it. Then, the pages flew around Westcott and began shooting lightning bolts out of them. Westcott coincidentally broke out of Kurumi's time-stopping spell and was greeted by a large barrage of lightning strikes directly targeting him. He felt pain all around his body as he left himself undefended. Westcott, grr, not so fast, it won't be easy to defeat me, grah. Boom. Westcott retaliated by releasing a shockwave of his own energy to vaporize the pages away, before following it up with a beam of darkness. He shot it directly at Shido, but the attack failed as the Sapphire warriors countered it. Makuro, Michael. Latibe. Just before the beam of darkness hit him, Makuro quickly opened up a portal which was meant to hit Westcott. But Westcott predicted this and moved out of the way just in time for the beam to emerge from the portal and hit the Tree of Darkness, creating a massive crater on its structure. Westcott, TSK. Not bad, though it's not over yet. Time to equalize the battle, Athiel. Raising his hand up in the air, Westcott summoned a flower colored in pitch black, before it bloomed and released a storm of deadly and life-threatening pollen out of its bud. Kagoya, pollen again. This looks like a job for us, Yuzuru, now. Yuzuru Kagoya and Yuzuru, Raphael. Balance breaker. El Ruachabir. Boom. The Yamai twins activated their sacred gear and fused together into Yamai, their combined form while in sacred gear mode. She held her bow high and performed her attack. Raphael. Balance breaker. El Pigas. Yamai formed a large shield using her wings and her weapon, blocking the pollen from penetrating through it, and allowed the team for some time to prepare for the next attacks. Yamai, now, get blown away. Hush. The shield blasted back the pollen with full force of the wind. Every small pollen particle was sent flying back to Westcott at full speed. But it didn't affect him since he was immune to its instant killing effects. Westcott, heh. All I need to do is keep sending wave after wave of attacks until they collapse. You still think you can beat me, Shido Itsuka? Shido, yeah, I can. You may be immune to your own pollen, but how about mine? Behold, ein saw for. Hush. A full blast of pollen shining brightly came flying through Yamai's shield, speeding towards Westcott quickly. Realizing that Shido's pollen could kill him, Westcott moved out of the way while commanding more of his tree's branches to come and attack the Sapphire warriors. Shido, now, the time to attack is here. Miku, got it. Here, have a boost in power, Gabriel. Fantasia. Out of thin air, Miku's pipe organ appeared and began playing a song. The song boosted everybody's own individual strength while also giving them a healing effect, which was handy in this situation. Then, Shido and his team moved forward as more branches came their way. Shido, no more defense, everyone attack. Shido, Natsumi and Origami, Metatron. Ardalith. Using a three-pronged attack, 3 massive combined cannons charging accumulated beams of light opened fire, sending destructive rays of bright light tearing through the incoming branches while the team advanced. Westcott also began charging forward, summoning more of his deadly pollen to hinder the team's efforts to defeat him. Natsumi, Haniel, Kaleidoscope. WRRR. As the pollen was traveling alongside Westcott, Natsumi used her staff and flashed a bright beam of light at the scene in front of her, and transformed the pollen into grenades, detonating almost instantly and stuffed hundreds of pieces of shrapnel stuck inside Westcott's body. Arf! Westcott screamed in agony as the pain from the shrapnel heavily wounded him, and also hindered his ability to fight. But it wasn't over yet. As Westcott was still reeling from the attack, Shido came flying in and delivered his own attack on Westcott. Shido, Primordial Punch. BRRRRR. Shido, die, never ever come and mess with us again. His anger towards Westcott was so great, he put all his effort into that one punch to make sure Westcott would regret ever messing with Shido, or with his family ever again. But as Shido's fist was in the middle of trying to blast Westcott away, the latter said a few words in the middle of the attack. Haha, very funny, aren't you? I always come back, boy, just wait and see. Shido, you think, well, not this time, Reiwa. Smash, kaboom. With the ultimate power, Shido put all his strength and effort to punch Westcott all day across the chaotic space, eventually reaching the boundaries of the area and causing Westcott to crash into his tree. The tree of darkness caught on fire, and the branches and roots began to crumble apart. The Sapphire warriors all watched with pride as one of their greatest enemies had been completely obliterated in that one attack. Shido, jackass. It's not over yet. We still need to save Mom, and I know exactly what to do. He flew towards the area where Westcott crashed, and literally pulled his body out of the rubble. Shido found a weakened Westcott breathing heavily and bleeding profusely as the attack and crash caused significant damage to him. Then, Shido infused his fist with power and punched into Westcott's chest, before pulling his hand out as he ripped out a crystal shining faintly with a blue light. Now you have really lost, Westcott. Any last words? Westcott was breathing heavily and his eyes were on the verge of closing as the last few traces of life were slowly fading away. Westcott looked at Shido and replied, "Ha, you know what, you are one tough opponent. I'll give you that. But I still have one more card left to play." Comedial. Kaboom. Out of nowhere, Westcott made a last-ditch attempt to take Shido down with him. He created a bright light which was slowly engulfing the area where he and Shido were. The girls in her distance watched in horror as they saw Westcott performing his strongest move. They quickly rushed towards Shido to save him, but there wasn't enough time as he was quickly caught within the radius of Westcott's attack. Shido was in pure agony. It felt like his body was being ripped apart, and his mind was being inflicted with pain. But he had already come this far. Shido looked at the crystal, which was the physical embodiment of his mother's soul, and said, "Please, Mom. Give me the strength to beat this motherfucker once and for all." Shido, Shido then used his own similar attack against Westcott. An even brighter light burst out of Shido's body and clashed with Westcott's own light, eventually pushing it away and creating another chaotic space inside the already existing chaotic space. Ein and Comedial had the same ability, and that was to allow the user to engulf the whole universe in their light, before letting them choose what to erase from existence forever. Any living person who has been chosen to be erased will no longer be allowed to be reborn, as their soul will completely disappear. As such, Shido and Westcott were putting in all their strength to make sure that the other would be erased for good. Since the former was caught off guard and needed time to react, the clash between the two opposing forces continued on. Shido roared with all his might, spreading his light across the area while trying to overpower Westcott, who was seen also attempting to engulf the area with his own light despite his weakened state. But naturally, since Westcott was approaching the end of his life, Shido eventually overpowered him and pushed back Westcott's light all the way back and engulfed him within Shido's own domain. Westcott looked at Shido one last time, knowing that this was the end for him. His last expression was ironically a smirk, feeling amused that his end would turn out to be like this. On the other hand, Shido performed his finishing move, Ein, erase this abomination from existence, and never let any of his reincarnations wreak havoc on the world again. Greahaha. Brrrr kaboom. In an instant, Shido activated his finishing move and increased the brightness of his light, blinding everything before selecting Westcott as a target to be removed. Finally, with a snap of the finger, Westcott was erased from existence, and his soul torn apart into nothingness. The light died down as the chaotic spaces began to disintegrate. The girls who were just about to reach Shido's position looked around as they saw the area around them crumble. Before they knew it, they were in the real world. Then, Toka spotted Shido, which alerted the rest of the girls. They all rushed to him with great concern and excitement as they knew the war was as good as won. Toka and Ko, Shido, you're alive. Shido had just realized he was back in the real world as he was suddenly hugged by his harem from all directions. He exclaimed in shock as he looked around, before discovering that he indeed won. It felt unreal to him, but Shido was just using a deadly power which erased his enemy from existence. He processed the events which happened just a few seconds ago, and that's when he smiled with glee and hugged his girlfriend's back. Shido, I did it. I won, no, we won, ha 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 ha, yeah, we beat him. From the sidelines, Drake and Elliot realized the current situation and were in a jubilant mood. Both of them cheered in celebration as they rejoiced in their victory against Westcott. Elliot, well done, youngsters, well done, now, I can finally retire with Karen and live peacefully on the countryside. Drake, fuck yeah. I am one proud father right now. I will tell everyone for a fact that there's no need for me to go out and get the milk. Karen was also greatly surprised by the outcome, and she along with many of the fleet members were still processing it. Karen, did they seriously win? Wait, we actually won, won. But for Kanazuki and his subordinates, they erupted in cheers and praises as they celebrated this well-deserved victory. Some of them even brought champagne bottles from the pantry, and opened them up as a celebratory drink. Kanazuki put on music over the speakers and played celebration music to liven up the mood. He then converted his desk to a DJ setup, and played songs for his crew. Kanazuki, and that's why, you should never fuck with Ratatosker, you mess with one of us, and we'll come hunting you like a pack of wolves. Haha, let's celebrate folks, we won. Meanwhile, the Sapphire warriors were busy huddling with each other as they celebrated their victory. This was a major milestone for them as a team, as they had never fought a war like this on such a large magnitude. Despite not being biologically related, despite not growing up with each other during their childhoods, as well as only having met each other not more than a month ago, the Sapphire warriors still looked out for one another and made sure everyone made it across the finish line. Shido, I don't know, but it feels like the whole world is so beautiful right now. Girls, thanks for everything. I will always be with you all. The girls responded with a gesture of agreement, and were happy to hear that. Then, Shido and the girls broke apart from their group hug and looked towards the sky, as large pieces of the moon were growing bigger in the sky. Shido, we still have work to do. So, let me ask something. Are y'all with me? Girls, sir, yes sir. Shido smirked as he summoned Sandalphon, looking back behind him to see his whole team also feeling pumped up and energized. Then, he raised his sword towards the sky and let out his battle cry, before the girls followed him. Then, everyone began flying at extremely fast speeds as they aimed to stop the moon from destroying the planet. It's just a celestial body, what challenge could it mean to them? They annihilated Isaac Westcott, so what could stop them now? Hush! A group of lights rose into the air as they accelerated closer and closer towards space. Those lights in question were the Sapphire warriors. It's just that they were traveling so fast that they began to resemble fireworks in the sky. Shido, let's deal with the falling moon. We mustn't let it crash onto the earth. Shido was at the front leading his team high up into the sky. However, their objective wasn't in the sky, It was the massive moon fragments falling towards the Earth. Fortunately for humanity, the moon rocks would take at least another 19 hours to impact the planet, so there was still time to undo the damage. 5 minutes passed, and the Sapphire warriors exceeded the speed of sound. From the ground below, people looked up as they saw the almighty Sapphire warriors soar past the clouds as they made their way towards the stars. People felt like hope was restored, as they placed all their faith in the group of warriors who were on their way to stop the moon. One of these individuals who watched them from the surface was Drake. He was still in his dragon form while Elliot was riding on his head. Drake looked up and felt nothing but pride and happiness in that moment. He would have never believed that his kids would have made it this far, and wanted to give them the biggest hug when they returned. Drake, go on, kids. Save the world, I'll be waiting for you all right here. Finally, the Sapphire warriors reached outer space. They were right in front of the first moon rock which was intended to hit the planet. It appeared so gargantuan in front of them, as if it were a massive cliff face. Kurumi, Zafkiel. Fourth bullet. Dalit. Bang. Kurumi fired a time reversal bullet at the moon rock, and in an instant, the giant celestial body disappeared and teleported back to its rightful position in the sky. Shido, it's not over yet. We still have to piece the whole moon back together. Come on, do all you can to make sure the moon fragments do not stray away too far from Earth or approach the planet any further. The girls split up and went in different directions to gather the moon fragments together. Now, although they were like tiny grains of sand compared to large immovable boulders, the Sapphire warriors had a special ability to accomplish that, and it was about time they could use it. You see, each member of the team had absorbed a chess piece into their body, and the formation looked a little something like this. King, Shido Itsuka. Queen, Kurumi Tokisaki. Knight 1, Toka Yatagami. Knight 2, Kotori Itsuka. Bishop 1, Natsumi Kuno. Bishop 2, Nia Hanjo. Rook 1, Shiori Itsuka. Rook 2, Yoshino Himkawa. Pawn 1, Kagoe Yamai, 1 piece. Pawn 2, Yuzuru Yamai, 1 piece. Pawn 3, Origami Tabichi, 2 pieces. Pawn 4, Miku Zeoi, 2 pieces. Pawn 5, Makuro Hashimiya, 2 pieces. Each of them absorbed these pieces into their bodies at some point in time when Shido gave them their respective piece to join his team. One of the abilities they gained after assimilating the piece with their body was the ability to partially or completely transform into a dragon. 1. So far, only a few of them used it, but only for a partial transformation, not a complete one. However, as the moon had split into massive fragments, the time seemed right for the Sapphire warriors to utilize their draconic transformation abilities to fix the moon. Shido, everyone, the virtue pieces I have given you all have granted you the ability to shape-shift into dragons at will. Use it, and we'll use our draconic strength to shift each piece back into place. And thus, the transformations began. Every one of the Sapphire warriors started transforming their entire body into a massive crimson dragon. Bright red lights started glowing greatly in the sky as the team transcended their human bodies and turned into gargantuan dragons larger than mountains. Once they got to work, each of the Sapphire warriors, now in dragon form, split up and headed towards different moon fragments. Once they reached their intended target, they brought forth all their strength and pushed each lunar rock with their heads, using only brute strength. Slowly but surely, each of the warriors in dragon form gradually shifted each moon rock back into position. Although it wasn't accurately placed back, it still was more than enough for what the team needed. Meanwhile, back on the surface and in the supernatural world, groundbreaking reports of an unprecedented and unexpected astronomical event was occurring. The broken moon was being shifted back into place. People on Earth couldn't believe their own eyes. Many started speculating about the existence of a higher being behind this mysterious event, while others believed that humans had somehow achieved technology capable of doing this. But all the theories and conspiracies were thrown out of the window when the astronomers broke the news. Their satellite footage showed a live recording of 13 dragons using their brute strength to move the lunar rocks back into place. Humanity had never been this united before. All past disagreements, grudges, and misunderstandings were buried in the ground as people from diverse backgrounds came together to witness the beginning of a new age, one where the supernatural was about to coexist with humanity. For the denizens of the supernatural world itself, the delicate balance of power and hierarchy drastically shifted as a new faction entered the ring. The 3 factions were in a frenzy as their leaders were speaking with each other over the sudden appearance of the 13 Crimson Dragons, and trying to connect the dots between all the events which have taken place so far. Ajuka, alright, so, we have 13 more Crimson Dragons which are fixing the moon. all of them being the Sapphira warriors who have miraculously shape-shifted into said creature and are currently fixing the moon. Shemhazai, certainly not something you hear every day. Do you think that the Sapphira warriors are Drake's children? Gabriel, Drake's children. Who would be the mother then? The Sapphira warriors are the children of Rain Murasame and David Griffith. That scenario isn't possible at all. 1. Shemhazai. Oh, if Drake secretly had kids this whole time, Tiamat is gonna be really mad. Albion is probably gonna be depressed. A whole lot of things could happen if the Sapphira warriors were actually Drake's children. Ajuka. Which is precisely why we must investigate. We'll decide whether or not we should inform the public about the truth. Gabriel, I agree. We need to get to the bottom of this. Too many weird and unexplainable events have been taking place since Issei died. Shemhazai, I hate to break it to you both, but my subordinates have just informed me that Tiamat is just mere minutes away from reaching Drake's position. Should we be concerned? 1. Ajuka, it's too late to call her back now. We just have to hope that she'll show Drake some mercy. 1. Scene break. Outer space. Finally, after making sure every major lunar rock was shifted back to position, the Sapphira warriors flew back to their original position away from the moon and observed it from afar. The moon fragments were gathered in one place, and the celestial body appeared like a disfigured sphere from a distance. Then, it was time to repair the moon. Kurumi, Zafkiel. 4th bullet. Dalit. While in her dragon form, Kurumi opened her mouth and shot out a sphere condensed with time energy. The sphere flew across space and impacted the moon fragments. Upon making contact, the cluster of moon fragments began to fuse back together, before forming one complete moon again. The crisis has been resolved. The moon was back in its rightful place as it began orbiting the Earth again. People back on the surface celebrated with happiness and joy as their world had been saved. No longer did anybody have to fear the worst. Bunkers across the globe which housed people throughout the duration of the war emerged to the surface, and they all let out cheers of celebration. The world became a peaceful and jovial paradise for a while. Society was able to continue as the seemingly inevitable end of the world had been avoided. Heads of state and politicians made public speeches about giving their thanks to the 13 dragons who pieced the moon back together and expressed their gratitude on behalf of their nations. The Sapphira warriors quickly became popular among the public in the supernatural world, and many people started fan clubs dedicated to them. There was even an ongoing movement to raise funds and create a monument for the team in the capital city of the underworld. In other factions such as the Norse and Greek pantheons, gods from said factions were even considering asking Shido himself to accept their faction's goddesses into his harem in the form of an arranged marriage, though the chances of that happening was extremely low since Shido didn't ask for too much in life and preferred to just keep the number of girls in his harem the same. 1. Meanwhile, the Sapphira warriors in dragon form had completed their mission of salvaging the moon. They began descending back towards the surface, and they spotted several loose fragments of lunar rock. Those remnant pieces were just small and tiny rocks which broke off from the main lunar rocks, but they still posed a substantial threat to life on the planet's surface. Shido, let's go, destroy all incoming asteroids entering the planet's orbit. In a coordinated move, the dragons assembled into a triangular formation. Then, they flew quickly towards the nearest moon rocks and began destroying them with their dragon breath. The team used a variety of ways to destroy the rocks. Origami fired a large beam of light from her mouth and annihilated a whole row of moon rocks rapidly heading towards Earth. Yoshino was able to breathe ice out of her mouth and obliterated the remaining moon rocks with ease. Miku was able to blast powerful sound waves by roaring into the distance and shattering her targets. Toka swung her claws in every direction to send energy slashes to break apart several moon rocks. All in all, it didn't take more than 10 minutes to finish off the residue fragments, and the Sapphira warriors proceeded to head back to Earth, to where their friends and family were. Scene break. Northern Scotland. 10:45 p.m. Elliot, it really is a relief that the moon is back in one piece again. Those children have really outdone themselves. Karen, I agree. I still find it hard to believe that those were sane kids who were confused about their own powers when we meet them not even more than half a year ago. Elliot, time really does fly, doesn't it? Oh well, I guess a formal celebration is due at our headquarters for Ratatoskr. Now that Dem Corporation is no more and all their executives have been eliminated, it's time for us to restore our world to what it was before Ike took over. On the Fraxinus, a party was going on as the bridge of the ship was transformed into a dance floor. Kanazuki was still at it as a DJ, while his subordinates did sick dance moves on the floor. By the side, stood Elliot and Karen, having their own conversation about what the future would be like. Both of them were happy about how things have turned out, and were willing to fix the planet before they could retire together. Karen, where do you want to go once all our work is done? Elliot, I was thinking of England itself. Just the two of us, a house by the English countryside, a farm with animals, maybe even some children. Karen, that does sound nice. I look forward to it. In the middle of their conversation, some of Elliot's subordinates came to celebrate Radatasker's victory with him. Matsuda, Ayo, Mr. Woodman, my man, whatever it is you're talking about with Karen, you can push it aside and just relax. We won, time to celebrate, yo. Motohama, yeah, have a vacation, Mr. Woodman. You and Karen honestly deserve more than just a simple drink. Go to some exotic resort and enjoy your life. Kates, you know, I'm totally on board with the guys right now. Can't you believe that we just beat the literal devil? This totally calls for a celebration. Murayama, I already have full packs of beer ready and brought out of the freezer. Who's planning to party hard tonight? Kiryu, oh, I'm definitely down for that. What do you say, Mr. Woodman, you coming or not? It was the 5 former classmates from Kuo Academy. They had been working hard to ensure their victory during the war against Westcott. Now, since the world had been saved, everyone was willing to let loose and party all night long. Elliot chuckled and replied, haha, okay, you can all head to the dance floor first. Kanazuki is going to be playing some sick beats for a long while. I'll join you all later. Where's Drake, by the way? Isn't he on the ship? Motohama, Drake. Oh no, he's still out there in the sky in his dragon form, waiting for his kids to come back. Matsuda, yeah, that man is the first man I've ever seen take such good care of his kids before, and not go out to get the milk. 1. Elliot, I see. We can wait for him and the Sapphire Warriors to come back. Coincidentally, the Sapphire Warriors did come back. Outside of the ship and high above the clouds, a pack of dragons, numbering 13 in total, came flying down from space and approached in the Ratatoskr fleet. Among the massive fleet of airships was Drake himself. He spotted the dragons in the distance and instantly knew who they were, so he let out a roar of pride and joy to greet his children back on the surface. In response, the Sapphire Warriors in their dragon form roared back. Upon getting close to their father, the team still appeared much smaller compared to Drake, as if it was a dragon interacting with his babies. The Fraxinus also noticed this and adored the sight. Elliot and Karen compared Drake to a father dog who was trying to control his puppies, while the former Kuo Academy students enjoy watching the small dragons play with their father. Even Kanazuki and his subordinates stopped partying to see the dragons interact. But it wasn't just the Fraxinus, the entire fleet went to their observation decks to watch the dragons. Some of them let out cheers of praise, some of them took pictures, while others released fireworks into the air to celebrate their return. The scene was like a group of tourists visiting a zoo and watching a group of animals in an exhibit. Drake, kids, you're all back. How are all of you? Nobody got hurt by the moon, right? Kotori, we're all fine, Dad, thanks for asking. Yoshino, we fixed the moon and saved the world. Drake, haha, that's my children. Dad is so proud of you all right now. Makuro, Muku wants cuddles. Cuddle me, father. Natsumi, I also want head pats. We just saved the world and now we want attention and affection. Drake, alright then, bring it in. In an instant, the girls swarmed around Drake like puppies trying to snuggle with their parents. Shido was the only one who just preferred to stay out and watch, since there wasn't any space for him. Drake, haha, son, could you please get my daughters-in-law off of me? I think I underestimated just how clingy these girls can be. Shido, ha. Now you know what it's like to be me. You know what? Come here, Dad. Instead of helping his father out, Shido also joined in on the cuddling and made Drake helpless. He was being surrounded by tiny dragons resembling him and couldn't break free from them. He just sighed as his kids continued to tug and pull at him. Drake, sigh. If only my wife were here right now, that'll be helpful. Oh, wait. Son, do you have that crystal containing your mother's soul? Shido, oh right, yes, it's with me right now. What do you need it for? Drake, we're gonna bring her back to life. Since we already have her soul, we just need to put it back in her body, wherever it is. And Drake suddenly became silent while he was in the middle of talking. This confused his children and the Ratatoskr fleet, but the reason why he was like that was because he spotted someone familiar approaching his location in the distance. A massive blue dragon was seen in the horizon slowly approaching the area. Drake immediately knew who that was and decided it was time to leave before things got ugly. So, he broke the silence and continued talking. Drake, let's go home first before we continue this conversation, shall we? I'm sure all of you are tired. Origami, yeah? I'm pretty tired. I want to go home. Elliot, alright then, let's head to Tengu City. Since we have won the war, I'd like to make a victory speech once we arrive there. All ships, commence Mach 2 speed in T-minus 30 seconds. Drake, kids, we can fly at the same speed as the Ratatoskr fleet. Let's stay in dragon form and leave this way. Shido, okay, got it. It's time to finally go home. Sigh, I'm gonna nap once my body touches my bed, I'm really tired. Drake looked behind and spotted Tiamat behind him and his friends and family. She still had quite some distance to cover, but she doesn't seem to know that he was about to leave. So, he turned to the front and prepared to leave. Meanwhile, Tiamat was able to see far into the distance, and saw a sight she couldn't believe. She saw a group of baby dragons resembling Drake flying closely next to him. This only made Tiamat think of one thing, and she was pretty pissed about it. Tiamat, wait, are those baby dragons? Hold on, no, that can't be. Did Drake have a family while pretending to be dead? Grr, that bastard and his kids are gonna pay for losing my stuff. Just wait till I get him. Unfortunately, Elliot had already began a countdown and had 10 seconds left. Eventually, the countdown ended and everyone was able to leave in time before Tiamat reached them. Hush. The Ratatoskr fleet left at the speed of sound and departed for Tengu City. Subsequently, Drake and his kids also started flying away, much to Tiamat's anger. She chased after them and was about to start attacking, but Drake outran her and flew away like there was no tomorrow. Tiamat noticed this and roared with anger, before pursuing them. However, the sheer amount of fear Drake felt was so much that he outran Tiamat by 5 times her regular speed. Drake even flew over the entire European continent in less than 20 seconds, with his children just behind him. Because Tiamat didn't predict that Drake couldn't fly so fast before, she gradually lost sight of him. On top of that, Drake concealed his aura to shake Tiamat off his trail, which made it impossible to find him. In her anger and frustration, Tiamat yelled into the distance, swearing that she would find Drake no matter what. Grr, this isn't over, Drake. You and your secret children are all going to pay for what you did to my stuff. Mark my words, vengeance will be mine. 2. Scene break. Tengu City, Japan. High up in the sky aboard the Fraxinus. 6:30 a.m. Whoosh. Drake and the Sapphira warriors arrived back in Tengu City after flying a long distance from the battlefield in northern Scotland. Once there, everyone changed back into human form and boarded the Fraxinus, which was waiting for them alongside the entire Ratatoskr fleet. Elliot, hello everyone. Before I make my speech, I have some bad news, take a look. Elliot and the rest of Ratatoskr's key personnel such as Karen and Kanazuki greeted the team in the main control room of the Fraxinus. But Elliot didn't want to start his speech just yet, for he had some unfortunate news for them. He turned on a monitor and showed a long series of images from around the world, displaying the devastation and destruction which the war had caused. Elliot went on to explain that their work was not finished yet, as Ratatoskr was planning to help the world heal from its wounds. Elliot, it's horrible, I know. But we can't just sit back and relax when the world is still in shambles. Based on estimates, it may take about 20 years for the world to return to the state it was before. Everyone was shocked by the damage done to many places of the world. Even far remote areas which are hardly accessible for humans were greatly affected. However, Shido had something to say about it. Shido, it doesn't have to be this way. In fact, there's something I can do to fix this mess. Drake, and what's that? Shido, turn on the TV. I'll be back in a while. Without saying anything else, Shido opened up a portal and promptly left, much to the confusion of his team and his father. However, everyone was still curious what he was about to do, so they turned on the TV. Scene break. Kenzai region, Japan. 6:45 a.m. Shido arrived through a portal, and ended up in a barren wasteland. This whole area used to be where Kyoto was, until Westcott destroyed it in the Kyoto incident. Now that Shido had obtained the power of Ein Sof, he was going to try something out. He summoned Ratziel and asked for a complete and detailed map of Kyoto, as well as its surrounding areas. Then, that's when Shido activated his powers. Ein Sof. A giant tree emitting light appeared, and began shrouding Japan's entire central region in a different dimension. In a matter of minutes, All of the ruined and destroyed areas during the Kyoto incident were encapsulated within Shido's domain. Then, he looked at the map displayed on Ratziel, before turning back to his surroundings and summoned another sacred gear. Zafkiel. Fourth bullet. Dalit. Bang. A bullet was fired from Shido's pistol and struck the ground. Then, the floor started acting weirdly as the barren surface of the ground began to swell. Shido, using the power of Ein Sof, I can rewrite reality at will. From this point on, that bullet I fired onto the ground will not just reverse that damage done to that specific area, but will also regenerate all that has been lost from the Kyoto incident. I will rebuild Kyoto. He used his powers to rewrite the abilities of the bullet he shot to the ground. Since it was a time reversal bullet, its powers were amplified on a massive scale and began doing its work. A short amount of time passed, and buildings which were completely destroyed and burned to the ground began sprouting up again. Roads which were decimated started forming like a river of asphalt, and concrete flowing like water. Shido watched as his literal surroundings began to change, as Kyoto was being rebuilt from scratch in less than a second. Natural hills which were flattened began forming once more, even underground structures such as sewers and gas pipes began to reform again. It didn't take more than 5 minutes for the entire city of Kyoto to be rebuilt. Famous sites such as the Grand Fushimi Inari Shrine, Kiyomizudera, Kinkakuji, were regenerated and restored to their former glory as if nothing happened. Another 5 minutes had also passed, and every single area which was reported destroyed or damaged was restored. The entire region was healed and brought back in time, a time where the destruction and the catastrophe never happened. Seeing his powers capable of such feats, Shido decided to push himself a bit further. He once again used Ein Sof, and decided to expand his domain's boundaries all the way to engulf the whole world. He let out a strong burst of power, and in no time, the world was inside his domain. Then, Shido fired another time reversal bullet onto the floor, and began fixing the world. Shido, Ein Sof, using your power to rewrite reality, I want to reverse all the damage done to the world from the Westcott War. The world will be restored to a state of peace and harmony. Go forth, save the world. Once again, the time reversal bullet did its work. The whole world affected by the war began to heal. Every single area affected was influenced by Ein Sof's power began to reverse its current state and return to a time when the war didn't happen. Since it was the whole world, all of humanity was witnessing this moment. Cities all over the globe began repairing themselves. Destroyed buildings and devastated natural landforms began to reverse their current states. People across the world were watching in awe as their planet was seemingly healing on its own. The strange space they were trapped in was causing a time reversal event to push the world back to the time when the Westcott War didn't happen. Entire cities were rebuilt in no time, and people began to celebrate. This regeneration event was being recorded everywhere, and people were praising and cheering for whoever was behind this. In 15 minutes, all the damage done was undone. The world simply appeared to have traveled back in time, and every corner of it looked like nothing bad had happened there. Even though he was just in one place, Shido felt a euphoric sensation in his body, as if he had just lifted a massive weight off his shoulders. He couldn't help but smile as he looked around a world rebuilt from literal dust. Shido, what a beautiful world, and all rebuilt from just my own hands. This really feels like a fever dream. But now, I may just stick around a bit longer to admire the view. For about a minute or two, Shido looked down from above and gazed into the distance as all the damage done to the world had been reversed. In that moment, he really felt like some sort of higher being who saved everyone. He felt a little confident at that time and decided to act like some sort of god while he was there. Shido stretched his arms apart like a T-pose, and then said some things which he felt would suit the mood. Throughout heaven and earth, I alone am the honored one. 3. It felt a little cliché, but Shido was feeling so proud of himself, and was grinning like a maniac. His eyes were wide open and he looked up towards the sky. But before his ego got the better of him, Shido controlled himself and relaxed, taking one last look at the world he fixed before deciding to go back to the Ratatoskr fleet. With the whole world restored to its pre-war state, Shido deactivated his ability and dismantled his domain. The skies returned to normal and the world began to work as per normal. However, people were still curious about this mysterious entity who fixed the world, so there was a lot of commotion about it. Even in the underworld, someone who could possess that level of power and skill was seen as impressive and godlike. Many individuals in the underworld were even curious to know who this person was. But the three factions had a good idea who it was, and based footage captured on the live stream of the battle in northern Scotland, they immediately knew it was Shido who was behind it. Meanwhile, Shido returned back to the Fraxinus using a portal and was met with cheers of joy and praise from his team, his father, and from the fleet crew. What was seen as going to be a long and arduous battle to fix the damage done to the world was now no longer a concern to Ratatosk. Because of this, Elliot and Karen could finally retire in peace and spend the rest of their days in the English countryside living their lives away. But before that, Elliot had one announcement to make. Elliot stood on the captain's deck in the Fraxinus and broadcasted his speech to the rest of the fleet. Everyone was paying attention to see what the boss of Ratatosk had to say, since this was obviously a big occasion for everyone. Elliot, we've gathered here to commemorate the hard-fought victory which we have finally achieved after many years of war with Dem Corporation. We've lost many of our own during the war, and I salute them and respect them for their service and dedication on behalf of Ratatosk. I had believed that after the war, we still had a long way to go before the world would be repaired from the damages of the war. But all that has been fixed thanks to our friend, Shido Itsuka. He and his team, the Sapphire Warriors, all came to help us in a time of need. They fought bravely and valiantly against the enemies of the world, saving the planet from destruction and restoring the globe to what it was before the war. As there is no more need for Ratatosk to continue its work, I am officially disbanding it and honorably discharging all of you from service. Everybody who has played a part in ensuring that human life could continue will be greatly compensated for their troubles. One special person I'd like to take the time to thank is Drake, the Red Dragon Emperor. Through thick and thin, he and his family have voluntarily aided us in times of dire need. I personally consider Drake to be a close friend, as we have gotten along quite well. If I were holding a glass of wine right now, this would be a toast to Drake. Thanks, my friend, it was an honor to have worked alongside you. Drake raised his fist in the air and exclaimed back, haha, no problem, Elliot, I really enjoyed working with you too. Maybe we could go out for drinks sometime. Elliot, haha. That can be arranged. But now I'd like to end off my closing speech. Once again, a very big thanks to every single one of you. These are my last words, as CEO of Ratatosk. May you all have peaceful and bountiful lives ahead. Cheers erupted all across the fleet as crew members on each of the airships released fireworks into the air. People were now at ease, knowing that their efforts were not in vain and that they could now live peacefully. During the midst of the celebration atmosphere, Elliot secretly spoke with the Sapphire Warriors in secret, wanting to give his own personal thanks and gratitude to them. Elliot, I must say, it was a great honor to have worked with all of you. Thanks to that, the world is finally at peace and we can continue our lives normally. I believe it is time for you to return to school, yes, but before that, I would like to gift you all a mansion in Tengus City's city center. Consider it as a gift from Ratatosk as compensation for your troubles. Elliot showed a picture of a giant mansion within Tengus City's city center. It was next to the main road and close to the metro station, which made transportation easier. There were about 5 floors in that mansion, with lots of rooms visible from the outside. The Sapphire Warriors were happy that they got a new place to live, but some of them wanted to stay in their old house, so they raised their concerns about that. Shiori, but what about some of us who want to live in our old house? What should we do then? Elliot stayed quiet, but his expression made it look like he had something to say. Everyone waited to see how he was going to respond, and he eventually did. Elliot awkwardly stuttered and said, I mean, you can, but there's just one problem. Take a look at this. Elliot switched on a monitor screen and shows the Sapphire Warriors the issue regarding them wanting to stay in their old house. The screen turned on, and what it showed horrified everyone. TV broadcast. Reporter, and now we bring you breaking news. The individuals behind the repair of the moon as well as the defeat of the 7-headed monster have been identified. They are a group of 13 individuals from Japan, hailing from Tengus City and currently attending high school. Their names include. The reporter then causally doxed the whole family and listed their names, their school, as well as for some reason their address. The Sapphire Warriors watched on with horror as their personal information was being leaked on live television. Mukuro, how did they manage to get Muku's information? Muku only moved in just a few weeks ago. Natsumi, they put my face on the news, now everyone knows I am ugly, wah. Kurumi, and mine too. And to think I was declared dead for so long and now my identity has been leaked, just my luck. This meant that they had to move schools, move to a new house, and tried to keep a low profile in public, whether they wanted it or not. So, Elliot's gift seemed more like an emergency lifeline than a token of gratitude. Drake was particularly pissed, and also scared shitless since he had narrowly managed to avoid Tiamat yet ended having his own personal information being leaked on TV. Now, all Tiamat needs to do is search Tengu City and she'll have an easier time finding Drake. Drake, my goodness, are you being fucking serious right now? Ugh, you know what, thanks for the mansion, Elliot. But can I ask for one favor? Elliot, sure, I am indebted to you, Drake. Just ask away. Drake, can you put your name under this house as the owner? I think it'll be easier for us to keep a low profile that way since nobody would know our address anyway. Elliot, sure, I can do that. I'll make some changes to the deed and it'll all be settled. Anything else? Drake, no? But thanks for everything, Elliot. Now, if you don't mind, my family and I will take our leave. We will see you soon one day. Elliot smiled as he waved goodbye. He shook Drake's hand for one last time before both of them left and went to live their own lives in a time of peace and tranquility. Scene break. Tengu City, Japan. 7 a.m. The Sapphira warriors arrived back on the surface and appeared in front of their new mansion. Drake received the keys from Elliot and unlocked the front gate, before moving into the place with his kids. Inside, there was a large foyer upon entering. A chandelier was hanging from the ceiling while there were many wall lamps illuminating the hallways and staircases. In the middle of the room lay a huge stack of boxes containing everybody's stuff, all labeled and separated into the correct sections. Miku, oh my, all my things are here. So glad that they managed to survive through the whole war. Shido, I dunno, it could be because I reversed the damage of literally every single affected area of the world. Even the smallest and most insignificant things. Drake, okay kids, grab all your things and move to your new rooms. Then meet me downstairs in the kitchen. We need to do something important before relaxing. The Sapphira warriors all grabbed their stuff and moved upstairs, where there are 2 long corridors on both sides of the house, and many doors located along the hallways. Each member of the team was assigned a room and checked into their new bedrooms. They placed all their boxes by the side and took a few seconds looking around their room, before heading out to meet their father in the kitchen. Drake was already waiting there, and he was ready to get straight to the point. He waited for everyone to gather, and once that was done, he started off the conversation. Drake, okay. Shido, do you have the crystal containing your mother's soul? I think I know how to bring her back. Shido reached into his pocket and took the blue crystal out. He then reached his hand out and opened it up for everyone to see the crystal with Rain's soul inside. Shido, right here. Everyone, come and take a look. This crystal here contains Mom's soul. The team took turns looking at the crystal and observing its faint glow. Drake then took it and looked at himself. Then, he said, she's still there. We can still bring Rain back, but we first need to figure out how to place this soul in a body. Upon hearing this, everyone was speechless. They had no idea how to find a replacement body without a soul, let alone how to transfer one into a body. Everyone just looked at each other confused and unsure of how to proceed from here. Yoshino, sorry, what? Kaguya, did I hear that right? How are we supposed to find an extra body without a soul in it? Nia, maybe I can help. Let me check Ratio real quick. In an attempt to solve the issue, Nia summoned her sacred gear and opened it up to search for information related to finding a new body. However, she had a little difficulty getting the information she needed since Nia didn't know what to specifically search for. Should she look for a spare body? Must it be made of human flesh? Can it be prosthetic? These were the questions which made it tricky. Shiori, why don't you search Mom's personal items from her secret labs and stuff? I was created in a lab in Italy. Maybe she has an extra body she stores. Nia, sure, I could try that. Once again, Nia looked through the pages and searched for information relating to Rain's personal possessions. This time, Nia was able to find the things she exactly needed. Nia, bingo, check this out. Rain has lots of secret labs around the world. One of them has an exact replica of her own body stored in a suspension tank. We'll just head there and all will be good. Drake, then it's settled. Let's head to that secret lab to bring her back. The faster we get this done, the more we can rest. Scene break. Marion, Ohio, United States. 6 p.m. The Sapphira warriors went through a portal made using Michael and ended up in Marion, a small city located just north of Columbus, the state capital of Ohio. The exact location they ended up in was in front of a small suburban house towards the end of the cul-de-sac. Nia, this is the place. According to Ratio, Rain's lab should be in that house. Everyone looked at the small, seemingly normal house and were a little skeptical of Nia's information. The house seemed pretty well maintained just like its neighbors, and there didn't seem to be any traps around. Toka, should we just enter? I mean, if this really is Rain's lab in there, nobody else should be in that place, right? Kotori, I guess we came all this way, so why stop now? Without further hesitation, the team split up and scouted around the house, only to find it empty at the moment. Nobody was inside, and it made for a good opportunity to enter and access the secret lab somewhere inside. In order not to attract the attention of the neighbors, the team snuck in through the back door and made it inside the kitchen. Upon entering, there wasn't really much to see inside. There was a normal tiled floor, along with a kitchen counter with nothing on top of it, as well as a mini fridge by the side. The stove also looked like it hadn't been used in a long time. Origami, all clear. No sign of anybody being in here recently. But still, the place looks awfully clean. There's no dust on the counters and there's also a faint stench of pizza. Natsumi, really, I don't smell anything. Can we just look for this lab? Nia, about that. It has a secret entrance somewhere. Ratziel is telling me. That entrance is somewhere in the living room, come on. So the team quietly tiptoed to the living room. The floor was all carpeted, and it was relatively clean. There was also a small cushioned chair as well as a flat-screen TV hanging on the wall, with a coffee table in between. Miku, I have a feeling that this house isn't completely empty. The carpet feels so soft, like someone has always been vacuuming it. The TV doesn't have any dust on its screen, and I can see marks of a cloth, meaning someone wiped it recently. Shido, you know, I kinda agree with that. But would Mom really build a secret lab under someone else's house? Nia, okay, it appears that the TV remote is the key to the secret lab. All we need to do is press these buttons in this order, and thump. A section of the wall opened up and revealed a flight of stairs leading to the basement. Everyone gathered around the new opening and looked into the distance. All that could be seen was darkness leading down below, making it seem like a scene out of a horror movie. Kotori got a little frightened and said, this is bad. I know how all horror movies start. Once you go down there, a monster will be waiting for you and… Bang, bang, bang. Kurumi, I'll make that monster eat some lead for breakfast. Out of nowhere, Kurumi whipped out her pistol and fired several bullets into the dark stairwell. The gunshots echoed and struck a hard surface a few seconds later, meaning that the staircase led to a place located quite deep beneath the ground. Kotori just stared at Kurumi with a shocked expression, while her mouth was left hanging wide. Kurumi then blew the smoke rising from her pistol's barrel, and then put it back around her waist. Shido, makes sense to me. Anyways, seems like there's no monster in there, but in the case where there's really one, then we can definitely mop the floor with that thing. The Sapphira warriors then ventured into the dark stairwell, and carefully walked down step by step, before they made it to the bottom where a large metal door was in front of them. There was a small light which was dimly lighting the area with the door, while bullet holes from Kurumi's pistol were seen scattered across the door. Drake, okay, now to open this door. Is there a combination we need? Nia, nope. That door is sealed tight. Nobody can get in, and nobody can get. Boom. While Nia was in the middle of talking, Shiori stepped forward and punched the door out of its hinges, and it came flying forward into the room. Everyone seemed a little taken aback by the sudden action from Shiori, but at least the door was now open and the lab was now accessible. So without further ado, the team headed indoors to find a small room with a bunch of lab equipment. There was a desk piled with stacks of paper on top, while stacks of boxes were placed next to it. But at the back of the lab was what the team was looking for, a sensory deprivation tank with a spare replica of Rain's body, with the exact dimensions and details. Drake walked forward till he reached the front of the tank, before taking out the blue crystal from his pocket. Drake, well, we got what we were searching for. Now all we need to do is put the crystal back in her body. Shido, I can do that. Since I possess Ein Sof, I can't probably sync the crystal's energy with the body. So, Shido grabbed the crystal and then activated his power to begin the transfer of the soul, Ein Sof. The surroundings changed as the room was enveloped within Shido's domain. When the whole room was encapsulated, he began transferring the soul towards the body. He used telekinesis to move the crystal with his mind and place it back in his mother's body. The crystal passed through the glass of the water tank, before entering the replica of Rain's body, completing the restoration of her life. Once that crystal was completely inside, Shido dismantled the domain and see how things would turn out in the normal world. Everyone was feeling tense. Nobody knew if this was even going to work. The entire Sapphire warriors held their breaths and kept their eyes on the body. Drake himself was particularly nervous about the outcome of this process. 20 seconds passed, and suddenly, a bright light burst forth from the sensory deprivation tank, rapidly expanding its range through the whole lab and blinding everyone's vision. The Sapphire warriors covered their eyes for cover and ducked, fearing that something bad was coming. Scene break. Shido, ugh? What in the world was that, huh? Where am I? This isn't the lab, but based on my surroundings, this must still be the United States. Several seconds had passed since the light engulfed everything in the lab. Upon dimming and revealing the surroundings, Shido found himself alone in another area of the United States. He was now standing on some beach next to a seaside town. The sea was in front of him, and the boardwalk and town behind him. He was all alone, and the only thing he could hear was the waves crashing onto the sand. Shido then looked around and called out for his teammates, wondering where they were. "Hello, anybody, where are you?" As he frantically searched in all directions for some clues to where his location was, Shido suddenly spotted someone else standing by the sea. The sunlight was blocking his vision, so he couldn't see who it was clearly, but he needed to know where this place was, so he sprinted to that mysterious person. Pant, hey, over here, could you help me figure out where I am?" He got closer and closer, and once he got near enough, Shido gasped in shock when he realized that the person was his mother, Rain Murasame. She stood by herself on the shores of the beach, gazing into the horizon as the waves crashed onto the beach and washed her bare feet. "Shido, Mom, is that you? What's going on? Why are we here?" Rain finally acknowledged Shido's presence, and replied while still gazing out into the open ocean, "You know, this was my favorite summer destination whenever I had days off. Huntington Beach was always beautiful, and I'd never get sick of it." "Shido, but why bring me here? Where's the rest of the family? What's up with you, Mom?" "Rain, walk with me, my son. I've missed you. I just wanted to spend some time with you. That's all." It was just a simple request from Shido's mom, so he decided to just go along with it and see where it takes them. Rain and Shido walked along the shoreline as the waves crashed onto the beach, with water rushing in and washing Rain's feet, before receding back into the ocean. Shido also looked around and noticed that there was an absence of people in the area. He decided to bring that up to his mother and asked, "So, if this is Huntington Beach, then where are the people of the city? I thought this area of California was heavily populated." "Rain, this is my inner consciousness. I brought you here because I finally can repay you for all the hard work and effort you and the kids have put in to save me. Shido, you are my mom after all. In my personal opinion, I felt like saving you was my priority. But why won't you return back to the real world with the rest of us? I placed your soul back into a spare copy of your body. Rain, oh, I will come back. It's just that I felt like we've never spent a lot of alone time together as mother and son. When I was captured, it felt like I was never going to see you again. In that moment, I begged for a chance just to see your face again. But it never came as Westcott sacrificed my old body for his godhood ascension ritual. Finally, I am reunited with you, and I simply want to spend more quality time with you. I've always felt like I've been very distant from you, even though I am your mother." Shido, I see. So how do we move forward from here? Rain, I will return back to the real world with you. But I want to be more involved in all your lives. Most of you kids lost your parents, even your entire families because of Rias. So, I just want to see you grow up. Just promise me one thing, that you'd always be a part of my life. Shido, how could I say no? You're my mom, and my most favorite person in the world. There's no way I would leave you alone. You gave birth to me and I am happy because I got to experience all these crazy things which have happened throughout my whole life. Rain, haha. That's my son. Well then, I don't think there's any need to stay here any longer. Let's go home, son. Shido, I missed you, Mom. Also, I love you, Mom. Rain, I love you too, son. Suddenly, the whole space resembling Huntington Beach was beginning to fade away as the surrounding buildings began to crumble into dust, while the horizon began to recede into darkness. Eventually, the whole space was disassembled and both Shido and Rain were returned back to the normal world. Scene break. Marion, Ohio, United States. 6:15 p.m. It felt like an eternity watching the whole space fade away, but before he knew it, Shido was back in the real world, back in the lab in the hidden basement of the house. Upon regaining his senses, Shido looked around and found his team and his father again, all looking surprised as they saw him miraculously appear out of thin air. Shido, hey guys, what's up? did something happen while I was gone? Toka, when you say, gone, did you actually go somewhere away from this place? Shido, sure did. I was brought to Mom's inner consciousness resembling Huntington Beach in California. Also, I spoke with her for a bit while I was there. But don't worry, I'm back. Then, Rain's voice was heard from behind as she finally spoke for the first time in a long time in a human body. Everything is fine. Besides, aren't you all glad that I'm back? That's when everyone finally realized that Rain was back. The girls all collectively gasped upon seeing her after so long, and now that their mission of saving Rain was complete. All the accumulated feelings of frustration, grief, sadness, and relief were all pouring out. The girls literally threw themselves at Rain and hugged her as they cried. Some of the girls, such as Yoshino and Kotori, missed her quite a lot in particular, so they were crying their eyes out as they were reunited with women whom they have called their mother ever since they joined the Sapphire Warriors. Drake for once was very emotional and didn't know how to process this moment. He had been a dragon incapable of comprehending human emotions for the longest time. But now that he had grown attached to someone he had been married to for over 17 years, Drake couldn't help but shed a few tears before joining in the group hug. Drake, I've missed you, honey. I never thought I would see you again. Rain, same here. I've missed you too, darling. Let's never be apart again. Shido was also happy while he watched his whole moment play out, and he was glad that the entire ordeal ended in a good ending. But then, he noticed Ryusa's demonic mark on his hand, and he suddenly became tense. Although the war against Westcott had been won, Shido still had one enemy to fight. One whom he has been itching to kill all this time. He clenched his fist and swore that he would defeat Ryus once and for all, and then live a peaceful life with his family, somewhere far away. After a few emotional minutes, the group hug ended as everyone began to break apart and regain control of their emotions. Then, Rain looked around the room and immediately recognized it as one of her labs. Rain, this is my lab. Hold on, did you just break into this house? Shido, I mean, how else were we supposed to bring you back? There wasn't anybody in the house when we arrived. Rain remained silent for a few seconds before checking the time. It was almost 6:20 p.m., and she replied, this house was my house. Oh, what? Rain, when I served in the United States Army as a combat medic, where did you think I lived? Of course I had to find some form of residence to stay in. This was my house for the longest time. Then, Rain proceeded to walk over towards the box piled next to the wall, and opened up one of them. She then took out a smaller box containing some of her own personal belongings. Drake, wow, so this was your house. What did you do with it after you married me and moved to Japan? Rain, I sold it to a young couple from the city of St. Louis, Missouri. By the way, I had actually forgotten that I had a lab here all this time until I looked around and recognized the place. In fact, the couple should still be living here. Let's leave and tidy up this place before they get back. I also want to get my stuff to our house. Drake, yeah? Let's go home. Oh, and by the way, we have a new house if you don't know. Let's just say that the media casually doxed us and leaked all our information online. And they also know that the kids are the Sapphire Warriors and they have powers. Rain was shocked and her jaw dropped. She had no idea that she had missed this much after being abducted, but she still couldn't wait to get home and properly rest, since she was still pretty tired. So, the Sapphire Warriors helped move Rain's things from the basement. Once they got everything necessary out and sealed the secret lab again, the team did one last sweep of the house to make sure it appeared like nobody had entered. Finally, Makuro opened a portal back home and everyone entered. With Rain back, the Sapphire Warriors could finally have a proper rest. Back in Japan, the time was 7:20 a.m. in the morning. But even though that was usually the time for people to wake up and begin their day, the Sapphire Warriors didn't care as they just wanted to rest. The very first thing that every member of the team did was take a shower, before changing into comfortable clothes and proceeding to take a long nap. The feeling of finally being able to lie down on your bed after a long and tiring event is definitely one of the most heavenly feelings in the world. Origami, despite being the resilient and strong girl she was, easily fell asleep on her bed within a matter of seconds upon closing her eyes and resting her head on the pillow. Nia drank some cold energy drinks before lying on her bed and checking her phone for recent news on the world's current state of affairs. Kurumi was finally able to enjoy some peace after 40 long years of pain and suffering, and she took the time to get a good rest and recuperate from all the chaos which had occurred throughout her life. Yoshino turned on the air conditioning and covered herself with her blanket, before hugging Yashinon to sleep. She was happy that her family got a good ending. Kotori was snoring away as she slept. Not even 10 minutes had passed, and her sleeping position had changed. Her feet were now at her pillow while her head was lying by the edge of the bed. Shiori was still looking forward to catching up with her workout routines, but she knew that this was the time to wind down and rest. She drank some chocolate milk before heading to bed. Makuro spent the first time in a long time inside of a bedroom. She looked up to the ceiling and wondered what kind of decorations she wanted to use to make her room look beautiful, so she pondered and pondered until she eventually fell asleep due to exhaustion and fatigue. Natsumi was lying in a sideways position and thought about everything which had happened in her life so far. She was relieved and happy that she chose the right choice to trust the Sapphire Warriors and join the team. Now, she was finally looking forward to the next day of her life. Kaguya and Yuzuru shared the same room, but they slept on different beds. The two sisters chatted with each other about all the stuff that has happened, before thanking each other for looking out for one another during the war. Both sisters proceeded to rest after their conversation ended. Miku was still up and about as she was doing her skincare routine. She had many brands of moisturizer, perfume, eyeliner, and cosmetics and was literally putting all of them on like she was throwing ingredients in a hot pot. Miku looked in the mirror and thought about the person she had become, and was happy that she had no regrets. Finally, Toka had her own room, but she went to Shido's room to spend some alone time with him. The couple was lying together in the same bed, their faces looking towards each other. Shido held Toka close to him, while Toka reciprocated the hug. Shido, so, we won. Haha. Didn't think I'd be alive to see the end of this war. Toka, I'm just glad that we're still together. Now, I demand that you stop thinking about all these supernatural things and start focusing on me. Shido, haha. You're still the same as ever, Toka. Always wanting me to spoil you like a princess. The couple proceeded to kiss and rest for the day. They embraced each other while they fell asleep, not wanting to be separated from each other. The same happened for Drake and Rain. The married couple took a shower and felt refreshed as they wore their bathrobes just after showering. Before resting, they needed some alone time with one another since it was natural for a husband and wife to miss each other greatly. Drake held his wife close to him and softly said, I'm glad that this has ended on a good note. I'll never let you go ever again, honey. I don't want to ever experience such great sadness ever again. Rain snuggled with him, and she replied, Same here. It feels great to be with my family again. But I am more happy to see you, my red dragon. It's been a long time ever since I have been in love, but you have somehow made me feel wanted and happy. Drake, we can cuddle in bed. I'm pretty tired right now. With the world repaired, life is going to resume. So I'd like to rest up for now and wake up refreshed in the evening. Rain pouted and said, but I had something planned for us. You really want to rest now? Drake raised his eyebrow and said, Wait. What do you mean? You wanted to do something before resting, but what could it possibly be? Oh, I may have an idea of what it is. Rain smirked and replied flirtatiously, now we're talking, so, come and get me, big boy. Drake, it's been a long time. You know how long I've been waiting for this. I'm about to make a name for myself. 1. Tiamat, I sense a disturbance in the force. Why? Why do I feel like I'm being third-wheeled right now? Why does it feel like I'm being cheated on even though I don't have a partner? Underworld. Ajuka, okay, so based on our findings, our scouts recorded a video of the Sapphire Warriors in dragon form playing with a much bigger dragon who has declared that he is Drake. So, in other words, David Griffith really is Drake. But why would Drake deliberately hide his identity from us? And why did he only reach out to us after so long? There's just too many questions to ask. Sona, I've tried thinking of several scenarios, but none of them seem to be consistent. I don't think we can form any conclusions based on the things we have seen in the live stream. Shemhazai, so, are we going to meet the Sapphire Warriors in person and ask them questions? Gabriel, seems like the only option. Let's head out as soon as possible. We need answers right away. Somewhere in the underworld, the leaders of the three factions were in a frenzy as new and unexpected information had been gained through the live stream of the final battle between the Sapphire Warriors and the now deceased Isaac Westcott. Basically, Drake turned out to be alive this whole time. The Sapphire Warriors can transform into dragons and fix the moon. Shido in particular has godlike powers that allowed him to repair the planet and reverse all the damage, and the Sapphire Warriors were now gaining popularity among people from different supernatural factions. Not only that, the media also leaked their identities to the public, so basically everyone knows who they are, and are showering them with praise and glory. In a matter of days, the Sapphira warriors was going to be a topic of discussion for many nations across the world and eventually make a permanent mark on history where they'll never be forgotten. Right now, the three factions didn't see any of the team's popularity as a concern. They just wanted to know why Drake would suddenly reappear after years of being declared dead since he mysteriously disappeared under abnormal circumstances. Just as they were in the midst of discussing, someone had arrived back in the underworld, and they were not happy at all. Tiamat, he's such a bastard. How could he have just casually severed all his past ties to everyone he knew, and he even started a family with some random woman? Just who does he think he is? Suddenly he wants to ignore me and forget about his debt, just so he can raise his own group of secret children. The leaders of the three factions didn't expect Tiamat to arrive back so soon. She was now back in her human form, imagine Eula from Genshin Impact, and was fuming with anger and frustration. Itsuka turned to meet her and said, Tiamat. You have come back. I didn't expect to see you come back so soon. Could you tell us what you did while you were gone? Tiamat, TSK. That red dragon really went out of his way to live his life and raise his own children while he forgot all about his debt. No, that certainly won't do, that jerk will pay. Sona, wait, you said Drake had children, right? Did any of those small baby dragons call him their father by any chance? Tiamat, yes, I saw and heard all of it. Those babies were calling him dad and even playing with him like puppies and their parents. Ugh, just who does he think he is? This information from Tiamat confirmed that David Griffith, the man the three factions all thought to be an ordinary dragon taking the form of a human man, was actually Drake the entire time. Itsuka, so, Shido Itsuka and all his teammates are Drake's children, so, that would mean that Rain Murasame is the mother, since she is his wife. At that moment, Tiamat snapped, and she looked at Itsuka with shock, as if she had heard something mind-blowing. She quickly asked him, wait, Rain Murasame. Is that his wife? Where is she? What does she look like? Shemhazai, calm down now. Promise us that you won't do anything rash, okay? So Drake, whom he all knew as David Griffith, has a wife named Rain Murasame. She's just an ordinary human with a sacred gear as far as we know. Gabriel, not just any sacred gear. From our reports from the Kyoto incident, Rain Murasame is in possession of one of the first sacred gears ever created. Ein Sof. However, the original person who possessed that power was Eve, the first woman ever created. But Rain can't be Eve, right? Eve has been presumed to be dead by us for many years, unless... Tiamat stopped Gabriel mid-sentence and said, it doesn't matter. What matters is that we know who his wife is. What does Drake even see in that woman anyway? Even I am so much better than her. Itsuka, why are you so obsessed with his wife? It's not like you were in love with Drake at any point in history, right? Why are you so upset about the fact that he has a secret family? Tiamat, because I feel inferior compared to him. It feels like he is winning in life, while I still am unable to recover my lost stuff. Shemhazai, so then it's not such a big deal then. Tiamat, how dare you? Grr, I'll make that bastard dragon pay one way or another. Without saying anything else, Tiamat stormed off and left the room. Now, the leaders of the three factions were thinking of a way to set up a formal meeting with Drake so that they could ask him some questions. Sona, so. I just want to know everybody's personal opinions here, but do you think Drake being free is a bad thing? Itsuka, personally I don't hold anything against him, since he helped us win the war. As long as he behaves, there's no need to seal him again. Shemhazai, same here. Perhaps Drake being free isn't a bad thing and we could re-establish formal relations with him again. We need all the help we can possibly get to fix the underworld. Gabriel, it was my faction who sealed both Drake and Albion into sacred gears. I will choose to give Drake the benefit of the doubt, and have faith in him that he will not do anything bad. Sona, I see. So, let's set up a meeting with him today. It should be somewhere around the evening in the human world. Let's meet Drake in an hour's time. Itsuka agreed. Anyways, why don't we all take a break and have a stroll together outside? It's a good time to wind down. Sona, a break? That's unusual of you, Itsuka. I thought you'd be working hard all day. Itsuka, hey, even I need breaks sometimes. Let's go and have some fresh air. Shemhazai and Gabriel agreed too, so the four leaders left the room and headed out into the open, where they decided to have some fresh air. The four of them causally walked through the gardens and took some time to clear their minds of all the disruptive problems. Needless to say, it was a nice and well-deserved break for the faction leaders as a period of peacetime was approaching. About 15 minutes passed as the faction leaders walked all the way to the city, where they were greeted with a strange and unexpected sight. It was a parade. Citizens of the underworld were out in the streets celebrating the victory won against Isaac Westcott. At first, the faction leaders were glad since the public was in high spirits again, but upon closer inspection there was something up with this parade. The people weren't specifically cheering for the three factions or any other supernatural faction, but rather they were celebrating and praising the Sapphira warriors. Every banner and flag which was being raised in the air was associated with the team. Sona, what the, are you all seeing this right now? Gabriel, I do. Such a bizarre sight. Shemhazai, never in 1,000 years would I imagine seeing something like this. But isn't this a good thing? Those kids did win the war for all of us. Itsuka, I guess. But hey, wait a minute. Is that? As the faction leaders were discussing this parade, someone familiar was coming to them, and he didn't seem happy at all. Vali, dang it, I can't believe I was stuck in that forsaken hospital bed. To think I missed my chance to fight Isaac Westcott in person, and have all the glory stolen from me. Albion, my rival, Drake, he's really back, and he's the one being celebrated. Sniff. Ugh, why does this happen to me? It was Vali and Albion. Vali was discharged from the hospital not too long ago after the Sapphira warriors defeated Westcott. But he was too late to join the battle and instead was greeted with a feeling of frustration and disappointment that he was unable to fight and was being overshadowed by his self-declared rival. Itsuka, Vali, I'm sure it must be hard for you to accept that you couldn't fight. However, we still won in the end, and that's a good thing. Vali, no, it's not. I'm going to become irrelevant now that Shido Itsuka has beat Westcott. TSK. Now he's revealed to be Drake's son and has powers that surpass my own. Can't this day get any worse? Sona, calm down now. Drake is a busy person. Not only does he have a son, he has many daughters and a wife too. Albion, wife. He has a wife. Sona, yes, how else was Shido supposed to be conceived? Albion, oh, this is so embarrassing. I am stuck as a disembodied voice while my rival is out in the world with an actual body and he managed to find a wife. Greya. 1. Itsuka, I think Albion may take some time to recover from this. This revelation may be too much for him to handle. But what are you doing here, Vali? I thought you'd be out and about training somewhere. Vali, that was the plan, but guess what? Everywhere I go, I see parades celebrating my arrival, everywhere. Even the small towns far from the cities. I heard that even the human world has been celebrating him. Sona, it'll be okay, Vali. None of us doubt your abilities. We still know and believe that you are a powerful warrior who has defeated countless enemies. You still have our respect. Vali, ugh, I guess that's true. Thanks, maybe at least I still have some people who know what I'm made of. Just then, two people were passing by while having a conversation, which was overheard by the faction leaders and Vali. Saji, haha, this is amazing. Who would have thought that little Shido defeated Westcott? Who knows, maybe even he may be able to take on Sona. Kiba, Sona. Give him a few weeks to train and he could pull it off. But at this level of power, Shido could definitely beat Vali. I mean, there was even a time when Shido beat him when he was weaker. Vali stands no chance now. The ones having a casual chat were Kiba and Saji, who were also discharged from the hospital and decided to join the parade to celebrate their friend's victory in the war. As they spoke, both of them mentioned Shido being able to beat Vali, which just happened at the right moment when they passed him by. Vali froze and turned around, meeting Kiba and Saji's gaze. Both boys also realized that Vali was there, which made them anxious about how he was going to react as Vali was frowning and growling with anger. Vali, say that again. I dare you. Do you have any idea how shitty I feel right now? I don't need you guys to make me feel bad. Kiba, WO, calm down, we didn't mean it. We were just joking around. Vali, bullshit. Look at you idiots celebrating in this clown parade. You really think I suck that much? Saji, well, you were the one who was injured by a freaking bomb while your so-called rival beat a guy who became a god and tried to take over the world. Vali, gah, I can't take this shit no more. While Vali was angrily ranting and losing his shit, he spotted Saji holding a bag in his hand. In his anger, Vali swiped it away to see what was inside of it. Vali turned the bag upside down, and several objects came falling out of it. Upon closer inspection, the objects inside Saji's bag were a collection of figurines of the Sapphira warriors. Saji bought them from a craftsman who was crafting the figurines to be sold as the parade went on. 1. Vali gritted his teeth in anger and yelled, "Is this a joke?" "So what? You're part of his fan club now. Have you fallen this low, Saji?" Saji, "Hey, those are mine. These were the last set of figurines before they sold out. Besides, what's wrong with supporting the boy? He saved the world. And you, is it that hard to show some gratitude?" "Kiba, that's right. And I'll have you know I bought some plushies of them. They are being sold everywhere at these makeshift stalls. I think you're just being irrational and unreasonable, Vali. If it really bothers you, then go home and lock yourself in." Vali only got angrier as he yelled, "Grr, I won't forget this. The time will come when I reclaim my rightful position and respect as the White Dragon Emperor." He stormed off and disappeared into the crowd. Saji picked up his figurines from the floor and placed them back into his bag. Kiba watched Vali and rolled his eyes, thinking that he was taking it too personal. "Kiba, Sai, Vali is definitely gonna harass that kid for a while. Should we step in to prevent him from doing anything stupid?" Saji, "Nah. Shido has Drake as his father. I'm sure he can handle Vali just fine. Let's just continue the celebrations while Vali throws a temper." The two guys walked off as they continued talking about the current state affairs of the world, while the faction leaders were at a loss of words for what happened just now. "Ajuka, I have a bad feeling about Vali. I don't know what it is, but I think he's going to do something crazy later. Anyways, we will head to Tengus City now and wait till the time of the meeting, then we'll head to Drake's home." Sona, "Yup. Should I call Rias?" 2. Ajuka, "Yes. Since Drake is alive, she'd probably want to meet with him and ask him about Issei's last moments. Speaking of whom, where is Rias? She has been missing in action since the end of the war." Sona, "Ugh, as usual. I'll give her a call and get her to join us ASAP." Vali, "TSK. This is so stupid. Just who in the right mind would be so obsessed with those figurines?" 1. Scene break. Gremory Estate. Rias, "Hee, my little Shido, soon I'll have you all to myself." In the bedroom of a certain Devil King, Rias Gremory was on her bed cuddling with a plushie of Shido Itsuka, the leader of the Sapphire Warriors who saved the world by defeating Westcott, and the man whom Rias had marked as her future partner for marriage. She was tightly cuddling the plushie while fantasizing about her future with Shido. Not just that one plushie, by the way, there were also figurines of him as well as posters on the wall. Rias's room appeared like some sort of museum exhibit dedicated to Shido, like he was some sort of hero or something. "Rias, we're gonna have very powerful babies who will carry on a strong bloodline. To think that you are Drake's son, I can already imagine how beautiful our children will turn out to be. Oh, I hope our first child will be a boy." Rias continued to obsess over Shido in an unhealthy manner. At one moment, she even kissed the plushie several times before cuddling it again. She was descending further and further into madness, like a yandere who only becomes more obsessed with her crush as time passes. However, in the middle of her delusional fantasies, Rias suddenly got angry. Angry that she remembered that Shido currently had a harem of girls, which made it difficult for Rias to get close to him. Rias became tense and growled, "Grr, right. I still have those home wrecker bitches who stand in my way. What shall I ever do to them? If they dare have the audacity to obstruct my marriage with my future husband, I'll just easily defeat them all. Before turning all of them into statues for my palace garden for all eternity. Haha, they'll be forever separated from him as my beloved Shido will fall for me instead. An eternity of pain and suffering will be perfect for those bitches." Rias smirked as she fantasized about getting rid of the girls of the Sapphire Warriors, before looking at her Shido plushie and saying, "Not to worry, darling. We will soon be together forever just like it was meant to." Sona, "Hey, where have you been, Rias? Busy finding ways to slack off, huh? I have been trying to reach you all this time and you never responded." Out of nowhere, a magic circle appeared next to Rias and out came Sona's voice raging with anger and impatience. Rias was scared shitless and snapped out of her thoughts before returning to reality. "Rias, Sona, what are you doing just suddenly calling me like that? I'm..." "Sona, I don't care what your excuses are, you are the Mao Lucifer for fuck's sake. Can't you just pull your shit together and focus? The faction leaders and I are going to meet Drake in less than 30 minutes. Get your ass to our location right now so that we don't delay." Rias, "Oh, okay, alright, I'm coming now." She hopped out of her bed and got dressed, before summoning a teleportation circle and got to where the other faction leaders were. Upon arriving, they weren't that happy to see her. Gabriel and Shemhazai were simply giving her frustrated looks, while Sona was literally fuming in anger. Itsuka simply couldn't bear to look at Rias at all. Rias was really embarrassed to see her fellow faction leaders view her like this. But since this wasn't even worth being worried over, the faction's leaders decided to put this matter aside and focus on the merchant with Drake. They all opened up a magic circle to the human world and ended up in Tengu City, where they were going to find Drake and meet with him to get answers. Scene break. Tengu City, Japan. Monday, 4:30 p.m. The inland city of Tengu City has been experiencing massive changes since the end of the war. Due to the fact that the Sapphire warriors resided in the area, many reporters came to the city in hopes of getting an interview with the heroic Sapphire warriors who saved the world. This was definitely going to put a huge strain on the team who didn't want any public attention, so the city council decided to impose strict regulations on who would enter the city. Reporters were temporarily banned from entering the city out of concerns for the Sapphire warriors' safety and security. Elliot, the former CEO of the now disbanded Ratatosker, even went out of his way to ask Issei's old high school classmates to watch over the Sapphire warriors and got a few of their retired staff to help improve security. Right now, Drake was out of his home back at the location of his old home, trying to find ways to sell it for good money. After the damage on the world was reversed, his family's old home was restored to perfect condition, which made it possible for him to make a profit out of it. He was inside the empty rooms using a measuring tape to record the perimeters and areas of each room, so that he could put that information up for buyers to see. While he was busy carefully lining his measuring tape against the wall, Drake heard a knock on the door which left him confused. Drake, damn it. Who the fuck could that be? Didn't I move out of this house? Or maybe it could be a pesky reporter. He walked over to the door and opened it up, and was greeted by a sight he didn't expect to see, yet also something he didn't want to see. Drake, hello, how can I? Itsuka, greetings, Mr. David Griffith. Or should I say, Drake, the Red Dragon Emperor, it has been a while since we last saw each other. You have a lot of explaining to do. It was Itsuka Beelzebub, along with Sona Leviathan, Rias Lucifer, Shemhazai, as well as Gabriel, the leaders of the three factions who were standing in front of Drake's old home. They had judgmental and serious looks on their faces, which meant that this was a serious matter. Drake just stared blankly at them for a few seconds before awkwardly replying, This is awkward. Well, what do you want? Can't you see I'm busy, trying to sell my house? Itsuka, your family is moving houses. Well, in that case, as you are a close associate of the three factions, I'm going to need you to update us on your family's current location of residence as well as your current status. You are all important allies of the three factions after all. Drake, don't get the wrong idea. There's no way I'm divulging any of my personal information. My family already got doxxed once by the media, and having our own identities known worldwide is a little bit too much for us to handle at the moment. So have some fucking patience before you ask me of anything. Sona, Drake, we didn't come here to argue with you. In contrast, we came to say hello to you after many years of believing you were dead. What have you been up to all this time, and what can you tell us about Issei's death? Drake, right, about that. Although I am Issei's closest friend, I am sad to say that I don't know anything about who killed him, or even know anything about how he even died. Let's just say, his death was an unexpected and tragic incident which I can't explain. In fact, his death happened so quick that I didn't even know that Issei had died. For the last several years I have theorized that an unknown and powerful entity of mysterious origins killed him so quickly and left without a trace. Shemhazai was skeptical of this explanation and said, You sure you didn't just kill Issei in order to get out of your sacred gear? Drake, huh? What? No, how the fuck would that benefit me? Besides, I've known Issei for so long, and even though he can be quite the headache to deal with, there's no way I'd just suddenly kill him like that. Gabriel, so if what you're saying is true, there's basically no way of figuring out how Issei even died. If that's the case, then tell us, where was he when he was killed? Drake, after being discharged from the hospital, we kinda made a secret trip to America so that we could train in secret. I think it was somewhere in Colorado where we were training before he was suddenly killed. Sona, checks out. We found Issei's body on a mountaintop in southern Colorado. But, how did you even manage to obtain a body if Issei was killed? How did you even manage to escape the boosted gear? Drake, that would be a question for my wife. She helped me transfer my soul into an artificial body she created in a lab. Sona, wife, Mrs. Rain Murasame. So she coincidentally stumbled upon your soul at the same time Issei died. Drake, I don't think you are making the situation better for any of us. So far, it seems like your wife might be Issei's real murderer. You got any proof to refute that? Drake got fed up with this interrogation at this point and said, here is a question for you. Do you have any proof of my wife killing Issei? Nope. I didn't think so. Ugh, why are all of you idiots asking me all sorts of questions like these? Can't you all understand that there are some things even I don't know the answer to? Sigh, my kids just won the war, yet we are subjugated to this kind of treatment. Get fucking lost. Come back when you've learned to fix your attitudes. Itsuka stepped forward and continued to be persistent, and asked, You know, it's funny how you mentioned that you have kids. What's up with that? And if you really cannot tell us more about Issei's death, then at least tell us why you hid from us for almost 20 years. There should at least be some reason for that, right? Drake sighed and replied, Look, I don't know how to explain it to you, but it felt great to finally be back in a physical body. I thought that I was finally back, but my wife, she became my companion for life and we fell in love. It didn't matter to me that she was a human. I still felt romantic feelings for her. We eventually got married and we had our first 2 children, Shido and Shiori. They were twins and we've loved them ever since. I really wanted to find out why Issei died, but because I had a new life, I didn't have time or energy to figure that out. So before you tell me things like saying that I was being a bad friend towards Issei, there wasn't even any leads to use or anything. Every theory I came up with led to a dead end. There was nothing I could do. This outburst of anger from Drake also released a strong surge of power through the area. This somewhat shocked the 3 faction leaders a little and they softened their tone of their words. Itsuka, ahem, I apologize, Drake. We failed to take your feelings into consideration before talking to you. We are truly sorry. However, it still doesn't answer our question of why you hid yourself from us. We have been through so much together. Did we offend you in some way? Drake, no, it's not you, Itsuka. The thing is, before Drake continued, he looked at Rias, who was unusually silent. She was the only faction leader who has not said a single word since this whole conversation began. Rias had a guilty and worried expression on her face, almost as if she was scared of something that Drake was going to do. He then looked away from her and said, It's because of Tiamat. She has been chasing me up and down for the longest time. I don't want her meddling with my life. Wait, she isn't here, right? The last thing I need is Tiamat knowing my location and… Sona, calm down. Tiamat isn't with us. Well, she tried looking for you but you left just as she was reaching your location in Scotland. Is she really that big of a hassle to deal with? Drake, you wouldn't understand. Tiamat is the last person I'd want to see. I'd even see Albion over her. But suddenly, a voice from above suddenly spoke, scaring Drake. Oh. Is that so? Are you really that repulsed by me to the point where you literally have to pretend to be dead for almost 20 years? Drake flinched and turned around, only to find the one and only person he didn't want to see standing on the roof of his old house. It was Tiamat herself. She must have learned about Drake's address from the media in the human world, and went to Tengus City to search for him. It didn't take long for her to discover his precise location due to his aura being unique and recognizable. Drake was shivering in fear while the faction leaders stood in their places staring at Tiamat with amusement and confusion. Tiamat was glaring down on Drake while she crossed her arms and exuded an ominous aura around her. Tiamat, so, I finally found you, Drake. Did you enjoy spending the last 17 years being a daddy to your little dragon babies? I can't believe any woman would dare consider being with you. Whoever she is, that lady is not right in the head. Drake's eye twitched for a bit as he gritted his teeth and clenched his fists, shouting back at Tiamat with anger, Hey! That woman is my wife. She's so much better than you could ever be. It doesn't matter that she's not a dragon. What matters is how you treat others and that's all that counts. A barbarian dragon such as yourself could never be attractive to anybody. Besides, forget about your treasure. It's long gone and probably destroyed for many centuries. Tiamat's anger skyrocketed through the roof as she was extremely offended by what Drake said. In response, she conjured up flames in her palms and sent fires raining down onto the ground towards Drake. Itsuka, Tiamat, calm down. Crash. The fires struck the ground and everyone scattered. The faction leaders stood firm and tried brainstorming ways to reason with her, while Drake was in full retreat mode. Upon jumping away from the crash site, Drake sneakily skedaddled away like he was never there and sprinted back to his house. Drake was running faster than the speed of sound and was concealing his aura. He panted and sweat as he ran, talking to himself, Forget the house. I'd rather be back home with my family. I'm not going to be caught by Tiamat in such an embarrassing manner. Like the wind, Drake sped off and disappeared into the urban center of Tengus City, never to be seen again. Meanwhile, Tiamat was looking around for Drake and got increasingly frustrated as she couldn't find him. Then, Sona tried to reason with her. Tiamat, it's not worth it. We came here to speak with Drake in a civilized manner, not start a fight. Just what do you hope to achieve by being aggressive towards him? Tiamat, huh? What kind of question is that? I'm here to get my vengeance. He must pay for losing my stuff. I won't overlook his debt. Sona, ugh, there's no reasoning with you, is there? Just stay out of our way, alright? If you really want to look for your misplaced items, the three factions can arrange a search party for them. Trust me, we have the tools and resources to do that. Tiamat crossed her arms and said, whatever. I'll only overlook this because of your generous offer to search for my things. The three factions are certainly much better at keeping their word, in contrast to Drake. If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving now. But don't think I'll forget about this. I will still look for Drake no matter how long it takes. He will pay. Mark my words, vengeance will be mine. And with that, Tiamat hopped off the roof of the house and ran off along a road leading out of Tengus City. Meanwhile, the faction leaders regrouped and began thinking about their next steps since they were already in Tengus City. Sona, okay, so now Drake is gone, should we look for him? Shemhazai, well, we did come here to meet him. Why don't we do it using a different approach? I heard from Rias that Drake owns a cafe in a mall. Is that true? Rias finally opened her mouth and spoke for the first time, confirming it. Yes. Drake does own a cafe in the mall. He runs it with his wife and has several staff members working there. Even his own children work there part-time. Gabriel, that seems like a helpful lead. Why don't we head there next to see if Drake is there? Sona, agreed. Let's head over there now. You still remember where it is, Rias? Rias, yes. Follow my lead. I'll take you all there. Scene break. Tengus City, Japan. Monday, 4:50 p.m. Somewhere in Tengus City city center, the Sapphira warriors were enjoying their new life in their new mansion gifted to them by Elliot as a gift from him after the Westcott War. After resting for the entire morning and the entire afternoon, everybody woke up refreshed and ready to start the day. Well, evening, in this case. Rain, so you three are the newest members of the team whom I've never met before. Nia, yup, my name is Nia Hanjo. I'm a third-year student in Rahazan High School and also your son's classmate. Though, I am a year older than everyone cause I got held back. But anyways, nice to meet you. Makuro, greetings, mother. I am Makuro Hashimiya. Shido-senpai found me in outer space and made Muku trust humans again. Thanks to him, Muku joined the Sapphira warriors. Kurumi, nice to meet you, Mrs. Murasame. My name is Kurumi Tokisaki and I am the newest member of the team. With me joining the team, Shido had successfully reformed and reunited the entire Sapphira warriors. It's a pleasure to be on board. Rain, Nia, Mukuro. And Kurumi, it's nice to finally meet you three. I've heard things about you from Drake after we were reunited. I am Rain Murasame, Shido's mother. I'm glad that I will have 3 more daughters-in-law in the future. Rain was getting to know Nia, Mukuro, and Kurumi since the 3 of them were meeting her for the first time. The rest of the team were busy preparing their first meal of the day, dinner. Elliot had already stocked up their fridge beforehand and allowed the team to cook a rich variety of dishes for dinner. In the kitchen, everyone was working with one another to manage the entire process to prepare dinner. Since the kitchen was huge and had many different pieces of equipment, such as an electric stove, a deep fryer, an air fryer, a microwave, an oven, even a blast furnace, it was kind of hectic to keep track of many of them cooking materials being used. Kotori, come on, we once worked in a kitchen in Dad's cafe, we can manage something like this. Yoshino and Natsumi worked together to carefully pull out the pizza from the blast furnace and place it on the counter, before wiping their sweat off their faces due to the intense heat from the furnace. Yoshino, sigh, that was hot, I'm never going near that blast furnace again. Natsumi, ugh, just glad we didn't burn the pizza, otherwise I would be pretty pissed. Miku and Origami placed the fries into the air fryer and pressed the correct settings, before starting it and waited for it to begin. Shido and Shiori were busy stirring the chicken noodle soup and were tossing in all the ingredients to make it tasty, such as the salt, sliced carrots, and parsley to finish the soup. Kaguya and Yuzuru were busy watching the meatloaf in the oven as it was being baked, making sure that it was cooked at the perfect temperature and taken out at the best time. and Toka was busy secretly eating all the ingredients while nobody was looking. The Sapphire Warriors worked hard to make sure that their first meal together as an entire family was going to be memorable and happy. Nobody was looking forward to having a boring dinner since this was considered a celebratory meal for their victory in the war. Roughly half an hour later, everything was ready as the team brought the food out to the table. Everyone soon sat at their seats, and were neatly arranging all the plates and utensils to make the dining setting look fancy. Rain, wow. You all prepared this. I'm impressed. Seems all of you put all your hard work and efforts into this dinner. Kotori, it was just a recipe book we followed. Nothing much. Nia looked at the food and said, that looks like some real gourmet shit. I could never. The only meal I can make is instant ramen. Everyone laughed before proceeding to sit down. But they couldn't start eating yet. Rain said, now, before we begin, let's wait for your father to come back and then we can. Bam! A loud slamming noise echoed through the house as a panicked and frightened man entered the mansion. Drake had been hiding in Tenga's city to avoid being detected by Tiamat. He was sweating profusely and struggled to catch his breath. Drake, ha ha. That was fucking terrifying. I am never leaving the house again. The Sapphire Warriors appeared shocked and confused as they watched Drake lean against the wall and looked like he had all the life sucked out of him. Rain rushed over to him and was worried. She asked, Darling, what happened? You look like you were running away from someone. Did something happen while you were looking at the house? Drake took some time to catch his breath and responded, well, let's just say that an old frenemy of mine came looking for me. Her name is Tiamat, and she is a dragon just like me. The team was shocked and they wanted to know more. They crowded around Drake and began to ask their questions to find out more about Tiamat and why Drake ran from her. Shido, who is Tiamat? Did she do something to you? Origami, should we be on guard and go search for her? Miku, does she plan to attack us? Drake slowly stood back up and decided to simplify things a little. Some of the things he replied with were not exactly true, but it gave the team an idea of what he was up against. Drake, Tiamat is my ex-wife, well kinda. But what I need you to know is that I once borrowed some of her most precious treasures to fight Albion, but I lost them after I was sealed into the boosted gear. Tiamat has been chasing after me and my host for a long time. I just met her at the old house and she tried attacking me, but I fled. Also, she knows about you kids as well as you, Rain. Tiamat doesn't really like the fact that I have a family. Oh, what? This came as a huge shocker to everyone. Tiamat wasn't exactly Drake's ex-wife, but their relationship with each other was pretty similar since Tiamat was like an ex trying to hunt down her ex-husband for things like money or property. But what worried them the most was that Tiamat behaved in a hostile manner which made it a concern to everyone. Kurumi, your ex-wife. Now that was something I was certainly not expecting. Is she strong? Should we be worried about her? Natsumi, Dad, you had another wife back then. But ugh, this is just great. Is she our new enemy? Shiori, you mentioned that you lost some of her most precious and valuable items. Does she really care about it so much to the point that she has to chase you around? Kaguya, why you said that she doesn't like us? Will Tiamat come after us too? It was obvious that the Sapphire Warriors were afraid of Tiamat and were worried about the things she was capable of. However, one person wasn't exactly intimidated by Tiamat despite how frightening Drake described her to be. Rain put on a pair of aviator sunglasses and hung an American flag behind her on the wall. Then, she took out a wireless speaker and blasted a rock remix of Star Spangled Banner before saying, "Oh, so you have an ex-wife, and she doesn't like me. Good. That makes it easier for me to kill her without any guilt. If she dares come after dear husband or my dear kids, Tiamat will learn what this war veteran learned through her time in the US Army." 1. ILT. Rain Murasame has seen some real shit that Tiamat can't comprehend with her pathetic pea-brain. The Army Medical Corps has neurologists, dermatologists, cardiologists. Pfft. I was in all of those categories, and although I may be a healer, it will be easy for me to remove her kneecaps if I have to. Then, Rain took out her M16 rifle and loaded it with ammunition, before loudly reciting the Rifleman's Creed in front of her family. 1. This is my rifle. There are many like it, but this one is mine. 1. Rain continued reciting the Rifleman's Creed in a loud voice while her family watched her with confusion and amusement. Rain mentioned many times that she was a US Army veteran, but nobody knew that she was like this. Drake, whoa, I never knew you were like this, Ray-chan. Rain finished reciting the rifleman's creed before placing down her M16 rifle on a table, before taking out a Colt M1911 pistol and loaded it with ammunition as well, before taking out a machete and polishing the blade. Then, Rain placed the machete into a pouch and placed both the blade and her pistol by her waist, before taking her rifle. Rain, kids, I got more of these bad boys in the back. Get ready for some good old action. With a bitch like Tiamat trying to get us, I'd say we're in a DEFCON 1 situation. We're gonna show her that she fucked with the wrong family. 2. She then walked over to the door and dragged some shelves to barricade it. Then, Rain said to her family, Tiamat could be nearby. Prepare for an assault. We're about to give her some freedom and liberty. Shido, Mom, calm down, relax, we don't even know if Tiamat is still in the city or not, maybe she already left. Drake, yeah, I'm with our son on this one, now that I try sensing for her, Tiamat is no longer in the city. We are safe, for now. Rain took off her aviators and stared at them for a few seconds, before shifting back the furniture barricading the door back to their respective place. She also unloaded all her firearms and kept them back in the storage area. She also turned off the speaker and folded the American flag neatly before keeping those items too. Once she was done, Rain said, maybe for now, but when Tiamat comes back, I'm going to go in Rambo style and go medieval on her. 1. Drake, I see. Well, can we have dinner now? I can smell the food and I can tell that it's pretty tasty. Rain, sure. Let's all sit down first and have dinner. The kids worked hard to make this food, so be grateful and finish it. Drake, got it. So the whole family went back to the dining table and were eager to eat. As soon as the last person sat down and grabbed their utensils, the Sapphire warriors immediately started distributing the food to each other. Chicken noodle soup and slices of meatloaf reached everybody's plates, and everybody started eating as soon as they got their food. The pizza was also being equally divided between everybody and distributed to all plates on the table. For the first time since the team's complete formation, this was a dinner where everybody who was part of the team was being involved in a gathering. Now that the world was entering a time of peace, the Sapphire warriors had a great time enjoying their dinner. Time passed as everyone happily talked with each other about their past shared experiences as well as sharing their hopes and aspirations for the future. The food on the table slowly got less and less as each bite was being consumed and ended up in their stomachs, leaving a satisfying feeling behind. All in all, this was a joyous time for the Sapphire warriors, and this moment will forever be remembered as a pleasant experience and nostalgic memory for the future. Tenga City, Japan. 5:50 p.m. Water gushes from the kitchen faucet, rinsing off any residue grease or oil on the plates. The Sapphire warriors had just finished their dinner and were looking forward to resting. They made sure to work together to clean all the dishes and place them back in the shelves. Kaguya, that was a nice meal. I'm glad we could all get together and spend some quality time as a family. Yuzuru, agreement. I wouldn't have it any other way. Maybe we should do this more in the future. Mukuro, That is if we can all stay together regardless of the future challenges ahead. The fight is still not over. The girls were chatting among each other as they were scrubbing their plates clean with sponges. Some of them were hopeful that family gatherings like these would occur more frequently in the future. Meanwhile, Shido was silently cleaning his plate as he contemplated about his own future. As his hand shifted up and down while gripping onto the sponge cleaning his plate, Shido couldn't avoid not looking at the demonic mark on his hand. Despite all the good things which have happened to him, such as winning the battle against Isaac Westcott and saving his mother, Shido couldn't help but feel this sense of dread which lingered in his mind all day. The mark by Rias Lucifer was a stark reminder that he wasn't in the clear yet. Should he wish to live the happiest and most joyful life with the girls, he'd have to rid himself of the mark. Knowing that the only way to remove it entirely was to either kill Rias or himself, he was anxious about how a battle with Rias would go, and was reminded of his team's stinging defeat at her hands a few weeks ago. But it was lucky that he now had the power of Ein Sof, which was the very first sacred gear ever created and could potentially have the ability to free him of this curse. However, Shido just used Ein Sof to literally reverse all the damage done to the world, and his body was now feeling extremely fatigued and he had no strength to harness that same power again. 1. Shido assumed that Ein Sof had some sort of cooldown which would happen as soon as he used it. But the cooldown may take longer depending on how much he utilized it. Since the last time involved engulfing the whole world with Ein Sof and erasing Westcott out of existence using its strongest ability, Ein, it was definitely going to be a long time before Shido could use that power again. Shido, damn, why did I have to get marked by that bitch? Now it feels like there's an invisible chain restraining me to her, and I can't free myself from it. TSK. This sucks. Looks like we're gonna train like hell if we are going to live the life we want. As he was deep in his thoughts, someone called out to him, which gave him a shock. Shido, you there? The water is running yet your plate is completely clean. Is something the matter? He snapped out of his thoughts and returned to reality, only to find that the tap was continuously flowing while his plate remained under the water without moving at all. The person who called out to him was his twin sister, Shiori. Shiori was concerned about her brother since he looked anxious about something. The war was already won, yet Shido appeared like he was bothered by something, which made her decided to ask and find out. Shido, oh, it's nothing, sis. It's just that we still have one enemy left to fight. If you know who that is already, shouldn't have to tell you. Shiori, so that's the case. Yep, I agree with you, bro. She's got a pretty atrocious record of killing innocent people. She needs to be brought to justice for what she did to my friends. And to you, you never consented to being her future husband, right? Shido, yeah, you could say that again. But now, I bet Rias and her cronies are in the underworld busy sucking their thumbs and wiping the sweat of their faces as they secretly thank us for taking care of the work for them. Suddenly, as the siblings were talking to each other, their father rushed into the kitchen to deliver a piece of important news to everyone. Drake, listen up, kids. I've just got a call from the Rose Thorns Cafe. It was from my assistant manager, Daisuke. He says that a bunch of eccentric figures who dress a little too flashy came to the cafe looking for me. Based on the descriptions he gave me, it's definitely the faction leaders of the three factions. They're at the cafe right now as we speak. The kids got a shock out of hearing that. Some of them wondered why would the top leaders of the three factions would be looking for Drake now, while others sighed in frustration and wondered when their involvement with the whole supernatural nonsense was going to end. Mia, ugh, can't we just have a break from this crap? I've had enough of being around people associated with those supernatural entities. Origami, Could it be because of the fact that you are the Red Dragon Emperor? You told us many times about your significance back in the day when Issei HYOUDOU was still alive. Drake, that's partially the reason. You see, the faction leaders came looking for me earlier this morning and tried asking me questions about Issei's death. Of course I couldn't say the truth since Rias was right there, but then Tiamat came along and attacked me. I guess the faction leaders just want to talk with me a bit more. After all, I was their friend. Kotori, but what are you going to talk about with them? Wait, no, are you even considering meeting up with them? Drake, I do. However, I need everyone with me. It's not about a show of force, it's about sending a message that we're not weak, and we can hold our own ground and we will not be pushed around and treated like lowly subordinates of the three factions. Basically, we're gonna walk into the cafe and we are going to set the tone. We'll lay out all our demands, we are going to get what we want. So, get dressed into your school uniforms and get ready. Drake walked out of the kitchen and left the Sapphire warriors feeling tense about this upcoming meeting at the cafe. Since it was the faction leaders, it was either going to end well, or end badly depending on how Drake negotiates. Nobody really had a choice to opt out of the meeting with the faction leaders since this was pretty important. But on top of that, the more important thing was that they were a team. Nobody does things alone. So, the team stopped washing dishes halfway and went to their respective rooms to get changed, before coming down to meet with Drake and Rain who were waiting for them in the main hall. Makuro opened up a portal to the mall and allowed everyone to instantly get there in a matter of seconds. Soon, the cafe was right in front of their eyes with the faction leaders sitting inside awaiting their arrival. Scene break. Tengu's City Shopping Mall. Monday, 6 p.m. Drake led the team in front and walked into the cafe. Upon entering, the faction leaders all turned their heads and ended up having somewhat surprised and confused looks, probably because they didn't expect the entire Sapphire warriors to show up. However, it wasn't that big of an issue with the faction leaders, so they were eager to start this meeting properly without any interference from individuals such as Tiamat. Ajuka, please have a seat, Drake. We have been expecting you. Drake took a chair and placed it at the table where Ajuka, Sona, Rias, Shemhazai, and Gabriel were sitting, before sitting down and replied, thanks. Now, before we begin, I'd like to ask if my cafe's standards are up to your expectations. The faction leaders seemed a bit confused by this question, but they decided to answer honestly. Gabriel spoke on behalf of them and replied, the food and service is great. Your assistant manager, Daisuke, is a nice man. He knows how to handle customer service. Drake, oh really, then I guess he is due for a promotion. But I must digress. I am here for a meeting with you to discuss some important things. So, any questions you'd like to ask me? Sona started off this Q&A session by asking, do I take it that all these children behind you were raised by you as your dragon hatchling babies? Drake, not entirely true. Only 2 of them are my biological children, Shido and Shiori. The rest of the girls are all outsiders who are dating my son and will eventually get married to him. As for the dragon part, the ability to transform into one was something they gained along the way as they trained. It's not something they inherited from me. Sona, okay, so you only have 2 children and have 11 others who you consider to be your children, got it. Now, regarding your son, Shido Itsuka, just what is he? How is he able to wield all 10 branches of Sephiroth which each possess tremendous power? Just one weapon is overwhelming for someone to handle. Drake, heh? I don't know about that. Maybe it's because he inherited his mother's genes. Rain possess Ein Sof, the very first sacred gear. Maybe Shido can handle the 10 weapons at once because he has a resilient and strong body like his mom. Gabriel, speaking of Rain Murasame, your wife, how did she obtain Ein Sof? I thought that Eve was the original owner of the sacred gear before she allegedly died a long time ago. Rain, about that, I never died. I was cursed to wander the world as punishment for disobeying my creator. My ex-husband, Adam, had died a long time ago. Gabriel paused for a moment to process what Rain said. Then, her eyes widened with absolute shock and disbelief when she understood what Rain was trying to imply in her words. Gabriel then exclaimed, "What? That's impossible. You're Eve, the one and only Eve, the first woman ever created, the progenitor human." Rain, yes. That's correct. Now I have a question for you, Gabriel. Since you were close with my creator with I assume, Michael, can you confirm if the 10 sacred gears which my children all have are descended from my power? Gabriel, that's correct. The very first Sapphira warriors received their weapons from our father when he crafted them from the branches of the Tree of Life. Each weapon was created using a single branch, before being given to the original Sapphira warriors. Though I have to ask, how did you meet Drake and how did you transfer his soul out of the boosted gear into a human body? Rain remained silent for a while and looked at her husband. He didn't say anything else, but his expression made it clear to her that she has to make up a story in order to not give too much details about Issei's death, for it will definitely alarm Rias about the fact that someone knew about her affair. Rain, ahem. So, if you remember back in 2023, there was a natural disaster which devastated the city of Cheyenne in the state of Wyoming in the USA. I was part of an army medical team sent to evacuate and save any casualties. However, as I was there I sensed a unique presence which I could detect several hundred miles away. In the state of Colorado. So, I left for a bit and raced down the Rockies and eventually reached southern Colorado, where I found the carcass of a deceased Issei HYOUDOU. He was already dead by the time I found him, but my husband, who was still trapped in the boosted gear at the time, appealed to me for help and I was very willing to do so. I gave him a human body and we married after that. I also gave birth to my son and daughter after a few months of being married to Drake. The faction leaders looked at each other for a while, as if they were hinting at one another to give their answers to Rain's cover story. Fortunately for the Sapphira warriors, the faction leaders seemed to have been convinced by Rain's cover story. This matter was now officially settled. Well, by the defactions at least. The Sapphira warriors were still out to get Rias. Although they were all on board with the idea of facing Rias right here and right now, the team knew that it would only turn the supernatural world against them, and that wouldn't be good. So for now, they just played along and held in their anger, but a sense of elation and excitement was brewing in each and every one of them as there was nothing which could prevent them from facing Rias in the future. The time was almost up for this temporary alliance between the Sapphira warriors and the 3 factions. Shido was more than willing to start a fight with Rias, it just wasn't the right time yet. The Sapphira warriors were in a disadvantage since they were a new faction and also happened to be the ones to save the world, which although drew lots of respect and admiration from many, there were still many powerful figures from powerful factions who were skeptical about them. Rias on the other hand was known by the supernatural world for a much longer time, and her credibility was built simply because of her ties to Issei HYOUDOU and the many fights they've been through together, which was pretty ironic considering the fact that she cheated on him. Basically, Rias was in a much more secure and powerful position, while the Sapphira warriors were in a volatile and unpredictable position which could change at any time. All the team needs in order to beat Rias is a battleground where both of them are on equal ground. One side just needs to win and nobody can say anything. That's all that needs to be done. Back to the present. Rain decided to ask her questions and go on the offensive, and wanted to clarify something. So, I've heard that Rias here has marked my son as her consort. Is that true? Shido raised his hand to show the demonic mark on his hand to put the faction leaders in a position where they couldn't deny the truth. Itsuka, correct. Rias had marked your son as her consort and future husband. Isn't that great? Rain, so, you're telling me that you allowed some random woman to enter my son's school as a teacher just to get close to him, and then sneakily mark him as her partner? Don't you think that it's unfair since Shin never gave his consent? Just who do you think you are? The faction leaders had a good shock when they saw Rain act this way, which was completely unlike her usual calm and stoic demeanor. Itsuka was suddenly cut off halfway and jumped in his seat as he saw an angry woman stare daggers at him as her fists were clenched. 1. Itsuka, Mrs. Murasame, I know that it was very sudden, but you need to understand. Smash. Rain, understand what? That my son is an object that anybody can do as they please with so easily. Shut up. He didn't ask or consent to be made into a future husband for some demon queen. He doesn't even like her, and to top it off, Shin already is dating other girls. Aren't you being invasive of other people's lives? Itsuka was once again interrupted abruptly as Rain threw a glass of water across the room and nearly hit Rias as it crashed against the wall. Before she started screaming at the faction leaders about how pathetic they were when it came to Rias taking advantage of Shido and forcefully putting him in a marriage he never consented to. Rain then went on to berate Rias in front of everyone, and called her out for being a disgusting and deranged asshole who only cares about herself and makes use of others just for self-gain, before using vulgar and degrading language to insult her. Drake was wide-eyed and shocked to the core. He had no clue his wife was capable of acting this way. Drake thought that Rain being in the military has made her a tough person and made her pick up several harsh words while she was there. Rain, so, I order you to apologize for your idiotic actions, or else I will unscrew your head and shit down your neck. Rias was frozen stiff and frightened by Rain's sudden change in attitude, while the other faction leaders stood up and prepared themselves for a potential fight. The Sapphira warriors in response stood up too in order to put up a show of force. But both sides weren't keen on having violence breaking out in a place like this, so certain individuals began negotiations to prevent any unnecessary bloodshed and violence. Sona, easy, Mrs. Murasame. Rias is my best friend, and although she may be a massive dickhead and a total pushover, I don't think that beating her up will solve anything. Rain's eye twitched as she exclaimed back, Oh yeah, you think you scare me, for eyes. Your head is shaped like a fucking oval. I would mistake you for a football, which I will punt so fucking far. And don't even get me started on that dog's hit pile of a haircut. 2. Sona was shocked that Rain was audacious enough to act like this in front of the faction leaders and realized that Itsuka's couldn't care less attitude set off the wrong switch in Rain and was now seeking their blood. Then Drake started speaking his thoughts, feeling like he had enough of putting up with the three factions' constant pressure on his family. Itsuka. Now that you know that I am Drake, I just want to let you know that I take offense to you acting like my son was going to be okay when he was forcefully put into a marriage with a woman he detests. Now that I can show my true strength, I demand that you make up for this mess which was avoidable. Itsuka, please, you need to understand that what I did was for the best for my faction. I thought that if Rias had married Shido, she would have been happy. 2. Slam. Drake flipped over the table and launched it at Itsuka, before rushing to him and grabbing him by the neck, yelling with rage, See. You are still making all about yourself, not a single mention of my son. It's always about Rias since she is the most fucking important person in this bloody faction, right? Gabriel and Shemhazai got ready for battle as they unleashed their auras, sending an ultimatum to Drake to immediately cease his hostilities or face the consequences. Shemhazai, as much as we still see you as an ally, and even as a friend, we order you to stop right now, Drake. This is not professional behavior at all. Gabriel, it's not right to be aggressive against someone else, even if that person truly offended you greatly. Let us settle this peacefully. Then, Drake let go of Itsuka and pushed him aside, before laughing loudly and said, Gahaha? Are you for real right now? We are way past the point of professionalism. This is my son we're talking about. I'm his father and all I'm doing is protecting him. Just what are you going to gain by having someone like Rias marry my son? The faction leaders realized that trying to reason with Rain and Drake was going nowhere. After all, they did force their son into a marriage he didn't want to be in and acted like nothing bad happened. The girls were also seen fuming with rage and even some of them taking out their weapons. With memories of the Sapphire Warriors defeating Westcott using powers beyond comprehension, the faction leaders realized that maybe trying to fight them will not end well, even if they won. So, they relented and finally apologized for what Rias did. Sona, fine. I'll be the first one to admit since it's the right thing to do. Shido was innocent in all this, and he doesn't deserve to be in a marriage he never consented to be in. What Rias did was despicable and disgusting. Although she may be a devil king, Ajuka and I will sternly deal with her. Rain, by what? Making Rias stand in the naughty corner for 20 minutes. Sona, I'll have to figure out what would be appropriate. But for now, let us talk about how to compensate you. Rain, remove that mark on my son, could you do that for a start? Sona, unfortunately, that mark is permanent. At this time, it's already deeply ingrained in your son's soul. Even if Shido were to somehow remove the mark from his body, he'd also end up killing himself in the process, since the demonic mark had forcefully attached itself to his soul. To erase the mark using any means is to also erase one's soul from existence. This is to prevent the devil's chosen partner from escaping the inevitable marriage. Rain was shocked, and she only grew angrier. But before she could step forward and unleash her rage, Drake stepped in and stopped her, saying, "It's not worth it. Sona is right. I've already told our son that he can't get rid of the mark unless he kills Rias, or he dies. That's the only way to sever the spiritual link between Rias and Shido. Right now, I suggest asking Rias to not interfere with Shido's life, since her demonic mark can allow her to enter his dreams to make him fall for her." 1. Rain scoffed and spoke, "Tell me more about this demonic mark." Sona, only devil kings can use it. It's the way we've always used to find our marriage partners who will become our consorts. As your husband said, it establishes a spiritual link between the devil king and the chosen partner, which can allow the former to influence their partner's perception of them by entering their dreams to make them appear appealing to the partner. The mark also makes the chosen partner sterile or infertile, being unable to produce any offspring except with the devil king. This is to prevent any affair children from being born. Your son could try as many times with any woman, but there will not be any babies born. 2. Once the mark has been made on the partner, there's no way to remove it. Not even the Devil King themselves could remove it even though they were one who marked it in the first place. Any method used by either the Devil King or the chosen partner to forcefully remove the mark will result in the death of the person trying to remove it. Because of this inherent risk, Devil Kings in the past have been careful of who they choose as their partners. Rain, so it's basically brainwashing. And taking hostages with extra steps, so fucking deplorable, and I wanted grandkids, ugh. I demand that Rias never makes contact with my son ever again, and she does not try and influence him to make him fall for a senseless bimbo like her. Drake, yeah, I'm with my wife on this one. To think that Rias thought that she could just take my son as her husband, without even thinking of what would happen next. I can't imagine what Issei would think, knowing that his former lover had gone for some boy who doesn't like her. The faction leaders already in hot water, eventually conceded and agreed to Rain's and Drake's demands, which would make them pressure Rias into leaving Shido alone and never talk to him again. Rias realized that she was cornered and was alone in this matter, as both the Sapphire Warriors and the faction leaders were now on board with the idea of keeping her away from Shido. Rias, fine, you all win. I'll leave Shido alone, sob, I just wanted to feel loved again and… Rain, womp womp, little bitch. Cry more and see if I care. 2. And so an agreement was reached. Rias would never approach Shido again, and would not enter his dreams to make him fall for her. This also meant that Rias, under her alias, Rachel Gibson, had to quit her job as a teacher at Shido's school and move back to Kuo. The faction leaders profusely apologized for this mess, and Ajuka in particular was scared of being around Drake, thinking that he was going to get destroyed if he offended him. Ajuka, I really underestimated them. Maybe I'll need Tiamat to accompany me if I want to survive a meeting with Drake. Yeah, I think I'll do that. 1. The faction leaders left and teleported away using magic circles, returning back to the underworld to go back to handling their usual workload. Rias was crying and she seemed to be on the verge of throwing a tantrum, but she held it in and went back to the underworld with her fellow faction leaders. As for the Sapphire Warriors, they simply headed back home and let the cafe staff go home early, before closing it for the day. Everyone had an early night and got ready for a free day tomorrow, since school was only going to reopen next week. Scene break. Underworld. Rias's room. No, I can't believe this happened. Now I can't make Shido into my twink femboy male wife. Sob, now who's going to love me? All I have now are plushies of him. but even they aren't going to make me feel loved. Crying in bed as she hugged her Shido plushies, Rias was lamenting over the fact that she could no longer be with Shido. Even her demonic mark meant nothing, except cause Shido the inability to have children with any other woman except her. But how was that going to be helpful if she could never see him again? All Rias could do now was sulk in one corner and weep, unable to change anything about it. However, she wasn't alone as Rias had some friends over to comfort her, including Akeno, Asia, Zenobia, Koneko, Irina, and Ravel. Akeno, hey now, don't be like this. Aren't you the Devil King? Who says that you can just simply obey an order from that boy's parents? Girl, you are so much better than them. If you want him then go for it, I'd do that if I was you. 2. Rias, sob, but then Sona would get mad at me, and she threatened that I'll be impeached from my position and then I'll be exiled. Asia, but aren't you on the same level as Sona? You're both Devil Kings, which means that you're free to do whatever you want. Why are you behaving like she's your boss? Zenobia, exactly, who gives a fuck about what Sona thinks? Maybe she's jealous that you got a partner before she did. Rias, no way. Sona isn't that type of person. But I guess you are right about me not having to listen to her. However, I'm not allowed to be near my beloved Shido. Koneko, you know I have an idea. We could even gain public opinion from it. Rias, what is it? Koneko, you will publicly announce your love for Shido Itsuka. Although you are no longer allowed to approach him on paper, you are still allowed to say whatever you want about him. Since the public is crazy about the Sapphire Warriors and holds them in high regard, maybe when you come into the frame, some of those fanatics will start shipping you with him, and then public pressure will force Sona to allow you to meet Shido again. 1. Revel, yeah, that sounds like an ingenious idea. What a way to assert your dominance over those detour girls in his harem, maybe in the future. The Rias X Shido ship will be popular. 1. Irina, and then the wedding will follow through. I will be your maid of honor. See, there's always a way to make things happen. You just gotta not care about the small details and just go for it. I know you can do it, Rias. With the girls backing her, Rias suddenly became confident again, and her initial sulking and crying disappeared like she had never been turned away. Rias was now determined to make sure that her love for Shido will be known, and she was going to make sure that nobody was going to stand in her way. Rias, okay, so looks like I still have a chance. Alright, I will make sure that I will become Shido's mommy dom wife. He will be mine. Thanks girls for giving me hope. Now let's go and make a public broadcast, shall we? 3. Scene break. Tuesday 8:30 a.m. Hercules, greetings, Red Dragon Emperor. I, Hercules, come on behalf of the Greek pantheon to deliver a marriage proposal to your daughter, Shiori. 1. Drake, no thanks. Get fucking lost. Slam. 9:45 a.m. Artemis, greetings, Shido Itsuka. I am Artemis, the Greek goddess of the hunt. Today, I would like to confess my feelings for you, and ask for your hand in Mar. 5. Shido, sorry, not interested. Slam. 10:35 a.m. Athena, hello, Red Dragon Emperor and Eve. My name is Athena, and I wholeheartedly request to join your son's harem. 7. Rain, get the fuck off my lawn. Slam. 12 p.m. Ares, fight me, Sapphire Warriors. I, Ares, the god of war, challenge you all to a battle to the death. Draw your weapons and face me. Heimdall, that's right. The fact that you've managed to catch our attention means that you are worthy. Now come and fight us. Makuro, Michael. Latide. Whoosh. Ares and Heimdall, Ergai, screams as they fall through a portal on the ground. Origami, sigh. How many gods have tried to approach us now? 2. Shido, how did they even find our address? This is getting ridiculous. We might have to make a public announcement to say that we don't need any gods to be part of our lives. 2:30 p.m. Freya, now let me tell you something, Shido Itsuka. I like ya, and I want ya. Now we can do this the easy way or we can do this the hard way. The choice is yours. 1. Demeter, exactly. You've already rejected several of us from the Greek pantheon. Don't you realize that you've hurt Artemis and Athena's feelings? So be a good boy and... 1. Shido, ugh, shut up, fuck off. Slam. 4:30 p.m. Drake, I swear if it is another god I swear I'll... Amaterasu, hello? Falcon, punch. 4. Drake, bloody hell, I ain't listening to any gods who wanna court my kids, don't they that they're already taken. 1. Rain, Would you like me to implement security features for our house? The same ones I used to protect my home in Ohio. I never had a break-in case with those features I used. Drake, yeah? Do that. But upgrade the features so that no gods will come near our home. I don't want my kids being treated like this. For an entire day, the Sapphire warriors had gods from different mythologies come to their doorstep to either ask for marriage or a duel. However, no one from the team was in the mood for that, since they just fought in a war and wanted some rest. Some could say that this was the price of fame. When you save the world, of course there'll be people who'd admire you, maybe a little too much. So I guess that's another challenge the team has to face. Gods and goddesses who are down bad for them. The last god who showed up at the house was the goddess Amaterasu, one of the 3 main gods of the Shinto faction. But Drake sent her flying away with a draconic punch before closing the door. 1. Rain also claims that she has plans to set up new and improved security systems, which she used before in her life in America. This will hopefully find some way to deter any unwanted individuals from disturbing the family. The future seems uncertain for the Sapphire warriors. But their goal remains unchanged, and that is to make sure Rias is defeated and killed. If she still lives, then Shido will live his whole life as a sterile man. Rias has to be dealt with if the Sapphire warriors want to live their peaceful life away from the supernatural. The team must play their cards right. Or else all their efforts to get to this point will be for nothing. Rias has to lose. Underworld. Saturday. A week has passed since the Sapphire warriors' victory against Isaac Westcott. But despite that, celebrations in the underworld were still jubilant as ever. The people of the underworld still organized parades and created merchandise to sell to the public. Throughout many cities, tons of fan clubs dedicated to the team were formed and spread across the entire supernatural world like wildfire. In every faction, there is at least one fan club dedicated to the Sapphire warriors. The leaders of the 3 factions were recently scolded by Drake and Rain, since Rias had forced their son into a marriage which he didn't consent to. Because of this, they had to pressure Rias into leaving Shido alone. But clearly Rias was bent on having her way and she wouldn't let anybody stop her. Which is why she has chosen to make her move today by doing something unprecedented which her friends suggested doing. In one particular parade where civilians were praising the Sapphire warriors, Kiba and Saji were energizing the crowd by acting as talk show hosts, saying good things about Shido and making bold claims such as stating that he could easily beat Vali, the White Dragon Emperor. Kiba: so Saji, don't you think that our goat is capable of beating a leader of the 3 factions? Saji: oh, I'm sure he can. I bet he could even beat Azazel. The crowd cheers and some laugh. But the overall atmosphere of the parade was positive, as people enjoyed themselves being fans of the Sapphire warriors. Kiba continued: oh, but don't let Azazel hear that. He'd be getting funny ideas if he learned that some random boy from a small town could beat him. There'll be a fight. Saji: and that's exactly what I want to see, don't you folks do so too? The crowd cheers in agreement, as they are eager to see a fight between Shido and Azazel should it ever happen. Kiba and Saji looks at the audience and notices that many people are passionately discussing about the possible outcomes of the fight that the both of them just hypothesized, feeling that soon many people will start asking each other about who could Shido beat. But then, Kiba and Saji were met with an unexpected encounter as a group of people from the audience rose from their seats and walked up the stage. Upon closer inspection, the duo knew exactly who they were and rolled their eyes. Kiba and Saji: oh, for fuck's sake, what does she want now? Rias: hello boys, it's me. I gotta make a quick announcement if it's okay with you. The men were about to call security to escort them off the stage, but Rias was too quick and hijacked the show, as her friends grabbed the microphones and began their own segment. Rias: cameras, get ready, this is a broadcast to the whole supernatural world. Across the stage alongside where the audience was sitting, Rias had Koneko and Asya to manage the camera equipment, which was about to live stream Rias's speech to the whole supernatural world, which included many factions. As soon as Asya gave the thumbs up to Rias, she then began her speech. Rias: hello everyone, it's me, Rias Lucifer, and I have come here to just say, I truly agree with what our lovely hosts, Kiba and Saji, have said about Shido Itsuka. He's undoubtedly the greatest hero in this present era. The crowd, who wasn't expecting Rias to show up, but more importantly, who didn't know of her bad intentions, were still feeling the energy from hearing Kiba's and Saji's words of praise for Shido, so they thought Rias wanted to come here to make a speech praising him too. Kiba and Saji were about to intervene, but then they realized that they were on live television and the crowd was in high spirits. If they were to intervene, this will look bad on TV for them and would end up damaging their public image and reputation, so they were stuck there unable to do anything. Meanwhile, Rias began to make her speech about Shido, much to the ire of the two men whose positions as the hosts were hijacked. So, as all of us know, the human world and possibly even the supernatural world were saved by none other than the almighty Sapphire Warriors. I, as the Mao Lucifer, wholeheartedly acknowledge them as national heroes and will therefore make the day of their victory into a national holy day for the whole underworld. The crowd was happy at that announcement, and they were also delighted to hear that Rias, someone who was well known and of a high position in their society, also acknowledged the Sapphire Warriors as heroes like the public did. The public was also happy to learn that they would get a public holy day to commemorate the team's victory. Saji, the fuck, she just came here to say that. Is that it? Kiba, wait. Rias could have done that on any broadcast station. But why did she specifically come to us? The two men suspected that something was up, and carefully listened to what Rias was saying. Meanwhile, across the entire supernatural world, every faction from the Greek to the Norse to the yokai were tuning in since this was a major speech from someone as significant as Rias. Since the public opinion of the Sapphire Warriors was still high among many factions, people agreed with Rias and wanted to hear more from her. Which was when this happened. Rias, I know, we are all saved, that's for sure. But I have a little announcement to make you know. You see, all this time before Shido won the war, I've met him before and fought alongside his team in the Kyoto incident. That's where I realized that he was more than just a regular human boy. Kiba and Saji were quickly catching up on Rias's implications and were getting nervous, realizing that something bad was going to happen. Rias, you see, Rias Lucifer, had fallen in love with him. As she said that, the crowd went wild. People gasped in surprise while others squealed with excitement, not knowing that their queen had been infatuated with Shido, whom many in the underworld saw as their idol, role model, and hero. This immediately led to a group of fanatic fans of the Sapphire Warriors who were also followers of Rias freak out in excitement, while others were interested to see how this would play out. Kiba and Saji were speechless and horrified. They knew that with Rias's feelings for Shido now made public, they were sure that his private life will be in danger. They wanted to stop her, but the crowd was going crazy and they were paranoid that any intervention would end badly. The Sapphire Warriors fan club members who were Rias's followers would see Kiba and Saji as saboteurs who were trying to ruin their fantasy of a Rias x Shido ship. Other factions who were watching this live stream would view the two men negatively since it was a faction leader they would be interfering with. Rias, which is why I marked him with my seal, making him into my consort. I will rule the underworld with him by my side. Soon, there'll be a grand wedding where both of us will get married. Rias was acting like she was some teenage girl confessing her love to her crush in a dramatic way, while the crowd was falling for her ridiculous PR stunt. Greek faction. Demeter, no way. Rias Lucifer had already marked him as her partner. Ares, this is ridiculous. How did Shido Itsuka say yes to her and no to our own goddesses? 1. The Greek faction, whose goddesses had been rejected by Shido, were left aghast upon hearing the news of Rias making Shido into her future consort. The rejected goddesses, Artemis and Athena, were crying as they were watching the live stream, feeling heartbroken that Shido had been, allegedly, taken by Rias, and now realized that they never had a chance. But in the middle of the mess, one of the Greek gods stepped in and asked a question which made everyone shut up and think. Poseidon, now listen here. That Rias girl says that she has courted Shido Itsuka as her husband. Even if she did mark him, why does the boy have a harem? Do you think that she is really being truthful here? The other gods and goddesses finally began to see this piece of news from another perspective. Athena and Artemis remembered that Shido had a harem, but what didn't make sense was why would a queen like Rias even bother to marry someone who already has a partner? Multiple partners in this case. 2. Then, the thought finally crossed their minds. Could Rias be lying just to keep him for herself? Does she really think that everyone else is that stupid? The Greek faction as a whole began suspecting that the devils were trying to chase away other factions for influence over the Sapphire Warriors, and they just did it in the stupidest way possible. Ares, do the devils want to make us an enemy of them? Forget it. Call the Mao Beelzebub and the Mao Leviathan now. I demand them to give us an explanation right now. Norse faction. Freya, oh, so Rias Lucifer claims to be the future wife of my beloved Shido Itsuka. Dear me, doesn't she know what kind of goddess I am? She will pay for messing with me. Thor, you okay? Freya, you don't seem. Freya, silence. All we know now is that the devils have basically challenged me, I mean us, to a fight. Only I can have Shido as my, nobody can object to that. Turns out, Freya, who is currently the highest-ranking goddess of the Norse faction ever since Odin, who had left to fight the Trahexa, had wanted to make Shido into her lover. As she watched Rias make an announcement stating that he already belongs to her, Freya obviously got a little bit jealous and was now out for blood. Thor, but isn't Odin your husband already? Why are you trying to cheat on him with this random human boy? Freya, oh please, we're gods for crying out loud. Regardless of mythology, there's always bound to be some sort of affair, and that's the least insane part of our lore. Baldur, you know brother, she kinda has a point. Thor, sigh, is it even worth antagonizing the devils over something this? Freya, look, my dear Shido has been stolen away from me and I am not going to have any of it. I always get what I want. As for the Norse faction, it seems like Rias had truly pissed them off. Freya, who was currently the highest-ranking goddess there, was now planning to make sure she got the best outcome for herself, regardless of what happens. Devil faction. Sona, no, stop. What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing with your life? Ajuka, huh? Why is Rias? Shit, this is going to end badly. Why is she publicly saying things like these? Does she know that Drake might be watching this? 1. As for the other Devil Kings, they were getting increasingly horrified and hysterical as they continued watching the broadcast from Rias. They had just agreed to Shido's parents that Rias will leave him alone, but it seems that something had gave her the bright idea of going against her word. Ajuka was definitely not looking forward to another scolding session from Drake and Rain, while Sona was getting angrier and more frustrated with the way Rias was behaving. Both of them feared a phone call from Shido's parents, which could potentially lead to a meeting where Drake would cut ties with the three factions since Rias was being a selfish and two-faced bitch. Ajuka, we need to stop Rias right now. Sona, does it matter at this point? The announcement and the news is finally out. People are now going to start including Rias in their Sapphire Warriors fan club headcanons. She basically won public support, and there's nothing we can do to reverse it. Ajuka, then we'll meet Rias after this live stream. We have to know what is going on in her mind. Ugh, I should have stopped her from going anything stupid a long time ago. Soon we are going to have an angry red dragon coming after us. Sona. You know what? Forget the meeting with Rias. I recently heard news that several factions have tried to establish ties with the Sapphire Warriors by sending some of their respective goddesses to join Shido's harem, but were rejected. Rias may have gained the public support, but she is going to destroy all of the devil faction's relationships with other factions. This is going to backfire on her. Ajuka, how can you be so sure? Sona, Rias is an emotionally unstable and mentally weak person. She's not going to be able to handle the pressure. She'll definitely try to save face once she faces the wrath of the other factions. When that time comes, both of us will hang her out to dry. Ajuka. As much as I feel that this is a little extreme, we have no other choice. Let's give her a reality check. Sona pretty much correctly guessed how the other factions were feeling, but what Sona didn't know was that Rias was filled with a newfound sense of determination. A drive to make sure that she would get whatever she wanted or desired, no matter the cost. A little prep talk or scolding from Sona was not going to work from now on. Scene break. Tengus City, Japan. Sunday, 3:30 p.m. Kiba, and that's basically what happened. Saji, yeah, Rias is going scorched earth. Which is why we came to warn you in advance in case she tries being bold. Sapphire Warriors, what, are you kidding me? A day had passed since Rias publicly announced her love for Shido, and revealed the fact that she had marked him as her consort. Kiba and Saji felt that the least they could do was warn the Sapphire Warriors that Rias was going all out now, and they met them in the Rose Thorns Cafe to tell them about it. Rain took out her 12-gauge shotgun and loaded it, giving her response to the two men who gave her family the bad news. Click shotgun, shame. If Rias tries to fuck around, she's gonna find out. I've already secured our home with some special security features which are supernatural proof. If she comes near us, she's gonna learn what lead tastes like for breakfast. This bad boy is waiting for her on the other side of the door. Drake cracked his knuckles and bashed his fists together, saying, "Has Rias ever seen an angry dad before? 'Cause I am looking forward to showing her what fathers do when their children are being threatened." Both parents were obviously pissed, and they wanted to give Rias a piece of their minds. As for the kids themselves, all of them agreed that Rias had gone too far, and she needs to be dealt with. But they were discussing how should they handle it, and what should they do now. Origami, this is the last straw. We're gonna obliterate that bitch. Mia, but how? Didn't we get our asses kicked by her, and Rias has some backup? And we can't just waltz into the underworld and challenge her. Kurumi, but she has crossed the line. The more we argue on how we are going to handle her, the more likely she is going to succeed in getting Shido. Yoshino, I agree, we need immediate action. 1. Kotori, I say we invite her to our house for an invitation and then we'll show her the smoke. She'll regret messing with us. Shiori, yeah, let's give her the Sapphire Warriors beatdown and give her the Westcott treatment. We're not going to hold back this time. Mukuro, Muku is in favor of this plan. Once we burn her to a crisp, Muku will dispose of the body by sending it to Mars using my portals. Natsumi, you make it sound easy, but can we really face her when she has a lot of influence and power? She could turn the entire supernatural world against us. Kaguya, so what? Many of us have unlocked our balance breakers. We can just activate them and she'll be done in a second. Yuzuru, agreement. We have grown stronger throughout the entire duration of the Westcott War. We definitely stand a chance at beating that tomato. Miku, but she has an army, command of entire battalions that even we as a team may struggle to fight against. Toka, don't worry, Shido can erase them out of existence. Maybe even he can erase Rias out of existence. Shido, about that, I can't use it right now. Ein can't be used repeatedly, not even twice in a row. I have to recharge my energy and wait for the next chance to use it. But I don't know when that's going to happen. Ugh, this is really a headache. What else can we do? 1. The lack of proper resources and connections made it hard for the team to directly deal with Rias, which caused their plans to reach an impasse. Luckily, Kiba and Saji had a suggestion which was helpful. Kiba, maybe you can join the Supernatural Rumble. Shido, what's that? Saji, a rating game, but more of a tournament in this case. It has been announced by Rias recently following her announcement of her feelings for you on live television. It's a rating game inviting all factions to participate and fight for first place. Drake, a rating game, you say, and one that involves every faction, huh? Why has it been announced so suddenly? Saji, well, a few hours ago. Underworld. Rias, so, next question. Anybody has questions regarding my future marriage with the leader of the Sapphire Warriors? Reporter 1, yes? Do you plan to have children with him? Rias, oh yes, we plan to have 20 children. The both of us have such amazing genes, so why not create a brigade of powerful little munchkins to make our faction more powerful? It had been a few hours since Rias publicly declared her love for Shido. She then hosted a press conference where she was willing to answer any questions the media had for her. So far, things have been going well for her. Rias has been pretty much twisting the reality of the situation in her favor, and the public was none the wiser. Just when she thought things were going to continue this way, that's when shit hit the fan. Boom. Several angry people marched into the press conference room, shouting profanities and insults at Rias, much to her confusion. Heimdall, oi, tomato girl, you have lots of explaining to do. Why did you offend Lady Freya by stealing her beloved Shido from her? Ares, enough with your deception, Lucifer. Tell us the truth and what are you exactly planning? Our faction has had it with you. There were representatives of other supernatural factions, such as Ares from the Greek faction and Heimdall from the Norse faction. There were also representatives from the Hindu, Yukai, Shinto, and Celtic factions who were demanding answers from Rias about why she was being quote-unquote selfish about having Shido all to herself. Rias quickly realized what was going on and the reporters managed to hear all of that. This led to a barrage of questions asking Rias about what was going on, and why were the other supernatural factions confronting her. In a fit of desperation, Rias decided to put on a brave face and said this. Okay, if you think your faction is really that good, then I will organize a rating game where all of us will see who's the strongest, and the winner will get to have the Sapphire Warriors for their faction. 1. That sudden announcement quickly shut everyone up, including the representatives from the other factions and the reporters. After that, Rias named this massive rating game the Supernatural Rumble, where everybody was invited to participate and fight for first place, where the winning faction could have influence over Shido. The representatives accepted Rias's proposal and expected more news and updates regarding this mega rating game. They promptly left, and this saved Rias's public image and reputation. For the time being. She now had the responsibility to organize a raiding game on a scale and the likes of which the supernatural world had never seen. But Rias had won many raiding games and was familiar with the whole industry. Rias shrugged it off as something she could do quickly, and she was also determined to keep Shido for herself. She had unwittingly started a series of events which would lead to her own fall from power. 2. Back to present. Kiba. When Rias publicly announced her love for Shido and revealed the fact that he has her mark, the public in the underworld perceived it greatly. As for the other factions such as the Greek faction and the Norse faction, let's just say that ties between them and the devils have deteriorated and soured because of that. Saji, yeah? Rias didn't see this backlash from other factions. She underestimated just how badly the other gods wanted the Sapphira warriors to be under their influence. Because of this, Rias in her desperation announced a raiding game between every supernatural faction in existence. She only did this mainly to show that she was the only one for Shido, by beating all the other factions. Drake, Wahaha, does she really think she can beat the other factions? She has just a measly team of whores and the only reason her peerage was considered strong was because of Issei. Is Rias really that demented? Saji, yeah, I know, but right now, your team can sign up for the Supernatural Rumble. Everybody is invited to join. If you can face Rias and beat her there, you win. Drake, sounds good to me. We'll get to show that bitch our true power, and we don't need to worry about external parties interfering. This is good news. The children were also on board with the idea, now that they finally had a chance to prove themselves as powerful warriors and finally deal with Rias once and for all on equal ground. They were all excited to sign up and join the raiding game. Rain, so, how do we sign up? Kiba, just head to the capital city of the underworld and find the registration building. There's no prior requirements, so you can just sign up. By the way, you should sign up. It will be beneficial for you. Drake, what makes you say that? Saji, think about it. Every supernatural faction is fighting over influence over you. They think that you're all some puny and small team which they can push around. But imagine the shock they will get when you sign up. That will be a massive game changer. Drake smirked and replied, haha, oh, why do I feel so wicked right now? I'm sick and tired of having my family being pushed around like we're not good enough. And think about the moment when we win. That would be fucking ironic. Rain agreed. But we need to start training if we want to stand a chance at winning. I don't know if we're capable of beating other factions in a battle. Drake, of course we need to train. There's always room for improvement. But our kids begin school tomorrow, so that'll clash with their training schedule. Rain, why not train after school and into the night? It'll be a grueling daily routine, but it's the only way we can improve. Kids, do you want to proceed with this? The Sapphira warriors weren't nervous or anxious in the slightest. In fact, they were more than happy to participate in this rigorous and rough training program. Shido, Mom, Dad, we finally have a chance to finish Rias off once and for all. Why shall we throw away our precious time to train? You don't need to even ask. We're all in. This was followed by nods of agreement by the girls, which convinced Rain and Drake to proceed with this course of action. Rain, alright then. It's decided. But don't expect it to be easy. I'm gonna implement all the skills I've learned when I was in the US Army. I'm gonna toughen you all up. Drake, and don't expect any leniency from me either. We really have to improve our standards. The kids were still determined to do it, no matter what it took. They now had a plan, and they were all going to see through it till the very end. Rain turned to Kiba and Saji and thanked them for helping her family out. Drake also expressed his gratitude to the duo and hoped that he would see them again. Kiba, it's nothing. We're more than happy to help. I just hope you all get the ending you deserve. Saji, When Rias is finally dealt with, I look forward to going to a celebration party with you all. Drake, haha, yeah, and before you go, one more thing. The both of you may be more useful than you think. Just wait till the right moment to do so. The duo was a little confused at the remark Drake made, but they shrugged it off since it didn't come off as important to them. Kiba and Saji then left, waving goodbye to the Sapphira warriors. Scene break. Sona, alright, now we have to organize a massive raiding game which can host literally every supernatural faction in existence. Why do you always have to drag us into your shenanigans, Rias? Have you had enough already? You know what, I am sick of you, you always. In the underworld, Sona was continuously getting stressed out as Rias was making things even more difficult than they already are. She was in the middle of berating and scolding her again, but Rias was different this time. She had no intention of listening to Sona at all, as Sona was just screaming at the top of her lungs, scolding her best friend for the mess she has created. But each word was entering one ear and going out the other, as Rias no longer someone who could be reasoned with. Rias was instead getting more irritated the more Sona was shouting, and was about to lose her patience and have an outburst. Sona, hey, are you listening to me? I have had enough of. Smash. In an instant, Rias knocked Sona across the room and sent her flying. She crashed against the wall, and was caught off guard. This was the first time Rias had ever struck her best friend with an offensive attack like that. 1. Sona groaned as she coughed, feeling intense pain to her belly as Rias attacked her using the power of destruction, eroding away a layer of flesh from Sona's body. Sona, ugh, what do you think you're doing? Have you lost your mind? Rias didn't respond, and instead continued walking towards the site where Sona had crashed. Then, when she got in front of her, Rias grabbed Sona by the neck and pinned her against the wall, speaking in a low and threatening voice. Have you forgotten that we are in the same level as each other? Or perhaps you think I'm not worthy to be Mao Lucifer, when it was Izuka who asked me to assume the position. But that's not important right now. All I want is for Shido to be mine. And I am not letting a four eyes like you get in my way. If you dare challenge my authority, then I'll make sure that you'll be the one suffering, and so will Tsubaki, and so will the rest of your peerage. They can all join your late-night Tomo in the afterlife. You will regret messing with me. Sona was being choked as Rias was increasing her grip, and she was feeling extremely frightened that her friend had become like this. She tried fighting back, but Rias's aura was too strong and it was overwhelming. Sona, what the, Rias? What's gotten into you? Why are you? Can't you see that you're making a big mistake? Come on, let me go. Rias, haha. Keep struggling, Sona. From now on, I'm in charge, and I'll not have any hindrances such as you to stand in my way. Once she finished, Rias began erasing Sona's recent memories of all the messes and situations that Rias had caused. She then began to alter her best friend's memories to make her think that the supernatural rumble had been confirmed, and nothing was going to stop it. Sona knew that her memories were about to be erased, but she couldn't do anything to escape Rias's grasp. She violently struggled as she desperately tried to resist, but it was futile as Rias continued to erase the unwanted memories, before Sona passed out and collapsed onto the floor. Rias Sumph. I'm going to show everyone just how cruel of a queen I can be. The underworld will live by my rules, and I will rule supreme when I win the supernatural rumble. And when that happens, I can claim my beloved Shido to myself. Ha ha, ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. 2. She was now past the point of unhealthy obsession, and was now completely deranged. Rias was now a psycho who won't let anything stop her, even if it was her own friends. She continued laughing like a maniac as she was going to initiate her plans. But then, Rias stopped when she noticed someone in the corner watching her. Rias, you really enjoyed the show, didn't you? Akeno, oh, I'm just making sure that nothing will stop us from achieving our plans. After all, I am your true best friend, am I right? Rias, oh that is true, you can come out now, the rest of you. From the shadows, the rest of Rias's peerage emerged, except for Rosweiss, who was kept in the dark about all of this. 1. Asya, why you really wipe Sona's memories of the recent past. Irina, good, then there's no excuse for us not celebrating, there's nothing standing in our way now. Rias, that's right, this certainly calls for a celebration, and guess what, I'll be hosting it, it'll just be a small party with just us. There's no rules, just enjoy yourself however you want. Koneko, alright. Time to get wasted. It's about time we get together for something good. Zenobia, yep, ain't no party like a Rias party. Ravel, this is only the beginning. We're gonna have a ball once we rule the world. Rias smirked with malice as she envisioned the future in her own image, one where her enemies have been wiped out and her opponents gone. At this point, only getting rid of her for good will stop her. She has lost her sense of reason. Tengus City, Japan. Monday, 8:45 a.m. Ra is in high school. Okay, let's just get ready for whatever comes next, said Shido as he was with his team. It has been a day since they learned of the supernatural rumble, and their first day of training begins today. Right now, they were at school, and they deliberately came late to avoid seeing other students in the hallways or along the way to school itself. Because the whole world knows about the Sapphire Warriors, everybody was placed in the same class. Even the first years such as Kotori, Yoshino, Natsumi, and Makuro. those 4 girls were now promoted to their 3rd year, even though they were a year younger than everyone and hadn't finished their 2nd year at all. The team came to school using Mukuro's portals, and they were now in front of the classroom door, just in time for the first period to begin. Shido looked behind and saw that the girls were pretty nervous, and they seemed unsure of whether they'll be able to make it through the day. But school was still part of life and they needed to move forward. So, as they collectively breathed in, Shido opened the door to see a classroom full of their classmates, who had all fortunately survived the war. Upon hearing the sliding door, everyone in the class turned to see the Sapphire warriors who were awkwardly standing at the entrance, visibly worried about how their classmates would perceive them. As expected, the class was in a state of surprise when the team showed up. However, much to their shock, the students were excited and got up to greet the team. Tanamachi, Shido, oh thank goodness, I thought that something happened to you when you didn't text in the class group chat for so long. Everyone was talking about you and your harem. Gosh, we had so many questions for you. AI, yo, great to see the almighty heroes of planet Earth. You know, it's kinda weird being in the same class as the group who saved the world. But at the same time it feels like some sort of special privilege. My, that's right, you may have now known it, but you really have humanity hope when it really mattered. I'm glad you are all here. Me, that is so lame. Other classmates also excitedly came and crowded around the Sapphire warriors and began bombarding them with questions. Although it was much better than being perceived as dangerous or scared, the team was still feeling a little overwhelmed by all this positive feedback from their classmates. Shido, why don't we all sit down first? We can answer all your questions to the best of our abilities. The Sapphire warriors went to their assigned seats and sat down, preparing themselves for whatever bizarre questions which might come their way. What followed next was a whole series of excited and interested students wanting to know more about their classmates who had a secret life this whole time. Classmate 1, how did you beat that 7-headed dragon? You must have used some special move to defeat him because there's no way a normal human could stand up to that. Classmate 2, what's it like having superpowers? How did you get them? Classmate 3, is it true that you all managed to fix the moon by transforming into dragons? All sorts of inquiries and questions were being thrown at the team, but they still were willing to explain things one thing at a time to inform their classmates of the situation. Because of the sheer amount of curiosity and adoration the class had for the Sapphire warriors, this Q&A session could have gone on forever, if not for their class's homeroom teacher arriving. Mess. Okamine, okay, everyone. Back to your seats. I understand that your friends saved the world and everything, but you need to remember that they have feelings too. 1. Since class had already begun, everyone returned back to their seats. Then MS. Okamine could finally begin her first lesson of the post-war school semester. MS. Okamine, alright, a very good morning to all of you, class. As you all know, the Westcott War had devastated the entire world and claimed millions of lives across the globe, which resulted in school being shut down. However, since the world was saved by the Sapphire warriors, who happened to be Shido and his girlfriends, our normal lives have finally resumed. Isn't that great? The class gave a round of applause and clapped their hands, agreeing with MS. Okamine's words. Fun fact, throughout the entire duration of the Westcott War, civilians, which included the people of Tengus City, had been evacuated to bunkers underground away from the chaos. For weeks, people thought that they would never see the surface again. There were even cases of people in the bunkers fighting each other for food and water to survive. It seemed like the situation was going to spiral out of control, but when the Sapphire warriors dealt with Westcott, being allowed to leave the bunkers was like experiencing freedom after being imprisoned for so long. The people eventually learned about who the team consisted of, and they became celebrities overnight. So, the Sapphire warriors were stuck in this position where everyone around them was a fan of them. Right now, the class was in high spirits as they were finally able to attend school again, which was freedom compared to being stuck inside a bunker. But before MS. Okamine could begin the very first lesson of a post-war school semester, she had an important announcement to make. MS. Okamine, before we begin, I'd like to announce that we're getting another transfer student. Upon hearing the words, transfer student, the class turned to Shido, since they were expecting this one to be a girl who is part of his harem. But the Sapphire warriors were just as surprised as the rest of their classmates. There was nobody else in the team who wasn't in Rahazan High School yet. But they were still curious to see who this student was, and waited for them to enter the classroom. MS. Okamine called the transfer student to come into the class, and in came the one person that the team never expected to see. Shido, you gotta be kidding me. Kaide, hello, nice to meet you all. My name is Kaide HYOUDOU and I look forward to getting to know all of you. I hope we can get along. 1. Turns out, the new student was Kaide HYOUDOU, the little sister of the late Issei HYOUDOU, and she had somehow found her way into Rahizen High School. She had also changed her appearance, dyeing her hair the same shade of blue as Shido. Why, probably to make her seem close to him or something. Mess. Okamine, Kaide is from Kyoto, a town not far from our city. She recently came here because, Kaide, because I'm here to declare that I am part of Shido Itsuka's harem. The rest of the class saw this coming, and they simply gave sarcastic remarks such as, yep, totally didn't see that coming, and there we go, no shocker. The ironic part was that the Sapphire Warriors didn't see it coming, and they were mind-blown by Kaide's statements. To quickly debunk the statement, Shido stood up and said, No. You've got it all wrong. I may have a record of having transfer students in my harem, but this one is not. Well, I do know her, but we're not in any sort of romantic relationship. She's just angry that I rejected her before. That's all. To support him, the other girls also joined in. Toka, yeah, she only came here just to get back at him. Kaide doesn't even have what it takes to be in our team. Kaguya, yeah, she doesn't even have superpowers like us, she's a normie. For a second, some students swore that they could see a bulging blood vessel on Kaide's forehead as her eye twitched when the Sapphire Warriors flatly denied any connection to Kaide. She was definitely offended by their remarks. Classmate 1, oh, a transfer student who is not part of Itsuka's harem, well, who would have guessed? Classmate 2, I see, so she is taking her rejection a little too personally. Kaide was getting increasingly angry as she tried her best to keep her cheerful smile on her face. It seemed like she was about to lose it and go on a rampage. But then Ms. Okamine said, You can sit there, Kaide. Next to Shido. He's the boy with the same hair color as you. Kaide, thanks, I'll be glad to. She walked over towards the seat and eventually sat down, all while looking at Shido with a cheerful smile hiding behind feelings of anger and jealousy. Kaide then turned to the front and was ready to begin the lesson with her class. Ms. Okamine formally began her lesson as she started her math lesson. As she talked, the Sapphire Warriors were scribbling notes to each other about why Kaide was in their school and could it be something which Rias was responsible for. Origami, to Toka, what is she doing here? Is she after something? Toka, to Origami, Dunno, why is Kaide HYOUDOU suddenly a student in our class? Could it be that Rias sent her here? The Sapphire Warriors were basically acting like a mail system sending notes to each other to figure out why Kaide was here. In fact, one of them even secretly texted their parents that Kaide was here and she suddenly claimed that she was part of the harem. Rain and Drake were at school since they were teachers there. Both of them became confused and concerned as to why Kaide would come here. They also hypothesized the possibility of Kaide being sent by Rias to spy on their kids. However, Rain instructed everyone to remain calm and avoid contact with Kaide. Stay together in groups and make sure nobody is left alone. This is to ensure that in the event where Kaide is a sleeper agent, she cannot gain anything from spying on the team. So, for the next few hours till lunch, everyone paid attention in class but still kept their guard up. Nobody gave Kaide any attention no matter how long she stared at them. When the lunch bell rang, that's when all the students broke into their own respective friend groups and began eating together. The Sapphire Warriors wasted no time and grabbed their bentos and left the classroom to have lunch on the roof. Kaide spotted them leaving almost immediately when the time for lunch came, so she hurriedly took out her own bento from her bag and quickly followed the Sapphire Warriors. Scene break. Rahizen High School rooftop. Monday, 12 p.m. The team took a spot by the corner and sat closely as they began eating their bentos. All their food was prepared by Rain early in the morning, and it was still fresh. Their mother's cooking was as good as always, so lunch was a great time to relax and forget about Kaide. Speaking of whom, Kaide arrived on the school roof and spotted the team, happily greeting and waving to them as she ran towards them. She thought that she could easily join them for lunch, but was mistaken when she crashed headfirst into an invisible barrier. Kaide, ow, that hurt. Huh, why can't I pass through? Is there a barrier here? Miku, yup. I created it. I use sound waves to block anybody else from getting close. So, too bad. You're just going to have to give up and eat lunch on your own. Kaide pouted and puffed her cheeks, angrily replying, you can't avoid me forever. There's no way I can leave you all be when your team leader met with my parents with that goth girl and had a friendly chat with them, Shido Itsuka. I swear I'll make you fall for me. Shido, whoa. So all because I met your parents for dinner with Kurumi. Ugh, don't tell me you'll become like Rias in the future. You're already starting to become like her. Then Kaide said, Rias, don't associate me with her. I may be part of her peerage, but I don't want anything to do with her right now. Especially since she announced that she marked you with that sigil. I only came here because I'm here to join your harem. The team was extremely confused by Kaide's motives to come to Rahazan High School, and nobody was sure whether to trust her or not. But Nia decided to verify some things and looked through Ratio, and searched up information regarding the timeline events leading up to Kaide's transfer to their school. Nia, throughout the Westcott War, Kaide HYOUDOU fought alongside the Underworld Army during the Battle of London, but she then retreated to the Underworld under the orders of Sona Leviathan. She then remained there for the rest of the war to help set up defenses in the capital city. She also never spoke with Rias the whole time, and never interacted with the rest of her peerage. After the war, Kaide was reunited with her parents, and they decided to move out from Kuo, transferring ownership of the house to Rias and her peerage. The HYOUDOUs live in the eastern suburbs and they just moved here a week ago. Kaide has had no contact with Rias ever since. I also see no record of her talking with any individuals about spying on us. Seems like she really doesn't have any bad intentions. 1. Kotori, really, but there must be some sort of reason why she came here. Nia, oh wait. I got something. Kaide is only here because she wants to join the harem. The girls all rolled their eyes and began openly shutting down Kaide's intentions of joining the harem, saying things like, get out of here. Or you need to leave, and things like that. Shido, look Kaide. It's not that I hate you. It's just that I am not romantically attracted to you. I think we'll be better off as friends. So please don't bother me and just go back to Kuo. I've had enough stalkers already. But Kaide was adamant about her resolve and she instead exclaimed back, no. I'm staying here. My family went through the trouble to move to Tengu City which costed us our life savings just so I could be with you. You've helped me so much. Helping me talk to my parents for real after years of hating them. Making me feel good about myself. Making me finally enjoy my life after so many years of being negative. And I wanted to repay you by being your girlfriend. The Sapphira warriors were completely shocked that Kaide was still persisting even though the message was already clear. She had been rejected unanimously by the team yet she still challenged it fiercely. Kaide continued, I tried pursuing a romantic relationship with you, but you instead speak with my parents more than me and then you invite them out to dinner with that goth girl. Then you contact me saying that Rias had violated an agreement, and threatened to cut me off before leaving me on red. Just what do you hate about me so much? Shido, listen, it's not that hard to understand. I just want to maintain a friendly relationship with you, that's all, no romance of anything. In fact, I have enough girlfriends already, so stop bothering me. Kaide, no, I will not. I even changed my hair color just for you. I repeat, I will not back down nor will I give up. There's nobody who could make me throw away my feelings for you. But suddenly, oh ho, is that so MS? HYOUDOU, are you looking to start a fight with me? That's right, young lady. I don't know what happened between you and my son, but he has made his decision clear. You will no longer approach him. A male and female voice spoke from behind threateningly, causing Kaide to panic and slowly turn around, only to find an angry mom and dad staring daggers at her. Rain, hello there. In case you've forgotten who I am, my name is Rain Murasame. I'm Shido's mother and I will not allow any obsessive stalkers to harass my son again. So if you want no trouble, then please kindly fuck off. You don't want to see what kind of person I can be when I switch into my military mode. Drake, and a very warm welcome to you, Kaide HYOUDOU. I see you dyed your hair the same as my son, but that's not enough to convince anybody to show that you can be part of my family. I'm gonna have a long talk with your parents after this. Both Rain and Drake were flaring their auras and were openly expressing their anger and irritation at her. Kaide was sweating profusely and shivering nervously, not wanting to instigate a conflict between the both of them. Kaide quickly skedaddled away while shouting back at the Sapphira warriors, this isn't the end. I will get my way. 2. She went back into the staircase leading back into school and ran off to somewhere else. Finally, she was gone and the team could relax and have a break from her. Mika deactivated the barrier and everyone could resume eating. The kids also thanked Rain and Drake for coming to their rescue from Kai-Day, who was persistent in her trying to get friendly with them. Shiori, thanks Mom, thanks Dad, we wouldn't have been able to enjoy a peaceful day if you hadn't come to save us. Rain, but you did contact us about it. We just thought we'd check in to see how you were handling the situation. But for now, Kai-Day seems intimidated by us, so you kids can relax for the rest of the day. Drake, remember? We have training today. Meet us at the training facility we set up for you in the industrial district of Tengu City. It's been a long time since we used it. I remember the last time was when not even half of you were in the team. Let's finally put it to good use. It's about time we improve. The team agreed and they were left to enjoy lunch. For the rest of the day, the first day of school in a post-war era felt great, and it soon became time to go home. And as for Kai-Day, she was too scared to get close to the Sapphire Warriors, but was still willing to try again once she built her courage and confidence. 1. Scene break. Underworld. Gremory Estate. Rias was in her office busy organizing the Supernatural Rumble, a tournament between many factions which will probably end up as one of the most ambitious projects in the history of the Underworld. She had already reserved a massive stadium for the raiding game and had found sponsors for the event. Now, all she had to do was fix budget costs for many different things and find ways to advertise the event to people so that they would participate. Rias, ugh, so many things to focus on. If only I had more people right now, that'll be great. How are you doing over there? Still issuing invitations out to prominent figures of different factions to participate. Just focus on the budget, and we could get it done. But Rias wasn't alone in the planning of the project, as she had her sister-in-law, Graphia Lucifuge, to help her out. Despite being sisters by law, Graphia wasn't able to interact much with Rias since both of them had their own duties to attend to, especially since Rias was the Mao Lucifer whose position carried lots of responsibility. 2. After the official announcement of the Supernatural Rumble, Rias asked Graphia for help, since Itsuka was busy governing the underworld. Naturally, Graphia was willing to accept since she missed having the opportunity to hang out with Rias. Currently, both women were busy with their own respective things to settle for the raiding game, but it was still hard given how much tasks were needed to be completed. Graphia, shouldn't you have thought this through before deciding to host an inter-faction raiding game requiring so much planning? I know those representatives of the other factions were putting pressure on you, but there were surely other ways to resolve it, right? Rias, I just wanted them to know that they had to get through me if they wanted my Shido. Graphia, yes. Your new fiancé. I'd like to meet him someday. Why didn't you tell me you had found a consort? Rias, the war in the human world broke out shortly after, and I didn't have the chance to tell you. Graphia, okay, I see. Well, I guess all that's left is to meet him for myself. I know for a fact that he and his team defeated Isaac Westcott, which was seen by everyone all across the supernatural world, so he must be some strong person. Rias, yeah? He is. That's why I chose him. Graphia, even though he already has a harem. Rias, it was complicated at the time, but I convinced his parents for him to become my consort on the condition that the other girls would be his concubines. Graphia, isn't that a stretch? But with everything that has happened after all these years, I guess anything's possible. Well, congratulations, Rias. I sincerely wish for your happiness. 2. Rias, thanks, I appreciate that. The two sisters chatted with each other about the recent events, particularly centered around Rias announcing her love for Shido on live TV and revealing the fact that he has her mark on him. Graphia was really close to uncovering the ugly truth of it, but Rias managed to lie through her teeth and deceive her oblivious sister-in-law that nothing bad was going on and that everyone involved was happy. Graphia was honestly happy that she was able to speak to Rias, but before she could ask any further about her life, both women received a magic circle voicemail from Itsuka's office. Itsuka, hello Rias. I don't have much time to explain, but I need you to come here right away. I believe Graphia is already with you, right? Bring her here too, it's pretty important for everyone involved. The two ladies were confused by this unexpected voicemail, but if it was from Itsuka, then it was definitely important. So, the two of them had no choice but to go meet Itsuka and find out what was going on. They teleported there and arrived at his office. In there, Itsuka was standing next to his desk as he greeted both Rias and Graphia. Hello you two. Sorry if this is sudden, but we have a change in circumstances here. Rias, what's going on? Did something happen between our faction and another faction? Itsuka, no. It's just related to ours. So, try not to freak out and stay calm. Then, Itsuka turned to the side and said, "You can come back now. You've fought valiantly for all these years. It's about time you all come home." Upon finishing his sentence, a magic circle appeared in Itsuka's office and out came a group of people which the two women never expected to see at this time. "Surzex, thanks Itsuka. You've done a good job handling the underworld by yourself. We're truly grateful for your hard work." "Seraphal, greetings again. It's been a while, my friend. I'm glad to be back here. I've missed the underworld so much." "Azazel, yo, it's a pleasure to see civilization again. How's everything been, Itsuka? I was genuinely worried about how you and Shemhazai would handle your factions when we were gone." "Michael, salutations, Itsuka. It's been so long since we last saw each other. I'm truly sorry if we had to seal ourselves away, but there was no other choice. We needed to slay that abomination against reality. Guess who's back? It's the old leaders of the three factions. After almost 20 long years of fighting the Trahixa, they have come back and finally returned to society." Upon seeing their old friends and family again, the two women were overwhelmed with emotion and couldn't hold back their tears. "Graphia S. Surzex. Is that really you? Rias Soni-sama." The both of them went straight for Surzex, and wrapped their arms tightly around him, crying their eyes out as they were finally reunited with him. They took a while trying to regain control of their emotions as Surzex awkwardly tried to comfort them. Meanwhile, the other faction leaders such as Seraphal and Azazel were laughing, missing the comical and wacky sights which they hadn't seen for almost 20 years. "Surzex, now, it's been a long time, Graphia. I've missed you, and Milikas too. Same goes for you, Rias. There wasn't a single day in the past 17 years. I really missed you all. Graphia, sob, I've missed you too, dear. Things have been so hard for us ever since you left. There were even times when I thought it was over for me. All I could do was pray that you'd come back one day and save us. Rias, Oni-sama, sob, please don't ever disappear on us like that again. I went through a lot of grief and pain, and I really needed you back then." Sob. Surzex. You're gonna make me cry too. But, all emotional things aside, what happened while we were gone fighting the Trahixa? I'm sure a lot has changed over the course of almost 2 decades. 1. Seraphal. Yeah, and how about Sona? I've missed my baby sister for so long. Is she well? Is she doing alright? Azazel. I agree. Tell me how Issei's doing. I've missed that guy for a long time. Is he handsome as an adult? I'm sure he must have gone through a glow-up. At that point, the emotional levels of everyone in the room skyrocketed, as memories of pain from years gone by began to flood back like a tsunami. Itsuka became tense, and found it hard to explain the situation to his friends, much to their confusion. Itsuka clenched his fists and struggled to get the correct words out of his mouth, before stuttering, "Surzex. Everyone, I'm so sorry, but I regret to inform you all, that Issei HYOUDOU." The old faction leaders quickly noticed Itsuka struggling to remain composed, so they became concerned and worried about what he was about to say. "Michael, what happened? Did something unfortunate happen?" Itsuka still didn't want to upset his friends after so many years of being absent from the underworld, but they were still adamant to get answers. "Seraphal, what happened to Issei? Itsuka, did he get hurt? Tell me." The old faction leaders were now fearing something horrific happening to Issei. They've missed him for so long and now they didn't want to be met with bad news. But then, their worries and fears only escalated when they spotted Graphia and Rias in tears once again. Itsuka finally mustered the courage to finish his words, but in the end, he didn't have to, as Rias managed to say a few words which answered their questions. Issei-kun is dead. In that moment, it felt like the world had stopped and time froze. Rias's words had hit the old faction leaders like a sledgehammer to the head, and they were in utter shock and complete disbelief of the current situation. Azazel snapped first and exclaimed, "What? No, you gotta be joking. Issei is dead. Tell me you are lying right now." "Michael, impossible." "But how did the Red Dragon Emperor die? Just what had happened while we were gone?" Seraphal. No. What? Issei-chan, sob, D died. Since when? Surzex. Issei. No. The latter 3 faction leaders were having an emotional outburst, while Surzex was still trying to process what he just heard. The boy whom he considered his little brother was pronounced dead, and that was something he found to be impossible in all cases. Surzex, this is a prank, right? Please don't joke about things like this. Itsuka, I'm truly sorry, Surzex. but it is the truth. Issei HYOUDOU died 17 years ago, and we never knew who killed him. At that moment, Sirzex and the other old faction leaders noticed something Itsuka was trying to imply, so they began asking again. Azazel, you mean Issei was murdered? Who did this? 2. Itsuka, I really don't know. It all happened while we were looking away, and… Azazel, listen, you are going to tell us everything from start to end. Start speaking or else. Itsuka, 17 years ago, around the same time when you all sealed yourselves away to fight the Trihexa, Issei was recovering in a hospital because he collapsed of exhaustion. Few days later, while we weren't looking, Issei was already discharged and snuck off to the United States, to train I presume. Michael, and then what? How did the Red Dragon Emperor get murdered? Itsuka, he was killed by an extremely powerful entity on a caliber none of us have seen before, well, according to Drake. Sirzex, Drake, the Welsh dragon, how would you have known if Issei was dead? Drake would have moved on to another human for a host. Itsuka, that's the confusing part. The boosted gear does not exist anymore. When Issei died, Drake's soul was salvaged by Eve, the one and only Eve from the Book of Genesis. I know, it's a bit hard to believe that, but it did happen. Gabriel can confirm it with you. In fact, I met with Drake recently. He has a human form now and is married to Eve, and has children with her. Michael, slow down. This is all too confusing. Eve, Drake is free, and he has children too. Are you sure your mind is sane right now? Ria sit. It is the truth. Everyone in the underworld knows of Issei's death. I never got to know the truth, other than the fact that he was murdered by a powerful entity. Drake is also free, and I met Eve, his wife. Sirzex, if what you're all saying is true, then I'd rather remain sealed to fight the Trihexa for another century, or even more. Why did this happen? The old faction leaders were having a difficult time processing all these events which have occurred over 17 years ago after they sealed themselves away. Itsuka patiently took the time to explain everything that happened, and asked for his friends to take his words at face value, since it'll take a long time to explain every detail and also try and convince them. So, the old faction leaders agreed since they trusted Itsuka, and listened to the whole story behind Issei's death, as well as the additional information they got from Drake. In the end, the old faction leaders understood that it was still a mystery behind the person who killed Issei, and that they would never be able to find out. However, they did learn that Drake was free and that he doesn't know anything either, and gave up a long time ago trying to investigate Issei's death too. Sirzex, Rias, I'm so sorry for your loss. I offer my most sincere condolences to all of you. Issei was a good kid and I considered him a part of my family. It's truly a shame that he's now gone. Azazel, yeah, of all times we had to leave, it had to be back then. Seraphal, so, besides Issei's death, what else happened? Itsuka looked at his friends and said, Phew, you are all not going to believe this. Lots of things have changed, and a new faction has entered the arena. Sirzex, who? Itsuka, the Sapphire Warriors. Everyone gasped in shock, especially Michael, who thought that the warrior brigade which he once knew personally was suddenly back after so many centuries of being dead. Michael, how, you mean that the… Itsuka, no, the angels you once knew are indeed still dead. It's just that, remember you and Gabriel sealed their weapons away into sacred gears. Yeah, apparently they are still being used by humans, and they have all banded together to form the team. Michael, oh, that's what happened. Well, do you know these people then? Itsuka, of course I do. They are all Drake's children. Oh, what? This sudden revelation was even more stunning than when Issei was declared dead. The old faction leaders were now asking for Itsuka to arrange a meeting with them since they were eager to meet the new Sapphire Warriors. But then, Itsuka awkwardly replied, about that. You see, in our most recent meeting where Shemhazai, Gabriel, Sona, Rias, and I tried to. Before Itsuka could tell his friends that it was because Drake and Rain didn't want to see anybody from the three factions since Rias had forcefully made Shido into her consort, Itsuka suddenly got a massive chill down his spine as his mind was feeling suffocated. He couldn't get a word out, and was struggling to breathe. Then, Itsuka noticed Rias glaring right at him. She was looking into his eyes with a deathly aura, and used telepathy to send Itsuka scenes of what Rias did to Sona when the latter tried scolding her. He wanted to fight back, but Itsuka was now seeing visions of what happened to Sona when she tried standing up to Rias to put an end to her nonsense, and he was afraid that he would be given the same treatment. 3. So Itsuka gave in and instead lied to his friends, saying, "The thing is, Drake wanted to live a peaceful life with his family separated from the three factions. He wasn't happy with us trying to make him into an asset with some form of autonomy. We then apologized to him, saying that we'd never disturb him again." Azazel, huh? Well, why didn't you intimidate him back? You're the Mao Beelzebub, for fuck's sake. Shemhazai and Gabriel were also there with you too, right? And why wasn't Rias and Sona able to convince him since they were close to him? Itsuka, perhaps it had something to with the fact that Drake never liked us. He always hated the three factions for sealing him into a sacred gear. Maybe that's the reason. He probably wanted to pursue a happy life. Surzex, Is that so? In that case, there's no need to worry. Now that Azazel and Michael are here, the three of us will go over to his house and pay him a visit where we'll give him a little convincing. 1. Itsuka was worried about what would happen if that meeting were to happen. But then, Rias unexpectedly commented on that suggestion. What a wonderful idea. You know, I'm technically going to be part of his family, so it'll be nice if Drake's family becomes closer to us. Surzex, what do you mean by that? Rias giggled and replied, well, I found someone special. Seraphal, wait, you found a boyfriend. Who is it? Is he someone we know? Rias, no, but he's related to someone we know. It just so happens that he is Drake's son. He's not just my boyfriend, but he's also my consort. That revelation also sent the old faction leaders into a frenzy, as they didn't expect this news from Rias that she managed to find another partner after Issei had died. Surzex, Drake's son, what's his name? And also, consort, what's going on here? Graphia, you see, we didn't know when you and the other faction leaders were going to return, so we made your little sister into the Mao Lucifer and her childhood friend into the Mao Leviathan. Basically, they've grown into strong and capable queens now. Surzex was feeling very proud of Rias and couldn't hold back his admiration for his little sister, and exclaimed, "This is amazing news. I would have never believed that I would live to see this day." Rias, I'm truly proud of you. Now that you're the Mao Lucifer now, I can finally spend some time resting and spend some time with my wife and son. But if you ever need me, give me a call and I'll gladly come over to help. 2. Azazel, At least we didn't get all bad news. Rias, you've truly grown from the moment I became the Orcs manager. This is truly a moment worth celebrating. Michael, indeed. I look forward to working with you, Rias Lucifer. Let us cooperate to maintain the harmonious relations between the three factions. Seraphal, Sona is the Mao Leviathan. Oh my gosh. I need to see her right now and give her the biggest hug in the world right now. Rias was feeling happy that she was being showered with praise by the old faction leaders, while Itsuka was silently freaking out knowing that he could no longer win against her now that she had the support of the old faction leaders, which included his friend, Surzex. 1. All Itsuka could do right now was watch as Rias gradually gaining more power and influence by telling the old faction leaders about the things she has done. Then, Azazel asked, so what's his name, the man you've marked as your consort? Rias, his name is Shido, and he's the love of my life. Though I wonder if Issei would be okay with it. Surzex, don't worry, Issei will definitely approve of this marriage between you and your new boyfriend. He's definitely praying for your happiness in the afterlife. You know, since I've returned, I think I'll publicly endorse your marriage so that the other factions will get the message that we want him. 3. Seraphal, I will do that too. And nobody can tell me otherwise. If anybody dares oppose this arranged marriage, then I'll gladly erase them from existence. All I want is for Rias to be happy. 1. Azazel, yeah, I'm on board with that. I wouldn't hesitate to destroy anybody who dares opposes Rias's happiness. Itsuka, you hear that? That includes you. Haha, just joking. But seriously, I'm not asking when I ask you to support this marriage. Itsuka, got it. I understand. Michael, say, has that Shido boy done anything heroic? He must be some sort of special person if he were to catch your attention. Rias, it's a long story, but promise me you'll listen to me till the end. It's about the story of how Shido and his team fought against a mortal who became a false god and how he was beaten by the Sapphira warriors. Surzex, I'll be glad to. So how does it begin? Rias began her story by telling her brother about how she first met Shido and requested for his team's help for a Kyoto mission, and how her so-called relationship with him developed. Meanwhile, Itsuka snuck out of his office and left his friends in there to speak with Rias, desperately trying to find a way to avoid being placed too far high on her hit list. Itsuka, I've got to warn Shimhazai and Gabriel. None of us can leak the truth now that Rias has too much power and influence. Now that she has her brother's trust, it's her word against mine. There's no way he'd believe me if I told him that his sister was a psychotic stalker. She could just easily manipulate them and make me look like the bad guy. If she can silence Sona, then I'm no different. 2. He rushed off to somewhere else to quickly alert Shimhazai and Gabriel about the increased danger and risk if they tried opposing Rias, as they might be facing potential conflict with their friends who have sided with Rias. Scene break. Tengu's City Industrial District. 3:30 p.m. Shido, alright. We're here. So, what's the plan now, Mom? Rain, we're going to start training very soon. But first. Shido, what's wrong? Rain took out a strange-looking sphere out of her bag and held it out for everyone to see. It was the orb containing Issei's memories of his life. The orb was glowing brightly with a bright emerald green hue. The Sapphira warriors were amazed by the orb presented to them, and then Rain explained why she brought it. Okay, so I know your father and I decided that you'd only open this orb on your birthday, but we decided for you to open it earlier because of the current circumstances. Son, only you can open it up. You possess my power and your father's power. Use both of them at once to unlock it, and then let the memories of your past life flow in. Shido, what? So, I will see all of Issei's memories, but what good will that do? Drake, you see, Issei has a lot of battle experience which you can learn from. He also is a witness to Rias's infidelity, and you can use his memories as evidence when we expose that tomato for cheating. Sounds like a pretty good outcome if you asked me. Shido knew that once he opened up that orb, he would probably never be the same again, as Issei's memories might be ingrained into his personality and behavior once he finishes seeing all the life events of his past life. But he knew that whatever Issei had gone through in the past was precious knowledge and battle experience needed to win the supernatural rumble. So, he nodded as he took the orb from his mother, and prepared himself to witness Issei's life story unfold. The girls also got ready to save him in case something went wrong. They all watched as Shido held the orb with both hands, and then started channeling both Rain's and Drake's energy within himself to unlock the hidden memories of Issei HYOUDOU. Energy started rapidly building up as the orb began to light up. Shido increased his focus as he kept it up, making sure that he'd see through this whole thing. And eventually, the energy surge became so powerful that it overwhelmed his mind, causing Shido to yell in pain. Gah! His vision was blinded by the orb's light, before he was teleported into a distorted and strange dimension where he was falling into an endless space filled with bright green light. All around Shido were voices of many different people speaking at once. There, Shido saw many visions of Issei's childhood, starting from the moment when Issei was held in his mother's arms as an infant, to his early years as a toddler growing up and learning of the world. Shido, Issei looks kinda cute, not gonna lie, but I'm definitely cuter. Then, he reached the part where Issei often hung out with Irina and the things they did together as childhood friends. Shido found it hard to believe that someone as cheerful and pure as Irina could eventually end up as a cheater and a murderer who destroyed families and relationships. He sighed before moving on to the next memories. It was Issei's elementary school years now, and this was the time when his grandfather had influenced the young boy to develop perverted habits, eventually becoming a fixed part of his personality all the way into his high school years. Shido saw all the times Issei got into trouble with the teachers and how he was hated by his peers for his behavior. But he somehow managed to graduate from elementary school and got into middle school. This was the time when he met Motohama and Matsuda, Issei's two best friends who shared a common interest in, and how they also got into trouble a lot of times. There was even a time when they nearly got expelled from school. But by some sliver of luck, the three boys graduated from middle school and made it to high school, which was arguably the most eventful time of Issei's life. Shido, man, I would have never thought that Issei was this perverted. Doesn't he think before he acts? There's no way I can go to sleep if I did something as horrendous as that. Now he was entering Issei's high school memories, and saw all the times Murayama and Keitase beat Issei and his friends up for being perverts, and how they narrowly managed to get away each time by some bizarre miracle. The memories of the first year had passed, and now he was moving on to the second year, where Issei met Rias for the first time. However, Shido was feeling some sort of extremely overwhelming energy increase as his body began to feel tense. He braced himself for the flood of memories which had everything to do with Issei's time involved with the supernatural. Meanwhile, in the real world, Shido was holding the orb filled with Issei's memories as his expression appeared as if he was stuck in a trance. But suddenly, his body in the physical world began shaking as if he were having a seizure, which caused his team and parents to panic. Yoshino, what's going on? Why is he shaking? Is something bad happening? Origami, I can sense his life force being drained. Girls, send him your power. We need to keep him alive if he wants to see all those memories. In an instant, all the girls sent their energy to Shido's body to keep his life force stable and sufficient so that it wouldn't be drained so quickly. Rain and Drake did the same, wanting their son to make it out of this safe and sound. Meanwhile, Shido was now seeing Issei's memories in a much quicker pace, as all they began flashing before his eyes in mere seconds, registering themselves in his mind as Issei's life story was being told to him in a time lapse. But it wasn't just memories that Shido was experiencing, but also Issei's emotions and feelings, which were greatly affecting his mind. Shido was feeling emotions of happiness, sadness, relief, anger, determination, and not to mention lust, all at once. Everything Issei had done, including the fights he had with other supernatural entities such as Rainer, Diodora, Riser, Shelba, Vali, Saw, were all being shown to him at once and made him experience what battling them was like. Shido thought that Issei was actually pretty cool despite his faults, and he wished that he could have met him once, so that he could train with him to become stronger. But all those feelings of admiration gradually turned to feelings of pity and sadness, as Shido began seeing the events detailing the time when Issei was cheated on while he was in a coma. It all started from Issei's discovery of the girl's own infidelity in his house, before traveling to the United States and found out who the affair partners were. Then the most devastating part came, when Issei secretly learned from Rias by eavesdropping on her in a medical station in Wyoming, where Rias had initially made him into a pawn just so he could be used to get her out of her arranged marriage with Riser, before unexpectedly falling in love with him, before stabbing him in the back when he fell into a coma. Then, it all went downhill from there as Issei was eventually struck with a poison which rapidly spread across his body and shut down most of his organs, before ending up lying on top of a Colorado mountain where he lived his final moments before being saved by Rain, having his soul transferred into her body to be reincarnated as the person he is today, Shido Itsuka. Issei's last moments ended, and there was nothing left to see. Shido found himself alone in an empty void, feeling pity for Issei, after all the things he'd been through. He just looked down and thought about how his own life only came to be because a bunch of girls from his past life ruined it, and now those same girls were back to haunt his life again. Shido, I can't believe that my connection to Issei HYOUDOU goes much deeper than this. If only I could have done something to help him, but then again, I would not have existed were it not for Mom using his soul to create me. Sigh, I'm really sorry you had to go through all of that, Issei. I can only imagine that you were placing all your hopes in me, hoping that I'd avenge you in this life. Suddenly, a second voice started speaking, and he responded to what Shido said. It's alright, little guy. I'm sure you want a happy life too. I'm also rooting for you. Shido gasped and exclaimed in shock, Huh, who's there? Show yourself. The same voice spoke again and reassured Shido that it had no bad intentions and just wanted to talk. Hey, relax, alright. I'm not here to jump scare you like the boogeyman, okay? I just want to let you know that I'm proud of you. After all, you are technically my successor in a spiritual way. Shido, successor, hold on, you don't mean. Issei, haha, you've guessed it. It's me, Issei HYOUDOU. Nice to finally meet you, Shido Itsuka. You know, I'm only able to talk to you because a very small fraction of my soul was used by your mommy to hold this orb of memories together. Shido, Issei. No, that can't be. I'm your reincarnation. There's no way we'd be able to talk one-on-one. How are you doing this? 2. Issei, your mom didn't tell you. She only used 99% of my soul to reincarnate me into you, and only used the small minuscule remainder as a glue to bind my memories to this orb. Now that you've gone through all my memories, this small fraction of my consciousness is all that remains. 1. Shido. Oh, Mom never mentioned that, maybe because she didn't think too much about it, but what would you like to say to me now, since we're the only ones here? Well, you're just a disembodied voice. Issei. Pfft, disembodied voice, haha, you better watch your mouth, you little rascal. Anyways, I just have a few things to tell you, then you can go back to your family in the real world. Shido, sure, what is it? Issei, firstly, before I died, I always lamented the fact that I never got to get my revenge against the girls whom I once considered as my lovers. I found it kinda humiliating that I couldn't at least kill one of them, but now I feel confident that they will get what's coming to them, now that you have the power to fight against formidable foes. 2. Secondly, when you looked through all my memories, I was able to see yours too. And I gotta say, you're a pretty solid fighter, Shido. I would have never imagined that you'd become a person who defeated a false god and gained powers beyond comprehension. You make a good team leader for the Sapphire Warriors. And lastly, I want to thanks so much. The amount of times you have said no to Rias and her gang of bitches really impressed me. You remained faithful to your girlfriends no matter how much Rias tried to seduce you. You have earned my respect, young man, and I expect great things from you in the future. Don't disappoint me, and do it for the both of us. Let's finally bring our harassers to justice. Shido was feeling emotional since his predecessor, Issei, had acknowledged him and praised him, but also went as far as placing all his trust in him because he genuinely believed that he had the power to end this curse of being targeted by Rias for almost 20 years. Shido, thanks, Issei, that really means a lot to me. I truly am grateful for all the support. When I'm back in reality, I'm gonna train like crazy to beat Rias once and for all. I will be the one to break this curse. Now leave the rest to me. Issei, haha, now that's the spirit, exactly what I'd expect from my successor. You are truly worthy of living up to my name. But anyway, this temporary realm has lost its binding power, and will collapse soon. I guess this is it then. See you around, kid, make me proud. Shido, I will. Just you watch, I'll be the one to finish this fight. And so, the walls of this realm began to collapse, as Shido began to return to the real world. Eventually, his consciousness made it back to his own body, and he awoke from the trance he was stuck in. Scene break. Gasp. Shido suddenly woke up and returned to his senses. He found himself in the same spot where he began looking through Issei's memories. He was breathing heavily as he felt his life force had been drained significantly. He looked around and found his girlfriends looking surprised and also relieved that he was alright. Then, one by one, the girls came swarming around Shido to make sure he was alright. His parents even came in to check if their son was feeling fine, after nearly having his life force drained to watch all of Issei's memories. Drake, son. Are you alright? Did something happen while you were going through Issei's memories? Toka, Shido, please tell me you're alright. I was very worried about you. All sorts of concerns came from his loved ones, but he still remained silent as he was still processing all of Issei's memories. But finally, Shido finally reacted as he managed to push some of them away to get some space, and appeared like he wanted to say something. Shido, Rias Gremory, haha, ha ha ha, I'm gonna fucking kill you, if it's the last thing I do. With all of Issei's memories, feelings, and experiences fixed into his head, Shido finally understood how Issei felt after being betrayed after all the things he did for the people he thought were his loved ones. He was now filled with a resolve to avenge Issei, and make him proud in the afterlife. As for the rest of the Sapphire Warriors, they could only assume that Shido had witnessed Issei's life, and was now feeling enraged at Rias and her peerage. To Drake, this was good news, as he grinned with pride and exclaimed, haha, we are so back, baby. That's right, we are the real winners here. Nobody else can compare. Girls, you see this, Shido has finally seen the truth, and will now train like a maniac to get the ending we deserve. Are you going to join him in his training to end this torment from Rias? Origami, of course. We can finally get our revenge against the people who killed our families and avenge them. 1. Nia, I don't know what's going on here, but if my boyfriend is in, then I'm down for it. Let's fucking go. Kurumi, Ara, that's the Shido we all love. I'll be delighted to join your quest to win this battle against the Tomato Demon. Yoshino, I have no reason to decline. My mother's death will not be for nothing. Kotori, I'm sure my late older brother Kaido is happy that I've found someone who can protect me and love me. I too have no reason to refuse. I shall follow my senpai all the way till we win. Shiori, haha, that's my bro. I didn't come into this world for nothing. I will fight by his side till our family gets our happy ending. Mukuro, gladly. Muku will help in the best way she can, and she will make sure she gets stronger, so that she can protect the ones who protected her. Natsumi, this is like the umpteenth time we've all said something like this. Whatever. I'm in, if it's about killing Rias and getting rid of her once and for all. Kaguya, hell yeah. I hope Rias is good at math, cause she better start counting her days. She will face the full force of the Yamai twins. Yuzuru, determination, we're already in the endgame, so let's make it end with a bang. No more excuses for half-hearted efforts. Miku, it doesn't matter how hard it gets, as long as I'm with you all, then there's nothing which can stop me from singing my heart out. Toka, as someone who's been with Shido since the beginning, I have nothing else to say except, fuck yeah. I'm going to make sure all of us give our 100% effort. Rain, and I will be with you every step of the way. Promise me that you'll not lose. Winning is our option here. No matter what happens, I will never allow any motherfuckers to hurt my children. Drake, and there you have it. I hope you see this, Issei. You have a whole team of people who want to avenge you. Now you can rest in peace. It's about time you can take it easy. The Sapphira warriors were all determined to make sure that they'll train till they can easily destroy a full team of formidable fighters. Their training begins now, and nobody was going to stop them. Shido, rest in peace, Issei HYOUDOU. I swear, you will be avenged. Shido looked back up and clenched his fists, ready to begin his training alongside his team. This was it. There was no turning back now. They will see this till the very end. But suddenly, clap, 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 ho ho, what a show, I must say, this is really impressive. But I gotta say, who said anything about resting in peace? I never said that it was the end for me. Issei, guess who's back, baby, me. You thought that it was just a voice, but it was me, Issei HYOUDOU. Monday, 3:45 p.m. Plus. Drake, no way. Is that? Rain, be but how, there's no way you can be here. Everyone was feeling determined just a few seconds ago. But right now, all of them were feeling shocked and flabbergasted by this sudden twist. The man which miraculously appeared before the Sapphira warriors was supposed to be declared dead for almost 20 years, had mysteriously reappeared in the flesh. He was none other than the one and only Issei HYOUDOU. 1. 3. Issei somehow was materialized in the flesh after his reincarnation. Shido Itsuka read through all his memories and experiences. This time, he looked different. Issei now appeared older and wore a different set of clothes. Shido, hold on, you're Issei. No, that's impossible. Explain yourself. How are you standing here before us when you were supposed to be dead? 1. Issei chuckled and replied, haha, you wanna know, okay then. I'll tell you. The thing is, I have all of you to thank for giving me another chance at life. Again, haha, let me ask you this. When Shido was about to look through my high school memories, did anybody notice his life force being drained? Origami, why yes, how did you know? Issei, and you used your powers to support him so that he wouldn't die, right? Well, you have your answer. The truth is, I did all of that. That small fragment of my soul was deliberately draining his life force and then absorbing your energy so that I could accumulate enough power to recreate my own body. 1. Kurumi, so in other words, you were causing Shido to nearly die just so you could come back to life by draining his energy and stealing ours too. Issei meh? You make it sound like I'm some sort of evil villain or something like that. But hey, I'm on your side, goth girl. Don't forget that I was the one whom Rias first cheated on. I think it's right that I deserve an opportunity to smash her face in. At that point, Drake had seen enough to know that this was the real Issei, and he stepped forward to speak with him. Drake, yo? Issei. It's been a while, hasn't it? Issei noticed Drake walking towards him and smiled, replying, ho ho, indeed, come dap me up, my brother. I really miss you too. Dap. The two men did some handshake called the dap and smiled happily as they were reunited with each other. Drake and Issei then did a bro hug before breaking apart, with the former having lots of questions for the latter. Drake, so, you really went out of your way to drain my son's life force and steal the life energy from the rest of us just so you could come back, huh? Pfft. Sounds like something you would do. Issei, well, yeah, I'm Issei HYOUDOU. The only rule of my life is that I do whatever the fuck I want. If I see something, and if I want it, then you better bet that I'm gonna get it. But I must tell you right now, I don't have any negative intentions. I just want to help your family. 1. Suddenly, Shido interrupted the conversation and angrily exclaimed, helping. By stealing my life force to bring you back to life. How does that? Issei cut him off instantly and sarcastically replied, yeah, well womp womp, lil bro. Show me a band or something. At least your little twink ass is still alive. I took the trouble to bring myself back to life so that I could help your ungrateful ass. Shido, you, what the fuck is your problem? Ugh, you know what, I've had enough of this. Girls, let's go and get him. Girls, aye, Captain. The Sapphira warriors summoned their weapons and charged straight towards Issei, initiating a fight which the latter didn't seem bothered by. In fact, Issei had this nonchalant and bored look on his face. Rain shouted at her kids to get them to behave. Hey, all of you back right now, this is no way to. Issei, it's fine. I can take them. I heard you wanted to train them, right? Then let me begin this training session. Issei told Rain to step aside as he stretched himself and brought out his fists, getting ready to fight the Sapphire warriors. The first two to perform a direct attack on Issei were Kaguya and Yuzuru, who flew across the battlefield and got ready to strike him as they were just within a few meters from his position. But Issei didn't retreat, and instead jumped up high into the air and rapidly performed 2 kicks to knock back both sisters away from him, and sent them flying high into the air. So high to the point where the sisters crashed into the ceiling. Crash, smash. Then, Issei saw Origami summon several cannons blasting rays of light at him, and in response, he masterfully leaned back and rotated his body in such a way that each incoming light ray would simply fly past him like he was in the Matrix. Then, Issei began running forward and got ready to go on the attack. Shido, get ready. He's coming. Make sure he doesn't get to move another inch forward. As Issei was getting much closer to the Sapphire warriors, a portal opened up in front of him, and a key emerged from it, aiming straight for his body. Issei simply moved out of the way and grabbed the key, yanking it out of the portal and in turn pulling Mukuro out and throwing her away behind him. Crash. Mukuro crashed against the wall as Issei had shot down her attempt at disabling his body movements. Then, Issei continued forward and saw Toka and Kotori charging towards him with their blades in their hands. Issei, TSK, that's it. With that kind of predictable behavior, you're gonna lose. Suddenly, Issei sped so fast that nobody could see him clearly, before appearing behind Kotori and shoving her forward onto the ground, before dashing towards Toka and rammed into her the wall with all his strength. Issei, pfft. You think you can take on me? With this kind of fighting style, no wonder why Rias was able to beat you back in your school. Then, Kotori got back up and lunged towards Issei and swung her halberd towards his neck, but Issei turned around in time and caught the flat surface of the blade with just his fingers, before swinging Kotori around and throwing her across the battlefield, making her crash into Toka. Shido, grr, alright, no more games, you're going to face the full force of the Sapphire warriors now. Nia tried to find his weakness, the rest of us will keep him distracted. Nia, got it, I'll find his weakness as fast as possible. Then, Kurumi charged towards Issei as she whipped out her guns. Kurumi, come forth myself. Attack him, Zafgil. First bullet. Aleph. Bang. A bullet infused with time-stopping energy flew across the battlefield and hit Issei, temporarily stopping him in time, which allowed Kurumi's clones to emerge from the ground through puddles of darkness, pointing their pistols at him, and opened fire. The clones kept this up for several seconds as hundreds of bullets were being fired at Issei. Eventually, the time-stopping effect subsided and Issei could move again, only this time as bullet holes covered his body as blood split out from every corner and crevice of his injured body. Issei coughed out blood as he fell onto his knees. Blood kept spilling out as he struggled to regain his composure. Kurumi pointed her pistol at Issei, and so did her clones. Shido, how about that? Are you going to surrender now? Seems like even a few bullets can bring the almighty Issei HYOUDOU down. Drake wanted to step in to stop the fight, but Issei gestured to him to stay back, before looking at Shido and said, Heh? Hee, okay, cough, you got me good there. But I'm only getting started. For my next move, cough, I have your daddy to thank for this, Royus Error. In a split second, Issei suddenly stood back up and roared with all his might, sending shockwaves through the whole arena and blew away Kurumi's clones, as well as Kurumi herself, getting knocked back and crashing into a wall. From the sidelines, Drake realized that when he was using his own energy to support his son's health condition, Issei had probably absorbed the draconic energy to gain this type of ability, since it was similar to that of a dragon's roar. Drake, what the? I can detect the aura of a dragon coming from him as he roars. Could it be that he absorbed the energy I sent to Shido when his life force was being drained? Meanwhile, the rest of the Sapphire warriors were hiding behind an ice wall Yoshino created to protect everyone. Issei's roar was unexpected, and it was causing a lot of damage. Origami, TSK, this is ridiculous. How can this man have so much power? Natsumi, that guy nearly took half of us out, and he doesn't seem tired. It's like he's not even trying. Nia, found it. This is Issei's weakness. 1. Shido, you did. Then what are we waiting for? What is it? Nia, you're not gonna believe this, but it's actually, haha, check this out. Shido, what? Are you being serious right now? How does that even work? Nia, just hear me out, just do it and we'll be guaranteed a win. Then, as Issei kept roaring and sending sonic waves across the arena, Shido popped his head from around the ice wall and shouted to Issei, Okay. Okay, we surrender, alright, we yield, no more fighting. And right after that, Issei stopped roaring and looked at Shido with an amused and surprised expression, replying, What? Are you kidding me? The almighty Sapphire Warriors has already surrendered to me just because I had wiped out half of your team with ease. Haha, how are you going to beat Rias like this? Shido, I don't know about Rias, but I do know how to beat you now, Miku, sing it. Then, Miku levitated into the air and summoned her keyboard, before announcing the song she was going to play. Greetings everyone. Today, I will be singing a classic song from the underworld, the Appai Dragon song. Enjoy the show. 1. Issei, what the actual fuck? Miku then got down to business and started singing the Appai Dragon song, which confused literally everyone in the room. Even Miku was questioning why a song like this was even composed, and what was going through the composer's head as they were writing it. Meanwhile, Drake was having a traumatic flashback and suffering from the cringe he thought he had left behind. He was screeching at the top of his lungs and said, Gaha, why did you play this degenerate piece of shit? I already forgot this song, and you just had to play it. Ayaha. 2. Drake was having a mental breakdown, while his wife desperately tried to comfort him. Meanwhile, Issei just stood in his place feeling extremely confused by what was going on. Mika on the other hand was just singing and living the moment. Shido and some of his teammates got ready to attack Issei when he had let his guard down, but that chance didn't like it was going to come anytime soon, as Issei continued to scratch his head and raise an eyebrow since he felt perplexed by this unexpected move. Shiori, come on, let your guard down, Issei. Natsumi, ugh, can't you see, his guard is down, let's get him already. Hanil. Kaleidoscope. Feeling impatient, Natsumi acted early and sent a beam of light from her staff which was meant to turn Issei into stone. But Issei was in fact still aware of the Sapphire Warriors waiting for a chance to attack and subsequently cartwheeled out of the way to dodge it. Issei then summoned a sphere of energy in his palms and sent it flying towards Miku, knocking her out of the air and ending the Appai Dragon song from being played. Issei pfft. Pfthahaha, is that it? That's your last resort? To make me cringe, ha ha ha, that is just pathetic. Well, you did cause your father to experience a lot of past trauma. Issei then pointed to Drake who was still on the floor crying his eyes out as he was blabbering incoherent nonsense, as Rain was trying her best to calm him down. Issei, such a shame, and to think I was praising you just a few seconds ago, Shido. You think you could have easily beat me just because you beat Isaac Westcott? Pfft. Don't get too confident, kid. You and your harem have a lot to learn. The only reason why you're all still alive is because you all got lucky. All your enemies simply underestimate you. Then, Issei began walking forward as she began harnessing the energy he took from the Sapphire Warriors which was sent to Shido to sustain his life force. He conjured up deadly energy in his palms as he said, time to finish this. Shido, get ready everyone, it's still not over yet. With what teammates he had left, they crowded around Shido as they prepared for another onslaught. But before anything could happen, Rain had enough of this nonsensical fight and unleashed her power and authority. Rain, that is enough, Einsaf. The only reason why I let you spar with my kids was because I believed you had some good training methods. But it seems to me that you only just want to look for a fight. Listen, I was actually happy that you had come back, but it seems you've forgotten that I have a reality-weaving ability. I can take your life away if I want to, Issei HYOUDOU. You only won against my kids because you drained and stole their energy. Although I agree with you on the part where my children need to train more, this clearly isn't the best approach. So, may we just end this pointless fight and just be civil first? Issei looked around as he and everyone else was teleported to another dimension by Rain using her powers. He then recalled from peeking into Shido's memories that Rain had an extremely powerful ability which even he couldn't resist. So, Issei backed off and raised both his hands in the air to show that he was willing to stand down. Issei, okay. You got your message across. I'll stop. Then, Rain turned to her children and said, now, children, let me ask you this. What are you even fighting about? What reason was there to instantly fight Issei as soon as he came back? What? Because he stole your energy. Look, you're all still alive, and do you even think before you act? I know that Issei secretly stealing your energy to bring himself back is a little fucked up, but you need to understand that he wasn't looking for any fights. So please put your weapons away and apologize to Issei. I'm not asking. Now that they thought back on it, attacking Issei as the first thing they did after coming back to life was kinda uncalled for and completely unnecessary, since there was no good reason to attack Issei since he did nothing seriously wrong. Shido, you know what, you're right. I was such an idiot for doing something like that. I'll stop. I'm sorry we attacked you, Issei. Issei, oh, it's fine. And by the way, that's Uncle Issei to all of you. Shido, what? Issei, from now on, all of you are gonna be calling me Uncle Issei, because I'm older than you, and I'm part of your family now. Isn't that right, Rain? Rain, I have no objections. Since we live in a mansion, I still have one spare room for you. Perhaps I can give it to you for you to sleep in. How does that sound? Issei, heh, perfect. Exactly what I need. What do you think about that, Drake? Mind if I live in your place from now on? Drake. 1. Drake didn't say a single word since he was still traumatized by the flashbacks of the time when he and Issei were collectively referred to as the Oppai Dragon, and those were some of the darkest memories that Drake ever had. Those experiences destroyed his pride as a dragon, and he'd rather not remember them. 1. Issei, I'll take that as a yes. I'm sure Drake is gonna be excited that I'm joining the family. Shido, I guess it wouldn't hurt to have another male role model in my family besides my dad. Besides, did you know that Dad told us a lot of good things about you? Issei, really now? I thought he would have made fun of me by telling his kids that I was just some joker pervert who couldn't stop obsessing over boobs or some shit like that. But anyway, I, Issei HYOUDOU, will pledge to train you kids, the Sapphire Warriors, into powerful and unbeatable fighters who will rise above and beyond, so that they will vanquish the evil Rias Gremry. Her reign of terror and corruption will come to an end. Shido, wow, so we cool. Issei, relax, kid. It's alright. We cool. Now that the Sapphire Warriors and Issei were on good terms, this was the beginning of a new chapter in the Sapphire Warriors' history. But first, Issei had something important to announce. Issei, but before I start training you kids, I want to take a break to look around town. I'll be living in Tengu City from now on, so I'd like to take a walk around town with Drake, since he needs to recover from that traumatic song. Can you take care of the kids while I'm gone with Drake, Rain? Rain, of course. I'll train them in basic training and improve their physical fitness. Take your time to adjust to your new life. A lot has changed since you were gone. Issei, alrighty then, see ya later, everyone. Shido, wait, didn't you just swear that you would train us? Why are you leaving now? Issei, don't forget I managed to wipe half of your team out. I'm pretty sure you'll need to train if you want to stand a chance at beating me. Let alone face other powerful gods and fighters from other factions, so promise me this. That you'll all train like hell to beat me as your final exam, which will convince me that you are all ready to enter the Supernatural Rumble. Shido, deal. My team and I will work hard, mark my words, that we will beat you, just you wait. Issei, haha, that's the spirit, I'll be waiting until then. Let's go, Drake. I'll help you forget about that Oppai Dragon song. Scene break. Tengu City Shopping Mall. Monday, 4 p.m. Issei, deep breaths, okay. Just take some deep breaths and everything will be alright. Drake, sigh. Thanks, partner. I'm so happy that you're back. I'm also happy that you're willing to help the kids train. Issei, hey, it's nothing, bro. Besides, I want to beat the shit out of Rias too. I've been longing to enact my revenge. Drake, glad to see that your resolve hasn't faltered even after 17 years. Anyway, let me show you around. This cafe here is owned by me, and the staff, and there are people I've worked with during the Westcott War on board a ship known as the Fraxinus, which is, by the way, you're familiar, Ryutaimaru. Issei, what? How did you manage to get Ryutaimaru when I died? Wasn't my body left to rot on top of the mountain? Drake, yeah, about that. Rain also salvaged several pieces of gear from you. That includes Ascalon, which is in Shido's possession, though he barely uses it. It also includes Ryutaimaru in miniature form. By the way, her name is Maria, the ship's Ai. And a small piece of scrap metal. Don't know what it is. Issei, so let me get this straight. You guys have Ascalon, which your son barely uses. Ryutaimaru is now called the Fraxinus, and it has a mind of its own now, calling itself Maria. Oh, and the scrap metal too. Drake, yep. Oh, I actually have the scrap metal on me right now. Here it is. I've always carried it around wondering what it was, and I've never. Issei, bruh. That piece of scrap is literally the boosted gear. Drake, what, you can tell. Issei, you blind or something, take a look. The scrap metal has a faint crimson hue, and it's oddly shaped like a fucking gauntlet. Here, give it to me. Check this out. Issei took the scrap metal piece out of Drake's hands and began channeling power into it. The gauntlet began growing in size and a bright crimson light was bursting forth. Drake had a flabbergasted expression, while Issei was locked in, focusing all his power into restoring the boosted gear. Eventually, Issei managed to restore the boosted gear's original gauntlet form to its original size, though it was lacking in power since Drake no longer resides in it. 1. Issei, Tada, it's done, the boosted gear is back. Well, this is a much weaker version of it, since it doesn't have your soul in it. Say, mind if you. Drake, no? I am not hearing you out. I prefer this human form, and I will not be sealed again. Issei, TSK. I was really hoping to use this bad boy again. Can't you at least power up this thing again with your power or something? Drake, I'll do it later. But first, I've invited some people over for lunch. Come in and take a seat. Issei placed the boosted gear back into his hand and regained his power. Then, he deactivated it to put it aside for a while. The duo entered the Rose Thorns Cafe and sat down at a table. Drake greeted the former Fraxinus crew who were working as his staff, and asked for 2 cups of coffee. Drake, hey there, Kanazuki. This is my old friend who came back to life, Issei. We'd like 2 cups of coffee, please. Kanazuki, of course. Nice to finally meet you, Issei HYOUDOU. My manager has been telling me a lot of things about you. We hope you will enjoy this experience at this wonderful cafe, as part of your experience after coming back to life. Issei, sure, I'll do that. Kanazuki walked away and went to the kitchen to get the 2 cups of coffee ready. Meanwhile, Issei and Drake had a chat while they waited for the people that Drake invited over. Issei, damn, that blonde guy sure was perfectly fine with believing the fact that I came back to life. Is he alright? Drake, nah, it's fine. Kanazuki fought alongside my family during the Westcott War and knows everything about the supernatural. He's cool. Issei, I see, well, how's my family? Have you seen them recently? Drake chuckled and replied, Gahaha, just today. Did you know, Issei, that you have a little sister? Issei, huh, what, when? Drake, oh, come on. Don't tell me you forgot about her when you peeked into my son's memories. Does the name, Kaide, sound familiar to you? Issei, I mean, I only looked through the memories of Shido when he was fighting other people. I never looked into his personal life, so I don't know anything other than the times when he beat Dam Industries. Mind filling me in about this little sister of mine? Drake, her name is Kaide HYOUDOU, she's 17 this year and was born a few months after you died. She grew up feeling neglected by her parents, and hated you with a burning passion because other people associated her with you as a pervert with a bad reputation, so she was socially isolated. But she eventually met my son, who talked to her and made her change her mindset. Kaide no longer hates you and she spends more time with her parents. And Kaide also likes my son, so much to the point where she literally transferred to my son's school just to be close to him. Issei, gahaha, just wait till she finds out the truth. I'm gonna laugh my ass off once I see her face full of shock, ha 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 ha. But anyway, is there anything else you'd like to tell me? I've missed out on a lot, right? Drake, Yasaka is dead. Gasper is dead. Westcott killed both of them. He also attacked Kyoto, which was completely destroyed, but rebuilt since my son reversed the damage. 20 million people in this nation lost their lives. Rias is now the Mao Lucifer. Sona is now the Mao Leviathan. Oh, and Shido beat Vali a few months ago during a school festival. 1. Issei just stared at Drake with widened eyes. He couldn't believe that such drastic changes had occurred during the 17 years when he was dead. He said, the fuck? How in the huh? I'm gonna need some time to process this. Rias is now Rias Lucifer. Wow, I really wish Surzex was here right now. And Isaka, Gasper, dead. How could this happen? Drake, calm down. It's not your fault. Just relax now. You've come back to life. Back to a world we've saved with all its damage reversed. Just have a sip of coffee and all will be good. Issei, I think a glass of ice-cold beer might be suitable for this occasion. Then, Drake spotted the people he invited coming into the cafe, and he called out to them, hey. Over here. I'd been waiting for you all to show up. Matsuda, Ayo, my man Drake, it's been a long time since I saw you. Motohama, greetings to you, Drake. We got the invitation and came over ASAP. Kates, did something important come up, Drake? Do you need our help? Murayama, this better be important. I had plans today. Kiryu, oh hello, Drake. It's nice to see some old acquaintances in a while. What's up? Drake, why don't you come here and find out? I have a special guest here whom all of you might know. Take a look at his face and see if you recognize him. It was the 5 former classmates from Kuo Academy. Drake invited them over for drinks, but kept the fact that Issei was back as a secret, wanting to make it a surprise for them when they arrived. The 5 of them walked over and spotted the brown-haired man who resembled a familiar face. They initially didn't recognize him since this was an adult form of Issei which they had never seen before, and they couldn't figure it out immediately. But then, Issei gave it away by exclaiming in surprise, "Wait a minute, you invited my friends over, Drake. They know about the supernatural too." Damn, Matsuda and Motohama really got a glow up. I can't believe this. That's when the 5 of them realized. The man in front of them was none other than their late classmate who had somehow came back to life, Issei HYOUDOU. A whole myriad of emotions was unleashed, and everyone had a hard time believing everything that was happening. Matsuda, damn, Issei HYOUDOU, is that you? Damn, are you sure this ain't some sick prank, Drake? I swear I'm gonna kick your ass if you are lying to me. Motohama, say something only the real Issei would know. Tell me, who is our favorite actress? Only Matsuda and I know this. Issei, Momo Mamazono. Isn't that obvious? The 3 of us used to watch her all the time after school in my room. Both Matsuda and Motohama gasped in shock and realized that this was the real Issei. To top it off, he was with Drake, which only added convinced the 2 men even more. As a result, both of them broke down into tears of joy, realizing that their dead friend had returned, and they came in for a hug, much to Issei's surprise. Kates, Issei, no way, you're really back. I need some time to process this, oh my gosh. Murayama covered her mouth due to shock, before she broke down into tears and fell onto her knees, crying her eyes out upon learning that Issei was back. Kiryu was also just as shocked as her other 4 friends. She even took off her glasses just to do a double take, before accepting the fact that Issei was back. She couldn't help but tear up a bit as she smiled, commenting on this situation. Haha, this sure is nostalgic. Drake was smiling the whole time this was happening and was recording the moment with his phone, making sure that this'll remain an important memory in his life. Matsuda, Issei, Sob, it really is you, you know how much we miss you. Motohama, yeah, Sob, Matsuda and I made a promise that we'd become better people when we learned that you died. Sob, look at us now, we helped during the Westcott War, and we helped Drake's kids win, Sob. Issei, great, I am happy to hear all that. Now could you please get off me, I can't move. Matsuda and Motohama backed off, still crying due to the overload of emotions that they were feeling. Issei simply smiled and crossed his arms, happily chuckling away at this comical sight like it was some soap opera. Kates, I'm not sure if Drake already told you, but a lot has changed since you departed. I personally also miss you too, but not as much as her. Issei, huh? Then, Murayama stood up and slowly walked up to Issei as her face was soaked in tears. She then began to speak to him. Issei, Sob, I never thought I would see you again. I just wanna, Sob, let you know, I always loved you, ever since high school. I never threw away my feelings for you, there's not a single day where I never thought of you. Will you please, be my boyfriend? Kates, and there's the moment we've been waiting for. Kiryu was shocked by the sudden confession and exclaimed, whoa, calm down, girl. He just came back to life and the first thing you do is confess to him. Just to let you know that you always beat him up with Kates back in high school. Murayama, don't judge me, Sob, I never thought this day so'll never come. Whenever Issei appeared in my dreams, I always confessed my feelings in hopes that I could be together with him, no matter if it was a dream or not. So Issei, what do you say? Issei just stared at Murayama with a shocked expression full of disbelief. He had a hard time wondering if this was real. But Issei didn't really think too much about it, and simply accepted what just happened, before replying. Welp, I guess it wouldn't hurt to be in a relationship again, right? Besides, I think Murayama is a much better pick than any of the girls I used to be with. You wanna know why? 'Cause she's a human, that's all there is to it. Maybe I should just stick to dating normal people, literally. 3. Issei then accepted Murayama's confession and agreed to be in a relationship with her to see how it'll turn out. Murayama was over the moon when her high school crush accepted her confession, and came in for a tight hug which lasted for several minutes, not wanting to let go of Issei. Murayama, I'm so happy right now, I finally get to be with the person I've always liked. If Rias tries to get close to you again, then I'll find a way to get rid of her. Even if she's a devil. Issei, okay, I see, well, at least she's protective, and she doesn't seem like the type to cheat. Isn't that good news? Matsuda, hell yeah man, yo, this day is only getting better. I wonder what you plan to do next, Issei. Issei, me, I got a bunch of kids to train. They're gonna be up against Rias and her team in some underworld tournament. But I wanna see them improve first before I decide whether or not they're good enough. In the meantime though, let's all have drinks. I really miss y'all. The 5 classmates, plus Issei and Drake, then sat down together at their table and ordered drinks, happily talking about how their lives have been going. Issei is happy that all his friends from high school have established careers and stable lives, even feeling flattered that he was the reason why his friends decided to work hard in life so that they could live for his sake. Kanazuki and his subordinates who were the cafe staff watched on like bystanders, witnessing a wholesome family reunion between members who hadn't seen each other in so long. They decided that their drinks would be on the house since this was a special occasion. Murayama was sitting next to Issei with his hand wrapped around her shoulder, feeling relieved and blissful that she could be with the man she had loved for so many years. Issei on the other hand was looking forward to getting his life back on track. Motohama, hey Issei. So since the rumors about you having a harem during high school were true, do you plan on having one again? Murayama then leaned in close to Issei's face and frowned, asking him in an interrogative manner, yeah, is there going to be a harem this time, or are you going to be with me only? Issei was sweating and didn't know how to answer. He didn't give too much thought about having a harem again, so he nervously replied, I dunno. You're the first girl who confessed to me. I don't know if there'll be other girls who'll want to date me. Drake then commented, ho ho. I bet Rosweiss and Kuroka might force their way into a relationship with you. Even if Murayama is already in the picture. I mean, you have a pretty consistent reputation of being a playboy, Issei. 7. Murayama, then at least make me the main girl if you plan on having a harem again. I don't want to feel inferior compared to supernatural individuals. Issei, I could do that, but still, I don't know if I want a harem. Handling multiple jealous and clingy girls sounds like a hassle if you asked me. Drake, oh please, Shido can handle 11 girls trying to fight for his attention. I bet you could do it, Issei, ha ha ha. Murayama, don't encourage him, Drake. The group had a fun evening sitting together, and having a friendly chat. Before long it was almost sunset, and they were still chatting. But everyone had their own things to do, so the conversation had to end there. Matsuda and Motohama left together to go back to Kuo and rest. Kate said goodbye and she left for Kuo too. Kiria said she had some things to settle at her orphanage, which left Drake, Issei, and Murayama in the cafe. Drake, alright, Issei, you can go back to our home with Murayama since the both of you are dating. Here's the address and here's a spare key. I'll go back to the training grounds and see how my kids are doing. In the meantime, you and Murayama are free to do whatever you want. My wife will be cooking dinner tonight. Issei, I'd bet see you back at night then. In the meantime, I'll be spending time getting to know Murayama, if you know what I mean. Murayama blushed at the remark her boyfriend made and replied, I'm also curious to know more about Issei. Drake, you never change, do you Issei? Well then, you two lovebirds go enjoy yourselves. I have kids to take care of. Scene break. Tengu City Industrial District. 6:30 p.m. Rain, come on, move your asses and get moving. There is still 3 more laps to complete. While Drake and Issei were busy catching up with friends, Rain was busy getting the team to do high-level physical exercises which would improve their fitness. This was important for some of them, such as Nia and Yoshino, who hadn't done any physical exercises at all. The Sapphira Warriors had already done lots of different exercises, such as 1,000 push-ups, 1,000 sit-ups, 1,000 pull-ups without falling, 1,000 squats, and 1,000 of everything else. Rain was putting her skills as a former US Army soldier to use, making sure she was stern and strict about how her children will train. Currently, they were still going at it, determined to train hard so that they could be able to reach the standards needed to participate in the Supernatural Rumble and win. 97 laps around the warehouse done, just 3 more to go. Everyone was pushing on to reach the finish line. Rain was keeping track of everybody's progress and timings, wanting to know who were the ones who needed extra training. Several minutes passed, and every member of the team managed to finish their 100 rounds. Upon crossing the finish line, everybody began to slow down, panting heavily as they tried to catch their breath, thinking about nothing else except drinking up their water bottles. Mukuro, sigh, that was very difficult. Muku almost fainted several times during the run. How can we beat Rias if we can't even run using our legs? Natsumi, if you think the run was tiring, then let me tell you that the push-ups took away all my arm strength. Ugh. Nia. Ugh, so fucking tired, I'm gonna be sore all over the next day. The Sapphire warriors gathered in front of Rain, who was holding a clipboard and writing things down with a pencil. Then she said, okay. Listen up. I have recorded down your timings. I have identified those who are in a relatively good physical state, and those who are not. So let me tell you the results, and how you can improve. Sapphire Warriors Fitness Report. Origami Tabichi. A+. Nia Hanjo. F. Kurumi Tokisaki. D. Yoshino Himkawa. E+. Kotori Itsuka. B. Shiori Itsuka. A+. Shido Itsuka. A+. Mukuro Hashimiya. C. Natsumi Kuno. E. Kagoe Yamai. B. Yuzuri Yamai. C+. Mika Zeoi. C. Toka Yatagami. B+. Remarks. Group A. Warriors who display exceptional performance. Origami, Shiori, Shido. 3 of them will be placed in advanced training where they'll learn leadership skills. Group B. Warriors who display satisfactory results. Kotori, Toka, Kagoya. These 3 will be sent for an intensive training program to improve their physical stamina and fitness. Perhaps Kotori can also join the leadership program since her level of intellect is high. Group C. Warriors who display unsatisfactory and concerning results. Mukuro, Kurumi, Yuzuru, Mika. These 4 need intensive training and more workouts than the rest. They will be placed in physical training until they show satisfactory results. Group D. Warriors who display unacceptable and poor performance. Nia, Yoshino, Natsumi. These 3 need a complete change in their daily diet and daily routine. Introduction to basic workouts and basic nutrition is needed. Nia is the most concerning one since she shows the worst results out of the entire team. In conclusion, the Sapphire Warriors as a whole need lots of time to improve and reach the standards we aim for. Right now, only 10 weeks remain before the start of the Supernatural Rumble. An intense and meticulous training schedule for each of the 4 groups A, B, C, and D. Drag Issei, and I will make sure that the team will achieve our objectives in time. Sign. Rain Murasame. End of report. Upon learning of their results, the Sapphire Warriors had a whole range of emotions going for them. Those in Group A, which includes Origami, Shiori, and Shido, were feeling relieved that they were up to an acceptable standard and they were pumped up for leadership training to be better leaders to lead their team. Those in Group B, which included Kotori, Toka, and Kagoya, knew that there was still lots of room for improvement, and they were gonna make sure that they weren't going to go lower than this standard and not fall behind. Those in Group C, which included Mukuro, Kurumi, Yuzuru, and Miku, were seriously worried about their overall performance, and were scared that they wouldn't be able to catch up with the rest of their friends. But then again, they didn't have a choice. Training was the only way to get better. And as for those in Group D, which included Yoshino, Natsumi, and Nia, the 3 of them could only imagine what kind of torturous training awaited them. They were at the lowest level and this clearly upset Rain. Faces of terror were present as they could only speculate what Rain has planned for them. Yoshino, oh no, we're screwed, we're in the worst group. Natsumi, wow, this is bad, Mom is definitely mad at us. Nia, what should we do? Nia fainted due to fear. She passed out and is lying motionless on the floor, causing Yoshino and Natsumi to become more frightened. Shido, hey, calm down. Mom loves us all. There's no reason to be afraid. She's doing this all for us. Natsumi, you sure? She's glaring at us right now with such a scary look. There's no way she can look us in the eye without thinking we're disappointments. Shido, hey, now you're just overthinking. Remember, no matter how bad you may think you are, there's always Rias. She is an absolute piece of shit. It's Mom's job to train us. Now help me pick up Nia and place her on a bench to rest. She really exhausted herself. At that moment, Drake came back to the warehouse where the team was training. He looked around and realized that the physical training that Rain gave their kids was over, and many of them had different reactions when it ended. Drake, damn, what the heck happened here? And why is Nia unconscious? Surely she didn't pass out during training, did she? Rain, not to worry. The kids are alright. Nia simply passed out because she was scared I was going to impose some harsh regimental training on her. Anyways, here's a report of how the kids performed in their first physical assessment. What do you think? Drake took the report that Rain created and read it. He spent some time deciding on his own conclusion before replying, I'm not so worried about groups A and B. It's groups C and D that I'm particularly worried about. You know, why don't you give those two groups Navy SEAL training, Issei and I will help groups A and B respectively. Rain, sounds good. By the way, where is Issei? Drake, he's at our house with Murayama. They just started dating as soon as they met. I gave him a spare key and they're probably together in the room you gave him. Rain, huh? Knowing Issei, I think I know what's going on in that room. Why don't we head home first, and we can make dinner? Drake, yeah, hey kids. Come, let's all go home and have dinner. I'm sure all of you are sweaty and tired, so take a shower once you get home, okay? Then the whole family got up and left the warehouse after an intense afternoon of physical training. They walked back home and the kids enjoyed the evening breeze, which was refreshing for them. Once they reached home, everyone simply went back up to their rooms and grabbed their new set of clothes, before using the showers to clean themselves. Rain and Drake went to the kitchen to start preparing dinner. It took roughly 45 minutes for everyone to finish showering and for the dinner to be ready. As soon as Rain called the children down for dinner, everyone rushed down to the table and sat down, where they were greeted with a yummy and healthy meal with lots of chicken meat and mashed potatoes. However, Issei wasn't down yet, despite Rain calling him down multiple times. Then, Drake decided to personally fetch him from his room, and knocked on the door. Drake, knock knock, hey Issei, time for dinner. My wife cooked us all a good meal, even for you and Murayama. Are you done with whatever you two are doing in there? Issei, yeah, I am. Just wait a moment for me, alright, we'll be out in a second. Drake, okay then. Come down when you are ready. Sigh, I think I have an idea of what those two are doing in there. A few minutes passed, and Issei and Murayama rushed down to the dinner table, looking all worked up and sweaty from whatever they were doing just now. The Sapphire warriors didn't have to guess what happened in the room, simply because they knew what kind of person Issei was. Issei, phew, sorry if we kept you all waiting. Drake, we know, Issei. You're not that hard of a person to figure out. I can even see a strand of hair around Murayama's mouth, as well as a bunch of hickeys on her neck. Murayama gasped in fear as she was called out, before feeling around her lips and picked out a curly strand of hair on her face, before embarrassingly throwing it aside. Issei just awkwardly looked around and noticed everyone was giving him and his girlfriend judgmental looks. He then tried to break the silence and said, well, can we have dinner now? I'm pretty hungry. Rain, oh, but of course. I'm sure you and your girlfriend must be starving right now. Issei, okay. Okay, I get it. Please, let's not talk about that, sigh. Drake, alright, enough of the teasing already. Everyone, let's dig in. We all worked hard today. But I must tell you all, that Issei will be joining our family from today onwards. I will ensure that he behaves himself at all times. And remember, call him Uncle Issei. He deserves the respect after all. Shido, sure, nice to have you on board, Uncle Issei. Just control your behavior while we're all here, okay? Issei, oh please, I'm an adult. I know when to do things and when to not do certain things. In any case, I'm fucking starving right now. I wanna eat. And so, the day ended on a high note. Issei was back and he is part of the Sapphire Warriors as a trainer like Drake and Rain. His time spent there will eventually prove to be valuable in the future, as there will be challenges which the team will require his help. Issei, sigh, feels good to be back. Rias, just you wait. I'm gonna come back, with a vengeance, your end is near. Blood, sweat and tears. The Sapphire Warriors put all their effort, and gave their best to become stronger so that they could qualify for the Supernatural Rumble, over a training period of 9 weeks. Strenuous and rigorous physical training and conditioning, repetitive movements for muscle memory, planning and execution, teamwork, these were the core fundamentals of the team's training program. The team was segregated into 4 groups which had different intensities and styles of training, and it was safe to say that everyone successfully managed to make the cut, Rain, Drake, and Issei had worked painstakingly around the clock to make sure that each individual member of the Sapphire Warriors was up to standards, and the three of them believed that now was the time for the final examination. Currently, the registration for the rating game was about to close in 3 days, but the team still had time. Their final examination was to face off against a powerful opponent. And it had been decided since the very beginning that the opponent in question would be Issei HYOUDOU. Issei had made it clear that the team was not allowed to register for the rating game under any circumstances unless they managed to beat him together. He said that his level of strength was seen as the pinnacle of supernatural power back in his living days, so if the Sapphire Warriors managed to beat him, they would be allowed to register. Tengu's City Industrial District. Friday, 10 a.m. Issei, boosted gear. So, are you little whippersnappers ready to face off against me? You've all trained very hard for this final examination, and I could see the effort you kids made to be stronger. Which is why, I don't want you to disappoint me. Pick up your weapons and face me. On one end of the arena, Issei summoned the boosted gear on his arm and harnessed an immense amount of power. He prepared himself to give his all and see whether or not the Sapphire Warriors were really ready to participate in the Supernatural Rumble. And on the other end, stood the Sapphire Warriors in battle formations. They summoned their respective weapons and assumed fighting stances, preparing to charge on their leader's call. Shido was standing at the forefront of the team and said, "Get ready, Uncle Issei. We're gonna show you just what we've been through over the past 9 weeks. I've even had to skip my 18th birthday celebration just so I could keep training non-stop. Anyways, less talking and more fighting. Warriors, on my signal." Shido summoned Sandalphon and pointed it towards Issei, before yelling with passion and energy, "Attack!" Whoosh! The battle had begun, and the Sapphire Warriors moved upon hearing Shido's command. They moved together at the same pace, keeping their eyes focused on Issei. Issei, on the other hand, charged towards the team as well as he was about to perform his first attack. He jumped up high and pointed the boosted gear at the Sapphire Warriors, loudly shouting, "Boosted gear! Dragon blast!" Pow! A massive beam of emerald light came charging down from the sky as Issei's first attack began. In response, Mukuro countered the attack by diverting it away from her team. Michael. Latide. BRRR. Mukuro made a large portal big enough to swallow the entire dragon beam, causing violent tremors as the portal absorbed the whole beam inside of it. Then, once it was done going through the portal, Mukuro opened up a second portal pointed towards Issei from behind and released Issei's diverted attack back at him. But Issei saw this coming and got ready to move out of the way as he spotted the bright emerald light coming from behind. Issei, TSK. So predictable. Can't you be more creative? Suddenly, when the emerald beam came close to Issei, Mukuro opened up a third portal and diverted the attack again, confusing Issei. Issei, what the why would you? And that's when the next twist came. Mukuro started opening up several portals across the whole arena which allowed the emerald beam to travel from place to place as a distraction. When one portal opened up, the emerald beam would come flying out of it before traveling straight into another portal. Mukuro kept repeating this process in rapid succession, and even made Issei put up his guard as several times his emerald beam had got close to him. Issei was somewhat amused by this and said, "Bravo. I can't believe that you would go to such lengths to do this." Mukuro, focus, Uncle Issei. Your guard is down. Issei Suddenly, from below, several blasts of light came flying up high and aimed toward Issei. When Issei was trying his best to keep up with Mukuro's distraction maneuver, Origami had got directly behind Issei and opened fire, using Metatron to deliver a powerful attack. But Issei was agile enough to flip out of the way before launching another dragon beam towards Origami, to which she responded to by flying out of the way and kept firing her cannons. Origami, Metatron. Shemesh. Pew pew pew. Issei ran away from the blasts of light and was able to outrun each incoming attack, but then, he spotted Kurumi summoning an army of clones from the ground all around him who then opened fire their guns at him. Issei didn't care and simply flipped and dodged each bullet and subsequently punching each Kurumi clone into ashes with his gauntlet, before arriving directly in front of Kurumi. Issei, boosted gear. Haniel. Kaleidoscope. Pew, whip. Before Issei could attack, Natsumi snuck up from behind and opened up her staff, before shooting out a powerful and constructing piece of rope and wrapped it around Issei, before yanking him backwards. Issei didn't see this coming and struggled to break out of the rope, but he was pulled into the air from behind as Natsumi was about to slam him onto the ground. And then, Shiori came from the side and performed a slamming kick to Issei's belly while he was being pulled in, slamming him into the ground early, and creating a massive crater in the arena. Boom! Through the intensive training which each individual member went through, all of their respective strengths were brought out, and a clear sign that everyone had improved. Issei, while still suffering from the recoil of the attack, was nonetheless impressed that the team could form a sequence like this right after the battle had begun. Issei, haha, not bad, you kids definitely improved a lot, can't believe you created this elaborate plan. However, he was mistaken as the Sapphire Warriors weren't exactly finished just yet. Suddenly, from directly above, Mukuro opened the final portal, and she released Issei's dragon beam which she had been diverting away all this time, and sent it crashing down on Issei, delivering a devastating blow. The irony of the last attack, being the first attack itself, and one from the enemy no less. The Sapphire Warriors had worked together to bring down Issei using a multitude of different tactics, and seemingly won the duel. But, it was Issei. He wasn't going down so easily. When the smoke cleared and silence filled the air, Issei finally spoke as he laughed. Gahaha, okay, I admit. You got me there for a second, but still, it's not enough to beat me. Boosted gear. Balance breaker. Scale mail. Kaboom. Issei, heh? That earlier attack you made on me was just out of pure luck. Now, the real battle begins, come and face me. Shido, what the, you can use your balance breaker again. But how? Issei, hee. I asked your daddy to help me out. He restored my boosted gear's power to what it was before I died. Now, let me tell you something, boy. The only reason everyone calls you the strongest is because I wasn't reborn yet. 1. Shido, oh, we'll see about that. Come on, team, don't forget what we learned. The battle commences again. Kaguya and Yuzuru quickly put their weapons together to form a huge bow with Kaguya's lance acting as a massive arrow. Raphael. El Kanaf. Kaguya, keep that Crimson Gundam in one place, otherwise our shot won't hit. Issei flew towards the Sapphire Warriors and prepared to throw his own set of punches at them. He got spotted Shido leading the team at the front and engaged in hand-to-hand combat with him. Issei, with his metallic fists, kept throwing punch after punch, kick after kick, and tail whip after tail whip, unleashing a rapid and powerful fury of consecutive attacks which Shido was quickly blocking with Sandalphon. 1. Issei boost, 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 boost. But Issei was increasing his own power little by little as his attacks began picking up in speed. Just when Shido was feeling the pressure from Issei's onslaught, Mika from the rear guard decided to help her teammates out by giving a power boost. Gabriel. March. Melodic notes of a massive pipe organ echoed through the arena as the Sapphire Warriors began to gain a power boost. Shido was able to gradually push back Issei as his power began to equalize with his. What resulted was a rapid clash of metal weapons clanging and clashing with each other as the epicenter of the duel was unleashing powerful shockwaves and power bursts. Then Sandalphon. Halvanhilef. Issei was so focused on Shido that Toka had snuck up behind him and sent a massive pillar of energy surging towards him. In response, Issei decided to use another trick up his sleeve. Illegal move Triana. Welsh Sonic Boost Knight. Hush. In an instant flash, Issei shed some excess armor to lose weight, and disappeared from the site where he was fighting with Shido and dashed like lightning, not only narrowly managing to move out of the way to dodge Toka's attack, but also managed to get right next to her in the blink of an eye. Toka, crap, this is bad. Issei, didn't you learn that it's bad to separate yourself from your teammates? TSK. Still the airhead you've always been, Toka. Now take this. But just before Issei threw his fist towards Toka, Shido used Michael to open a portal and dragged her into it before Issei could land a hit. Shido quickly pushed Toka aside, before he held the key-shaped staff and jabbed it back inside the portal, stabbing it into Issei's armor and yelled, Michael. Segva. Click. Issei could no longer switch back to his main form which had more armored defense, and he was left in the Welsh Sonic Boost Knight form. Then, the Sapphire Warriors began another attack as they charged towards Issei since he now had lower defenses. But Issei simply said, Pfft. You don't really think things through, do you? Too bad. I guess I'll have to end this the painful way, swish. Issei summoned Ascalon in his gauntlet, and then dashed towards Shido at full speed, almost appearing as if he teleported, and was now directly in front of him with a sharp and deadly blade pointed at his neck. But just before Issei could drive the sword through, Shido managed to pull himself back slightly, and then stomped his foot on the ground, performing a clever trapping technique, Sadkill. Ice instantly burst forth from the site where Shido stomped his foot, and spread across the arena rapidly, and even froze Issei's whole body, which trapped him in place in the same manner where he almost drove a powerful sword through Shido's neck. Shido, now fire! Kaguya and Yuzuru opened fire and sent an arrow infused with formidable wind energy accumulated at its tip, flashing across the scene like lightning and struck Issei, causing a massive explosion. Boom! Smoke also spread across the air as everyone backed away from the site of the explosion. A few seconds later, the Yamai sisters used their wind powers to blow away the smoke to see what was left. The team still stood on guard as they anticipated another wave of attacks. But then, the result of the explosion was Issei lying motionless on the ground, no longer in his scale mail armor as he was now back in his regular civilian attire. Cough, cough, ugh, if it wasn't for you disabling my armor's transformative functions and trapping me in ice and time, I would have been able to dodge that. But still, that was truly a surprise for me. I thought I had you kids figured out, but you still managed to pull off many twists in that fight. Not bad, I think you all can make it. Issei slowly got up as he stumbled forward, still reeling from the recoil and shock from the Yamai sisters' deadly move. He staggered forward and smiled, saying, "Heh, you can register for the Supernatural Rumble. I think we actually stand a chance at winning." At that moment, the Sapphire Warriors were pleasantly surprised. They knew that Issei had high expectations and high standards, but hearing those words come out from his mouth seemed like a sign to them that their training had paid off. Shido, really, you mean it, Uncle Issei? Issei, yeah, haha, Simir, boy, you've really made me proud. Both of them walked over to each other and shared a hug. Issei was confident that Shido and the girls were now ready to participate in the Supernatural Rumble, and he gave him a pat on his back. Then, Rain and Drake, who had been watching the fight from the observation deck, came down to the arena, and also gave their congratulations and encouragement as their kids managed to beat Issei. Rain, that was quite the performance you all put up. Good thing I filmed it all. I'm going to rewatch it over and over again, knowing that the kids in that video were different from when they were before. Drake, bravo kids, seems like we can finally get our revenge against Rias. And Issei, seems like the torch has been passed on, hasn't it? Issei chuckled and replied, ha ha ha. Oh, you bet. I have high expectations for your son Drake. He better win this raiding game, or else. Ha ha ha, just kidding. Drake, alright then, it's time to head to the underworld. The registration for the Supernatural Rumble closes in 3 days, so we still have time to sign up. I'll open a portal there, so get ready. Then, Drake summoned a magic circle which was meant to teleport them to the underworld. He and Rain stepped into it, followed by the rest of the Sapphire Warriors. Issei also hopped in and was looking forward to see the faces of everyone when they learned that the team he trained for weeks was finally participating in the raiding game, which meant serious business. Scene break. Underworld. Everyone arrived in the capital city of the underworld. They appeared in a street alley so that they wouldn't attract much attention when they arrived, in the case where there were still parades of fans who loved the Sapphire Warriors on the streets. Drake peered out of the alley and spotted a relatively empty street with only a few groups of people casually strolling up and down, as if nothing major was going on. Although, there were still posters and banners promoting the event. Drake signaled for everyone to come out, and they headed out onto the streets. He learned the address of the registration from Kiba and Saji, and he led his family all the way down the street until they reached a road junction, where the registration building was. The team entered and all they found was a simple desk with several staff operating it. There was only a woman and a man at the front desk who spotted them, with the former greeting the team, "Hello, are you here to sign up for the Supernatural Rumble?" Drake, that's right. Are slots still available? The male receptionist replied, "Yeah, but if you had come a few days later, registration would have already closed. But anyway, I didn't expect a team would register this late. Did something come up back then?" All the other teams signed up as soon as registration opened. Drake, yeah, well, my kids had to train. They're the ones participating, by the way. We wanted to train so that we knew we would be good enough to participate. The female receptionist said, huh? Well, that's surprisingly nice to hear, especially since you sound so humble. All the other teams were so proud and arrogant when they arrived. Always boasting about how they'd win. Drake, pfft. That's a clear sign that they'll underestimate other teams which they perceive as weak. So, how do we sign up? The male receptionist took a stack of papers from his desk and asked, how many people and what are their pieces? Shido, 13 of us. I'm the king. There's 1 queen, 2 bishops, 2 knights, 2 rooks, and 5 pawns. 3 of which have 2 pawn pieces, while the other 2 just have 1. The receptionist passed the forms over to the Sapphire Warriors, and each member had to write their individual information into the form, which would then be recorded into the participants' database, which would serve as a confirmation that the team was going to participate for real. The team finished up their forms and handed them back to the receptionists. They then looked through each form and then typed down all the information into their computers, before saving it into the database. The female receptionist then said, "Alright then, everyone on your team has officially signed up for the Supernatural Rumble, Mr. Itsuka. Anyways, before we complete the registration process, I still need to enter your team's name." Shido, I was planning on using our team's official name, the Sapphire Warriors, but then I thought, maybe it's time for a new age of the supernatural to begin. Everyone became confused at what Shido said, began to question him what he was trying to imply based on his words. "Rain, what does that exactly mean, son? What's this about a new age? Are you planning something major perhaps?" "Shido, maybe, but only if we win the Supernatural Rumble. But you see, everyone in existence makes a big deal of us simply because nobody expected a team of seemingly normal high schoolers in possession of primordial heavenly weapons to beat a false god capable of mass destruction. We are the variable in this equation. Everything we do influences everyone else. We determine the end result, whether we're the ones being affected or affecting the other variables. I'm going to start something fresh so that everyone knows we're not mainstream. During the battle against Isaac Westcott, my team and I gained a new power from the source of primordial creation. We've transcended our old bodies and ascended to a level higher than humans and dragons. We saved the world and were revered as guardian spirits of the planet. When our names spread across the underworld, people organized parades for days, even selling merchandise related to us. Even several goddesses wanted to join my harem, and even some gods wanted to duel us. Every faction even became dedicated to try and fight for influence over us when Rias announced her so-called love for me on live television. That's how big of a deal we are to many people. Therefore, it's about time we take real action and show the supernatural just how fickle they can be simply because of our seemingly docile and passive nature. The other factions will be in for a huge awakening when they learn that we don't want to be under their heels. We will introduce a new faction which will dramatically change the balance of power. I, Shido Itsuka, hereby name ourselves the Spirit Faction. The male receptionist simply said, "Okay, got it. I shall register your team under the name Spirit Faction, is that right?" All the gusto and machismo which Shido was feeling as he said all those things in his speech instantly disappeared as he replied in shock, "Wait, that's it? That's all you have to say?" The receptionist replied, "Look, I handle lots of faction representatives coming here in and out. I have to remain unbiased if I want to keep my job. Also, I already know who you and your team are, Shido Itsuka. I just simply maintained a professional tone with you. But anyways, your team has already been registered." 1. Shido remained completely silent and felt pretty awkward being left like that. It was like picking up a phone call from your boss and then proceeding to get torn apart before getting hung up on suddenly. Issei, woohoo, you go, little guy, I believe in you. Drake, why yeah, great job, champ, you got this. Shido, ugh, you two are not making this any better. TSK. Forget it. So, where do we report on the day of the raiding game? The female receptionist replied, "Please punctually report to the main entrance of the Rias Lucifer Stadium in the Rias Gremory War Memorial Park 3 days later. All teams will gather in the massive arena for the opening ceremony before they will be sent to their rooms and wait for the first set of matches to begin." 3. Issei, gahaha, seriously, she named a stadium and a war memorial park after herself, TSK. Talk about an ego. Shido, okay, then I have one more question. What is the prize for first place? The male receptionist replied, "Sorry, but we don't know. It's a secret only known to the organizers at this time. They'll probably announce it during the opening ceremony." Rain rolled her eyes and said, Probably something to do with allowing the winning team to have so-called quote-unquote full control over my family. Without our consent, typical Rias. But then the male receptionist revealed a twist. Oh, even though it was Rias Lucifer who was the organizer of this event, her brother came back and took over so that she could let her train. Shido, oh, is that so? Wait, what? Her brother? The only brother she has is Surzex. You mean, the Surzex Lucifer? Yup, replied the female receptionist. Oh, what? This sudden revelation shocked everyone to the core. Nobody expected Surzex Lucifer to suddenly return after almost 20 years. They thought that he would have been spending the next century or so fighting the Trihexa with the other old faction leaders. But the fact that he returned now meant that the Trihexa had been vanquished or severely weakened, and the other old faction leaders such as Azazel and Michael were also back. With those individuals in the picture, defeating Rias became more of an urgent priority, since they would definitely rush to protect her if anything happened to her. Drake looked at Issei and said, "Not gonna lie, I'm actually kinda nervous. I never thought that Surzex would come back now out of all times." Issei, "Me either. I don't know if the kids will be able to beat Surzex if they got into a confrontation with him. I actually really don't want to imagine that." Then, the male receptionist leaned forward towards Drake and Issei, before asking with suspicion, "Ahem. Excuse me, what are you two gentlemen talking about? Cursing our king behind our backs. Besides, who are even you two? And who are you as well, the lady with the glasses? You're all not signing up, are you? Out of curiosity, just what are your names?" "Rain, I'm Rain Murasame. The boy's mother." "Drake, I'm his father, Drake. I think you receptionists should know that by now since you said you already know us." Issei, "And I am Ian Gallagher, and I'm Drake's human assistant, yeah." The receptionists narrowed their eyes as they carefully looked at Issei's face, before shrugging their shoulders and rolling their eyes. The female receptionist then said, "Okay, if there's nothing else, you may all leave now." Shido, "Okay, thanks. We will be taking our leave now." The Sapphira warriors left through the same magic circle they arrived in, and went back home to rest properly, so that they could be in the right state of mind to participate. After they were gone, the male receptionist, while holding his phone, said to his colleague, Did we forget to mention the thing about the social media account making announcement of each team's participation?" The female receptionist then gasped and said, "Oh, that's right. I completely forgot about that. We didn't tell them that when they officially registered, an announcement about their participation was immediately posted by the event's social media account managed by a bot as soon as their information was processed." The male receptionist then looked at the event's social media account on DeviTube and said, "Yeah, the announcement was published as soon as the registration process was done. Look, their post has already gained 100,000 likes in 4 minutes since its published time." The female receptionist then added on, "Oh dear, I already found a post from one of said fans hysterically screeching in joy while she's on her way with a whole stampede of other fans on the way here. We gotta close this place before we get squished to death." The receptionists promptly pulled down the roller shutter of the building and closed early for the day, not wanting the stampede to disturb them as well. The swarm of fans did indeed arrive, and they were busy trying to find the Sapphira warriors since they were greatly admired, though they could not find them since they had already left. But since the fans were already there, they simply took out their phones and celebrated the announcement of the Sapphira warriors officially participating in the tournament. Because of this, news of the Sapphira warriors, now called the Spirit faction, participating in the Supernatural Rumble spread fast, even reaching the ears of faction leaders who were shocked by the news. Scene break. Fast forward a few hours later. Tenga City, Japan. 5 p.m. Issei, "Hey, you guys heard about the news? I'm looking through DeviTube on my phone and I've noticed that everyone knows we are participating." In the Spirit faction's mansion, Issei was lounging in the living room when he spotted many posts related to the team's participation in the Supernatural Rumble. He then sounded it off to the rest of the family since he felt it was important. "Toka, huh? I mean, it's an official organization who's hosting the event. Wouldn't they announce something like that?" Issei, "I know, but look, everybody's profiles are publicly available for the underworld to see. It's as if, ugh, it was definitely those two receptionists who posted it. Probably not worth going back to get them since the cat is already out of the bag." Nia, "What? So everyone knows of our participation?" Issei, "Yep. All our fans have spread the news and it reached the other factions such as the Greek and Norse, who are taking this a little bit like a declaration of war. They specifically said that they will triumph over whoever tries to get in the way, even us. Shiori, damn, well, we already trained, so there's no need to worry, right? The other factions don't know that we're taking this pretty seriously." Issei continued scrolling down before he saw a post from a person which he didn't wish to see. From the description alone, it wasn't the most ideal thing to come across at this hour, especially right before the start of the raiding game. It was a post from Surzex himself, and the description simply read, "I give you two my blessing." It didn't take long to figure out what the context of the video was before anybody watched it. The thumbnail showed Surzex facing the camera and dressed in his royal attire, which meant that this was important. Issei pressed the video, and what followed next made him cringe. Basically, it was Surzex publicly endorsing Rias's decision to marry Shido, unbeknownst to him about the underhanded and messed up method she used to mark him. Surzex, I, Surzex Lucifer, hereby give my official endorsement of my younger sister, Rias Gremry's, decision to pick Shido Itsuka, the leader of the Sapphira Warriors, as her consort. As the news of Itsuka's participation in the Supernatural Rumble was announced just hours ago, I wish him the best of luck to stay safe so that he may marry my sister in good health. As such, I also expect him to not break her heart, and protect her with all his life. In turn, I hope that Rias remains loyal and faithful to her consort just as she has been to her late partner, Issei HYOUDOU. I also hope that Rias as the legal wife will manage Itsuka's other concubines who are currently part of his team, since she needs to let everyone know that she's his number one. But there's nothing to worry about, my fellow underworld citizens, for I have complete trust in my little sister's actions. We will expect a golden era of progress and prosperity in the centuries to come with such a strategic marriage in place. 2. And to the other supernatural factions who are participating, I just want to let you all know that the 3 factions as a whole will not let you influence my future brother-in-law so easily. He is part of my family now, and though I haven't met him in person, I believe he won't let you control him and walk all over him. Should Rias lose, we will still make sure to do whatever it takes to get the results the underworld needs, as it is in our best interests to repair our society after the devastating war. I'll end my speech by officially giving my blessing to the 2 lovebirds who will get married after our landslide victory in the Supernatural Rumble. Thanks all for watching. The whole time, the Spirit faction was watching with horror and disgust. A powerful and influential figure in not only the 3 factions, but in the entire Supernatural too, had publicly stated that Rias's sham marriage was going to proceed ahead no matter what it takes. Shido himself was particularly concerned about this, and he now knew that winning was the only option. He thought about what happened if he lost, and felt sick to the stomach thinking about the horrible things which will happen to his family. Regardless of whether he won or not, Surzex would do anything to make sure that the arranged marriage would happen. But Issei saw it differently and had a suggestion. Hey, I know Surzex might be an enemy in your eyes right now, but I can vouch for him that he's actually a chill dude. All we need to do is to make sure that he sees the truth behind that bratty little sister of his. As soon as he knows about her being a cheater, he'll come to our side for sure. Shido. But will he do that so easily? He sounds like a pretty doting older brother. I doubt he'd betray Rias even if we told him the truth. Issei. Which is why we must have all the relevant pieces of information first, and then reveal the truth at the right time. Hee, it's gonna be fucking legendary when we pull this off. I can't wait to see Rias's pathetic expression when her world comes crumbling down on her. Gahaha. Shido, well, we do have several pieces of information and several eyewitnesses who can help us. Do you need it now? Issei, not right now. Focus on winning and getting far into the raiding game. We'll decide our ultimate revenge plan when we are in a good position. For the time being, I have another plan of action which can help us. Shido, what's that? Issei, something that'll stun everyone. Trust me. This will work. We're gonna have a live stream where you'll publicly read out loud your team's mission. What you want to achieve after you win, and how you intend to manage the team's relations with other factions in the future. It's not about show. It's about sending a clear message. Get ready. I'll film it on my account and send an announcement that the Spirit faction will be doing a live stream in half an hour. In that short period of time, get changed into your school uniforms and then meet me down here in the living room. The kids agreed and they all rushed up to their rooms to get dressed. While they were at it, Issei was busy moving furniture to create a space for the Spirit faction to do their live stream. He was trying to make an open space which resembled a press conference room with a podium like how government officials would give speeches on live TV. 20 minutes later, the whole team was back on the first floor. Issei saw a whole team of teenagers dressed in school uniform with tidy and beat haircuts, just like how they should present themselves to a large crowd of people. Issei, good. And one more thing I need to tell you, Shido. Shido, what is it, Uncle Issei? Issei, you need to publicly refuse Rias's marriage proposal. She announced her love for you on live TV a month ago, right? Although you have her mark on your body right now, you can still outright tell everyone on live TV that you have no interest in marrying Rias at all, and that you were coerced into the marriage. That'll ruffle a few feathers. Shido, what's the point of that? I'd rather say that after we beat Rias in the Supernatural Rumble. And also, why not just reveal the truth behind how I was marked by Rias to the public? That would make more sense. Issei, hold on right there. First of all, the reason why I need you to declare that you're not interested in marrying Rias without revealing the truth in this live stream is because it's about sending a clear message that you mean business. Openly rejecting her would tell others that not even Rias Lucifer or her brother Surzex can scare you. The part about being coerced will make other factions suspicious of the devils because, they treated you all badly. It's about time for some payback. And secondly, why don't we reveal the truth now? Well, this is more of a personal reason, but I want to be the one who gets to see Rias in the most legendary way ever. Revealing the truth now would be like telling someone that you're planning a surprise party before the part even happens, ruining the excitement. We will only reveal the truth when the time is right. Shido, so basically, you want to be dramatic in all this by creating a build-up. Issei, precisely, I'm feeling pretty diabolical right now, so I'm coming back to get my revenge guns a-blazing, hasta la vista style. Shido, pfft. You're weird. But I'll admit that it is a good plan. Anyways, girls, get into a straight line. I'll stand in the middle behind that podium where I'll make the speech. Issei, okay, that's good. I'll start the broadcast in 10 minutes, so think about what you want to say first before I start. Okay, there's already 15 million people waiting for the live stream to start. In those 10 minutes, Shido instructed the girls to not say anything and let him do the talking. The girls will only stand there and appear stern and menacing as a sign of solidarity and respect for him, implying to the viewers that whatever he says live, the girls agree. Shido then listed down a few points for him to speak about when he is speaking to the viewers. He decided to put the part about rejecting Rias last, before ending off the live stream. After 10 minutes, Shido gave Issei the thumbs up that they were ready to begin. Issei nodded and he clicked the Start button, where he began recording himself speak first about what this live stream is all about before shifting to the spirit faction. Issei, oh boy, get ready to go wild, everybody. I'm gonna cause some fucking mayhem and make some loud ass noise. I really hope that the people on the other side of the screen watches all of this. I wonder who might be the most fanatical Sapphire Warriors fan though. Scene break. Tenga City, Japan. New HYOUDOU household. 5:20 p.m. Kai Day, hee. You're so handsome, Shido. I'm glad that there are so many pictures of your cute face online. Oh, a live stream, from Shido, starting in 10 seconds. I'd better watch this. Meanwhile, on the other side of town, Kai Day HYOUDOU was busy looking at Shido's pictures and fanarts created by Sapphire Warriors fans online, when she saw the announcement of Shido's live stream. She naturally clicked on it, and eagerly waited for it to begin. 3, 2, 1. The live stream starts off showing an empty room with a hallway in the background. Viewers thought that the Sapphire Warriors were going to walk through the hallway from the back before arriving at the front where the camera was. But then, a man unknown to everyone walked in from the side and started off the speech, much to everyone's confusion. Issei ahem. Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. This is an official broadcast from the Sapphire Warriors, aka the spiritual faction who has recently been announced as the newest participants of the Supernatural Rumble. My name is Ian Gallagher. I am an assistant to Drake, the Red Dragon Emperor, and I will be the cameraman and a commentator in this live stream. Without further ado, please, welcome the leader of the Sapphire Warriors, Shido Itsuka. The camera then turns to Shido and the girls, all standing in a straight line while he stood behind the podium. Issei then asked Shido a question. So, could you tell us about your team's registration for the Supernatural Rumble? Shido, of course. Firstly, a very good afternoon to all of you tuning in to watch this live stream. My name is Shido Itsuka. I am the leader of the Sapphire Warriors and I have several things to say. To start things off, with regard to my team's official participation in the raiding game. The reason why we did so was because we want to show every single faction that we will not be pushed around. Listen, I already know about the whole origin of this raiding game being about some childish and immature leaders who are greedy for power and want to fight for influence over my family. Let me tell you right now that I have no intention of being under the influence of another supernatural faction. You only want us because we won the Westcott War. None of you actually did shit. You all chose to retreat and hide in the safety of your own homelands while my team and I almost died fighting that seven-headed beast. So allow me to make it clear, and to say it slowly for the brainless and power-hungry faction leaders busy sucking their thumbs. Leave us the fuck alone and don't bother trying to win us over. We have our lives too, and I will do my best to defend my family's safety and well-being. It doesn't matter how many pretty and gorgeous goddesses you send to me, because I am currently fine with the number of girls I have in my harem right now. That being said, there will no longer be any slots available to any other woman who wants to be part of the family. Get out. And if you want to fight, then I'll gladly give it to you. I'll make sure that you will be erased out of existence, and nobody remembers you. Trust me, I have the powers to make both those things happen. Literally. The first announcement already sent violent shockwaves through the supernatural as many viewers, which included faction leaders, gasped in shock and disbelief when they watched the seemingly stereotypical nice guy Shido openly insult prominent and powerful figures. Many factions then began to feel a sense of animosity towards the Sapphire Warriors, as some of Shido's words offended them. But they were feeling more shocked that he and his team had the guts to say something like this out loud. Then, Shido made his second announcement. Next, I will make it clear that my team will be the winners of this rating game. You all are going down, and we will make sure that we will come out on top. But what I want to talk about is what I intend to do after I win. When my team returns home victoriously, we will sever all ties with the supernatural world. We will still keep our powers as they are a part of our identity as we grew up, but we do not desire any contact with any faction. Our goal is to live a life far from all this chaos and fighting and enjoy peace and tranquility. You don't get to decide how we live our lives. Don't bother being involved in other people's business and focus on your own. I'm tired of my family being treated like we can be walked all over. Like I said, leave us the fuck alone. You don't need to treat us like children who can't think for themselves. This message was seen as a bold and audacious one, even to a few members of the Sapphire Warriors. But they knew that this needed to be said so that the other factions would take them seriously, and no longer act like they are superior to them. The part where Shido talked about his family wanting to live a life away from the supernatural also made some factions feel like they weren't good enough for the Sapphire Warriors to follow them blindly. And finally, Shido brought up the matter of his sham marriage with Rias, which he never consented to. He began by saying, and by the way, I want to talk about Rias Lucifer. You see, I'm sure that you all know that I'm in an arranged marriage with her. But guess what, I've changed my mind. I don't want to be with that bitch. She can go fuck herself. I never consented to the marriage. She only found me appealing because I quote-unquote made her feel loved again. She then manipulated me and then took advantage of the situation by putting this mark on my body. Now, I already know about the effects of this mark. But despite that, I will still live my life with the girls of my team. Why? Because unlike Rias, I'd rather live a childless marriage with people who genuinely love me than a married life with children alongside a bitch who is a control freak. And for the record, fuck you, Rias. Fuck you. 1. To overconfident and selfish jackasses such as Azazel and Surzex. You can try all you want to force me into this bullshit of a marriage, but I will stand for myself and my own right to choose who I love. I don't care that you beat the Trahixa. You're still going down if you dare mess with my family. So in conclusion, don't get in our way. If you plan on stepping forward and challenging us with an overconfident and shitty attitude, then be my guest. You will not like how it will turn out in the end when I give you the ass-kicking of a lifetime. This was the message that really made the train go out of control. People were spreading this live stream like wildfire, and Shido's messages were reaching the ears of even the most powerful and important figures, such as Surzex Lucifer, who was completely astonished to hear those words. Meanwhile, Surzex, what the Jesus, who does this boy think he is? Doesn't he realize that he's playing with fire right now? You can't just threaten other factions like that. Azazel, whoa. This boy has balls, not gonna lie. He even mentioned my name and called me an overconfident and selfish jackass. Pfft. Don't worry, Surzex. When the time comes, we'll make sure we get our way. Haven't you forgot that Rias really wanted to marry him? Surzex, you're right. I just want to see Rias happy. But why would this boy reject my sister? She's such a gorgeous and sweet lady. How could anybody possibly want to not be with her? 2. The old faction leaders were going nuts from hearing Shido's words on his livestream, especially regarding the rejection of Rias. This illusion of, everything will go my way, was instantly shattered when the Sapphire Warriors exerted their authority over self-governance. They made it clear that they will be an independent party not affiliated with any supernatural faction, and will not be so easily manipulated. Surzex, fine. You want to play this game, boy, I'll happily oblige. You will marry my sister and that is final. You don't have the status and power to tell me what I should do. 2. Meanwhile, Rias's room. In the room of the woman who was just blatantly rejected, Rias cried and sobbed like a baby as she listened to each word which came out of Shido's mouth. To her, it felt like her plan of marrying him was slowly being torn apart, and her scheme of keeping power to herself was not going to succeed. Rias, why? How could he do this to me at a time like this? Doesn't he care about how I would feel? Ugh, no, I won't accept this. He's mine and he can't say no. Sona, hey now, it's okay. He might still change his mind, you know, huh? Why do I feel like something is seriously wrong? Rias is my best friend, but why do I feel that this marriage of hers is hiding something? 1. Rias, sob, doesn't he know who I am? I'm much better than those inferior flat-chested bitches in his team. Sona, sure. As your best friend, I intend to support you 100%. I'll figure something out. Rias, why do you sound like you don't mean it? Are you against my marriage? How could you do this to me, Sona, after everything we've been through together? 1. Sona, sorry, it's really nothing. I'm just perplexed by the whole situation is all. But what I do know is that I'm on your side, after all. We're best friends, right? Rias, sigh, now that he's participating in the Supernatural Rumble, I need to make sure that I win, so that he can be mine. My brother is already trying to help me out. Sona, I'm sure something good will happen, though I don't know when. Ugh, why does this feel so wrong? It's like I'm forgetting a crucial piece of the puzzle. Sigh, I just hope that nothing bad happens, that's all. Scene break. Itsuka household. Shido, so to end things off, we are our own team. We belong to nobody. You can't tell us what to do and we will fight to defend our family's rights for autonomy. Don't get too ahead of yourselves. I'll see you all on the day of the Supernatural Rumble. Hope you learn your place and learn how to mind your own fucking business. And finally, once this live stream ends, know that the dawn of a new age is coming, and we'll be the ones heralding change. The spirit faction will rise, and life as everyone knows it will no longer be the same once we win the Supernatural Rumble. Watch out, because we are coming. Issei then gave the thumbs up to the Sapphire Warriors to show that he was done recording and ended the live stream. The camera switched off and everyone could now discuss what's going to happen next. Shido, so how did I do? Think that we got our message across, and what should we do now? Then, from the corner of the room emerged his parents. Rain simply commented, spoken like a true leader. No beating around the bush and getting straight to the point. Drake, amazing, that'll teach those fools from the other factions to not mess with us. For now, we just rest up. The raiding game will only start in 3 days, so let's enjoy this short moment of peace before the action begins. Shido, got it. Thanks for training us, Mom and Dad. And thanks, Uncle Issei. You've really helped us improve. We are grateful. Issei, it's nothing, buddy. I'm just looking forward to Tyrius a new one. Let's win this. 1 day before the Supernatural Rumble. Plus. Tenga City, Japan. 8 a.m. The time before all the registered teams for the Supernatural Rumble was nearing, and a live television broadcast from the underworld hosted by Surzex Lucifer was live to all the Supernatural factions. Surzex, greetings, I am Surzex Lucifer, the main organizer and also participant of the Supernatural Rumble. Today, I would like to talk to all the teams registered for the raiding game starting tomorrow about the rules and regulations which will be in full force from the very first second after the opening ceremony. In Tenga City, the Sapphire Warriors along with Drake, Rain, and Issei were watching the live broadcast to gain all the necessary information about the raiding game which everyone has to know about. Surzex meanwhile continued talking on the TV while announcing the specifics of what's going to happen on day 1. Like what the registration counter has told all of you, everyone will report to Rias Gremory Stadium located in Rias Gremory Memorial Park for the ceremony. Make sure you have your papers ready for security clearance. During the opening ceremony, all teams will gather in the open field which will be converted into the arena once the opening ceremony has concluded. You will all receive the opening speech by Odin, the chief of the Norse faction, who will be talking about the significance of this raiding game as it is one which has never been hosted before on this magnitude. When Odin's speech is over, he will pass the time to Seraphal Leviathan, who will be your MC for this event. She will then officially announce the start of the Supernatural Rumble, and then announce the match assignments for the first 3 preliminary rounds. The winners of these preliminary rounds will be classified as the qualifying teams for the official rounds towards the championship. Only 256 teams will remain after the preliminary rounds. As for the type of match which will be played, due to the insufficient funds of this event's budget, the Supernatural Rumble can only afford to have full team versus full team style matches. There will be no one-on-one matches between selected members of both teams. When it comes to winning and losing, as long as the king of the opposing team is defeated or surrenders, your team wins and will move on to the next round. If a member of the team is defeated or surrenders, that member can still participate in the next round, as long as the king of that defeated member wins the match. That is to say, even if your whole team is wiped out, your team can still move on to the next round if the king can somehow win the match single-handedly. However, your team will be certainly knocked out of the competition if your king loses or surrenders. Surzex continued talking about safety regulations and rules every team needed to follow as long as they remained in the boundaries of the stadium. While he was at it, the Sapphire Warriors decided to speak with each other about the rules of the match which they will have to follow once their first match begins. Toka, oh how exciting, I wonder who our first opponent is. Natsumi, hopefully some random bozo we can beat easily. It'll be humiliating to be knocked out in the preliminaries. Issei, oh don't worry so much, Natsumi. I think you and your teammates can do this, just follow Shido's lead and you'll all be fine. Shido, I mean. The rules said that as long as I win even if the rest of the girls have been eliminated, we can still proceed to the next round, right? I think I can do this. Drake, son, we've watched you train alongside the girls for so long now. It's fair to say that you are stronger than most of the opponents and enemies which Issei defeated back then. Issei, well I can name a whole list of douchebags who would make that list. Anyway, I do wonder who will we fight. Hopefully Rias. I can't wait to see her go down. Yoshino, wait. But will the organizers even put us up against Rias at all, assuming that we even make it far? 1. Kotori, knowing Surzex, he probably doesn't want to jeopardize the sham marriage between Shido and Rias. He said that Odin will be the ones assigning the team matchups throughout the rating game, right? Odin will definitely try to prevent a matchup between us and Rias. Mukuro, Then the only way which we can face them during the rating game is if we both make it to the finals. The organizers will have no choice but to put us in the same round. 1. Nia, sigh, ugh, this is just corruption at its finest. Who thought it would have been a good idea to let the three factions plan the whole event without any representatives from other factions? Origami, hold on. Look, Surzex is about to say something important. We should watch this. Just then, Surzex moved on to the next section of his speech. He took another set of papers and was about to start reading them out aloud, when suddenly, the TV began to display static, cutting off the broadcast halfway. Nia, ugh, really, now out of all times. Issei walked over to the TV to see what the problem was, and checked all the cables to see if anything was wrong. However, to everyone's surprise, nothing was disconnected and nothing seemed out of place. Issei was confused himself, and proceeded to check the Wi-Fi. Nothing was wrong there either. He then asked, is the connection to the Underworld's broadcast station the problem then? Drake, can't be. I made sure to use a good source of power to connect our TV from the human world to the Underworld. Could it be an issue on their end? But suddenly, the TV returned to normal. Only this time it wasn't broadcasting Surzex's speech. To everyone's shock and confusion, the person who appeared on TV after the connection was re-established was Hades, greetings, denizens of the Underworld. We are currently disrupting your broadcast to inform you that the supernatural rumble will not be happening. It was Hades, the Greek god of death. He has somehow hijacked the broadcast, and now he was televising a message from an unknown location to the viewers who were originally watching Surzex's speech. Nia, whoa, who the fuck invited Skeletor? Drake, no way, Hades, what is he doing here? I thought he would be the type of god who not associate with other factions, so why is he here? Issei, the supernatural rumble is not gonna take place. Who the fuck made him the organizer? The Sapphire Warriors were confused and dismayed when Hades suddenly showed up on screen and abruptly announced the cancellation of the rating game. However, some of them suspected that Hades had nothing to do with being an organizer since he's the type of deity to distance himself from other factions since he detested them. Hades continued speaking on television. Throughout the 2 decades after the death of the Red Dragon Emperor, the world has gone utterly mad. Especially with the Westcott War devastating many factions among the supernatural world. But don't worry, I blame everyone for having a part in this cycle of violence. As such, I would also like to announce that the end of all life as we know it is imminent. Watch out, lowly insects, the time for death's domination is here, mwahahaha. The TV cut off as soon as Hades finished his speech, before displaying static again. The Sapphire Warriors were left troubled and panicked as they couldn't figure out what Hades was planning to do. But then, the TV came back on and returned to Surzex's broadcast again. Surzex appeared anxious and frustrated when he reappeared on screen, before putting aside the papers he was about to read aloud before being abruptly cut off by Hades. He then sighed and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, I regret to inform you that the Supernatural Rumble will be postponed indefinitely. We still intend to host it if the situation manages to relieve itself, but I regret to inform you all that we are at war. I have received reports of Grim Reapers and other creatures of unknown origin conducting raids on rural areas and are rapidly congregating into armies, which are approaching major cities quickly. I have already mobilized our forces to combat this situation, so for the time being, stay in your homes and do not come out under any circumstances. I am declaring martial law for an indefinite period of time until the invaders have been defeated. Now this was serious. The Supernatural Rumble has been postponed indefinitely, and the underworld was under attack. At first, the Sapphira warriors questioned why Hades was choosing to attack now out of all times, but there wasn't any time to ask questions as another emergency had occurred. The TV originally displaying Surzex's broadcast had switched off, before returning back to broadcasting channels from the human world. That was when the team's worst fears had been realized. Emergency! Do not leave your homes, stay indoors and lock your doors and windows. Good morning, citizens of Japan. We apologize to disrupt this broadcast to bring you an emergency announcement from the Japanese government. At approximately 8:07 a.m., the self-defense forces have detected unknown entities of unknown origin appearing all over our nation, particularly in rural areas where there is little human activity. These unknown entities' appearances are described as such: a skeleton with a pair of glowing blue eyes in its eye sockets, wearing a black hood covering most of its body except for its face. The entities do not have a lower body, and they are armed with a scythe. These entities are extremely hostile and are attacking people in rural agricultural communities as we speak. Based on observations from eyewitnesses, these entities are capable of killing people in a single strike, and their only intention is to kill any living being it comes across. These entities cannot be reasoned with as they do not listen to anybody who begs for mercy. Our military forces have been deployed and are trying to mitigate the situation. Please, if you are currently watching this broadcast, quickly seek shelter in an urban area to avoid being attacked by these entities, and do not come out. Martial law will be declared all across the nation and will stay in place until the situation has improved. BRRRR. Suddenly, when the emergency broadcast from the Japanese government had concluded, the ground started shaking violently, and caused the mansion of the Sapphira warriors to shake. Shiori, WO, what's happening? Shido, everybody hang on. I can sense an ominous presence coming from deep below. A few seconds of violent tremors continued, before a large explosion coming from the distance outside occurred. The tremors got gradually gentler but still remained. The Sapphira warriors rushed outside to see what was happening, and were shocked to find a horrifying sight. Tengu City had a massive rift forming in the middle of the city square with armies of Grim Reapers emerging out of it. These Grim Reapers began indiscriminately attacking people who happened to be near the site of where the rift had opened up. People were screaming and buildings were being set on fire. Soon, the Grim Reapers were spreading themselves throughout the city and were conquering more land as time passed. Issei, what the Hades is attacking our world too, shit, quick, we need to save Tengu City, boosted gear. Balance breaker. Scale mail armor. Boost. Boost, boost. Issei immediately transformed into his balance breaker form and began fighting back against the Grim Reapers. He blasted beams of draconic energy at approaching enemy columns, raining down orbs of fire down onto Grim Reapers packed in congested areas, and unleashed a massive beam of light at the rift. Shido, come on, let's go, we need to fight back, there's no time to waste, Metatron. Shemesh. Pew pew pew. Boom kaboom. Shido led his team in a counterattack against the Grim Reapers, and caught them off guard. The rest of his team later joined in as they began their own set of moves to counter the invasion. Natsumi. Haniel. Kaleidoscope. Natsumi transformed a huge section of the road into a whirlpool, sucking in many Grim Reapers into the ground like a vacuum, before sealing it off onto solid asphalt again to suffocate them. Kotori. Camel. Caesar Incendium. BRRR kaboom. A large fireball rises into the air as it gets bigger, before exploding and releasing countless streaks of scorching fire onto the ground, burning many of the Grim Reapers into dust and ash. Nia, Ratziel. Astropia Animata. Opening up her grimoire, many pages flew out of the book and then pointed themselves at Grim Reapers, before shooting bolts of lightning at them without end. Shiori single-handedly wiped out an entire column on her own, as she stomped onto the ground, which caused the road to rupture and form a fissure splitting it in half. She then punched the stragglers into dust as she rapidly maneuvered around the rugged area. Drag, my turn, Reoewe. Drake flew into the air and spotted a huge congregation of Grim Reapers in the park, before unleashing his fiery breath onto the ground and incinerated most of the enemy forces into ashes, before flying off and fighting back against the enemy invaders. Rain, TSK. Get off my property, you damn rascals. 3 Grim Reapers approached Rain with their scythes ready to attack, but she whipped out her rifle and shot 2 of their heads into pieces, running out of bullets just when the third one lunged towards her. But Rain pulled out her pistol from her waist and shot the 3rd Grim Reaper dead. She then blew the smoke rising out of the barrel of the gun, before saying, "Oomph. Switching to your secondary is faster than reloading. Always remember that during training." Rain then reloaded her rifle before she pressed forward with the rest of her kids to push back the Grim Reapers to where they emerged from. Rain and Kurumi worked particularly well with their weapons since they both used guns and blew many skulls of Grim Reapers to dust before they could attack. Kurumi summoned an entire army of clones to wipe out the invaders located in hard-to-reach areas of Tengus City, so that the Sapphira warriors could easily liberate their hometown from the clutches of their enemy. Shido was meanwhile fighting alongside Toka and the Yamai twins, who were launching endless slashes towards the incoming invaders and cutting their numbers down drastically. Then, Kaguya and Yuzuru stood in the middle of the road behind Toka and Shido, who were doing most of the fighting. The Yamai twins loaded up their arrow of mass destruction on their combined bow, before releasing it and sent it flying through the whole city, eliminating an entire battalion in one single attack. Shido, Kaguya, Yuzuru, provide us with air support. These things can only hover above the ground. Fly high and strike them from above. Kaguya and Yuzuru, Roger. Hush. The Yamai twins soared high into the skies and got a clear view of the city. They noticed that the road they were just on was clear, but only temporarily. From other streets, Grim Reapers were about to start pouring in, so the sisters acted quickly. Kaguya and Yuzuru, Raphael. Balance breaker. El Ruachabir. The sisters activated their balance breaker and combined into Yamai, before combing their weapons to provide air support for their teammates. They formed a massive ballista out of their weapons before unleashing a deadly rain of compressed air pressure onto the ground. Raphael. El Yevern. Pew pew pew. Boom boom boom. Series of massive explosions occurred all across the city, destroying armies of encroaching enemy forces from taking over Tengus City. This gave the team the chance to move spread across more land and recapture key buildings and sites which can turn the tide against the Grim Reapers. In 20 minutes, the suburban areas of Tengus City along with the industrial and residential districts had been liberated. The Sapphira warriors worked with local law enforcement to ensure that their recaptured territories didn't fall back into the hands of the Grim Reapers. Now, all that was left was the commercial district, where the rift had opened up. The Sapphira warriors regrouped along a busy commercial street to decide their next move which could possibly win the battle. Shido, phew. Okay, next, we need to retake the commercial district and find a way to seal that rift, and I know just what to do, since there's no more signs of Grim Reapers in the... Boom! Before they knew it, another wave of Grim Reapers arrived in Tengus City and they were out to take back the lands they lost. Shido immediately ordered everyone to begin holding the line and make sure no enemies made it past the street they were on. Miku transformed into complete dragon form and she began her own counterattack. She roared loudly and sent deadly sound waves through the city and shattered incoming Grim Reapers into dust. She then let out an uplifting roar which boosted everyone's power to fight back. Issei, who was still in his scale mail armor, said, "Well, now that's a sight to behold. In that case, why don't you kids do the same?" Shido, sounds good, everyone, let's transform. By the recommendation of the leader, the Sapphira warriors all shifted to dragon form, before unleashing their own barrage of attack to counter the invasion. Kaguya and Yuzuru flew into the air and the sisters flew in circles with accelerating speed, before creating a tornado which was sucking in all the Grim Reapers like weightless debris. Then, Nia spread her wings open and shot out bolts of lighting out of the scales from her dragon wings. Nia, haha, I learned something new. I sewed the pages of Ratziel to my wings. That way I can shoot out attacks without even summoning my grimoire. Kaguya, whoa, that's fucking wicked. That means you can shoot out anything from those wings of yours. Nia, hell yeah, check this out, wings of creation, riddle those Skeletor motherfuckers with some good old lead. Suddenly Nia was firing bullets from her wings and destroying an army of Grim Reapers, which impressed the Yamai twins. At the same time, Yoshino was blasting her icy breath across the street, glaciating the Grim Reapers into solid ice. Mukuro, Michael. Segva. As she opened her mouth, Mukuro spat out 100 stone spears resembling keys, which impaled many Grim Reapers with precision and shut their bodies down indefinitely. Shido, hell yeah, this is going well. Hey Uncle Issei, are you feeling proud right now? Issei, proud isn't the word I'd use. I'd say I'm beyond the pinnacle of pride itself. Glad to have met you, boy. You're truly my successor. Shido, ha ha ha, thanks. And also, I think the Grim Reapers are retreating. Hey, don't you see someone down there? Looks like a girl. As the Sapphira warriors were having fun destroying Grim Reapers with their draconic attacks, Shido spotted a lone girl wielding a sword and dressed in silver armor standing by the mouth of the rift. 1. Mordred, TSK. Didn't expect to see a flock of dragons pushing back my army. Well, I guess I have no choice but to fight then. Suddenly, the girl's sword glowed with a powerful crimson light, before leaping high into the air and sending a powerful slash towards the Sapphira warriors. Shido, shit, everyone out of the way. Whoosh, bang. The crimson slash narrowly passed the team before striking a mountain in the distance. They knew that whoever this girl was, she wasn't there to talk. But rather, she was there to fight. Drake, who are you? Are you with the Grim Reapers? Then, the girl replied, my name is Mordred. I am a general of Hades' expeditionary forces. I am here to conquer the world for Hades. Rain, then that's all I need to know. Prepare to die, Mordred. You ordered the raid on our town, then be ready to pay the price of the lives you've claimed. Ein Sof. Barak Melech. Rain summoned 10 bolts of lightning which were aimed at Mordred, but Mordred swung her sword and blocked 8 of the incoming lightning strikes, before being hit by the remaining 2. Mordred leapt back and still held her sword high, awaiting her opponent's next moves. That's when Toka attacked first while in dragon form. She sent groups of 4 slashes towards Mordred using her claws, though Mordred was able to block most of them but still had her skin grazed by near misses. That's when Mordred decided to counterattack, by sending her own slashes of crimson lightning towards Toka, Clarent Blood Arthur. Surprisingly, Mordred could use that powerful move in quick succession, as Toka barely managed to narrowly dodge each strike by flying out of the way. Then, Toka decided to use her most powerful move while in dragon form. Toka did an aerial flip, before accumulating power in her tail and then sending it in the form of a slash towards Mordred, Sandafon. Halvanhilaf. Toka's tail whip sent a massive crescent-shaped slash towards Mordred, who countered it by holding the slash using her blade. Sparks of fire and lightning burst forth from the epicenter of the clash, as Mordred put all her power and energy into blocking it. Mordred, darn, this dragon can sure pack a punch, grr, but it's not enough to beat me, Kyle. Mordred broke the slash into 2, before staggering backwards due to the immense force of Toka's attack. Suddenly, while Mordred was struggling to recover her bearings, Toka was now back in human form and swung Sandafon directly across Mordred's body, causing a devastating wound cutting horizontally across her body. Blood spilt onto the floor as Mordred was caught off guard and dealt a deadly strike. Turns out, Toka's dragon tail whip was a distraction, meant for Mordred to focus on blocking it while Toka sneakily switched back to human form to finish Mordred off when she least expected it. Mordred fell onto her back as she crashed onto the ground with her body still losing a lot of blood. Before she could get up, Toka stomped onto Mordred with great force and pointed her sword at her, questioning what Mordred was doing here. Talk. You have been defeated, Mordred. Tell us why you're leading an entire army of Grim Reapers to attack our world. What is Hades planning? Mordred coughed out a whole lot of blood, before uttering out a few words, TSK. You'll never be able to stop what's coming. Japan isn't the only place we attacked, you know. The whole world will soon be free. Hades will harvest all your souls. Then, the rest of the Sapphira warriors arrived back in human form as they joined Toka to interrogate Mordred. That's when Issei decided to ask, let me confirm this. You're Mordred. The Mordred, King Arthur's son, daughter. I honestly don't know. Mordred, grr, don't say my father's name. I was sent to the underworld for betraying my father. I had to suffer an unimaginable fate ever since I arrived there. But then, I was set free one day, and Hades made me one of his generals to invade the world and eradicate all life. Drake, that's what's confusing all of us. Why is Hades attacking? Why is he suddenly indiscriminately attacking every single faction? Mordred, heh. Ha ha ha, you wanna know? Well, it was originally a plot to take over the underworld. Some random outsider who somehow managed to enter the realm of the dead proposed a plan to Hades. And he gladly accepted. We only chose to attack now because every faction is still suffering the consequences of the Westcott War. Drake, what? Who was this outsider who convinced Hades to attack everyone? what is the end goal of this plan? Mordred began to display signs of life slowing fading away, as she breathed her last moments. You will never win. And with that, Mordred died from blood loss. There was no more point in interrogation. Right now, the only option was to investigate this sudden invasion by confronting Hades himself. Rain, right? So now we know that some random jackass made Hades attack literally everybody. Anybody have a clue on who could be that person? Drake beats me. But if a random somebody managed to get on Hades' good side, especially with the status of an outsider, they must be powerful. So, we need to enter the realm of the dead to find out the root cause of this mess. Yoshino, wait, you mean, we need to go into that scary-looking rift. Yashinan, another adventure, how exciting, I can't wait to find out just what we will find in that devious-looking portal. Miku, I dunno, that portal looks like a gaping anus of a phoenix. Dark red and flames spewing out of it. Looks pretty ominous if you asked me. Shiori, the fuck was that comparison? Are you feeling right in the head, Miku? Drake, enough. Look, I think we have no other choice. We need to enter the realm of the dead. It's the only way we can stop this incursion of death into our world. We can stop Hades, and we can even have the supernatural rumble commence again, if we work faster, that is. Issei, then it's settled. Drake, Rain, both of you can handle the incoming forces coming for the rifts opening up across the world. I'm sure you have an old friend named Elliot who has tons of battleships and weapons, right? Contact him and seek his help. I'm sure he is more than willing to help. Rain, then what about you, Issei? Issei, I'll personally lead the team into the realm of Hades. I think we can handle the Grim Reapers, and also Hades. Rain, are you crazy? Wait, did you just want to have your own moment of glory? Issei, maybe, but I think it's about time I get back into action. Mordred was just the beginning. Just imagine who could be working for Hades, so just leave the kids to me and I'll make sure we return home alive. Drake, you sure? The thing is, the realm of Hades has many layers. 9 layers to be exact. Hades resides in the lowest chamber of all, Coke-itis. And you'll have to get through the other 8 layers, which are mostly, if not all, increasingly dangerous the lower you go. Issei, then, I just need a mode of transport to bring us all quickly down to Coke-itis, and we'll be back soon. Sounds like a good plan, yes. Drake, you and what transport? Issei, that transport, points to sky. Out of nowhere, the Fraxinus came flying into the skies above Tengu City, before stopping right above the Sapphire Warriors, much to everyone's surprise. Then, a tractor beam opened from the ship's hull and a girl with white hair and a sci-fi outfit descended to the ground to meet the team. Maria, greetings everyone. My sensors detected unusual anomalies coming from the city, so I turned on autopilot and came here as soon as possible. Could I be informed of the situation? Shido, Maria, what are you? Oh right, you are a sentient ship after all, can't help but come to our rescue at the most convenient times, huh? Nia Evangelion our robot. Maria zaps Nia, before turning to Issei and asking him, wait, Issei, you're back. Issei then remembered Drake telling him that Maria was the consciousness of Ryutaimuru, now the Fraxinus. So he replied, yes, that's me. Kinda weird to see you in this form. Oh right. Nice to meet you, Maria. You're the eye of the Fraxi. Wait, mind lending us a hand and bring us through the realm of Hades? It'll be a nice tour through Skeletor's domain, yeah, please do it for old time's sake. Maria surprisingly agreed to Issei's request, and she said, of course. It's been so long since I've been with you. Let's go exploring again, shall we? Shido, whoa. That was fast. You really mean it, Maria? Maria, yes. After all, I've helped you out once. It's normal that I help you again. Shall we head out now? Issei turned to Drake and gave him a smirk, before saying, looks like I have myself sorted out. And it seems the kids and Maria don't mind, may I? Drake, sure. Just promise to keep the kids safe. I'll stay in the surface with Rain to make sure the world is safe until you come back. Got it. Issei, yep, good luck to you and your lovely wife, Drake. I'll be having fun down under in the meantime. And with that, Issei skedaddled off to the Fraxinus with the Sapphire Warriors. Maria invited everyone on board using the tractor beam, before speeding away into the sky. Scene break. Drake and Rain in the meantime headed off to another area of Japan, deciding where to go next. Drake, alright, according to the reports on my phone. Most of the Grim Reaper raids are happening all across the world, with no clear pattern. Seems like Hades wants everyone dead. Let's just start with the nearest rift from here. Rain, okay, but can you slow down a bit? I'm not feeling so well. Drake, huh, what's the matter? Did a Grim Reaper get you or something? Rain, no, you see, darling, after we slept together for the first time since I was resurrected, I've been feeling unwell since then. So I decided to test myself, and wouldn't you believe it, Drake, I'm pregnant. And you're the father. 1. Drake, come again. Rain, you knocked me up, and now we're expecting the number of people in our family to go up. Drake, what, but? Rain, I know, but condoms are only 99% effective and… Drake, no, that's not the point. I used 2 condoms. It should be at least 200% effective. Rain, haha. I guess I was lucky then. I'm now expecting a baby 9 months later. Drake, huh, lucky for you. I think the correct phrase should be unlucky for me. Now I gotta raise another brat. Are you kidding me? Please tell me you're joking. Rain simply pulled out a positive pregnancy test from her coat, while caressing her belly with her other hand, all while blushing and avoiding eye contact with her husband. Drake, hold on. I think we're low on milk. Let me just go get some, yeah, ha ha. But as Drake turned around, Rain suddenly gripped onto his shoulder, which surprised him and caused his heart to drop. Drake could already sense a deadly aura coming from his wife, and he knew what that meant. Drake slowly turned around to see Rain with a seemingly neutral expression, before he noticed that her eyes were devoid of any emotion. Her grip only continued to increase on Drake's shoulder, as she finally spoke in a monotone voice. Milk? Oh, we don't need any milk. The fridge is already packed with it. But besides, the grocery store is that way. Why did you turn the other way? You're not planning to avoid child support, are you? Drake, what? No, Rain, are you, darling? Will you take care of this child with me, your beautiful wife? Or are you planning to ghost me and live another life with another woman? Do I need to be like your ex-wife Tiamat to make you stay? Drake, hold on, honey, calm down. Hey, I will stay, alright. I will take care of our baby. Jay, just chill out first, okay? Rain, okay. So then, what shall we name our baby? Drake, wait, is it a boy or a girl? Rain, don't know. But I'm hoping for a baby girl. Why don't we say what we want to name our child at the same time? The same thing we did with Shido. Drake, okay, well, I'm hoping for a baby boy, but… regardless of the baby's gender, we'll still love him or her. Why don't we just combine our suggested names? Rain, sounds good. Okay, on the count of the 3. 1, 2, 3. Drake, Takamiya. Rain, Mio. Rain, meh. At least it's not some crap like Drake the Second, or some shit like that. Drake, hey, I was definitely not thinking that. 1. Scene break. First circle of hell. The shores of the Acheron River. Before the team set off to enter the realm of the dead, Maria revealed that she could shrink the Fraxinus and could enter the rift. The team braced themselves for the obstacles about to come, and prepared for the worst. As the Fraxinus in miniature form carried everyone on board into the rift of the deathly abyss, the Sapphira warriors could immediately sense a shift in the environment's vibe as soon as the entire ship passed through the rift. The team accessed the ship's cameras, and saw that the outside was filled with nothing but darkness and evil. It was everyone's best interest to not be around this type of thing for too long and cloak themselves with protective energy. Before long, the team had entered Limbo, the first circle of hell, well, technically not yet. Before they could officially enter the realm of Hades, the Sapphira warriors needed to cross the Acheron River, which separated the living world from the underworld. Because the Fraxinus shrunk to a small size, the Acheron River appeared like a vast ocean to them. But across the vast water body was land leading further into the darkness way past the horizon. Issei, okay, kiddos, we're already traversing above the Acheron River. Whatever you do, don't make any sudden sounds which may scare anybody or attract unwanted attention. Once we are across, it'll be the official start of the journey into the realm of Hades, if you want to save the world and regain our chance at fighting Rias fair and square. We need to stop Hades and fast. Shido, got it, and Uncle Issei, how much do you know about the realm of Hades? You seem to know a bit about this place, since you know about the Acheron River. 1. Issei, you know the poem, Inferno, the first of the Divine Comedy. Shido, I think I learned about it in history class. It was written by an Italian poet named Dante Alighieri, right? Issei, correct. But you see, Dante Alighieri was actually a previous user of the boosted gear. He wrote Divine Comedy not as a poem, but as an autobiography. That's right, all the 9 circles of hell are real. Dante originally traveled here with another poet, Virgil, who was at the time the possessor of divine dividing. They traveled there because, well, Drake told me that they were battle maniacs looking for a fight. Anyways, the duo successfully created a map of the underworld and its 9 circles of hell. However, 1. Shido, but what, did something happen? Issei, you see, when both Dante and Virgil arrived in Cocytus, the deepest and most dangerous part of the realm of the dead, Drake and Albion actually feared both their respective users' power and decided to forcefully depart from their bodies because they were scared of what they were capable of. Shido, what, that must mean that Dante and Virgil passed on their sacred gears to the next generation not because of death, but because the 2 heavenly dragons feared them so much. Issei, yeah? And wanna know something even more fucked up? Dante and Virgil were left here in the realm of the dead, forever left to a fate of eternally hunting denizens of the realm. For all we know, Dante and Virgil may still be down here as we speak. Shido felt the chills as he listened to Issei talk about the tale of Dante and Virgil, hoping that his team wouldn't have the misfortune of encountering them in negative circumstances. Issei, but don't worry, there's 9 circles of hell. It's not like they can be in more than one place at once, just hope that we don't run into them, alright? Also, Dante and Virgil weren't just poets, they are also feared devil hunters known across the land. So, once again, let's pray that we don't come across them. 1. Shido, alright, got it. Anyways, I think we're almost across the Acheron River. So, what's our next destination? Issei, the city of Dis. It's the only major city in the underworld surrounded by the swampy and murky Styx River. It starts from the 6th circle of hell and extends all the way down to the 9th and final circle of hell. Whatever information we can get out of this unexplained invasion from Hades, we can get there. Shido, well said. We're now across the Acheron River. Whatever awaits us, let's not hold back against it. Soon, the Sapphira warriors crossed into the realm of the dead and began their expedition to find Hades and stop him once and for all. They couldn't let the supernatural rumble be cancelled, otherwise all their efforts to bring down Rias's reputation thus far will be in vain. Scene break. 5 hours later. 3rd circle of hell. Just before the entrance to the 4th circle. The Fraxinus had successfully made it past the first 2 layers, and was now about to cross the 3rd circle of hell into the 4th. However, progress was drastically slowed down as strong and powerful icy winds were blowing against the travel of direction of the Fraxinus. So far, the team hadn't spotted anything. What was unusual, however, was the absence of any human activity in the first 2 circles. Usually, there'd be people in there who were punished for their sins done back in their lives. However, there was absolutely no signs of any damned souls who were cursed to the first 2 circles. Issei, I think Hades mobilized them, all those grim reapers we fought back on Earth. I think they were the souls of the damned who made a deal with Hades to serve him as his loyal legionnaires. And Mordred, being skilled in swordsmanship, was selected as one of his generals. Mia, yep. You guessed correctly, Uncle Issei. Ratziel is showing me the exact same information which he just told us. So, you think all those circles of hell are empty because of that? Issei, unlikely. Hades will definitely have his elite units stationed here, probably in the lower levels of the underworld. He definitely doesn't want to be left alone here unguarded. Origami, okay, you think we can beat Hades? Issei, honestly, I don't know. It's been so long since I saw him, he might have gotten stronger or whatnot. It all depends on how we work together to beat him. Suddenly, in the middle of the conversation, Maria issued an emergency alert. Warning. Warning. Unidentified entity straight ahead. Prepare for battle. Brace, brace, brace. The alarm was now going off and the Sapphira warriors summoned their weapons. They turned on the cameras to see what was ahead, and lo and behold. There was something there. Cerberus, you shall not pass. Trespassers, stand down and face your oblivion. It was the 3-headed warden of the 3rd circle, the Cerberus. Turns out, it had been here the whole time searching for any invaders, and it just so happens that he picked up the scent of the Sapphira warriors. Issei, shit. It's the Cerberus. It guards this level of hell and we can't progress further unless we beat it. But don't worry, I think we can take it, we just need to. Kotori, Uncle Issei, look, there's somebody standing on the middle head. It's a man and he's holding a pretty powerful looking sword. Issei, huh, what the? The cameras zoomed in to see who was standing on the Cerberus, and Issei couldn't believe his eyes when he saw who was with the Cerberus. 3. Freed, Hello there, bitches. Y'all ain't getting past this point with me around, gahahaha. Oh, it feels good to be back. I should really thank Hades for making me one of his generals. Issei looked at the monitor as the face of a crazy yet familiar man was displayed. It was none other than Fried Selzen, who was thought to have been killed so many years ago. But then again, this is the realm of the dead. Fried Selzen was probably a damned soul of one of the circles of hell, and was recruited by Hades to carry out his bidding. Right now, there was an angry three-headed dog standing in the way of the expedition, along with a crazy guy presumed to be dead but is now one of Hades' generals. What will the Sapphira warriors do to get past? Third circle of hell. Issei, shit. Well, kids, that's the Cerberus, the warden of the third circle of hell. And the maniac standing on its head is Fried Selzen, the one of the very first enemies I had ever fought back in my day. Shido, what? Ugh, it doesn't matter who stands in the way. We need to pass through. Pass me the mic. I'm giving this Fried Selzen guy an ultimatum to let us go through or he will get obliterated. It happened just before the entrance to the fourth circle of hell. The Sapphira warriors, led by their newest mentor, Issei HYOUDOU, were on an expedition to the ninth and lowest circle of hell to stop Hades, the god of death, to put an end to his armies and legions causing destruction all over the human world and the supernatural world. They officially began their journey after crossing the Acheron River to enter the realm of the dead. The trip through the first two circles posed no problem, since all the souls of the damned who formerly occupied them had been mobilized into soldiers for Hades' army, and thus were left empty. However, towards the end of the third circle, a massive world filled with rugged and rocky terrain experiencing endless winter storms, had someone guarding the area. It was the Cerberus, the warden of the third circle, who was also working with Fried Selzen, one of Hades' generals. Shido grabbed the microphone from the captain's desk and connected it to the ship's exterior intercom, before speaking into it. Hello. Yeah, you, listen here, Hades will be stopped, and there's nothing you can do to stop us in our path, so move aside and stand down. We will show you mercy if you do so. Issei seemed horrified at what Shido said, and replied, I don't think Fried is the type of guy to listen to reason. Trust me, he's the last person you'd expect to be reasonable. Then, Fried, who heard the ultimatum from the Fraxinus, laughed like a maniac and continued laughing uncontrollably and even wheezed multiple times as he found it amusing. Eventually, Fried stopped and said, Gahahaha, seriously, what kind of freak's hit are you on, you idiot? You think I'm gonna listen to some foolish kid who just told me, Fried Selzen, to surrender? Ha ha ha, hard pass, sucker, you're gonna have to get through me. And with that, Fried turned his attention to the Cerberus, and commanded it to attack. Oh, almighty Cerberus. Please show our guests the way out, impale their spleens with your deadly icicle spears. The Cerberus roared as its three heads began charging up ice beams in its mouths, which alarmed the Sapphira warriors and sent them into battle mode since the ultimatum failed. Then, Maria announced to the team, attention, the Fraxinus is under attack. Maria will now take over control of the ship. Brace yourselves and hold on. Commencing offensive mode. At that moment, the shrunk Fraxinus reverted back to full size and a massive futuristic airship was now present in the air, resisting the formidable icy blast of the winds inside the third circle. At the same time, the Cerberus fired 3 ice beams at the Fraxinus, which prompted Maria to activate the ship's shields and block the incoming blasts of ice, narrowly managing to endure the impact of the Cerberus attack. Boom! The Fraxinus shook violently as the force of the ice beams struck the shield with full force. Luckily, the Sapphira warriors held on tight, and they managed to stay balanced on the deck. That's when Shido decided on a battle plan. Okay, we're officially under attack. This is what's gonna happen. I will bring Origami, Yoshino, Kotori, Shiori, and the Yamai sisters with me to fight the Cerberus. The rest of you, follow Uncle Issei to fight Fried Selzen. We're gonna take them down in a two-pronged fashion. Got it. Shido's group hopped off the Fraxinus through the back door and landed on rough and hard-to-maneuver terrain. But the Cerberus was easy to spot because of its huge body, and they proceeded onward to beat it. Shido, we have to separate the Cerberus from Fried, and that's why I'm going to get Uncle Issei to lure him away. Take a look. Far in the distance, Issei's group had also hopped off the ship, this time from the side door and landed near the Cerberus. Issei spotted Fried standing onto the middle head and summoned his boosted gear, before whistling to get his attention, and waved his arms in the air, mockingly shouting. Oi, Fried Selzen, long time no see, come and fight me, I'll crush you just like last time. Fried immediately noticed Issei in the distance, and instantly recognized him based on the boosted gear alone. Fried grinned with glee as his face was filled with psychotic levels of elation and joy, before exclaiming out loud, "Well, well, well, if it ain't the little dragon from Kyoto. Where's your friends, huh? And where's Asya? I thought she was stuck to your hip like a thorn. Or was she too scared to see me?" Issei simply yelled back, "It doesn't matter. I came to fight you so that I can get through, unless you're too scared to face me. Come, I'll kick your ass like last time, you psycho." Fried gladly. Wahaha. Fried jumped down from the Cerberus and swiped 2 guns out of his pockets, before firing several rounds at Issei. But Toka used her sword to rapidly deflect each bullet of light which Fried shot at Issei. Fried landed on the ground and put away his guns, before summoning a sword made of light and pointing it at Issei, growling, "Hee hee, oh I'm gonna enjoy killing you, Red Dragon." Issei summoned Ascalon through the boosted gear and pointed his blade towards Fried, and replied, "Pfft. Do your worst." Fried and Issei charged towards each other, as both men swung their swords from behind before clashing violently, causing a massive shockwave to explode across the third circle and cause the surrounding hills to collapse. Fried, gahaha, your strength has waned, dragon. Do you not realize that you cannot beat me? Issei, TSK, haven't you realized that I didn't come here alone? Fried then noticed someone standing in the corner of his eye, before he turned slightly to see an entire army of Kurumi clones pointing their pistols towards him and began blasting bullets at him. Kurumi, Zafkiel. First bullet. Aleph. Bang. Kurumi shot a bullet infused with time-accelerating energy and hit Issei, who overpowered Fried and knocked him back, before getting shot by bullets coming from all directions. Fried was struck many times, but it was revealed that the bullets had no effect on him, since he had an enhanced body which was more resistant and formidable. Fried simply grinned as he showed his bullet-ridden torso to his opponents, and exclaimed, "Gahaha, is that all you got? If you want a bullet party, I got some right here." This time, Fried whipped out 2 rifles from hidden inside his cloak, before pointing them in separate directions and fired automatic rounds of bullets in every direction as he spun around in a frenzy. Nia, Ratziel. Aspida Athartos. Opening her grimoire, Nia sent hundreds of pages flying out and formed groups of them in front of her teammates. These pages then organized themselves into a rectangular wall taller than her friends, before transforming itself into a massive shield of indestructible material, successfully blocking all the incoming bullets. However, as the shields continued to make metallic clanging noises as each bullet failed to pierce through, Fried didn't seem like he was running out of bullets to fire, and actually seemed like he was increasing his shooting speed. Mukuro, stand back. Muku can handle this. Michael. Lataib. From directly below, Mukuro opened up a portal before pointing her staff into it, and fired a beam of energy which blasted Fried into the air as soon as the beam came flying out. Issei, great, now let's take care of the trash, everyone with me. Meanwhile, Shido's group was facing the Cerberus head-on, and had a slightly easier time fighting it since Fried was busy distracted facing Issei. The Yamai twins flew into the air and flew in circles around the Cerberus, calling it names as they tried to distract it. Kaguya, hey, over here, you stinky little bitch. Come and catch these hands, boy. Yuzuru, distraction. Bite me, you little puppy. I bet you can't since you have such a short neck. Cerberus, you dare insult me. Prepare to die, you lowly insects. Then, the 3-headed beast began to charge up 3 more ice beams while turning its heads in every direction to try and aim at the Yamai sisters, who were flying all over the place. But then, Metatron. Ardalith. Blast, kaboom. Cerberus, arg. Origami had secretly snuck up to a position next to the Cerberus before blasting barrages of light at its side, which caused it to shoot its ice beams elsewhere and stumble in confusion. The Cerberus got even angrier, before it regained focus and began chasing Origami, who began flying away towards a hilly area with several small mountains. In the distance, Shido saw the Cerberus approaching his position as Origami was luring it, before turning to his sister and said, "Now, Shiori, do it." Shiori then harnessed a lot of power in her fist, before she leapt up high into the air and smashed it down onto the ground, creating a massive sinkhole between Shido's position and the Cerberus. Then, Origami had lured the Cerberus just close enough so that the Yamai sisters who were left behind could charge up their combined attack and launched an arrow of condensed wind pressure to shoot the Cerberus. Raphael. El Kanaf. Bang. Kaboom. The Cerberus was struck behind by an arrow filled with destructive wind energy which caused it to stumble forward and fall into the ditch that Shiori made using her fist. Crash. The Cerberus was trapped inside of a deep hole and couldn't climb its way out. It was too bulky to even move its limbs anywhere. This was perfect for the Sapphira warriors, who then proceeded to finish it off. Yoshino shot several ice shards in there which glaciated the interior of the hole and froze over the Cerberus limbs and permanently caused it to be stuck, before Kotori came in and dealt the finishing blow by sending a massive flamethrower down to incinerate it alive. Kotori, Camel, Megiddo. Bang! Screams of pure agony echoed through the battlefield as a gigantic plume of crimson and pink fire shot into the air, lit up the dark and obscure dimension with blazing light. Even the freezing third circle of hell felt like a sauna for a few seconds as Kotori unleaded her ultimate move to kill the Cerberus. Shido, phew. That's one problem taken care of. Now, let's go find Uncle Issei and see if he needs help. Meanwhile, Fried, ugh darn it, I can't believe I fell for that crappy cheap shot. It was completely avoidable, fuck. Fried Selzen had crashed into ground and created a crater around his landing site. He slowly got up as he summoned his light sword. Looking around, all Fried could see was smoke and dust floating in the air as he scanned his surroundings for the Sapphira warriors. Then, a voice from beyond the smokescreen spoke to Fried. Yo! Is that all? Is this what the almighty Fried Selzen can do? Aren't you gonna kill me like you said? Fried immediately recognized it as Issei's voice, which caused a spike in his bloodlust. He gripped his sword and yelled, "Where are you? Come out and face me, Gra-ah." Furiously swinging his sword, Fried cleared the smoke and dust particles around him, which made him spot Issei standing at the top of the ledge looking down on Fried in the crater. Fried jumped up high and swung his sword at Issei with full force, only for his blade to directly pass through Issei like thin air, eventually slashing into the floor instead. Fried was shocked, and he couldn't pull his sword out of the ground as he smashed it too hard and too deep into the rugged ground. He then turned to see the image of Issei flicker and distort like a hologram, before realizing that it wasn't the real Issei. Suddenly, a female voice from a distance mocked Fried as he fell for her trap. "Ha, take that. Now it's time for you to face your doom." It was Natsumi. She had used her staff to create a false illusion of Issei and tricked him into striking it. This gave the Sapphira warriors the chance to finish off Fried. Miku, Gabriel. Rondo. Blam. Metallic pipes popped out of the ground and restrained Fried to his feet using sound waves so powerful that he couldn't move. Not even the most desperate attempt at breaking out could budge. Finally, the finishing move came, Sandofan. Halvin Helef. Slash. Boom. Silence filled the air as the squeals and yelps of the psycho named Fried Selzen ceased to cry once more. Toka had sent a massive pillar of energy down on Fried, which instantly killed and vaporized him into ashes. Issei, good work everyone. I think it's about time we wrap things up and head back to the Fraxinus. I no longer sense the Cerberus anymore. Shido probably dealt with it. Shido, yep, you guessed correctly. That demon dog has been taken care of, but it's a shame we couldn't get any more information out of Fried. Issei, it's fine. We can still go to the city of Dis to ask more. I see the Fraxinus coming back, so let's board the ship and continue the journey to Coke-Idis. Scene break. Stockholm, Sweden. 4 a.m. Drake, alright, I think that should be the last of them. Rain, I don't see any more Grim Reapers, so I think this area is clear. Across the other side of the world, Drake and Rain were fighting side by side to counter the Grim Reaper invasion all over the world. But it wasn't just the both of them who were at it. In addition to the armed forces of affected countries around the world, Drake specially called Elliot, and he took the effort to come out of retirement just to call Ratatosk's former members to gather and fight against evil again. Many Ratatosk's ships were back in action as they began clearing out both urban and rural areas all around the world, which managed to counter Grim Reaper raids for the time being. However, the humans who were defending their civilizations noticed something unusual and terrifying. Each time a Grim Reaper struck a human with its scythe, the victim would not suffer any wounds and instead will instantly collapse and fall unconscious, displaying not even a single sign of life. Knowing Grim Reapers and their lore, governments around the world have theorized that the victim has had their soul stolen from them, and is probably dwelling in the realm of the dead where Hades is. Drake and Rain were looking the bodies of victims in Stockholm, who were lying on the floor and placed inside body bags zipped open halfway to show their faces. Drake, yep, definitely a body without a soul. The Grim Reapers extracted it with a single slice and sent it straight into the realm of the dead. Rain, is there a possibility of bringing them back to their original bodies? Drake, there is. We'd have to kill Hades if we want to do that though. He has a staff which can command all souls to either return to their host bodies or send them into eternal oblivion. Rain, huh? Then we'd have to tell Issei about this quickly. Drake, agreed? Let me just connect to him. Hello, Issei, you there? It's Drake. I got something important to tell you. Issei, huh, Drake, yeah? What's up? Drake, there have been countless people all over the world who have had their souls forcefully taken away by the Grim Reapers sent by Hades, and they are currently residing in the realm of the dead. Issei, oh shit. That sounds pretty serious. Is there anything I can do? Drake, yes. You have to kill Hades and steal his staff. Only using it can return all the lost souls to their host bodies. Issei, the fuck? I mean, fighting Hades was on our to-do list, but I don't know if we can kill the personification of death itself. Are you sure that this'll even work? Drake, there is no other choice. There have been over 3 billion people who have lost their souls and the death toll keeps climbing. Listen, the humans don't know about the whole thing about Hades' staff. They think that the victims affected are as good as dead and are set to buried in several hours. Some are even on the way to the cemeteries. Issei, I will do the best I can and see if I can reach Hades before the victims get buried. Rest assured, we are already moving past the 3rd circle of hell and are crossing into the 4th. Drake, well hurry up then. You're not even at the city of Dis. That's in the 6th circle of hell, and you'd have to cross 3 more layers to get to Hades. Issei, like I said earlier, I will do my best. Scene break. Halfway through the 4th circle of hell. As the Fraxinus was rapidly crossing through each layer of the underworld as fast as it could, Issei just got a call from Drake which informed him of the severity of the situation, and it made him tense. Issei then spoke to the team about what Drake told him and they weren't happy either. A confrontation was inevitable, and it will be a deadly one. Hades is the ultimate foe which they have to face, and they needed to be in the right state of mind to face him. But the bigger question was why Hades was doing all this. He was attacking every faction without any recognizable patterns, and only seemed to be out to destroy all life in existence. The only clue they got was from Mordred, one of Hades' generals, who mentioned that an outsider who somehow entered the realm of Hades convinced him to launch an all-out attack on all life in the universe. Issei, ugh, this fighting is getting me all stressed out. Hey kids, mind watching the wheel for a sec, I'm gonna get some beer. Shido, what, you're gonna get drunk, at a crucial time like this? Issei, oh please, we still have a pretty long way to go, so we might as well take a break until we reach Dis. Maria can just tell us when to get up and go. Issei disappeared off into the ship's kitchen, before grabbing an entire cooler filled with beer bottles and started chugging them down one by one. Before long, Issei was intoxicated and began speaking weirdly. Issei, ugh, hick, now that really hit the spot. Phew, that sure feels good after downing a whole bottle. Hick, ugh. Kotori, hey, wake up. Didn't you just tell us about needing to kill Hades just now? Why are you drinking? What if we need you and... Issei, huh, hick, what's that? You, hick, need me, a tip of advice. Hick, try depending less on me. Hick, I thought you kids trained for that. Snore. Shiori, and... He's asleep. Just great. Shido, ugh, I guess I'm in charge for the time being. So, first order of business, Nia, could you please hide all the alcoholic beverages in the storeroom? The last thing we need is someone getting drunk in the middle of the mission. Nia, say no more, I shall gladly confiscate them. Then, Nia took the remainder of Issei's beer before heading into the kitchen and placed them all inside one big box and dragged it all the way to the storage compartment in the ship. Shido then asked Maria, hey Maria, could you prohibit the possession of alcohol on board the ship? I don't want this kind of thing to happen ever again. Maria, of course. From now on, alcoholic beverages will be permanently prohibited on board the Fraxinus. Just then, as Issei was knocked out cold, he began talking in his sleep. Ugh. Hick, oh yeah, tell me Murayama. Hick, who's your daddy? Hee. Hick. Miku, Kaiya, what in the unholy hell did I just hear? Natsumi, you. I don't even want to imagine what Uncle Issei has been doing with MS. Murayama this whole time. Ugh, he's been giving her back shots whenever he feels like it, hasn't he? Kurumi, Ara, I'm not surprised at all. Uncle Issei is still a young and healthy man. I wonder if Shido can do the... Shido, no? I am not hearing you out. Let's just focus on the fucking mission before I kick you off the ship. Sigh. I just want to get this over and done with. And also, somebody please bring Uncle Issei to a bed. I don't want him to be lying on the floor. Letting out a sigh of frustration, Shido proceeded to take over the team as Issei was dragged to a bedroom while he sat down on the captain's desk to check the status of the team's journey progress. Maria, alert! The Fraxinus has officially crossed over the last stretches of the fourth circle of hell and is now about to enter the fifth. A map was then displayed to the team to see. The Fraxinus had successfully made it across the fourth circle of hell and was now bound to enter the fifth. However, before they could do so, the Fraxinus had to fly over the Styx River, which acted as a moat for the city of Dis. The front camera monitors also showed a massive stone gate with fallen angels carved into the surface of the pillars propping up the gate, showing the team that they were nearing the city of Dis. Shido, excellent. Maria, could you speed up so we can reach the city faster? I'd say that we're behind schedule. We need to reach Coke-itis in a shorter amount of time than we originally planned to. Maria, activating rocket thrusters. Fraxinus will now speed up 5 times faster than our current speed. Brrrr whoosh. In a matter of seconds, the Fraxinus boosted across the Styx River to reach the city of Dis, which was located all the way at a river junction, surrounded by massive walls and moated by the swampy and murky Styx River. Eventually, the team successfully made it to the main entrance of Dis, where a large stone gate stood before them. The gates were closed and there didn't seem to be any way to manually open the gates. That's when Shido commanded the team to open fire one of the ship's cannons, aimed towards the gates. We're gonna blast it open. All, got it, imitating mistletoe. Brrrr boom. A massive beam of light shot out of the Fraxinus and flew across the area, before striking the city gates with great force and caused it to collapse instantly. Shido, if there are any enemies in Dis, then I think we should disembark the Fraxinus for now. Let's all travel in a group and see if we can gather any information related to Hades. There's definitely someone in there who could tell us something. Toka, but what about Uncle Issei? Should we wait for him to sober up? Shido, no, we don't have time for that. Let's all disembark and look around Dis. We need to get to the bottom of this and fast. So, the Sapphire warriors got off and left Issei to sober up by himself on board the ship. They then walked through the city gates and looks around, to find a massive settlement built of stone and designed with evil undertones, such as statues of fallen angels and statues of gargoyles. Scene break. City of Dis. Entrance of the sixth circle of hell. The city of Dis was built with stone and brimstone, with architecture resembling that of ancient Rome. Dis was not just a city, but also acted as an entrance towards the deeper regions of the realm of the dead, such as the 7th to 9th circles of hell. The all-for-honor-mentioned entrance was a massive hole in the middle of the entire city. Dis is kinda shaped like a donut. Think of the dough area as the places where people live, while the hole is the entrance to the lower levels of hell. Every building was at least 3 stories high, and packed closely together. Like, there wasn't any space for a 2-lane highway at all. Every path in the city was a footpath, and the team was forced to walk around and survey the area. Kurumi, I don't know about the rest of you, but I think this place seems a little empty, don't you think? Origami, I can concur. I don't sense any presences inside these buildings, which I assume are houses. Maybe the residents of the city were mobilized into soldiers for Hades' legions. Kurumi, that could be the only explanation, though I wonder how useful this investigation of Dis will take. I just hope it'll take us less than an hour. Kaguya, oh yeah, I certainly wish that our one and only knowledgeable guide of this underworld didn't get drunk right now. Yuzuru, agreement. Uncle Issei needs to lay off on the alcohol. Would you like me to return back to the Fraxinus and whip him until he sobers up? Kaguya, whoa, I didn't know you'd even consider that, Yuzuru, but I'm kinda glad that my sister is choosing more practical approaches now. The city seemed abandoned and desolate. However, it also felt like a million pairs of eyes were constantly watching the Sapphire warriors as they walked through the empty city. Outsiders. But how? I thought it was forbidden to enter the city unless you were dead or were banished here. Before long, the team made it to the edge of the ring-shaped city. The team found themselves before a large series of railings which acted as barriers to prevent people from falling into a dark abyssal borehole leading down into the lower levels of the underworld. One look into the hole and all the team felt was death and despair. To some individuals who had acute hearing such as Miku and Origami, they swore that they heard the voices coming from the souls of the damned, begging for help to end their eternal suffering in the underworld. Mukuro, Muku feels like that hole is pulling her in, that abyss. It's like a whirlpool of evil tempting us to step in and be assimilated into the realm of darkness. Yoshino, that was well put, Mukuro. But that hole is the only way into Kokaitis. We need to enter it in order to stop Hades. Yashinan, hee. Why don't we drop a stone in there and see how deep this thing is after hearing it hit the floor? I bet it would be fun, don't you guys think so? Shido, that's actually not a bad idea. Here, I'll just take this stone right here and then I'll just drop it down into the depths of the underworld. Could someone time the fall? Toka, I'll do it. Ready when you are. Then, Shido and Toka coordinated together and began timing the fall of the stone. The longer it took for an echo to be heard, the deeper this hole was. The Sapphira warriors were listening intently and were waiting to see how far down this entrance goes. However, more than a minute had passed, and it was getting pretty unnerving for everyone given how far the stone has been falling. At this point, the hole was way deeper than the Kola Super Deep Borehole, which was the deepest hole ever dug by humanity on Earth. When the timer crossed second minute mark, nobody could take it any longer and gave up on trying to figure out the depth of the hole. Shiori, damn. I can't believe that there wasn't even an echo after 2 minutes. Just how far down does that ditch go? Kotori, and maybe there was an echo, and nobody could hear it because it happened so far down. Miku, that's not possible. I was listening with my powers and I didn't hear a single sound. Don't you remember that I have acute hearing? If there was any sound, no matter how soft it is, I would have definitely sensed it. However, hold on. Wait a minute, I think I do sense something. Miku rushed over to the railing and looked down, before calling everyone back. Hey everyone. I hear something. It's coming from the hole and it's coming in fast. The Sapphira warriors came over and looked down the hole. After a few seconds, they did indeed sense something climbing up the hole and waited to see what it was. But suddenly, Shido felt a sense of malicious energy and evil rapidly rising from the hole, which made him nervous. However, none of his teammates seemed to realize it, until the level of evil he sensed was too much, which prompted him to warn his teammates. Everyone. Away from the railings now, there's something coming. This sudden and urgent announcement luckily got everyone to leap away from the hole, and it was just at that exact moment when the presence coming up the hole arrived, causing a massive explosion. Kaboom! Smoke and dust scattered all across this, while lightning bolts were fired in all directions. Whatever this thing was, the Sapphira warriors really angered it. The team braced for impact, but fortunately nobody was hurt. Then, 2 silhouettes of 2 tall figures became visible in the dust, before they showed themselves to the Sapphira warriors. Kokabeel, well, I wonder which idiot from Dis decided it was a good idea to disturb me. I'll find that bastard and tear him limb from limb. Loki, sigh. I thought we had taught those foolish denizens of Dis to not mess with the almighty power of Hades, TSK. But I guess they wanted to look for a fight and incur our wrath. It was Kokabeel and Loki, one of the former founders of the Grigori, and the other being a Norse god. But what both of them had in common was being former enemies of Issei HYOUDOU who were defeated and sealed away. Shido, what the fuck is that? Wait, is that Kokabeel, that fallen angel whom Uncle Issei defeated? At that moment, Shiori suddenly felt an extremely high level of bloodlust and rage upon laying her eyes on Kokabeel. For some reason, it felt like a part of her loathed Kokabeel so much to the point where she couldn't wait to beat the shit out of him. 1. Shiori, grr. What? Why am I feeling so angry right now? That fallen angel. For some reason he makes me want to kill him. My fists just clenched themselves on their own, and my teeth are gritting furiously. Could it be Rainier who's angry instead of me? But then, Kokabeel noticed the Sapphira warriors in front of him and seemed surprised, before asking, "You are not from Dis. Speak, who are you children? Were you the ones who disturbed me?" Loki also joined in, demanding answers from them. Tell me. What made you think it was a good idea to disturb us, outsiders? Shido, you're Kokabeel, and you're Loki, right? I remember the stories that Uncle Issei told me when he beat you. Suddenly, Kokabeel had a face filled with shock, before he started laughing hysterically, replying, "Gahahaha. Really now, your Uncle Issei told you that? He wasn't even the one who beat me. It was the White Dragon Emperor who did. Haha. Did you come here to perhaps challenge me to a fight, young boy?" Loki then smirked and said, "So you know Issei HYOUDOU, oomph? That bastard had foiled my plans and ruined the future of the Norse faction. Since he's not here, I guess killing you will make up for what he did to my faction." Shido was nervous to fight both Kokabeel and Loki at the same time, but before he could negotiate with them, Shiori stepped forward and yelled at Kokabeel with all her anger, "Listen here, you elf. I dunno what you and that curtain-haired motherfucker wants, but I think you need to shut up and fuck off back into that massive gaping abyssal rectum you call your home. Because I do not want to see your ugly and traitorous looking eye again." The Sapphira warriors were as equally shocked as they were confused, and they shouted at Shiori as they demanded answers as to what she was doing. "Toka, Shiori, what the hell are you doing? Are you trying to get us killed?" Suddenly, Shiori snapped back to her senses as if she wasn't being herself just now. She too was now confused and wondered why she just did that, and said, I don't know. It felt like the fallen angel side of my body just took over and started screaming at him." Kokabeel was obviously offended by that remark Shiori made. But before he wanted to attack her for disrespecting him, Kokabeel noticed a unique aura signature coming from Shiori, before he realized how she was and said, Rainier, it's been a long time since we've seen each other, right? I recall you and the other fallen angels having such deep contempt for me, and you even personally swore that you would kill me. But look at you now, you're nothing but a little girl. Where's that intimidating energy you once had? Don't tell me you gave it all up to be with this blue-haired weakling. Shiori, don't talk about my brother like that. We beat the Cerberus and freed. We're on our way to Kokaitis to pay Hades a visit, so step out of the way and let us through. Kokabeel started laughing hysterically again while Loki was getting increasingly impatient. At this point, Shido pulled his sister aside and said, "Slow down, folks. Let's not get physical. Forgive my sister for being an idiot, but we have no intention of being hostile. We..." Kokabeel, gahahaha, really, didn't your sister just say that you beat freed? You're already at war with us by killing another one of our fellow Hades generals. You kids already signed your fates. It's time for you to die. Loki, finally, now I can kill these little pests and kill them 1,000 times over. Both Kokabeel and Loki began charging up their attacks, which prompted the Sapphira warriors to start running in the opposite direction and escape into the city of Dis. Kaboom! Kokabeel and Loki were now on the hunt for the Sapphira warriors, and they chased them around Dis to annihilate them. The team stuck together and looked around for places to hide, but every corner seemed like an obvious target for both of them to easily destroy. Toka tried stalling them with several slashes, but Kokabeel summoned his sword and deflected each one. This only emboldened Kokabeel to attack more ferociously and purse the Sapphira warriors alongside Loki. Kokabeel, mwahaha, run all you want. In the end, I'll catch every single one of you pests and I'll rip you all into shreds. Loki, TSK, I think you should allow me to be the one who kills those insects. Why do you get all the action? Kokabeel, grr, shut up. Can't you see that I'm busy chasing after those cheeky little bastards? I saw them first, so I get to kill them. Loki, oh yeah, well I can kill them faster than you, why don't you? For some reason, while the Sapphira warriors were being chased by Kokabeel and Loki, the two of them were suddenly having an argument over who gets to be the one who kills them, which stalled them for some time. Shido, what the, are they seriously fighting right now? Well, this is good news, attack. Instead of running away, the Sapphira warriors turned around and took advantage of Kokabeel and Loki arguing with each other, and attacked them. Origami, Metatron. Shemesh. Yoshino, Sadkiel. Glacis Sepulire. Nia, Ratziel. Astropia Animata. Boom 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 bang. Both Kokabeel and Loki were caught off guard and were struck many times by the Sapphira warriors. They were unable to defend themselves in time, and were thus severely hit. But as the smoke cleared, it was revealed that the team's attacks did basically no damage on them, only leaving slight burns and scratches on them. Kokabeel, hee, you think you can beat me? I'll have you know that even the Red Dragon Emperor struggled to beat me. Loki, ha, that was truly pathetic, you foolish children. Now, allow me to finish you off once and for all. Both of them got up and charged up their strongest attacks, aiming to wipe out the Sapphira warriors in one clean swoop. The team boosted their energy to prepare defenses and magic shields, but before the two sides could attack, a mysterious person's voice shouted from the distance. Oi, over here, you demon crow, look over here. Kokabeel stopped his attack and so did Loki, and turned around to see a group of people standing on top of a building. Donasik, stop right there, Kokabeel, your reign of terror on the people of Dis ends here. Kalawarna, that's right, now get ready to be destroyed. You disgraceful crow, you betrayed Azazel and all of us. Middlet, what they said, we're going to tear you a new one. Out of absolutely nowhere, the people who came to the Sapphira warriors' rescue were Rainier's former subordinates, who were killed by Rias almost 20 years ago. They appeared on top of a building and they were trying to distract Kokabeel and Loki. 3. Kokabeel gritted his teeth upon seeing them and growled, grr. Not you fuckers again. Haven't you had enough fun trying to piss me off? Middled, I don't think there'll ever be a limit to how much we want to piss you off. You always react like a little bitch. Donasek, so come and get us. What are you waiting for? We're right here. Calawarna, or would you like us to attack first? Then, the three fallen angels summoned their light spears and threw them across the air to strike Kokubile, though it failed as he dodged all of their attacks. However, the distraction was a success as Kokubile and Loki were now focused on chasing the three fallen angels. The Sapphira warriors took this opportunity to run and successfully escaped. They didn't know where else to go, except hide between a small alley between two buildings packed tightly together. Makuro, should we flee the city? There's no way we can just continue hiding in this alley. Natsumi, but we need to enter that hole leading towards the lower levels of the underworld. Shido, TSK. That's right, but we can't get through with those two wackos over there. In the middle of a decision-making crisis, the Sapphira warriors couldn't figure out how to advance from here. Issei was still probably drunk in the Fraxinus, and they didn't know how long those three fallen angels could hold off Kokubile and Loki. But just then, a secret door opened up from the alley, and out came a hooded figure who gestured to the team to come in. Hey, you want to beat those two? Come in, we also have a grudge against them. Shido, who are? Just hurry. I don't know how long those three can hold them off. If you want to beat them, then you need my help. Shido, fine. But you better tell us who you are and what you want. The Sapphira warriors rushed into the hidden room inside the alley before the hooded figure closed it tightly. Then, the hooded figure led the team further into the room before eventually leading into another bigger room where many people were seen gathering and making use of this hidden space as a settlement. There were people in groups huddling together while eating simple staple foods such as bread and butter, which appeared as if the people in this area were surviving on little supplies. The hooded figure then led the Sapphira warriors into another room with a huge table in the middle, before sitting down by said table and asked the team to take a seat as well. Thanks all for trusting me. I'm glad that we have found some new allies who can help us rid ourselves of those two generals sent by Hades. Shido, first of all, who are you? And may you please take off that hood. I don't even know who I'm even talking to. The hooded figure then removed their hood, and revealed their face to the Sapphira warriors before properly introducing themselves. Mayuri, greetings. I am Mayuri. I am a resident of the city of Dis, and I'm also a resistance leader who aims to chase out Kokubile and Loki for constantly murdering and harassing our fellow citizens. I've been following you ever since you stepped foot in the city, and sent 3 of our best fighters to distract them to help you escape. 3. The hooded figure was a young girl named Mayuri. She had long golden hair and a pair of magenta eyes along with a youthful appearance. Her outfit was similar to that of a Japanese high school girl, and she spoke in a soft and gentle manner. Shido, nice to meet you, Mayuri. I'm Shido Itsuka, and these are my teammates. Or should I say, harem, because I'm in a situation where I'm... Ugh, forget it. It's not important right now. Anyways, you said that you had been following us ever since we stepped into Dis, but we didn't sense anybody inside the city. Why is that? Mayuri, because I deliberately cloaked my aura. As for the rest of my comrades, they're dead people. You can't sense a presence coming from a dead person. That's why you couldn't sense anybody. But that's besides the point. I want to ask you all why you've come down to Dis, and what do you intend to achieve while you're down in the underworld? Shido, well, for starters, Hades sent legions of Grim Reapers to attack every single supernatural faction including my world. We came here using one of his rifts to pursue Hades and stop him once and for all. Mayuri, huh? I would have never expected that you'd have such a bold and hard-to-achieve goal. But I must ask, how did you navigate the previous 5 circles of hell? Shido, we came here on a flying ship. Also, we had one of our mentors follow us, but he's currently drunk in said ship. You want to take a look inside? Mayuri, I'd gladly accept. Please take me to this ship of yours. I want to know if Dis has a chance at surviving this calamity brought upon by Hades. Then, Shido summoned Michael and opened a portal leading to the Fraxinus, before bringing Mayuri on board the ship and showed her around. Mayuri, This is pretty impressive. I've never seen technology like this before in the underworld. Also, I saw you all using some unique powers, right? Shido, oh, that's right. We are a group of spirits called the Sapphira Warriors. Our powers come from devices known as sacred gears which originate from a group of angels who used to possess our weapons. Do you have any powers, Mayuri? Mayuri, I do. But I find it very difficult to control. In truth, I already know what a sacred gear is, and I actually have one. It's called corrubial, and it's capable of mass destruction, which is why I don't like using it often. But that power is what made me respected among the resistance, and I rose to the rank of advisor to our former resistance leader. Shido, former resistance leader, you mean you didn't establish this resistance order by yourself? Mayuri, no. When I was advisor to the first resistance leader, she organized a rebellion against Kokabil and Loki, before we lost a lot of members including her. She was eventually thrown down that hole leading to the lower levels of hell where she was punished. I don't think she survived. 1. Since I was the second most senior member of the resistance, I was quickly sworn in as the new leader, and I've been having trouble managing the residents of Dis who are hiding from our oppressors and formulating plans to liberate our city. Shido, oh, if that's the case, why don't we lend a hand? We also want to get rid of Kokabil and Loki. We can also help you take back Dis. Our goal is to reach Kokidus after all. Mayuri, really, thanks so much, we better hurry then. I don't know if Danasik, Kalawarna, and Middle can hold them off much longer. I need to check if they're still there, because if something happens to me, then the rank of resistance leader goes to Danasik, and so on. Shido, of course. Let's go back to your base using the portal I created to get here, and… Yawn nug, I feel like puking right now. Oh, it's you kids. You're back. And who the fuck is this girl? I've never seen her before. Coincidentally, Issei had finally sobered up and came out of his room, finding the Sapphire warriors in the control room with Mayuri, whom he didn't recognize. Kotori then got mad and exclaimed, "Ahem, finished drinking yet? I can't believe you chose to get drunk when we were getting attacked by Kokabil and Loki, Uncle Issei. What if something happened to us? Mom and Dad will not have mercy on you." Issei gasped in shock and replied, Kokabil and Loki are here, shit. Sorry if I lost control of myself back then. But now that I'm back, why don't we check the city out and see what we can do, Shido, But of course. But know that if you act irresponsibly next time, I will tell Mom and Dad about you getting drunk while on a mission. Issei, and noted. Let's go, shall we? So, the Sapphire warriors returned to Mayuri's hidden base and informed Issei about everything that has happened while he was drunk. He then regretted having consuming all that beer while the team was almost shredded to pieces by Kokabil and Loki. Issei, okay, and you said 3 fallen angels saved you. Shido, yep. They seemed to hate Kokabil a lot, so they used their light spears to distract him. Issei, Well, I gotta thank them. I wouldn't know what to do if something bad had happened to you kids. Dragon Rain would probably kill me, again. Mayuri, well, you don't need to worry about that. I can hear our comrades outside cheering their return. Are you the mentor that Shido mentioned to me earlier? Issei, yes. That's right. I'm Issei HYOUDOU. The kids call me Uncle Issei. I have a sacred gear called the Boosted Gear, which used to have the Red Dragon Emperor's soul in it. But now I am using a new version without his soul inside. Mayuri, I see. Those 3 fallen angels are my closest confidants and colleagues, so let's get to know each other so we can win, am I right? Issei, agreed. Now, let's see who these 3. At the same time, Danasik, Kalawarna, and Middle entered Mayuri's planning room and greeted her before spotting the Sapphire warriors, which initially made them feel relieved that the people they were supposed to save were alright. But then the trio noticed Issei standing in the room, looking at them with an expression filled with shock and horror. Danasik, oh, who's this? Kalawarna, is he by any chance affiliated with the kids you told us to save, Mayuri? Middle, he looks like he's seen a ghost. Danasik, I think you should really start taking better care of your looks if you want to stop scaring people. Issei was way too shocked to speak, and then Mayuri just had to introduce him to her colleagues, not knowing the backstory between them. My dear confidants, this is Issei HYOUDOU, the user of the boosted gear, and he's the mentor for these kids. Issei, these are my most trusted assistants, Danasik, Kalawarna, and Middle. I hope you can all get along. That's when the 3 fallen angels finally realized who Issei actually was, and they too shared the same expressions of shock and horror as both sides remembered the bad blood they had over almost 2 decades ago. Issei, what the fuck? What are the 3 of you doing here? Danasik, our Red Dragon Emperor, but how? Kalawarna, Wawayet. Middle, and no fucking way. You're Issei HYOUDOU. Mayuri was surprised that her assistants already knew Issei, and she was delighted to hear that, so she asked, "Oh, you've already met. Fantastic. I believe this shall make our cooperation much smoother. Issei then turned to Mayuri and said, now hold on a second, you wanna know how I know these three? I'll tell you, they tried to fucking kill me, they worked with my ex-girlfriend to kill me because of my boosted gear, and you want me to work with them? Then, Danasik snapped back at Issei, hey, listen up here, buddy, we saved these kids who you left back there to fend themselves against Kokobile. I think you should thank us instead of acting like a lunatic. I know we tried to kill you and stuff, but let bygones be bygones. Middled, why yeah. I mean, it wasn't exactly you who killed us back then, it was that Gremory bitch who did, speaking of whom, is she still alive? Calawarna, whoa? That handsome hunk is the boy I tried to kill all those years ago. I wonder if he's single. It would be a good opportunity to, no, wait. Hold on, that's right, pawn of the Gremory household. We helped save your students. I think you should show some gratitude. 1. Issei, but Sai, you know, I'd rather join you guys now that I think back on everything that's happened in my life. You asked what happened to Rias, right? Well, she cheated on me, alright. Also, Rainier, is this girl here? She got reincarnated into this girl. Though, she doesn't remember any of you since her memory was wiped clean. Shiori was stunned and didn't know how to respond, and simply waved to the 3 fallen angels who were once her colleagues in her past life and nervously said, Hey. Nice to meet you all, again, I'm Shiori Itsuka. I'm Rainier's reincarnation, and I can still do some of the fallen angel stuff she could do back then. Danasik, Calawarna, and Middle were shocked that Rainier was now looking like a regular teenage girl, and they were excited to see her again. Danasik, whoa. No way, you're Rainier, now that I focus on scanning your aura, you kinda resemble hers in a way. Calawarna, that's right, I can't believe I would be reunited with you like this. While this reunion was underway, Shido cut it off halfway and ordered everyone to focus and work together to figure out a plan to save Dis from Kokobile and Loki. Could everyone please shut up? I thought we all gathered here to find a way to beat Kokobile and Loki. Can we all just focus and not be distracted? Your reunions can all wait. Mayuri, agreed. Now listen up. We finally have a renewed chance at getting rid of Kokobile and Loki once and for all. And it's thanks to the Sapphire Warriors that we have found a weak point in the 2 oppressors from Hades. Shido, wait, really, what is it? Mayuri, while we were following you all around Dis, we noticed that Kokobile and Loki can get pretty argumentative with each other, and can get distracted if they get offended by something the other says. I'm thinking, what if we get them to turn against each other? They get too angry to the point where they begin fighting each other. Issei, that'll definitely work without question. Kokobile hates other factions with a burning passion and believes fallen angels are the better than everyone else. He'll never pass up a chance to start a war to get what he wants. Danasik, yep, I totally agree with you, brother. Kokobile is a little bit hateful towards the other factions. He needs to be knocked down a peg or two. Mayuri, if that's the case, then I think we should focus on getting Kokobile to turn against Loki. Then, both of them will start fighting each other, and we can then wipe both of them out in one fell swoop. Shido, but what about Loki? Is he similar to Kokobile in which he thinks his faction is better than everyone else and is a battle maniac? Issei, I have a whole story to tell you about Loki. He's an asshole and an arrogant one at that. He even tried starting a war by trying to kill Odin. He will definitely betray Kokobile simply because of his hatred towards other factions. Mayuri, then it's settled. We will strike in exactly 10 minutes. Too many people have died because of Kokobile and Loki. Let's work together to finally liberate Dis once and for all. That's it, guys. Thanks for watching and supporting us. See you in the next part.